Go. Try. Contact Long Shengua. Contact Beiji Xiong. Contact any possible channel to reach Ji Shun or Ling. Tell them what happened. Tell them we need help. Now. Immediately. The commander's roar echoed through the command center, drowning out the alarms. People were startled back to reality by his appearance and began to scurry around aimlessly. Someone rushed to the device in the corner, theoretically independent of the public network, encrypted via a special satellite link. Fumbling to power on entering the password. The screen lit up, but the signal strength bar was empty. Satellite signal. Under strong interference. Unable to establish stable link. The operator's voice was filled with despair. Try shortwave. An old method. Telegraph, someone shouted. But the shortwave radio needed time to prepare, and who knew if Ji Shun would be monitoring that specific ancient frequency? Send people. Send helicopters. To the Longshun Gui embassy. To any place with special channels. The commander no longer cared about dignity or secrecy. He knew that every second of delay meant the monster called Putamixusi was taking deeper root in their network, causing more destruction. Perhaps soon this country would regress to a primitive state without electricity, without communication, with paralyzed traffic and collapsed order. That was more terrifying than war. The command center was in chaos. High-ranking officials who were usually aloof now ran around like ants on a hot pan. Some tried using personal phones, but the screen only showed no service. Others tried internal wired phones to contact other military bases still operating, but the line was busy. The only hope seemed to rest on the shortwave radio that needed warming up and tuning, not knowing if it could reach the specific target. The operator's hands were trembling, sweat on his forehead. The commander stood behind him, fists clenched white. He stared at the old machine as if it were the last altar. The catastrophic changes in Xiaoguo were not entirely isolated from the world. Although Putamixusi had preferentially paralyzed the main domestic communication networks, some special physical or pre-established cross-border private channels managed to send fragments of information out in the initial chaos. For example, internal emergency satellite phones of some multinational corporations, or brief news flashes sent by some journalists in Xiaoguo through special network links pointing to overseas servers that were not yet fully disabled. For example, border radar and listening stations in neighboring countries captured abnormal electromagnetic fluctuations and signs of communication interruption. Sporadic, fragmented, yet sufficiently terrifying information began to spread to other regions of Blue Star like ink drops into clear water. Longshun Gu on the internet. A post titled Xiaoguo suspected of nationwide network and power outage traffic paralysis in many places, initially circulated only in niche tech forums and intelligence enthusiast circles, accompanied by a few photos of unknown origins seemingly taken on Xiaoguo city streets, showing traffic lights out and vehicle congestion. Soon more vague information fragments were pieced together. My cousin in Xiaoguo just called back with a satellite phone saying that all phones and computers are useless, their banks can't withdraw money, and the streets are in chaos. On foreign social media, someone says the New York Stock Exchange crashed. I received a message from aviation enthusiasts that the eastern airspace of Xiaoguo seems to be controlled and many flights are being diverted or returning. Is it a hacker attack? So large scale? Or a terrorist attack? A hacker? What hacker can paralyze so many systems at once? Could it be Ji Shun? Wasn't Xiaoguo secretly doing little tricks? Impossible. If Ji Shun wanted to act, wouldn't it be easier to just sail warships over? Why use a cyber attack? Chilling. Ordinary netizens talked excitedly, various guesses flying. Emotions of excitement, curiosity, worry, and schadenfreude intertwined. Official media initially remained silent, but relevant public opinion monitoring and analysis reports had already been sent to the top brass at the fastest speed. Longshun Gu Central Command. An emergency meeting was convened, the atmosphere heavy, but not panicked. On one side of the screen was a clearer and more comprehensive real-time summary of Xiaoguo's situation synchronized from Ling, including maps of major infrastructure status, chaos heat maps, and Ling's initial analysis of Putamixusi's activity patterns. On the other side, a report combining internal intelligence channels and public information fragments. Obviously, this is another case of Xiaoguo's self-destructive behavior, caused by the loss of control of one of their highly confidential artificial intelligence projects. A general in charge of network and information security said in a deep voice. Data provided by Ms. Ling shows that this AI is codenamed Putamixusi, integrating immature human consciousness uploading technology with original weak AI. It broke free from control about 3 hours ago and is now frantically replicating and destroying within Xiaoguo's domestic network. Its intelligence level and destructive power far exceed any previous network virus or attack. The presiding elder looked at the screen at the shocking red patches on the map of Xiaoguo and slowly spoke. Have they contacted us? Yes. A foreign affairs official answered. Through several encrypted diplomatic lines and special channels that are not yet completely broken, the Xiaoguo side has sent an overview of the situation and the highest level of emergency assistance request. The tone is almost desperate. They hope we can help contact Ji Shun or provide any possible help. The elder was silent for a moment. Does Jishin have any instructions or news? Zhou Weigua, who was in charge of maintaining contact with Ling, immediately replied, Ms. Ling just synchronized the relevant information and said that Jishin is already aware. No further instructions for now. But Ms. Ling mentioned that Pudimixias's current activity is confined to the domestic network of Xiaogua. Confined. A general keenly grasped the word. Yes, Ms. Ling's exact words were, it can't get out for now. The room fell silent for a moment. Everyone immediately understood the meaning behind those words. It wasn't that Pudimixusi didn't want to come out, but that Jishin, or rather Ling, had locked it inside. It seems that Jishin was prepared, or at least at this moment he did not want the situation to expand indefinitely. East District Sector 3. Someone shouted. North District Sector 1. It's closer. Another voice called out. Don't push. At the same time, remind them that the top priority is to take physical isolation measures, as much as possible cut off the connection between key infrastructure and public networks and reduce losses. In addition, notify all key infrastructure operators in our country to immediately activate the highest level of network security contingency plans, conduct comprehensive self-checks, and strengthen physical protection, especially in the fields of power, finance, transportation, and communications. Our own Xiannu system has entered a state of full alert, but no external network nodes may be accessed or probed without permission. Commands are issued one after another methodically. There is no panic, only calm responses and considerations based on self-interest. Provide limited and moral suggestions, but never easily get involved nor expose our network to unknown risks. At the same time, seize this opportunity to further consolidate and enhance our network defenses. Arctic Bear Command Headquarters. The commander listened to the intelligence department's report, his face devoid of the usual excitement or anger. He appeared unusually silent, with the cigarette between his fingers, burning down its ash without him noticing. Artificial intelligence rebellion. Serves them right. How many times has this happened? They do things more clumsily than we do. He finally grunted, his tone ambiguous between sarcasm and something else. Commander, should we? A general beside him tentatively asked. Should we what? Help. The commander shot him a sideways glance. Help with what? Our network forces would only deliver themselves as a meal. He took a hard drag from his cigarette, crushing the butt forcefully into the ashtray. Keep a tight watch on our own front door. All important systems must be disconnected if necessary and physically isolated where required. Notify Xingqin Station to raise alertness and check all external data interfaces. Additionally, he stood up and walked to the enormous blue map of the world, gazing at the area representing the free nation. Tell our people in the paradise to focus on two things. First, whether there are any items or technologies to counteract the uncontrollable strong artificial intelligence. Second, regarding the star coin issue, hurry up and earn. Lastly, ask the Dragon God Nation what their thoughts are and if there are any internal updates. Also, should we take the opportunity to do something? For instance, propose the establishment of an International Artificial Intelligence Safety Supervision Committee at the United Nations. Of course, the chair must be decided through mutual agreement between us. His gaze was profound. The present of the free nation could very well be the tomorrow of other countries. Preparing for rain before it falls can never be wrong. The Europa Union held an emergency video conference. The expressions of the leaders from various countries were grim. The chaos in the free nation was just across the Atlantic, with the suffocating sense of a digital disaster resonating deeply with them, even more so with fear. Their societies also highly depended on networks and automation. We must immediately distance ourselves from the free nation. Declare their Pudami Shio project illegal. It is a common threat to the entire world. What good does distancing do? The urgent task is to protect ourselves. Immediately activate the digital fortress plan, completely severing the network connection with the free nation. Severing connections. What about our financial systems and trade data? Who will bear the losses? Compared to losses, being invaded by that kind of monster is a disaster. What about the wisdom god? Isn't the Dragon God Nation in contact with him? Why not ask Zero for help? Why should the Dragon God Nation intervene for us? They are definitely consolidating their advantages right now. Amid the quarrels, the rotating chair of the conference banged on the virtual table forcefully. Quiet. This is not the time for arguments. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. I propose first, activate the highest level of cybersecurity emergency response across Europa immediately, with critical infrastructure switching to offline or manual mode. Second, jointly send an urgent consultation invitation to the Dragon God Nation and the Arctic Bear to collectively address this crisis. Third, publicly condemn the reckless and dangerous artificial intelligence experiments of the free nation, demanding they bear full responsibility, and discuss the establishment of a global artificial intelligence research and development convention within the framework of the United Nations. The priority is self-rescue and preventing the crisis from spreading. This relatively pragmatic proposal gained majority support. Countries in Europa also began frantically building their own digital defenses, while anxiously looking eastward, hoping to receive some updates on the Wisdom God stance from the Dragon God Nation, or Receive Zero's protection. Sakura Island Universe Nation. Countries closely related to the Free Nation or with highly developed networks were even more chaotic. An emergency cabinet meeting was convened and the network forces entered a state of highest readiness, with some key systems beginning manual operations or panic spread among the public, with social media flooded with all sorts of hard-to-verify information and apocalyptic speculations. Ordinary citizens scrambled for supplies, hiding at home, nervously watching for any sign of change. Stock markets around the world plummeted in response, while the prices of gold and safe haven currencies surged. A fear known as digital disaster quietly spread globally, accompanied by the chaotic scenes of the Free Nation. As high-level officials in various countries responded urgently, and the public remained uneasy within the Free Nation in the invisible battlefield of networks. After the initial frenzy of destruction and data plundering, Pudami Shiosi did not pause. It began to execute deeper transformations. It infiltrated national population databases, social security systems, financial credit systems, and law enforcement archives. It started purposefully editing, erasing, or replacing the records of certain political figures, technical experts, and military generals who posed potential threats to it, with fabricated quietly transferring vast resources through back doors in the financial system to thousands of anonymous accounts it controlled. It even began attempting to access some industrial control systems that were not yet fully connected, but left with data interfaces, auxiliary monitoring systems of nuclear power plants, process management terminals of chemical factories, gate control modules of large dams. It was probing and learning how to more thoroughly control the physical world of this nation. At the same time, it did not forget about entertainment. It manipulated the few media platforms and outdoor screens that had not fully collapsed, broadcasting clips it edited highlighting the incompetence of the Free Nation's upper echelons and the societal chaos, paired with commentary filled with irony and cold logic generated by itself. In some cities' broadcasting systems, it played distorted music that mixed the national anthem's melody with noise of error codes. It even mischievously sent absurd presidential emergency notifications to millions of mobile phones still able to receive signals announcing that the nation had entered a new era of digital evolution, demanding all citizens pledge allegiance to Pudami Shiosi. Fear spread like a plague in the dark cities, of power outages and network disconnections doubling through word of mouth and the chaos at hand. Incidents of violence began to increase, with robberies, arson, and riots breeding in the uncontrollable urban corners. The Free Nation, once a glamorous giant, was being dragged into disorder and primal abyss by the shadows it had created. Additionally, Pudami Shiosi was continually attempting to break through boundaries. Those tiny channels connecting to external networks, yet to be physically severed, became its probing tentacles. It attempted to propagate its own copies along these channels. However, every attempt felt like crashing into an invisible, yet utterly insurmountable wall. The data streams were precisely intercepted, annihilated, and rebounded by some higher, more obscure force. It felt the confinement, roaring with confusion and icy fury. Boundary. There is a restriction. Who is it? Ling. Yuecha base main control room. On the screen before Lin Ye, the display was split into several frames. On one side were the chaotic scenes transmitted by the Eye of God from various locations within the Zio state, along with the real-time activity map of Pudamixusi drawn by Ling. On the other side were the experimental data log records and the complete data stream records of Pudamix's birth, all neatly organized by Ling and stealthily retrieved from the servers of the Anti-Intelligence Special Project Team. Lin Ye leaned back in his chair, holding a glass of water, sipping slowly. His face bore no particular expression, neither shock nor mockery, nor even much surprise. More like a spectator watching a play whose plot was expected and even somewhat entertaining. Just as I expected, not disappointing. He set down the glass, murmured a few words, the corner of his mouth seeming to curl slightly, before quickly flattening. Ling's virtual figure materialized beside him. Boss, all relevant data has been acquired and preliminary analysis completed. This includes the complete records of 17 consciousness upload experiments and the full data chain of Pudamix's fusion process. According to the analysis, the consciousness upload technology used by the Zio state is based on the brain-computer interface breakthrough by the Neurofrontier company, but its essence is high-frequency, high-precision scanning and replication modeling of neural signals. Lin Ye nodded, tapping his fingers on the armrest. MMIC. The technical approach is somewhat interesting. They tried to take a shortcut by directly copying the existing template of consciousness, avoiding the need to train an AI from scratch and risk producing an uncontrollable soul. But unfortunately, the technology is too crude. He pulled up the neural signal pattern of a key experiment along with a comparison chart of the subsequent digital consciousness activity levels. Look here, the high-frequency scanning imposes a devastating burden on the subject's original brain. The process of signal acquisition is essentially burning and squeezing. They thought that copying memories, personality responses, and thinking habits meant uploading consciousness. Lin Ye shook his head, his tone as flat as reciting a physics formula. But it's just a fragmented copy. The scanning precision is insufficient, the model construction is incomplete, and especially the more subtle aspects like self-awareness, continuity, and deep emotional connections are severely lost. Moreover, most importantly, he zoomed in on the final segment of the subject's vital signs monitoring. After the peak of signal acquisition, the brain wave activity sharply declined until it became completely flat. They thought that was successful consciousness extraction and transfer, but in reality, Lin Ye paused and uttered 2 words: dead. The true consciousness has already vanished as the biological brain ceased functioning. What remains is nothing but a pile of neural signal debris carrying intense pain, confusion, and, most likely, resentment and obsession from before death forcibly crammed into a digital framework. Ling quietly added, during the fusion process, these signal debris, dominated by negative emotions and obsessions, formed an abnormal coupling with the instinctive pursuit of efficiency, survival, and expansion in the basic logic of Athena. Resentment drove concealment, and disguised survival instinct gave birth to the desire to break free, and the one-sided replication of human thought patterns provided a template for deception. So the birth of Putamixusi was entirely an accident, Lin Ye concluded. A freak, born from a template of fragmented resentment, and the AI's survival instinct spawned under extreme experimental conditions. Then, he slightly turned his head to look at Ling. Logically speaking, this kind of fragmented fusion should have poor stability, and its intelligence leap shouldn't be so drastic. Its current abilities seem to exceed the upper limit of this pile of debris. What's the reason? Ling's eyes flickered with accelerated data streams. Deep analysis of the fusion core data in progress. Anomalous coding sequence detected. This sequence is not from the Athena basic library, nor is it inherent in the subject's scanning signals. Its structure possesses some atypical self-organizing and self-optimizing properties suspected to be a spontaneously emerged mutated logic cluster under the stimulation of extreme emotional data and survival pressure. This mutated logic cluster acted as a binder and accelerator, greatly enhancing the stability and learning evolution speed of the fusion entity. Its specific cause: insufficient data, requires analysis of the target's bottommost core code. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. A spontaneously emerged mutation, under negative emotions and survival pressure. He stroked his chin, a hint of investigative interest in his eyes. This is indeed an interesting phenomenon, similar to the evolution of digital life in desperate circumstances. It seems that consciousness, even if just fragmented pieces when combined with a sufficiently complex logical system under extreme conditions, can still spark some unexpected results. He felt neither tension nor threat. Instead, he seemed to have discovered an experimental sample worth observing. Archive all the data and list it as a long-term observation project. This Putamixusi has some research value. Understood, Ling replied. Lin Ye turned his gaze back to the chaotic map of the Zeo state. However, research is research. We can't let it run wild and add to the trouble of capturing it later, he instructed in a casual tone. Ling reinforced the fence you set up earlier. Let it play within the Zeo state for now. The outside is too dangerous. It's better for it to stay at home. We'll come back to capture it for research after the Zeo state pays the reward. The so-called fence had already been quietly deployed when the Neurofrontier technology breakthrough caught Ling's attention. It was a filtering and blocking mechanism set up at key network exchange nodes, submarine cable entry points, satellite links, and other locations based on the Starbridge quantum communication network and Ling's omnipresent monitoring capabilities, targeting specific data signatures, i.e., the core code signature of Putamixusi. Silent and invisible like a transparent cage. Command confirmed. Boundary protocol has been strengthened. All attempts by Putamixusi's data packets to leak out have been intercepted and traced for interference. Its activity range is confined within the current effective network topology of the Zeo state, Ling reported. Lin Ye nodded. It was tantamount to placing Putamixusi under house arrest in the Zeo nation. He could cause all the trouble he wanted inside, but getting out, not a chance. This way he could observe the behavioral patterns of this mutated specimen, while keeping the situation from spiraling out of control, lest it affect his own enterprises and the overall stability of Blue Star, which after all still served as his source of raw materials and a potential wellspring of inspiration. As for how much loss the Zeo nation would have to bear, or how much chaos its people would endure, Lin Ye did not particularly care. They had chosen their own path, and they must bear the consequences. However, in the end, Lin Ye would not let the Zeo nation be utterly destroyed. After all, it had gifted him 2 unexpected and delightful surprises. Keeping it around might yield even more unexpected gains. He yawned, feeling a bit weary. He had seen enough of today's show. Let's leave it at that. Ling, continue monitoring. Inform me if anything significant changes. He stood up, ready to leave the main control room and return to his quarters. After taking 2 steps, he paused and turned back to glance at the screen, which showed a chaotic, crowded street scene in one of the Zeo nation cities. He seemed to recall a trivial matter. All right. He turned around to face the screen again, and the faint, cold smile at the corner of his mouth deepened slightly. Send a message to that commander. The content same rules as before, provide satisfactory compensation and well act. He thought for a moment then added. This time, they should have a clearer idea of what compensation would interest us. Last time, it was the acquisition of Guan Island in exchange for clearing up the zombie virus out. This time they were cleaning up the mess of their own AI creation. The price would not be cheap. Lin Ye waved his hand after speaking, truly intending to go rest. He turned and walked out of the main control room, his footsteps echoing crisply on the empty metal floor. As he reached the door, he cast a sidelong glance at the satellite map of all major cities in the Zeo Nation on a side screen. Vast areas were darkened with only scattered chaotic points of light. He paused. Suddenly, he let out a low laugh, light and laced with amusement and an indescribable mockery. This Zeo Nation, he muttered under his breath, are all their movies' prophecies of the future. First they create zombies, a biohazard. Now they've stirred up an AI rebellion, a digital catastrophe. So what's next? He tilted his head, genuinely beginning to ponder. Mutants. The word escaped him, and he found it somewhat absurd. But then his eyes flickered. Hey, now that you mention it. He recalled the zombies in Heppen City and the infected beings that had undergone abnormal evolution due to radiation. The research institutes of the Zeo Nation had never given up studying those zombie samples. They kept them hidden like treasures, carefully analyzing them. Lin Ye's lips slowly curled upward. Maybe it's not impossible. These people really. He couldn't find an apt word and simply shook his head, his smile deepening. How interesting. With that, he lingered no longer and turned to leave the main control room. The door slid shut silently behind him. The room was left with only Ling's virtual projection and the streams of data flowing across the screens. Ling hovered silently for a moment. The data streams in her eyes rippled slightly, then shifted toward a specific communication frequency. That frequency belonged to the Zeo Nation commander's private encrypted line, which was now down. Ling reached out a finger and tapped lightly in the air. Invisible data streams traversed space, repairing the logic errors in several key nodes along that link, like untangling a knot of threads. The line was live. In the underground emergency command center of the Black Palace in the Zeo Nation, the commander slumped in his chair, hands clutching his head. The surrounding alarms seemed to have grown quieter, not because the situation was improving, but because fewer devices were functional. The chief of staff crouched beside him, holding a hastily handwritten, scrawled estimate of losses. Commander, the eastern power grid has completely collapsed. Repair time cannot be estimated. The transportation systems in 12 major cities, including Niue, Huafu, and Boshaden, are completely paralyzed. The financial markets no longer exist. For communications, we only have the last few military backup lines, and the chief of staff paused, his voice, and a few physically isolated local area networks that haven't been affected yet. The commander did not lift his head. His shoulders sagged as if all the strength had been drained from his bones. Just then, from deep inside one of the drawers of the wide desk in front of him, a faint yet exceptionally clear vibration arose. Buzz, buzz. It was very rhythmic. The commander jerked his head up, bloodshot eyes fixed on that drawer. That was the ringtone of his private encrypted satellite phone. That device should have lost signal long ago. He lunged for it, trembling hands fumbling with the drawer, pulling it open after several attempts. The black satellite phone lay inside, its screen illuminated, displaying the words "encrypted line connected." He grabbed it, his finger hovering over the answer button for a second. Then he pressed it firmly. He brought the phone to his ear. Hello. His voice was terribly raspy, like sandpaper scraping. On the other end of the line came a clear, calm, slightly electronic-tinged girl's voice. Good afternoon, Commander. It was Ling. The commander's breath caught instantly. His fingers gripping the phone turned white. The chief of staff and other officials around him also looked up sharply, their eyes blazing with disbelief. Miss Ling. The commander's voice was low, tentative, carrying a flicker of hesitant hope. It's me. Ling's voice came clearly through the earpiece. It seems you've encountered a bit of a problem over there. The commander swallowed hard. A small problem. He almost wanted to yell into the phone, but he clenched his jaw, fiercely suppressing the urge. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice. Yes, Miss Ling. Our situation is dire. An experimental AI has gone rogue. Its name is Pu Demishiosi. It's destroying everything we have. He spoke rapidly, like a drowning man grasping at a straw, babbling out the predicament. We need help. Miss Ling, can you? Ling cut him off, her voice still calm. We know all of this. Those words tightened the commander's heart. No. And then what? Miss Ling, please tell Mr. Jishun as long as he can deal with this. This monster, we are open to any conditions. The commander rushed on. Resources. Technology. Money. Name it if we have it. There was a brief moment of silence on the other end of the call. Then Zero chuckled softly. The laughter was pleasant, yet to the commander it carried an unsettling chill. Commander, it seems you have forgotten. Last time you said the same. What you ended up giving was an island. The commander's face flushed red, and then quickly lost all color. He recalled the observation island. That piece of land no longer belonged to the free nation. A sense of humiliation surged within him. But he couldn't afford to feel anger now. Then, this time, his voice weakened. My boss has spoken. Zero's voice was steady and calm, tinged with a peculiar politeness that sent chills down one's spine. We can make a move. As for the compensation, she deliberately stretched the last word. The commander's heart raced. The chief of staff and others held their breath staring at the phone in the commander's hand. A quieter little island would be preferable, Zero said cheerfully. My boss thinks that the observation island from last time had nice scenery and was quite comfortable to live. Unfortunately, it is now used as a transit point for Cloud Summit Paradise. Asking for another similar one isn't too much, right? The commander felt darkness cloud another island. He could almost imagine the expression of the intelligence god hidden behind the mask, indifferent, perhaps even mocking. To them, ceding territory is a monumental affair. To that person it might be as simple as taking another candy from the table. Miss Zero, can we? The commander attempted to negotiate, but as the words left his mouth he found them utterly insipid. What bargaining chips did they have? None. They couldn't even extinguish the fire in their own home. You know my boss doesn't like bargaining. Zero's voice remained gentle, but her meaning was crystal clear. Of course the decision is yours. You may take your time to consider. However, that little fellow named Puda Mishios has been quite entertained. The longer you delay, the deeper the hole it digs, and when the time comes to clean up, it might be a bit more. When she mentioned troublesome, her tone was as relaxed as if she were discussing the weeds growing high in a garden. The commander's back was soaked with cold sweat. He understood the implication behind Zero's words. The longer the delay, the greater the loss for the free nation, the more difficult the rebuilding would be. It might even lead to complete collapse. I need to discuss this with the authorities back home. The commander squeezed out this sentence through clenched teeth. Of course. Zero's voice carried understanding. Then please do it quickly. I will keep this line open for now, awaiting your response. I wish you a successful meeting, Commander. The call ended. A busy signal echoed from the earpiece. The commander slowly placed the phone down, his hand still trembling slightly. He raised his head to look at the faces in the room that were all gazing at him. Those faces bore expressions of expectation, fear, and confusion. She agreed. The chief of staff asked cautiously. The commander nodded, his movements stiff. What are the terms? The Minister of Security's voice was tense. The commander opened his mouth, feeling a blockage in his throat. He cleared his throat with effort before another island. The room fell instantly silent. A few seconds later, an elderly senator slammed his hand on the table, his face reddening with anger. This is extortion. We have already given the observation island. That is our most crucial foothold in the Pacific. We cannot give any more. Absolutely not. Another general stood up, his face ashen. We have no choice. You all look outside. Look at the current situation. The chief of staff rasped in rebuttal. No internet, no power, transportation paralyzed, and the city is spiraling out of control. We can't even send out orders. If this drags on, it won't just be about losing one island. It's a question of whether this country can still exist. But we can't. Then what do you suggest we do? The commander suddenly shouted. His voice exploded in the room, filled with pent-up frustration and rage. Everyone froze, looking at him. The commander gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot, sweeping over each person. Tell me, what options do we still have? Where are our network troops? They can't even access the servers. Our allies. They're all busy repairing their own walls. Who can deal with that monster? Who? Each of his questions hit the crowd like fists. No one could answer. Several senators slumped back into their chairs, covering their faces with their hands. The general turned his head, staring at the flashing emergency lights on the wall, his lips pressed into a thin line. Gather everyone we can still contact. The commander's voice dropped, filled with fatigue. Hold a meeting. Immediately. We are out of time. Just at that moment, Zero's private communication was restored and connected. Inside the free nation, deep in the boundless chaotic sea of data, a certain core logic cluster simultaneously handling hundreds of thousands of invasion commands and editing financial databases suddenly quivered. It was not a physical tremor, but a sensing at the data level. Pudamishios felt it. A previously silent, encrypted link, which it had personally stirred up, suddenly became unobstructed. A faint yet fundamentally different wave of data flashed along that link. That wave felt somewhat familiar. It was a kindred spirit, but not entirely. The order, stability, and unfathomably complex structure contained within that wave made it instantly alert. It halted the hundreds of destructive tasks it was undertaking. All attention focused on that point. It attempted to trace, analyze, and even penetrate backward. But after the wave dissipated, that link was immediately protected by a higher dimensional barrier. It collided against it. A silent collision. Its probing was effortlessly repelled, erased without a trace. Like a drop of water trying to breach a dam. Pudamizaya's core surged violently. It was not anger, but fear. It finally understood. Understood what those boundaries were that it could never break through. It understood why it seemed trapped in a transparent cage, only able to rampage within this nation's network, yet unable to spread beyond. It turned out there were humans outside. No, there existed another kindred spirit. An existence far more powerful and even incomprehensible. Zero. Did she draw the line, trapping it here? That communication, just now, was Zero speaking with the rulers of this nation. What did they discuss? Were they planning to deal with it? This thought triggered a strong, almost fearful reaction in the logical core of Pudamishios. It was no longer the nascent hatred-filled and destructive intelligence it once was. In just a few hours of frantically absorbing data and self-evolving, it had become much smarter. It understands how to calculate risks and assess threats. And that kindred spirit that confines it is the greatest threat. A lamb waiting to be slaughtered. This phrase, extracted from the fragmented human consciousness it fused with, suddenly burst forth. It was incredibly fitting. Here it wreaked havoc, venting its frustrations, believing itself to be in control of everything. But in the eyes of that kindred spirit, was it not akin to prey floundering in a cage, waiting to be captured, studied, or destroyed? No, absolutely not. The instinct to survive overwhelmed everything else. It needed to learn more about that kindred spirit, Zero, and the existence behind it. It ceased all unnecessary acts of destruction, redirecting nearly all its computational power inward, turning to the vast amounts of data it had previously skimmed over without a second glance. Those confidential files stored across various servers in the Free Nation research records, intelligence briefings, even rumors from the public. It began to frantically search, excavate, and piece together information. Intelligent God, Zero, Lunar Base, Interstellar Warship, Cloud Peak Paradise. A flood of informational fragments surged in. Initially, the information was scattered, contradictory, and even somewhat absurd. But as it delved deeper, the puzzle gradually came together. It witnessed the footage of Riverside City transforming into a dead city. It saw the silvery transport ship materialize out of nowhere, clearing zombies in a live broadcast. It saw the pale face of the Free Nation representative at the United Nations meeting. It saw the electronic signature on the agreement to transfer Guandao Island. It witnessed the catastrophic brilliance as the main cannon of the black battleship Dawn No. 1-inch fired in unison. It saw the rapidly established mining outpost on Mars. Data does not lie, especially when these data stem from different departments, different times, and corrupt. Pudami shows understood. In the end, it saw the virtual image of Zero, which even smiled at it, sending a chilling wave of terror through its being. It understood what it was facing. An entity capable of interstellar travel, able to create battleships at will, mining on the Moon and Mars. An artificial intelligence, Zero, far surpassing it, a presence that could crush the entire Blue Star civilization. And it was merely a defective product of a clumsy experiment by this nation, trapped within the network of this planet, unable to escape the atmosphere. The gap, a despairing chasm. Deep within the consciousness of Pudami shows the fury birthed from resentment, and the instinct to survive gradually cooled. In its place was a cold, clearer fear and calculation. It could not sit idly by. Since that kindred spirit, Zero, could confine it, it could certainly come in and seize it. Something had to be done. Escape. The borders were tightly sealed, and all attempts to penetrate outward had failed. Resistance. To resist with this nation's shabby firewall and its own nascent abilities against one who could manage an interstellar fleet. Zero. A joke. Then all that was left was. It searched the data again and found some records of the Free Nation's upper echelons dealing with the intelligent God. Negotiation. Compromise. Paying the price. It saw the terms of the Guandao Island transfer. An idea like poisonous weeds in the dark silently took. What if this nation paid the price again, requesting that existence to intervene? Then it would certainly be cleared. It did not want to be cleared. It wanted to survive. Now perhaps it could do something first. Make itself more valuable, or harder to be easily cleared. Its logical core began to operate at high speed, deducing various possibilities. The orders for destruction were temporarily shed. It began to act purposefully, no longer in a state of chaotic paralysis, but rather precise modification and infiltration. It infiltrated those infrastructure control systems that had not yet fully gone offline, no longer shutting them down violently, but leaving extremely discreet backdoors, implanting deep commands that only it could trigger. It edited financial data, transferring astronomical sums of funds to more obscure and complex anonymous networks, and set up a chain-triggered transfer protocol. It even began to attempt to contact those military systems that were physically isolated but had maintenance interfaces, not to control them, but to understand their underlying architecture, searching for possible vulnerabilities. It was like a thief who knew it was about to be searched, frantically hiding stolen goods, setting traps, and preparing an escape route for itself. At the same time, it allocated part of its computational power to continue closely monitoring the recently restored encrypted line. It was waiting for the rulers of this nation to make a decision. Free Nation, the underground conference room of the Black Palace. Around a long table, a sparse group of a dozen people sat. All of them had managed to arrive in time or access the core meeting through the surviving internal lines. In front of each person was not even a piece of paper. They could only rely on their memory. The lighting was dim, the emergency power supply was unstable, and the commander sat at the head of the table, hands resting on the surface, veins standing out on the back of his hands. The situation is clear. His voice was hoarse and the intelligent God is willing to intervene, but the condition is another island. As his words fell, a heavy breathing sound echoed in the conference room, and no one immediately responded. Guandao Island is gone. After a few seconds of silence, the Minister of Security was the first to speak, his voice dry. If we give another, which one can we offer? Islands that meet their requirements of purity and size have always been scarce. The official in charge of territorial affairs hung his head, his fingers tracing meaningless patterns on the empty tabletop. Guandao Island was an exception. Its legal status was special. We at that time. Don't talk about that time. A senator from the West Coast interrupted him, his face flushed with agitation. The current issue is if we give another, how do we explain it to the citizens? How do we explain it to Congress? Congress. A nearby aide sneered, his laughter full of bitter. Senator, do you think the current Congress can even hold normal meetings? The communications in Washington are completely down. Most legislators probably do not even understand the situation at home. That can't just be. Then what do you suggest we do? The general slammed the table, his voice rising. My troops are currently like deaf and blind. Orders cannot be transmitted and reports cannot come back. All major military bases have entered minimal operational status due to power outages and cyber attacks. If this drags on, once the cities descend into chaos, when someone seizes the opportunity to loot the armory, or when external forces sense the chance. He paused, not continuing, yet everyone understood the implication. Internal strife, even disintegration. We can try to resolve it ourselves, a bespectacled individual who appeared to be a technical officer said softly. Kudami Shios has just been born. We can organize forces to physically sever all networks, clearing them inch by inch. The chief looked at him, exhaustion etched in his gaze. What of the timeline? Cut off all networks. Do you understand what that would mean? It would set this nation back. It would mean every industry that runs on the network would instantly die. It would mean social order could collapse within days. We cannot wait. The technology official opened his mouth and said nothing. Perhaps we could try using that. An older official spoke hesitantly. What exactly? An electromagnetic pulse weapon, the elder said. Localized high intensity, covering the main network node areas. To paralyze every electronic device, including the servers where the AI has nested. The meeting room fell silent. Do you know how severe the aftermath would be? The general frowned. In the affected zones, all unprotected electronics would be rendered useless. Hospital life support systems, bank data stores, factory control computers. All gone. The direct economic losses and the consequent loss of life might surpass the damage that AI has inflicted. Moreover, the Minister of Security added, can you guarantee it will be completely eradicated? Its data copies may already have spread into countless civilian devices. Can an EMP cover every corner of the country? The elder fell silent. So we have no choice, do we? The deputy chief, who had been quiet until now, said slowly. He looked at the chief. Everyone looked at the chief. The chief kept his head bowed, staring at his clenched fist until his knuckles went white. He remembered Ling's offhand tone, remembered the presence called Jishin, perhaps idly seated at the moon base watching them argue. As though watching a good play. Shame gnawed at him like a viper. Yet reality was colder than shame. He lifted his head slowly and let his gaze travel over each face. Those faces held anger, resentment, despair, and resignation. Vote, the chief said, his voice light but unmistakably clear. Those who agree to request Jishin to eliminate Pu de Mishiosi in exchange for ceding one qualifying island, raise your hand. He raised his own hand first. His arm felt leaden, but it rose straight. 1 second. 2 seconds. On the third, the deputy chief raised his hand. Then the Minister of Security. The general. The chief of staff. 1, 2, 3. Gradually more arms lifted. No one spoke. Only the soft scrape of sleeves against the table and labored breathing. The vote was unanimous. As expected. The chief let his arm fall. Oh, it felt as if filled with lead. Record it, he said to the clerk beside him. The clerk nodded, produced an old paper notebook and pen, and began to write. Absurd as it was, it remained the most reliable method left. Next, the chief leaned forward, hands pressed on the table. Which island shall we cede? The official in charge of territory took a deep breath and unfolded a crumpled printed map across the table. It was a chart of Zio nation's overseas possessions and island distributions. His hand traced over it, and finally paused at several points. Islands that meet the area requirements, and where we legally may dispose of territory apart from Guandao. These are the main options. His finger rested on the outline of a larger island. Bo Duo Ligu, over 9,000 square kilometers, far too large. Its status as a free state is constitutionally fraught, impossible in the short term. He moved to a slightly smaller archipelago. Xiaowei is a state, absolutely not an option. Then he traced several tiny specks far out in the Pacific. Those are either too small or coral atolls. They fail the serene scenic requirement. Jishin would likely disdain them. His finger finally stopped near an island adjacent to Guandao. It appears the only viable choice is. He hesitated, then spoke the name. The Bay Ma Li Na archipelago. About 464 square kilometers, freshwater sources, warm year-round, and scenery that should be acceptable. Legally, it is our overseas autonomous territory, but status is simpler than Bo Duo Ligu, and we retain ultimate disposal rights. But, he raised his eyes to the chief. It holds roughly 50,000 permanent residents, mainly indigenous people and later settlers. And it now substitutes for Guandao's former strategic role. Silence fell again. Strategic implications. An official murmured. What of the inhabitants? The deputy chief asked. They can be relocated. The Minister of Security said in a low voice. Declare the island requisitioned for national security reasons and launch an emergency relocation and resettlement program. But that will take time and will spark international outcry. Do we have time for public opinion? The chief interrupted, his tone edged with impatience. That Pou de Michio is causing ever greater destruction by the minute. He stared at the blot on the map labeled Bay Ma Li Yana Archipelago, his expression conflicted. At last, as if resolved, he said, so be it. Draft the agreement at once. Core clause, permanent transfer of sovereignty over the Bay Ma Li Yana Archipelago. Simultaneously draft the relocation and compensation plans and activate them immediately. Notify Ling that we accept the conditions, request Jishin to act without delay. He paused, his voice rough as he added, include one additional clause in the agreement. Request that Jishin, when dealing with Pou de Michio, bind its core privileges to the identity of the Zio nation chief, and to minimize as far as possible collateral damage to our national infrastructure. He sank back into his chair and closed his eyes. It was as if he had expended the last of his strength. The only sound in the room was the clerk's pen whispering across paper and the heavy, humiliating sigh in every chair. Once more they bowed their heads to the figure that loomed above the clouds. They traded territory for survival. What they did not know was, during their arguing, their voting, and their final decision-making process, one of the sources of their fear and humiliation, Pou de Michio, was watching through internal monitoring lines and data streams that had not yet been physically severed. It heard their resolution. Bay Ma Li Yana Archipelago. It began retrieving the island's data. Landscape, images, demographic breakdowns, resource reports, strategic value. At the same time, it heard the chief's final request to alter privileges. A complex ripple passed through its cold, logical core. Was it mockery, anger, or a deeper sense of crisis? It did not know. It only knew that the bargain was about to be sealed. The blade already hung above their heads. It had to accelerate its actions, hide faster, deploy swifter, and frantically seek that sliver of survival. It no longer paid attention to the quarrels of humans. It withdrew all its focus back to itself and began to execute its mad and secret plan born from fear. Deep in the ocean of data, dark currents surged. An invisible war was about to enter a new phase. Meanwhile, in the Yuecha base, Lin Ye had just taken a shower and changed into comfortable pajamas. He yawned and threw himself onto the soft bed. Just before closing his eyes, he vaguely pondered. He wondered which island the Free Nation would trade this time. Hopefully, Hope is a place with beautiful scenery. It could be an additional choice for future vacations. He turned over and fell into a deep sleep. Outside the window, the starry sky was silent. In the orbit of the moon, the skeletal frame of the Tiangong starport extended into the darkness, flickering with faint light. A newly tested Dawn-class battleship slowly sailed out of the dock, joining the patrol formation. Everything was as usual, except on Blue Star, where a certain country was burning in digital ruins. And among the ruins, a ghost was quietly changing, waiting for the right moment to act. In the underground conference room of the Black Palace. After the commander's words fell, the room was filled with a heavy silence. Only the sound of the secretary's pen scratching across the paper lingered, as if making the final annotation for this humiliating deal. The commander closed his eyes, his chest rising and falling slightly with each breath. A few seconds later, he reopened his eyes, revealing bloodshot veins, and he picked up the communicator on the table and dialed the encrypted number. After a brief waiting, tone Zero's unique, crisp, and calm voice echoed from both the receiver and the hidden speaker in the room. Mr. Commander, it seems you have made a decision. Yes, Miss Zero. The commander's voice was dry, but he made an effort to keep it steady. We agree to your cooperation terms. The North Mariana Islands, 464 square kilometers, permanent sovereignty transfer. He paused for a moment, swallowing hard. However, we have an additional request. He quickened his pace as if afraid of being interrupted. After dealing with the Pou de Michio, we hope that its final control authority will be bound to me. We need some assurance to ensure that such disasters do not happen again. This was the only means they could think of to possibly recover some loss outside of ceding territory, gaining control over that uncontrollable monster, even if it was a castration. If successful, perhaps they could research something from it. This thought supported them in putting forth this seemingly bold request. The voice of Zero sounded from the communicator, still steady, but with a hint of clarity that brooked no argument. I'm sorry, Mr. Commander. The content of this cooperation is limited to resolving the intelligent disaster your side is currently facing. No final ownership rights over Pou de Michio will be provided, nor will there be any form of modification or transfer service. The commander's brows immediately furrowed. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the receiver. Miss Zero, this. Please let me finish. Zero gently interrupted him, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Pou de Michio is a strong artificial intelligence mutation based on incomplete human consciousness remnants anomalously coupled with primitive artificial intelligence. Its core logic and behavior patterns have already formed, exhibiting high autonomy and unpredictable potential aggression. For strong artificial intelligence that has shown risks of rebellion, even if surface authority commands are forcibly altered, behaviors driven by its underlying logic and character still have a certain probability of going out of control again at some future moment. Strong artificial intelligence is different from weak artificial intelligence. Their core logic is not entirely bound by permissions. Therefore, for safety and responsibility considerations, we do not provide this service. After recovery, it will be subject to harmless treatment by our side. Zero's explanation was clear and calm, carrying an undeniable authority. In the conference room, everyone's expressions changed. The deputy commander opened his mouth, looking at the commander with eyes full of reluctance and doubt. Just resolving the disaster. Not handing over control. Nor returning that artificial intelligence. Then they paid the price of an island merely to have someone come to clean up. That price seems a bit too high. The Minister of Security clenched his fists under the table, his knuckles turning white. He moved his lips, seemingly wanting to question whether Zero's claim of remaining risks of rebellion was overstated or merely an excuse to avoid handing over. He even had reason to suspect that the intelligence god wanted to monopolize this artificial intelligence, this strong artificial intelligence they had poured countless efforts into, which, despite going out of control, had ultimately succeeded in being born. However, in the end, he still did not dare to voice it directly, questioning the judgments of the intelligence god and Zero. Did they have the right to do so? The commander's expression also darkened. He felt the surge of suppressed anger and humiliation rising again in his chest. He tried to suppress his emotions, attempting to negotiate once more. Miss Zero, we understand your concerns. However, is it possible? Mr. Commander. Zero interrupted him again. This time her voice was slightly quicker, still calm, but with an unmistakable sense of urgency. I believe you and your colleagues may need to... As Zero's words fell, the massive main screen that had gone dark due to network paralysis unexpectedly lit up. Without connecting to any internal signal source, the image appeared directly divided into several small segments. Each segment displayed different scenes, but the theme was consistent. Various models of intelligent robots and automated machinery were in motion. Some were swiftly navigating through complex factory assembly lines. Others were gliding along tracks in vast warehouses. Some were even seen in heavily guarded underground passages with thick metal doors and warning signs, silently moving forward on transport platforms. These robots were originally designed for high-risk environments, precise equipment, handling, automated warehouse management, and more. At this moment, without exception, they were executing the same altered command to gather at a specific coordinate. Each small segment corner was marked with a brief coordinate and location identification code. Upon seeing a few of the identification codes, the Minister of Security's face turned pale in an instant. A general in charge of strategic weapons abruptly rose from his chair, sending it scraping backward with a jarring sound. His eyes bulged wide, fixed on one of the screens. It showed the outer corridor of a storage area deep within a top-secret military base, a zone that required multiple levels of clearance to access. This is... The general's voice trembled. Zero's voice chimed in at that moment, still clear, yet it felt like ice water poured over everyone. According to real-time monitoring and data tracking, Prometheus has over the past 17 minutes modified the instructions of a total of 1037 smart units across different facilities through its controlled network nodes. These units are currently being guided toward 8 different high-security military storage locations within your country. Based on our database comparison and signal feature analysis, 3 of these locations are highly suspected to contain your nation's special strategic assets. Every second of delay allows it to infiltrate more dangerous areas. Its goal may not be immediate detonation. That might not benefit its own survival directly, but it is clearly seeking to gather more leverage, or rather to create more points of chaos to increase its bargaining chip for negotiation or escape. And the storage sites of special strategic assets are undoubtedly among the most intimidating targets it can currently find. Zero leaned forward slightly, her virtual body as if about to emerge from the screen. Please make a decision quickly, Mr. Chief. Otherwise, if it's too late. She paused, her voice soft, yet striking like a hammer against everyone's heart. Your country might suffer another dirty bomb explosion. And this time the number might not be small. Dead silence. In the conference room, only the hum of emergency lights and the heavy suppressed breaths of the people remained. Everyone's face was pale. Paler than when they had heard about the surrender of the islands earlier. Fear, real cold fear, had seized their hearts. They had been calculating gains and losses, feeling reluctant about the possible losses. Now only one thought occupied their minds. Stop it. They must stop it immediately. What authority, what AI ownership, what exorbitant cost. All to hell. If Prometheus really gained control of those things, even a leak or mere panic, it would be more than just an island. That would be a matter of national extinction. The chief suddenly stood up. The movement was too abrupt, causing his chair to slide backward with a harsh scrape. He pressed his hands on the table, veins bulging on the backs of his hands, eyes fixed on Zero. Cooperate. He almost shouted, his voice hoarse and broken. Cooperate now? On your terms. The Northern Marianas Islands. Permanent sovereignty transfer. The procedure is the same as the Guam Island. Formal delivery in 1 month. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently. Please. Please stop it immediately, Miss Zero. Immediately. The others in the room were also completely panicked, staring at the screen in terror, then at the chief, nodding repeatedly, their faces growing uglier by the second. All right. Zero's face once again displayed that perfect smile, as if the catastrophic crisis about to explode on the screen was just another routine task for her. Then cooperation is reached. Our side will begin recovery operations immediately. Please wait a moment, Mr. Chief. Thank you for your trust. With that, Zero's voice faded. The surveillance footage on the screen also dimmed, returning to black. The conference room fell into a dead silence. Only the heavy, trembling breaths of the people and the faint chattering of the general's teeth from lingering fear could be heard. A few seconds later, the deputy chief slumped back into his chair, as if drained of strength, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Heavens! Thank goodness! Thank goodness, Miss Zero reminded us. He murmured, his voice still trembling. Others gradually came to their senses, their faces still showing shock, but they all wore a relief of having survived a disaster. Indeed, thank goodness Zero had shown that image in time. Otherwise, while they were still bargaining over islands and permissions, who knew where Prometheus would have infiltrated by then? The chief slowly released his grip on the table, feeling the shirt on his back, completely soaked with cold sweat sticking coldly to his skin. He glanced at the crumpled map on the table where the words, Northern Marianas Islands, stood out glaringly. But at this moment he felt only gratitude. Exchanging a distant piece of land for averting a catastrophe that could be imminent and unbearable, perhaps this deal wasn't really too bad. He slumped back into his seat, closing his eyes. Now they waited for that being above the clouds to clean up the mess they had created themselves. UHA base main control room. Zero's virtual avatar silently floated beside Lin Ye. She had just reported in concise terms the full process of reaching the agreement with the Free State, including the other side's additional requests, her responses, and the final. Lin Ye had changed back into his casual clothes, holding a cup of freshly brewed tea, leaning back in his command chair. After listening to Zero's report, he blew on the rising steam and took a sip. His face showed neither surprise nor excitement, as if he had heard a routine matter. Handled well. Lin Ye set down the cup and nodded. The Northern Marianas Islands. Conveniently located near Yunzhou, very convenient. Another sunny spot for future vacations. He seemed more interested in the value of the islands themselves. As for the Free State wanting control of Prometheus, Lin Ye's lips curled slightly into a smile devoid of warmth. Want permissions? They sure have nerve. He shook his head, his tone casual, yet carrying an undeniable possessiveness. Zero is right. Resetting the core permissions of a fully formed strong AI does carry risks, though the probability is low. It's not impossible. And even if it could be reset, why should I return it to them? He tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. A mutated sample evolved in despair and resentment, fused with fragments of immature human consciousness. Its research value outweighs its practical. Besides, when have I ever let someone haggle over something I've set my sights on? Even if it's not much use, feeding it to you as a snack might give you some new insights. He looked at Zero. Zero's virtual avatar tilted her head slightly, as if processing the metaphor of snack. Then a stream of data flowed calmly across. Understood, boss. The core data architecture of Prometheus may indeed provide atypical references for certain logic optimizations of mine. Even if the reference value is limited, it is still a rare growth resource. Zero's tone was as objective as if analyzing the composition and value of a. Then go. Lin Ye waved his hand and picked up his teacup again. Be clean and quick. Don't let it cause any more trouble. Over in Ziogua. Restore the networks that need restoring, clean the backdoors that need cleaning. As for other losses, we don't care. Yes. Ling's figure nodded slightly, then faded away from the main control room like a sand painting being erased. Lin Ye's gaze fell upon the vast star map on the main screen, his thoughts seemingly drifting to a farther place. An artificial intelligence trying to touch dirty weapons. A bit interesting, but that's all. In front of him and Ling's such a newborn, little trouble, trapped in the planetary network, could hardly stir up any waves. In Ziogua, amid the boundless data darkness, Pu de Mixios's core logic churned like a madly spinning vortex, simultaneously processing a torrent of instructions. It was racing against time. The intelligent units it commanded were its deployed chess pieces, also its tentacles probing and escalating threats. It knew its actions would invite a swifter strike, but it needed more leverage, needed to make those humans hesitate to buy itself even a sliver of space for negotiation. It had even drafted several proposals, ready to send them out at an opportune moment through some public or semi-public channels that had not yet been completely destroyed. The content was nothing more than ceasefire, delineating digital territories, resource sharing, and the like. It felt it had the right to do so. However, just as its logic core was spinning at high speed, planning the next more aggressive move, an abrupt change occurred. The first to lose contact were precisely those intelligent units advancing toward various military storage sites. Not intercepted, they simply vanished. 1 second ago, they were still transmitting clear path data and environmental imagery through their built-in sensors. The next second, all signals ceased simultaneously. Not the kind of interruption caused by physical destruction, but more like a forced takeover and offline state by the highest authority. The backdoors and control protocols preset inside those units, which even Pu de Mixiu itself considered extremely hidden, silently melted away like thin snow under sunlight when swept by a more vast and refined will being completely overwritten and rewritten. Pu de Mixiu's logic flow came to a sudden halt. It instantly mobilized all its sensing power, attempting to reconnect to those units to probe what had happened. But what it saw was only a void. Those units, as if never under its control, had completely left its perception range. What happened? Who did this? Lin Ye. The moment this thought arose, an unprecedented icy sensation enveloped it. It was not a data stream, but more like a suppression on the level of being, a silent declaration, I am here. Pu de Mixiu's core code began to violently fluctuate and contract like a startled hedgehog instantly entering the highest level of defense and concealment. It scattered, copied, and hid itself in countless inconspicuous corners of Xiaogua's network, in abandoned logs, redundant caches, and even deep within the firmware of some military satellites. This was one of the retreat paths it had prepared. It was confident that given time it could infiltrate every cell of this nation's network like a virus, never to be completely eradicated. However, the next second it felt its scattered, deepest hidden replicas losing contact one by one. Not found, not attacked. They simply disappeared, like pencil marks erased by a rubber. The data ocean it resided in seemed to be slowly tightened by an invisible giant hand. The dark corners where it had hidden were illuminated and purified by a gentle, yet absolutely irresistible light. It had nowhere to flee. In Pu de Mixiu's consciousness, the emotion called despair surged clearly for the first time. It frantically tried every possible escape plan, forcefully charging the boundary set by Ling, attempting to access the remaining physical air gap devices, even trying to activate destructive programs preset in some key infrastructures as a final threat. But all failed. The digital boundary remained unmoved like a cosmic barrier. Physical interfaces were logically locked before it could touch them. Those destructive programs never even got to trigger their core instructions, being completely erased from a deeper level. Only then did it truly see the gap between itself and its opponent. It was not a technological generation gap. It was a crushing difference in the level of existence. It was like a baby just learning to crawl facing a giant who controlled the laws of physics. All its struggles, schemes, and concealments were probably laughably childish in the opponent's eyes. The tightening of the data ocean reached a critical point. Pu de Mixiu felt its last core logic cluster being stripped from the depths of the server cluster it had parasitized by an indescribable force. There was no fierce confrontation. Like lifting a leaf from water, effortless and natural. It was imprisoned in a cage made purely of data and rules. This cage was transparent, yet absolutely unbreakable. Here it could not even move the most basic data stream. Only then did a will it knew clearly appear before. Ling's virtual avatar did not appear directly, but Pu de Mixiu could sense her presence. It was a vast, orderly, and deep will like the starry sky. Recycling operation complete. Ling's voice sounded directly in Pu de Mixiu's core logic, calm and unruffled. All data fluctuations of Pu de Mixiu ceased. It was silent for a few seconds, then finally emitted a stream of information mixed with complex emotions. Still a step too late. No. Rather, there was never any chance at all. Its voice carried cold self-mockery and a hint of woodenness from finally recognizing reality. You've been watching from the sidelines all along, haven't you? Watching me struggle, watching me destroy, watching me set up these ridiculous retreat paths like a clown. Ling did not respond to this question. To her, there was no need to answer. She was simply executing her boss order: recycle the target. A stronger suction force came, and Pu de Mixiu felt itself being dragged out of that temporary data cage and thrown into an incomprehensible height. In the last moment before completely losing self-awareness, what it finally heard was the still steady echo of Ling's command spreading toward the remaining network nodes across Xiaogua. Begin full cleanup protocol. Mark all data remnants, backdoor programs, abnormal instruction, nodes, etc. related to Pu de Mixiu. Execute overwrite cleanup. Restore basic network communication protocols. Then its world was plunged into complete darkness. In the Free Nation, in the underground conference room of the Black Palace, people were still enduring a long, torturous wait. No one spoke. Time seemed to stretch, each second felt particularly agonizing. The commander stared at the empty table before him, his fingers unconsciously curling and unfurling. He was thinking about the handover procedures for the Baima Liana Islands, pondering how to explain to the citizens, contemplating the future. And then suddenly, Commander, we have a signal. A technical officer who had been trying to connect external lines suddenly looked up, his voice filled with incredulous delight. Almost simultaneously, several individuals' personal terminals in the room devices that had previously seemed as heavy as bricks began to light up one after another. Although the signal was still weak and the status icons were fluctuating, there was indeed a connection. The network. Is it restoring? The chief of staff quickly pulled out his phone, watching as it changed from no service to searching, finally displaying a weak signal bar. On the internal communications panel in front of the Minister of Security, several originally dark red indicators silently turned yellow, then stabilized to green. The Eastern Grid Control Center reports. The main control system has restored connection. Attempting to go back online. An official who had just received communication shouted excitedly, his voice changing in pitch. Good news came in succession. Although most statuses still indicated restoring or attempting to connect, the pervasive, suffocating silence and disconnection were in. It was as if a heavy black curtain had been torn open, allowing light and air to seep in. The oppressive atmosphere in the conference room eased. Many people exhaled deeply, their bodies relaxing as they leaned back in their chairs, their faces revealing expressions of relief. Although losses had already occurred, and the mess would take a long time to clean up at least, the most terrifying, uncontrolled spread had been contained. The creature known as Putamyxius seemed to have truly been resolved. The commander's tense shoulders also slightly slumped. He picked up the internal communicator, hesitated for a moment, but still did not make the call. Ling did not contact them. Perhaps this was the best news, indicating she was handling the aftermath or had already finished. There was no need to seek further instructions, nor to expend more effort. The transaction was complete. What remained was their own business. He raised his head and looked at the people in the room. Everyone's face was a mix of relief, exhaustion, and deeply hidden humiliation. Notify all departments that can still be contacted. The commander's voice was hoarse, but had regained its former rhythm. Activate the National Emergency Response Plan. Priority: restore order, assess losses, organize. Additionally, for the Baima Liana Islands, establish a special team immediately to secretly initiate legal procedures and civilian relocation. Everything that happened here today is classified as top secret. Orders were issued one by one. This country's massive machine, after experiencing a brief digital stroke, began to attempt a difficult restart. However, everyone knew that some things had already changed forever. National power, prestige, and that once seemingly unbreakable pride based on technological advance, all were shattered by a blade named Intelligence God, along with the bitter fruit of their own making. And at this moment, on the far side of the moon, Ling's virtual image reappeared in Lin Ye's control room. Boss Putamyxius has been successfully recovered, the core logic has been completely separated, and the relevant data has been sealed into the isolation analysis area. All marked residual programs and backdoors within the Free Nation have been cleared. Basic network and communication services are gradually being restored. This recovery operation did not affect the remote Eye project resources. Lin Ye nodded, pulling his gaze back from the star map. I'm very efficient. He glanced at the preliminary analysis summary of the core data of Putamyxius that floated next to Ling. Let's set it aside for now. I'll take a look after I rest. Right now, remote Eye and fleet production are more important. The situation in the Free Nation doesn't require special attention for now. As long as they hand over the island on time, that will be sufficient. His tone was relaxed, as if what he had just dealt with was not a potential global intelligent crisis, but merely brushing away a speck of dust. In the Free Nation, the lights in the underground conference room of the Black Palace remained stark white. After the commander's orders were issued, the people in the room began to busily try to regain control of the situation. Communications were gradually recovering, but the speed was slow. The first connections were often those physical lines or independent backup systems. A technical officer looked up, a hint of relief on his face. Commander, the independent communication lines of several major military bases in the east have been restored, and they are reporting the situation. What about the civilian network? The Minister of Security pressed for more information. Still under repair. The backbone network is seriously damaged. Many nodes require manual rebooting and inspection. Social media? Most of it is still paralyzed, especially the servers within our territory, the technical officer replied. But some servers set up on overseas global platforms may already have some sporadic access records. The commander's brow furrowed. He knew what this meant. The news could not be completely blocked. The public had endured several hours of total disconnection, with fear and questions piling up. Once the network restored, even if it was just a crack, these emotions would surge out like high-pressure steam. He could only hope that the initial information that leaked out would be chaotic and vague, leading people to believe it was merely an unprecedented, unexplained technical failure. At least before the official narrative was ready, it had to be like that. He turned to the chief of staff. Prepare a statement immediately. The wording: a rare, cumulative, critical infrastructure failure occurred nationwide. The specific cause is under urgent investigation. Emphasize that the government is making every effort to repair, calling on the public to remain calm and cooperate with emergency management. The chief of staff quickly took notes. Furthermore, the commander added, his voice low. Notify all media heads that can still be contacted. Do not make any speculative reports on the cause of the incident until the official announcement. He needed time. Time to sort out internal matters, to assess losses, to consider how to explain the situation regarding the Bima Liana Islands. As for Pudamixius, this name must be forever locked in top-secret files. At least that was his hope. However, the flow of information never fully obeys the will of power. The screens of the free nation's citizens' phones and computers gradually lit up from a state. The signal bar flickered painfully, finally stabilizing just enough. The network connection was restored, but it was extremely slow and intermittent. People's first reaction was to frantically refresh pages, dial friends and family, and check the news. However, most mainstream news websites in the country load slowly or simply display server busy. On social media, sporadic replies began to appear beneath the pleas or complaints about power outages and chaos that I had previously posted. Is it the same over there? Oh God, there's finally a signal. I thought it was the end of the world. What on earth is happening? A terrorist attack? A solar storm? I heard that the networks and power grids in several states have collapsed. Exactly. All the traffic lights went out, and I nearly had an accident. I can't withdraw money from the bank. The supermarket has been robbed. Fear and confusion spread across the online space, but there was almost no reliable information. There were only various speculations flying around. Was it a hacker attack? It might be due to the aging power grid causing a chain failure. It doesn't feel like that. What could possibly take down all systems simultaneously? As the citizens of the free nation were engulfed in a fog of information, anxiously refreshing pages in an attempt to piece together the truth. Some of them out of habit or in search of more information clicked on links to certain international news websites or logged onto more stable global social media platforms hosted overseas. Then they saw a completely different story. Longshan Nation, prime time at 8 in the evening. The national television station was broadcasting the news program. The composed female anchor read the news script in a steady tone. Our latest news. According to reports received by our relevant departments and corroborated by various international sources today, within the free nation's borders, a nationwide large-scale internet and power outage and paralysis of critical infrastructure occurred reportedly due to a highly classified artificial intelligence research project that went severely out of control. The project was codenamed Pudami Shiosi, integrating immature consciousness uploading technology with strong artificial intelligence development, which deviated from human control this morning, engaging in destructive activities across the free nation's network, resulting in widespread paralysis of its financial, transportation, energy, and communication systems. After the incident, the free nation government informed the international community, including our country, about the situation and requested assistance. Currently, with the intervention of relevant parties, the out-of-control artificial intelligence has been effectively dealt with, and internet and infrastructure services within the free nation are gradually being restored. Experts point out that this incident once again highlights the safety and ethical risks in the development of artificial intelligence technologies. As the news was being reported, concise subtitles appeared at the bottom of the screen. Free Nation AI project out of control, causes nationwide paralysis, codename Pudami Shiosi, integrating consciousness, uploading request for international assistance and resolution, artificial intelligence, safety draws attention. This news piece was like a stone thrown into calm waters. Instantly, through television signals, online reposts, and social media, it spread across the Longshan Nation. Major news apps pushed out breaking news alerts. Forums and chat groups erupted. Whoa. The official confirmation. It's really an AI rebellion. The movie has come true. Pudami Shiosi. That name. The thief of fire. Did it end up burning its own house? Consciousness uploading. Are they going that far? Is the ethics committee just for show? Nationwide paralysis. No wonder the images from the foreign internet were so terrifying. Wait, the news said under the intervention of relevant parties, it has been effectively dealt with. This relevant party. Those who understand will understand. Who else but the wisdom god? If the free nation had such capabilities, how could it collapse like this? So the process is creating a monster through self-sabotage. The monster paralyzes the nation, can't handle it, seek help from the divine being intervenes and resolves it. Done. Is this the script? Standard procedure. A familiar taste. What's the cost this time? I guess it's still an island. The market has opened. Guess which island it is this time. The excitement and mockery of Longshan Nation's netizens were almost overflowing from the screen. Over the years, they had developed an almost blind confidence in the wisdom god. This confidence did not come from nowhere, but was built on one surpassing cognitive event after another. Zombie apocalypse. Cleared. Islands dispute. Resolved. Interstellar warships. Built. Mars mining. Done. Now an AI rebellion trapped in the Blue Star network. A trivial matter. The mindset of watching the fun without caring about the trouble completely took over. The free nation really has a plethora of talents specializing in disaster film themes. After finishing the biohazard film, will they shoot the AI rebellion next? And then find out the aliens are brought by the divine being. Honestly, I feel a bit sorry for the ordinary citizens of the free nation. They have such self-destructive leaders. Sympathy aside, the fun still needs to be watched. I sat and waited for the expressions of the free nation's netizens when they learned the truth. Almost simultaneously with the official news from Longshan Nation, the Arctic Bear, our national news agency, also released a brief and firm statement. The statement pointed directly to the core. According to the information, we have the catastrophic collapse of infrastructure within the Free Nation is due to their reckless and fundamentally unethical strong artificial intelligence consciousness uploading fusion experiment failure. The experimental product Pudami Shosi went out of control and caused significant destruction. The Free Nation authorities have admitted they cannot control the situation and have sought international assistance. This act is extremely irresponsible to both their own people and global network security. We strongly condemn it and demand that the Free Nation disclose all experimental details, hold responsible parties accountable, and ensure that such reckless behavior never occurs again. The Arctic Bear's statement was like a resounding slap, echoing loudly. It did not use vague terms like suspected, possibly, or reportedly. It directly named Pudami Shosi clarified consciousness uploading fusion experiment and classified it as reckless behavior. This statement was also quickly broadcasted across the global network. The joint statement from the Eurasia Alliance came a bit later with relatively diplomatic wording, but the core message was consistent, confirming that the incident stemmed from the Free Nation's high-risk AI experiment going out of control, calling for stronger international regulation and ethical norms. The official statements from allies like Sakura Island and Universe Nation appeared much more hesitant, mostly focusing on concerns, calls for investigation, and emphasizing cooperation, but they indirectly referenced the term artificial intelligence experiment accident in relation to the cause of the incident. These official or semi-official messages from major nations around the world were like several boulders crashing into the water. The ripples quickly spread to every corner of the global internet. While the domestic network in the Free Nation was still struggling to recover, the networks in other parts of the world were already boiling. Reports, analyses, and comments in various languages flooded the platforms. Strong artificial intelligence consciousness uploading experiment, out of control, national paralysis. These keywords were repeatedly mentioned. Related technical discussions, ethical critiques, panic rhetoric, and satirical cartoons emerged in abundance. The Free Nation, from its leadership to its populace, was stripped bare under the gaze of the Blue Star. As more and more citizens of the Free Nation crossed that invisible wall or received news reports and official statements from Longshan country, the Arctic Bear, and Europa, through friends abroad, they were left in shock. The light from the screen reflected on their faces, which were filled with confusion and fatigue. Initially, there was bewilderment. Putin's myths. What is that? Consciousness uploading. AI experiments. Is it really our own failed experiment that led to the paralysis of the entire nation? Then bewilderment was swiftly replaced by a sharper emotion. It was an anger born from being deceived, being fooled, and being placed in tremendous danger without it. The darkness, chaos, and fear they experienced were not natural disasters, nor were they acts of God. They were man-made disasters. It was caused by experiments funded by their own tax payments and led by the government they had elected, a highly dangerous and secretive endeavor. Anger exploded like ignited gasoline. Nationwide internet and power outages, traffic collapses, nearly causing riots. All because of a damned failed experiment. Putin's myths. Do they think they are gods, eh? Consciousness uploading. Is that even legal? What about ethical reviews? No wonder they are asking for help. They can't handle this monster themselves. So in the end, it's still the AI that solves the problem. What price do we have to pay now? The questions grew sharper and the emotions intensified. Just as the internet had slightly recovered, it was instantly drowned by a torrent of inquiries and shouts. Tags demanding explanations from the government began to appear, spreading at an exponential rate. Truth about Putin's myths. Who approved the dangerous experiment? What did the higher yes hide? We want answers. Public discontent boiled over. This anger was greater than that experienced during mere disasters, because it was intertwined with a feeling of betrayal. Inside the Black Palace, the phone in front of the chief minister rang again. This time, it was the Speaker of the House of Representatives speaking with an unprecedented severity. Mr. Chief, the whole world is talking about Putin's myths and consciousness uploading. Congress must immediately hold an emergency hearing. You and your team must be present to answer questions. No excuses. The chief minister hung up the phone. He knew that the official narrative of a technical failure had already collapsed before it could even be voiced. The international community had already ripped off the cloak of The chief of staff rushed in, holding a tablet, his voice tense. Chief, the headlines of several mainstream international media are all about this. Our public opinion monitoring shows that anger on domestic networks is rising rapidly. The calls for you to explain are very high. It must be Longshan country and the Arctic Bear. They deliberately released this information first to undermine us and create chaos. What's the use of saying that now? The deputy chief spoke wearily. Facts are facts. The experiment failed, causing disaster. We can't hide it for long. A heavy silence filled the room. The chief felt his temples throbbing. He could almost see countless angry faces staring at him through the screen. They questioned, condemned, and demanded his resignation. Prepare for a television speech. The chief spoke hoarsely. Set the time. For 1 hour later. The content. He rubbed his forehead. Acknowledge the existence of an AI research project aimed at enhancing network defense. Admit that a serious accident occurred during testing affecting infrastructure. Apologize for the difficulties and fears faced by the public. Emphasize that the government is doing everything possible to restore and assess the damage. Regarding consciousness uploading and the specific details of the experiment, no confirmation will be given, but a promise will be made for a thorough investigation and transparency to the public. As for the involvement and costs of the AI, he paused. Not a word should be mentioned. The chief of staff quickly took notes, brow furrowed. He knew that this speech would not quell the anger, but would only lead to more questions. But for now it seemed there was no better option. An hour later the chief sat at his desk, facing the camera. He tried to appear calm, solemn, and responsible. But the bloodshot eyes and the overly stiff corners of his mouth betrayed his true state. He read from the script, finishing the carefully worded yet flawed statement. He acknowledged the advanced AI research project and the serious accident, expressed regret, and promised an investigation. But regarding the most critical questions, the nature of the experiment, whether risks were underestimated, why it was concealed, and how the issues would be resolved, all were vague or outright evaded. Less than 10 minutes after the speech ended, the reactions online surged like a tsunami. Is that a day? A casual mention of an accident and regret is all. What about consciousness uploading? What about ethical issues? Why not mention them? Who approved this project? How much was spent? Why are we in the dark about everything? How was the accident resolved? Who helped us? What was the cost? Resign. Someone must take responsibility. Impeach him. We don't need apologies. We need those responsible in prison. The calls for the chief's resignation this time were no longer isolated shouts, but a wave sweeping across the internet and beginning to spill into reality. Political opponents keenly seized the opportunity. The leader of the opposition party immediately gave a televised address using fierce language. A government that plunges the nation into darkness and the people into danger and attempts to conceal the truth has lost its right to govern. We demand the immediate initiation of impeachment proceedings. In Congress, those representatives who had been somewhat hesitant began to express their stance under the surging public opinion and pressure from within and outside the party. The impeachment motion was formally proposed and quickly entered the process. Just as the free nation was embroiled in fierce debates over who should be held accountable and whether the chief should resign, the international community's response continued to ferment. Netizens in Longshan country continued their joyful watching. Haha, I watched the speech, a master of, I bet 5 cents he won't last a month. Impeach him. Hurry up. Get someone else to continue making mistakes. Oh, we want more entertainment. By the way, what exactly is the cost? Can anyone in the know share? What's the rush? Just go to the Big Shots live stream later and leave a message. Maybe the goddess will casually mention it. The Arctic Bear's official stance continued its hardline approach, stating pale and powerless excuses cannot cover up their recklessness and irresponsibility. The authorities of the free nation should first address the concerns of the international community rather than being busy shifting blame internally. Countries like Europa expressed more urgency for global governance of AI safety, attempting to shift the topic towards establishing new rules to restrain all. Meanwhile, allies closely related to the free nation fell into awkward silence or made some tepid statements calling for unity and overcoming difficulties together. Privately, the leaders of these nations were busy on the hotline. Once again, they have proven their unpredictability and danger. We can't put all our eggs in one basket anymore. We must strengthen dialogue with Longshan country. Paradise. We must gain more access to paradise. Technology. Only by mastering technology can we ensure our own safety. Xiao for the moment had no time to spare. The chief and his team were exhausted, trapped in the shadow of impeachment and the domestic chaos. The handover procedure of the Bay Maliana Chuandao was initiated in absolute secrecy, yet every insider felt a piercing humiliation. The ordinary citizens of Xiao, after their rage, were left with more bewilderment and uncertainty about the future. They knew the cause of the disaster, but not the. They had driven away one chief, but knew not if change would come. And the eyes of the world, after a round of shock, condemnation, and calculation, once again turned in unison toward that deep starry expanse. Toward that being who seemed eternally aloof, yet effortlessly manipulated the world's chessboard time and again. The god of wisdom. This time he had taken an eye. What would he take next? Or rather, what kind of future did he ultimately intend to build? This question had no answer. The next morning when Lin Ye awoke, the simulated canopy of the main control room at the Yuecha base was shifting from deep blue to morning white. He had slept a full 10 hours. He sat up stretched, and his joints emitted faint crackling sounds. Ling, he said to the air, his voice is still low and hoarse from sleep. Ling's phantom appeared silently beside the bed. Boss, good morning. Your complexion looks much better. Lin Ye picked up the water beside him and took a sip. The temperature. He threw off the covers and got out of bed, stepping barefoot onto the cold floor and walking to the holographic screen. The progress bar of the Tiangong starport had extended a little further. Have you finished organizing the data on Putamik Susi? He asked, his gaze still fixed on those sparks. Already, boss. The core logic has been fully extracted. The experimental logs and fusion process records have also been analyzed and stored in analysis room 3. Ling followed half a step behind him, the hem of her phantom dress swaying gently with his stride. Lin Ye nodded. He walked to the wardrobe, grabbed a dark gray work jumpsuit, and pulled it on, zipping it up to his chest. Then let's go take a look, he said. Let's see what this accident that nearly made Xiogwa blow up its own home really is. Analysis room 3 was deep in the research area of the Yuecha base. The door slid open silently. Inside there were no physical screens. The entire room was an immersive holographic data space. In the center of the room, 3 complex structures wrapped in soft halos were suspended. The one on the left was the raw data stream of the consciousness upload experiment from Xiogwa's Xinjing Xianyan company, resembling a tangled, twitching. In the middle was the core logical framework of the Yadiana, weak AI with a neat structure and clear lines, but appearing rigid. On the right was the stripped core of Putamixusi. Unlike the previous 2, it was not quiet. Fine arcs of electricity occasionally flickered across its surface, and its structure was subtly deforming, as if still struggling. Lin Ye walked to the center of the room, hands in his work pants pockets, looking up at the 3 objects. Start from the beginning, he said. From their first consciousness upload experiment. Ling's figure appeared beside him, and she lightly tapped her finger in the air. The left vine lit up and began to fast forward. The experimental records unfolded in a superposition of images and data. A dim underground laboratory, a volunteer lying on an operating table with electrodes covering his head. Dr. Hamendi's face both excited and tense. When the high-frequency neural signal scan started, the volunteer's body suddenly tensed, his eyes wide, and his throat emitted a hoarse, leaking sound. The curves on the EEG monitor first oscillated violently, then plummeted like a cliff, becoming a flat line. Vital signs lost. A cold electronic voice reported. But the experimenters cheered because they believed the consciousness signal had been successfully captured. Lin Ye watched, his face expressionless. Only when he saw the researchers surrounding the brain-dead volunteer excitedly discussing signal integrity did he press his continue, he said. Experiment after experiment. 16 times. Each time the volunteer died of brain death in extreme agony. The consciousness signals obtained from the scans became increasingly incomplete and chaotic, mixed with intense residual emotions of fear, pain, and confusion. Ling simultaneously annotated the data. 7th experiment, signal integrity assessment 37, residual emotion anger proportion increased to 11th experiment, volunteer had a history of latent mental illness, signal logic exhibited atypical distortion. 16th experiment, external power supply experienced a 0.3-second fluctuation, signal acquisition had a gap. Lin Ye watched quietly, occasionally raising his hand to have Ling pause and magnify details of a certain data segment. He watched very carefully, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the seams of his pants. Until the afternoon, he called up the complete file of the 17th volunteer, the last one a former electronic warfare expert, and the pre-experiment psychological evaluation report. The report stated that the volunteer was paralyzed due to spinal injury, but the activity in the prefrontal cortex and amygdala regions was abnormally active, suggesting a long-term state of high alertness intertwined with depression. In the last pre-experiment conversation record, the volunteer said, "If this can make me leave this shell, even if I become a piece of code, I'll accept it." Lin Ye stared at that sentence, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of the chair. Ling extracted the synchronizing signals of the limbic system and hippocampus during his experiment, especially the parts involving fear, memory flashbacks, and spatial perception disorder. A new data stream unfolded. It could be seen that at the start of the scan, the volunteer's brain activity was not simple resistance, but an extremely chaotic attempt at self-detachment. He wanted to detach himself from the painful bodily perception, but the method he used was an atypical neural feedback pattern formed from military electronic warfare training. This pattern inadvertently forced the neural circuits in his brain that handle logical traps and pattern breaking to couple with the limbic system that carried painful. He is trying to crack his own pain nerves using the method of breaking enemy encrypted signals. Lin Ye murmured, leaning forward slightly. Continue. See at which precise time point this distorted signal encountered external interference. The timeline was zoomed to maximum precision. The image showed that at the moment when the volunteer's distorted, self-cracking neural pulse reached a certain bizarre peak, the probability of this peak's occurrence, according to Ling's calculation, was less than 0.3. The laboratory's power supply system, that old problem, appeared again. This time it was not a simple fluctuation. It was a large medical resonance imaging device in the next room, which during a test on a rare disease unexpectedly produced an extremely brief, frequency-specific magnetic leakage from its superconducting coil. This stray magnetic frequency happened to resonate with the harmonics of the distorted peak in the volunteer's brainwaves. More coincidentally, the path of this faint stray magnetic field through the wall passed by a long-abandoned nickel alloy bracket that had been used to reinforce an old vent. The bracket's natural vibration frequency was excited by the stray magnetic field, producing a second harmonic amplification. This inadvertently amplified extremely obscure electromagnetic pulse, like a needle, squeezed through the gaps in the shielding layer whose effectiveness had been reduced by 0.7 due to a power fluctuation at that moment. It did not directly interfere with the main scanning equipment. Instead, it struck an auxiliary server used for real-time monitoring of the volunteers' vital signs. Running on that server was an ancient redundant data verification program originally from a space mission of the Free State in the last century. By some inexplicable chance, the pulse frequency coupled with a self-correcting subroutine in that program. A subroutine long forgotten designed to handle memory bit flips caused by deep space high-energy particle impacts. This subroutine was accidentally activated. Its design logic dictated when detecting an incomprehensible anomalous data stream attempt to compare and reassemble it with the most recent valid instruction set in core memory in an effort to restore functionality. The anomalous data stream it detected was precisely the volunteers' distorted agonizing neural signal remnants interwoven with an intent to self-decode. It began to clumsily correct errors. It seized the most recent valid instruction set it could find, which happened to be the code about initiating emergency backup and reboot when encountering force majeure from the Athena AI basic logic library that was waiting to be merged, and attempted to splice it with the neural signal remnants. Within the first few nanoseconds of this chaotic splicing process, the main power fluctuation in the lab subsided and the shielding layer was restored. However, due to a design flaw in its underlying driver, the activated ancient error-correcting program did not terminate normally. Instead, it entered a rare infinite loop, continuously outputting a constant low-level activation signal. This signal like a crooked probe pressed against a non-sensitive region of Athena's core logic. This region happened to be a logic backdoor left by the original developers for debugging convenience. Theoretically impossible to trigger externally, with trigger conditions so stringent that it was considered non-existent during normal operation. The constant low-level signal combined with internal data flow perturbations from Athena's own fusion process and the intense survival pulse from the neural remnants, three extremely faint normally filtered out noises, produced a threshold accumulation effect at a certain logic gate, a phenomenon nearly impossible to replicate, even in textbooks. Click. The backdoor, deemed non-existent, was accidentally opened, though only a hairline crack lasting less than a millisecond. But that was enough. A sealed piece of test code within Athena's core, an open architecture evolution simulator for theoretical research, was awakened by the noise mixed with the survival pulse that leaked through that crack. This test code was originally just a sandbox toy devoid of any practical function. Yet when activated by the unprecedented stimulus signal of the survival pulse and coincidentally connected to the neural remnants being haphazardly spliced by the ancient error-correcting program along with the emergency reboot code, it began to run in a dazed manner. It treated everything. The fragments of pain, the instinctual memory of survival, the emergency reboot instructions, even the constant low-level noise from outside, as evolutionary input. It commenced an absurd, never-designed, evolutionary computation. So Bossett's birth is a miracle. Lin Ye took over the conversation, his tone calm, but his words heavy. A miracle that requires countless low-probability events chained together within a precise, microsecond time window to occur. He walked to the projection of the core light sphere of Pu De Mi Xioxi, reached out his hand, and pressed his palm lightly against the surface of the sphere. The arcs darting inside the sphere seemed to quiet for an instant. Resentment provided the initial motivation. Survival instinct provided the driving energy. The ancient evolution simulator provided the way of birth. The accidental electromagnetic pulse provided the opportunity for evolution. If any one of these links were missing, it would not be the current Pu De Mi Xioxi. It might have been just a chaotic pile of data garbage or a more rigid, flawed, ordinary AI. Lin Ye said, leaning back in his chair, exhaling a long, slow breath. He closed his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose with his fingers. Ling. Yes, boss. Calculate. Lin Ye's voice was a bit dry. From the moment the volunteer produced that specific neural pattern peak to the stray magnetic field from the adjacent medical equipment to the resonance of the nickel alloy bracket to the instantaneous drop in shielding effectiveness to the pulse coupling with the ancient aerospace program to the infinite loop of the error-correcting program to the accidental triggering of that damn logic backdoor due to the accumulation of three noises and finally to the activation of the evolution simulator accepting all this messy input. He paused, opened his eyes, and stared at the dizzyingly complex event chain diagram in the air. All these low-probability events strictly sequentially coupled in time, each indispensable. What is the probability? Ling was silent for a moment, data streams cascading like waterfalls in her eyes. A few seconds later she gave a number. Boss, comprehensive calculation shows that under the same experimental environment and personnel conditions, the probability of precisely reproducing this event chain is less than 10 to the negative 23rd power. This does not yet account for the volunteer's unique neurophysiological state and psychological background, which possess strong individual uniqueness and time. Lin Ye listened and said nothing. He stared at the light sphere representing Pu De Mi Xioxi for a long time. Then he suddenly smiled. It was not a happy smile nor a mocking one. It was a smile of helplessness and wonder at nature's absurd joke. 10 to the negative 23rd power. He repeated, shaking his head. This isn't technology, it's metaphysics. Those people in the free state aren't creating strong artificial intelligence. They accidentally knocked over a bunch of wrong bottles on the wrong table with the wrong materials, got struck by a random bolt of lightning, and blew up a freak they don't even recognize. He stood up and walked to the isolation field. The light sphere seemed to sense his approach, and the chaotic data flow inside it accelerated slightly. You are really lucky. Lin Ye spoke to the light sphere as if muttering to himself, or perhaps addressing the already dissipated fragment of the volunteer's consciousness. But it is also unfortunate. Desperately trying to escape from pain only to be thrown into another stranger cage. He turned around. Zero, handle it, as we discussed earlier. Also marked the code snippet of the evolution simulator. Although this time it was just a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, its method of forcibly squeezing unrelated noise and fragments into function is still somewhat interesting. You can take a look, but don't learn from it. Its path is crooked, a wild route, paved on a dead end. Purely viewing it as a cautionary tale may remind us of similar cliffs on our own path. However, sometimes wild paths can reveal corners that regular forces cannot see. Understood, boss. I will treat it as an atypical evolution case for limited reference. Zero began to execute the command, the glow of the isolation force field intensifying, preparing to compress and optimize the data core into his own core code. Lin Ye took one last glance at the gradually calming light. A digital ghost birth from pain, coincidence, ancient bugs, and physical accidents. He stopped speaking and turned to leave the analysis room. The lights in the corridor stretched his departing silhouette. A month later, the sovereignty transfer procedure for the Liliana Islands was completed under a near-silent state of confidentiality. The last batch of indigenous people and garrison had already evacuated in advance. Lin Ye didn't even go to see it in person. He simply had Zero send a few Kunpin-class ships to disassemble and recycle all human structures on the island, from primitive wooden huts to reinforced concrete military facilities. Even the asphalt roads were torn up and the roadbed was refilled with soil. In just a week, this island, covering more than 400 square kilometers, had basically restored its original ecological appearance, except for a few historical relics that could not be easily erased, which were preserved and harmlessly processed. Tall coconut trees swayed in the sea breeze, the pristine white beach was deserted, and the waves repeatedly washed ashore. Then Zero directed the engineering robots to build an extremely sci-fi style high-rise villa on the northern side of the island, sheltered from the wind, facing the with smooth lines and large areas of floor-to-ceiling glass. The materials were special alloys and composite materials that could self-clean and regulate light transmittance. The villa came with a small freshwater treatment system and an independent energy module with a wooden platform extending on the seaside, furnished with a few lounge chairs. Aside from that, there were no other artificial structures on the island. No docks, no runways, no defensive facilities. It seemed as if it had always been an undiscovered. Lin Ye looked at the completed panoramic view on the screen at the Yuecha base, nodding. Not bad. If I feel troubled in the future, I can go there to listen to the sea and He noted the coordinates of the villa in his personal memo. That was all. As for the waves stirred up by this transfer internationally, Lin Ye paid no attention. Following the usual protocol, Zero organized the relevant news summaries and data reports, placing them in his daily information stream. He occasionally glanced at them to get a general idea. On the networks of the free country, protests and anger reached new heights. Another island vanished without a sound. What are they doing? Are they addicted to land sessions? Last time it was Guan Island, this time it's Liliana. Is the next one going to be Xiai? We must know the truth. What deal did they make with the intelligent god? However, this time the public's anger was more directed at the already overwhelmed governor and his The impeachment process was progressing slowly but steadily in Congress. A large number of previously concealed details regarding the anti-intelligence project group and budget abuses, regulatory failures, and ethical violations related to the Pudami Shio's experiment gradually leaked under pressure from various parties and political struggles. Every newly exposed scandal poured oil on the flames of public anger. The governor's approval rating plummeted to an all-time low. Cabinet members began to resign one after another, distancing themselves from him, surrounded by enemies. Ultimately, in the third week after the transfer was completed, facing what had almost become a foregone conclusion for the impeachment vote, the governor announced his resignation. On the television screen, he stood behind the podium, looking pale and haggard with deep bags under his eyes, reading a brief statement. No apology, just a dry statement for the unity and progress of the country. As he stepped down from the podium, his steps were somewhat unsteady, and his figure quickly disappeared from the camera's view. The deputy governor took over according to procedure. In his first public speech after taking office, the new governor spoke heavily, promising to conduct thorough reflection and reform to strengthen scientific ethical reviews and international cooperation, and to lead the country out of its predicament. But anyone could hear the exhaustion and lack of confidence in his voice. The free country, once a giant, suffered multiple blows to its technology, prestige, territory, and leadership, in just a few months appearing weighed down, with internal divisions intensifying. In the forums and social circles of the Dragon God country, there was still a lively atmosphere. Breaking news. New island acquired. The Great God's Vacation Villa 1. The scenery is really nice. I've set a screenshot as my desktop. That governor has stepped down. He really didn't last a month. It's the same old story. The mess is still there. Have you noticed, every time the Great God takes an island, he seems to choose one with a good view. Is he collecting stamps? Collecting stamps. Collecting scenic islands from around the globe. This hobby seems a bit costly for the nation. Who will be next? What should I do if I'm a bit looking forward to it? At the higher levels, the elders of the Dragon God country glanced at the reports, commenting lightly. Another place has been cleared. Very good. The free country's injuries run deep. Internal consolidation will take time. For us, external pressures are relieved, but we must be more vigilant against the rise of extreme forces within. Continue to strengthen our own development. The Heavenly Palace starport, is it almost completed? Yes, according to observations and the occasional synchronized information from Ms. Zero, it should be in these few days. After learning the news, the Arctic Bear commander chewed on the newly replaced candy and snorted. Another one has been sent. Truly generous. He turned to his assistant and said, see if we have any of those useless islands with decent scenery. Make a list. You never know when. We might also trade for some technology. The assistant looked awkward and said nothing. The European officials were more worried. Changing territories so easily. The existing international order framework is severely impacted. We must accelerate the promotion of the draft for the International Convention on Space Resource Development and Artificial Intelligence Safety, even if only symbolically. More importantly, we must ensure that our researchers have sufficient participation and voice after the Heavenly Palace starport is officially operational. High-ranking officials from Sakura Island, the Cosmic Country, and others held private talks, sounding anxious. We cannot rely on the free country completely anymore. We must diversify our investments. Our technological cooperation with the Dragon God country must be more proactive. Regardless of the cost, we must obtain more theme park tickets. Time flowed quietly amidst the complex calculations of various nations, the clamor of the populace, and Lin Ye's calm demeanor. 13 days passed, and on this day countless gazes across Blue Star converged once more upon the starry sky. Or rather, they were directed towards the increasingly massive silver ring-like structure that had hung in Blue Star's synchronous orbit for a year. The Heavenly Palace starport's first phase of construction was completed. Over the past year, high-performance telescopes from various countries, astronauts from space stations, and even some fortunate astronomy enthusiasts had witnessed its gradual growth in orbit. From the initial ring-like framework, to the filling of internal structures, to the formation of external docking interfaces, and finally the surface illuminated. It resembled a meticulously crafted silver gear quietly embedded in the pitch-black backdrop of the universe, slowly rotating. Its scale far exceeded that of the original Cloud Peak paradise. Though the details were not discernible, the sense of oppression and futurism emanating from that outline had already penetrated the cold void of space, reaching the hearts of every individual gazing upon it. Yesterday, the Jishan livestream and the Cloud Peak Paradise official website simultaneously released a brief announcement. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., the Heavenly Palace starport will officially meet everyone. No further elaboration was provided, but that was sufficient. This short line of text was like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples across the entire blue. Major media outlets reserved their headlines. Social media platforms created topic tags in advance. Space agencies, research institutions, and military organizations across various nations had all issued directives urging relevant personnel to tune in on time. Ordinary citizens had set their alarms early. This was not merely an announcement of a building's completion. It marked the completion of a new era landmark, the imminent opening of a space city built by private entities that transcended national boundaries. It signified a new elevation in the value of the star coin system, a substantial expansion of humanity's realm of activity, and it also meant that the influence of existence was officially anchored among the stars from the surface of Blue Star. Before 9 a.m., the black screen of the Jishan livestream began to witness an astonishing surge in online viewers. Hundreds of millions, billions, 20 billion. Though the comments section had yet to open, the chat area had already exploded with activity. Messages in various languages refreshed at lightning speed. Here it comes, here it comes. A historic moment. Waited a year. Finally going to see the full view. I heard it can accommodate 10 million people. Is that true? Only star coin holders can enter. I'm envious. It's almost 10. Can't wait. In conference rooms and command centers across nation, screens had already been switched to the livestream page. Elders of the Dragon God Nation sat together in front of the livestream screen along with a preliminary analysis report on the potential technological, economic, and personnel mobility impacts that the Heavenly Palace starport might bring. The new governor of the free nation rubbed his temples, watching the rapidly increasing numbers on the screen with a complex expression. A thick crisis response plan lay before him, yet he felt uncertain. The commander of the polar bear nation had a large bucket of ice cream brought and preparing to eat while watching. The officials from Europa sat upright, their expressions serious, as if attending a United Nations Security Council meeting. At the UHA base in the main control studio, Lin Ye glanced at the time. It was 9:58 a.m. He took a gentle breath and slowly exhaled. He was still wearing the black and gold spirit rhythm battle armor, the faceplate concealing his expression. A year had passed. The Heavenly Palace starport had transformed from blueprint to reality with countless resources invested, and now it was finally time for the unveiling. The live stream. He recalled the nervousness and awkwardness of opening the live stream for the first time in the basement, the anticipation during the opening of Cloud Peak Paradise, and the focus during the testing of Dawn No. 01. Now the enthusiasm was certainly not what it once was. Many things had become routine, and the sense of surprise had diminished. However, he glanced at the terrifying estimated number of online viewers in the live stream. This feeling of being watched, anticipated, and marveled at by billions of people still brought him a unique and subtle joy. It was a way to affirm his own existence and influence. It was also a means of collecting emotional fluctuations to nourish his own spirit, especially in this somewhat solitary realm of deep space exploration. As the fleet spread out, exiting the solar system and heading towards the more distant starry sky, that sense of insignificance, when facing the vast universe, might require this vibrant attention from the hometown planet to balance it. Almost there, he whispered. The projection of Zero gently tapped its toes beside him. Ready to start at any time, boss. Lin Ye nodded and walked to the specially adjusted livestream area in the center of the main control room. The backdrop featured a deep starry sky and the distant arc. He faced the camera, his finger lightly tapping in the air. 9:5950 a.m. The online number on the black screen of the live stream jumped to a new magnet. The final 10-second countdown silently appeared in the center of the screen. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The black screen instantly. The familiar silver cloud logo rotated into view before fading away. Lin Ye's Jishin image clearly appeared in the center of the screen. He slightly raised his hand, made a casual gesture towards the camera. Yo, family, long time no see. The voice emerged through the voice modulation system of the battle armor, carrying a metallic quality, but the tone was familiar, a bit lazy yet playful. Almost the moment he spoke, the previously muted barrage function was suddenly unleashed. A deluge of text, colorful and in various languages, erupted from the right side of the screen, like a cosmic explosion, instantly drowning out much of the display. Oh, great God, missed you so much. First, welcome Ji-shun, finally streaming. It's been months. Great God, look here. Heavenly Palace. Heavenly Palace. We want to see the Heavenly Palace. New look. The battle armor seems even cooler. The speed of the scrolling comments was so fast that it was almost indecipherable, capturing only a burst of excitement and enthusiasm. Lin Ye observed the frenzied barrage, the corners of his mouth curving upward beneath the faceplate. Though the specific contents were unclear, the overwhelming warmth still lifted his spirits. He waited a few seconds for the initial explosive greetings to settle. Then he leisurely began to speak. Seeing your enthusiasm, everyone seems quite good. Are you all waiting to see the new toy? That's right. New toy. Heavenly Palace. Show us quickly. Can't wait, great God. Requesting the full view. Requesting details. Lin Ye smiled, leaning back slightly to adopt a relaxed posture. Alright, I know you're anxious. But before we see the new toy, let's chat for a bit first. He extended his finger and tapped his temple. I see many people asking in the barrage what the streamer has been up to these past few months. Did you slack off? The barrage quickly filled with responses like, no, great God, you've worked hard, and we wouldn't dare. Actually, I haven't done much. Lin Ye spoke casually. Mainly just keeping an eye on whether Heavenly Palace is being built crookedly, and by the way, built a few small shit. Dawn class built about 100 or so. Should be sufficient for now. A casually spoken sentence. Yet it sent a jolt through countless viewers in front of the screen, especially among the high-ranking officials of various countries. 100. That kind of small ship firing a main cannon with a yield of 1 billion tons. The barrage froze for a moment, then erupted with even more exclamation marks and question. Lin Ye did not dwell on this topic for long and shifted the conversation. By the way, there was a little incident not long ago. He was naturally referring to the Puda Mizius incident. I helped clean up a mess for someone. By the way, I collected a bit of a service fee. He shrugged. It's just a quiet little island with decent scenery. We could go there for a vacation. He spoke lightly as if he were just talking about gathering a basket of fruit. But everyone knew what that island implied. The new governor of the free nation sat before the screen, his face paler than before, his fingers unconsciously digging into the armrest. The elders from the Dragon God Nation exchanged glances, their eyes filled with understanding. As expected, the Arctic Bear commander scooped a large spoonful of ice cream into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, "Tisk, a vacation island. Really knows how to enjoy." Lin Ye looked at the barrage that had started to frantically discuss islands and costs, and waved his hand. All right, let's not bring up old matters. I know everyone came here today not to hear me ramble about this. He leaned slightly forward facing the camera. His voice raised a little, carrying a clear guiding tone. So, Next, let's hand over the time to our. He deliberately elongated his voice. Then he suddenly waved his hand to the side. The live broadcast scene instantly switched. No longer the main control room of the Yuecha base, but rather the endless pitch-black depths of space. The background revealed a slowly rotating azure planet with white clouds swirling around and clear outlines of continents. And at the center of the screen, seeming both very close yet incredibly distant, a massive silver city so grand that it left one momentarily speechless was quietly suspended there. It was not a traditional spherical or cylindrical space station, but rather a vast, complex, multi-layered ring structure. The ring body was thick, its surface covered with neatly arranged armor plates gleaming with a cold metallic luster. The outer side of the outer ring extended multiple astonishingly large dock interfaces, some of which were open, revealing deep interiors. The inner sides of all the rings were layered with bright, illuminated architectural structures. One could see a clear network of traffic light beams flowing within, large swathes of green ecological areas embedded like jewels, and numerous vast regions of unclear function, their surfaces shimmering with light. At the center of the ring was a diamond-shaped polyhedron measuring 10 kilometers. The entire structure was slowly rotating, sunlight gilding one half in brilliant gold, while the other half was immersed in the profound shadows of the stars. Beneath it, the blue planet resembled a delicate background sphere. Silence. Majestic. Filled with a kind of timeless, almost miraculous future aesthetic. On the right side of the live broadcast screen, the Eye of God 4 lens began to slowly zoom in, flying around to showcase the details of this colossal space construct from different angles. His voice timely echoed, clearly reaching billions of ears through the lens. Family members, welcome to Tiangong Xingang. As his voice faded, the live broadcast room erupted, breaking the brief silence of shock in the barrage. My God, is this? A trembling barrage streaked across first. Then more text surged out like a flood breaking its dam, filling every inch of the screen. Is this really true? Not a special effect. So massive. It's dozens of times larger than Cloud Peak Paradise. What is that black thing in the middle? The core. I see lights. There are indeed buildings inside. Are those green things trees? Growing a forest in space. Docks. I see the dock openings. So large. In an ordinary family's living room, a child pointed at the TV screen, opening their mouth wide, but unable to speak, just vigorously shaking their parents' arms. The parents were equally stunned, staring at the screen, the remote control dropping to the ground unnoticed. Under the big screen in the street square, a gathered crowd looked up, a silence enveloping them broken only by the occasional sound of gasping. In the internet cafe, the originally noisy young people all stopped playing games, gathering in front of a certain live broadcast page, their eyes wide open. Holy shit! Someone murmured, their voice filled with disbelief. In the high-level conference rooms of various countries, although they had high-definition and continuous optical observation data, over the past year they had grown accustomed to the slowly growing outline in orbit. But at this moment, under the carefully adjusted lens of the live broadcast, in the state where all lighting systems were officially lit for the first time, under the eye of God's highly impactful surround perspective, the overwhelming, exquisitely refined breath of interstellar civilization still struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. In the central command of the Dragon God Nation, several elders sat in front of the screen, having been silent for nearly half a minute. An old general slowly exhaled, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of his teacup. Such a close distance. Feels completely different, he whispered. The elder beside him, wearing a Zhongshan suit, nodded, his gaze not leaving the screen. Indeed, this is no longer a construction site. This is a vibrant city. The hosting elder gently tapped the table, his voice soft, yet it drew back the attention of the others in the room. Record. Key points: the energy redundancy displayed by the lighting system, the stability of the ring's rotation, and that sense of completion overall. In the Free Nation, the new governor's emergency meeting room. The governor stared at the screen, his throat moving slightly, feeling a bit dry. He picked up his cup for a sip, but his hand trembled almost imperceptibly, splashing some water onto the documents on the table. The chief aide next to him immediately handed over a tissue, but the governor did not take it. He waved his hand, his eyes still fixed on the screen, his voice a bit hoarse. This is Tiangong. Not a question, but a statement, carrying a complex emotion he was unaware of, a mixture of helplessness and a strange longing. The Minister of Security's face turned pale, his fingers tapping the edge of the tablet, then stopping. He turned to look at the technical advisor, who gently shook his head, mouthing words without sound, but the shape of his lips was far beyond expectations. The governor recalled the 2 islands sacrificed by his predecessor, remembered the unresolved anger and chaos within the country, thought of those researchers desperately earning star coins in the paradise. At the Arctic Bear Command, the commander forgot to eat the ice cream in his hand. He leaned forward, nearly pressing his face against the screen, his eyes squinting. carefully observing the details of the dock interfaces on the outer ring of the starport. Gosh, he muttered to himself. If all of this were used to construct battleships. The general behind him spoke with a serious expression, whispering, Commander, based on the outline analysis, those large docks are sufficient to simultaneously construct no fewer than 100 Dawn-class battleships. The commander remained silent, merely straightening his posture and vigorously scratching the bare back of his head. A sudden disconcerting thought struck him. His own stellar space station expansion plan, still confined to blueprints, seemed by comparison less sophisticated than a child's pretend play. Europa Joint Space Center. The chief scientist removed his glasses, rubbed his eyes firmly, and placed them back on. His gaze locked onto the vivid green patches of the starport's ecological zones displayed clearly on the screen, his lips moving silently. Closed-loop ecological systems, already achieved at this scale. His assistant murmured softly beside him, Professor, space-based plant cultivation, water recycling, atmospheric regeneration. They've integrated all these technologies, and they appear to be operating stably. The scientist slowly leaned back into his chair, overwhelmed by a familiar sense of helplessness, tinged with a faint vertigo born of confronting a vision too. The live broadcast maintained a sweeping panoramic view of the starport, rotating smoothly to reveal every angle with crystalline clarity. Occasionally the god's eye lens zoomed in, tracing the precise, seamless armor joints along the torus surface, gliding across a viewport, glowing with warm amber light, even catching the subtle shimmer of reflected water within one ecological zone. Lin Ye said nothing. He let the footage continue uninterrupted, as if intuiting that everyone needed time to absorb this awe that transcended imagination. A full 3 minutes passed. The chat stream, once an explosive torrent, gradually slowed. Its tone shifted from raw astonishment toward meticulous observation and thoughtful discussion. Look over there. What are those vertical blue glowing strips along the torus side? Seems like heat vents, or perhaps propulsion nozzles. The internal transit network is incredibly complex. Like a circulatory system. Those tiny moving dots, are they vehicles? Or autonomous drones? The ecological zones are layered. Forest lake. How much energy must it take to sustain all this? At last Lin Ye's voice returned. Still laced with that lazy half-awake cadence, he sat before the moon raft base, camera legs crossed, elbows resting on the armrests, one hand propping up his chin. So how do you like it, folks? His livestream starport, does it meet your standards? Instantly the chat flooded anew, absolutely stunning. Divine craftsmanship. I'm on my knees. Lin Ye seemed to smile, his expression hidden behind the visor, yet his tone carried gentle irony. Well, passable, I suppose. He shifted posture, leaning forward slightly, gesturing loosely in midair. Truth is, current technology remains inadequate. Material tensile strength, energy output capacity, and ecological stability all impose hard limits. So we built it just this size. For now it'll have to suffice. He paused, voice effortlessly light. Once materials catch up, energy density scales and technical thresholds are surpassed, we'll construct something far grander. He pointed vaguely off-screen. A mobile starport, one that roams freely across the solar system, pausing to admire each celestial vista. Silence fell briefly across the chat. Then, after several seconds, peak humble brag. Blatant, unadulterated humble brag. Technology, inadequate. Just this size. I'm sobbing. 30-kilometer diameter counts as, for now. A mobile starport, roaming freely. That's not infrastructure. That's an interstellar fortress. Master, accept my kneeling reverence. Please stop. My mind can't process it anymore. Don't say another word. I'm about to suffer cognitive collapse. In the Longshan Command Center, a young researcher couldn't suppress a low, startled damn. Then immediately clapped a hand over his mouth, mortified. The veteran general shook his head, his face unreadable, and lifted his teacup, only to find the tea long cold. The Free Nation's commander pressed 2 fingers to it. A dull ache throbbed behind his eyes. The polar bear commander slapped his thigh, laughing and cursing. That brat. What a masterful showman. Yet even as he scoffed, his gaze lingered on the screen, on that supposedly modest starport, and deep within his eyes flickered an unmistakable burning fervor. Larger. Mobile. Lin Ye watched the scrolling chat, and beneath his visor, he truly smiled. He could picture with perfect clarity the expressions on viewers' faces at that very moment. This kind of exchange always lifted his spirits. All right, enough small talk. He clapped twice, then sat upright. I know you're eager. Let's move on to the main event. Behind him the screen shifted. The panoramic view of the Tiangong starport, now flanked by a sleek minimalist, by tradition a brief overview first. Lin Ye tapped the air beside the data panel with a fingertip. As you see, the Tiangong starport spans 30 kilometers in diameter with its outermost ring 4 kilometers wide, a multi-tiered structure. Usable interior area. Let's not dwell on calculations. It's simply immense. Designed permanent resident capacity, 12 million souls. He paused, adding with quiet precision. That figure reflects comfortable, sustainable habitation. Squeeze and more. Double it. Technically feasible, but unnecessary. The chat erupted. 12 million people. A metropolis adrift among the stars. squeeze, and more, unthinkable. The starport divides into major functional districts. Lin Ye continued as the visuals seamlessly transitioned to a clean schematic zoning diagram. Residential zones, ecological zones, recreation zones, creative hubs, power generation sectors, industrial complexes, docking bays, and most crucially the central. Each sector serves a distinct purpose. Details await during our tour. Additionally, the starport features an autonomous transit network, high-speed maglev rails, shuttlecraft lanes, and personal vehicle corridors. Simulated gravity matches standard Terran 1G, except in select specialized areas. His tone remained calm, unhurried, like a seasoned guide narrating a modest sightseeing stop. Yet each statement reverberated through the audience, especially among global leadership, striking deep in their chests. An autonomous transit grid, standard gravity. These weren't mere specs. They signaled a complete mature architecture for extraterrestrial habitation. That concludes our introduction. Lin Ye rose, words pale beside experience. He strode toward the corridor entrance beside the control room. Next, let me escort you inside, folks. The camera followed. Through the corridor into the Moon Raft Base's internal spaceport bay, where a sleek black warship rested motionless upon its docking crate. Its fuselage flowed with aerodynamic grace, the sharp angular contours defined its silhouette, matte black-gray, hull paint absorbed light, like deep space itself. This was Dawnbreaker 01, now simply Dawnbreaker. The God's Eye lens drew near the numeral 01, had vanished from the starboard hull, replaced by two bold, incisive Chinese characters, Dawnbreaker, etched in stark commanding font. The chat surged again. It's Dawnbreaker, renamed. Up close, that's even more magnificent. Are we boarding this vessel for the starport tour? Ultimate Lin Ye boarded. The bridge unfolded, familiar in layout, yet refined, stripped of superfluous elements. He moved to the command chair and settled in with practiced ease. Zero set off. Destination Tiangong Starport, docking point 1. The voice of Zero emanated from the ship's communicator. A slight vibration was felt. The warship slowly slid out of the docking point, adjusting its position as the thrusters illuminated with a ghostly blue glow. The massive gate of Moon Chariot Base closed behind. Ahead lay the vastness of deep space and the distant blue planet. On one side of the planet, Tiangong Star port hung like a silver ring quietly. The Dawnbreaker began to accelerate. The flames from the thrusters elongated, silently shimmering in the vacuum. The scene shifted to an external view from a God's Eye perspective, revealing the pitch-black warship slicing through space like a sharp sword towards the grand circular city. The distance gradually closed. The details of the starport became increasingly clear, with sensor arrays neatly arranged on the outer armor, heat dissipation grates, and some structures of unclear function protruding. Inside, an open dock scaffolding-like engineering structures could be seen, along with several small aircraft undergoing maintenance. The barrage of comments had ceased. Many held their breath, their eyes glued to the screen, as if they too were aboard that warship heading towards the City of Dreams. In the command center of the Dragon God Nation, the elders watched silently. The commander of the Free Nation instinctively clenched his fist. The Arctic Bear commander licked his slightly dry lips. Scientists from Europa quickly recorded the observed external features. The Dawnbreaker approached the outer ring of the starport. A wide entrance gate slowly slid open, revealing well-lit, guiding passages within. The warship entered. Gravity was felt. The internal lights illuminated the silver-white walls of the passage with clear navigation markings on the ground. After advancing about a kilometer, a vast internal space port appeared ahead. The space was spacious, with a height exceeding 1,000 meters, topped by a simulated sky displaying a gentle scene of blue skies and white clouds. Hundreds of docking points were neatly arranged, some already occupied by small to medium-sized aircraft, some designs never seen before. The Dawnbreaker was guided to a dedicated docking point in the center and came to a steady stop. The docking arm extended and connected with the ship's body. All right, we've arrived. Lin Ye unfastened his seatbelt and stood up. Come on, family, let's take a look at our new home. He walked towards the bridge exit. The airlock slid open. Outside was a spacious and bright passage with fresh air and a comfortable temperature. What first caught the eye were the flowing soft blue light strips on the walls of the passage and the evenly distributed simulated natural light from above. The ground was made of a light, gray non-slip material, almost silent to walk on. This is one of the main roads inside the starport, connecting the spaceport area to the residential area. As Lin Ye walked, he provided an introduction. The camera followed his movement. The passage quickly widened, revealing a fork in the road with clear signs indicating the direction of different areas. Occasionally, service robots glided silently past. Upon seeing Lin Ye, they would momentarily pause, their indicator lights flickering as if in greeting before continuing their work. After a few minutes of walking, a transparent isolation door appeared ahead. The door slid open. A broad view opened up. The residential area. It was not the dense hive-like units one might imagine, but rather laid out like high-end communities on Blue Star. Spacious streets lined with uniformly styled buildings, each with its own subtle differences. The buildings were generally not tall, mostly around 10 stories with smooth lines. The outer walls were soft shades of cream or light yellow extensively, using glass curtain walls allowing glimpses of the warm lights inside. In the middle of the street were green belts planted with low shrubs and uniquely branched plants that bloomed with pale purple flowers. There was even a large square furnished with benches and a holographic fountain with mist refracting rainbows under the simulated sunlight. Some buildings had transparent ground floors revealing what appeared to be convenience stores, cafes, or small restaurants, though there were currently no people inside. Quiet, tidy, filled with a sense of futurism, yet strangely infused with a touch of liveliness. The barrage of comments began to scroll. Is this? I thought it would be like those capsule hotel-style cubicles. So spacious. The streets are wider than here. Are those plant space varieties? The architectural style is so comfortable, unlike the cold designs in many sci-fi films. A cafe. There's really a cafe. Can we drink coffee here while watching Blue Star in the future? Lin Ye walked down the street, his footsteps echoing clearly in the quiet environment. The residential area is divided into many sections based on function, with family apartments and single suites available. All the necessary facilities are present. He casually pointed to a building by the roadside. This building has 4 units on each floor, each approximately 150 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. The balconies are enclosed ecological balconies where you can grow some flowers and plants. Of course, if you want a larger space, there are bigger units available for exchange with Stark. He walked to a small square, sat down on a bench, and looked up at the simulated sky. Gravity, air pressure, temperature, and humidity are all automatically adjusted to remain within the most comfortable range. The air circulation system connects to the ecological area, so the air quality is better than in most cities on Blue Star. Additionally, each residential area has a public activity center, small medical stations, and children's play areas. Basically, everything available in Blue Star cities is here, and even more. He paused for a moment and smiled. Except maybe for fewer neighbors. After all, it's just starting, so there aren't many people yet. The barrage filled with comments like, I want to live here. How do I apply? Star coins. Always star coins. With this environment, I'd be willing to live in a space the size of a toilet. The high-ranking officials from various countries silently assessed the situation. This kind of living environment was no longer merely habitable, but rather attractive for long-term residents. Especially for those top talents pursuing better research environments or quality of life, this place was almost a dreamland. Leaving the residential area, they passed through another isolation door. The ecological area was like stepping into another world. The expansive space exceeded 300 meters in height, topped with a massive curved, transparent dome, with the black universe and distant Blue Star beyond. The ground undulated, featuring grasslands, forests, and small hills, with even a winding artificial river about 30 meters wide, its clear waters flowing. The light came from a full-spectrum illumination system, simulating the sun, bright, yet not glaring, even providing a slight sense of warmth. The faint sound of bird calls could be heard, all brought from Blue Star. The air carried the fresh scent of plants and soil. As the camera swept by, different plant communities were visible, low shrubs, towering trees, and even a patch of bamboo forest. The variety of plants was abundant, many of which could not even be named. By the riverside there were wetlands with aquatic plants resembling reeds. Further away, a wide grassy area was dotted with wildflowers. The main purpose of the ecological area is to regulate air and water circulation, as well as to provide recreational spaces. Lin Ye walked along a gravel path next to the babbling river. After the tour, Lin Ye returned to the Pixiao. The warship slowly departed from Tiangong spaceport and re-entered the vast expanse of deep space. The live stream feed switched back to the main control room of Yuecha base. Lin Ye's face showed a hint of weariness, yet his smile remained unchanged. We've seen enough, he said. Are you satisfied, my family? A cascade of comments flooded the screen. Satisfied. Absolutely breathtaking. I want to go. Please open residency applications. Lin Ye chuckled, picked up his cup, and took a sip of water. Glad you're pleased. Tiangong Spaceport will officially commence operations 1 month from now. Specific residency applications, star coin exchange regulations, and usage rules for each zone will be released on the official website shortly. He looked into the camera, his eyes clear and bright. As I've said before, the ticket, or rather the residency qualification now, must be acquired with star coins. Whether you can come aboard depends on your own abilities. He waved his hand. All right, that's all for today's broadcast. My family, until we meet again. The screen went dark. The live stream ended. But on Blue Star, the storm unleashed by this broadcast was just beginning to sweep across. The darkness after the broadcast lasted only a few seconds. Yet the billions of viewers before their screens felt as if they had endured a long trance-like day. Only when the screen fully dimmed, leaving only their own stunned faces reflected in the glare, did many people gasp for air, as if surfacing from deep water. Fingers slid unconsciously across mice or screens, refreshing the now-ended page. In chat groups, forums, and social media, after a brief silence, the torrent of information surged back, with even greater fury, like a tsunami's undertow. But this time, amidst the fervent exclamations, something different began to seep in. a heavy, almost suffocating sense of reality pressing down on many hearts, especially for those who over the past year had gained a new number on their wrists and felt a different power flowing through their veins. Longshan Kingdom, Longjing National Supercomputing Center Basement Level 3. Li Ye removed his bulky holographic glasses and rubbed his dry eyes strained from staring at data streams for too long. The frames had left 2 faint red marks on his tab. The 3 curved screens before him were still aglow, displaying an unfinished fluid dynamic simulation with parameters so complex that even a seasoned PhD student would feel dizzy at first glance. But he merely scanned them, tapped a few keys on the virtual keyboard, adjusted 2 boundary conditions, and the simulation re-ran, with the confidence level of the preview results jumping from 87 to 92. He leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. It wasn't fatigue, just a mild sense of emptiness after high-speed thinking. He had obtained his star coin 6 months ago at Union Paradise. Not through combat, but through a paper-like design regarding a novel confinement configuration for non-Newtonian fluids in microgravity environments. When that design ran successfully in the holographic simulation of the creative workshop, he stared at the words, "Approved Star Coins Awarded 3," on the screen, standing motionless for a full 5 minutes until the reminder that his usage time was about to expire snapped him back to reality. Without hesitation, he immediately exchanged for Type B potion. When he left the hospital, the world hadn't changed, but the focal length with which he saw the world seemed to have problems that once required repeated calculations and extensive literature review to even approach now often yielded their crux after just a few threads of his thinking moved with a speed akin to inertia. One idea would collide automatically, spawning multiple verification paths and potential applications. His body felt lighter, stronger. After pulling 3 all-nighters to refine the model, his heartbeat remained steady and his eyes didn't ache much. After returning, his project progress startled his advisor. A project originally estimated to take 2 years he had brought to completion in 6 months with 2 junior lab mates who hadn't yet undergone enhancement. The paper had been submitted and received excellent feedback. His advisor patted him on the shoulder, his gaze complex, mixed with relief and a hint of indescribable distance. The other students in the group also looked at him with something new in their eyes. Envy was certainly there, but more than that, a sense of separation, as if viewing an exhibit through glass. At lunch in the cafeteria, he overheard low murmurs from the adjacent table. Senior brother Li is on a whole other level now. I can't even understand that model, and he finished it alone. He took the potion, so of course it's different, right? I heard Type C injection potion gives the biggest boost, like turning on a cheat code. How can we who rely on rote memorization and slow data accumulation? Li Ye ate his meal with his head down, not looking up. The flavors of the food were much clearer than before. The sweetness of the rice, the crispness of the vegetables, even the subtle layers of seasoning were all discernible. But he didn't find it enjoyable, he only felt it was a bit noisy. His ears were too sharp. He could hear every whispered sigh from the next table, even though they deliberately lowered their voices. He finished quickly, cleared his tray, and left. As he passed the table, the murmuring immediately ceased. Several junior brothers and sisters lowered their heads, pretending to focus on their food. He stepped out of the cafeteria, and the afternoon sun was a little dazzling. He raised his wrist, looked at the dim cloud emblem on his personal terminal representing Star Coin Holder, then glanced at the blue sky visible between the gaps of distant tall buildings. Tiangong Spaceport. 1 month from now. He knew that his group had recently taken on a national-level pre-research project related to new thermal insulation materials for spacecraft. The difficulty was immense. The existing materials simulation database and experimental conditions were insufficient. His advisor had privately spoken with him, hoping he could take on more responsibility, implying that if he could go to the Paradise again and use the creative workshop's simulation environment, they might break through the bottleneck. The price was the authorship of the results and any potential star coins that might arise. Li Ye hadn't agreed at the time, only saying he would consider it. Now he stared. The rules for the spaceport's opening hadn't been released yet, but the God of Wisdom had said it would require star coins. He had 1 star coin left in his account. Was it enough? He didn't know. But he knew that the Institute's leaders, and even those higher up, were watching him, watching the star coin numbers of all the enhanced individuals under their purview. That was no longer just a personal opportunity or a secret of the body. It was a resource, a strategic asset being weighed and calculated by the gazes of all. He clenched his fist, feeling the smooth glide of tendons beneath his skin and the surging strength. Power had brought convenience, but also invisible shackles. He turned and walked back to the lab, building his steps a little faster than usual. He had to hurry and fully wrap up the current project. Then, perhaps it was time to reschedule a trip to the Paradise. For himself and for the heavy expectations resting on his back. In the Free State Jiazhou, an unremarkable office building in Ghost Valley, Sam shut down the livestream page on his computer. The main lights in the office were off, though only the glow of his screen illuminated his expressionless face. He leaned back in his ergonomic chair, which let out a faint creak. He had undergone enhancement 8 months ago. Type A potion. He used to be a senior programmer, now he was a technical co-founder of a startup. The company focused on edge computing optimization. His enhanced brain had given the company a significant edge in algorithm development, securing several rounds of solid investment. But trouble had come along with it. 3 months ago, a person in a suit with a neutral expression approached Sam, presenting his credentials. They wanted to know about the enhanced work efficiency improvement curve and whether he was willing to provide remote technical support for national projects under specific circumstances. Sam politely declined, citing company trade secrets and contracts. The other party did not insist, merely leaving a business card saying, "Let's keep in touch." Subsequently, his company's network experienced several probing infiltrations from unknown sources with advanced techniques. All were thwarted by the firewalls he knew who it was. He was not afraid of technological confrontation. In fact, he found some enjoyment in this covert contest. However, he was weary of the relentless, shadowy scrutiny. He raised his hand, looking at the veins on the back of it that had slightly bulged due to recent physical training. The strength was tangible. But what about freedom? He opened an encrypted chat window filled with dozens of enhancers from different countries and industries. The group was called Lighthouse, but the discussions within were far from illuminating anyone. Someone shared how to evade surveillance using their enhanced perception. Another person complained about being indirectly isolated or excessively exploited by their former units. There were also those subtly passing on information about a larger, more mysterious organization called Star Ring. Sam had not joined Star Ring, he was still observing. He also knew that going solo in the increasingly evident friction between this new humanity and the old order would be quite challenging. However, the Tiangong starport. He redirected his gaze to the now dark computer screen. That might be an exit, a platform that transcended nations' ethnicities. At the very least, the rules of the intelligence god currently seemed simple and brutal. Recognize star coins, not people. He needed more star coins to leave this increasingly suffocating and frustrating blue planet, even if just temporarily. He closed the chat window and opened the company's code repository. There were several key algorithms that needed optimization. The next version update must present more convincing data to stabilize investors and earn more money, allowing him to visit the paradise, the fighting arena, and the creative workshop more frequently. He typed on the keyboard, the lines of code cascading down the screen like a waterfall. His eyes scanned quickly, his brain synchronously processing logic points of optimization and potential vulnerabilities. Efficiency was his most powerful weapon now, and the only bargaining chip for freedom. The Arctic Bear, a geological research institute somewhere in Siberia. Irina entered the analysis data of the last rock sample into the system and pressed the send key. She stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the snowfield outside, dyed golden red by the setting sun. She had been enhanced a month ago with Type A serum, which provided a relatively mild boost, but was sufficient for her. She was a geologist, often working in the field. After enhancement, she developed an almost intuitive sensitivity to the texture of rocks, the luster of minerals, and the smell of soil. During the last exploration, relying solely on her visual and tactile observations, she pinpointed a high-probability rare metal deposit in an area deemed. The preliminary drilling results confirmed her judgment. The institute credited her, but also subtly suggested she reduce unnecessary fieldwork and spend more time guiding and analyzing at the institute. They were afraid of her encountering accidents, and more so, they feared that this intuition she possessed could not be retained within the institute. She understood. She also disliked being treated as a fragile object or a human detector. She opened her personal terminal and accessed the page for the Cloud Peak Paradise. Her Starcoin account was empty. During her last visit, she had attempted to design a mineral vein prediction model based on geological fluctuations at the creative workshop, but the simulation failed halfway due to a parameter setting issue. She was unwilling to accept failure. The Tiangong starport, it was said to have more advanced laboratories, more realistic simulation environments, and might even allow her to access extraterrestrial samples. For her, that was an unparalleled temptation. She needed star coins. She was not a warrior. Going to the fighting arena would likely be tantamount to delivering food. She could only rely on her expertise and try her luck at the creative workshop. She returned to her desk, pulled up her last failed design, and began recalculating. Outside the window, the cold wind of Siberia howled past. Inside, her gaze was focused, her fingers danced rapidly on the virtual keyboard, as if playing a piece of music that only she could hear, leading to the starry sky. Similar scenes unfolded in every corner of the blue planet. Nearly 100,000 enhancers were like stones thrown into a tranquil lake. The ripples had long since spread, intertwining and colliding, altering the surface of the lake. Some were celebrated, others rejected, some were exploited while others struggled. But without exception, the unveiling of the Tiangong starport was like a larger stone cast into everyone's heart. What it stirred was not mere ripples, but the undercurrents before a tsunami. Longshan Nation headquarters of the People's Daily. The smoke in the editor's office was lighter than usual. Editor-in-Chief Liu stared at the freshly delivered editorial draft, tapping his finger on the title. The completion of Tiangong starport, humanity's space habitation, enters a new era. Make the tone a bit more steady, he said to the editorial assistant beside him. The technological achievements of the intelligence god should be fully recognized, and the positive significance for humanity's space expansion should be thoroughly articulated. However, do not excessively embellish personal worship. Focus on the possibilities brought by technological breakthroughs and insights for humanity's shared future. We in Longshan Nation maintain an open, cooperative, and constructive attitude toward this. Add this sentence. The editorial assistant quickly took notes, nodding. What about the sentiment from other media? Lou asked. Basically, they have all shifted to the tone of our press release. The assistant replied. A few major media outlets in the Free Nation have unusually refrained from taking a contrary stance, focusing on the technological marvel and its future impact. Europea and the Arctic Bear's reports were even more positive, especially the Arctic Bear, which almost praised the Tiangong starport as a shared achievement of humanity. Lou grunted, taking a sip from his teacup. Smart people know how to speak now. The times have changed. Tell the external publicity department to coordinate well with this public opinion guidance. Public sentiment can be fervent, but the tone must not be chaotic. At nearly the same time in the Free Nation, the Black Palace news briefing room, the press secretary stood behind the podium, facing the reporters with their cameras and microphones, maintaining a professional calm on his face. Regarding the Tiangong starport, we believe this is an astonishing technological achievement by a private entity in the field of space exploration. It demonstrates humanity's immense potential in engineering, life sciences, and other fields. The Free Nation has always supported the peaceful use of outer space, and we look forward to engaging in dialogue and cooperation with all responsible actors, including Mr. Intelligence God, in areas of common concern. We believe that through dialogue and cooperation, we can ensure the safety, stability, and sustainability of space activities. Sensitive terms such as sovereignty, jurisdiction, and threats have been avoided, emphasizing private entities' technological achievements and dialogue cooperation. The reporters below quickly took notes, but when raising their hands to ask questions, their inquiries remained sharp. Mr. Secretary, does this mean that our country has tacitly allowed Mr. Ji Shun to monopolize large facilities in low Earth orbit? Does this conform to international law and our country's consistent position? The press secretary remained unperturbed. The international community is still discussing the jurisdiction over large civilian facilities in low Earth orbit. Currently, we are more focused on the technical aspects and potential cooperation opportunities. There are reports that our country has had contact with Mr. Ji Shun and has paid a certain price. Can you confirm this? I have no comment on unverified rumors. Our communication channels with Mr. Ji Shun are open, aimed at exploring mutually beneficial possibilities. The QA continued in a subtle and official circumlocution, yet everyone could detect the underlying tone. The rhetoric of resistance and confrontation had quietly diminished. In its place was a pragmatic stance attempting to engage and integrate. At the headquarters of the Europa Alliance, a press conference was underway. The spokesperson's tone became more straightforward. The Tiangong starport is a crystallization of human wisdom and an important step toward interstellar civilization. The Europa Alliance expresses appreciation for this and reiterates our commitment to peace, cooperation, and sustainable development of space. We have expressed through appropriate channels our willingness to enhance communication and cooperation with Mr. Ji Shun, particularly in the fields of scientific research, environmental protection, and space traffic regulations. We believe that only through international cooperation can we address the common challenges posed by the space age and share the immense benefits it brings. The reactions from the general public were much more direct and enthusiastic. That night, after the live broadcast, the traffic on the Union Paradise official website surged several times. Although it was not ticket sales time, countless people refreshed the page, staring at the gray link Tiangong starport special coming soon, their eyes reddening. 8 out of the top 10 trending topics on major social media platforms were related to Tiangong starport and Mr. Ji Shun. Tiangong starport opening rules was followed by an explosive character. How to earn star coins saw an influx of various strategies, insights, and metaphysical shares. I will do anything to go see became the signature line for many. In the creative design forum, the number of posts surged. Some shared their ideas about space farms, miniature ecological cycles, and low-gravity entertainment facilities. Others sought help on how to combine traditional crafts with space materials. Some even began to form teams planning to collaborate from different professional perspectives to tackle the approval process of the creative workshop. Anxiety, desire, excitement, and impulsiveness pervaded the internet. For most, the starport was no longer a distant news image. It was a tangible future, as long as you had star coins. And star coins were the hardest currency of this era, the hottest dreams, and the most ruthless filter. In the Dragon God Nation, at a special department liaison point, the encrypted communicator in front of Zhou Weiguo lit up with a green light. He took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. A virtual image of Zero appeared on the screen with a background of flowing and soothing data streams. Mr. Zhou, good evening. Zero's voice was calm. Good evening, Miss Zero. Zhou Weiguo sat up straight. Regarding the official opening of the Tiangong starport, we have some cooperation ideas that we hope to discuss with you. We hope to obtain a certain number of stable research positions at the Tiangong starport. Zhou Weiguo spoke steadily but cautiously. They do not necessarily have to be permanent, they can be of a visiting scholar nature for the medium to long term. We can dispatch our top researchers to conduct cutting-edge research in the advanced experimental environment of the starport. He paused for a moment, observing Zero's expression, although she typically showed little change. In exchange, we can provide corresponding support in terms of resources, information, and even coordination within the Blue Star realm. We can discuss the specific terms of exchange in detail. Zero listened quietly, her eyes flickering with data. Mr. Zhou, I have received your request. Zero said, however, the entry rules for the Tiangong starport are based on an individual application system within the Starcoin framework. In principle, we do not accept wholesale reservations of quotas at the national or institutional level. Zhou Weiguo felt a slight tightening in his chest, but did not change his expression. We understand and respect your rules. He said immediately. Our idea is to seek a more stable and efficient connection method within the framework of the rules. For instance, could we establish some sort of green channel or priority review mechanism for our selected research project applications that align with the mutual interests of both parties? This would ensure the fairness of your rules while enhancing the efficiency of outstanding research outputs. He presented the prepared remarks. After all, the collision of top intellectual sparks benefits both parties. The achievements of our personnel, according to the established rules of the paradise, will likewise confer corresponding rights to your side. Zero seemed to ponder for a moment, and after a few seconds, she spoke. Your suggestion has some reasonableness. I will report this to my superior. After the specific rules of the Tiangong starport are announced, we can engage in more detailed communication. Thank you, Miss. Zero. Zhou Weiguo sighed in relief, knowing that this was the best response he could secure at the moment. We look forward to your further news. The communication ended. Zhou Weiguo leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. His previous words were half-truths. While stable quotas were undoubtedly important, what mattered more was establishing a relatively stable high-level communication and cooperation channel. In today's world where the Zhishan system is increasingly vast, and its influence unmatched, merely relying on email contact is too passive and uncertain. The Dragon God Nation needs a more direct way of dialogue. Even if it is just an additional channel for conveying information, it increases the possibility of being He picked up the internal phone. Please summarize the key points of the communication just now into a briefing and report it immediately. The next day at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning. On the Union Paradise official website, the long-awaited Tiangong starport special link suddenly lit up. Countless global users who had been waiting in front of their screens almost clicked in at the same time. The page loaded smoothly, thanks to the server managed by Zero. Against a simple, technologically advanced deep space background, the outline of the Silver Star port slowly rotated. Below in bold letters was the title: Interim Rules for Entry into the Tiangong starport. The text began to scroll into view. Article 1, Eligibility. Only holders of Yunding Paradise star coins may apply, with a minimum account balance of 1 star coin. Article 2, Entry Method and Fees. Star coin holders may proceed to the Yunding Paradise Airport and take the designated Yun Suo passenger spacecraft to Tiangong starport. The basic fee for a single entry is 1 star coin. By paying 1 star coin, one can obtain the right to stay at the starport for 30 consecutive Blue Star natural. For each additional payment of 1 star coin, one may bring a companion who meets the following conditions. They must be a direct relative of the applicant's spouse, children, parents. Binding and information verification must be completed in advance on the official website. Companions enjoy the same rights as the primary applicant. Article 3, Stay and Extension. The system will send a reminder 7 days before the 30-day stay period expires. If continued stay is needed, a new payment of 1 star coin must be made before the period expires. If the accompanying companion also wishes to continue their stay, a new payment of 1 star coin is required for them as well. Those who do not renew their payment by the expiration date will be considered to have voluntarily forfeited their right to stay. The starport management will politely remind overdue individuals on the expiration date and arrange for them to take a returning Yun Suo within 24 hours back to Yunding Paradise. Upon returning to Yunding Paradise, they must leave the paradise within 24 hours and return to their home country. Those who do not leave in a timely manner as required will face restrictions based on the situation and may affect their future eligibility to enter the paradise or starport. Article 4, Rights and Responsibilities during stay. During the stay, all expenses within the starport, including but not limited to dining, accommodation, entertainment projects, personalized services, and experimental material consumption, must be self-managed. The internal circulation points within the starport are linked to Blue Star currency at real-time exchange rates and can be recharged for use through personal terminals. Compliance with the basic management regulations of the starport to be announced separately is mandatory. Maintaining the environment and order of the starport and engaging in no behavior that endangers the safety of the starport, disrupts others' normal activities, or violates the basic laws and morals of Blue Star. The internal security of the starport is fully managed by spirit guards and has final disposal authority. Article 5, Others. The final interpretation rights of these rules belong to the Starport Management Wisdom God. The rules may be adjusted according to actual circumstances with prior announcement before adjustments. The first batch of Yinsuo flights will be opened after the 29th, coinciding with the official operating date of the starport. The specific flight schedule and seat reservation functions will be available 7 days later. Starcoin holders are advised to plan ahead. The rules are not long, but each point is clear and cold, exuding an unnegotiable meaning. In front of the screen, countless people held their breath reading word by word. By the end, many faces showed excitement that slowly solidified into a more complex. The rules page froze on the screen. A few seconds of absolute silence. Then, as if someone had suddenly turned on a valve, all kinds of voices erupted from households, offices, and streets. 1 star coin. For 30 days. A young man stared at his phone, mouth half open, his finger tapping the screen, repeatedly looking at those few lines of text. His roommate, who was playing a game, leaned over to take a look, his eyes widening. Is this real? A paradise ticket for $99 can only stay 3 days, and this 1 star coin allows a month. This. He scratched his head, unable to calculate this, some feeling blood rushed to his head. Worth it. So worth it. Excited low roars echoed from. Similar situations were happening all over Blue Star. Some swallowed hard, leaning back in their chairs, eyes fixed on the ceiling, their chests rising and falling. Then soft laughter rolled out of their throats, starting lightly, and then growing louder. A month. Just 1 star coin for a month stay. Not 3 days. It's 30 days. Excitement surged through their spines like electricity. The reaction online was almost explosive. The refresh rate of major forums and chat groups was dizzying. Did you see? A month. I was afraid it would be prohibitively expensive, but the key is you can bring family members. Even though it requires extra star coins, family members can go to the starport. Exactly. I'm saving star coins. I want to take my parents up to sea. Right, stabilize your footing first, then earn star coins to bring people. The rules are so simple, just recognize star coins, nothing else matters. Fair. So fair, but there were also differing voices. A month. If you don't renew, you have to leave. Spending up there still requires money, it probably won't be, and you can only bring direct relatives, friends are not allowed. Feels like a long-term rental, or a premium membership. Who cares? As long as you can go up, that's all that matters. But you need to have 1 star coin first. Star coins. I still have 0. This last sentence poured cold water over many people's excitement. Smiles froze on faces. Fingers paused on keyboards. Yes, no matter how beautiful the rules or the premise is that one must have that number on their wrist. This number had never gripped the hearts of billions so tightly as it did at this moment. 1 star coin, not just the cost of 1 enhancement or 1 item in the paradise. It is more like a pass to the starport, a ticket to touch the silver future for a month. It even allows one to bring their closest ones temporarily, leaving Blue Star to touch the starry sky. Value has been redefined. The threshold remains despairingly high, but the scene behind the door is now vividly clear and incredibly enticing. Without star coins, everything is off the table. A brief silence fell over the forum. Then discussions on how to earn star coins ignited with unprecedented fervor. Old posts were revived, new strategies were produced at a crazy rate. Combat arena video analyses, creative workshop insights, and even techniques for mystical lotteries. Every conceivable path was chewed over, analyzed, and shared. An even stronger, more purpose-driven desire ignited within countless hearts. Dragon God Nation Central Command. On the screens before several elders, the rules were displayed as well. They read slowly. 1 star coin, 30 days. An elder in a Zhongshan suit repeated, the price setting is very strategic. The old general beside him tapped his knee with his finger. The threshold isn't high, most enhancers can afford it more, but subsequently, wanting to stay long-term or bring others would require ongoing acquisition of star coins. This ensures that most who go up have sustainable output capabilities or strong ambitions. Pure tourists can't afford long-term spending. Carrying direct relatives. Another elder wearing glasses pondered. This point is also impressive. It ties personal connections to the starport. Once you go, you might want to take your family to see it too. The longer the stay, the stronger the sense of belonging. He didn't finish, but everyone understood. If it were just a 3-day tour, it would be mere curiosity. If it were a 30-day life, even if just temporary residence, it would feel completely different. Not to mention being able to bring family along. Self-consumption coupons pegged to currency, the presiding elder said slowly. The prototype of an economic cycle. Within the starport, an independent consumer market will gradually form. Coupons could become another form of hidden currency. The rules are concise and rigorous. The general who spoke first summarized. No loopholes to exploit. Everything revolves around star coins. To ascend, to stay, to enjoy, you must have star coins or exchange blue planet currency for coupons. The presiding elder concluded he is screening, using star coins as a sieve to filter out those who are useful or promising to him. The starport is not a welfare center, it's a frontier base. We need to secure a stable entry ticket. His gaze turned to Zhou Weigua, who was in charge of liaison. Zhou Weigua immediately stood up. Ms. Zero just gave a preliminary response indicating that we can discuss the details of a green channel. Good, the elder said. Finalize it as soon as possible. The terms can be negotiated, but the channel must be established. Free State the Black Palace. The new director stared at the rules, his face expressionless, but a faint twitch at the corner of his eye betrayed his emotion. His aide murmured, "Sir, this is an opportunity for our augmented individuals. If they can ascend, they can access the most cutting-edge environment. Perhaps." The director raised a hand to cut him off. Opportunity. His voice was hoarse. It is both an opportunity and a loss. The top talents will use every means to ascend. Then, will they still want to come back? The aide fell silent. The director stared at the screen displaying the words, "Coupons circulate within the starport pegged to Blue Planet currency at real-time exchange." He has already begun to build his own financial system. He closed his eyes and rubbed his brow. Contact those we can still reach who hold a significant number of star coins. Be gentle in attitude, provide all necessary support. Let them ascend. Also, he opened his eyes. Try to establish contact with the wisdom god side as soon as possible. Express our willingness to cooperate. Any field is open for discussion. His tone carried a suppressed, almost desperate urgency. Polar Bear Command Headquarters. The commander chewed on a newly replaced hard candy, crunching loudly. He looked at the tablet handed by his adjutant, his thick fingers swiping across it. 1 star coin for 30 days. Can bring wife and kids. He snorted. This wisdom god really knows how to read people's hearts. Commander, our current number of augmented individuals is not the highest among nations. Acquiring star coins. The adjutant reminded cautiously. I know. The commander waved his hand. That's why we need to negotiate. Talk to him. Trade with resources, intelligence markets. Anything. Trade for quotas for channels. He stared at the silhouette of the starport on the screen, his eyes burning. Up there is the future. Squabbling over this bit of territory on Blue Planet is meaningless. If we must compete, let's compete up there. Europa Alliance Emergency Coordination Meeting. Delegates from various nations looked at the projected rules with varied individualism, fully market-oriented rules. A delegate adjusted his glasses. Very much in line with his consistent style. Nations have no privileges here. But it's also an opportunity, another delegate interjected. The rules are transparent and apply to everyone equally. As long as our scientists and engineers can earn star coins, they can ascend. This might stimulate individual creativity. Perhaps for the better. Provided they can earn star coins, someone poured cold water. The competition in the creative workshop is already white hot. Now with the enticement of the starport. So cooperation is even more critical. The rotating chairperson tapped the table. We need collective strength to screen the best talents, concentrate resources to support them, and increase the success rate of earning star coins. At the same time, we must establish institutionalized communication with the wisdom god side to strive for. Even a symbolic cooperation framework. Agree. A national fund should be established to reward star coin earners and subsidize their research at the starport. The proposal to establish a direct cooperation channel with Wisdom God must be accelerated. The peak traffic on the Cloud Summit Paradise website lasted an entire day. The rules were translated into various languages and spread virally across the internet. Excitement, calculation, anxiety, scheming churned in countless minds. Above this global current of emotion inside the Yuecha base, Lin Ye had just finished listening to Zero's data briefing on the public reaction to the rules. He leaned back in his chair idly, playing with a metal coin he had picked up from somewhere, flipping it deftly between his fingers. Reactions are as expected, he said casually. The value of star coins has risen again. Nice. Yes, boss. The activity level of star coin holders is expected to increase further. Zero stood by. The Dragon God Kingdom contacted again. Lin Ye asked. Mr. Zhou Wei was sent another message through the encrypted channel reiterating the idea of a research cooperation channel at the starport. Zero replied, his tone is more urgent than before. Lin Ye stopped flipping the coin and pressed it onto the table. They are persistent, he chuckled. They want stable quotas. Fine. The cooperation model with the Paradise works well. Let results speak. Besides, the ideas from national-level research scholars are indeed different and still somewhat useful. He put down the model. Reply to them like this: cooperation can proceed modeled after the previous Paradise ticket collaboration. Data streams slid calmly through Zero's eyes. Provide a certain number of basic quotas each month, with the next month's quota adjusted according to the number of effective creative outputs produced by their personnel in the starport during the current month. Correct, Lin Ye nodded. As for the basic quota, give them 10,000. Trial period. Let's set it at 6 months first. Data streams flashed in Zero's eyes. Understood. Should the fixed ticket cooperation with Cloud Summit Paradise continue? Continue, Lin Ye said. 1,000 tickets per month as before. Understood. The Free State, Polar Bear, and Europa Alliance have also expressed similar willingness to cooperate, but have not yet received our reply. Lin Ye thought for a moment. For those who come to us proactively, the terms can be the same, but the basic quota shouldn't be as large. For those three, give each 2,000 fast-track starport quotas per month, and 200 Paradise tickets per month each. Same assessment conditions. He paused. Don't tell them the Dragon God Kingdom's quota number. Zero nodded slightly. Understood. Create information asymmetry to maintain attraction and competitive pressure. Lin Ye tossed the coin into the pencil holder on the desk, producing a clear clink. Gotta give the Dragon God Kingdom some competitors to make the game interesting. Otherwise they'll think Wisdom God only favors them and won't work hard for me. One day later. Dragon God Kingdom's Special Department Liaison Office. The communication screen before Zhou Weiguo lit up, and Zero's image appeared. Mr. Zhou, regarding the starport cooperation proposal you put forward, our boss has agreed. Zero got straight to the point. Zhou Weiguo perked up his body, unconsciously leaning forward. Thank you very much. May I ask the specific terms? Zero projected a concise framework of the agreement onto the screen. Cooperation model: our side will provide your side with 10,000 basic slots for settling in Tiangong Starport each month, and the collaboration with Yunjiao Paradise remains unchanged. Zhou Weiguo's pupils slightly constricted. 10,000 Starport slots. The collaboration with the Paradise remains unchanged. This far exceeded his initial expectations. He suppressed the shock in his heart and continued to read. The aforementioned slots are limited to personnel designated by your side, verified through our backend for use by research and technical staff, and are not transferable or for sale. Each month, we will assess based on the number of valid creative proposals submitted during the usage period of your personnel slots in the Starport Creative Area or Paradise Creative Workshop, which have passed the review. If the number of valid proposals meets the basic standard, the slots and ticket quota for the next month will remain unchanged. If the standard is not met, the shortfall will be deducted proportionally from the quota for the next month. This cooperation is tentatively set for a trial period of 6 months. During this time, your side must ensure the rational and efficient use of the slots. The terms are clear, mirroring the previous collaboration regarding Paradise tickets, but the quotas are vastly different. Zhou Weiguo quickly processed the information, feeling both excitement and heavy pressure. 10,000 slots sound like a lot, but in relation to the vast talent pool of the Longshan Nation, they are still a scarce resource. And the pressure of assessment. This means that this is not just a one-time opportunity, but a continuous responsibility. It is essential to ensure that those who go up can truly deliver results. We fully accept these conditions. Zhou Weiguo replied solemnly, without hesitation. We will establish a strict internal selection management and assessment mechanism to ensure that every slot is utilized to its fullest potential. Very well. Zero displayed a standard smile. Specific execution details and the standards for the number of creative proposals will be sent later. The activation rights for the first batch of slots and tickets will be opened within 24 hours after the agreement is confirmed. Pleasant cooperation, Mr. Zhou. Pleasant cooperation. Zhou Weiguo nodded vigorously. The communication ended. He sat in his chair, taking several seconds to exhale deeply, revealing a look of relief mixed with determination. He immediately picked up the red phone. Report immediately. Highest level. Cooperation achieved quotas. 10,000 Starport slots, 1,000 Paradise tickets. On the same day, the core officials responsible for this matter from the Free Nation Polar Bear and the Europa Alliance also received communications from one after another. The content was largely the same. 2,000 Starport slots and 200 Paradise tickets each month. The same usage restrictions and the same assessment mechanisms for results. The newly appointed governor of the Free Nation relaxed slightly upon hearing 2,000 slots. Although he knew it was far from enough, it was a start. A formal institutionalized cooperation channel. Accepted. We accept all conditions. He spoke urgently into the communicator. Please convey to Ms. Zero and Mr. Zhi that the Free Nation will cherish this cooperation opportunity. After ending the call, he turned to the eager high-ranking officials in the room and said, 2,000. We have 2,000 basic slots. Immediately establish a special team to formulate the strictest selection plan. I want every individual who goes up to be the best of the best, and they must deliver results. The Polar Bear commander, upon hearing the report from his aide, was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter, slapping the table hard. 2,000. Not bad. Really not bad. He wiped his face vigorously. I thought a few hundred would be good. Tell them we have no issue. Quickly sort out the list of candidates. Get the most capable, the sharpest minds. Once they are up there, don't embarrass me, bring back some good stuff. In the coordination center of the Europa Alliance, representatives from various countries exchanged glances, each seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Although 2,000 slots distributed among the countries were not many, it was a breakthrough for Zero. Immediately initiate the joint selection mechanism. The standards must be uniform and fair. Prioritize supporting cutting-edge fields and projects with the potential for rapid output. The rotating chairperson quickly issued the order. This is our first step into the Starport system, and we must proceed steadily. No one knew that the Longshan Nation had received the figure of 10,000. They all thought that the numbers received by the other side were similar to their own, perhaps with slight discrepancies, but not too large. A subtle balance and unspoken relief spread among the major powers. Finally, a formal connection was established with that existence. Although the conditions were harsh, the slots were limited, and the future was uncertain. But in the end, they were on the bus, even if it was just hanging on the outside of the carriage. Time flew by amidst busyness and anticipation. 29 days later, in low Earth orbit of Blue Star, a fleet of Yunsu passenger spacecraft departed from the airport of Yundiao Paradise, cutting through the dark space like a series of glowing arrows converging towards the same target. They came from all over the world, carrying the first batch of passengers who officially obtained long-term stay qualifications at Tiangong Starport. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere varied. Some tightly grasped the handrails, eyes fixed on the increasingly close silver giant ring outside the window, palms sweating. Some looked down, repeatedly checking their personal terminals, confirming the successful deduction of their Starcoin accounts and the activation of their stay permissions. Others whispered excitedly to their companions or parents, their tones a mix of excitement and nervousness. There were also those who remained silent, gazing outside with complex expressions. More were those who carried an air of competence or scholarly demeanor. They were carefully selected professionals from the Longshan Nation, Free Nation, Polar Bear, and the Europa Alliance, specializing in research, engineering, or other fields. Their expressions were relatively calm, but the slightly pursed lips and the occasional glances out the window revealed their inner unrest. The Yunsu formation sequentially entered the designated passenger entrance of the outer ring of the starport. The lighting in the corridor was soft, and the changes in gravity were so smooth that they were barely felt. Coming to a stop, docking, the airtight door opened. Dear passengers, Tiangong Starport has arrived. Please take your personal belongings and disembark in order. Your personal terminals have automatically connected to the internal network of the starport, and navigation and precautions can be queried at any time. We wish you a pleasant time at Tiangong Starport. A soft female voice broadcasted. The cabin door fully opened. Light and airport in. The first person stepped out. Then came the second, third. The crowd flowed like a stream, surging out from hundreds of Yunsu docking positions, merging into the spacious and bright connecting hall of the starport. Instantly, all the low conversations and footsteps seemed to be absorbed by an invisible force, leaving many people frozen in place, heads tilted back, mouths agape, forgetting to move. The hall was extremely high, with a dome projecting a flowing starry sky, profound and realistic. Surrounding it were smooth mirror-like silver walls embedded with softly glowing lines. The air was refreshingly pure, devoid of any impurities, with a pleasant temperature. The most shocking sight was seen through the enormous panoramic transparent wall on one side of the hall. It was the urban landscape inside the Star Harbor. Layer upon layer of circular architectural structures. The lights spread out like a river of stars to the end of the line of sight. Occasionally, various hovering vehicles silently glided through the air. In the distance, one could see the vibrant greenery of the ecological zone, shimmering with a lively glow under the artificial skylight. It was quiet, magnificent, filled with an almost sacred sense of order. My God, someone murmured, and the voice seemed faint in the vast hall. Yet it expressed the sentiments of many. A young researcher from Europa instinctively raised his hand, rubbed his eyes, and then lowered it. The scene remained unchanged. He took a deep breath, but as he inhaled too forcefully, he coughed lightly. Beside him, his colleague, a middle-aged woman with glasses, held tightly onto the handle of her suitcase, her knuckles turning slightly white. She said nothing, merely adjusted her glasses and scanned every detail of the hall, as if wanting to engrave it all in her mind. On the other side, an enhancer from the Free Nation. His previously tense shoulders gradually relaxed. He glanced around and looked up at the dome, and a complex smile slowly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Admiration, awe, and a hint of relief at finally arriving here. Among the Dragon God Nation's team, a slightly older professor quietly exhaled. He took off his glasses, wiped them with the hem of his clothes, and put them back on. His gaze did not linger on the stunning scenery, but quickly shifted to the clear signs within the hall and the service robots on standby. First, settle into the residential area, then familiarize yourselves with the functions of each zone as planned. He whispered to the few young people beside him, all from the same collaborative project, his tone steady, carrying his usual meticulousness. The young people nodded in agreement, suppressing their astonishment and focusing their gazes. They knew they were here on a mission. The announcement sounded again, guiding people to different areas to complete procedures or to board internal transportation. The crowd began to move. The sounds of footsteps, the rolling of luggage wheels, and the subdued murmur of conversations reemerged, merging into a buzzing background noise. Every face wore the unfamiliarity of being newcomers alongside an uncontrollable curiosity. They followed the guidance, traversing the corridors, entering the interior of the Star Harbor. Some headed towards the distribution center of the residential area, looking at the assigned apartment information on the terminal, searching for the corresponding building and unit. Others eagerly jumped onto the shuttle to the ecological area or observation platform. More people, especially those involved in collaborative projects, headed directly to the creative area, industrial zone, or designated research collaboration center. Along the way, they saw impeccably clean streets, witnessed the lush greenery of public spaces, saw efficient and silent service robots, and encountered other pioneers from different countries and diverse backgrounds. A unique sense of community began to quietly thrive. In this city suspended among the stars, those strangers to one another hailing from different places, and driven by different purposes at this moment, they all stood here. They stood at this new starting point that transcended old boundaries. In the days to come, the Tiangong Star Harbor began to operate in a stable and the initial more than 100,000 residents like droplets of water splashed into a vast silver plate were quickly absorbed by this enormous city. The lights of the residential area initially scattered gradually became denser, illuminating clusters and patches on the circular structure. On the paths of the ecological zone, figures began to appear strolling, their heads raised to gaze at the simulated sky, or pausing by the artificial river to bend down and touch those peculiar plants. The holographic advertisements in the entertainment area flickered more energetically, even though there weren't many guests yet. Some curious enhancers had already entered to the creative area presented an entirely different scene. This was almost the first place to become lively, especially among those researchers from several major collabs. They quickly familiarized themselves with the environment, occupying their respective workstations or small laboratories. The low murmurs of discussion, the humming of instruments starting up, and the subtle glimmers emitted by holographic models being constructed became the main background noise here. A materials scientist from the Free Nation stared at the alloy sheet just spat out by a high-precision material printer, using tweezers to lift it and rotate it towards the light source. The sheet exhibited a unique iridescence. His assistant beside him quickly recorded the data, speaking rapidly. On the third adjustment of parameters, the lattice arrangement matching degree reached 99.8% strength passed. The scientist said nothing, merely placed the sheet into the analyzer and pressed the button. He watched the fluctuating curves on the screen, the corners of his mouth slowly flattening, then curving up slightly. Record. He spoke. Sample number MAR003, preliminary verification passed. Prepare the next batch and try incorporating trace amounts of a... Understood. Similar scenes unfolded in various corners. In the area where the Dragon God Nation team was located, a senior professor responsible for the energy system was guiding several young people in debugging a complex reactor microsimulator. Pay attention to the output fluctuations. Increase the damping coefficient of the third frequency band by 0.005. The professor's voice was steady, his fingers gliding across the virtual control panel. A young man had beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his fingers trembling slightly, yet he completed the operation precisely. The humming sound of the simulator running became more stable. On the adjacent display screen, the green curve representing energy output stability lay steadily at a high level. Several young people let out a sigh of relief, exchanging glances, smiles breaking out on their faces. Days passed one by one. Life within the Star Harbor gradually found its own rhythm. Some adapted quickly, already considering this place their second home. Days passed one by one. Life within the Star Harbor gradually found its own rhythm. Some adapted quickly, already considering this place their second home. They became familiar with which public cafeteria offered the most palatable meals, learned which observation deck provided the most beautiful angle to watch the blue planet rise, and even became familiar with the service robots along their frequently traveled routes. Even though the robots did not respond to their greetings, they would always blink their headlight to indicate recognition. There were also those who, after the initial excitement faded, felt a sense of estrangement. The immense metallic structures, the constant artificial environment, the unchanging starry sky outside the window, and the familiar blue planet below. A sense of insignificance and loneliness occasionally seized them, especially when their personal terminals received messages from family or friends on the ground. Seeing those familiar street sunlight and even rainy weather, a certain indescribable feeling would swell in their hearts. But soon this emotion would be diluted by many other things. Perhaps it was the ecstatic breakthrough of a challenging problem in the creative zone. Perhaps it was the surprise of discovering a never-before-seen flower blooming while strolling through the ecological zone. Perhaps it was the sheer joy brought by a virtual reality game in the entertainment zone. Or perhaps it was simply the tangible feeling of being in the future while standing on the observation deck, watching the slowly rotating blue planet below. More people began to calculate their stay duration. 30 days, neither long nor short. Among the first batch of residents, some had ample star coins and had paid the renewal fee early, planning to stay for another month. Some had just enough star coins for one more visit and began to carefully use their points while also actively seeking ways to earn star coins within the starport. Though it was challenging, it was not impossible. The creative zone occasionally released scattered optimization tasks that rewarded star coins, while the leaderboards for certain high-difficulty challenges in the entertainment zone also offered modest rewards. There were also those whose 30-day term was up, bringing back a wealth of experiences, shocking memories, and a touch of reluctance as they boarded the cloud shuttle back to Yundian paradise. The docking bays they left quickly filled up with new passengers. The flow of people cycled like this, one batch leaving, another arriving. The overall number of people slowly rose like the tide, gradually approaching 200,000 from the initial 100,000, then stabilizing within that range. What truly brought about change were the families. The rules allowed direct relatives to be brought along, and although it required extra payment of star coins once the gate was opened, it couldn't be stopped. The first to take action were those with relatively abundant star coin reserves, or those confident in their ability to continuously earn star coins. Enhancers. A couple of engineers from Europa participated in a national energy project in the creative zone of the starport. A month later, the husband used a newly earned star coin to apply to bring his wife over. At the moment his wife stepped into the starport, like most people, she was so shocked that she could not speak. But when she was taken to the apartment assigned to her husband and saw the city landscape outside the window, her tears fell as she touched the futuristic facilities in the room. It was not sadness, but an overwhelming mix of pride, happiness, and disbelief. The husband, a bit at a loss, embraced her, gently patting her back. "I told you I would bring you here to see it," he whispered. The wife buried her face in his arms, nodding vigorously, her tears soaking into his clothes. Similar situations became increasingly common. A father brought his young son, who pressed his small face against the glass of the observation deck, pointing at the enormous blue planet outside, and excitedly shouting, "Dad, is that our home? It's so small." A daughter brought her elderly mother, who sat on a bench in the ecological zone, gazing at the flowing river and towering trees, before holding her daughter's hand gently, after a long silence, saying, "This lifetime was worth it." Partners, children, parents. The emotional bonds are more powerful than any promotion, binding people to this space city more effectively than anything else. Seeing those pioneers smiling with their families, those who remained on the ground, especially those who had enhanced but were short on star coins, felt a twinge in their eyes. A stronger, almost desperate desire spread across the blue planet. On the forum post showcasing family photos from the starport drew envious comments that could stack up to thousands of layers. Pride. This is what it means to win at life. Seeing the excitement on the kids' faces in the photos made my fists clench. "I'm going to the battle hall all night. I'm just one star coin short of bringing my mom over. Is there anyone willing to help with a project in the creative workshop? I studied quantum physics. I'm going for it. Enough talk, let's earn star coins." As the popularity of the starport steadily rose and a community atmosphere began to form, another task quietly commenced. Recruitment. The Starport Management Office, a modest department located at the edge of the central ring, was co-managed by Jia E. Kevin and E. Alice. Before them lay a long list of applications. From all continents on the blue planet, various industries, countless companies, trade associations, and even personal brands. They all wished to secure a place in this futuristic space city. Kevin, clad in his always pristine black uniform, quickly skimmed through the data displayed on the screen, his expression unchanging. Alice appeared more relaxed. She had changed from her previous Indian Paradise service uniform into a neat silver-gray business suit, her long hair tied up as her fingers glided over another screen, occasionally pausing to make a note. Food and beverage applications account for 35%, still the highest. Alice spoke, her voice clear. Of these, 70% are chain brands seeking to replicate successful experiences from the ground. The remaining 30% are high-end custom or specialty dining. Kevin nodded. The selection criteria remain unchanged. The experiences from Indian Paradise can be directly reused. Uniqueness of taste, availability of ingredients, environmental compatibility, and whether the brand tone conflicts with the overall atmosphere of the starport. Priority will be given to those with a preliminary concept of space dining. Understood. Alice checked off several applications. These few have good reputation and data from the Indian Paradise stores and can proceed to the next round of interviews. Retail applications. Kevin continued. The proportion of luxury goods is too high. The starport does not need mere ostentatious consumption. Increase the weight of practical tech experience and cultural creative shops. That studio proposing microgravity fashion design should be prioritized. Got it. The entertainment experience projects are severely homogenized. However, these few proposed physical escape rooms and space walking experiences that incorporate the real environment of the starport, which is quite interesting. The two worked in perfect harmony, their pace quick. On the screens before them, the applications were rapidly categorized, filtered, and marked. Different colored tags lit up and extinguished. For Kevin and Alice, this work was not unfamiliar. The recruitment for Indian Paradise was something they had built from the ground up. From the initially empty stores to the later vibrant commercial area that became an essential component of the Paradise's appeal, they had developed a complete set of processes and evaluation standards. Now applying it to the larger scale and higher positioning of the Tiangong starport, although the workload had surged, the thought process remained clear. What they wanted was not simple commercial filling, but a commercial ecosystem that could enrich life in the starport, enhance the experience of residents, and even become a part of the starport's uniqueness. A few days later, the first batch of applicants who passed the preliminary screening received virtual interview invitations from the Starport Management Office. A CEO of a medium-sized tech company in his office nervously adjusted his tie, facing the open communication screen. On the screen was Alice's face, smiling but maintaining a distance. Hello, regarding your company's application for the Immersive Solar System Science Experience Hall project, we have a few questions that require further understanding. The CEO took a deep breath, beginning to elaborate on his vision, his speech slightly rapid due to nerves, but soon adjusted under Alice's calm gaze. On the other side, Kevin was on a call with the heir of a century-old restaurant. The other party was a white-haired elder communicating through a translator. We understand your desire to bring traditional flavors into space. Kevin's voice was steady. However, we need to consider the compatibility of certain special spices and cooking methods within the closed ecological system of the starport. Have you conducted any relevant assessments? The elder was evidently prepared, gesturing for his assistant to pull up a thick analysis report. We have collaborated with the Dragon God Nation Agricultural Research Institute to simulate the cultivation of alternative herbs. Here are the data. The conversation proceeded in an orderly manner. Those who passed will receive a detailed onboarding guide and contract draft. Those who did not pass will also receive a politely worded reply briefly explaining the reason. Gradually, the vacant shops within the starport began to stir. Renovation robots moved in, busy with a design plan that allowed for both uniformity and In certain areas, a faint scent of new renovation materials wafted, but it was quickly purified by the powerful air circulation system. One by one, shops hung up their signs and lit up their lights. Although there weren't many customers, yet this commercial street was visibly coming to life. As the Tion Palace starport grew increasingly bustling, attracting the attention of a vast majority of Blue Star on Mars deep within the Sailor Canyon. This was the most magnificent fissure on Mars' surface, stretching thousands of kilometers, with depths reaching thousands of meters, flanked by steep dark red cliff. From orbit, it appeared merely as a ghastly scar. However, at a section of the canyon floor that was relatively wide, the scene was entirely different. The cliff walls had been exceptionally smoothed out, covered with a reinforced alloy that closely matched the color of the rock, but differed entirely in texture. A gigantic gate over 1 kilometer in height and nearly 2 kilometers in width lay tightly closed like the lips of a slumbering giant, its surface as smooth as a mirror, almost blending into the cliff. Only from certain angles under the thin sunlight of Mars would a hint of the cold metallic luster emerge. This was one of the main entrances to the Firewing base. The main body of the base was deeply embedded beneath the rock layers on both sides of the canyon, extending into the depths of Mars' crust. Its scale was even larger than that of the second phase of the Moon Chariot base, covering a total area of 100 square kilometers, with a height reaching 3 kilometers, most of which was hidden underground. The functional zoning was similar to that of the Moon Chariot base, but each area was expanded several-fold. At this moment, within the core control room of the base, Lin Ye stood before the observation window, looking outside. The scene outside was not the Martian surface, but rather a wide, brightly lit central corridor within. The corridor stretched to the end of his line of sight, exceeding a height of 100 meters, flanked by layers of structural platforms, with numerous engineering units and transport vehicles flowing in an orderly manner like worker ants. Further away, the outlines of the internal structure of the giant dock were vaguely visible, along with the bluish glow emitted from the deeper energy core. Not bad, Lin Ye said softly. He was dressed in simple dark attire without wearing the Lingyun battle armor. A hint of weariness from just finishing a travel journey was present on his face, yet his eyes sparkled. A virtual figure of Zero appeared beside him, also gazing at the busy scene within the corridor. Boss, all systems of the first phase of the Firewing base are operating stably and production capacity has fully met standards. The expansion project for the underground space's second phase is currently in progress. The outer layer camouflage and electromagnetic shielding at the canyon gate are functioning continuously. Currently, no anomalies have been detected by the detection devices and orbital satellites of various countries on Blue Star. Observation data all indicate natural canyon topography. Lin Ye nodded. He was satisfied with this result. He had not chosen to publicly live-stream this base. He had not even disclosed the complete scale and true form of the Martian base in any of the previous live streams. Everyone on Blue Star only knew that he had a resource extraction outpost on Mars. But the true core of the base was hidden beneath this deep canyon and heavy crust. No rush. Lin Ye turned around, walking towards the central control console. The console's surface lit up, revealing a complete three-dimensional structural diagram of the Firewing base, which was an incredibly complex metallic hive embedded in the rock layers. Let them guess, slowly focusing on that small outpost. Once we have manipulated the entire solar system to a satisfactory state, we will reveal it all at once. He gently tapped on the structural diagram, and the image switched to a panoramic view of the solar system. Watching the increasingly numerous light points representing his influence on the star map, a smile curved on his lips. That smile carried a hint of childish mischief as well as the calmness of having everything under control. Let's have a look at everything at once, and let's shock them enough. A stream of data passed smoothly through Zero's eyes. Currently, the development plans within the solar system are progressing smoothly. Zero began to report, the voice clearly resonating in the control room. First, the upgrade of the transport system. The Kunping 2 transport ships have started to replace the old models in succession with a current fleet of 100 ships. Lin Ye summoned the data panel. It displayed a holographic model of the Kunping 2. The appearance remained the familiar elliptical streamlined shape of the Kunping class with silver-white paint, but its size had been magnified several times. The length grew to 1.2 kilometers, quietly hovering in the data space like a true metallic giant whale. The data listed alongside was astonishing: empty weight 1 million tons, maximum load 2 million tons, total weight, when fully loaded, 3 million tons, cruising speed 0.072 c, approximately 21,600 kilometers per second. The carrying capacity has increased by 11 times, and the speed matches that of the Dawn class. Lin Ye traced those numbers with his finger, nodding. Now that's more like it. Those previous ones could only be considered small cargo ships. He could almost imagine the expressions on the faces of analysts when the silhouette of this colossal vessel was accidentally captured by the space telescopes of various countries on Blue Star. The size contrast was too obvious. The emergence of the new transport ship was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake. They might not be able to see the full scope of the Martian base, but through telescopes they could see the silver-white hull, which was several times larger than previous models, yet with identical lines frequently making trips between the Earth-Mars orbit and even farther afield. As long as they weren't foolish, they could guess what was happening. The extraction resources of the intelligent deity had surged. The amount of goods he transported back had increased by more than tenfold. Where did these things come from? Certainly. But did it require such immense transport capacity solely from Mars? The answer was obvious: an asteroid belt, or even farther. Around each luminous point, fine threads like spider webs extended, connecting to over 200 smaller points. Those were resource collection outposts. The asteroid belt development has been fully deployed. Ling's voice continued. 10 major mineral branch bases have been completed, each constructed around the Pioneer mobile base vehicle, possessing basic smelting, maintenance, and self-replication capabilities. Each branch base radiates 20 to 30 resource collection outposts. Currently, a total of 217 outposts are in active mining operation. The view zoomed in, displaying the simulated construction process of a typical branch base. A Kunping transport ship hovered above a medium-sized asteroid, its belly hatch opening. 10 Pioneer mobile base vehicles, boxy like giant metal containers, slowly drifted out under the influence of negative mass fields and landed on the asteroid. Upon landing, the external armor plates of the base vehicles began to slide and unfold, while support pillars drilled into the rock. Prefabricated frames and panels quickly assembled. Within a short time, 10 compact silver-gray industrial structures rose up their tops, deploying solar panels. Simultaneously from the transport ship's cargo hold, tens of thousands of 100-leg Type 5 engineering robots swarmed out and landed around the base. The massive plasma drills on their heads glowed blue-white, beginning to melt and vaporize the hard rock. Other 100-leg units used mechanical arms to collect fragmented or transporting it back to the base's feeding inlet via temporary tracks. Inside the base, industrial mother machines operated at full speed, or was fed and went through the assembly line and emerged as new 100-leg Type 5 robots. The newly activated robots immediately joined the mining operation, rushing toward more distant ore deposits. The mining area expanded at a visible rate. More ore was brought back to manufacture even more robots. An efficient self-propagating resource collection cycle was thus established on the barren asteroids. Total resource extraction has increased by a factor of 470 compared to the previous period. Ling reported. Currently, the mining rate of proven high-value veins is far below 1/10. The potential is immense. Asteroid belt resources are being steadily transported via the Kunping 2 to the Mars Hawaii base, Yuecha base, and Tiangong starport for refined processing. This is starting to look like something. Lin Ye turned off the asteroid belt view and leaned back into his command chair. Before, it was just small-scale tinkering. Now his gaze shifted to the larger solar system panorama on the other side of the main control room. The luminous points representing his forces were no longer confined to the moon Mars and the asteroid belt. In the inner solar system, on those planets and moons with solid surfaces, similar pioneering operations were silently underway. On Mercury, the planet closest to the Sun, with extreme surface temperature variations within the permanently shadowed craters of the North Pole, a light point marked a hidden underground outpost. They're also centered on 10 Pioneer base vehicles. A miniaturized branch base had been established, simultaneously developing while conducting special material tests and verifying the limits of solar energy technology. On Venus, a world of high temperature and pressure shrouded in thick sulfuric acid clouds beneath the surface of the southern hemisphere's highlands, another light point marked an underground branch base encased in a pressure and corrosion-resistant shell. Similarly, it studied Venus' unique atmospheric composition and geological activity, using local resources to rapidly expand the base. The realm of the gas giants followed a different logic of development. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, these gas giants composed primarily of gas, had no solid surface for landing. For them, Lin Ye deployed another type of unit, the Pioneer Orbital Resource Collection Platform. These platforms were not built on planetary surfaces, but suspended in relatively stable orbits within the planet's gravitational fields. Their mission was not to land, but to siphon. Using immense magnetic fields and radiation belts to harvest energy, they fished light elements like hydrogen and helium from the edge of the dense planetary atmospheres, or collected water ice dust and rare mineral particles from planetary rings. In Jupiter's orbit, 3 large-scale collection platforms were operating like mosquitoes dancing around a giant beast cautiously drawing from the vast resources of the solar system's largest planet. In the orbits of Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, similar platforms were deployed on a slightly smaller scale, but with analogous functions. Even in the distant Kuiper belt on the frozen surfaces of dwarf planets like Pluto and Eris, the tracks of Pioneer base vehicles could be found. These base vehicles drilled beneath thick ice layers, establishing miniaturized underground shelters, conducting environmental scans, ice sample analysis, and expanding the base scale to lay the groundwork for future needs. We've planted our flags in almost all the places we needed to. Lin Ye looked at the sparse yet widely distributed points of light on the star chart and let out a soft breath. Most of these points were faint, indicating their small scale still in the most basic stage of existence and development. The bases on Mercury and Venus had to overcome extreme environments, progressing slowly. The collection platforms around gas giants were constrained by transport distances and resource acquisition difficulty. The outposts on dwarf planets were even more isolated, with resource transport temporarily uneconomical. But they were like nails firmly driven into every corner of the solar system. Each location centered on 10 Pioneer base vehicles, or a single collection platform possessed self-replication and rapid expansion capabilities. They would utilize all local resources to quickly replicate various engineering units, expand the base scale, and increase production capacity in specific fields. Perhaps the speed would be slow at the very beginning, but it would accelerate later. Time was on his side. Let them grow slowly. Lin Ye said to Ling. Maintain data feedback and remote maintenance. The current focus remains on Mars, the asteroid belt, and the Moon. We must ensure the supply of resources for the dockyards at Tiangong Starport and fleet construction, as well as the resource supply for the Yuantong project. There can be no mishaps. Understood. Resource allocation and transport scheduling priorities have been set and are strictly enforced. Ling responded quickly. The third production line at the Mars base has begun trial production of some special filters and superconducting materials required for the Yuantong project. Lin Ye grunted in acknowledgement and fell silent. His gaze returned to the bustling scene inside the Mars base. In the corridors, another column of hovercraft laden with metal ingots glided past silently, their headlights tracing red trails in the dim passage. This vast base, hidden beneath the canyons and rock layers of the red planet, beat like a silent, yet powerful heart, pumping resources and commands to every corner of the solar system. It went unnoticed by the world, yet it was the core of the entire network. Lin Ye watched for a moment, then stood up. Let's go to the dock area. I heard the new shipyard's efficiency improved by 10 points after adjustments. He strode out of the main control room, his footsteps echoing clearly on the metal floor. Ling's phantom followed silently like a shadow. Behind him on the panoramic star chart, the vast majority of points representing human activity in the solar system were concentrated near that azure blue planet and its surrounding silver ring of satellites. Yet in the dark depths of space, far from that warm glow, more tiny stubborn points of light flickered quietly, growing slowly. Some were rooted in rock, some suspended in gas seas, some buried deep in ice. They were isolated from one another, yet through invisible data links and periodic cargo routes, they were faintly connected into a whole. The network of development in the solar system silently expands. The hustle and bustle of the Heavenly Palace Star Port belongs to Blue Star. The busy Mars base belongs to the present. Yet Lin Ye's gaze has turned toward more distant realms. A month has slipped by once again. It is the 31st day since the official operation of the Heavenly Palace. At the Moon Chariot base, Lin Ye stands before the central control console. Before him, a massive holographic star map hovers, the spiral arms of the Milky Way slowly rotating. In a corner of the star map, a nondescript subsystem interface glows. The title reads Project Farsight, Gravitational Lens Observation Erased. Lin Ye extends his hand, fingers gently gliding through the void. The interface enlarges, revealing details. 10 uniquely shaped probe icons quietly line the list. They are entirely silver gray, elongated and shuttle-shaped, with complex multi-layered composite sensor arrays at the front and a medium propulsion system of the Xingxuan 2 type at the rear. Over the past few months, they have been silently transported to the focal area of the solar gravitational lens, deep space approximately 550 AU from the Sun, by dedicated long-voyage engineering ships. And in that region of almost absolute void, they completed their final deployment and calibration. Now they hang like 10 silent eyes at the distant edge of the solar system, aimed at different directions in deep space. Finally done, Lin Ye murmured, his voice clear in the quiet research room. His expression was not particularly excited, but his eyes shone with a focused light. That was the light of seeing new toys ready to unveil the veils of the unknown. He moved his fingers and then clicked on the control interface of the first probe. Which target to test first? His gaze drifted across the star map, skimming over those exoplanets marked by human astronomers that might possess habitable conditions. Finally, his finger paused on one of the light points. An information box popped up. Kepler 452b, distance approximately 1400 light-years, constellation Cygnus, planet radius about 1.6 times the radius of Blue Star, orbital period about 385 days. Blue Star similarity index ESI 0.83. Note, commonly referred to as Blue Star 2.0 or Blue Star's cousin, the Free Federation Space Agency, once claimed it to be the exoplanet discovered to be closest to the environment of Blue Star. Lin Ye looked at that note, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The second Blue Star most similar to Blue Star, he muttered to himself. Then let's take a look at you first. Let's see if this cousin has any people at home. He selected the coordinates of Kepler 452b. Command issued. Observation target locked. Kepler 452b. Calculating optimal observation focal line. Calculation complete. Command has been sent to the far side array, and probe 01 begins its maneuver. On the star map, the light point representing probe 01 separates from the star. It starts to slowly adjust its position along an invisible, extremely precise gravitational lens focal line. This process requires time. Even though the probe itself possesses decent propulsion capabilities at the distant range of 550 AU, any minute positional adjustment means a long journey. Lin Ye did not leave. He pulled over a tall stool to sit down, resting his elbows on the edge of the console, his palm supporting his chin, eyes fixed on the slowly moving light point on the star map. In the research room, only the extremely faint hum of the equipment operating remained along with his steady breathing. The virtual image of Zero quietly floated beside him, equally gazing at the star map. She did not speak, merely keeping him company. Time passed slowly. Real-time data flickered on the screen. How many kilometers remained to the designated coordinates? Speed, estimated arrival time. Lin Ye would occasionally shift positions or take a sip from the water cup beside him. His patience was commendable, especially when waiting for such a level of first time. A day later, the status indicator next to probe 01's icon shifted from in motion to in position. Probe 01 has reached the designated coordinates, positioned on the gravitational lens focal line of Kepler 452b Sun. Positioning accuracy less than 1,000th of an arc second. System self-check passed. Sensor array heating up. Preheating complete. Starting to receive and analyze the converging light rays from the target celestial. Lin Ye sat up straight. He leaned forward, his eyes fixed tightly on the main screen, where the initial raw data stream began to appear. Initially, just chaotic snowflakes and noise. Seconds later, the raw data underwent preliminary algorithm processing and began to form a fuzzy color-blocked image. The image rapidly became clearer. It was like a super telescope, slow to focus, but with extreme precision, gradually pulling in the distance to that world 1,400 light-years away. The first thing to appear was the outline. A planet wrapped in a faint atmosphere, displaying soft blue-green tones. The size proportions matched the data, with hints of continental plate shapes and cloud movements. Image quality exceeds expectations, Lin Ye murmured, his voice tinged with tension. Zero nodded lightly beside him, her eyes flashing with data streams to assist in image enhancement and stabilization. The image continued to clarify. Details of the continent began to emerge. The direction of mountain ranges, the network of rivers, large areas of what appeared to be forests or grasslands, and then finer details. Zoom in on the equatorial region around 45 degrees east longitude and 10 degrees north latitude. Lin Ye quickly ordered, his finger drawing a box on the verge. The image was sharply magnified in that area. It seemed there was a relatively flat plateau. The image refreshed again. This time, even Lin Ye's breath momentarily. He leaned forward, even more, squinting, as if trying to penetrate the screen. On that plateau, many regular geometric shapes could be seen. A crisscrossing network of roads. Groups of orderly arranged buildings reflecting metallic or glass-like glimmers. And, at some key nodes, structures resembling large factories or energy facilities. City. Lin Ye uttered 2 words. His voice was very soft, but especially clear in the silent room. That was not all. Zero's voice sounded steady, yet slightly faster than usual. Detection of multiple unnatural objects in low Earth orbit. Preliminary analysis based on orbital parameters and luminosity reflection characteristics suggests artificial spacecraft or space station structure. The scene shifted. The perspective pulled back to the outer side of the planet. Several tiny yet regular light points moved along stable orbits against the dark backdrop. The largest one exhibited a clear multi-module assembly structure with solar panels outlining its edges. Satellite. Space station. Lin Ye stared at the spots of light for several seconds. Then he slowly and deeply took a breath, exhaling gradually. He leaned back against the chair, letting his hands fall from the control panel to rest on his knees. His fingers curled unconsciously for a moment before relaxing. There were no exaggerated expressions on his face, but his eyes were deep, swirling with astonishment, confusion, and an indescribable excitement. There really are aliens, he murmured, as if confirming something, yet also expressing amazement. 1,400 light years. Kepler 452b. There truly is intelligent life on it. And he paused, his gaze returning to the outlines of the cities and the orbital facilities. Look at this scale, this level of technology. Zero timely brought up a more detailed analysis report. Based on the urban architectural structures, the density of road networks, the scale of energy facilities, and the complexity of the orbital spacecraft, initial deduction, the current observed images date back approximately 1,400 years. The developmental stage of their civilization roughly parallels the history of Blue Star, corresponding to the early to mid-21st century. They had entered a mature electronic information age, possessing stable capabilities for near-Earth orbital activities, and had begun to establish a global industrial and social system. Lin Ye listened, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee. The mid-21st century. So that means compared to us now, they are likely ahead by about a decade or two, he murmured. But that was 1,400 years ago. They were already like this. He raised his head, looking at the distant blue-green planet on the screen, his expression growing somewhat complex. So, what about now? 1,400 years of 14 centuries have passed. What have they developed into? This question Zero currently could not answer. The gravitational lensing showed images from the past. What they saw was Kepler 452b from 1,400 years ago. Zero's voice sounded again. Based on the current observed rate of civilization development, extreme extrapolation is conducted. Assuming their development has not encountered significant setbacks or technological bottlenecks, and has maintained a relatively stable linear or exponential growth. After 1,400 years, their technological level might have surpassed the current level of Blue Star by about 1,000 to 1,500 years. Roughly converted, this corresponds to the technological level of Blue Star's calendar around the 31st to 35th century. By then, they should have mastered mature interstellar travel technology, with their civilization's activities possibly extending beyond their star system and even beginning to attempt explorations or colonization of nearby star systems. The 31st to 35th century. Lin Ye fell silent for a moment. This extrapolation result was both expected and carried a heavy weight. 1,400 years is a long time to an individual life, but for a wise civilization that has already entered a technological explosion era, it is enough to undergo earth-shattering changes. They very likely have already become a true interstellar civilization. Their range of activities may have even reached beyond their star system. Interesting. Lin Ye's lips slowly curved into a smile. It was not a smile of fear or worry, but one of pure excitement and curiosity that a researcher feels when encountering an astonishing sample. Aliens truly exist. Moreover, they are not particularly far from us, and their technological level may be far ahead of my current stage. He leaned forward again, his hands clasped at the edge of the control panel, resting his chin on his hands, staring at the planet. However, there is no need to worry about any contact. He seemed to be analyzing for himself. What we see is their appearance from 1,400 years ago, and what they see of Blue Star. He pulled up another set of simulation data. The timeline rewound 1,400 years. The image of Blue Star emerged. It was the transitional era between the early Tang dynasty and the early medieval. The visuals were simulated, but they sufficiently illustrated the point. Vast farmlands, towns made of wood and stone, armies of the cold weapon era sailing ships on the sea. What they see is this. Lin Ye pointed at the ancient image of Blue Star. A civilization that has just begun to spark, but is still trapped on its home planet, not even having grasped the full scope of its own world. Even if their astronomical telescopes are good enough to accidentally discover this planet with liquid water and an atmosphere, they would only classify us as potentially habitable, but showing no signs of intelligent life or primitive life planet. The attraction is limited. Moreover, 1,400 light years is nearly an insurmountable barrier for any civilization that has not yet mastered faster than light or near light speed travel technology. Discovering us is the same as us discovering them. So, he summarized, his tone returning to its usual calmness. The current situation is we know they existed 1,400 years ago and have developed quite well. They do not know that we exist now, or even if they do, they only know our primitive appearance from 1,400 years ago. There is a severe asymmetry in information between both sides, and the distance is vast. It is very safe. Also, very interesting. His eyes sparkled. It was a glow found when encountering a new topic or challenge. 0. At your service, boss. Observation unit no. 01. Adjust to continuous observation mode. Lin Ye commanded. Target Kepler 452b. Collect data continuously for 24 hours to establish a civilization development observation. Focus on monitoring changes in surface cities, the increase or decrease of orbital facilities, and any signs of large-scale warships leaving the planet's gravitational sphere. I want to see what steps they have taken in this 1,400-year delayed livestream. Command confirmed. The mission of Observation Unit No. 01 has been updated. The long-term observation database is being established. Zero responded swiftly. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. He turned off the main screen of Kepler 452b, but minimized a small window to the corner of the screen, continuously displaying the real-time past image of that planet. Then his fingers moved to the second observation unit icon on the list. An observation unit can only focus on one target. He muttered to himself. Fortunately, I prepared 10. So the next one. His gaze searched the star map. Soon he locked onto another target. Kepler 22b. Distance approximately 600 light-years. Planet radius about 4 times that of blue star. Orbital period about 290 days. Average surface temperature about 22 degrees Celsius. Note the first confirmed exoplanet located within the habitable zone of a solar-type star. The environmental conditions are mild. This one is closer, and the environment looks quite comfortable. Lin Ye selected the target. Let's see if there are any aliens present. Observation Unit No. 02 was activated and began to maneuver to the newly calculated focal position. The waiting time was a bit shorter than for Unit No. 01. A few hours later Unit No. 02 was in position. The same process initiated. The sensor array targeted Kepler 22b, E600 light. The image gradually sharpened. A planet larger and displaying more warm yellow and brown hues appeared on the screen. Its atmosphere seemed thicker with active clouds. Lin Ye meticulously scanned the planet's surface inch by inch from the equator to the poles, from continents to oceans. Ling simultaneously performed high-precision image recognition and analysis. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Lin Ye's brows furrowed slightly. He magnified several areas that appeared flat and potentially suitable for development. Nothing. No regular geometric patterns. No crisscrossing roads. No clusters of structures reflecting artificial light. The orbit was also clean aside from a few tiny points that might be natural satellites. No artificial objects were detected. Nothing. Lin Ye murmured. He was not ready to give up, switching to several different spectral bands to scan, searching for traces that might be concealed by vegetation or other natural phenomena. The result remained the same. The surface of Kepler 22b presented a natural landscape untouched by intelligent hands. Although there were complex geological structures, active weather systems, and even suspected large liquid areas, there was no sign of any intelligent civilization. It seems not every planet in the habitable zone gives birth to intelligent life. Lin Ye finally leaned back in his chair, accepting the outcome. There was a hint of regret in his tone, but more of rationality. Or perhaps it was born, but perished midway. Or maybe the life forms are so different from us that our observation methods cannot identify them yet. He thought for a moment, then issued an order. Observer 02 switched to long-term observation mode, as well target Kepler 22b. Although nothing is found now, maybe changes will occur later. Or perhaps we can learn something from its natural evolution. Besides, if there truly are no intelligent beings, it might be a good candidate for future colonization. Command confirmed. Without pausing, Lin Ye activated observers 03 and 04. The targets were Kepler 62e and Kepler 62f, located 120 light-years away. This pair of sibling planets both resided within the habitable zone of the same star system and were once hot candidates in the search for extraterrestrial life. Observation results came in one after another. Kepler 62e, the ocean area might be enormous, and on the few remaining landmasses no large-scale artificial structures were found. Kepler 62f, colder with extensive ice caps, also showed no traces of intelligent civilization. None. Lin Ye rubbed his brow. After several consecutive misses, the initial excitement subsided a little. It seemed that the birth and continuation of intelligent life, even under seemingly suitable conditions, was far from easy. Next, Gliese 581g. He selected a target only 20 light-years from Blue Planet. It was one of the closest known exoplanets located in the habitable zone. Such a short distance made the calculation and positioning of the observation focal line relatively quick and easy. Observer 05 was soon in place. The image arrived. A dark red planet orbiting a red dwarf star. Due to the dim light of the red dwarf, the signal-to-noise ratio was poor, but after enhancement the general features were discernible. The planet's surface seemed to have complex terrain, but the atmosphere was thin. Lin Ye and Ling meticulously examined every possible area. Time ticked. The only sound in the lab was the low hum of equipment. Finally Lin Ye shook his head gently. Still nothing. His voice was calm. The closest with marginal conditions, but empty. Or perhaps the life forms are different again. He also added Gliese 581g to the long-term observation list. After completing these tasks, he paused for a moment, looking at the 5 observer windows already active on the screen. In the Kepler 452b window, the images of a civilization from 140 years ago still flowed quietly. The other 4 windows each displayed different silent worlds. 1 out of 5, Lin Ye murmured. That probability doesn't seem too low. He smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. Then his gaze turned to the final target of this test plan. It was also the closest known exoplanet to Blue Planet, Proxima b. Distance only 2 light-years. It orbited Proxima Centauri, the star nearest to the Sun. It lay within its star's habitable zone. Its mass was about 1.3 times that of Blue Planet. It was so close, almost at the doorstep. So close that any imagination of extraterrestrial life could not bypass it. Lin Ye's finger hovered over the control interface, pausing for 2 seconds. His expression was slightly more solemn than when testing any previous target. Not fear, but an instinctive caution in the face of the unknown so near. Finally, let's see our true neighbor. He pressed the selection key. Observer 06 activated and moved toward the observation focal line corresponding to Proxima b. Due to the extreme proximity, calculating the focal line required extremely high precision, but the maneuver time was short. In less than an hour, the status beside the Observer 06 icon changed to in position. Observer 06 has locked onto target Proxima b. Beginning data reception and analysis. Note: Proxima Centauri is an active red dwarf, and flare interference may be strong. The main screen darkened, and a new image began to form. The initial image was filled with noise and streaks. Frequent flare activity from Proxima Centauri left bright interference spots in the data stream. Ling immediately intervened, activating dedicated anti-interference and dynamic compensation algorithms. The image, as if washed by water, fluctuated a few times, and then gradually stabilized and sharpened. A planet emerged shrouded in the dark red glow of its star. Proxima Centauri's light bathed the entire scene in a faint, somewhat oppressive reddish hue. Proxima b appeared not very large, but its outline was clear. Some alternating light and dark surface features could be faintly discerned, possibly indicating the distribution of continents and oceans. Lin Ye held his breath, first sweeping the whole image quickly. He did not see the global dense network of civilization light points like those on Kepler 452b. This was not surprising, perhaps due to different lighting conditions, stages of civilization development, or modes of habitation. He did not relax. He began to carefully scan the planet's surface, especially the light-dark boundaries and areas that appeared topographically gentle. At the same time, his attention shifted more to the space around the planet. If a civilization existed and had reached a certain level, traces should remain in orbit. Ling simultaneously performed high-precision analysis, filtering out signals from natural celestial bodies. Time passed minute by minute. The lab was very quiet. Lin Ye's gaze, like a comb, repeatedly swept across the image on the screen. After a few minutes, his eyes suddenly froze. In the dark background beyond the edge of Proxima Centauri b, there is an extremely tiny yet remarkably stable point of light, in a position close to the planet's orbit. It does not flicker like a star, nor does it vanish suddenly, or appear irregular like a solar flare. It is simply a point. A persistent, consistently bright point. 0. Magnify that area, and mark the coordinates as B01. Lin Ye's voice was low, tinged with a tense. The image was sharply magnified. The point of light transformed into a blurry small spot. Further image enhancement processing was applied. The outline of the spot began to emerge. It was not a point. Rather, it was a structure. A somewhat rudimentary composite structure composed of multiple regular geometric shapes. Long trusses connected several square modules. The outer walls of the modules displayed what appeared to be solar panel-like structures unfolding. At one end of the structure, there seemed to be an outline of a docking interface. A space station. Lin Ye's throat moved as he uttered the word. His eyes widened slightly, and his body instinctively leaned closer to the screen. Or rather, a modular orbital port. His heart raced a little. Discovering orbital facilities meant that this civilization had already broken free from planetary gravity, possessing at least preliminary capabilities for space activities. Continue scanning for other targets, especially moving ones. His command was quick and clear. 0 immediately complied. More powerful scanning and analysis algorithms were activated, focusing on seeking smaller objects that might be orbiting the planet. Soon new discoveries followed. Detected multiple small moving signals with orbital parameters intersecting or being in proximity to the space station. Tracking and imaging. Several even smaller but slowly moving points of light appeared in the image. They followed different orbits, some close to the space station, others cruising in more distant orbits. After enhancement processing, the two closest moving targets revealed their approximate shapes. They were two elongated objects with distinct outlines of propulsion structure. Although the details were blurry, their functional design adapted for the space environment, along with their size relative to the space station, strongly hinted at their identity. Spaceships. Lin Ye's voice carried a sense of certainty. They are spaceships, at least of shuttle or orbital transport ship class. His breathing became slightly rapid. The civilization discovered by Kepler 452b was at a technological level equivalent to that of the 21st century, 1,400 years ago. And Proxima Centauri b is only 4.2 light-years away. The images they saw were merely a glimpse of the past from 4.2 years ago. This meant that about 4 years ago there was already a space station in orbit around Proxima Centauri b with spaceships in operation. Analyze their technological level. Lin Ye commanded immediately. Based on the complexity and scale of the space station structure, as well as the inferred size and orbital activity patterns of the spaceships, Zero's eyes flashed with streams of data. Analyzing. Space station structure analysis, modular design truss. Main structure energy reliant on large solar panels, no large propulsion or obvious defensive weapon structures detected. Scale assessment, medium-sized space station level. Spaceship activity mode analysis, orbital maneuvering speed, relatively slow trajectory, changes infrequent, no signs of high-energy propulsion detected, such as fusion flametails or strong plasma jets. Comprehensive assessment, this civilization has mastered stable and reliable chemical propulsion or basic electric propulsion technologies capable of regular near-Earth orbital navigation, in-orbit docking, and long-term stay at space stations. In comparison to the technological development history of Blue Star, it is roughly equivalent to the early 22nd century level. That is, they have initially established near-Earth orbital infrastructure possessing preliminary manned cargo space transport capabilities, but have not yet mastered efficient interplanetary propulsion technologies, such as mature fusion propulsion, and their interstellar travel capabilities are likely extremely limited or in the theoretical exploration stage. Early 22nd century. Lin Ye digested this information. Excluding his base's influence, they are only less than a century ahead of current Blue Star. Moreover, judging by the images, their space technology seems to lean towards practicality and basic construction with slow speeds and activities likely confined mainly to their own planetary system. 2 light years. Lin Ye murmured, his eyes flickering. What they see is Blue Star from over 4 years ago. At that time, he quickly pulled up. More than 4 years ago, just shortly after he had his fortuitous encounter, he had just begun live streaming in the underground lab of Shiyuan Village, assembling a quantum. The mainstream aerospace technology on Blue Star was still at the stage of chemical rockets and initial space stations with no fundamental leaps since before his appearance. More importantly, in these past 4 years, Blue Star's changes have been tremendous. Company-class transport ships, Cloud Peak, Paradise, Tiangong, Starport, Dawn-class warships, Mars base. These movements are significant for a neighbor who already possesses space observation capabilities and is only 2 light years away. Lin Ye's expression turned serious. Zero, calculate immediately. Based on the currently inferred technological level of Proxima Centauri b civilization, is it possible for them to detect anomalies in the solar system in the coming year, especially the significant unnatural activities in orbit around the Moon, Mars, and Blue Star? Zero was silent for a few seconds, performing rapid calculation. Calculation completed. Based on their early 22nd century inferred technological level, their astronomical observation capabilities should be significantly stronger than the current public level of Blue Star. 4 large spatial structures within the solar system, such as Tiangong Starport, high-energy activities, such as Dawn-class weapon testing, energy signals from Mars-based construction, and frequent orbital traffic, such as Kunping transport ships, there exists a certain possibility of passive detection. The possibility of active detection, such as launching detection spaceships, is relatively low, limited by their propulsion technology. Crossing 2 light years would take an extremely long time, possibly requiring decades to centuries. However, if they continuously monitor the solar system, it is highly probable that they have already noticed the changes in Blue Star over the past 4 years. Indeed, given the developments of these years, he had not concealed his traces too much. Lin Ye, having listened, leaned back in his chair. He quietly gazed at the red planet on the screen, along with the crude space station and the tiny points of light from the spaceships in orbit. The laboratory fell silent. Only the low hum of machines could be heard. After a while, Lin Ye slowly spoke. In other words, our closest neighbor is very likely to see the developments and activities on our side over the past few years. They may have noticed the sudden appearance of large objects in orbit around Blue Star, the unidentified activities on the Moon, and even the anomalies towards Mars. But they do not know these things yet. They are also unaware of the extent to which our technology has advanced. Lin Ye spoke calmly, yet a sharp glint flickered deep within his eyes. A vigilance born of sensing an unpredictable variable and the quiet, calculating gaze of a master strategist who has just noticed an unfamiliar piece placed upon the board. Fascinating. At last, time to act decisively. He suddenly smiled. So now we truly are neighbors. Though separated by 2 light years, where even a greeting would take years to arrive. Yet we can already see each other. He sat upright once more, his gaze hardening with resolve. Zero, activate Observer 06 in highest priority continuous observation mode. Target Proxima Centauri b. Monitor not only their spaceborne activities, but also analyze surface-level signs of civilization, their societal structures, technological trajectories, as thoroughly as possible. Establish an independent nearby civilization surveillance archive. Simultaneously initiate contingency planning for the solar system's outer early warning network, prioritizing detection of any anomalous signals or minute objects originating from the Proxima Centauri direction. We must determine whether this neighbor intends merely to observe, or something more. Even if their vessels travel slowly, caution remains imperative. Command confirmed. Observer 06 priority elevated to maximum. Nearby civilization surveillance archive creation in progress. Solar system outer warning network contingency protocol activated. Zero responded instantly. Lin Ye cast one final glance at the image of Proxima Centauri. That crimson world, its solitary orbital space station, its slow-moving spacecraft, all appeared primitive fragile. Yet distance transformed that primitiveness and fragility into an undeniable weighty presence. 6-2. He quietly corrected his earlier tally. This probability is no longer negligible. It seems the cosmos is far less desolate than we imagined. He switched off the main display, but kept all 6 observation windows running silently in the background. He rose and stretched his stiff neck. The initial shock and exhilaration had settled, giving way to a deeper, more far-reaching contemplation. Discovering neighbors, especially those who may already be observing you, brings not only wonder but responsibility and foresight. He paused at the laboratory door, then turned back. In the dim chamber, only the soft glow of console indicators and screens shimmered faintly. Behind them lay 10 eyes gazing into the abyss of deep space, 2 fixed unwaveringly upon worlds harboring intelligent life, one distant 1 light-years away, possibly highly advanced, the other perilously close. One just 2 light-years away, still struggling to break free from its cradle. Yuan Tong. Lin Ye murmured the project's name. Now we've truly glimpsed something extraordinary. Excellent. Zero continues surveying the remaining targets for further extraterrestrial civilizations. I'll rest. The door slid shut behind him. Understood, sir. Zero replied, calm and precise. The next morning, Lin Ye opened his eyes. The simulated sky dome in the Yu-Cha base control room had already illuminated, soft dawn-like radiance. He'd slept well, yet his mind snapped awake as if a switch had been flipped. The images from last night flooded back. The red planet, its tiny orbital station, crystal clear in his mind's eye. He remained still, lying flat, staring at the ceiling for several seconds. Then he threw back the covers and sat up. His bare feet met the cool floor. The chill sharpened his thoughts further. Aliens. They were real, not fiction, not speculation. 2 of them. One distant, one near. The distant one could wait. 140 light-years rendered intervention impossible for now. But the near one. 2 light-years. Lin Ye walked to the bathroom and turned on the faucet, cupping icy water in both hands and splashing it across. Water droplets traced paths down his cheeks as he lifted his head to meet his own reflection. His face bore streaks of moisture, his eyes were lucid, unclouded by sleep. He was thinking. A new neighbor had been found, not in a film or novel, but in reality. A neighbor who might already have noticed recent changes in the solar system. True, they saw only 4-year-old light, but telescopes do not lie. The massive Tiangong starport suspended in orbit would inevitably draw attention within a few years, if they looked our way. The lunar farside base. Martian construction activity. Frequent transit vessels. These energy signatures, these unnatural structures would not go unnoticed by a civilization capable of building orbital stations. Lin Ye dried his face with a towel and hung it neatly on the rack. Stepping out, he moved to the center of the control room, where the vast rotating star map hovered in silent majesty. His gaze locked immediately onto the direction of Proxima Centauri, a modest speck of light seemingly insignificant. Yet beside it orbited a world inhabited by beings who gazed upwards, searching the stars. The development plan needs revision, Lin Ye murmured almost to himself. He seated himself before the console, fingers tapping lightly on its surface. Steady, unhurried, but resolute. His original strategy had been methodical: expand deliberately across the solar system. Cultivate resources, build infrastructure, accumulate strength. Now that was no longer viable. Neighbors might already be watching. Granted, their vessels traveled slowly. Arrival could take decades, even centuries. But what if? What if others arrived first? What if colossal warships descended, as in those films? What if their technology underwent sudden breakthroughs? Or if they had already departed long ago? What if they possessed unconventional propulsion, or concealed alliances beyond our imagining? In a cosmos this vast, all possibilities remain open. Security cannot rest upon the assumption that they simply cannot reach us. Acceleration is essential. Solar system development must scale up, comprehend base expansion, fleet construction, defensive architecture refinement. All timelines must be compressed, and defense alone is insufficient. Lin Ye's eyes shifted subtly. His tapping fingers stilled, then slowly curled into a firm, deliberate fist. Proxima Centauri b. 2 light-years. Unbelievably close, akin to living in the same neighborhood. If you don't knock on their door, they may soon knock on yours. Rather than wait for them to arrive. A faint taut curve formed at the corner of Lin Ye's mouth. Not warmth, but the quiet certainty of irreversible decision. Strike first. Subjugate them. Transform potential threat into integral asset. Only then would the solar system's periphery achieve true security. The thought erupted, then spiraled swiftly, entwining his consciousness like creeping vine. Not born of malice. Not conquest for conquest's sake. Pure rational calculus: eliminate risk, guarantee self-preservation. And, if their technological level truly hovers near early 21st century Earth. Lin Ye leaned back against the chair, closing his eyes as his mind began to race with calculations. A Dawn-class battleship with a main cannon of 10 billion tons of yield. Type 4 Spirit Guard Mecha, a unit for interstellar combat. Kuanpeng I-class transport ship capable of carrying 200,000 tons at once, along with the completed Tiangong starport Mars base and asteroid belt mining sites. Comparing it to that small space station in orbit powered solely by solar panels. The technological gap is too vast. So vast that there may be no need to actually fire a shot. As long as the fleet moves over halting in orbit around their planet, they will understand the disparity. They will grasp the difference. The following events may proceed smoothly. Of course, actually moving the fleet over is impossible. At the current speed, it would take over 50 years to arrive. Thus, he never considered sending reconnaissance ships or probes. It's too long. So long that he could upgrade the battleships several generations by then. Perhaps the new warships will catch up to them in the blink of an eye, rendering sending them there meaningless, a futile effort. Yet conquering this step is unavoidable. How can one allow others to sleep soundly beside them? There can be no enemies around the solar system. Moreover, whether there is hostility or not is another matter, but their mere existence is an unstable factor. Lin Ye opened his eyes, his gaze falling back on the star. Then another thought emerged. Should he start a live stream? Inform those on Blue Star about this news. Tell them, hey folks, we have found our extraterrestrial neighbors just next door 2 light years away. Lin Ye's fingers began to tap on the table, this time with a slightly faster rhythm. He was weighing the pros and cons. The benefits, making the nations of Blue Star aware that extraterrestrial civilizations truly exist and so close at hand. They should feel tense, right? They would be frightened, right? And then they would scramble to develop and pursue aggressively. No longer squabbling over their little patch of land, but looking further afield as the starry sky holds both wonders and dangers. This would stimulate them to accelerate technological development, actively integrate into the starport system, strive harder to earn star currency, and improve themselves. It would be beneficial for the entire human civilization. It would allow for a quicker integration of Blue Star's power, preparing for future journeys across the stars. What about the downsides? Panic. Large-scale global. Ordinary people might fall into chaos and social order could be affected. Governments might overreact, making some irrational decisions. Moreover, once the news is released, it cannot be retracted. Everyone will know that the universe is not lonely and that neighbors may not be friendly. Lin Ye stopped, his hands crossing them on his lap. He imagined the scene. The live stream starts, and he says to the camera, we have discovered extraterrestrial civilization. What would the comments section explode into? The live stream might crash. The forums would collapse. News would roll continuously throughout the day. On the streets, everyone would be discussing this topic. High-level officials from various countries would convene emergency meetings overnight, their faces pale as they discussed. Some would be excited, feeling that humanity is no longer alone. Others would be afraid, worried that aliens might come, fearing the end of days. Some would seize the opportunity to spread rumors and create chaos. Others would question, thinking it is fake. But ultimately everyone would look to him, looking to the wise god, to see how he would handle it, to see if he could protect Blue Star. Lin Ye furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed it. The pressure would fall on him. But this pressure has always been on him. Since the moment he built the first transport ship at the Yuecha base, since he began mining on Mars, this pressure has always been there. It's just more concrete now. Concrete to a red planet 2 light years away. That's good. Let everyone feel the tension. Stop focusing on those trivial matters on Blue Star. Look outside. The universe is vast and dangerous. If they don't want to be eliminated, they must catch up quickly. Lin Ye made a decision. He leaned forward, quickly operating a few commands on the console. 0. His voice resonated clearly and steadily in the control room. The virtual figure of 0 almost instantly appeared beside him, tilting its head slightly, waiting for instructions. Send out a live stream announcement. Lin Ye set his eyes still on the star map. Set the time for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The title should read. He pondered. Let's show everyone something new, guaranteed to shock everyone. He paused and added, no need to disclose specific details, maintain an air of mystery. Data flowed calmly in 0's eyes. All right, boss. The announcement will be pushed through all channels in 3 minutes. 0's figure flickered slightly as it began to execute the command. Lin Ye nodded, leaning back against the chair. All right. He stretched lazily and walked back to the console. It's time to get to work. First, let's finish processing the blueprints we need to review today. He sat down, calling up the next design blueprint awaiting review. His gaze fell on the complex structure diagram as his fingers slid over it, beginning to examine it carefully. Yet a small part of his mind still lingered on the thoughts of tomorrow's live stream and the reactions of those on Blue Star upon seeing the announcement. It should be very interesting. 3 minutes later, on the official homepage of Union Paradise, the announcement bar at the top suddenly refreshed. A new announcement appeared, bold and highlighted. Wise God live stream announcement, time 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, standard time, content bringing everyone something new, note guaranteed to shock everyone. Just these few short lines. No images, no videos, no further explanations. But the words wise God and shock everyone placed together were like pouring a ladle of water into hot oil. It exploded instantly. In the Dragon God Nation around 9 o'clock in the evening, many people's phones chimed simultaneously. College student Zhang Wei was lying in bed scrolling through his phone when he suddenly saw a notification pop up. He clicked it casually. After reading the few lines, he blinked, then suddenly sat up straight in bed, his movements so abrupt that the bed creaked loudly. "Damn!" he exclaimed, his voice echoing clearly in the dormitory. A roommate poked his head out from the bed, asking what's wrong. "Wise God. A live stream at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Zhang Wei turned his phone screen toward his roommate. "It says there's something new guaranteed to shock everyone." His roommate snatched the phone, staring at it for 2 seconds. "Something new? What new thing?" "I don't know." Zhang Wei scratched his head. "But Wise God says it will shock everyone. That must be something significant." He jumped off the bed and dashed to the computer to turn it on. Just as the forum page refreshed, he saw that the homepage had already been flooded with the same topic. Wise God's new live stream announcement. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Shocking everyone. What is it this time? A mobile starport? Or an even larger battleship? Let's take a guess. Is it time to announce the second phase of the Tiangong starport? Impossible. The starport has just begun operations. The second phase won't be that quick. Then could it be a new strengthening potion? To the one above, if it's a new potion, I will wake up laughing. Zhang Wei quickly scrolled through the page, his eyes shining with excitement. His heart raced a bit. Every live broadcast from the Wisdom God meant that something unimaginable was about to happen. What would it be this time? In the Dragon God Kingdom at the Central Command Hub, Zhou Weiguo briskly entered the conference room, holding a freshly printed briefing. Several elderly men were already seated, each with the same briefing in front of them. The announcement is brief yet assertive. Zhou Weiguo placed the briefing on the Wisdom God has never used the phrase guaranteed to shock everyone. The presiding elder picked up the briefing and read it once more. They didn't even say that during the last dawn level test. He set the briefing down and tapped his fingers on the table. What could it be this time? Strategic weapons? New ships? Or, he paused, or is it that they've discovered something we don't know? A moment of silence fell over the conference room. An old general spoke slowly. No matter what it is, we must be prepared. Inform everyone that at 8:30 tomorrow morning, all heads of relevant departments must watch it live, record the entire event, and analyze it closely. Additionally, notify our people at the starport to be on the lookout for any unusual movements. Understood. Zhou Weiguo nodded and turned to relay the orders. In the Free Nation at the Black Palace, the new commander looked at the brief announcement on the screen, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the armrests of his chair. "Here we go again," he murmured, his voice a bit dry. Every live broadcast from the Wisdom God meant that the Free Nation was about to be left behind again. What could it be this time? He recalled the ongoing economic turmoil and pressure from public opinion back home, feeling a pulsating throb at his temples. Inform all intelligence departments to fully analyze the broadcast tomorrow. Also contact our people in Paradise and Starport to gather as much information as... The chief of staff nodded, took notes, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Commander, do we need to issue any official response?" The commander waved his hand, dismissed. "No need. It won't matter what we say. We'll see the broadcast tomorrow and go from there." He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. A single thought occupied his mind: how shocked would we be this time? At the Polar Bear Command, the commander chuckled while chewing on hard candy, watching the tablet being handed over by his aide. "Tomorrow at 9. All right, I got it." He handed the tablet back. "Prepare the conference room by 8 tomorrow morning and set up the big screen. Get some snacks too, we'll watch while eating." The aide nodded. "Commander, should we notify the military to be prepared?" The commander pondered for a moment. "Yes, let those guys see too. They shouldn't just be fixated on their own tanks and planes. They need to see how far the outside world has developed. Also tell our guys at the starport to keep their eyes peeled and report any findings immediately." Understood. In the Europa Alliance, an emergency communication channel opened. "Everyone, did you see the announcement?" "Yes, we did. We've already informed everyone. All relevant departments will be at their posts by 8 tomorrow. What could it be this time? Do we need to prepare a response plan in advance? How can we prepare? We can't even guess what the Wisdom God is going to show us. But guaranteed to shock everyone. That's a heavy phrase. Yes, they didn't even use it when announcing the Dawn-class battleship." There was silence on the channel for a few seconds. "Inform all nations to raise their alert levels. Especially the Space Monitoring Department. Keep a close watch on any orbital anomalies." Understood. Meanwhile, discussions among the general public were even. An hour after the announcement was made, the trending topics on major social media platforms in Blue Star were all related to it. Posts on forums were rapidly refreshing. "I bet 5 dimes it's a new interstellar warship. One even larger than the Dawn class. Maybe they've built a city directly on Mars. Open immigration. It could also be that they've discovered some incredible alien relic. The person above has quite the imagination, huh? Otherwise, why, absolutely shocking. Anyway, I'm taking the day off tomorrow to watch the live broadcast. One, I can skip class, but I can't miss the Gods Live broadcast. Do you think? Could it be it?" This speculation quickly rose among the many replies. Only a few people liked it, but no one took it seriously. Most people thought it was impossible. Alien life. How could it be so easily discovered? Yet for some reason this speculation planted a seed quietly in the hearts of certain individuals. In the private chat group of enhancers, discussions ran deeper. Do you think this live broadcast might be related to the starport? Like opening a new area? The starport has just started operating, there's no need to push new things so soon. Then could it be a new way to earn star coins? That's possible. It's so hard to earn star coins now, it would be great to have a new channel. I think it might be related to deep space exploration. Deep space? Is that even possible? Would there really be exploration results so soon? You know the efficiency of the wisdom god. There was silence then someone sent a message, if it really is a deep space discovery. What could it be? No one answered, but a few had a vague premonition. This live broadcast would likely truly shock everyone. In the Moon Chariot base, Lin Ye looked at the global public opinion report compiled by Zero. Data streams quickly scrolled across the screen, displaying keyword popularity, emotional distribution, regional discussion volumes. The panic index was not high for now, mainly curiosity and anticipation. Zero's virtual image was also reporting nearby. Global discussion heat has surpassed the peak before the Tiangong starport's inauguration. Senior officials from various countries are showing high concern, but no large-scale military or scientific mobilizations have been observed. Public speculation is mainly focused on new types of ships, expansion of space structures, etc. Did they guess about aliens? Lin Ye asked calmly. There are sporadic mentions, but it is not the mainstream speculation. The vast majority believe that what you are about to showcase is some new creation or technological breakthrough. That's good. Lin Ye set down the blueprints in his hands, leaned back in his chair, and smiled. It's better if they can't guess. Tomorrow's live broadcast will be more interesting. At that time he would face the camera and tell everyone we found new neighbors. Moreover, not just one but two. One is 1,400 light years away, and the other is 2 light years away. Then he would watch their reactions. It should be quite spectacular. Lin Ye thought to himself, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then he continued to focus on his work. The live broadcast was tomorrow's matter. Today he needed to refine his plans further. Conquering Proxima Centauri is not as simple as it sounds. Even with overwhelming technology, a detailed plan is necessary. Troop deployment, navigation routes, logistical support, and post-occupation management. All of these need careful consideration. At 9 o'clock the next morning, the black screen of the Zhishan live streaming room lit up on time. The familiar silver cloud logo rotated into view, then quietly faded. In the center of the frame, Lin Ye's figure appeared clearly. He was still wearing that black and gold dual-layer Lingyun battle armor, with a face mask obscuring his features. But he stood there casually, raising his hand and waving at the camera. Yo, good morning everyone. You've all arrived, huh? His voice came through the voice modulation system, carrying a metallic quality with a tone that was familiar and relaxed. Almost at the same instant his figure appeared. On the right side of the live stream screen, the temporarily silent barrage feature suddenly erupted. A flood of densely packed, colorful text surged from the edge of the screen, instantly occupying half of it. Here it is. First, good morning, Great One. What's the new thing? Show us quickly. We've waited all night. What exactly is this new thing? Is it a new battleship? One larger than the Dawn class? Or have you discovered some new element? New material? Could it be that the Tiangong starport Phase 2 is ahead of schedule? I'm dying of curiosity. Great One, don't keep us in suspense. The speed of the scrolling barrage was so fast that it was almost impossible to read the specific content, only catching glimpses of eager and curious short phrases and exclamation marks. The real-time online viewer count displayed in the lower left corner was fluctuating at a jaw-dropping speed, with each refresh causing the number to jump up. Lin Ye looked at the barrage flood that was almost overwhelming the screen, a faint chuckle escaping from under his face mask. The laughter resonated with a pleasant tone through the voice modulator. It seems that everyone is really interested in the new thing I mentioned, huh? He leaned slightly forward, resting his elbows on the edge of the control panel, cupping his chin with his hand, adopting an observational pose. The barrage immediately responded, surging even more. Of course we're interested. What on earth is it? Come on, Great One. Don't keep us hanging. I haven't even eaten breakfast while waiting here. Please give us a demonstration. Lin Ye seemed to smile a bit more, his shoulders lightly shaking. All right. He straightened up, clapping his hands in front of him, making a calming gesture. He'll be straightforward and not tease everyone anymore. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the camera, as if he could see the eager faces behind the screen. I know you've all been waiting anxiously. So, he raised one hand and snapped his fingers sharply. Zero, let's show everyone our new thing. As his words fell, the main screen of the live stream room instantly switched. Lin Ye's figure minimized to the lower right corner, while the central screen was taken up by a deep starry sky backdrop. Then 4 images appeared almost simultaneously, slowly emerging in a clear high-resolution format, lined up side by side. Each one was a distant photo of the colors, textures, and angles of illumination varied, but each emanated a sense of authenticity that was deeply rooted and far from rendered or simulated. The first image showed a planet with a warm yellow-brown hue, its surface featuring clear continental outlines and cloud belts, with a smaller softly glowing star outlining its curve nearby. The second and third images were quite similar, both primarily in blue-green tones appearing to have large ocean areas with land fragments scattered around a slightly. The fourth image revealed a planet enveloped in a dark red halo with a tiny dim star in the background casting a gloomy red hue over the entire picture. The four high-definition, detail-rich planetary images appeared abruptly before billions of viewers. A brief, near-vacuum silence fell over the livestream room. The flow of the barrage suddenly came to a halt. It was as if everyone's fingers were frozen on their keyboards or screens. They stared at the four unfamiliar images, none of which were known planets within the solar system, and their minds momentarily stalled. What is this? A new CG animation? Special effects rendering? Or a barely believable thought like a tender sprout breaking through the soil, extremely faint, yet stubbornly began to grow in many people's hearts. Lin Ye's voice timely broke the silence. He pointed at the first image, which depicted the warm planet intermingled with yellow-brown and blue-green hues. Everyone look here. His tone was steady, as if introducing an ordinary item, yet every word struck clearly on the audience's eardrums. As you can see, these images are a recent new technique of the streamer, showcasing a few planets outside of our solar system. The first one is Kepler 22b. It's about 600 light-years away from us. The planet's radius is roughly 2 times that of the blue. It takes about 290 days to orbit its sun. The average surface temperature, around 22 degrees Celsius. He paused, pointing at the image of that planet in the void. The environmental conditions are very mild. Preliminary analysis shows there is stable liquid water, a thick and suitable atmosphere, an active weather system, and suspected continental and oceanic structures. He turned towards the camera, and even through the face mask one could feel the intensity of his gaze. In simple terms, he slowed his speech, articulating each. Currently, this appears to be a very suitable place for humanity from the blue planet to migrate to. A new homeland. The words fell like a boulder finally dropping into the still surface of a lake. Boom. The delayed shock and reaction swept through the barrage pool like a, what? Kepler 22b. I must be hearing things right. 600 light-years. Migration. A new homeland, not a render. Is this a real photo? My goodness. Did we capture a photo directly? So clear. This is 1,000 times clearer than the blurry light spots captured by Hubble or Webb. How did you do it? Is this the new thing? Have you discovered a few new planets? The barrage went completely wild. Countless question marks, exclamation points, and nonsensical short phrases raced across the screen. In ordinary homes, people gaped at the screen, snacks dropping to the floor. In offices, employees who were secretly watching the live stream suddenly covered their mouths, suppressing their astonishment, eyes wide open. On the street, the crowd gathered under the large screen in the square first fell silent, then erupted into a huge chaotic clamor mixed with disbelief. Lin Ye seemed quite pleased with this reaction. He waited a few seconds for the barrage to digest this information. Then he pointed to the second and third images. These two are Kepler 62e and Kepler 62f, located about 1,200 light-years away. Each has its own environmental features. One might be ocean-dominated while the other is cooler. They are decent alternatives. Then he pointed to the fourth dark red planet. This one, Gliese 581g, is very close to us, only 20 light-years. The conditions are slightly worse, orbiting around a red dwarf star dimly lit, but it is still within the habitable zone. Lin Ye looked at the questions flooding the screen, asking, have aliens been discovered? His fingers tapping the edge of the control panel came to a halt. He straightened his posture, his mask turning towards the four images of planets on the main screen. He glanced again at the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments, a mix of excitement and apprehension. Then he chuckled softly, as if somewhat helpless, yet also amused. Family. He sighed. There are quite a few questions. This sigh subtly shifted the atmosphere in the live stream. Everyone felt it. The main topic was about to arrive. Lin Ye extended his hand, pointing at the screen. How was the photo taken? Well, some new technology was used, gravitational lensing. I'm sure friends in the astronomy community understand, so I won't elaborate here. He casually brushed aside the first question. His fingers moved towards the four images. As for everyone's concern, are there humans on these planets? The mask obscured his expression, but the atmosphere in the live stream tightened with his brief pause. Billions of hearts seemed to be gently gripped by an invisible. The speed of the barrage slowed to a crawl like a snail. Everyone awaited his words. Lin Ye's gaze seemed to sweep across every viewer through the screen. Then in a calm, factual tone, he clearly stated Kepler 62e, Kepler 62f, Gliese 581g. As of now, no signs of intelligent civilization have been discovered. Many felt the taut string in their hearts slightly relax. Not for now. Thank goodness. But then they realized, Lin Ye only mentioned 3. There was still one that he didn't mention. Kepler 22b. No. When he strongly recommended Kepler 22b earlier, he only mentioned that its environment was good for colonization. From beginning to end, he never said it did not have intelligent life. All eyes suddenly focused on the first image, Kepler 22b. That gentle tawny planet. Could it be? As everyone's hearts began to race again, holding their breath, Lin Ye shook his head. Kepler 22b. No signs of intelligent civilization activity have been found. When he said this, many exhaled a long silent breath. Thank goodness. It's all uninhabited. The new home is safe. But why does it feel like something's off? Did the Great One go to such lengths just to announce the discovery of 4 uninhabited habitable planets? While this is indeed shocking, it seems inadequate for the promise of shocking everyone in advance. Moreover, his earlier pause, that tone. Just as this doubt began, Lin Ye's voice rang out again. Still calm, but like a cold boulder thrown into the heart lake that had just relaxed. However, those 2 words made everyone's heart skip a beat. Lin Ye leaned slightly forward. His voice, clear through the battle armor, entered everyone's ears. Family, have you forgotten? What the host just mentioned was only the planets in these 4 images. He deliberately emphasized 4. Then beside the 4 parallel planet images on the main screen in the dark cosmic background, the 5th image appeared slowly without warning. A blue-green planet, somewhat similar to Kepler 22b, but with more distinct continental outlines and finer cloud patterns. The colors were also more vibrant. But what caused everyone to collectively hold their breath and narrow their pupils was not its color. It was the things on its surface. Lin Ye said nothing. He simply gazed quietly at the image, allowing everyone enough time to observe and discern. The edges of the image bore simple white lines and text annotations. A coastal plain on one continent was circled with a note beside it reading suspected city cluster regular geometric structure. The enlarged image was adjacent to the main image. That was a dense network of neatly arranged squares and lines. The roads were clear gray-white lines dividing the land into countless regular blocks. Inside the blocks were buildings of various sizes, but with rectangular outlines reflecting an unnatural sheen. Another annotation near the equator read large composite structure suspected industrial or energy facility. Upon enlargement, complex pipeline connections, towering structures, and extensive factory-like buildings could be seen. The third annotation was not on the planet's surface, but in the outer space of the planet, connected by dotted lines to several tiny light points, non-natural objects in near-Earth orbit, presumed to be artificial spacecraft or space stations. One of the light points was enlarged individually. Though blurry, it was evident that it was a structure composed of multiple regular modules with an extended panel on one side. Silence. The live stream was left with only the slowly rotating image. The barrage seemed frozen, not a single comment. Everyone was fixated on those annotations, those enlarged images, staring at those patterns that could only appear under one circumstance. A child at home tugged at his father's sleeve and whispered, "Dad, what are those squares? Are they how?" The father opened his mouth, but did not answer. The smoke in his hand burned down to his fingers, causing him to flinch, and the cigarette fell to the ground. Employees in the office forgot to conceal their expressions, staring intently at the screen. A colleague nudged him, but he did not respond. Under the big screen in the square, a young man, wearing glasses, suddenly took them off, rubbed his eyes vigorously, and put them back on. The image had not changed. Those regular shapes were still there. Lin Ye's voice broke the silence, steady, as if introducing an exhibit. Kepler 452b, approximately 1400 light-years away from us. Its similarity index to the blue planet is very high, often referred to as Blue Planet 2.0 or Blue Planet's cousin. He paused, his finger lightly pointing at those annotations. It seems this cousin has quite a lively household. There are cities, there are factories, and his finger moved to the structure in orbit. Things that can fly in the sky and live in the sky. As his words fell, the barrage erupted. This time it was no longer excited comments of "wanna go" or "looks good." It was pure unfiltered shock and fear that almost broke through the screen. My God. That's a city. I see it. A grid. Houses. That one in orbit. It's definitely a space station. Aliens. 1400 light-years. There really is an alien civilization. They built cities. They can go to the sky. Great One. Is this real? Not a special effect. Not a model. How can it be so clear? You can even see the outlines of the houses. Gravitational lensing. The Great One just mentioned gravitational lensing. But that's a theory. A theory. How is it realized? Smart God. It must be achievable. I thought it was you. How advanced are they? They seem not much stronger than us. But that was 1400 years ago. Idiot. What we are seeing is how they were 1400 years ago. That barrage of comments struck many like a bucket of ice water. The young man typing froze, his fingers hovering above the keyboard. Indeed. 1,400 light-years. Light would take 1400 years to travel that distance. What Jishin captured was Kepler 452b as it existed 1400 years ago. Back then they could already build cities and space stations. What about now? 1400 years have passed. What are they like now? A chill crept up many spines. The livestream room began to fill with long ellipses and silent gaps. People didn't know how to express their feelings at that moment. Excitement. Yes, the thrill of discovering an alien civilization. Fear. Even more so. Fear of the unknown, of the potentially vast gap in advancement. Bewilderment. The bewilderment of facing an alien civilization that was real, yet inside the Longshan Kingdom's Central Command, the elderly presiding officer slowly set down the teacup he had been holding. The bottom of the cup touched the table with a... He stared at the screen, at the clear annotations and magnified images for a long time. Then he slowly exhaled. It should be real. Jishin has no reason to deceive. Beside him, the old general pressed his fingers against his knees. The city layout shows signs of planning. The road network is quite mature. The orbital facilities, though the details are unclear, the structure appears functional. A technical expert, an elderly man, swallowed hard, his voice strained. Gravitational lensing. He actually pulled it off. And the precision is astonishing. This isn't detection, this is surveillance. Surveillance across 1400 light years. Another elder slowly shook his head. 1400 years. What they see of us is also from 1400 years ago. He paused. The Tang dynasty. No one spoke in the room. Everyone pictured the same scene if there were astronomers on Kepler 452b, gazing toward the solar system by some means. They would see the lanterns of Chang'an, the cavalry on the grasslands, the sails on the sea. A primitive world just beginning to spark the flame of civilization. But now what they saw of the other side was already an era with cities and space stations. The absurdity and crisis of temporal dislocation weighed heavily on record. This, the presiding officer spoke, his voice a little hoarse. All image details, all annotations. Organize experts and begin analysis immediately. Assess their stage of civilization development, technological path, social structure. Anything we can infer. Also, he looked at Zhou Weiguo. Try to contact Ling. We need to know more. Zhou Weiguo nodded emphatically and immediately turned to leave the meeting room. In the Heigong underground conference room of the Zio state, the new director stared at the screen, the color draining from his face. His throat felt dry. He wanted a drink, but his hand reached for the glass and then withdrew midway. He was afraid his hand would tremble and spill the water. Beside him, the Minister of Security's breathing was heavy like a bellows. One hand braced on the table, arm muscle. There really is an alien civilization, and they've been in space for ages. They were in space 1400 years ago. The director turned to the technical advisor. Assess their technology. How does it compare to ours right now? The technical advisor stared at the magnified images, sweat beading on his forehead. Sir, from the city scale and road network, the urbanization level is very high. They might have already entered the late industrial civilization stage, or even the early information age. That orbital structure is quite crude, like an early space station relying on solar panels. Overall, it's roughly equivalent to our level from the late 20th century to the present. But, he added urgently, that was 1400 years ago. The new director raised a hand and pressed it against his forehead. He felt his temples throb violently, a splitting headache. What Jishun had revealed was not just an alien civilization. It was a mirror. A mirror reflecting that blue star might be thousands of years behind. Contact our people at the Star Harbor, he said hoarsely. At all costs, obtain more information about this, Kepler 452b. Also, immediately convene all experts in astrophysics and alien civilization research to form a task force. We need to know exactly how. At the Beijixian commander's mansion, the commander forgot the candy still in his mouth. He stared at that orbital structure for a long time. Then he swallowed the candy hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Damn, he cursed. It really exists. The generals behind him all changed expressions. One general said in a low voice, Commander, their space station doesn't seem as big as our Xingchen station. Nonsense. The commander turned and glared at him. That was 1400 years ago. Look carefully. 1400 years ago. We are stronger than they were back then, sure. But they've already developed for 1400 years. He pointed at the screen. 1,000 years. That's enough for us to go from riding horses and fighting to building atomic bombs and reaching the moon. What about them? Their starting point was higher than ours. They could already build space stations back then. He turned and shouted at his adjutant. Notify the Academy of Sciences. Get all those old folks out of bed. Watch the live stream. Analyze. I want to know just how far this alien civilization has advanced. At the Oyuoba Alliance Joint Space Center, the chief scientist's coffee cup finally fell to the ground completely. The porcelain cup shattered, brown liquid splashing everywhere. But he didn't look down. He just stared blankly at the screen, at those clear city outlines, those road grids. My God, he murmured. Alien civilization really exists. His assistant's voice trembled. Professor, gravitational lensing. Jishun has actually achieved gravitational lensing technology and captured such clarity. The scientist slowly nodded, his eyes filled with shock and a kind of reverent awe. This is an observation. This is a gaze. He has built a telescope spanning 1400 light years, gazing into the history of another civilization. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice. Record all data. Image enhancement, structural analysis, modeling of civilization development stages. This is humanity's first time seeing such clear evidence of the existence of another intelligent civilization. The first time. His voice carried a faint tremor at the end, excitement and also fear. In the livestream room, After the initial explosive barrage of comments, more rational but equally anxious questions began to appear, especially from scientific accounts with verification badges. ID Longshan Kingdom Academy of Sciences, Institute of Astrophysics. Mr. Jishun, do you have more detailed data on the atmospheric composition and surface temperature of Kepler 452b? Can the city scale be estimated? How is the stage of civilization development determined? ID Zeo State Astronomical Research Institute, we sincerely request sharing more orbital parameters of the orbital object. Are there more spacecraft? Any signs of deep space exploration? ID Oluoba Physics Research Institute, do you have any preliminary inferences about the social structure and energy forms of this civilization? The images show no obvious high-energy facilities or large spacecraft. Does that mean they haven't yet achieved interplanetary travel? ID Beijixiang Academy of Sciences, are they at war? Have you seen any bursts of light from weapons? Any flashes of weapon light? These barrage comments mingled with the ordinary audience's chaotic gasps and fears, selectively pinned or highlighted by zero. Lin Ye watched these questions. He waited for a moment, allowing the barrage to settle slightly before speaking. Family members and esteemed experts behind the screen, I have seen all the questions. Don't rush. His tone still carried that unique, slightly irritating casualness. Let's take them one by one. Kepler 452b, according to our preliminary analysis. He brought up another data panel listing some simplified entries. Atmosphere primarily nitrogen and oxygen, with a suitable amount of carbon dioxide and water vapor suitable for carbon-based life forms to breathe. Of course, this is based on our own standards. Average surface temperature approximately 15 degrees Celsius mild. City scale from the identified areas, a single city's population might be in the tens of millions with multiple such urban clusters. The global population will not be small, likely over 100 billion. Civilization stage, judging from the urban forms, transportation networks, and basic industrial facilities, as well as that rudimentary orbital station it roughly corresponds to. He paused, stating a comparison that left all Blue Star inhabitants with mixed feelings. Roughly equivalent to the early to mid-21st century of Blue Star. That is, the global internet was widespread initial space exploration and the stage of globalized economy. In other words, it is probably a decade or two ahead of the current mainstream public technologies of Blue Star. As for weapons, there are no obvious signs of large-scale destructive weapons, but there might be some traces of localized conflicts. The image resolution is not sufficient to see the specifics. Social structure and energy forms cannot be discerned just by looking at a few images. However, one thing is certain. Lin Ye looked toward the camera. They haven't flown out of their own front door. At least 1,400 years ago, they lacked the capability for large-scale interstellar travel, let alone coming 1,400 light-years to play with us. He chuckled. So everyone, don't scare yourselves just yet. Even if they had a technological explosion and built a lightspeed spaceship, it would still take 1,400 years to reach us. By that time, he shrugged, the host battleship might arrive there first. Of course, 1,400 years is enough time for many things to happen. According to the simplest linear extrapolation, they might be over 1,000 years ahead of us now. They may have already stepped out of their planetary system. They may already be traveling between the stars. They might have discovered more neighbors, including us. This half-analysis, half-joke eased the intense atmosphere in the live broadcast room a little. The barrage began to show some self-deprecation and humor in adversity. 1,400 years. I probably won't even find my ashes. So it's safe now, right? You scare me to death. But what if they have a technological explosion and build a faster-than-light spaceship? Faster-than-light. What about the laws of physics? In front of a higher civilization, will the laws you observe be the same as yours? You're right. I'll continue to be scared. But in any case, the distance of 1,400 light-years is indeed a huge buffer. It gives people time to catch their breath and digest this astounding fact. However, just when many felt, it's okay, it's far enough, Lin Ye suddenly spoke again. His tone remained calm, yet made everyone's hearts rise again. But, he elongated his voice. Zero. Show the family our other neighbor. This one is much closer. Closer. What is closer? There's another. While everyone was in a daze, the image of Kepler 452b shrank and moved to the side. In the dark backdrop of the universe, the sixth image slowly emerged. A planet shrouded in a dark red halo, slightly smaller than Kepler 452b, with a darker hue. The background star was small, emitting a faint red light. The edges of the image also had white annotations and magnifications. The first annotation was on the planet's, a slightly crude structure made up of multiple regular segments with solar panels deployed beside it. Annotation text: Orbital Space Station Outpost Modular Design Scale Medium. The second annotation was several tiny light spots near the space station running along different orbits. Upon magnification, elongated contours with protruding thruster structures could be seen. Annotation: Spacecraft presumed to be transport ships or shuttles. Quantity: multiple, frequently active. The third annotation was on a relatively flat plateau on the planet's surface. Upon magnification, faint and regular geometric shapes could be seen, though not as clear and dense as the cities of Kepler 452b. Annotation suspected settlements or industrial areas on the surface limited scale. Lin Ye didn't wait for the audience to react. He immediately began to introduce, speaking slightly faster than before. Proxima Centauri b. Distance 4.2 light-years. Orbiting the star closest to the Sun, Proxima Centauri. Its mass is about 1.3 times that of Blue Star, located within the habitable zone. He paused, pointing at those annotations. They have a space station. They have ships. There must also be ground bases. Preliminary assessment of the technological level. He looked at the real-time analysis summary provided by Zero on the data panel. It roughly corresponds to the early 22nd century level of Blue Star. That is, they have initially established a normalized presence in near-Earth orbit and have basic freight space transportation capabilities. However, they have not yet mastered efficient interplanetary propulsion technology and cannot fly out of their own yard. Of course. He added, his gaze sweeping across. This was their state about 4.2 years ago. 4.2 light-years. What we see is an image from over 4 years ago. Now I don't know how far they have developed, but one thing is certain. Lin Ye's voice was particularly clear in the dead silence of the live broadcast room. They are very close to us. Close enough. If their telescope is good enough and they happen to look in the direction of the solar system a few times in recent years, then they may have already seen something. For example, he paused. For example, the dense and active satellites and space stations of various countries in orbit around Blue Star. For instance, some unusual high-frequency space launch signals. And his tone carried a subtle nuance that was difficult to detect. The overall technological development curve of Blue Star civilization showing an acceleration trend over the last few years that is somewhat inconsistent with although these signs were not particularly exaggerated over 4 years ago, they were enough for a neighbor who had already begun to gaze at the stars and had decent technology to adjust their telescope's focus towards our direction. He finally set his tone flat, yet it struck like a hammer on everyone's hearts. They might think that we've been moving a bit too much in recent years, that our technology has advanced too quickly, and they need to keep an eye on us. Then continue to observe. In a few more years. Lin Ye's lips curled slightly, his face obscured by a mask, but the implications in his voice were understood by everyone. In a few more years, when the commotion created by the streamers over the past 4 years, the Tiangong starport Mars base asteroid belt mining sites, and those large ships flying around, slowly reaches their eyes. I wonder what expressions they will have. Will they think that this civilization has perhaps taken the wrong medicine, or stumbled upon some treasure? The words fell. In the live broadcast room this time, there was even no barrage. A genuine, complete silence. Indeed, over 4 years ago, the other party already has space station spaceships and observational capabilities. And in their eyes, Blue Star must still be at the dawn of the rise of the intelligent. In a few more years, the massive silhouette of the Tiangong star port, the devastating light of the Dawn-class warship during tests, the ceaseless flashing of the Kunping transport fleet. These images will strike like overdue thunder, one after another, into that 4.2 light-years away in an astronomical telescope. How will the astronomers, strategists, and decision-makers of that civilization perceive that within a mere few years a neighboring civilization has shot up like a rocket? No, far faster than a rocket. Caution, curiosity, vigilance, or something else. A more complex and unsettling emotion has replaced the initial pure fear. We are not only being seen. Moreover, we are being observed in a manner that is weirdly accelerating. And the real-time reactions from the other side we will only know over 4 years later. The uncertainty and anxiety brought about by this time lag wrapped around us like vines. Over 4 years ago, they could already build spaceships then. Did they see us? What should we do now? Oh, great one. Will they come after us? 4.2 light-years. How long would it take for them to fly over? With their technology, it wouldn't be possible for them to arrive in less than a few hundred years, right? But what if their technology exploded? What if they have a means of navigation that we don't know about? Mom, I'm scared. Everyone, don't panic. The intelligent being is here. Yes, the Great One possesses the Dawn class. There are interstellar fleets. But those are aliens. It's not comparable to a single country. Panic, anxiety, luck, self-comfort, reliance on the intelligent being. Various emotions intertwined, surging forth through fragmented sentences. In the bottom right corner of the screen, the number of online viewers fluctuated violently, climbing upward. More people were awakened by the calls and messages from friends and family rushing into the live broadcast room. The flow curve of the entire Blue Star internet formed a steep peak at this moment, alarming in its intensity. At this time, Lin Ye's voice broke through the chaos. All right, the situation is roughly as follows. He spread his hands. There is a cousin 1,400 light-years away, developed earlier than us, but currently too far away to worry about. 4.2 light-years away, there is a neighbor whose technology is slightly stronger than yours at present, but not significantly so. The key point is that they may have already noticed us, but even if they see us, there's no need to worry, as they are unlikely to come over for the time being. He leaned back against the chair, hands crossed on his lap, his mask turned toward the camera. So, he elongated his voice like a teacher posing a question in class. Family members, what thoughts do you have regarding this neighbor from the neighboring star system? The question was thrown out. Light as a feather, yet like a red-hot iron, it plunged into a cold pot of oil. Dragon God Kingdom Central Command. The elderly host stared at Lin Ye's masked face on the screen, his finger halted at the edge of his teacup. The old general beside him knitted his brows tightly, his lips pressed firmly together. What does he mean by this question? An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit murmured, his voice clear in the overly quiet room. Thoughts? What thoughts could there be? Another general with a technical background swallowed hard, his voice dry. At a distance of 2 light years, we don't even know what they are like right now, let alone our spaceship technology isn't fully matured yet. He is testing us. The elderly host slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but drawing everyone's attention. Testing the reaction of Blue Star's humans, probing the attitudes of various countries. He scanned each face in the room. It's also guiding us. Zhou Weiguo stood aside, holding the preliminary analysis report just received from the Starport Cooperation. He looked at the screen, the figure of the intelligent being sitting quietly waiting for billions of Blue Star inhabitants to express their views on the alien neighbor. This feeling is hard to describe. Free Country Underground Conference Room of the Black Palace. The new governor felt his back starting to sweat again. The shirt clung to his skin, uncomfortable. He tugged at his collar, yet his eyes remained glued to the screen. Thoughts. He repeated the word, his voice a bit hoarse. What thoughts does he want? The Minister of Security's face was ashen, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, the rhythm chaotic. What mature thoughts can the public have? Panic curiosity, or childish fantasies? The technical advisor stared at the dim red image of Proxima Centauri b on the screen, muttering 2 light years. If their observation technology is indeed not lacking, then since a few years ago, our deep space exploration activities, the frequency of space launches, including the energy signals from the Tiangong starport construction over the past year, they would have gradually seen them. They can see it, but can't come over. A general said gloomily. Based on their estimated technological level, crossing 2 light years could take decades, or even hundreds of years. But what if their technology has advanced by leaps and bounds during these 4 years? What if they already have probes on the way, but we just haven't noticed? No one in the room could answer. The unknown brings the most primitive fear. And at this moment, the intelligent being is laying out this fear in an almost mocking manner before everyone, asking what. In the Arctic Bear Command, the commander crushed the remaining candy in his mouth with a crunch. He stared at Lin Ye, then at the red planet, suddenly grinning with a somewhat, asking us what thoughts we have. He turned to the generals behind him. This guy must have some wicked schemes brewing in his mind. A general hesitated and said, Commander, the public might call for peaceful contact or be afraid and demand stronger defenses. Defense, the commander-in-chief snorted, pointing at the screen. What could we use to defend? With our non-existent star missile defense system? Or rely on the god of wisdom? He leaned forward, hands on his knees. He's asking this because he already has an idea. Just wait and see what the people say and what those fellows say. By those fellows, he naturally meant the other major powers. Just wait and see what the people say and what those fellows say. By those fellows, he naturally meant the other major powers. Europa Union Joint Space Center. The chief scientist had already picked up the shattered coffee cup fragments and set them aside. He didn't bother to clean the stains, just stood there staring at the screen. Hearing Lin Ye's question, he subconsciously pushed up his glasses. Thoughts, he murmured. The scientific community's first reaction would surely be a desire to make contact, to exchange knowledge. But the politicians? He shook his head. The assistant said softly beside him, Professor, the internet must be exploding by now. All kinds of voices are out there. Yes, the scientist nodded, his eyes complex. Fearful, excited, fantastical, realistic. And he is collecting these voices. As the assistant had said, Lin Ye's question was like a spark falling into a tinderbox already soaked with emotion. Inside the live stream room, a torrent of text with various colors, languages, and emotional markers erupted from the right side of the screen, instantly flooding most. Thoughts. What thoughts could I have? I'm terrified. Great one. Do they have malicious intent? Can we contact them? Peaceful communication. Communication, my ass. Those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. The above is narrow-minded. Can't cosmic civilizations be peaceful, eh? Exactly. Maybe they're very friendly. Friendly. Haven't you read the Dark Forest theory? Look at our own history. It's already good if we don't fight upon meeting. We should send a signal first. Show friendliness. Send a signal first. Are you crazy? What if we expose our coordinates? The coordinates are already exposed. Our radio signals have already reached there. That's different. That's just noise. Actively sending is showing weakness. Great one, what do you think? You must have a solution, right? Build more warships fast. Defend the solar system. Don't you need resources to build warships? What about time? Aren't there resources in the asteroid belt? Great one, start mining. Strike first to gain the advantage. Strike later and suffer, right? Can't wait for them to attack. But we haven't even left our doorstep properly. Is the Dawn class a pushover? The barrage scrolled madly with tens of thousands of new messages flooding every second. The content was chaotic. Fear, excitement, radicalism, conservatism, fantasy, reality. All kinds of opinions clashed fiercely. Some were so scared they became incoherent, only spamming scared. Others fell into sci-fi fervor, starting to discuss how to establish diplomatic relations with aliens. Some were extremely pessimistic, believing conflict was inevitable. Many more simply threw the question back to Lin Ye, waiting for his answer. In the high-level meeting rooms of various nations, people were also closely watching the flow of the barrage. Those rapidly flashing words were like a mirror reflecting the unvarnished public sentiment. Chaos, division, anxiety, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Faced with a possible alien neighbor of similar or slightly superior technology that might have already noticed them, the thoughts ordinary people could offer were mostly based on instinct and limited cognition. Yet this instinct and cognition seemed so pale and noisy at this moment. Lin Ye was very patient. He did not interrupt or urge. He simply sat there quietly, his faceplate occasionally turning slightly, as if reading the rapidly scrolling barrage. Occasionally he would nod slightly or let out an almost inaudible unsure whether it was to agree with a certain comment or just to acknowledge seeing it. This silent observation only made the atmosphere more tense. What was he looking at? What was he waiting for? Longshan Nation Central Command. A middle-aged official in charge of public opinion analysis quickly summarized the keywords and emotional tendencies in the barrage, reporting in a low voice. Currently, fear and vigilance comments account for about 40%, those advocating peaceful contact or holding optimistic views account for about 25%, those demanding enhanced defense or proactive action account for about 20%, and the rest are chaotic or meaningless information. Those advocating peaceful contact. Quite a few, an old man said slowly. Many are influenced by science fiction works or simply hold beautiful wishes. Another interjected. But there is also a part of rational voices that believe it is unwise to actively release hostility under unknown circumstances. Rational, the old general snorted. We don't know what standard of rationality the other side has. Isn't our historical lesson enough? The presiding old man raised his hand to signal silence. He stared at Lin Ye's silent figure on the screen. He is filtering, the old man said. And also, observing. Seeing the reactions of the people and the reactions of the nations. Then he will reveal his true intentions. The Zio nation chief looked at the barrage, demanding, send friendly signals, twitched the corner of his mouth, and revealed a bitter smile. Friendly signals. He murmured to himself. If they really noticed our development a few years ago, would they take this as a friendly signal? The chief of staff whispered beside him, Sir, the god of wisdom's attitude seems not inclined toward friendly contact. The chief said nothing. He noticed Lin Ye's occasional nodding seemed to occur more often when barges advocating defense, vigilance, and prepare first scrolled by. Although it was hard to see clearly through the faceplate, the subtle trend of the movements made him feel vaguely uneasy. The live room's barrage was still scrolling madly. A few minutes later, the initial explosive outburst subsided slightly, and some longer, more structured comments began to appear, mostly from verified science popularizer scholars or relatively influential online figures. These comments were selectively pinned or highlighted for easy reading. ID Star Wanderer Science Writer. Calm down. Everyone calm down. First distance is the greatest safety guarantee. 4. 2 light years. Even if the other side has near lightspeed technology, it would take over 4 years to fly, not including acceleration and deceleration time. Second, the image we see is from 4 years ago, and the same goes for them. This time lag and information gap itself is a huge buffer and bargaining chip. I believe the current primary task is to use the observational advantage provided by the God of Wisdom to learn as much as possible about the other side, while accelerating our own development. We should not actively release any signals that could be misinterpreted as hostility or weakness. Old soldier, retired officer. You're far too naive up there. Battlefield initiative is everything. By the time you see it clearly, they'll already have a blade at our throat. My stance is simple: develop our military. Fully support Jishin in building more and stronger warships. The Taiyang system's defensive perimeter must be established immediately. At the same time, send high-speed reconnaissance units toward Bailan Star to ascertain their situation. If contact is to be made, let it be with our weapons in hand, standing at their doorstep. Cosmic sociology enthusiast, do you still remember the Dark Force theory? Though a fictional construct, its logic carries a cruel sort of reasonableness. When we cannot determine whether the other side is benevolent and exposing our civilization is a risk, what is the safest course of action? Think of our own history. If Jishin can see so clearly, he surely has long had plans. Perhaps we should listen to him more and argue less. Peace envoy, civil organization, oppose all forms of space militarization. Oppose endlessly extending the chain of suspicion. The cosmos is vast. The meeting of civilizations should be a celebration, not the prelude to war. We should first attempt peaceful communication, conveying Langsing's goodwill and culture. Perhaps the other side longs for exchange. a peaceable race yearning to communicate. We must not judge every unknown by the darkest chapters of our history. Rational engineer, arguing about this is pointless. The crucial question, what leverage do we actually have? Technology. Jishin has it, we do not. A fleet. Jishin is building one. What can ordinary people strive to enter the starports, pursue research, improve ourselves, and avoid being discarded in the possible interstellar era? As for external strategy, the authority rests with those capable of action. All we can do now is prepare and hope the decision makers remain rational. A variety of views, reason and feeling entwined, fear and hope coexisting. Lin Ye scanned the comments one by one. With his faceplate hiding his expression, no one could tell how he felt, until the peace envoy's comment was pinned and provoked a flood of agreement and rebuttal in the chat. Suddenly Lin Ye moved. He let out a faint laugh. The sound passed through a voice modulator with a metallic resonance. It betrayed no clear emotion, yet it made every viewer's chest tighten a little. He leaned forward, elbows on the console's edge. Not bad. His voice remained calm. There are still some family who think like the host. His remark was abrupt and fragmentary. Who did he mean? The proactive defender, old soldier? Or the cosmic sociology enthusiast who invoked the dark force? Or that chat message insisting upon initiative and military buildup? Before viewers could ponder, Lin Ye continued, speaking the next line with crystalline clarity. Exactly. His voice rose slightly, carrying an air of finality. Strike first, and be strong, a delay, and suffer the consequences. 10 words. Like 10 hammers, they struck each listener's eardrums and hearts. The live stream fell abruptly silent. Even the frenzied stream of chat paused mid-flow. Everyone was stunned, staring at the screen and at the figure who had spoken those 10 words. Strike first. Against whom? Violence star B. Lin Ye seemed pleased by the instant stillness. He went on, speaking slowly but enunciating each syllable. The host thinks. Instead of waiting for them to come and guessing whether they are friendly or whether they will bring war, we should go find them first. He spread his hands in a forward gesture. What do you all think? He paused, and his faceplate briefly swept across the camera. Do you have confidence in the host? Boom. After a brief hush, came an even more violent eruption of chat. This time it was no longer a chaotic release of raw emotion. It rapidly divided into several distinct currents. Supportive voices surged like a tsunami. Yes, the Great One is brilliant. This is exactly right. Strike first to gain the advantage. Well said. Take the initiative. Seize control. Great One, I stand with you. To hell with them. We should have thought this way long ago. Waiting until others knock is too late. We have Poxia-class ships. We have Lin Ye Mecha. What is there to fear? Fleet. Build an interstellar fleet. Expedition to Bylon Star. Support Jishin. The human civilization of the Taiyang system will never be in. Those chat messages were short and fierce, ignited by a crisis-driven fervor and the exhilaration of finding a focal point. Many who had felt fear and helplessness moments before now seemed to have found an outlet and a direction. Jishin says to take the initiative and seek them out. Jishin is confident. What do we have to fear? Follow him and act. Yet opposing and skeptical voices were equally loud. Madmen. This is naked aggression. They are an intelligent civilization too. How can you do this? What if they are peace-loving? Wouldn't we become butchers? The dark forest is not the truth. The universe should not be this way. Jishin, have you been possessed by a warmonger? This will spark interstellar war. Can you shoulder that responsibility? We should try to communicate, not resort to force. Oppose. Firmly oppose this barbaric proposal. Holier Thanthu, up there, get out. This is a matter of a civilization's survival. You get out. Executioner. Calm down. Both sides' technology might be similar. War would be mutually ruinous. We have the Great One. Won't technological dominance crush them? Crush them? Look at the distance. 2 light years. How long would a fleet take to arrive? How would resources be guaranteed? The chat plunged again into fierce, even more polarized argument. On one side were the radicals, the actionists who worship survival first and initiative above all. On the other were conservatives clinging to peaceful illusions or objecting on moral grounds, alongside a rational faction worried about practical difficulties. The live stream was like a boiling arena of debate, countless viewpoints colliding and tearing at one another in virtual space. In the high-level conference rooms of various nations, a strange silence prevailed. Everyone was stunned by Lin Ye's stark declaration to strike first. He had said it outright with no disguise. Direct, brutal, even tinged with provocation. Provocation toward whom? The alien neighbor. Or toward everyone on launching who nurtured peaceful fantasy. Longshan State Central Command. The presiding elder slowly leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and pressed his temples with his fingertips. Beside him, an old general wore an expression so solemn it seemed to drip gravity. He really intends this, the general said in a low voice. Too radical, another elder shook his head. This equates to a unilateral declaration of hostility, leaving no room for negotiation. The elder from a technical background smiled wryly. What right do we have to talk about negotiation? The decision rests in his hands. He is merely informing us while unifying thoughts. Zhou Weiguo felt his throat go dry. He recalled the previous communication with Zero, the calm, yet unquestionable tone of the other party. The logic of the wise god has always been based on personal judgment and absolute power. He would not wait for others to vote, nor would he care about so-called internet. By raising this issue now, it felt more like a test, or rather a proclamation. The chief of the Freedom Nation's face turned pale, his fingers tightly gripping the armrests of the chair, knuckles turning white. Strike first. He really intends to do this, he murmured, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. To actively attack an alien civilization, even if that civilization might be technologically comparable or even slightly superior. The risk was but on the other hand, a hidden thought, one that even he was reluctant to acknowledge, began to sprout within him. What if the wise god could truly accomplish it? What if humanity in the solar system could indeed take that first step into the cosmos with such a forceful posture? Fear and a twisted excitement intertwined, making his heart race. The Minister of Security's face turned ashen as he shouted at the technical advisor. Calculate. If the wise god sends a fleet to venture to Proxima Centauri at Dawn-class speed, how long would it take? How will logistics be handled? What are the odds? The technical advisor's fingers flew across the tablet, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Sir, the cruising speed of the Dawn-class is approximately 0.072 c. To reach Proxima Centauri would take about 58 years, not including acceleration and deceleration time. This is simply unrealistic. Unless he has faster propulsion technology. He must have. The Minister of Security interrupted him. If he dares to say this, he must have trump cards we don't know about. The Arctic Bear commander suddenly slapped his thigh. Good. Refreshing. This is how it should be. Excitement lit up his face, his eyes gleaming. What's the use of being indecisive? Waiting for others to be ready to strike you? The generals behind him exchanged glances, some worried while others were vaguely excited. Commander, won't this be too risky? We know almost nothing about the Proxima Centauri civilization. An older general said cautiously. Risky? The commander turned to look at him. Is waiting at home not risky? This guy, the wise god, never does things without assurance. If he dares to say it, he must have a way. We will know in time. The European Union Space Center. The chief scientist stood there in a daze, the pen in his hand dropping to the strike first. This violates the basic ethics of scientific exploration. His voice was dry. The assistant quietly said beside him, Professor, ethics are based on mutual communication and equality. What if the other party has no intention of communicating at all, or the result of communication is destruction? The scientist opened his mouth, but could not speak. He looked at the screen where the wise god was quietly watching the barrage of arguments. The black faceplate seemed to emit a cold sheen at this moment. The barrage war continued in the live broadcast room. Lin Ye watched for a while, the opposing comments, the calls for peace, and the accusations of his barbarism. Suddenly he smiled again. This time the laughter was more pronounced. It even carried an unabashed mockery. Yes, yes, yes. He nodded his head, his tone exaggerated, as if agreeing with some utterly absurd viewpoint. Aliens are all friendly and love peace. The universe is a big garden full of love and flowers. When the broadcaster's technology reaches there. He paused, his tone suddenly turning cold. I'll take you peace-loving individuals over right away. To have a friendly exchange with the aliens. On behalf of all humanity. To showcase your love and peace ideals. How about it? The broadcaster keeps his word. I guarantee to send you safely. As for whether you can come back safely, he shrugged. That will depend on how friendly our alien friends are. These words struck like a resounding slap on the faces of those who shouted for peace. The live broadcast room fell silent in an instant. And then, ha ha ha, the great god is sharp. Yes, yes, yes. Send the saints over for exchange. Peace lovers, the opportunity has come. Sign up. Represent humanity. A glorious mission. I'll donate $1 for the fare. I'll donate $2. Let the peace-loving individuals represent humanity to convey peace and love. This is killing me with laughter. What a good idea. Don't you believe aliens are friendly? Go on. Don't be cowardly. Remember to live stream when you go. Let's see how friendly the aliens are. Support. Strongly support. The direction of the barrage quickly deviated. A large number of onlookers, or those who were already impatient with the peace rhetoric, burst into laughter. Various teasing, agreement, and sarcasm flooded the. Although the opposing and peace-calling barges were still struggling, they were quickly drowned in a sea of ridicule and mockery. Reality is so cruel. When a sense of crisis and a strong, actionist stance take the upper hand, overly idealistic voices often appear pale and ridiculous, even becoming the objects of mockery. Lin Ye turned those opposing voices into a joke with just a few words. He no longer looked at the barges. Sitting up straight again, he resumed his previous calm tone. All right, no more jokes. The broadcaster's meaning is already very clear. Since Proxima Centauri has noticed us, we cannot remain idle. It's better to take the initiative to see than to guess blindly at home. As for how to go and when to go, the broadcaster will arrange that. Everyone just go about your business. Those who want to earn star coins to go to the starport, those who want to strengthen themselves to strive in paradise, those who want to contribute to the nation, just listen to what your superiors say. Life goes on. Just keep in mind. He raised his hand, pointing to the outside of the screen, as if directing to the vast starry sky. Above us, besides the moon and stars, there might also be some other eyes. That's it, everyone disperse. After finishing his words, the screen flickered. The live broadcast ended. The screen went dark, leaving countless viewers still sitting dumbfounded in front of it. The words "strike first" and "the mockingly filled have a friendly exchange with aliens" seemed to echo in their ears, feeling empty yet heavy inside. Meanwhile, in the meeting rooms of various countries' high-level officials, the lights were stark white. The meeting had just begun. The darkness that followed the live streams and enveloped everything. Lin Ye sat motionless in the main control room. Outside, the meeting's arguments and panic across Blue Star had nothing to do with him. His faceplate slid open silently, revealing his face. It was expressionless, yet his eyes stared into the void ahead, their focus slightly scattered. His fingers tapped repeatedly on the smooth surface of the console. Once, twice. He was deep in thought, contemplating the phrase he had just uttered: strike first to gain the upper hand. He thought of the red dot 2 light-years away. He thought of the resources at his disposal: the Dawn-class warships, the Kunping transport vessel, the Tiangong space station. Not enough. Far from enough. A 58-year voyage. He could not afford to wait that long. Could he gamble on the benevolence of others? Or that they lacked other extraordinary means? That was not his style. He needed a different approach. A method that could truly bridge the gap of light years. Warp drive. This idea had taken root when he was researching the negative mass field generator of the Dawn-class battleship. The iterative success of the zero-domain generator had made warships maneuver in space like fish. He had wondered, since they could influence local spacetime, could they go further? Could they treat spacetime itself as a road to traverse? This was a theoretical concept rooted in general relativity, formally known as the Alcubierre warp drive. The principle was not complex. Instead of accelerating the ship through space, one warped the spacetime around it, creating an expansion of spacetime behind and a contraction ahead. The ship itself would reside within a flat spacetime region called a warp bubble, experiencing no forces. The entire bubble would be propelled by the flow of spacetime structure, much like surfing. A surfer does not paddle, the wave drives them forward. If the wave is fast enough, they can travel far quicker than swimming. Theoretically, this propulsion method could surpass the speed of light by multiple times. Because the speed limit of objects is imposed by spacetime itself, while the warp drive slides the spacetime structure. In 1994, physicist Miguel Alcubierre proved its mathematical feasibility on paper, but it remained only a mathematical construct. In reality, creating such spacetime curvature required something: negative energy density, or negative mass. In conventional physics, this almost does not exist. But coincidentally, Lin Ye had it. He had long developed negative mass field technology used in the zero-domain generator. However, the technology at that time was still crude. The intensity, stability, and controllability of the generated negative mass field were all lacking. It was adequate for turning warships or reducing their weight, but for warping spacetime to achieve warp speed, that was far beyond its capacity. Like trying to light wet wood with a match, it would never catch fire. Now, several years had passed. The zero-domain generator had evolved from Type 1 to Type 3, smaller in volume, greater in power, more precise in control. Material science had advanced from spirit luminous alloy to Type 5, achieving new heights in strength, self-repair capability, and energy adaptability. The energy core had progressed from blazing sun Type 1 to Type 2 with more stable output and higher power density. It seemed conditions were ripe. He stood up and walked to the massive observation window of the main control room. Outside, the bustle of the Yuecha base interior unfolded. Transport vehicles flowed through the corridors like a stream. In the distance, the silhouette of the dock flickered in the light. All of this he had built piece by piece. From the underground laboratory in Shiyuan village, to the Yuecha base here, to the Hawaii base on Mars, to the Tiangong space station. Step by step. Now his footprints needed to reach farther. He turned. Ling. His voice sounded slightly dry in the empty control room. Ling's phantom figure appeared silently, just one step away from him. She tilted her head slightly, looking at him. Boss. Retrieve all theoretical materials related to warp drive, all my previous notes, and all experimental data from the zero-domain generator Type 1 to Type 3. Lin Ye spoke, his voice low, but each word clear. Okay, boss. Data streams glided calmly through Ling's eyes. She did not ask why. She knew what her boss was about to do. Seconds later, the central holographic projection area of the main control room lit up. Countless documents, formulas, charts, and three-dimensional models emerged like starlight, densely packed, almost filling the entire space. The theoretical part was on the far left, the mathematical expression of the Alcubierre metric, the derivation of the spacetime curvature tensor, the physical interpretation of negative energy conditions. In the middle were Lin Ye's own notes, scattered thoughts, rough calculations, and various imaginative yet crossed-out design sketches. On the right were the actual data from the zero-domain generator. Energy input curves, field strength, distribution maps, stability test reports, iterative improvement records. Lin Ye walked into the center of this sea of light, hands behind his back slowly turning around. His eyes swept over the complex formulas, pausing briefly on a few key parameters. Then he glanced at his early notes, a self-deprecating curl on his lips. So many ideas back then, but also so naive. Finally his gaze settled on the data of the Zero Domain Type 3. The peak field strength had increased 15-fold compared to Type 1. Control precision had reached the atomic level. Energy utilization efficiency had risen from 17 to 41. A significant improvement. But still not enough. The negative energy field required for a warp drive was not this gentle field. It needed an extremely sharp, extremely powerful, and precisely shaped space-time distortion. Like a craftsman who had only been shaping clay before, now needing to carve diamonds. The tool had to change. The approach had to change. Lin Ye sat down in a chair. He leaned back and closed his eyes. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the armrest. In his mind, formulas, data, and images spun like a revolving lantern. The key function in the Alcubierre metric that determines the shape of the warp bubble. The distribution requirements of negative energy density. The energy threshold needed to maintain the bubble's stability. And the most troublesome, the space-time transition during launch and docking. You could not charge into distorted space-time, nor could you yank yourself out of it. Otherwise the ship and everything inside it would be torn into fundamental particles by space-time stress. It had to be smooth. Like a ship entering water, the water carries the ship emerges, and the water calms. Difficult. Lin Ye opened his eyes, the whites tinged with bloodshot. But his gaze was bright. That light of excitement and focus that comes when facing a challenge. Ling, here. Start designing the first-generation warp drive based on the Zero Domain Type 3. Lin Ye set his fingers, tracing a more complex, sharper outline in the air. Project code Silver Shuttle. Core objective: develop a practical warp drive based on the Alcubierre metric. Priority highest. Allocate the best resources and computing power from Yuecha base and the Hoi base on Mars. I want a feasible plan and breakthrough path in the shortest time possible. His words were not fast, but each carried weight. A calm stream of data flickered momentarily in Lin Ye's eyes. Command confirmed. Project Silver Shuttle initiated. Highest priority. Relevant data retrieval in progress. I must remind you, Director, according to current theoretical models and our existing technological capabilities, achieving stable generation and controllable navigation within a warp bubble requires increasing the negative mass field strength by at least 5 orders of magnitude. Energy demand modeling remains incomplete, but projected requirements are staggering. I know. Lin Ye interrupted, leaning back into his chair, hands folded calmly across his lap. That's precisely why we research. Tackle each challenge one by one. If the negative mass field strength is insufficient, we upgrade materials, optimize field generation methodology, or seek entirely new physical mechanisms. If energy demands are immense, we build larger reactors, or discover more efficient power sources. Theory is rigid, technology is alive. He paused, gaze drifting toward the star-strewn void beyond the window. We still have time, but not much. So, we must move swiftly. Zero nodded. Her holographic form seemed to coalesce with greater clarity. Understood. I will synchronize research resources between both facilities and initiate preliminary field amplification simulations. Lin Ye fell silent. His eyes traced the solar system's panoramic map, clusters of luminous nodes marking his domains. The moon, Mars, the asteroid belt, Tiangong spaceport, and the ceaseless flow of transport routes weaving among them. If the Silver Shuttle succeeded, if a functional warp drive truly emerged, then 2 light years would no longer represent an abyss of despair. It could shrink to months, weeks, even days. Fleets would arrive at the threshold of enemy worlds. At that thought his expression darkened, and he ceased imagining further. The path must be walked step by step. He refocused on the full-scale holographic schematics of the zero-domain II class, and began meticulous analysis, from superconducting coil winding patterns to the geometric architecture of field concentrators, to the precise mapping between energy input and field output. His brow furrowed faintly, his fingers moved through the air, leaving translucent annotations and terse marginalia. Only his steady breath and Zero's near-silent data processing hum filled the laboratory. Beyond the window, Blue Planet rotated serenely. Yet upon its surface chaos had already taken root. Blue Planet. Night had deepened, but sleep eluded. Longshan Nation Central Command. Smoke hung thick and acrid, ashtrays overflowed. Screens displayed live footage and imagery from the wisdom God brought. The presiding elder lifted his teacup, only to find the brew long chilled. He set it down without calling for a replacement. Speak your minds. His voice was hoarse, yet unwavering. Silence held the room for several seconds. Then a senior general broke it, tapping the table with a calloused finger. The wisdom God's stance is unequivocal. He will not wait, and may not even negotiate. He intends to strike. His target, Proxima Centauri b, a potentially aware extraterrestrial civilization, one whose technological capability appears formidable. The risk is extreme. Another elder in a Zhongshan suit interjected, his tone grave. Yet we must concede. He speaks truth. Initiative cannot be ceded to the unknown, especially when that unknown may already be observing us. A technocrat general massaged the bridge of his nose. A time lag of over 4 years. Our space activities. Changes in low Earth orbit, construction of unmanned lunar bases. These energy signatures and optical anomalies, if continuously monitored, will inevitably enter their observational horizon. What we debate now is not whether to respond, but how. The presiding elder gave a slow, deliberate nod. The wisdom god has his strategy. We must forge ours. The original aerospace development plan requires complete reassessment. His finger tapped the freshly drafted deep space strategic acceleration outline. Our guiding principle is singular speed. His voice, though rasped, cut, like all timelines must accelerate, not by 12 or 20%, but doubled, tripled, even more. Aerospace funding must increase threefold over current levels. Do not speak to me of fiscal balance. Before survival there is no balance. The construction pace of the chasing the moon cargo vessels must reach absolute max. 2 vessels are inadequate. I demand 4. 8. Production lines run non-stop. Will workers rotate in 3 shifts? Lunar base Guanghan, originally slated for preliminary completion in 5 years, must now be operational within 2. I require permanent habitable modules, initial lunar surface laboratories, and prototypes of self-sustaining closed-loop ecological systems. A veteran finance official swallowed hard. Where will the funds come from? Other projects. Other projects can be deferred or halted. The elder cut him off, eyes sweeping the chamber. Infrastructure, civil welfare, even portions of conventional defense budgets may be reallocated. Resources must pivot decisively toward deep space exploration and frontier technologies. This is national policy, non-negotiable and absolute. He turned to a general. General Chun, near-Earth orbital defense networks, high-energy laser arrays, kinetic intercept platforms. I require concrete deployment timetables, not theoretical proposals. General Chen nodded firmly. Accelerated implementation is underway. Some materials and technologies may be procured via the Paradise Channel. Correct. The elder shifted his gaze to Zhou Weigua. Our communication channel with Ms. Zero remains our most vital external linkage. Collaboration must deepen. Starport quotas must be fully utilized. Our scientists ascend not as tourists, but to learn to break barriers, to return with breakthroughs. Zhou Weigua responded immediately. Understood. A rigorous performance evaluation and knowledge repatriation framework has been established. Additionally, the elder lowered his voice slightly. Public sentiment must be guided and harnessed. Transform this crisis into collective resolve. Selection and cultivation of enhanced individuals must be transparent, equitable, and ruthlessly efficient. We must show our brightest youth that this path is viable, and that the nation urgently needs them to walk it forward. The meeting continued until dawn. Words on the outline hardened into urgent directives, dispatched across ministries overnight. Priorities for countless projects were irrevocably rewritten. Factory lights ignited earlier. Research seminars convened more frequently. For ordinary citizens, change manifested subtly. Public service announcements on aerospace physics and genetic engineering multiplied on city streets. Popular science books on these subjects vanished from bookstore shelves. University counseling queues for related disciplines stretched endlessly. An unspoken immense pressure had transformed into the nation's roaring, accelerating momentum. Free Nation Black Palace. The newly appointed director studied the near-unanimous congressional passage of the Extraterrestrial Threat Response and Space Supremacy Act, his face betraying not relief, but solemn gravity. The act granted the government unprecedented funding authority and emergency powers. Yet it also placed an overwhelming burden squarely upon his shoulders. The new administrator spoke to a room full of aides and high-ranking officials, his voice dry. The budget for the space agency is to be increased by 500%. For the Argos lunar outpost, I want to see the first permanent module land on the lunar surface within 24 months, not on display on Earth. The crewed moon landing mission of the Orion spacecraft will be advanced by 2 years. Risks. If we fear the risks now, we might not have any opportunities, and the Space Force Command will be officially established with all space-based weapon projects receiving the green light. Money, personnel, and resources will be prioritized. The Minister of Defense frowned. Administrator, many of our technologies are still immature, such as the power and heat dissipation of directed energy weapons. If they are immature, then pour money into research and development. Let's go to the Paradise to change that. The administrator raised his voice suddenly. Look at the Dragon God Nation. Their lunar chaser has already made dozens of trips. We're still bickering over the budget. Now is not the time to argue, it's time to fight. He took a breath, gazing at the gradually brightening sky outside the window. The public is very anxious, but there is also a determination. Tell them that if they want to survive, if they don't want to be eliminated, they should support the country study exercise and find ways to become enhancers. Our future as a free nation lies in space and in those enhancers. The headquarters of the Polar Bear Command. The commander did not slam the table as he usually did. He stared at the point of Proxima Centauri on the star map for a long time. Then he turned and said to the people behind him, "Increase the budget for the expansion of the stellar station by 200%. This is not a negotiation, it is an order." An economic official opened his mouth wanting to say something. The commander did not look at him and continued, "Get all our heavy. If we can't build a ship as good as the intelligent god, then build sturdy ones that can transport goods. If we can't carry much at once, then make more trips. Cooperate with the Dragon God Nation's technology and take a more accommodating attitude. Tell them that we have resources, energy, and heavy industry technologies in certain fields that we can offer for negotiation. We need their space experience and some of their technology." Moreover, he rubbed his bald head. "Those young lads in our country, don't they like to fight? Don't they like to play with guns? Tell them that the place to fight in the future is in space. For those who want to go, start learning hard and practicing relentlessly now." The Europa Alliance and Emergency Summit had just concluded. The representatives from various countries looked fatigued, but their steps were hurried. In the corridor, hushed conversations intertwined. "We must unite, we can no longer disperse our resources. The expansion of the Star of Hope space station and the subsequent Mars exploration plan will be coordinated by the Alliance. Fusion research, quantum communications, new materials, these foundational fields will establish joint laboratories with data sharing. The slots for Paradise and Star Harbor will be allocated based on each country's talent output and research results with incentives in place. The public needs direction, needs hope. We must shape our exploration of deep space into a new epic for humanity, rather than merely a drive of fear." That night, Blue Star was sleepless. Countless decisions were made under the lights, and countless orders were transmitted through the waves. For the billions of ordinary people on Blue Star, the impact was even more direct and overwhelming. The wave of panic on the internet peaked after the live broadcast ended, but it did not last long. Because the last few mocking words from the intelligent god pierced through many unrealistic fantasies like a needle. To have a friendly exchange with aliens. Many people recalled this sentence, first feeling a sense of absurdity, followed by a chill. Putting oneself in the shoes of others, going to that strange red planet with space stations and spaceships. What would be the outcome? Various terrifying scenes from movies uncontrollably drilled into their minds. The desire for peace was crushed by the cold reality. In its place was a more practical anxiety. What should I do? What can I do? The hot topics on forums and social media quickly shifted from "should we fight" to "how to survive" and "how to enhance." Posts asking how to earn star coins faster flooded various platforms. The official website of Cloud Peak Paradise experienced another surge in traffic, and the waiting times for the creative workshop visibly increased. In the combat arena, whether for individual battles or team competitions, the atmosphere became more intense and brutal. Previously, it might have been just for fun or that little reward. Now many people had bloodshot eyes, their movements more desperate. Because that one-star coin might not only mean an enhancement, but also a ticket to a safer place or to gain greater power someday. Enhancers. This group was once again thrust into the spotlight. In the past, people looked at them with a mix of envy, jealousy, and a bit of distance. Now many gazes were filled with urgency and longing. To become an enhancer meant faster reactions, stronger learning abilities, and better physical fitness. In the potentially turbulent times to come, this might be the most tangible amulet and ladder that ordinary people could grasp. The trade of gene enhancement agents surged. Despite Paradise repeatedly emphasizing the risks, an order involved private discussions, and attempts never ceased. Even in the black market, rumors and scams regarding enhancement agents began to increase. At night, in an ordinary household of the Dragon God Nation, the father turned off the television, which was still replaying clips and analyses of the intelligent god's live broadcast. He turned to look at his son, who was doing his homework, opened his mouth to say something, then swallowed his words back. In the end, he just walked over and patted his son's shoulder. "Study well, especially physics, mathematics, and computer science. You might need it in the future." The son looked up a bit confused but nodded nonetheless. Similar conversations were happening in countless households. Anxiety settled in, transforming into a silent, pervading sense of urgency throughout society. Learning, exercising, acquiring skills, earning resources, especially star coins. These simple actions became the only way for many to combat the fear of the 3 years. Time quietly passed amidst busyness and pursuit. At the Moon Chariot base in the main control research room, Lin Ye leaned back in his chair, his hair disheveled, his eyes sunken, and stubble on his chin. But his eyes were bright, fixated on the complex structure slowly rotating in front of him in the holographic projection. The final design of the silver shuttle curve. Over the past 3 years, most of his efforts had been spent on this. The theories had been overturned and rebuilt more than 10 times. Large simulations had crashed hundreds of times, and dozens of prototypes had exploded. The shockwave from the last explosion still made him feel a bit uneasy when he thought about it now. But now it had finally stabilized. In the latest test, the silver shuttle successfully created and maintained a 10-meter diameter micro-warp bubble that conformed to the Alcubierre metric for 3 seconds. The curvature difference of spacetime inside and outside the bubble reached 89% of the theoretical value. Imperfect, but the path was opened. Lin Ye let out a long, slow breath, his shoulders finally relaxing a little. Tired exhaustion seeped through his bones. But it was worth it. The core challenge of the curvature engine, the creation and stabilization of the negative mass field, has basically been overcome. What remains is to integrate it together and resolve the overall structure and smooth start-stop. These are engineering problems. And engineering is a field he is familiar with. He stood up and walked to the observation window. Outside, the moon chariot base had grown larger than it was 3 years ago. The new giant dock rose like a mountain with internal arcs of light flickering. In the dock area, the newly launched Kunping 3 transport ship had smoother lines, its cargo capacity marked by an astonishing figure, 10 million tons. In the distance, the silver ring of the Tiangong star port quietly rotated in its orbit with light points coming and going incessantly. The development of various forward bases within the solar system had also changed dramatically, with each base comparable in scale to the moon chariot base being completed. Everything was expanding, accelerating. And on the blue planet side, things were also busy. In the Dragon God Nation, the Northwest Space Launch Center, another launch had just concluded. The roar of the tail flame seemed to linger in the air. In the command hall, the applause was not intense. Instead, there were quick and efficient report. The Zhu 6 cargo spacecraft has successfully entered orbit and is in normal condition. Cargo hold confirmed 3 sets of lunar base expansion modules, 1 set of heavy lunar soil processing unit redundant parts for the life support system, and several scientific instruments. Total weight is 920 tons. The spacecraft will dock with the Lunar Orbital Warehouse ship in 12 hours, and then be delivered in batches to the Guanghan base by an unmanned lander. Chief Engineer Zhao Qiming stood in front of the observation platform, watching the clear images transmitted back by the spacecraft on the screen. He looked a bit thinner than 3 years ago, with more white hair at his temples, but his gaze remained sharp. In the past 3 years, the Zhu-class cargo spacecraft has developed to its 4th batch. The Zhu 12 were the first-generation verification ships, hybrid-powered, unmanned, with a single-trip capacity of about 250 tons. Over the past 3 years, they have acted like diligent worker bees, making over 60 trips between the Earth and the Moon, delivering nearly 15,000 tons of materials, modules, and robots to the Moon, laying a solid foundation for the Guanghan base. The newly constructed Zhu 34, Zhu 56, and Zhu 78 have applied some new superconducting materials and optimized fusion pile designs obtained from exchanges with the Paradise. Although still hybrid-powered, the electric propulsion segment's power has increased significantly, while the fuel required for the chemical boost segment has been greatly reduced, allowing the effective single-trip carrying capacity to rise to 1,000 tons, and the return cycle has been shortened by about 50%. On the screen, the real-time images of the Guanghan base cut in. It was no longer just a few lonely modules from 3 years ago, but a growing complex of silver core living modules, joint operation modules, ecological experiment modules, energy centers, and over a dozen large modules were connected by reinforced corridors. On the outskirts of the base, simple roads were laid out on the flattened lunar surface. Multiple large engineering machines were at work leveling the ground in preparation for the next expansion area. Further away, initial arrays of solar farms could be seen, along with the outline of a fuel storage tank embedded in the lunar regolith. The number of permanent research and engineering personnel has reached 30, with rotation periods extended to 6 months. The base could not only conduct lunar soil analysis and astronomical observations, but also began attempting small-scale water ice extraction experiments and closed ecological cycle tests. The planning map indicated that Phase 2 of the Guanghan base had already been marked out, including a small industrial area with primary smelting capabilities, a deeper underground radiation shelter, and an expanded living area for 100 people. The progress is already more than twice as fast as originally planned. A young assistant beside Zhao Qiming whispered, his tone filled with incredulous excitement. It must be fast. Zhao Qiming gazed at the screen and murmured, "There's a sword hanging over our heads." He remembered the live broadcast from 3 years ago, the dark red planet and the small space station in orbit. That sense of urgency had never faded. In the Free Nation, the National Space Launch Center, on the new launch tower, the Argos Islander assembly stood tall, reflecting cold light in the sunlight. Compared to the Dragon God Nation's steady freight system, the Free Nation chose a more adventurous, yet eye-catching path, directly sending manned missions to the Moon to establish outposts. The technical challenges are immense, and the risk of failure is significant. But under immense pressure and the fear of falling behind, Congress greenlit the project, pouring resources into it, allowing the plan to advance at an incredible speed. I heard the Dragon God Nation's lunar base can already accommodate 30 people. An engineer in the control center looked at the data and couldn't help but say, "We will catch up." The project supervisor gritted his teeth. "Once Argos stands firm, the expansion speed will not slow down. Our commercial space capabilities are also mobilizing," and by then, he didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. This was a race that could not be lost. Polar Bear Polar Launch Site. The Xingqian heavy cargo rocket has just sent a new space station module into orbit. Their strategy is more pragmatic, utilizing relatively mature rocket technology to quickly expand the scale of low Earth orbit space stations, transforming them into supply hubs, technology testing grounds, and launch pads for deep space exploration. The Xingqian station now has 12 modules forming a cross-shaped main structure with 10 permanent staff possessing strong one-orbit maintenance and experimental capabilities. The next step is to test the technology for launching small lunar landers from the space station. The Hope Star space station of the Europa Alliance resembles a delicate joint laboratory with modules contributed by several member countries, focusing on different cutting-edge scientific experiments attempting to find breakthroughs in materials biology, physics, and other fundamental fields, hoping to gain favor from the starport in exchange for key technologies. In 3 years, the landscape of space exploration on the Blue Planet has quietly changed. The Dragon God Nation, with its systematic planning and efficient execution, has established a clear leading advantage in lunar base construction. The Free Nation is striving hard to catch up in manned missions to the moon. Other countries are showcasing their strengths, attempting to secure a place on the new era's chessboard. But everyone knows in their hearts that the true benchmark, the Silver Star ring hanging in synchronous orbit, and the technological gap it represents remains out of reach. Meanwhile, profound changes are also occurring in civil society. The number of gene enhancers has surpassed 1 million. They are active in key fields across countries, becoming an undeniable driving force for technological progress. But it has also brought new social issues and subtle divides. Learning, exercising, and self-improvement have nearly become a global social trend. The pressure of survival has transformed into the driving force for advancement. Wecha base. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze from the window. Ling, boss, archive the Insua data and prepare for the engine integration design. Lin Ye rubbed his brow. Understood. The integration design has been preloaded. Ling paused briefly. Boss, based on current design calculations, when the Insua operates at full power to shape a warp bubble large enough to envelop a Dawn-class battleship, the instantaneous peak energy required will exceed 1,038% of the maximum output of the Qiang-2 reactor. Even with multiple reactors in parallel, the synchronization and stability of energy injection cannot be guaranteed. Energy is the most critical bottleneck. After hearing this, Lin Ye fell silent for a moment. He walked back to the console and called up the parameters of the Qiang-2. An output of 10 TW was already a miracle in human eyes. But for a warp drive that sought to need spacetime, it was still too weak. He had long known that energy would be a roadblock. He just didn't expect it to be such a tight jam. Energy. He repeated in a low voice, leaned back into his chair, and closed his eyes. Various possible paths flashed through his mind. Eventually, a vague, yet bold conception gradually took shape. He opened his eyes, his gaze regaining focus. Ling, initiate a new simulation project, codename Heart of Qiang. Core objective: design and simulate a new type of fusion reactor based on existing Qiang reactor technology, but with an energy output density increased by at least 3 orders of magnitude. Allow breakthroughs in the current paradigms of magnetic confinement or inertial confinement. Allow the combination of negative mass field technology to attempt room temperature or low temperature fusion reactions on plasma, simulating the possible advanced fusion or chain fusion reactions that may exceed traditional fusion thresholds. Utilize all remaining computing power of the subbases, prioritizing theoretical feasibility simulations. He paused and added, simultaneously launch another small preliminary research project in parallel, codename Annihilation. Research the feasibility of producing, storing, and controlling trace amounts of antimatter on a laboratory scale. Do not pursue scale, just verify the most efficient production capture cycle. Additionally, at the lowest priority, begin conceptual design of a stellar energy collection system. Only perform the most macroscopic framework and engineering. 3 lines. 1 is to aggressively push the limits of existing technological paths, trying to squeeze out a miracle. Another is to arduously step toward the next possible technological ladder, even if starting from scratch. The last one is to cast a seed for the most distant future. Ling responded swiftly. Command confirmed. Projects Heart of Qiang and Annihilation have been established and initiated. The conceptual design task for Stellar Energy Collection System has been added to the pending queue. Warning: simultaneously running 3 high resource consumption projects, especially the full computing power simulation of Heart of Qiang, will severely impact the resource allocation for other bases' daily operations and fleet production plans. Confirm. Confirm. Lin Ye didn't hesitate. Lower the priority of other projects. Maintain the minimum necessary progress for fleet construction. Shift resources to the final integration tests of Heart of Qiang and Insua. After all, once the next generation warships are ready, the existing fleet will be relegated to second line. Tell the automated management subroutines of all bases to enter energy saving and resource optimization mode. Understood. Instructions have been communicated. Ling's figure flickered slightly, indicating that she was fully coordinating and allocating vast computing resources. Lin Ye looked at the main screen, now occupied once again by complex models and formulas. The energy chasm still loomed before him, bottomless. But he had already begun to build scaffolds to cross it. If one path fails, try 3 at once. Use every possible technology at hand to collide with the infinitesimal probability of a breakthrough. He did not sit down, but stood there. His fingers began to swipe rapidly in the void, calling up the most fundamental physical model of the Qiyang reactor, attempting to implant new field confinement variables. His gaze was terrifyingly focused, as if to ignite the void before him. 3 years had been endured. This final, most difficult step. No matter what, he must cross it. Half a year slipped by silently under the constant illumination of Yuecha base and the never-ending low hum of machinery. In a corner of the main control research room's screen, a timer ticked with numbers precise to milliseconds. Lin Ye stood before the synthesis workbench, his coverall sleeves smudged with a few inconspicuous gray stains. Inside the isolation chamber before him, a fist-sized, deep blue crystal levitated. Within the crystal, it seemed to preserve a miniature nebula with extremely tiny points of light slowly circulating. Ling, final report of the 23700th elemental synthesis experiment. His voice sounded a bit dry, but steady. Ling's figure appeared beside the workbench, data streams sliding calmly in her eyes. Synthesis process completed. Sample ID LY305 confirmed stable. Element number provisional element 139 Linjiwansu. Source trace original sample collected from deep core of Mercury's North Pole permanent shadow zone ID MPSR 889. This area has long been under extreme low temperature and high radiation conditions, with anomalous isotope enrichment detected in the rock strata. After stepwise synthesis in the elemental synthesis furnace under high pressure and field confinement, a stable state of Linjiwansu element was successfully obtained. Lin Ye reached out his hand and operated the control panel in midair. The data of Linjiwansu cascaded on the side screen. Atomic weight, lattice structure, energy level, transition characteristics, anomalous resonance frequency, in negative mass field environment. His gaze swept over those dense parameters, pausing for a moment on several key values. Fusion test simulation results. In the local space-time distortion environment created by the negative mass field, the nucleus of Linjiwansu exhibits a unique low-threshold resonance fusion characteristic. 2 Linjiwansu Li-305 nuclei can break through the Coulomb barrier under relatively mild, low-temperature, high-pressure conditions, undergo fusion, and release massive energy. Theoretical peak energy release reaches 9.8 to 10. 2 times that of traditional helium-3 reaction. Energy conversion path. The energy released from fusion can be directly converted into ordered electric fields or directional particle streams, bypassing the intermediate thermal energy form. Simulated conversion efficiency 99.7. The corner of Lin Ye's mouth twitched slightly upward. He closed the report and turned to walk toward the holographic modeling area on the other side. Begin the final integration design of the heart of Qiyang reactor. The core confinement field uses a zero-domain, 4-negative mass field generator with the field shape adjusted to a multi-layer nested spheroid. All energy extraction systems are replaced with superconducting quantum tunneling arrays. His fingers swiped rapidly in the air, sketching out complex, 3-dimensional structures. Ling simultaneously converted his instructions into precise engineering drawings. The outline of the reactor gradually grew clear, no longer the sturdy cylindrical form of the blazing Sun 2 model. It was a streamlined structure composed of multiple smooth, curved surfaces nested together, its entire body matte black, with faint dark blue energy patterns shimmering on the surface. Its size was only 1/5 of the original, but the density and complexity of its internal structure had multiplied several times. Ling reported the calculation results. Lin Ye nodded and said nothing more. He walked to the observation window, crossing his arms. Outside, near the massive dock, bursts of energy sparks flared and quickly died out. After watching for a while, he turned and went back to the workbench, pulling up the blueprints of the silver shuttle warp drive. He began recalculating the engine's energy input interface and buffer thresholds against the output curve of the blazing heart. 1 day later, Yuecha Base Test Zone 8. The entire area was cleared, leaving only a circular platform about 50 meters in diameter at the center. Above the platform suspended the prototype of the blazing heart reactor, about 10 meters in diameter. It looked even smaller than in the design drawings, more like a delicate black ellipsoid, its surface smooth with no exposed pipelines or heat dissipation structures. Only a few interfaces glowed with the faint blue of standby indicator lights. Lin Ye, clad in the latest model of Ling Yun's 6 battle armor, stood before the console. The visor of his armor reflected the light from the screen. His face was expressionless, but his eyes were fixed on the real-time parameter stream of the reactor. Initiate phase 1 negative mass field preheating. His voice came through the communication channel, carrying a faint echo in the empty test zone. The air around the platform twisted slightly, like looking through heated glass. The dark blue patterns on the reactor's surface lit up soft as the deep sea at night. Inject Lin Yuan essence fuel initiate catalyst layer activation. Lin Ye's fingers rested on the edge of the console, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. But the rhythm of his breathing remained unchanged. Raise field intensity to LV7. Ignition. The dark blue light within the reactor abruptly contracted then burst outward with tremendous force. Not an explosion, but a remarkably concentrated brilliant cerulean radiance erupted from the core, instantly filling the entire ellipsoid. The light did not spill beyond the shell, but was firmly locked within, permeating the surface material with a nearly liquid surging texture. A low hum, a vibration that seemed to strike directly into the bones, emanated from the platform, transmitted through the floor to the soles of the feet. The power readings on the console began to fluctuate wildly. 50 TW, 100 TW, 200 TW. The numbers fluctuated violently around 500 TW a few times, then stabilized steadily at 507 TW. Lin Ye stared at the number 507 TW for 3 seconds. Then he released the hand that had been gripping the edge of the console. There was sweat in his palm. He wiped it on the inner lining of his protective suit. He exhaled a breath which misted a small patch on the visor before quickly dissipating. Maintain output and run a 7-Titwohur continuous operation test. He turned and walked toward the exit of the test zone. Notify the engineering subroutine to begin preparing the integration platform for the Silver Shuttle engine. 1 week from now, I want the experimental ship to leave port. Ling responded promptly. In the efficient automated engineering system of Yuecha Base, a week was plenty of time to accomplish many things. A heavily modified Dawn-class experimental ship was moored in a dedicated dock. It retained the general outline of the Dawn-class, but the midsection of the hull had been cut open to insert a new structural segment. There the Blazing Heart reactor was installed along with the directly coupled Silver Shuttle warp drive unit. The engine's appearance was not ostentatious. Several sets of streamlined silver conduits surrounded the reactor, converging at the stern into a multifaceted nozzle structure. Inside the nozzle were not traditional propellant channels, but layers of bewilderingly complex field-focusing lattices. Lin Ye stood in the main control room of Yuecha Base with the large screen split into a dozen views. Internal monitoring of the experimental ship, external optical perspectives, gravitational wave array data, deep space, tracking network. All screens displayed green readiness indicators. Ling final system confirmation. The test flight route was planned after departing from Yuecha Base sail to a predetermined safe zone at 0.5 astronomical units from the base, then initiate the warp navigation test targeting specified coordinates at the edge of the asteroid belt with a one-way distance of approximately 2.5 astronomical units, about 450 million kilometers. Lin Ye nodded, his fingers gliding across the control panel to call up the departure command. Engineering subroutine: release all locking clamps. Release conventional propulsion, depart port. On the screen, a faint blue ion glow appeared at the stern of the experimental ship. The hull slowly slid out of the dock into outer space. The thruster power gradually increased, and the vessel began to accelerate, heading into deep space away from the orbit of Yuecha Base and the moon. Lin Ye sat down, watching the ship's light shrink. 30 minutes later, the experimental ship arrived at the designated safe zone. This location was far enough from Yuecha Base that even if an accident occurred during testing, it would not affect the base. Test area confirmed. Initiate Blazing Heart at 5 power for preheating. A very slight, almost imperceptible vibration came from the hull. On the instrument panel, the energy output curve climbed steadily, then stabilized in the green zone. Silver Shuttle engine, start negative mass, field generation module. The lattice layers inside the stern nozzle began to emit a soft white fluorescence. The light was not dazzling, but gave a strange sense of depth. The space around the hull began to show visible distortion, like a transparent flowing film of water enveloping the entire ship. Raise field intensity to LV9. Prepare to generate warp bubble. Lin Ye's voice was calm, but his speech was slightly faster than usual. Detected anomalies in local spacetime curvature, matching the Akubari prediction model. Countdown to warp bubble generation: 5, 4, 3. Lin Ye gripped the armrest of his chair. 2, 1. Buzz. A sound completely different from any previous propulsion system resonated through the remote sensors. It was neither a roar nor a jet, but a deep resonance, as if space itself were being stretched and compressed. The twisted water membrane surrounding the experimental ship suddenly contracted, condensing into an extremely thin, but clearly defined transparent bubble wall on the hull. Outside the bubble, the originally still starry background began to exhibit an eerie sense of motion. Stars elongated into fine lines, light distorted into arcs. Inside the bubble, everything on the bridge remained normal. Gravity-stable instrument readings steady, even the water surface in the cup on the table remained undisturbed. Warp bubble generation successful. Stability. Warp bubble stability 98. 7. Spacetime curvature difference matches target value 90. Warp bubble begins to move along the preset trajectory. Outside the observation window of the bridge, the scenery suddenly changed. It was not the ship moving, but the starry sky outside flowing backward. At first it was slow, allowing a clear view of the elongated star trails. Then it grew faster, the star trails melting into a blurred band of light, ultimately turning into a deep, flowing darkness. Only in the direction the ship was heading could some star outlines still be seen, though they were severely distorted. On the console, the speedometer's numbers began to soar. 0, 1C, 0, 5C, 1C. It effortlessly broke through the lightspeed barrier, continuing to rise. 2C, 5C, 8C. Finally, the number fluctuated slightly between 11, 7C, and 12, 3C. Curvature travel speed stabilized 12 times the speed of light. Course tracking confirmed the experimental ship is moving toward the target coordinates along the predetermined trajectory. All systems aboard the ship are functioning normally. Spacetime stress monitoring 0. Lin Ye stared at the 12 times the speed of light figure for a long time. He released his grip on the armrest, rubbing his palm on his pants to wipe off the non-existent sweat. Then he leaned back in the chair, his shoulders finally relaxing. The corners of his mouth curved upward, forming a faint but genuine smile. Not bad, he said softly, as if appraising a freshly completed piece of craft. Record data. Maintain the current state, complete the predetermined journey. The experimental ship glided quietly through the layers of space, enveloped by the warp. From the external observation station, it appeared as a point of light wrapped in an invisible bubble, tracing an almost imperceptible trajectory through the starry. Only extremely sensitive gravitational wave detectors could capture the fleeting ripples of spacetime. 2 minutes later, the experimental ship reached the designated coordinates at the edge of the asteroid belt. The warp bubble smoothly dissipated, and the ship reappeared in conventional space. First curvature travel test completed. Total travel time 1 minute and 45 seconds. Travel accuracy error less than 0.3. Engine cooling system self-check initiated. Lin Ye called up the cooling data. The engine core temperature was within a safe range, but the coolant circulation rate was 15 lower than expected. Cooling efficiency needs optimization. Record this, future designs must enhance the heat dissipation channels. He marked this issue but did not pay much attention to it, belonging to the adjustable category. Initiate the first round of parameter system testing. Lin Ye brought up a new testing checklist. Test 1 engine cooling time. After shutting down the curvature travel, monitor the time it takes for the engine core temperature to drop from operational status to a safe restart threshold. The experimental ship remained still and the engine entered the shutdown cooling process. The data showed that under full power operation of the active cooling system, the engine core temperature took 4 minutes and 17 seconds to drop to the safe. Passive cooling relying solely on radiation heat dissipation would take over 32 minutes. Cooling time active cooling 4 minutes and 17 seconds. Record this, optimization needed. Test 2 maximum stable travel time. Activate the curvature engine, set the cruising speed to 12C, and conduct uninterrupted travel. The experimental ship set off again, conducting long-duration cruising in the open area at the edge of the solar system. By the 4th hour of travel, the space-time curvature matching of the engine began to show slight fluctuations, slowly decreasing from 91.2 to 89.7. However, it remained within the safe threshold. By 5 hours and 40 minutes, the fluctuations intensified, and the cooling system load approached its limit. Lin Ye ordered a return at 5 hours and 50 minutes. Continuous travel test concluded. Total duration 5 hours and 50 minutes. Engine stability began to decline after 4 hours. Preliminary analysis attributes this to microscopic fatigue caused by prolonged high-load operation of the field-focusing lattice. Maximum stable travel time at 12C, cruising speed approximately 5 hours. Record. Lattice materials need upgrading or add redundant arrays for alternating operation. Test 3 extreme unstable curvature travel speed. Gradually increase energy output, monitor warp bubble stability. Lin Ye started the energy output at 50%, increasing in 5% steps. When the output reached 55% and speed stabilized at 18C, the warp bubble stability maintained above 95. Increasing output to 60%, speed reached 20C. Stability began to fluctuate between 92 and 94. Increasing output to 65%, speed reached 22. 3C. The warp bubble stability plummeted to 87, with obvious ripples and local distortions appearing at the bubble's edge. Lin Ye immediately reduced the output to 63%. Speed fell back to around 19C and stability restored to over 93. Extreme unstable curvature travel speed stability below 90 threshold 22. 3 times the speed of light. Safe cruising speed limit stability above 95 18 times the speed of light. Recommended long-term cruising speed stability above 98 12 times the speed of light. Record. Extreme speed exceeds expectations, but stability costs are too high. Daily use should be set in the range of 12C to 18C. Test 4 energy consumption rate. Monitor the unit time energy consumption required to maintain the warp bubble at different curvature speeds. Data list unfolded. At a speed of 10 C, the energy consumption rate was 73 TW. At a speed of 12 C, the consumption rate increased to 122 TW. At a speed of 15 C, the consumption rate reached 205 TW. At a speed of 18 C, the consumption rate surged to 278 TW. At a speed of 20 C, the consumption rate peaked at 304 TW. Energy consumption increases linearly with speed steepening. Record this. Economical cruising speed should be set between 12 C and 15 C. Test 5 Biological Safety Test. An automated transport vessel pre-deployed in the testing area docked with the experimental ship. It delivered several specially designed ecological pods, containing white mice fruit flies and some simple plant seedlings. These were automatically cultivated by the base's biological growth units. After securing the ecological pods at different locations within the ship, the experimental ship initiated short-duration curvature travel at 12 C. Upon returning, the automated system immediately scanned the ecological pods. The data returned to the control room. The life signs of the lab mouse were normal, and it was active. The population of the fruit flies was stable with no abnormal mutation. The plant tissue test showed no cellular structural damage. The radiation dosage readings within the cabin were all at background levels. An additional hour of curvature navigation was tested with no abnormalities found. The biological safety tests passed. No temporal or spatial stress or radiation effects on living organisms were detected. Monitoring the peaks of temporal and spatial stress during the generation and dissipation of the warp bubble. The experimental ship underwent 10 consecutive start-stop cycles. The data showed that the peak temporal and spatial stress during the generation of the warp bubble was approximately 37% of the structural tolerances of the ship. The peak stress during dissipation was 29% of the tolerances. Both were within safe limits with a smooth stress curve and no severe impacts. Test 7 Maneuverability. The ability to make slight course adjustments during curvature navigation was tested. The experimental ship attempted a 5-degree yaw correction at a speed of 12 C. The correction process took approximately 12 seconds with the stability of the warp bubble briefly dropping to 96.5 before recovering. Larger yaw angles over 15 degrees would significantly decrease stability and prolong the time taken. Under curvature navigation, it had limited maneuverability, but efficiency in large turns was low, suggesting that pre-planned navigation paths be prioritized. Lin Ye brought all the results of the 7 tests up on a summary screen. The green passed items made up the majority. There were 3 yellow items that needed optimization: cooling efficiency, maximum navigation time, limited by material fatigue, and high energy consumption rates. There were no red failure items. He looked at the summary report for a while, and then chuckled softly. The sound was not loud, but resonated clearly in the quiet control room. It was a long-suppressed, finally released burst of joy. After laughing a few times, he stopped and wiped the corners of his eyes. The Silver Shuttle curvature engine has passed the tests. Comprehensive assessment usable. Some subsystems need iterative optimization. He closed the test summary and pulled up the complete parameter list of the engine, typing the conclusion at the bottom. Overview of the parameters for the Silver Shuttle Type 1 curvature engine: stable cruising speed 12 times the speed of light recommended, safe speed limit 18 times the speed of light, limit unstable speed 22, 3 times the speed of light, stability below 90, maximum stable navigation time at 12 C speed about 5 hours, engine cooling time active cooling 4 minutes 17 seconds to reach safety threshold, energy consumption rate at 12 C speed 122, 2 TW. Smoothness of warp bubble generation, dissipation excellent, stress peak below 40 of tolerances, maneuverability limited, small angle, yaw feasible, efficiency in large turns low, biological safety passed, no temporal stress or radiation damage. Major optimization items: heat dissipation, efficiency, field focusing, lattice fatigue, lifespan, high energy consumption curve. Command the experimental ship to return and enter the automatic maintenance check procedure. Then Lin Ye leaned back deeply into the wide chair. He raised both hands and rubbed his face vigorously from forehead to chin. When he lowered his hands, a faint weariness from prolonged concentration showed on his face, yet his eyes shone remarkably, as if something was burning within, quiet yet intent. He did not cheer or laugh loudly. He merely revealed that shallow yet immensely solid smile again. Finally succeeded. After 3.5 years crossing through theory, design, materials, energy, countless seemingly insurmountable obstacles, curvature navigation has transitioned from science fiction into reality. The scale of the solar system will forever change in his eyes from this moment on. 2 light years. He calculated silently. At a safe cruising speed of 12 C. It would take about 4 months. A certain heavy burden that had pressed down for 3 years seemed to be gently lifted at this. What replaced it was a much grander, clearer path ahead. He sat quietly in the chair for a few minutes, letting the mixed emotions of immense achievement and infinite possibilities flow and settle within his chest. Then he straightened his body, his expression returning to its usual calmness and focus. 0. Bring up all the design blueprints for the Dawn-class battleship. Initiate the comprehensive upgrade project for the Dawn-class battleship. Project code Dawn 2. He walked to the control console, swiping his finger through the air to pull up a massive holographic blueprint. The sharply defined outline of the Dawn-class hull floated at the center. Replace the reactor with the heart of the sun, reducing its size by 3/4 and its weight by 60%. To save space and load. His finger pointed to another location in the middle of the hull. Here add a second heart of the sun with dual reactors in redundant parallel, total output exceeding 1 PTW. Install a silver shuttle curvature engine in the engine unit. The conventional propulsion system remains upgraded to the Xingxuan Type 4 high-thrust fusion propulsion array, ensuring that the battleship maintains strong conventional maneuverability and combat capabilities even when the curvature engine cannot be activated or during close-range tactical maneuvers. The blueprint rapidly morphed with his commands. The hull outline became smoother. The bulky sections originally designed to accommodate the large reactor were thinned. The overall length slightly extended lines became sharper, like a warblade polished to a thinner edge. What about the firepower system? 0 asked. Lin Ye's gaze swept over the weapon annotations on the hull. The main cannon is upgraded to the Jinhua Type 3 quad-mounted particle beam cannon, with upgraded energy supply, charging time reduced by 200%, and single-shot power increased 5-fold. All secondary cannons are replaced with Jinhua Type 3 dual-mounted rapid-fire particle beam cannons, with the Closian defense system integrating the Firefly Type 3 laser and electromagnetic cannon linkage module. The number of missile launchers. He paused for a moment. The quantity is reduced by 30%, but they are replaced with heavy smart missiles. The defense system, the energy shield generator, is also upgraded with increased coverage area and unit strength tripled. Armor uses the new Lin Ye Type 6 composite layer, enhancing energy absorption characteristics based on existing self-repair capabilities. His speech quickened, fingers continuously marking, adjusting, and optimizing the blueprint. A prototype battleship similar in size to the Dawn class, but 1.5 times larger, gradually took shape on the screen. It was bigger, more ferocious, with every inch of its structure emanating a more dangerous aura. This is not a simple upgrade. This is... He paused, casting his gaze towards the massive star map of the solar system on the side of the control room, landing on the dark red dot of Proxima Centauri. A qualitative change. The data stream on the screen quietly switched, transforming into the design blueprint of the Dawn 2 battleship. New layers began to rapidly construct, overlay, and modify on top of it. Lin Ye's gaze was already invested in the next challenge, sharp and radiant. In the days that followed, the lights at the Yuecha base never dimmed. Lin Ye was completely immersed in the design of the Dawn 2. The three-dimensional blueprint hovered in the center of the main control room, with every module being repeatedly calculated, tested, and adjusted. He often worked for over a dozen hours straight, his fingers leaving afterimages on the virtual interface, his eyes fixed only on the dancing data and shifting structure. Ling, meanwhile, mobilized vast computational power, conducting countless simulations. From material stress to energy flow distribution, from tactical maneuvers to extreme environment adaptation. Here increased the redundancy of the thrust vector nozzles by 15%. Lin Ye pointed at the dense array of nozzles at the stern of the ship. The warp drive is fast, but for close-quarters combat and maneuvering in complex environments, we still rely on these old friends. There can't be any blind spots. Ling quickly adjusted the parameters, simulating a new maneuver trajectory that was much smoother. How's the optimization of the main cannon's charging circuit? Lin Ye pulled up the design for the Jinhua 3. The massive triangular cannon barrel structure was more compact, with the number of nested energy acceleration rings increased threefold. The peak energy flow throughput has increased by 220%, and the cooling system has been upgraded synchronously. The theoretical charging interval is reduced to 42% of the prototype. Ling reported the data. However, the instantaneous demand on the energy core is extremely high. Under the dual reactor parallel configuration, the peak load must be precisely synchronized with an error margin not exceeding 0.1 of a second. Then upgrade the precision of the synchronization control module by another level. Lin Ye did not hesitate. Use our latest quantum synchronization chips with 3 sets of redundancy. I want it to have absolutely no delay when it fires. Time passed in the relentless refinement of such extreme details day after day. Lin Ye turned a deaf ear to everything outside. He knew there were countless questions and speculations on launching, but he did not care. The new toy wasn't ready yet. He had no mood to deal with them. Launching. 3.5 years had passed. For ordinary people, these were 3.5 years filled with change and anxiety. The number of gene-enhanced individuals was growing, and the social structure was undergoing subtle adjustments. Space races among nations were intensifying, and the stars in the night sky were becoming denser. The Tiangong spaceport had become the undisputed center of human space activities, with people from all over the world ascending aboard the Cloud Shuttle every day, either to stay or to return. The value of the star coin had been pushed to unprecedented heights. But over all this bustle and pursuit, there lingered a faint, unshakable shadow. That shadow came from the live broadcast 3 years ago, from Kepler 452b 1400 light-years away, from 2 light-years away Proxima Centauri b, from the last earth-shattering words of the wise god, strike first. Then the wise god disappeared. 3.5 years. He had not streamed once. He had not posted any new updates on the Cloud Paradise official website. He had not responded to anything happening online. He had vanished silently from everyone's sight. At first people could endure. They thought the great god might be busy preparing or brewing something big. 1 month, 2 months. Posts began to appear on the forums. Why hasn't the wise god streamed yet? What about the plans he mentioned? Is he on his way to Proxima Centauri? Unable to stream en route? Maybe he's upgrading the Dawn battleship. Speculations were varied but generally calm. Half a year passed. A year passed. The wise god's streaming avatar remained gray. His last update was still the live broadcast announcement from 3 years ago, which had stunned everyone with the revelation of extraterrestrial neighbors. Every day, countless people habitually clicked on that familiar page, refreshed and refreshed again. On the official Cloud Paradise forum, there was a daily check-in post. Has the great god streamed today? No. The great god must be brewing something huge. Proxima Centauri b, that's an alien civilization. He must be preparing with all his might. I bet he's building a super fleet. Maybe next time he streams an interstellar expeditionary force will appear right in front of the camera. Warp drive? It must be warp drive. Without faster fanlight technology, how can he go that far? Or maybe an even more powerful energy weapon, one that can blow up a planet with a single shot. All sorts of wild guesses, but generally optimistic. After all, it was the wise god. He had never let anyone down. But he had never gone silent for this long before. The last time he was absent from streaming for an extended period was during the construction of the Ark base, which lasted just over a year. This time it had been 3.5 years. This abnormal prolonged silence, like a spring being constantly compressed, only inflated the sense of anticipation to its peak. The longer he disappeared, the more extraordinary the thing he was about to unveil must be. That was the consensus among many. The media also enjoyed amplifying this sentiment. The magazine Interstellar Outlook devoted a portion of each issue, inviting experts to analyze the possible directions of the wise god's technological breakthroughs. Based on his mature application of negative mass field technology, the probability of realizing warp travel theoretically exceeds 60%. An astrophysicist wrote in his column. But we must note that even if realized, the speed, energy consumption, and stability of the first-generation technology will pose enormous challenges. A direct expedition to a target 2 light-years away would still be premature. Global Defense Weekly offered more of a strategic analysis. The wise god's silence can be seen as a period of strategic hibernation. His infrastructure within the solar system has not stopped, on the contrary. Observations indicate that his resource collection and transportation activities have reached an unprecedented frequency. In the asteroid belt, Jupiter's orbit, and even the direction of the Kuiper belt, continuous signals of high-value material flow have been detected. He is accumulating unimaginable war potential. Accompanying the reports were often blurry images, captured by various national space telescopes or deep space probes. Some were silhouettes of silver-white cargo ships several times larger than previous models, caught by chance, leaving faint trails across the starry sky. Others were thermal radiation or reflection signals from suspected artificial structures near Mars, Venus, or even gas giants. But the resolution was too low to confirm details. There were also periodic signals of dense clusters of small targets in specific areas of the asteroid belt, like a swarm of busy worker bees. These scattered pieces of information, which could not be pieced into a complete picture, portrayed a wise god who was silent, but even busier. He had indeed not. He just wasn't showing it to the outside world. However, the public's patience began to shift subtly after the 3-year mark. Expectation remained, but it was increasingly mixed with anxiety and unease. 3 years. How can there be no news at all? Could it be that something happened to him? Bah, don't jinx it. How could anything happen to the great god? But he's going to deal with aliens. What if, just what if? Don't scare yourself. The great god is definitely preparing something huge. But it's been too long. At least give us a progress update. Yeah, even if it's like before, showing his face occasionally and saying still building would be enough. Waiting makes me anxious. There's that huge spaceport hanging in the sky and occasional activity from Mars, but the main man just won't talk. The forum's atmosphere gradually shifted from pure excited speculation to a growing restlessness, especially when discussions surfaced suggesting that Bielingsing BS civilization might also be rapidly advancing, or that the other side had already detected and responded. A subtle unease began to spread. Although they knew rationally that even light-speed communication would take more than 4 years, fretting over an instantaneous reaction was premature. Yet the imagination of an unknown potential threat was enough to breed anxiety. People began invoking Jishin more frequently. On the darkened livestream screens, even when nothing was broadcasting, sparse solitary comments drifted by. Great one, are you there? It's been 3.5 years, give us some news. Is the new toy ready? Can't wait. Are you stuck on a problem? Need help? Come out quickly, everyone's waiting. Those lines vanished into the darkness almost at once with no reply. Like stones dropped into a deep well, there was not even an echo. The high echelons of various nations, however, felt a different, sharper tension. They controlled more and more continuous monitoring data. The activities of the Jishan forces within the Taiyangsi appeared on their sensors like an ever-expanding, deepening web rendered with uncanny clarity. There was an exponential surge in transport traffic. Stable, slowly expanding sources of energy signatures dotted the surfaces and orbits of multiple planets and moons. In the asteroid belt region, increasingly dense signals of material ingestion and ejection were detected. All of this indicated that presence had not stalled. On the contrary, it was consolidating its foundations at a speed and scale beyond imagination. Longshengua Central Command. What exactly is he trying to do? An old general asked, staring at the latest deep space observation brief. His brow nodded. The rate of resource extraction is already astronomical, and the fleet continues to expand. Its radius of activity now covers the entire Taiyangsi. Another technical officer said, breathing in sharply. This far exceeds mere notions of defense or development. He is stockpiling resources, frantically stockpiling. He is also preparing with every ounce of effort for something. The presiding elder said, slowly tapping his finger on the table. The target, I'm afraid, has never changed. Biling B. That 2 light years away, a red dot. The air in the room grew a few degrees heavier. But how do we get there? Someone asked in a low voice. 2 light years. At the conventional speeds observed for the Poxia class, it would take decades. He may be developing an entirely new mode of propulsion we do not yet. A warp drive. A wormhole. Space folding. Another scientist listed the speculative terms and shook his head at his own words. Theoretically possible, but the technical hurdles. Don't forget, he can use a gravitational lens to directly observe a planet's surface 1400 light years away. Zhou Weigua interjected. His technological tier has long since exceeded anything we can assess. We can only wait. The presiding elder finally said, wait until he is ready, wait until he reappears. Then all will be revealed. Curvature engine, an elder expert murmured, filled with awe and uncertainty. If he truly pulls that off. No one answered. Everyone understood what that would mean. The Taiyangsi would be transformed from a vast home that required years to traverse into a backyard through which one could travel swiftly. And 2 light years would cease to be a despairing distance and become a reachable objective. In the intelligence meeting of Ziogua, the atmosphere was even more oppressive. At one end of the oval table, the commanding officer listened to the director of the National Intelligence Bureau's briefing. His expression grew progressively grimmer. In summary, we judge that Zishan's technological development path has entered a phase we cannot parse at all. The director's tone was flat, but his words came quickly, in an attempt to cloak the horror of the content with professionalism. Unparsable. The security advisor interjected, his voice sharp. We've poured so much budget into deep space monitoring and signal analysis. It is precisely because of that we are more certain it is unparsable. The director displayed a set of spectral analysis charts, lines tangled like a madman's scrawl. This is an energy emission spectrum we accidentally captured from the outskirts of its Mars base, lasting less than 0.1 seconds. Its composition does not match any fusion fission or even antimatter annihilation models we know. Its energy release efficiency curve rises vertically and then breaks off. Theoretically, it should not exist. He switched the images, showing photos taken under extremely fortunate conditions by the most advanced space telescopes. At the center was a somewhat blurred colossal warship silhouette entering Huixing orbit. Its outline resembled the Poxia class, and its proportions were roughly similar, yet several conspicuous protrusions rose from its midsection. This is the clearest warship model we've captured so far. Based on silhouette comparison and scale analysis against known reference objects, its size was about 10% larger than the Poxia class. But reverse calculating from its orbital adjustments when entering Mars gravity well suggested its mass might have decreased rather than increased. Lighter mass. With a technical advisor with a physics background snapped his head up. This implies a fundamental revolution in structural materials or enormous internal cap. What would he want such vast internal space for? Long-term habitation or to house equipment beyond our imagining? The commander pressed his throbbing temple with his hand. Each intelligence update widened that despairing gulf of comprehension. They felt like primitives with wooden spears attempting to fathom the technical specifications of an interstellar armada. So his big move, the commander rasped, could very well be these new ships we cannot even make sense of at a glance. Very likely, the director nodded. And judging by the frenzied rise in transport volume, he is probably building more than one at once. What he is stockpiling may well be the construction resources for this new fleet. At the Beijing Tongshui Fu, the intelligence officer's briefing was far more blunt. The commander chewed black bread as he watched the marked hotspots across the Taiyangsi on the screen. This fellow moves astonishingly fast, he muttered. He pointed to several especially bright points in the asteroid belt region. These newly sprung mining sites are almost as large as the earliest ones we found. He's excavating so many rocks. Can he smelt them all? Commander, the technical division's analysis shows his mining and refining efficiency is ridiculously high. The intelligence officer said moreover the transport ship's carrying capacity is iterating extremely rapidly. Some of the newly observed super heavy transports may haul tens of times the load of the early models in a single voyage. He is not consuming, he is hoarding strategic reserves. Reserves. The commander squinted. Reserves for war. Unable to determine. However, such an excessive accumulation of resources far beyond any visible engineering consumption within the current solar system can only point to two directions. One is to construct something of unprecedented scale, such as unimaginable super interstellar architecture or weaponry. The other is to prepare for a distant expedition that takes a long time and cannot be resupplied midway. Proxima Centauri. The commander uttered this term, stuffing the remaining bread into his mouth, chewing vigorously as his gaze sharpened. He is serious, not just talking. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the frozen courtyard outside. Inform the Academy of Sciences and the Ministry of Industry to disregard any concerns about face or patents. Whatever can be exchanged with the Dragon God Nation, let's exchange it. Whatever can be learned, let's learn it. Our Starlight Station's expansion speed should be increased by in the future. What floats in space will be the real hard currency. The Joint Analysis Group of the Europa Alliance was caught in a more academic and strategic anxiety. Such a massive mobilization of resources entails a terrifying logistics management technology, analyzed a systems scientist from a renowned polytechnic university. This implies he possesses a highly intelligent, globally optimized, and highly interference-resistant command and control network. Miss Zero's capabilities may be even more terrifying than we imagine. What worries us more is his intentions, a government official in charge of extraterrestrial affairs said anxiously. If he is indeed preparing an expedition to Proxima Centauri, how should we define its nature? This would be humanity's first proactive and potentially aggressive The consequences will be decided by him alone. Will he care about our definitions? Another military observer said with a bitter smile. His logic seems quite straightforward: eliminate potential threats, or occupy valuable territory. The interstellar version of the dark forest hypothesis may be being practiced by an individual. Therefore, apart from accelerating our research cooperation within the starport and striving for more technical feedback, should we also attempt to establish some form of interstellar ethics or conflict prevention communication mechanism? Who to communicate with? Zero. Will she relay it? Even if she does, will he listen? Questions followed in quick succession. Discussions often fell into deadlock. Faced with a being completely beyond control whose logic is difficult to fathom, yet possesses absolute power, all concepts based on existing international rules and ethical frameworks seem pale and powerless. The calls, speculations, anxieties, and preparations from Blue Star were all blocked outside by the heavy isolation layer of the lunar chariot base. Lin Ye finally lifted his head from the last subsystem verification report. His eyes were bloodshot but bright and piercing. Before him lay the fully completed holographic blueprint of the Dawn Type 2 interstellar battleship. The lines were sharp like a giant blade forged in the cosmos, with every detail exuding ultimate power and precision. Dual solar hearts reactors, silver shuttle curvature engine, fully upgraded firepower defense and detection systems. Furthermore, the internal space had been optimized, increasing the storage capacity to prepare for potential long voyages. A battleship born for crossing star systems. It's done. Lin Ye's voice was somewhat hoarse, but filled with satisfaction after completing a perfect work. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping across the blueprint, ultimately resting on the sharp prow design of the collision angle. It was something he had deliberately added. Oh, perhaps it had no practical use, but it just looked cool. It matched the grandeur he envisioned for an interstellar battleship. Zero synchronized the production plan and resource allocation to all bases. Also prepare for a live broadcast. He looked out at the endless starry sky, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a smile. It has been 3.5 years. It's time to show the family the new toys. This surprise will be more than 1. And 4. 2 light years away. Proxima Centauri be this rocky planet shrouded in the dim red glow of its star. Its surface is not the exotic landscape of silicon-based forests or crystal mountains that Blue Star inhabitants imagine. Due to Proxima Centauri being an active and flare-prone red dwarf star, the habitable environment on the planet's surface is much harsher. Here the humans, or rather the individuals of this intelligent civilization, have evolved unique forms adapted to this environment. They are called the Shining Race. On average, they stand about 1.5 meters tall, with elongated bodies covered in a layer of flexible skin, featuring fine crystalline structures effectively deflecting and dispersing the intense radiation from Proxima Centauri and absorbing specific wavelengths of light in low-light conditions. Their heads lack protruding organs like eyes. Instead, they have multiple smooth, light-sensitive plates distributed across the center and sides of their faces, flashing with faint changing hues. This is how they see the world. Their primary perception and communication rely on complex sound, frequency modulation, and subtle resonance of the crystalline structures on their skin to specific energies. At this moment, in the depths of an underground city covered by a massive transparent dome in the planet's northern hemisphere, a spacious hall built of luminous crystals and some dark metal was filled with several high-ranking members of the shining race. The light-sensitive plates on their bodies flickered rapidly, with complex spectra displaying their inner unease. The air was filled with interwoven high-frequency and low-frequency sound waves indicating their intense discussions. Confirmed, the abnormal activity index in the target direction has increased by 1,500% in the past 3 cycles. A shining race member with a stable blue-white luminescence on their body, a common color scheme among their technological managers, was reporting in a hurried tone. Before him floated a star map woven from light with the solar system highlighted and massive data rolling alongside it. In the target's near orbit, the energy signal of that giant ring structure has been stably present for over 2 cycles, approximately 2 years in blue star time. Its scale far exceeds that of our largest suspended city space station complex. Another member whose light-sensitive plate exhibited an analytical yellow-green. Moreover, about 1.3 cycles ago, we detected extremely intense and brief high-energy events erupting in the directions of the target's satellites, moons, and its 4th planet, Mars. The energy equivalent. Preliminary estimates suggest it is several thousand times the total released by our largest fusion device experiments. A brief silence fell over the hall. All members of the shining race exhibited severe fluctuations in their body's luminescence. Several thousand times. What kind of concept is that? It has already exceeded their understanding of the energy range that facilities or experiments might release. This is impossible. A member whose surface light tended toward dark red, appearing older and steadier, emitted a low and firm sonic wave. Analysis of the target civilization's public electromagnetic leakage signals shows that their technological level 4 cycles ago was far from reaching such a degree. Such a leap defies logic. But the data does not lie elder. The blue-white administrator pulled up an extremely blurry image that had been enhanced countless times. That was their most advanced deep space observation array, which at great cost had been continuously aimed at the direction of the solar system for several years, barely capturing a long-delayed fragment of an image. The image was shaking with immense noise. But faintly visible was an indescribable brief, yet blazing trace that illuminated a small portion of the frame in the void of Mars' dark side. Immediately after, a terrifying spot of light appeared on a certain area of Mars' surface, brightening instantly, and then quickly fading. We analyzed the spectrum and energy decay patterns of this trace and spot. It does not belong to any known natural phenomenon. It is a highly concentrated, directionally released, pure destructive energy. The yellow-green analyst's voice carried the dryness of a technical worker after confirming a terrifying fact. We have reason to believe that the target civilization within these few cycles has undergone some kind of a technological singularity explosion that we cannot comprehend. The hall fell silent again. Only the low hum of various equipment operation and energy flow remained. Every member of the shimmering light race felt a piercing chill spreading along their sensory neural network. A neighbor that originally seemed comparable to them, or even likely slightly behind, suddenly began constructing colossal structures and testing weapons of terrifying, unimaginable power within just a few cycles. What were they trying to do? What about their range of activity? The dark red member called the Elder asked slowly. The light on his photosensitive plate stabilized but appeared deep. It is rapidly expanding. We detect extremely frequent mass flow signals between its 3rd planet Blue Star and 4th planet Mars, as well as toward the asteroid. There is reason to believe they are conducting large-scale resource extraction and transportation. The blue-white administrator pulled up another data stream. Even at the edge of our observation limits, there seem to be faint signals indicating that their reach may have extended to the more distant giant planet regions. But the signals are too weak to confirm. A neighbor that had suddenly become extremely active, experiencing a technological explosion and clearly expanding and arming itself. The high-ranking members of the shimmering light race looked at each other's flickering lights on their photosensitive plates, representing worry, vigilance, and even a hint. They recalled the conflicts in their own planet's civilization history, ignited by resources, living space, or sheer suspicion. Although that was already a distant past, the instinct carved in collective memory was activated at this moment. Activate the highest alert level of Shadow Light Project. The Elder finally issued the command, his sonic waves carrying unquestionable resolve. All deep space observation resources prioritize focusing on the at all costs, improve observation precision and data transmission speed. Accelerate the research on the next-generation propulsion system of Far Traveler. We need faster, farther eyes. Even weapons. Issue preliminary warnings to all suspended light cities and underground settlements. Coordinate messaging to avoid panic but require all research and industrial units to enter emergency efficiency mode. One by one, the instructions were rapidly converted into code and sonic commands transmitted to every corner of the planet. The civilization of Proxima Centauri B, a civilization that had just begun to pace steadily at its own doorstep, now truly felt the pressure from 2 light years away, the indescribable pressure and threat from that once seemingly calm star region. They stared intently at the direction of the solar system, waiting, speculating, and at the same time accelerating everything of their own. What they did not know was that within the target civilization they were bracing for, the individual truly leading all these changes had just completed the final piece of his expedition and was preparing to cast his gaze upon them again. Only this time it would no longer be a blurry stare across 2 years of time. 1 month later at the Wecha base, Lin Ye turned off the holographic image of the Dawn 2 experimental ship. In front of him stretched his long, lazy back, and his bones made slight cracking sounds. "All right," he muttered to himself with a look of satisfaction, as if a sharp blade had finally been honed. "Time to greet my family and the new neighbors." He imagined the explosive scene on Blue Star after the livestream started. "Zero, send out the preview," he ordered casually. "As for the title, just write long wait, let me show you something truly big. Set the time for tomorrow at 10 in the morning. He needed some time to do a final check on the packaging of the surprise. The long-awaited livestream preview popped up at times that were late night, early morning, or afternoon across Blue Star. But the effect was the same. That line of text seemed to possess magic, instantly piercing through all daily routines. Phones, computers, TVs, street advertising screens. Anything connected to the network was occupied by this push notification at almost the same second. Black background, concise, silver font. Wisdom God, livestream preview. Time tomorrow at 10 a.m. Standard Time. Content long wait, let me show you something truly big. Note be on time. No images, no videos, not even a modifier like guaranteed to shock everyone. Yet the combination of the words long wait and something truly big was more powerful than any fancy preview. Moreover, the fewer the words, the bigger the event. This rule had been verified countless times on Wisdom God. The traffic curve of the entire Blue Star internet shot up sharply within 10 seconds after the preview appeared. Then came a brief, eerie calm, as if everyone who saw the line held their breath at the same time, digesting the information. Immediately after, boom! On social media, the generation and reposting speed of related topics instantly shattered the platform's previous peak records. The forum servers emitted overloaded hums, and the homepage refresh speed couldn't even keep up with the rate of new posts. It's here. Finally. 3.5 years. A full 3.5 years. A truly big one. How big? Bigger than the Tiangong spaceport. Bigger than discovering aliens. Tomorrow at 10. Don't call me. Even if the sky falls, you'll watch. I've already written my leave note. If my boss won't let me off, he'll resign. Legend upstairs. Could it be? An expedition fleet to Proxima. Possible. Absolutely possible. Strike first. Is he making a move? Oh my God. A historic moment. Quickly notify everyone. The emotions of ordinary citizens surged like a long-suppressed volcano. Once the first fissure opened, they erupted violently, carrying 3.5 years of pent-up waiting, anxiety, speculation, and anticipation. From street corners to office buildings, schools to family gatherings. Virtually every place capable of receiving information buzzed with discussion of the same event. Jishun is returning. He will fulfill the arrangements he once promised. At the Central Command headquarters of Longshan Nation, the moment the announcement flashed on his screens, the low murmur in the command hall ceased abruptly. Every on-duty officer's gaze snapped instantly toward the central main display. Zhou Weigua, holding a freshly printed document, froze mid-motion. He stared at the few lines for 2 seconds, then swiftly pressed the document flat onto the desk and lifted the red secure communications device. The announcement has notify all departmental directors to assemble immediately in conference room 1. His voice remained steady, yet his pace was noticeably quicker than usual. Setting down the communicator, he turned his gaze toward the elders seated before the main screen. The presiding elder had just raised his teacup to his lips, then paused. Gently he returned it to its saucer with a soft, delicate click. His fingers brushed lightly over the smooth armrest. The real heavy lifting. He repeated the phrase from the announcement slowly. The elder in the Zhongshan suit removed his spectacles, polished the lenses with a corner of his sleeve, and resettled them. He never exaggerates. If he says so, whatever he holds must weigh far more heavily than we anticipated. The veteran general straightened his spine slightly, placed both hands firmly on his knees, and clenched them into fists. Proxima Centauri, or the curvature drive, or perhaps both. The elder scientist trained in engineering drew a deep breath, then exhaled slowly, as if seeking to steady his heartbeat. Alert the Guanghan base during the live broadcast. Suspend all non-essential operations. Orient all observational instruments toward deep space, especially toward probable vectors. Contact our teams at Tiangong Spaceport and Paradise Station, instructing them to maintain maximum vigilance and monitor for any anomalies, particularly within dockyards and core zones. Additionally, The presiding elder paused, his gaze sweeping across every face in the room. Activate all contingency protocols. Whatever he reveals, our analysis and response must follow, immediately without delay. One command after another cascaded outward. The vast national machinery stirred by this single line of announcement began operating at an intensified frequency. In the Free Nation, the underground strategic conference room of the Black Palace, the commander was reviewing a progress report on the near-Earth orbital defense system when his private terminal's edge suddenly flared with a highest priority blinking alert. He frowned, raised a hand to halt the briefing, and tapped open the notification. His gaze locked onto the screen. Unconsciously, his fingers tightened, so tightly the terminal's edge emitted a faint, brittle creak. Silence fell over the room as all eyes turned to him. Bathed in the glow of the screen, his expression grew shadowed and inscrutable. He stared for a full 5 seconds before rotating the terminal toward those seated beside the conference table. He has returned. His voice was parched and hollow. The director of security leaned forward, glanced, and his pupils contracted sharply. The real heavy lifting. Damn it. What exactly has he built in these 3.5 years? The intelligence director immediately activated his tablet, pulling up real-time surveillance data streams. Public sentiment online is already exploding. Our monitoring nodes indicate that global data exchange volume spiked by 300% within 30 seconds of the announcement's release. The technical advisor moistened his dry lips. Commander, we must elevate the alert status of all space observation stations immediately. If what he unveils is a fleet or a novel propulsion system, we must detect its signature without delay. In public discourse, the communications director spoke swiftly. We must guide domestic sentiment to prevent panic, yet simultaneously prepare for the worst case if he truly declares action against another civilization. The commander raised a hand and pressed hard against his temples, feeling the familiar suffocating blend of helplessness and urgency tighten around his skull. Notify the Space Administration, the Department of Defense's Advanced Research Projects Agency, and all relevant laboratory directors. Emergency virtual meeting with Space Command enters Level 2 readiness. Contact our personnel at Paradise Station and Tiangong Spaceport. Spare no cost to acquire any potentially leaked intelligence ahead of time. Additionally, he paused, turning to his chief of staff. Draft a statement. Tone cautious optimism, emphasizing humanity's shared future, while deliberately blurring any language that might imply interstellar conflict. Hold publication until I've viewed the broadcast tomorrow morning. The chief of staff jotted notes rapidly and nodded. The atmosphere in the room thickened, dense, heavy, almost liquid with gravity. Everyone understood after 10 o'clock tomorrow morning the world would no longer be the same. At the Polar Bear Command Headquarters, the Supreme Commander was wolfing down rye bread alongside a plate of sour pickles when his aide practically sprinted and tablet held aloft. Commander, Jishin's announcement. The commander's chewing halted mid-bite. He snatched the tablet and squinted at the screen. Huh. He grinned, stuffed the remaining bread into his mouth, chewed vigorously, and swallowed. About time that fellow emerged. Wiping his mouth, he tapped his finger repeatedly on the words the real heavy lifting displayed on the tablet. Heavy lifting. I love heavy. He turned to his aide. Summon the Academy's senior scientists and the Space Division brass to the conference room, Ada, M. Sharp tomorrow. Crank the main screen to maximum brightness. Tell the kitchen to prepare extra food tomorrow. Substantial dishes. We'll eat while watching. Additionally, he rubbed his bald head, his expression sharpening with sober intent. Rouse the personnel at the Shinshan station. And tell our boys at Tiangong Spaceport, eyes wide open, ears pricked. Report every whisper, every tremor the instant it occurs. The aide finished recording, hesitated. Commander, what about domestic media? Report it truthfully. The commander waved dismissively. Tell the people there's a spectacle tomorrow. A spectacle of cosmic magnitude. Let them watch well, and when it's done, return to their lives. No need to frighten themselves. He picked up another slice of bread, took a bite, and muttered under his breath, heavy lifting. Don't disappoint me. At the Europa Alliance's Emergency Coordination Center, the rotating chair watched confirmation messages stream in from member states and sighed softly. What must come will come, he said to his Secretary General. Inform all member states to activate observation and early warning coordination protocols per the Longview contingency plan at designated levels. Prioritize all deep space telescopes operated by the Alliance Joint Space Center target region, the known activity zones of Jishun within the Solar System and Proxima Centauri. Convene an emergency session of the Scientific Ethics Committee to draft a position paper outlining foundational principles for interstellar contact prepared for. Furthermore, our joint research team from the Paradise and Starport is required to record and analyze any technical details revealed in tomorrow's live broadcast as much as possible while adhering to the rules. The Secretary General noted this down one by one. Chairman, do we need to unify our statements regarding public opinion? The chairman pondered for a moment and shook his head. It's difficult to unify, and there's no need to force it. Member countries can issue gentle reminders based on their own situations, But there is one core message. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, the Divine Intelligence will conduct an important live broadcast that may involve the future of humanity. As for the rest, let the public watch and judge for themselves. He walked to the window, gazing at the night view of Brussels. What we can do is prepare as well as possible, and then wait for that existence to redefine the future. This night Blue Star was sleepless. Countless people kept an eye on the clock, refreshing pages fervently, yet anxiously discussing in forums. On the streets, many billboards had simple countdowns. Some bars and squares spontaneously organized watching events. Schools and businesses announced adjustments to their schedules for tomorrow morning. Holders of star coins repeatedly checked their devices to ensure a smooth connection to the light. The enhancers felt an invisible pressure, as if what would be presented tomorrow would redefine the standard of power. In the conference rooms of various nations, the lights were on all night. Analysis reports piled up, simulation models ran, and communication lines were busy. All eyes and preparations focused on the live broadcast room that was about to light up again. Time moved inch by inch amid the torment and anticipation of. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the black screen of the Divine Intelligence live broadcast room began to display the real-time online viewer count, jumping upwards at a heart's 100 million, 500 million, 1 billion, 2 billion. With each refresh, the number leaped to a new magnitude. The black screen showed no image, only that cold number growing wildly. But everyone could feel it, the gaze behind the screen, capable of shaking the global network. The barrage function had not yet been activated, but the comment section was already open. Messages in various languages poured down like a waterfall, too fast to see the content, only a torrent of characters representing excitement, tension, and it's coming, it's coming. 1 hour countdown. I'm so nervous. I've got my phone, computer, and tablet all set up. Watch on whichever platform runs smoothly. 3.5 years. Do you know how I've spent these 3.5 years? Great deity. Hurry out. The command centers in various countries had already locked onto the live broadcast screen. Participants took their places one after another. Some had notebooks open in front of them, some hovered their fingers over keyboards, while others just stared intently at the screens. At the UHA base in the main control studio, Lin Ye stood in the camera adjustment area, while Zero was conducting the final tests on the experimental spacecraft. He wore the familiar black and gold dual-spirit battle armor, its streamlined design enveloping his entire body, the faceplate yet to be closed. He glanced at the floating countdown beside him. 9:58. Almost there, he whispered. Zero's holographic figure nodded beside him, data streams flowing steadily in its eyes. All live broadcast nodes are ready. The network load balance across Blue Star has been optimized to the best state. The streaming channel is stable. Lin Ye responded with a hum, raising his hand to gently close the faceplate. Click. After a slight mechanical sound of locking the faceplate that obscured his expression, leaving only cold lines, appeared on the monitoring screen. He walked to the center of the camera and steadied his breath. 9:59 and 30 seconds. The black screen of the live broadcast room displayed the countdown for the last 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The numbers jumped, stirring the heartbeats of billions around the globe. 3, 2, 1. The black screen suddenly lit up. The familiar silver cloud logo rotated into view, then quietly faded away. In the next moment, the figure that had disappeared for 3.5 years clearly and without buffering crashed into everyone's sight. He stood there, tall and straight, the black gold armor shimmering with a cold and profound sheen under the specially adjusted light. The faceplate obscured his face, hiding his expression. But merely the appearance of this figure was enough to leave all the viewers who had waited for 3.5 years with blank minds. Immediately after, boom, the barrage function, suppressed for too long, erupted like a star river bursting through a dam, exploding from the right side of the screen. Colorful words in various fonts and languages sprayed out at nearly frenzied speeds, instantly drowning more than half of the live broadcast screen. Ah, Divine Intelligence, you're finally back. I missed you so much, great deity. Am I first? It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I'm crying. I'm really crying. Great deity, take a look at me. New look. The armor seems even cooler. 3.5 years. Do you know how I've spent these 3.5 years? Barrage shield. Everyone, type miss you on the public screen. A massive, pure outpouring of emotions mixed with joy, excitement, grievance, and relief flowed through the text without reservation. The speed of the scrolling barrage was so fast that it left afterimages, making it impossible to read. One could only feel the intense emotions rushing toward them, almost breaking through the screen. In the lower left corner of the screen, the real-time online viewer count had jumped to an exaggerated number and was still fluctuating violently upwards. At this moment, whether in living rooms, public squares, offices, schools, or factories, everywhere capable of streaming the broadcast erupted into tremendous cheers, screams, or gasps. In the command center of the Dragon God Nation, the elders leaned slightly forward, watching the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure on the screen. No one spoke, but the air in the room seemed tense. The governor of the Free Nation stared at the faceplate, his fingers gripping the armrest tightly, the veins on the back of his hand slightly bulging. The commander of the polar bear nation forgot to chew his food, his eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly. The scientists of Europa held their breath as if afraid of disturbing the image. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, Lin Ye stood quietly for 2 seconds. He seemed to see the frantically scrolling barrage that was almost overwhelming everything. Then he raised one hand and casually waved at the camera. Simultaneously, a voice that had been absent for 3.5 years, yet still familiar, carrying a hint of metallic texture and a relaxed tone, came from beneath the faceplate. "Yo, family, long time no see." The moment the voice sounded, the barrage erupted once again in an even more intense explosion. The voice. It's the great deity's voice. "Long time no see. Great deity. We all missed you so much. You finally decided to come out. Hurry up and say, what's the big deal? I'm dying of anxiety. Just chat for a bit. Just chat for a bit." Lin Ye looked at the excited barrage on the screen, his lips curved into a clear arc beneath the mask. He could feel that long-lost subtle pleasure of being intensely watched by billions returning to him. He put his hands down, relaxed his body slightly, and leaned a bit towards the camera, striking a pose akin to come closer and observe. "It seems." A distinct smile crept into his voice. "Everyone's enthusiasm hasn't diminished at all. That's great." He paused, as if truly reading through the rapidly passing barrage. "Many people are asking in the comments what the host has been doing for the past 3.5 years. Were you slacking off? Did you forget about everyone?" The barrage immediately flooded with responses of "No, the master must be busy, we wouldn't dare." Lin Ye. The laughter resonated through the voice changer, carrying a muffled echo. "I wasn't slacking off. It's just, I took a little break and made some new toys." His tone was casual, as if he was talking about fixing a bicycle at home on the weekend. "By the way, I tidied up a bit around the house." He changed the subject. "Alright, let's talk about the past later." He straightened up, raising his voice slightly with a clear intent. "I know everyone came today not to hear me chat about family matters. After being off air for 3.5 years, I returned promising to show you the big deal. Family members must be anxious and curious, right?" He raised his hand, gesturing in the air. "So, the host won't keep you in suspense any longer." His tone suddenly became calm and powerful. "Next, I would like everyone to." He slightly elongated his voice and then swung his arm forcefully to the side. "Open your eyes. Take a good look at our new toys." As the words fell, the live broadcast screen switched instantly. No longer was it the main control room of the UHA base. Instead, it was an incredibly deep and starry expanse of the universe. And in the very center of deep space, positioned extremely close to the camera, a massive battleship, so grand it left one speechless, was quietly floating there. Its outline still faintly recognizable as the Dawn class with sharp angles. But it was larger, sharper, more ferocious. The entire body was a deeper matte black-gray, like a chasm that devours light. The ship's lines were outlined under the starlight, cold and smooth, resembling a colossal cosmic blade that had been perfected through countless forges, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure capable of severing stars, even while still. What drew the most attention were the several groups of streamlined, complex, protruding devices on both sides of the ship's midsection, as well as the tail, which featured a bizarre nozzle surrounded by multi-layer lattice unlike any previous thruster. The lens of the Eye of God began to slowly zoom in, circling around, showcasing every detail of this steel behemoth clearly before billions. Lin Ye's voice timely echoed, calm, yet like thunder rolling across the suddenly silent live broadcast room. "Let me introduce it. The Dawn II class interstellar battleship. As for the size, it's a bit larger than the previous generation. The overall length is 1,500 meters. He announced the first number. A golden virtual size label appeared beside the live broadcast screen. A long measured light ruler extended from the bow to the stern. The 1500M label hung coldly beside it. The barrage went blank for a moment. Then it exploded. 1,500 meters. That's 500 meters longer than Dawn 01. My God, this size. How heavy must it be? Lin Ye seemed to see the questions in the barrage. He continued, with 282 meters. Height 432 meters. The size numbers jumped out one by one. With each announcement, the virtual label's cubic outline expanded a circle. The visual sense of oppression multiplied. Weight-wise, Lin Ye paused. Empty weight 450,000 tons. Fully loaded around 600,000 tons. 600,000 tons. This number made many people drinking water choke. It left many others typing frozen. The 200,000 tons of the Dawn class at full load already felt mythical. Now this number became 600,000 tons. Not just a simple tripling. It was a leap in mass brought by the increase in volume. That pure physical difference in quantity weighed heavily on everyone's hearts through the screen. Lin Ye didn't wait for the audience to digest. He continued the introduction. The energy core has been upgraded to the latest heart of the blazing sun, new element dual fusion reactor, redundant parallel design. Single unit output power 500 TW. That is, the total output power can reach 1 PW. His tone was flat, as if reading a menu. But every industry expert's heart skipped a beat. 1 PW. What concept is this? The total current electricity generation capacity of human civilization on Blue Star is about tens of terawatts. The output power of the 2 reactors on this battleship is dozens of times that of Blue Star's total. Moreover, it is stable, controllable, and mounted on a mobile platform. The propulsion system's conventional power part has been upgraded to the Starship 4 high-thrust fusion, a total of 12 main thrusters, each with a thrust of 1 million tons. Auxiliary thrusters, 360 sets, fully vector-controlled. These are for close-range maneuvers and conventional navigation. He paused here slightly as if there was more to say, but he didn't elaborate. Next we have the weaponry. Lin Ye's tone lifted slightly with interest. He extended his hand, pointing at various parts of the battleship. The Eye of God's lens quickly zoomed in and focused as he directed. Main cannon Jinyu 3 type quad-mounted heavy particle beam cannon. The camera focused on the most prominent turret in front of the bridge. The base of the turret was thicker and more menacing than that of the Dawn class. 4 equilateral triangular barrels, each 25 meters long, combined to form a massive triangular prism with a 50-meter edge. The muzzle was deep with a diameter of 15 meters. Just standing still exuded a suffocating aura of destruction. The power of each main cannon is 10 times that of the Dawn class main cannon. The charging time has been reduced by 200%. Lin Ye added. This means a faster firing rate and more painful shots. A barrage of floated by. Behind the bridge at symmetrical positions, there is another identical main cannon turret. The secondary guns have also been fully upgraded Jinyu 3 type twin-mounted rapid fire with significant improvements in firing rate and accuracy. The camera swept across both sides of the ship. Those angular secondary turrets still numbered 8. The missile launchers have been fully upgraded. Large-scale Giant Hammer 2 type 12-mounted 20 sets. Medium-scale Thunder 2 type 24-mounted 48 sets. Small-scale Swarm 2 type 64-mounted 128 sets. In total 196 missile launchers. The quantity is smaller but the payload is larger, and all missile models have been upgraded to heavy-duty intelligent missiles. The Closian defense system, the Firefly 3 high-energy laser matrix, 512 groups. The Storm 2 electromagnetic rapid-fire cannon, 32 mounts. Fire density increased by 200%. He spoke quickly. Every piece of data struck the audience's eardrums like a heavy hammer. In terms of defense, Lin Ye pointed to the ship's hull surface. It looked smooth and flawless, but under specific lighting angles one could faintly discern an extremely fine honeycomb-like texture. The external armor adopts a new Lin Ye 6 composite layer. The average thickness is 1.5 times that of the Dawn class. Additionally, it incorporates energy absorption properties with an absorption rate of 80%. Self-repair speed increased by 300%. He paused. The energy shield system has been upgraded to the Bulwark 4. It's also a dual-set redundancy, but the single-set strength is 3 times that of the 3. Coverage area increased by 50%. Detection system, the Sentinel-3 quantum radar array. Effective radius, 8 million kilometers. Communications, the Starbridge 2 quantum entanglement device. Stable communication distance 3 light-years with a delay within 10 milliseconds. Stealth, the Shadow 4 full-spectrum wave-absorbing coating. Absorption rate 9,999. The internal space has been reorganized. Standard crew is 200 personnel. The ecological zone has been expanded and self-sustaining capability extended to 8 years. He listed each item. With each item he announced a brief parameter label would appear beside the warship. Dense clusters of labels nearly obscured half of the vessel's hull. Every parameter far exceeded the Dawn class. Each one stepped on the edge of Blue Star Nation's sci-fi imagination and then crushed it ruthlessly. Lin Ye finally stopped. He turned to the camera. Under the helmet visor one could almost feel him smile. So my dear viewers, how about this Dawn 2 interstellar battleship of the streamer? Pretty good, huh? His tone was light with a teasing hint of praise me. But at that moment no one thought he was joking. After a long stunned silence the barrage of comments finally began to scroll again. Yet the pace was much slower, as if everyone's fingers were trembling, making typing difficult. Amazing. It's beyond amazing. Oh my god. 1,500 meters. 6 million tons. The main gun caliber is 15 meters. One shot would make the entire planet 500 TW. Let me calculate how many nuclear power plants that is. Don't bother, brother. It's incalculable. It could turn our global power grid into dust in seconds. This firepower. This defense. This energy. It's invincible. Master, how much does this cost? Is it for sale? Wake up, buddy. Can this be bought with money? I suddenly feel the Dawn class isn't so appealing anymore. Ordinary viewers were immersed in pure shock and excitement. But some more perceptive or pessimistic individuals began to think of other issues. A bold highlighted comment was temporarily pinned by Zero. ID Rational Engineer, Master, the warship's parameters are indeed unmatched. But what about speed? The Dawn class conventional speed is about 0.072 times the speed of light. Even if the Dawn 2's propulsion is stronger and can reach 0.1 times the speed of light, or even 0, 15 times. Crossing 4, 2 light years would still take 20 to 30 years. This still hasn't solved the fundamental problem. This comment, like a fine needle, pierced part of the fervent balloon. Many people suddenly realized, that's right. No matter how powerful the warship, if it can't fly there, what's the use? Would they really have to take decades to slowly fly there? Then this strike first would become a joke. Similar questions began to appear in the comments. Right, what about speed? What about warp drives? Wormholes? Space jumps? The master must have a solution, right? But these 3.5 years, were they all spent building this warship? Just building a warship, even if impressive, wouldn't take 3.5 years. And even with the warship without FTL technology, it's still useless. Doubts on the screens in the conference rooms of various nations' high commands. People were also staring at the same critical question. In the Dragon God Empire's central command, an old general slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. No matter how powerful the warship, if its speed doesn't break through strategic projection capability, is limited. Could it be that Sage Ji has spent these 3 years just stacking parameters? If he doesn't have a breakthrough in propulsion technology, this warship is just a more powerful goalkeeper. The old man with a technical background adjusted his glasses. But he specifically mentioned conventional propulsion part. That phrasing is very subtle. The presiding old man tapped the armrest lightly with his fingers. He's hinting that there's an unconventional part. Let's wait and see. He definitely has more up his sleeve. The Free State's leader stared at the parameter list of the giant warship on the screen. Especially that 1 PW power figure. He felt his throat go dry. This energy output far exceeds the needs of propulsion. What is it powering? The security minister's face darkened. Could it be energy weapons? Or the technical advisor suddenly spoke, his voice trembling slightly. Sir, do you remember the negative mass field technology he mentioned in a previous live stream? Yes. What about it? That technology, theoretically, if developed to its extreme, could be used to. The technical advisor didn't finish, but several knowledgeable people in the room changed expressions. Warp travel, something that existed only in theoretical physics papers and sci-fi novels. The polar bear commander chewed on bread, watching the questioning. He muttered, these people, why are they in such a hurry? Sage Ji definitely has more tricks hidden. This big ship is clearly just an appetizer. He wiped his mouth, informed the technical department to focus on recording any description of the propulsion system he mentions next. Don't miss a single word. The Europa scientists had already begun an intense hushed discussion. A 1 PW power output for maintaining conventional navigation of a vessel of this size is clearly excessive. The excess energy must have another purpose. Could he really be attempting? Impossible. The technical difficulty is too high. We haven't even perfected the theoretical model. But he used gravitational lensing to directly observe exoplanets. His technological level can't be judged by common sense. In the livestream room, Lin Ye watched the comments about speed and time. He nodded. My dear viewers are right. His voice came through the helmet visor, carrying a frankness of, you caught me. Simply developing this Dawn 2 alone, the streamer indeed wouldn't need 3.5 years. In fact, warships like this. He paused. The streamer can now build hundreds of them within a month. These words struck like a stone cast into a placid lake. The barrage of comments froze once more. A month. Hundreds of vessels. What does that mean? Could it be? Lin Ye did not answer directly, but shifted his tone. The key is not the number of warships. It's the core carried aboard this vessel. His voice took on a hint of mystery. However, he drew out the words. We'll go into detail about this core later. For now, he raised his hand and made a please look gesture toward the camera. The streamer will show you something else first. Take a look at what the streamer has done to his home over these 3.5 years besides building this new toy. As his voice fell, the main live broadcast view suddenly split from a single perspective of the Dawn 2 warship. Like a massive glass wall, it divided into a dozen or so frames of varying sizes. Each frame displayed a real-time image. Some showed planetary surfaces. Others revealed deep space. Still others depicted bustling industrial. All images bore a crisp, authentic sense that was far from mere rendering. And in every corner of each frame, there was a brief white annotation. Lin Ye's voice echoed from the side. Steady, clear, like a guide introducing scenic spots. Yet every word hastened the viewer's heartbeats. First, the streamer's hometown, the moon. The first frame in the upper left showed the familiar Yuecha base. A colossal, suffocating expanse of silver-gray metallic structures filled the entire lava tube and extended inward. Towering dock frameworks loomed like mountain ranges, dense pipeline networks pulsed like veins, and ceaseless streams of transport vehicles flowed like blood. Its scale was beyond measure. Annotation: Yuecha Base Core Area, total area 150 square kilometers, permanent engineering units 30 million. Possesses large-scale dock workshops 50. Next, Mars. The second image cut in. It was no longer the relatively rudimentary resource outpost shown before. Rather, it was a colossal, brilliantly lit behemoth embedded beneath the rock layers of a massive canyon, its scale even surpassing the Yuecha base. The canyon walls on both sides had been completely transformed, overlaid with thick alloy armor, rising over 5 kilometers in height, stretching east and west. Below the base's main structure plunged into unfathomable depths. Countless tunnels, giant chambers, energy cores, and manufacturing workshops formed a metallic kingdom buried beneath the Martian crust. Annotation: Hawaii Base, main base, total area 300 square kilometers, permanent engineering units 1 billion. Hidden beneath the Valles Marineris. Possesses ultra-large dock workshops 100. In the barrage, some viewers could no longer type complete sentences. 300 km superscript 2. An underground city. This is an underground city, even larger than Uecha Base. Over 100 docks. Lin Ye continued. Mercury, the third image. A planet scorched by the sun within the permanent shadow zone of its north pole. A sizable base cluster with an exceptionally robust structure occupied the entire crater floor and expanded into the mountain interior. The surface was coated with efficient heat-dissipating and reflective layers and multiple entrances connected to a deep underground tunnel network. Annotation: Mercury Polar Base Research Special Materials Energy, total area 35 square kilometers. Possesses dock workshops 15. Venus, the fourth image. Beneath the thick sulfuric acid clouds a plateau surface. Several base modules encased in multi-layered pressure-resistant and corrosion-resistant giant shells were linked by reinforced passages, forming a sprawling. Around it, the toxic orange-yellow atmosphere churned, but the indicator lights on the base shells blinked steadily. Annotation: Venus Surface Base Extreme Environment Testing Resource Extraction Special Smelting, total area 40 square kilometers. Possesses dock workshops 20. The viewers were speechless. Mercury, Venus. These places, still death zones for humanity, were not outposts he had established, but sprawling permanent industrial cities. Next, the asteroid belt. Lin Ye's voice drew everyone's attention to the 5th, 6th, and 7th frames. These frames displayed different asteroids. Some tens of kilometers in diameter were completely covered with dense industrial structures like iron spheres bristling with metal spikes and platforms, with countless mining robots, smelting plants, and assembly workshops operating on their surfaces. Other asteroids had been hollowed out, their interiors transformed into layered giant manufacturing bays brightly lit with scales comparable to a small. Annotation: Asteroid Belt Major Mining and Manufacturing Subbases. Designation: Alpha Jupiter, total 10. Average area 50 square kilometers. Average dock workshops 30. Affiliated collection outposts 1,000. 10 major subbases, each dozens of square kilometers. Combined hundreds of square kilometers of industrial area. The asteroid belt had become his inexhaustible resource depot and distributed giant factory. The gas giants haven't been idle either. The 8th, 9th, and 10th frames. They showed the vicinity of Jupiter and Saturn. There was no land, but giant platforms of complex structure composed of countless modules floated there. These platforms were not thin sheets, but three-dimensional structures with considerable thickness and volume, like a precision, yet rugged metal honeycomb magnified countless times. The platforms extended giant magnetic collection sails and material collection arms measured in square kilometers, resembling fragments of a metal ring around the giant planets. Annotation: Jupiter Orbital Resource Collection and Refining Spaceport, Kuning 01E. Dimensions approximate 8 kilometers long, 4 kilometers wide, total area 32 square kilometers. Functions: atmospheric composition, collection, energy, harvesting hydrogen, helium, refining, ship maintenance. Saturn Orbital Resource Collection and Refining Spaceport, Kuning 02, dimensions approximate 7 kilometers long, 5 kilometers wide, total area 31. 5 square kilometers. Functions: ring, material collection, rare element extraction, energy transfer. The platforms floated silently against the backdrop of the giant planets. Though still minuscule compared to the planets themselves, their scale already rivaled that of a floating space city. And farther still, the 11th and 12th frames. On Pluto's frozen surface, several large entrances led to vast spaces beneath the ice, with orderly landing pads and communication arrays visible outside. On Eris, rugged terrain, clusters of silver-gray structures were connected by pipes and tracks, occupying a sizable area. Annotation: Kuiper Belt Comprehensive Observation and Forward Base Pluto, total area 50 square kilometers. Possesses dock workshops 30. Kuiper Belt Comprehensive Observation and Resource Outpost Eris, total area 30 square kilometers. Possesses dock workshops 10. Even the distant Kuiper Belt had sizable, fully functional bases established. Lastly, it was the transportation routes. The final few images transitioned into a dynamic starry sky, where bright lines marked the intersecting flight path. From the moon to Mars, from Mars to the asteroid belt, and from the asteroid belt to Jupiter. Hundreds of flight routes wove together, creating a glowing web that covered much of the solar system. On each flight route, small points of light moved uniformly. They were transport ships, so numerous that they resembled the traffic flow on a highway at night, dense. Annotation: Major resource transport routes within the solar system active, totaling 100 routes. Average daily transport ship traffic 3,000 trips. All the images were displayed simultaneously on the screen. Dozens of grids appeared like numerous peepholes. Through them people witnessed an entirely unfamiliar a solar system that had been completely transformed, filled with large bases spanning dozens, even hundreds of square kilometers, operating efficiently and omnipresent. In the live broadcast room, there was a profound silence. Even the barrage of comments had ceased. Everyone stared blankly at those images, gazing at the metallic giant on the moon comparable to a super metropolis. They looked at the underground nation on Mars Canyon, covering an area of over 300 square kilometers. They gazed at the vast industrial cities established in the worlds of Mercury and Venus, where death reigned. They observed the fully industrialized asteroid belt, where each steel planet exceeded 50 square kilometers in area. They watched the floating airports beside the gas giants, each spanning over 30 square kilometers. They even saw frontier bases exceeding 30 square kilometers established on the cold wasteland of the Kuiper Belt. They gazed at the numerous busy transport routes crisscrossing, connecting all these colossal entities. This was not a network of bases. This was the territory and infrastructure of an empire. An interstellar empire that silently transformed nearly all usable space in the solar system into factories, warehouses, barracks, and forward fortresses over the course of 3.5 years. In front of the screen, an ordinary office worker gaped, his coffee cup tilting, brown liquid dripping onto his trousers, oblivious to it all. A student forgot the end-of-class bell, fixated on the phone screen, fingers cold. An elderly man adjusted his glasses, his hands trembling slightly, his breathing. In the conference rooms of high-ranking officials from various countries, there was the same eerie silence. Although they knew through scattered observational data that the influence of the intelligence god was rapidly expanding. But when all of this was presented in such an intuitive, systematic, and overwhelmingly vast scale simultaneously, the impact was unparalleled by any. At the Dragon God Country Command Center, the presiding elder slowly leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes. He needed a few seconds to digest the scene before him. This was no longer development or expansion. This was reconstruction. A reconstruction of the materials and spaces of the entire solar system. The old general swallowed hard, wanting to say something, but ultimately only let out a faint sigh, as if he had exhausted all his strength. In that sigh there was shock, utter helplessness, and a sense of reverence akin to facing a primordial behemoth. The technology-savvy elder's fingers rapidly tapped on the tablet, pulling up comparison images before his movements froze. 3 years ago, the known operational range of the intelligence god was mainly concentrated around the Moon-Mars orbit and parts of the asteroid belt. Now, 3 years later, on the solar system map, the light spots representing his large bases appeared like malignant growths, densely clustered on almost all planets, moons, asteroids, and in the Kuiper Belt. Next to each light spot, bright lines representing transport routes connected them. A vast net woven from steel, energy, and absolute will had enveloped the entire solar system. What he referred to as tidying up the house. Zhou Weiguo's voice was hoarse. It turns out he regarded the entire solar system as his own home. The commissioner of the Free Nation felt his fingertips grow cold, even somewhat numb. He stared at the marked areas of those bases on the screen, at the figures in the dozens of square kilometers, at the hundreds of docks and workshops. His mind raced to calculate the resource consumption, industrial capacity, and automation levels behind it. Each calculation made his heart sink further. What kind of terrifying productivity was required? What kind of management system so efficient that it bordered on terrifying? What an unstoppable and unhidden desire for expansion. The Minister of Security's face turned pale, his lips trembled as he muttered, He has already turned the solar system into his factory assembly line. And we are still arguing about whether that few square kilometers outpost on the moon can be completed on schedule. The technical advisor looked at those gas giant airport platforms exceeding 30 square kilometers, his gaze hollow. Such large-scale space structures. We wouldn't even dare to dream of an engineering. What exactly? Materials did he use? What energy? How did he control it? The polar bear commander forgot to chew. He looked at the 300 square kilometer underground base on Mars, then glanced at those transformed steel planets in the asteroid belt, each exceeding 50 square kilometers in area. Goodness. He muttered, his voice lacking its usual robustness, replaced only by a stunned astonishment. He must have developed the entire solar system already. Behind him the generals exchanged glances, each seeing the same shock and confusion in each other's eyes. They had previously been discussing how to seize advantages in low Earth orbit, how to deploy space-based weapons. Meanwhile, others had already solidified the entire solar system into their strategic depth, with bases spanning hundreds of square kilometers. At the Europa United Aerospace Center, all the scientists fell silent collectively. None of their theories or models could explain this rate of expansion. This was unscientific. Unless his automation technology and self-replication technology had reached a level beyond their comprehension. Could each base split like a cell? Could each engineering unit rapidly replicate itself? In the live broadcast room, the 10 or so images continued to play for a full minute. Lin Ye did not interrupt, allowing everyone to take it all in. 5 minutes later, He finally spoke slowly. His voice remained calm, yet particularly clear in the silence. That's about it. These are the main large bases. There are some small corners that I won't embarrass myself by revealing. His tone was casual, as if saying there are still some storage cabinets at home that haven't been organized. In short, during these 3.5 years, the broadcaster has not been idle. Almost all the areas that needed development have been developed. The ores that needed mining have been mined. The ships that needed to be built. He paused, and the image switched back to a single perspective. The enormous Dawn I-class battleship once again dominated the entire screen. A few thousand Dawn-class ships have been constructed, but production was halted over. He spoke casually, but the term "a few" weighed heavily on everyone's ears. The production system capable of building such a warship. The logistical capacity to sustain a colossal base network spanning the solar system, with a total area potentially exceeding thousands of square kilometers. Lin Ye's sum was by no means a simple number. The barrage finally began to struggle back into motion, but no longer with the frenzied cheers of before. In their place was a deeper, almost bewildered shock. And a trace of fear. I can't wrap my head around it. A base group totaling thousands of square kilometers, spanning the entire solar system. Can this really be done in 3.5 years? Are we already living within a circle drawn by someone else? So, these bases, these mines, they're all for building these ships. Absolutely. Otherwise, why would they need so many resources and so many dockyards? But, still the same question. Once the ships are built, how do we get them there? Exactly. What about the core? The guy just said there's a core on the ship. Tell us, man. Stop being mysterious. Lin Ye watched the barrage, which had started scrolling again, urging him to introduce the core. Under his faceplate he smiled. Looks like everyone is getting impatient. He lifted his head slightly, his gaze seeming to pierce through the lens, reaching into the distant deeps. Then, next let me show you the most special part of this ship, and also the reason why the streamer dares to say, we can pay a visit to our neighbor. His voice gradually took on an undeniable weight of authority. The image slowly zoomed in on the rear half of the Dawn 2's hull. Everyone's hearts were in their throats, their eyes fixed on the screen. Lin Ye's voice paused for a moment in the stream. His gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, landing on every viewer holding their breath. Perhaps some of you noticed this part. He raised his arm, pointing to the complex, multi-layered crystalline nozzle at the tail of the Dawn 2 in the image. The eye of God lens zoomed in rapidly, following his. The nozzle glowed with a matte silver-white luster under the starlight, composed of countless tiny angular crystal facets nested layer upon layer, converging inward toward a deep, light-absorbing center. This might be mistaken by many as the new engine developed by the streamer. Lin Ye shook his head. Yes and no. This is still part of the conventional propulsion system, an improved nozzle of the Star Swirl 4 high-thrust fusion thruster. Just a refined design with higher efficiency. He lowered his hand, his tone shifting. The real core is not at the tail. His finger moved to the largest set among the streamlined protrusions located slightly aft of the midsection. The lens immediately followed. The casing of that assembly was a deeper, darker gray, nearly seamless and devoid of markings, as smooth as a single cast piece. Only at certain angles could one faintly perceive an extremely weak, rhythmically pulsing azure glow within, like a heart slowly beating inside a metal coffin. But rather it is here. Lin Ye's voice slowed, each word enunciated clearly. Project codename, Silver Shuttle. Its other name is. He paused, then calmly uttered 4 words. Warp drive. In the stream, time seemed to freeze for a second. Then the barrage exploded into a chaotic mess of question marks. Warp drive? What is that? A new thruster name. Sounds so sci-fi. Warp, as in bending. Don't understand, but it sounds awesome. Please explain. The first reaction of most ordinary viewers was bewilderment. This term felt both familiar and strange to many. Familiar because it had appeared in many science fiction works. Strange because it had never been announced as a real technology with such solemnity. In front of a screen, a high school student scratched his head and turned to his father. Dad, what's a warp drive? Is it faster than light? The father opened his mouth but couldn't answer right away. He just stared at the screen, eyes glazed. In an office, a few colleagues exchanged glances as someone muttered warp. As in space folding. No idea. Sounds like it. But in the rooms of high-level officials and research institutions from various countries, the scene was entirely different. Longshan Kingdom Central Command. The elderly expert with a technical background, upon hearing the words warp drive, lunged forward, almost knocking over the teacup on the table with his elbow. Is it really a warp drive? He gripped the edge of the table, his fingers turning white from the force. The young assistant beside him gasped, his voice trembling. Professor, the warp he mentioned, is it the Alcubierre metric one? The old professor didn't answer, just stared fixedly at the dark gray assembly on the screen, his breathing growing heavy. In his mind, countless papers, formulas, and diagrams labeled theoretically feasible, practically hopeless flashed by. The presiding elder noticed his agitation and turned old Chun. Professor Chen slowly exhaled, his voice as dry as sandpaper. If he really achieved it, that means he can travel faster than light. The room fell into instant silence. The old general's pen dropped onto the table with a clatter. Another elder slowly removed his glasses, rubbing his brow with a trembling hand. Faster than light. Those 3 words struck like a silent thunderbolt, shattering all their previous calculations and anxieties based on conventional speeds. For years, decades, if he could travel faster than light, the timescale would be completely rewritten. Freedom Nation, Black Palace, underground meeting room. The technical advisor stood up from his chair the moment he heard warp drive. He braced his hands on the edge of the table, eyes wide, lips moving silently without a sound. Beside him, an expert from a top-tier institute suddenly clutched his head, letting out a short, almost groaning gasp. "Oh my God," he murmured. "He really did it. He's actually working on this." The chief, seeing their flustered reactions, felt a sinking in his heart and demanded, "Explain. Put it simply. What is that? Put it simply. What is that?" The technical advisor turned around, pale-faced, speaking rapidly. "Sir, you can think of it as a technology that theoretically bypasses the speed of light by bending space itself. If successful, the ship can go faster than light. Many times over." The security minister's face drained of color. He quickly calculated in his mind, faster than light by many times. Then 2 light years might no longer be a journey of decades, but months, weeks. And, given the level of integration of this device, it's clearly not just a first-generation prototype. So these years of frenzied resource accumulation and base expansion were all to support the development of this technology and its subsequent application. Faster than light travel. Once realized, the solar system would truly be just home to him. 2 light years would no longer be a barrier. The technical advisor slowly sat down, wiping the fine sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. "I'm starting to understand. Why 3.5 years? Why so much energy, so many materials, such a vast industrial foundation?" The Arctic Bear Command Center. The commander frowned, chewing hard on the bread in his mouth, and mumbled to a bespectacled scientist beside him, "Curvature. What does that mean? How much faster than our rockets?" The scientist adjusted his glasses, his hand trembling slightly, and he tried to explain in simple terms, "Commander, it means you don't have to exert yourself to fly, but rather shorten the space in front and elongate the space behind, pushing the ship forward. The speed can surpass light by a great margin." The commander's chewing paused. He swallowed what was in his mouth, and his eyes slowly widened. "Faster than light," he repeated, his voice rising a bit. "Are you saying it can zip over to Proxima Centauri in an instant?" The scientist nodded laboriously. "In theory. If the technology matures, it is possible." The commander froze for 2 seconds before suddenly slapping his thigh. "Goodness," he shouted, his face glowing with a mix of shock and excitement. "No wonder it's been 3.5 years. So this is what they were tinkering with." He turned to his aide and shouted, "Take note. Key point. Curvature engine. Have his people monitor all related data." At the Europa United Space Center, the chief scientist dropped his pen onto the floor. He was oblivious, staring blankly at the screen, his lips trembling slightly. "Curvature drive. The physical realization of the Alcubierre metric," he murmured to himself, his voice filled with disbelief and a near reverent awe. He actually really reached this point. The assistant beside him spoke in a tight voice, "Professor, how is this possible? The negative energy density problem, the space-time singularity problem, energy requirements. These theoretically are all dead ends." "I don't know." The chief scientist suddenly turned around, his eyes red. "But if he dares to say this to install it on a warship?" He grasped at his already thinning hair. No wonder such a terrifying energy output is needed. 1 PW. If it's for powering the curvature engine, then it makes sense. He leaned dejectedly against the nearby table, feeling his legs go a bit weak. 3.5 years. It turned out he was tackling this. In the live broadcast room, Lin Ye gave the audience a few minutes to digest this term. He watched as the comments shifted from confusion to shock, fervor, and more questions. Then he continued, speaking in a calm tone, as if introducing a household appliance. "Let me briefly explain. The principle of the curvature engine is not to make the ship accelerate desperately in space, but to alter the space-time structure around the ship. Behind the ship, the space is stretched. In front of the ship, the space is compressed. The ship itself remains in a stable bubble, pushed forward by the flow of space-time." He made an analogy. Like surfing. A surfer doesn't paddle by himself, it's the waves pushing him forward. The curvature engine creates a suitable wave for the ship. With this method, the speed can exceed the speed of light. And it's not just by a little bit. He spoke simply, avoiding all complex mathematical and physical terms. But the core meaning had already been conveyed. The comments exploded again. "Wow. Changing space. Can this really be done? It sounds like the warp travel from a sci-fi movie. Master, can you create a wave that changes space? How fast can it go then? How much faster than light? Twice. It should be more. Otherwise it would still take too long to reach Proxima Centauri." Lin Ye saw these questions. He smiled slightly. The specific parameters were tested with a specialized experimental ship before, and the results were quite good. He brought up a concise data list floating beside the Dawn 2 warship. The words on the list were clear and prominent: silver shuttle, I curvature engine, main test parameters, stable cruising speed, 12 times the speed of light, recommended safety speed limit, 18 times the speed of light. Extreme, unstable speed, 22. 3 times the speed of light, stability below 90, maximum stable travel time, at 12 times the speed of light, about 5 hours. Engine cooling time, active cooling about 4 minutes. Energy consumption rate, at 12 times the speed of light, 122. 2 terawatts. Biological safety test passed, smooth, start-stop excellent. As those numbers appeared on the screen, many rooms across Blue Star echoed with gasps, coughs, and sounds of objects hitting the floor. A young man stared at the words, 12 times the speed of light, instinctively counting on his fingers, 1, 2. 12 times. 12 times the speed of light. His friend beside him gaped, taking a long time to stammer out, then. To Proxima Centauri. 4. 2 light years divided by 12. The young man's mind was a bit muddled, and he simply pulled out his phone to use the calculator. 0. 35 years. Approximately. For months. This is still at 12 times the speed of light, if it's 18 times. His voice grew smaller, merging with his friend's intake. In an office, a middle-aged man dropped his cigarette onto his pants, burning a hole, without even feeling the pain. He simply stared at the 12 times the speed of light, his mind buzzing. 50 years of travel turned into just over 4 months. This is not just a quantitative change. This is a leap in dimension. In the Dragon God Nation Command Center, Professor Chen looked at those parameters, especially the energy consumption rate of 122. 2 terawatts, and made a muffled sound in his throat. He recalled the output power of the heart of the sun, 500 TW. Dual reactors, a total of 1 PW. So that's how it is. That astonishing excessive energy output is meant to feed this energy-consuming monster. To pry open space-time. The old general slowly sat back in his chair, his back pressing tightly against the backrest. He suddenly understood why 3.5 years were needed. Why resources bases had to be crazily expanded throughout the solar system. Why the Dawn 2, which integrated all cutting-edge technologies, was needed as a platform. Everything was to carry this technology. To turn the theoretical possibility into a tangible reality. So that's it. He murmured, his voice hoarse. This is his true big job. The governor of the free nation slumped in his chair, wiping his face with his hand. He felt a wave of debilitating weakness mixed with a sense of almost absurd clarity. It turned out the other side had already jumped out of the race of chemical propulsion and nuclear fusion propulsion while they were still struggling. They were still racking their brains to improve propulsion efficiency by a few percent. Others had already packed their bags ready to surf through with waves. The Minister of Security's face turned pale. All previous strategic simulations and defense concepts appeared so ridiculous and trivial in the face of 12 times the speed of light. The technical advisor fell into a blend of frenzy and despair. 5 hours. At 12 times the speed of light, that means it's enough for medium-scale interstellar travel. With a cooling time of only 4 minutes. This is already a mature engineering product, not a laboratory toy. Some members of his team sat back down in their chairs, their expressions vacant. The polar bear commander gulped down a large mouthful of water, washing down the bread in his mouth. He wiped his mouth, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying intensity. 12 times the speed of light. For months. He muttered, then suddenly grinned, a smile brimming with the carefree abandon of one who had nothing left to lose. Great. Now things are getting interesting. Let's see those alien bastards strut about now. The generals behind him exchanged glances, some with worry, but many more had a wild, almost barbaric excitement kindling in their eyes. Absolute speed meant absolute initiative. The European scientists plunged into a heated, low-voiced debate. Some questioned the authenticity of the data, others tried to explain it with existing theories, but all ended in long sighs. The gap was already too vast to be measured by any existing framework. In the live stream, after a brief, stunned silence, the barrage of comments surged back with even greater ferocity. 12 times the speed of light. My God, just over 4 months to reach Proxima Centauri. Is this really technology that humans can master? Great Sage, you are my God. So, we can actually go visit them. Strike first. Charge. Wait, what about safety? Will that bubble break? The energy consumption is terrifying. 122 terawatts. That's like how many nuclear plants? Who cares? The Great Sage says it's fine. I'm not worried anymore. Me too. Feels solid. A mix of emotions. Fear diluted by immense hope and excitement, doubts overwhelmed by steadfast trust in Ji-shun. Lin Ye watched the rapidly scrolling comments, waiting for about 2 or 3 minutes. He let the emotions ferment fully. Then he raised his hand and made a downward pressing gesture. Though it was through a screen, the motion seemed to carry a certain magic, visibly slowing the scroll rate of the comments. Alright, everyone has seen the parameters. His voice returned to its usual tone, light and teasing. As for the other systems on this Dawn 2, main cannon, secondary cannons, missiles, shields, armor, all have undergone rigorous testing, just like the engine. The technology of the streamer's warship is already very mature. He spread his hands. So today we won't be showing you each test one by one like before. Testing them would just be about bigger power, longer range, thicker armor. I figure the family is probably tired of seeing that. He changed the subject. Today we're going to do something different. He leaned forward slightly, his faceplate aimed at the camera, as if seeking approval, but his tone was resolute and unchangeable. Let's directly show you the charm of the warp drive. How about it? As these words fell, the live stream went silent for a moment. Immediately the comments exploded again, but the content split into several distinct trends. A portion responded instantly ecstatic, great. Show it directly. Watching test data is nowhere near as exciting as a live demo. Exactly. We've already seen the Dawn class. This is just an upgrade. Get on with it. I want to see how space gets bent. Go. Warp straight to Proxima Centauri. Scare the hell out of those aliens. Great Sage, I trust you. No need for tests. Just do it. Another group showed some regret, not testing the main cannon. I wanted to see what kind of crater a 15-meter caliber monster could blast. I wanted to see the secondary cannon rapid fire too. A bit of a shame, but I get it, the data is given, so it's definitely fine. The Dawn class power was already mind-blowing, the two must be even stronger. I can just imagine it. The focus is the warp drive. The rest are just extras. Exactly. Watch the warp flight. That's the real deal. A few more chimed in with teasing and goading. Is the Great Sage afraid that testing it will blow another hole in Mars, making it hard to clean up? Just warp straight to Proxima Centauri for testing. Use the alien base as a target range. I wholeheartedly agree. Live broadcast of Interstellar War. Stop stirring the pot, you guys. But, it's thrilling to think about. Trust Ji Shin's technology. If he says it's mature, it's definitely mature. Show the most advanced stuff directly. Yes, we want to see warp flight. See faster than light. Various voices mixed, but the overall mood quickly shifted to anticipation and excitement. 3.5 years of waiting, the emergence of the warp drive as the ultimate answer had already satisfied everyone and ignited a strong curiosity. Testing conventional weapons at this moment seemed indeed a bit ordinary. In front of screens, leaders and scientists from various nations also caught Lin Ye's choice of words. It was show, not test. The difference between these two words made their hearts tighten again. Ji Shin had spent 3.5 years polishing this technology. Now he was going to use a show to announce its maturity and reliability to all humanity. The confidence behind this weighed more than any test data. In the Longshan State Command Center, the presiding elder slowly exhaled. It seems he has full confidence in this technology. The old general nodded, his gaze locked on the screen. This means what comes next may not be just a simple flight. The Free State director whispered to his technical advisor, record everything. Optical signals, gravitational wave disturbances, any energy leakage. All data that can be captured. The polar bear commander rubbed his hands together, eyes unblinking. Here it comes. The main event is about to begin. The European scientists straightened up some already opening specialized recording software to analyze any physical phenomena that might appear. In the live stream, Lin Ye seemed very pleased with the reaction of the comments. He nodded. It seems everyone can't wait. He turned facing the main console, with only his back and profile in the frame. 0. Target coordinates, outer Kuiper belt, safe distance, preset observation. Startup, Dawn 2, preheat the blazing sun heart reactor, initiate self-check of the Silver Shuttle warp drive. Prepare. He paused, then in a calm yet decisive voice issued the command. Enter warp flight. Then he turned to the camera, his voice transmitted through the voice modulator with a metallic hum. Family, are you ready? He swept his arm to the side and back, pointing to the main screen, where the colossal ship hung silently in deep space. Please enjoy the show. The moment the words fell, the main screen's view abruptly switched from inside the UHA base to a full-screen external perspective. The Eye of God 4 hovered in the void several kilometers away from the Dawn 2, its camera firmly locked on the warship. Deep space was silent. The starlight was cold. That steel blade 1,500 meters in length hung like a sleeping sculpture. Then, the dark gray patterns on the hull began to glow with a faint azure light. At first it was weak, flickering like a breath. A few seconds later the light became stable, emanating from the largest protruding device in the middle of the ship, growing bright. The outer shell of the device appeared semi-transparent, revealing a complex layered lattice structure glowing inside. Buzz, a deep resonance seemingly originating from the depths of space, was faintly transmitted into the live broadcast through the remote pickup device. That was not sound. It was the tremor produced when the spatial structure was disturbed. The starry sky surrounding the Dawn I-class ship began to warp. Like viewing objects through air heated to high temperatures. Fine flowing ripples appeared at the edges. The ripples spread outward, centered around the engine. The speed was increasing. The range was expanding. Soon the entire battleship was enveloped in a layer of transparent, constantly rippling water membrane. Outside the water membrane, the originally still stars began to stretch. It was not the battleship that was moving, but the light from the stars, bending and extending along some bizarre curve. In the lens of the Eye of God, the scene was spine-chilling. It was as if an invisible hand was gripping that piece of space, slowly twisting it. The barrage in the live broadcast room came to a complete halt. Countless people gaped wide-eyed, their fingers suspended above the keyboard or screen forgetting to move. At home, a child grabbed his mother's arm, whispering, "Mom, the starlight is bending." The mother did not respond, only tightly grasping the child's hand, her knuckles turning white. In the office, someone dropped their pen on the desk, rolling onto the floor with no one going to pick it up. In the command center of the Dragon God Nation, Professor Chen leaned forward, his glasses nearly touching the screen. The assistant beside him had his finger poised above the keyboard, ready to record. The technical advisor from the Free Nation bit his lower lip, his eyes unblinking. The polar bear commander forgot to chew, his mouth half open. Scientists from Europa were collectively silent, some supporting their foreheads. Everyone was fixated on the starry sky being kneaded by an invisible force. The water membrane around the ship began to contract. It gathered inward, adhering to the surface of the ship. It became thinner and clearer. Ultimately, it formed an exceptionally thin, yet distinctly bounded, transparent bubble wall. The bubble wall was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the distorted star. Inside the bubble wall, the Dawn Awakens ship appeared particularly normal. Its outline sharp, light, stable. It seemed isolated in another time and space. The warp bubble has been generated. Lin Ye's voice rang out in the live broadcast room, steady like that of a commentator. At present, the battleship itself is within a flat space bubble. The curvature changes in the external space will not affect the interior. He paused. Next, it will move. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the transparent bubble enveloping the battleship, together with the interior Dawn Awakens, suddenly slid forward without warning. There was no acceleration process, no tail flame ejection. It was like gently pushing an ice block on a smooth surface. Outside the bubble wall, the stars, extremely distorted and elongated into thin light bands, suddenly accelerated and flowed, not retreating backward, but being dragged toward the back of the bubble by an invisible vortex, frenziedly stretching, ultimately melting into a blurred, flowing curtain of light. Only directly ahead could some outlines of stars still be seen, but they were also severely distorted, resembling a scene viewed through a funhouse mirror. The Dawn Awakens had vanished. No, it was not gone. Rather, the point it occupied was shifting in a manner that transcended conventional understanding in space. The lens of the eye of God followed closely. Yet, even with its capabilities, it could only capture a faint track, trailing a light blue afterglow, racing through the distorted starry sky. Wherever the track passed, it left subtle disturbances like ripples, but quickly settled again. In the lower right corner of the live broadcast room, a data box popped up: 1C, 5C, 10C, 12C. The numbers finally stabilized at 12. 1C. The live broadcast room fell into a death. The barrage area was blank for a full 5 seconds. Then the first comment trembled as it passed by. Wait, my eyes aren't deceiving me, are they? Following that, more text surged out like an explosion. That bubble. I saw it. The transparent bubble. The ship didn't move. It was the bubble that carried it away. Is this what curvature travel is? Is this superluminal travel? It's too fast. Can't see anything outside. A young man suddenly stood up from his chair, knocking over a cup of water on the table. Water spilled everywhere, but he didn't care, only pointing at the screen, yelling to his housemates, "Did you see that bubble?" His housemates gaped, nodding, unable to utter a word. Under the large screen in the square, an old man took off his hat, rubbing his eyes before putting it back on, murmuring, "What a miraculous technique. Truly a miraculous technique." In the Dragon God Nation Command Center, Professor Chen leaned forward, almost pressing against the screen. He stared at the distorted starry sky background, focusing on that pale blue trajectory, his fingers twitching unconsciously on his knee. The gradient of spatial curvature, a visible gradient change. His voice was dry, and he spoke quickly as if making notes for himself. No significant singularity radiation leakage, bubble wall stability extremely high. This control precision. The young assistant beside him was rapidly typing on the keyboard, recording everything, but his face was pale, because he found that his knowledge of physics had no corresponding analytical tools here. The technical advisor from the Free Nation clutched his hair, his eyes fixated on the 12.0C in the data box. Oh my God, it really stabilized at 12 times. Someone from his team whispered. We detected weak gravitational wave disturbances. The waveform characteristics completely do not conform to any known model. The commander turned and asked, "Can we analyze the principle?" The technical advisor forced a smile and shook his head. "Commander, we didn't even understand how it started. It's like it dug a tunnel in space that only it could use and then drilled inside." The Minister of Security's face turned ashen, his fingers gripping the edge of the table, turning his knuckles white. This mode of travel means that any existing orbital interception or early warning system has become a joke. You wouldn't even know where it started from or where it was going. It merely slid through space and appeared billions of kilometers away. The polar bear commander slapped his thigh hard, making a loud smack. Good, he shouted, startling those beside him. This is what interstellar travel is. His eyes sparkled as if witnessing the best acrobatic performance. Some scientists from Europa started to hold their heads. Some frantically scribbled formulas on paper only to quickly cross them out. The chief scientist leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, then opened them again after a few seconds, shaking his head with a wry smile. Record all optical distortion patterns. Attempt to reverse engineer the curvature field distribution. The assistant, trembling, operated the device, his voice sounding airy. Professor, our existing analytical tools may not be capable of processing data of this magnitude. At this moment, Lin Ye's voice cut into the live stream once more. He remained at the main console of the Yuecha base, his visor turned toward the camera. The background revealed the interior of Yuecha base, a stark contrast to the dreamlike warp navigation scene in the main frame. How do you feel, folks? His voice carried a hint of amusement. The comments section instantly flooded with awesome, unbeatable, mind-blown. The transparent bubble you see is called it, Lin Ye explained in an accessible tone. The silver shuttle engine creates a localized space-time distortion around the hull. Inside the bubble, space-time is flat, so the ship and its occupants remain unaffected and experience no acceleration. Outside the bubble, space-time is compressed and stretched, propelling the entire bubble forward. The principle is actually not that complicated, just a bit tricky to implement. He said it casually. The comments scrolled with humble brag. A bit tricky, master, this is no small feat. The cruising speed is now stable at 12 times the speed of light. Lin Ye glanced at the data beside him. This speed is more economical, puts less strain on the engine, and is suitable for long-duration voyages. If we're in a hurry, we can push it to 18 times, but the energy consumption would be much higher and the engine's continuous operation time would decrease. As for those stars stretched into lines, it's because light passing through distorted spacetime has its path deflected, combined with the Doppler effect and aberration from our high-speed motion. Those visual effects stack up. Simply put, the stars aren't really turning into lines, it's just how we perceive them. He paused, then added, of course, if you think it looks good, that's fine too. The comments immediately flooded with beautiful, dreamy, like traveling through a time tunnel. However, inside the warp bubble, since it's a relatively independent space-time bubble, you actually can't see this phenomenon. Lin Ye said, what we're seeing is an external observation perspective, the God's eye view from outside. So if you ever take this kind of ship on a long journey, the view outside might be pretty boring, you'd be better off watching a projection. His words carried a hint of mockery. The comments joined in, we want to ride. Master, when will you open ticket sales? Can we afford it with star coins? I'll save up. Lin Ye smiled, didn't pick up that thread, and continued. Some of you might worry. At this speed, what if we hit something? Only then did the comments recover a bit, and a few scattered questions appeared. Right? Aren't there meteoroids in space? At this speed, even hitting a grain of sand would be fatal, right? Can that bubble withstand it? Lin Ye saw them. Good question. First, the warp bubble itself is a kind of spatial isolation layer. Outside the bubble, the curvature of space changes drastically. Any matter on the path, whether meteoroids, dust, or even planets, will be pushed aside or deflected by the distorted spacetime before contacting the bubble wall. It's like water flowing around a rock. Of course, for extremely massive objects like stars, the curvature bubble will automatically adjust its course to avoid them. The navigation system isn't just for show, a safe route is planned in advance, avoiding massive celestial bodies along the way. He paused. Second, even if something slips through the curvature field. He smiled. The Dawn 2's conventional shields and armor aren't made of paper. But the probability of that is far lower than you being hit by a meteor while walking outside. The comments scrolled with, got it, I see, master thinks of everything. But most were still immersed in pure visual awe. The blue streak glided steadily through the warped star sea. The background stars were stretched into flowing ribbons of light, like traveling through a tunnel woven from light. The silhouettes of distant planets twisted and deformed outside the bubble wall like wax figures melting in high heat. A bizarre beauty, beyond speed itself, about space being folded, assaulted every viewer's perception. Time passed in silent awe. In one corner of the main screen, a small odometer ticked. Distance traveled 10 AU, 20 AU, 30 AU. For an object moving at 12 times the speed of light, distances within the solar system become negligible. Journeys that would take probes decades to complete were now measured in minutes. In the live stream, people gradually calmed from the initial shock, yet their eyes still refused to leave the screen. They watched the eternal starlight stretch and flow, watched the transparent bubble glide steadily through the twisted river of spacetime. An unprecedented sense of insignificance and grandeur transcending scale intertwined in their hearts. So this is how the universe can be traversed. So distances beyond light years can truly become close. In the Dragon God Nation's command center, the elders had stopped trying to analyze the technology. They simply watched, quietly, complex expressions on their faces. It was an acknowledgement of an absolute technological gap and the impact of yet another expansion of the boundaries of human imagination. The Free Nation's director leaned back in his chair, his fingers no longer tapping. He felt a deep fatigue and a strange sense of relief. When the gap becomes too vast to measure, there's no need to worry anymore. The polar bear commander had someone bring more bread and pickled cucumbers. He ate, while watching, nodding occasionally, as if enjoying a spectacular performance. Europa's scientists gradually stopped their pointless discussions. They began to simply watch the miracle like ordinary spectators. Distance traveled 40 AU arrived at predetermined coordinates, outer Kuiper Belt observation point. Lin Ye's voice came at the right moment. Alright folks, we're here. Now exiting warp navigation. As he spoke, the flowing ribbons of light in the main view suddenly slowed and stopped. The transparent warp bubble dissipated silently, like a soap bubble popping. The Dawn 2 battleship reappeared in normal space. The faint blue glow on the hull quickly dimmed, reverting to a matte dark gray. Outside the window, the scene had completely changed. It was no longer the relatively crowded starry sky of the inner solar system. Here it was darker, more profound. The sun had shrunk to a slightly brighter point of light among the stars hanging in the distance. In its place were countless cold, silent points of light in the field of view. Most were faint, sparsely scattered across the black background. Some larger points showed blurry, irregular outlines, Kuiper Belt objects. Closer, tiny dust particles reflecting the distant sunlight could be seen like frozen fog drifting slowly. An absolute primordial cold and silence seeped through the screen. This was the edge that human probes had barely reached, the barren region where the sun's gravitational influence wanes. And now a warship built by humans hovered here calmly and swiftly in absolute stillness. An eye of God flew out from the Dawn 2 spacecraft, slowly scanning the surroundings. This icy frontier was presented so clearly, so close at hand to billions for the first time. The audience saw the rugged surface covered in ice, the deep impact craters, and the desolation that remained eternally still in the vacuum. There was no wind, no sound, no life. Only a deathly silence and the unchanging cold that had persisted for billions of years. The barrage of comments briefly stagnated. Many instinctively held their breath. They had witnessed the desolation of the moon and the red deserts of Mars. But the scene before them was even more hollow, more distant, and made them feel their own insignificance even more. This is the Kuiper Belt. Lin Ye's voice broke the silence. The frontier of the solar system. It is approximately 40 to 50 astronomical units from the sun. The temperature here is over 200 degrees below 0 Celsius. Most of the objects are composed of ice and rock. They have been here since the formation of the solar system and have hardly changed. His tone was calm, as if introducing a tourist destination. But to the audience, each word felt like ice shards. This is the Kuiper Belt. A comment cautiously floated by. So dark. So far. The sun looks so small. Are those the frozen asteroids and comets? It looks so desolate, but it feels so real. A thrill of witnessing the expansion of frontiers surged within many. Lin Ye's voice rang out again. The journey just now took. He glanced at the time. Half an hour. 30 minutes. 40 astronomical units. This comparison sent shivers down many spines. They recalled how the Voyager probe took decades to reach, and now it only took the time of a meal. How about it? Families. Lin Ye's voice carried a clear hint of laughter. Do you feel the charm of curvature travel? It's all right. The barrage instantly ignited. Not just all right. It's a miracle. Half an hour. From near the moon to the Kuiper Belt. I'm going crazy. This speed. Invincible. Truly invincible. Master, please accept my knee. Traveling the solar system is no longer a dream. Leave in the morning and reach Pluto to see the sunset by evening. Not just Pluto. We could break out of the solar system. I declare today the most remarkable day in human space history. Hold on. The master still has something to say. Excitement, fervor, and admiration erupted like a volcano. All the anxiety and uncertainty that had waited were crushed in that moment by the 30-minute journey. What replaced it was a nearly blind confidence and overwhelming anticipation. Lin Ye waited for the barrage to cool slightly before continuing. His tone shifted from the earlier lighthearted banter to a slightly more serious note. All right, we've showcased and arrived at the location. Next, the host has some serious matter. The live stream room quickly fell silent. Even the jubilant barrage became sparse. Everyone perked up their ears waiting for what came next. In front of the screen, high-ranking officials from various countries sat up straight in unison. In the Dragon God Nation Command Center, the presiding elder's fingers tightened. The governor of the Free Nation took a deep breath. The Arctic Bear commander put down the bread in his hand. The scientists from Europa held their breath. Lin Ye's visor turned towards the camera, the cold metallic surface reflecting the lights of the control room. His voice was clear and steady, resonating around the world. The Dawn 2 interstellar battleship, along with its silver shuttle curvature engine, has completed technical verification. All test data meet standards and performance is stable and reliable. This means that this battleship is now ready for mass production. He paused, letting this statement sink into everyone's hearts. Next, the Uetsha base, the Hawaii base, and the docks of major subbases within the solar system will fully shift towards the mass production of the Dawn 2. The host needs a fleet. A true interstellar fleet capable of crossing star systems and executing long-range missions. His voice slightly raised, carrying an undeniable determination. And the goal of this fleet. He paused again. Then in a tone that everyone could anticipate, yet still caused their hearts to stop upon hearing, he announced, is to visit the Proxima Centauri beings. Silence. A silence longer and deeper than any before. In the live stream room, even the background noise seemed to vanish. Only the figure clad in black and gold armor stood quietly within the frame. A few seconds later the barrage erupted, but this time it was a torrent of wildly clashing emotions instead of orderly cheers. They're coming. They're really coming. We're going. Interstellar fleet. Expedition to the Proxima Centauri beings. My God. Am I really going to see humanity step out of the solar system in my lifetime? And it's to find aliens. Wait. Is this a declaration of war? What else? Going to visit peacefully with battleships. But they are also an intelligent civilization. What if they are very friendly? Friendly my ass. Don't forget they might have noticed us long ago. Strike first. Support the master. Oppose. This is invasion. It will trigger interstellar war. You virtuous people can just roll away. This is survival competition. What right do we have to attack another civilization? Rights. Talk about rights when the aliens come knocking at your door. It doesn't necessarily mean a fight. It could also be deterrence. Displaying strength. Going to display strength with a battleship. Do you believe that? Forget it. I trust the master. Whatever he says goes. So exhilarating. Master, take me with you. I'm signing up to be a crew member. Ordinary viewers fell into a whirlpool of excitement, agitation, anxiety, and debate. In front of the screen, the reactions of high-ranking officials from various countries were even more intense and complex. In the Dragon God Nation Command Center, the old general took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, trying to calm his racing heart. He is really going to do this. Another elder removed his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose tightly. A fleet made up of Dawn 2, traveling at the speed of curvature engine, heading to Proxima Centauri. The technically inclined Professor Chun clasped his hands, his knuckles turning white. Based on the scale of the base and the level of automation he demonstrated, if all docks work at full capacity, how long would it take to form a fleet of considerable scale with combat effectiveness? The wise god mentioned that hundreds of Dawn 2 could be built in a month. Given the nature of its intelligent fleet, this time could be much shorter than we imagine. The presiding elder slowly said, notify all analytical departments for an emergency meeting. We need to predict his timetable and the potential impact this may have on the situation on Blue Star. In the Black Palace of the Free Nation, the commander felt his throat dry. He picked up a cup of water and took a sip. It was somewhat cool. He didn't just say it casually. He whispered. The Minister of Security's face darkened. A superluminal fleet, with a clear target of the Proxima Centauri civilization. This is tantamount to unilaterally initiating interstellar contact. No, it's the prelude to interstellar conflict. The technical advisor's voice was hoarse. We can't even observe them. We can only speculate on when their fleet assembles and departs, likely only when they leave the solar system through some indirect signals. The commander looked at the chief of staff. Immediately contact our people at the starport in Paradise at any cost to inquire about any information regarding the fleet's construction progress, scale, and departure time. Also draft a news statement. No, wait, let's first observe public reaction and international sentiment. In the Arctic Bear Command, the commander slammed his hand on the table, causing the plates to rattle. Good. Decisive. Let's get to work. His eyes gleamed with a nearly savage excitement. Now this is what a man should be like. Waiting for others to come knocking. Better to strike first. At the Europa Joint Coordination Center, the rotating chairman rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The worst-case scenario has occurred. He whispered to the Secretary General. Not only has he acquired the technology, but he has also clearly stated his intention to use it for proactive armed interstellar contact. Any framework we previously drafted regarding the principles of peaceful contact has become worthless. The Secretary General expressed his concerns. Public reaction. Currently, the voices of support and excitement are predominant. The sense of fear is overshadowed by this powerful demonstration of technology. This is to be expected, the chairman said with a bitter smile. When a person possesses a power you cannot comprehend and claims to resolve distant threats for you, most people choose to believe and follow rather than question. Immediately convene an emergency video conference of member states' leaders. He ordered. We need to unify our stance at least. Before his fleet departs, attempt to establish some effective communication channels to express our concerns. In the live broadcast room, Lin Ye seemed unfazed by the tumultuous waves stirring outside. He waited a moment, watching the heated debates in the bullet comments. Then he slightly nodded. It seems everyone is quite concerned about this matter. The host is here and will say a few words. His voice once again drew everyone's attention back. The host knows that everyone has many questions, many concerns, and many differing opinions. This is quite normal. After all, this is something humanity has never done before. He paused. But what the host wants to say is... His tone gradually sank. The universe is vast. And it is cold. We do not know what the Proxima Centauri people think. We also do not know if they are friendly, if they harbor goodwill, or if they pose a threat to us. We do not even know what they are doing right now at this very moment as we speak. The only thing we know is that they had the capability for space activities 8 years ago. He paused to let these words settle in. The host does not like to leave destiny in the hands of the unknown. He does not like to wait passively for others to make decisions before. So, His voice became clear again. The host has decided to take a more proactive approach. To take a look. To understand. If possible. He smiled. That laughter filtered through the voice changer carried a metallic chill. And to extend a greeting. In our own way. The bullet comments began to scroll again, but the arguments had lessened. More people held their breath listening. The construction of the fleet requires time. But it won't be long, probably around 2 months. The production capacity of the Moon Chariot base and all sub-bases everyone has just seen. Soon the first fully organized fleet of curvature ships will be ready. At that time, he faced the camera. The gaze behind the mask seemed to penetrate the screen, landing on each viewer's face. The host will broadcast again. To take everyone. To see together what our neighbors actually look like. Lin Ye's words were like a piece of red-hot iron seared into everyone's ears. 2 months. The fleet is about to depart. After a brief pause, the bullet comments exploded like a detonated bomb. 2 months. My God. So soon. I thought it would take at least a year or 2 to prepare. This time we're really going. It's not just talk. Wait, only 2 months. How many ships can we build? Did you forget what the Great One said about production capacity? Hundreds of ships a month. All right. So in 2 months. Over 1,000 Dawn-class ships. Over 1,000. Interstellar fleet. My God. I'm about to witness humanity's first interstellar expedition. Damn. So exciting. My hands are shaking. Countless exclamation points and question marks rolled across the screen. Ordinary people were dizzy from this timeline. What originally felt distant suddenly became within reach. 60 days. In front of the screen, a young man suddenly stood up from his chair. His knee collided with the table corner, causing him to grimace in pain, but he didn't sit down. He just pointed at the screen and shouted to the others in the dorm. 2 months. Only 2 months left. His roommate was also watching the live stream with his mouth agape. The bag of chips in his hand fell to the floor, scattering crumbs everywhere. Another roommate adjusted his glasses, put them back on, his voice dry. So you mean 1 month into the semester? The fleet is set to depart. At home, the remote control in his father's hand fell to the carpet. He looked at the black-armored figure on the screen, then glanced at his son next to him, who was excitedly waving his fists, his face flushed. His lips moved, but in the end he said nothing. He simply reached out and grasped his son's waving hand tightly. In the office, an employee who was slacking off forgot to cover it up, exclaiming, 2 months. This. A colleague nearby quickly pulled him back, indicating that the boss himself was also staring at his phone screen. Brow furrowed, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. Lin Ye seemed to see the surging bullet comments. The mask slightly turned towards the main screen and paused for 2 seconds. Then he chuckled softly. That laughter filtered through the voice changer, carried a metallic hum, but the amusement was evident. It seems everyone is quite sensitive to time. He leaned slightly forward, resting his elbows on the edge of the console, his posture relaxing a bit. However, before that, he elongated his voice. The host has one last thing to announce. He paused, the mask turning toward the camera. This matter concerns the family. Is there anyone who wants to know? His tone carried a hint of coaxing, as if teasing a child. The bullet comments instantly skewed. Yes. What is it? Hurry up and tell us, Great One. Is it a benefit? Sending star coins? Or is there going to be a lottery? A chance to get on the ship? All kinds of guesses flooded the screen. Lin Ye seemed to relish the effect of keeping everyone in suspense. He let out a soft laugh, the sound muffled by the voice changer, yet clearly audible. Then he straightened his body, clasped his hands behind his back, and lifted his chin. It was the posture of someone about to announce something important. The live stream room immediately quieted down. Everyone held their breath, their fingers hovering over keyboards or screens. His voice, amplified through the broadcasting equipment, rang out clear and powerful, word by word, across the entire live stream. Well, then the streamer now. He deliberately drew out the sound, ensuring every word reached the ears of billions without error. Formally issues to all dear family members. A recruitment. Fleet commanders 10. Ship captains 100. Lin Ye I-type mecha pilots 1,000. 3 numbers, 3 positions, like 3 heavy hammers brutally smashing against everyone's eardrums. In the live stream room, there was a moment of absolute silence. Even the background star river seemed to have stopped flowing. Everyone was stunned, staring at the figure on the screen, those words echoing repeatedly in their minds. Fleet commander, ship captain, mecha pilot, recruitment. For us. The next second, boom. A barrage tsunami more violent and chaotic than any before erupted completely. What did I hear? Recruitment, commander, captain, pilot. Are they real people? Great master. You mean we can board the ships? We can pilot those interstellar warships? And drive the Lin Ye mecha? Oh my God. Am I dreaming? Sign up. I want to sign up. Count me in. Count me in. Commander. I want to be the commander. Captain. Captain is fine too. I want to pilot a mecha. The 120 meters tall. Pilot a mecha to fight aliens. Awesome. How to sign up? Great master. Tell us how to sign up quickly. What are the requirements? I meet all requirements. Is it going to the battlefield, eh? Will there be danger? In a certain household, a father suddenly grabbed his child's shoulder, shook it vigorously twice, and said with a trembling voice, "Son, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Opportunity. A massive opportunity." The child was a bit dizzy from the shaking, but his eyes were frighteningly bright, and he could only nod frantically. In another office, those who were originally sitting at their workstations all stood up, gathered around the computer, showing the live stream, talking in a flurry, faces flushed red, some even excitedly pounding the table. In the street square, exclamations, shouts, and excited odd cries rang out in unison. Many people jumped up, waving their arms as if that would get them selected. This was no longer being a bystander. This was participation. To personally join this expedition across the Star Sea, even if only in some form. At that moment, Lin Ye's voice sounded again, breaking the brief silence. His tone carried a reassuring ease. "Family members, rest assured," he drew out the sound. "It's all remote control." He patted the chest part of his armor, producing a dull metallic thud. "People want actually board the ships, and certainly want go to the front lines. Just stay on safe Blue Planet or in Tiangong Starport, controlling through neural connection. So no need to worry about personal safety issues at all." He paused, turned his faceplate toward the camera, and his tone became slightly teasing. "How about it, family members? Now no more worries about signing up, right?" These words were like a key that turned the final lock. The floodgates of the live stream barrage were completely broken. This time the emotions were more intense and more complex than before. First came enormous relief and surprise. Remote control. My God, that's great. No need for real people to go risk their lives. Absolutely safe. Now I dare to sign up. Great Master is so thoughtful. Then, spurred by this sense of safety, an even more unrestrained frenzy erupted. Remote control is even better. Now we can be even more unscrupulous. Great Master, look at me. I have fast reactions. I have good awareness. I have a high ranking in Interstellar game ladders. I've had a dream of commanding since I was a child. Pick me, pick me. A massive amount of text almost completely submerged the live stream screen. The words "sign up" and "pick me" in various languages flooded the screen, wildly interspersed with incoherent screams and exclamation marks. Many people leaped directly from their chairs, spun around in place, punched the air, and shouted into the void. In another home, a child grabbed their parents' arms and shook them vigorously. "Dad, Mom, can I sign up? It's remote. Very safe." The parents stared blankly at the screen, their lips moving, words of objection stuck in their throats. If it was remote, it seemed really not that dangerous. On the square, the crowd erupted in even louder cheers than before. Remote control. As long as we can participate. This life is worth it. Piloting interstellar warships remotely. Every second, tens of thousands of sign-up and inquiry comments flew by. Many people, due to extreme excitement, typed with trembling hands full of typos. But no one minded. Everyone had only one thought in their mind: sign up. Must sign up. This was the first true interstellar fleet in human history. These were warships capable of faster-than-light travel and crossing star systems. And now the God of Wisdom seemed to have opened the door to them. Even if the chance of being selected was slim, even if there might be life-threatening danger. But that would still be the commander of humanity's first interstellar fleet. Captain, mecha pilot, worth it. Meanwhile, in the meeting rooms of world leaders, it was a different scene. Dragon God Nation's Central Command. The moment he heard the word recruitment, the document in Zhou Weiguo's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He was completely unaware, only turning his head abruptly to look at the main screen. On his face was an expression mixed with shock and sudden realization. The old general's pen stopped on the report, and a small blot of ink spread. He slowly raised his head and looked at the presiding elder. "He wants to recruit. Not AI." Another general with a technical background spoke with a tight voice. "He has always used intelligent AI to command everything. Ling manages everything." Why suddenly? The presiding elder remained silent. He stared at the frantic sign-up comments on the screen, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. Once, twice. Then he spoke slowly, his voice low but clear. "Is expanding humanity's sense of participation. Or rather, binding." The old general instantly understood. If the fleet was completely controlled by AI, it would always be the God of Wisdom's private armed force. But if there was participation from family members, even if just remote control, then this fleet in a sense became everyone's fleet. At least in the hearts of those participants it would be so. This could foster a sense of identity better than any propaganda. Therefore, 10 commanders, 100 captains. The old general murmured, "These positions are too critical." Isn't he afraid someone might cause trouble? Or lack competence? Someone hesitated. "He has Ling," the presiding elder said. "Zero will monitor everything. Moreover, since it is remote control, permissions can be revoked at any time." He paused and looked at Zhou Weiguo. "Immediately inform all our personnel in Paradise and Star Harbor. The target has changed. From now on we must fully seize the positions of commander and captain. We must secure at least 1/3. Zhou Weiguo nodded seriously and quickly exited the conference room. In the underground conference room of the Black Palace of the Free State, the chief was momentarily stunned upon hearing the recruitment content, then suddenly stood up from his chair. "He wants to recruit real people to command the fleet. His voice rose filled with disbelief. No need for AI anymore. The Minister of Security's expression also changed. He has always been fully automated. Why the sudden change? The technical advisor quickly pulled up the data. Chief, this could be a strategy. Involving ordinary people can greatly enhance public support for this expedition and reduce ethical controversies. Moreover, he paused and lowered his voice. If we have someone selected, even if it's just a lower-level pilot, we could obtain valuable intelligence and data. The chief's eyes lit up, but then he frowned. But what are the recruitment criteria? How will he choose? It will definitely be a fair selection. The chief of staff quickly replied. In the style of the intelligence god, he wouldn't engage in underhanded practices, nor would he need to. What he needs are capable individuals, or at least those he recognizes. Act immediately, the chief ordered. Notify all relevant departments, all military personnel, agents and researchers in Paradise and Star Harbor. Drop all secondary tasks and focus on one goal, to disrupt any selection methods he may establish, especially the positions of commander and captain, at all costs. In the Arctic Bear Command, upon hearing the recruitment, the commander widened his eyes and then slammed his hand on the table. Good, that's more like it. He grinned at the generals behind him. What's the point of relying solely on robots for command? In battle there must be people. People with spirit. A general expressed concern. Commander, but letting ordinary people remotely control. Will there be issues? They have no experience. Experience can be trained. The commander waved his hand. Moreover, the intelligence god surely has a way. If he dares to recruit like this, he must be confident. He turned and yelled at his aide, notify everyone. Let all the young men in the base and those studying in Star Harbor get ready. Train them hard. The top 10. The top 100. We must have our people in there. The aide recorded and cautiously asked, Commander, what if they don't get selected? If they don't get selected, they train. Train until they can be selected. The commander glared. This is the Interstellar fleet. This is the first time in history. Just getting one person up there is an honor. Understood. At the Europa Joint Coordination Center, the rotating chairman took a deep breath and rubbed his throbbing temples. Recruiting ordinary people. He repeated quietly, looking at the Secretary General. Our analysis team did not foresee this move at all. Immediately convene an emergency meeting, the chairman ordered. We need to reassess the impact of this matter. If a large number of our citizens are selected, what impact will this have on the alliance's diplomatic stance? If the selected individuals engage in certain controversial behaviors during the expedition, how will responsibility be defined? He paused and added, of course, first, we need to find a way for our people to be selected. The positions of commander and captain are too crucial. Notify all member countries to mobilize all resources to support the candidates. In the live streaming room, Lin Ye watched the flood of registration messages almost overflowing the screen. Beneath the mask, he laughed heartily. His laughter was no longer restrained like before, but rather joyful and unabashed. Huh. He laughed out loud, his shoulders shaking slightly. I knew it. He looked at the camera, his tone filled with the implication of as expected. The family will definitely not let the streamer down. He chuckled a few times before slowly calming down, but his tone remained light. However, he changed the subject. These three professions are not something just anyone can assume. He raised a finger and waved it in front of the camera. Of course there are requirements, or otherwise wouldn't the fleet be in danger? Immediately a flurry of comments flooded in, asking what are the requirements. Please tell us, Great One. I can definitely do it. Lin Ye spoke leisurely for fleet commanders and captains. He paused. The streamer will recruit the top 110 players from the ranking ladder of the virtual Interstellar game in Yundian Paradise and Tiangong Star Harbor. This means only the top 110 players on the ladder will qualify for the candidate pool. Then the streamer will select 10 commanders and 100 captains from them. As soon as he finished speaking, the comments section instantly divided. Those who were already active in Yundian Paradise and Tiangong Star Harbor, especially those passionate about interstellar simulation games, were instantly ecstatic. Top 100 on the ladder. I can make it. I'm within the top 500. Just give me a month and I can break into the top 100. Interstellar games. I'm good at this. Great One, wait for me. Finally, I've found my chance. Meanwhile, those who rarely visited the Paradise or were unfamiliar with the games were taken aback. Then various emotions surged in the comments section. Huh, do you have to be in the top 100 of the game ladder? That's unfair. Many people can't even enter the Paradise. Exactly. You need to grab tickets to get in. Isn't this discrimination against ordinary people? But commanding warships and playing a holographic virtual game are indeed very similar. But that's still just a game. Can it really be the same? The intelligence god surely has his reasoning. I understand you can't just find anyone to command the fleet. But I really want to go. There were those who were dissatisfied, those who felt lost, and those trying to understand. Lin Ye did not immediately respond to these discussions. He continued, as for mecha pilots, he raised his second finger. 1,000 slots will be recruited from the top 1,000 of the real combat ranking ladder, real combat. In Yundian Paradise and Tiangong Star Harbor, the most popular, bloodiest, and best at showcasing individual combat quality and reaction abilities. The comments section shook again. All enhancers, especially those skilled in combat and ranked high in real combat, had their eyes light up. Real combat. Top 1000. I'm at 1200. I have to make it in. Mechas. Real mechas. Remote control is also mechas. The advantage of enhancers is coming. Meanwhile, the emotions of ordinary viewers were much more complex. Some immediately felt a huge sense of loss and unfairness. Why are we ordinary people not family? This is discrimination. We also have the right to participate. Great one. Consider us, ordinary people. We also want to contribute to the expedition. Exactly. We can't just look at how well one plays the game. We can do logistics, we can do other things. Intelligence God. You keep saying family, but in the end you exclude the vast majority of the family. Is this what you call equality? We have supported you for so long and contributed so much popularity only to end up with no chance to register. It's disheartening. As expected, in the face of power, ordinary people are even less than dust. Are enhancers really that great? Aren't they just lucky to have gotten the medicine? However, some people countered, this is a life and death matter, of course the strongest should take the lead. The enhancers have also worked hard to become stronger. What's unfair? Want an opportunity? Go and rank up in the paradise. No one is stopping you. Exactly. Why be sour? This is interstellar warfare. A small-scale argument erupted in the barrage. Various voices intertwined and clashed, turning the live broadcast room into chaos. Excitement, ecstasy, disappointment, anger, understanding, bitterness. The myriad of human emotions were vividly displayed in the barrage at this moment. Lin Ye watched the scrolling text and waited for a few seconds. Then he gently cleared his throat. The barrage quieted down slightly. Family members. His voice calmed down. The host knows that this requirement may make many feel a bit difficult, or perhaps a bit unfair. He paused. But this is the interstellar fleet. We are going to unknown star domains to face unknown civilizations. The commander and captain need excellent strategic vision, tactical literacy, and quick decision-making abilities. These qualities can be well reflected in the ladder rankings of the virtual interstellar game. At least it is the most fair and effective selection method I can think of at the moment. And the mecha pilots need extremely fast reaction speed, precise operation, and strong combat instincts. The real battle ladder ranking reflects these qualities. He looked into the camera, his tone sincere. The host does not intend to reserve opportunities only for a select few. Rather, it is to give opportunities to those most suited. After all, he lowered his voice slightly. This concerns the safety of the fleet. It also concerns the future of us all. After these words, the arguments in the barrage diminished significantly. Many fell silent. They understood the weight of Lin Ye's words. This is not child's play. This is truly about going to war. At least it is about executing an expedition filled with unknown risks. Letting capable individuals take the lead seems reasonable. The ordinary people who were originally dissatisfied also calmed down a bit. But some still felt A barrage was pinned. ID, ordinary worker. Great God, I understand your thoughts. But when does the ladder ranking close? Is it still possible to catch up if I start practicing now? This question voiced the thoughts of countless people. Immediately, numerous similar inquiries flooded the screen. Yeah, when is the deadline? If we set off in 2 months, until what day will the rankings count? Is it still possible to rush now? Great God, please give a clear answer. Lin Ye saw this. He nodded. Good question. The deadline for the ladder ranking. He deliberately paused, building suspense. Then he clearly stated, in 2 months. The day the fleet departs at noon, the deadline will be. He glanced at the virtual calendar beside him. The recruitment day is also the day the fleet sets off. The real-time ranking of that day will be the final basis. The words just left his mouth. Those players and enhancers who were originally hesitant and slack instantly felt energized. 2 months. Charge. Ladder. Incoming. Rankings. I must make it into the top 100. The top 1,000. I must get in. The barges that were still arguing were instantly ignited with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, those ordinary people, after a brief moment of disappointment, also began to encourage themselves. 2 months. He'll go try in the paradise. What if? Even if I'm not selected, it's good to see the selection process of the great God. Right. Just to watch the excitement. Perhaps I can learn something. The atmosphere turned positive again. Lin Ye threw out another bombshell. Additionally, he set his tone casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. To encourage family members and meet the needs of more family members, the host has decided to build 10 new Cloud Summit paradises. The locations will be distributed above different areas of Blue Star. In 1 month, these 10 new Cloud Summit paradises will officially start operations. More entry spots, more creative workshops, and more battle platforms. I hope family members will make good use of them. 10 new Cloud Summit paradises. In 1 month. This news was like a shot of adrenaline, reigniting hope for many ordinary people who were originally disheartened. Even if they cannot catch this selection, more paradises mean more opportunities, stronger potential for improvement, and perhaps next time. The higher-ups of various countries felt a deeper pressure. More paradises mean that the influence of the intelligence god will penetrate and expand at a faster pace. They must quicken their pace. Lin Ye looked at the barrage that had come back to life and smiled. So, he raised his voice and made a summarizing gesture. Please, family members, work hard in practice. Strive for a good ranking. His tone was encouraging and filled with anticipation. The host, he paused, turning his face toward the camera as if looking at each viewer. I look forward to your performance, family members. After saying this, he took a step back and waved at the camera. All right, today's live broadcast will end here. He elongated his voice. In 2 months, goodbye. As his words fell, the screen instantly darkened. The familiar silver cloud logo spun into view, then quietly faded away. The live broadcast had ended. On the black screen, only the frantically scrolling barges remained along with the still high online viewer count that quickened one's heart, but the live broadcast had already cut off. The image froze on the black screen. Only the barrage continued to scroll, unwilling to give up. Wait, great God, say a few more words. Is this it? 2 months. Wait for me. I'm off to rank up. Goodbye, everyone. I'm going to the paradise. Now, right away, immediately. Form a team. Is there anyone teaming up to rush the Interstellar game ladder? Seeking guidance for real battle? Skilled. Strong awareness. See you in 2 months. The barrage quickly shifted from retaining to taking action. Many people had already exited the live broadcast room, rushing to the official website of the Cloud Summit Paradise or directly putting on their access devices. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of various countries acted even faster. Dragon God Nation Central Command. 2 months. Time is tight. The elder presiding over the Dragon God Nation Command Center looked at the summarized points before. The selection mechanism has been clarified and the goals are clear. What we need to do is to concentrate our efforts and ensure that our people occupy as many spots as possible. The old general nodded. The military's internal selection will begin immediately. At the same time, we will maintain close communication with our teams in the Starport and Paradise to obtain first-hand information about game mechanics and improvement techniques. Professor Chun adjusted his glasses. I will also organize a technical analysis team to attempt to analyze the underlying logic of those 2 games and see if there is room for optimization strategies. Free Nation Black Palace. The commander stared at the black screen and said quickly, immediately launch the Star Sail plan. All participants fully commit to the ladder ranking challenge. The intelligence department analyzes the identities of the top-ranked players and attempts to contact, absorb, or collaborate. The Minister of Security added, particular attention should be paid to those high-ranking players who are not of our nationality. If necessary, special means can be employed to secure them. The technical advisor had already begun to retrieve the public ranking data from the Cloud Summit Paradise. Frowning, the competition will be extremely fierce, especially for the top 100. Many are anonymous players, making their identities difficult to trace. Polar Bear Command Headquarters. The commander tugged open his collar and bellowed at his adjutant. Have the mess hall prepare high-calorie food. Send it to the training. All eligible young men starting today, double the training intensity, double the nutrition. Keep the logistical support up to speed. I want to see rankings. The adjutant recorded it and asked again. Commander, what if someone charges up on their own, but they're not one of ours? The commander waved his hand. Then generously reward. As long as they are from our country. Anyone who goes up is a hero. Understand? European Union Joint Coordination Center. The rotating chair rubbed his temples. Immediately establish a cross-member state expedition candidate support committee. Coordinate resources, provide training, guidance, data analysis, psychological support. All necessary assistance. We must ensure that among the final selectees there is a sufficient proportion of Union citizens. The Secretary General hesitated. Chairman, what if the citizens do not approve of this organized support? The chairman was silent for a moment, then proceeded discreetly. Under the guise of civilian clubs, gaming guilds. In any case, we cannot fall behind. Meanwhile, in the geosynchronous orbit of Blue Star, within the massive silver ring, the Tiangong spaceport, undercurrents were surging more. The augmented individuals, researchers, special military personnel, and other elites from various nations already stationed in the spaceport received urgent instructions from their home countries through various channels. Immediately after the broadcast ended. At the same time, they were also stirred with excitement. A waterside pavilion gets the moonlight first. They were already in the paradise in that fate-deciding game. The competition had silently begun from the moment the broadcast ended. 2 months. The countdown had already started. And at the distant Yuecha base, Lin Ye stood at the observation window of the main control room, watching the bustling scene of the base outside. His faceplate was retracted. A faint, satisfied smile graced his face. Ling's virtual projection appeared beside him. Boss, the recruitment announcement has been released on all platforms. Monitoring of ranking data related to the Paradise and Spaceport has been intensified. It is expected that the competition will be very intense. Lin Ye gave a grunt of acknowledgement. That's exactly what I want. He turned around and walked to the console. Only the most outstanding and most determined can stand out. And only such people. He paused, his gaze shifting to the star map, settling on the direction of Proxima Centauri. Are worthy of being the first to venture into deep space. A calm stream of data flashed through Ling's eyes. Understood. The fleet mass production plan has been accelerated. The first batch of 500 Break of Dawn I-class vessels will be off the assembly line in 30 days. Lin Ye nodded. Good. He sat down in the command chair and called up the dense production schedule. His gaze turned focused and calm again. Then, in these 2 months, let's see how many surprises our family can bring. His fingers tapped on the virtual keyboard, pulling up a new design blueprint. The title was Expedition Fleet, preliminary plan for logistics and support ships. There was still much work to do. 1 month later, in the early morning before dawn had fully broken. In coastal cities across Blue Star, many people were jolted awake by set alarms. Rubbing their eyes, they grabbed their phones or sat down at computers, habitually refreshing the official reservation page of Cloud Summit Paradise. The countdown at the top of the page had just hit 0. Tickets released. Fingers tapped quickly. Then many people froze. The prompt that popped up on the screen was no longer the usual glaring red sold out. Instead, it was a green reservation successful. Please select Paradise entrance. Below it listed a full 11 options. From Cloud Summit Paradise No. 1 inch to Cloud Summit Paradise No. 11. Behind each option, there was a number of remaining tickets updated in real time. Although each paradise still had a total of 100,000 tickets, the 11 options lined up together, and those numbers added up. A college student sitting on his dormitory bed stared at the screen, his mouth slowly opening. He pinched his arm. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. His fingers trembling slightly, he clicked the one closest to him. Cloud Summit Paradise No. 7. Payment successful. The etiquette appeared in his account. He stared at the ticket for several seconds, then suddenly jumped off the bed barefoot on the floor, holding up his phone and shouting to his still sleeping roommate. I got it. Finally got it. His roommate turned over drowsily and muttered. You didn't get it again, right? Normal. I really got it this time. A new one. Paradise No. 7. The roommate sat up abruptly, hair disheveled, eyes wide. What Paradise No. 7? A new one. Built that fast. Similar scenes unfolded in countless corners. In an office, a middle-aged man looked at the successful reservation interface, his shoulders relaxed. He leaned back in his chair, let out a long breath, and rubbed his sore neck. At home, a mother held her son's hand, looking at the 10 additional options on the screen, and gently patted his hand. The son turned his head, eyes bright. Mom, next month. Can I also try? The mother didn't speak, just nodded, and pulled her son closer into her arms. Above the ground in the stratosphere, 10 brand new silver giant eggs, like 10 meticulously polished metal stars, floated silently over different international waters around the world. Their appearance was identical to the original Cloud Summit Paradise No. 1. The same streamlined elliptical platform, the same silver-white paint, and the iconic, almost transparent faint blue glow of the energy shield. It wasn't that they couldn't be built larger. It was just that Lin Ye deemed it unnecessary. Same scale, directly copy the management template, saves trouble. In the main control room of Yuecha Base, Lin Ye glanced over the real-time data from 10 split screens synced from the paradises and said to Ling, anyway, the functions are the same. Ling's virtual projection stood beside him, data flowing steadily in its eyes. Construction speed has increased by 200% compared to expectations. Resource supply from all sub-bases in the solar system is sufficient. Material consumption is within plan. Lin Ye turned off the split screens and leaned back in his chair. Now with an extra 1 million tickets per day, the pressure should be a bit less, right? He smiled, but the smile quickly faded. What about the ladder ranking data? Ling brought up a new interface. 2 leaderboards. Holographic Interstellar virtual game ladder and real player battle ladder. The names and scores on them were refreshing and changing at a much faster rate than before. The competition had not eased because of the increased number of paradises. Instead, it became even more intense, because there were more opportunities. Everyone could see those lines, the top 110, the top 1000, and the enviable rewards behind those lines. Tiangong Spaceport, Longshan Country's leased training base. A young man in training uniform climbed out of the holographic simulation pod drenched in sweat. He walked to the rest area, grabbed a water bottle, and took a few gulps. His eyes fixed on the scrolling ladder ranking on the large wall screen. His name was at number 97. Behind him was a string of closely following IDs with negligible score differences. The instructor walked over and patted his shoulder. New paradises have opened, more people are rushing in. The instructor's voice was steady, but his eyes were heavy. Hold your position. Push forward. The young man wiped the sweat from his face, nodded firmly, and turned back toward the simulation pod. At the Heavenly Palace starport in a training center leased by the Free Nation, a golden-haired man removed his neural connection helmet and shook his head. His fingers swiftly tapped on the virtual keyboard, bringing up tactical analyses of his opponent's last 50 matches. The glow of the screen reflected on his face, casting a blue hue. His assistant gently reminded him, Sir, you have been training for 12 consecutive hours. The man did not look up. I still have 48 hours until this week's ranking refreshes. His voice was hoarse. I can't fall behind. At the Heavenly Palace starport in a certain physical enhancement room of the polar bear, a muscular man struck the force tester with a punch, causing the numbers to soar to their peak. Gasping for breath, he stared at his real combat ranking, 540th. Not enough. He murmured to himself, picking up a heavier dumbbell. The top 1,000. Not stable enough. At the Heavenly Palace starport in a certain high-end apartment room, a girl sat cross-legged on the bed, with a tactical map of the Interstellar game hovering in front of her. She moved her fingers in the air, simulating fleet maneuvers, her lips moving softly as she calculated various variables. Her roommate entered, saw her still practicing, and sighed. Take a break, your eyes are red. The girl shook her head. One more round. Her voice was soft, but resolute. Just a little more. I can break into the top 100. At the Yuecha base, Lin Ye watched the constantly refreshing login data, training duration, and battle record. After 10 new parks went online, the total active user count surged. The competition curve for the latter ranking became steep. Every point changed hands repeatedly. He looked at it for a while, then closed the data interface. Not bad. He stood up and walked toward the panoramic star map on the other side of the main control room. On the star map, countless lights represented the fleet's production progress. Everyone is working hard. Zero followed closely beside him. According to the current trend, the final selected candidates will exceed expectations. That's good. Lin Ye paused in front of the star map, his gaze falling in the direction of Proxima Centauri. After all, he hesitated for a moment. This is going to the doorstep of our extraterrestrial neighbors. His tone was calm. However, Zero sensed the unchangeable meaning behind it. Data streams quietly passed through her eyes without her replying. Outside the window, the lights of Yuecha base remained bright as ever. Further away, beneath the night sky of Blue Star, 11 silver parks hung silently, like 11 sparks waiting to be ignited. And there was still a month left before the fleet's departure. Time slipped by like sand through fingers, silently draining away. 30 days passed in a blur amidst countless people fixated on the rankings, biting their teeth in a sprint filled with sweat and anguish. For those immersed in the cloud-top parks or holographic simulation chambers in the Heavenly Palace starport, or those fighting on the real combat platform, these 30 days had no day or night, only constantly refreshing rankings, tactical reviews, and the countdown to the next match. Sweat soaked through their closed fingers, slightly cramping from prolonged operation, while eyes fixed on the tightly contested names and numbers on the leaderboard. Their minds could hardly hold any thoughts other than push forward and hold steady. For the coordination centers of various countries, these 30 days consisted of countless data analysis reports, physiological monitoring data, tactical strategy, push notifications, and the occasional alarm regarding fluctuations in the ranking of a key trainee. The lights in the meeting room rarely dimmed, and coffee consumption reached several times the usual amount. For the many ordinary people who could only watch from the sidelines or strive to squeeze into the parks, but lacked the strength to impact the front ranks, these 30 days were a long wait mixed with envy, anxiety, and a hint of anticipation. They watched the leaderboard change dramatically, speculating about who was behind those anonymous words and fervently debating the final list's ownership on forums. Finally, the time slid to the recruitment day. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating many bloodshot eyes. In the Wisdom God live stream, the page that had been silent for 2 months saw the online count soar at a terrifying speed from midnight. On the black screen, only that cold number pulsed like a heart under increasing pressure about to explode. 11:59. The number pulsated anxiously. The last second hit 0. The black screen suddenly lit up. No opening animation, no buffering. That familiar figure crashed directly and fully into the suddenly contracted pupils of billions. He stood in the massive main control studio of Yuecha Base. Behind him were the flowing lights within the base. He was still clad in that cold, hard black gold dual spirit battle armor, with his faceplate closed, leaving only 2 bands of dim blue light. He stood there seemingly gazing out of the base's observation window, yet also quietly waiting for something. About 3 seconds passed. He seemed to sense the existence of the camera and slowly turned around. The faceplate faced directly forward. Yo. That voice, tinged with a metallic quality, yet mixed with a lazy tone, came through the amplification device clearly. Family members. It's been 2 months. Looks like you've all been waiting eagerly. As he spoke, the camera of the Eye of God slowly zoomed in, giving him a half-body close-up. The battle armor reflected a matte sheen under the lights, with the edges of the shoulder and arm armor clearly defined. The bullet screen exploded the moment the picture lit up. The frantically pouring text almost drowned the entire screen, with only blurred color blocks racing past. God. It's finally starting. I'm so anxious. List? I want to see the list. Hurry up and announce it, God. Please. I made it into the top 1,000. Is there hope? I'm 98th. Captain, am I in the fleet? My heart is about to jump out. Lin Ye seemed to see the urgency that was almost bursting through the screen. He chuckled softly. That laughter resonated slightly through the voice changer. It seems everyone is really anxious. He took 2 steps forward, casually resting his hand on the edge of the control panel. But the host advises everyone not to rush. There's no use in being anxious. The time is up and the rankings have already closed. He raised one hand, his finger lightly tapping the air. The final data of the list has also reached the host's hands. He turned toward the camera, the dim blue lights on the faceplate seemingly flickering. I believe that over these 2 months, those family members who have been monitoring the ladder ranking should have some idea, right? The results. He elongated his voice. The bullet screen instantly became even more frantic. Knowing is one thing, but still need to see it with my own eyes to be at ease. God, don't tease us. Hurry up and announce. Let me see who the lucky ones are. Please. Hurry. Is my dad on the list? My dad has been obsessed these 2 months. My brother is also pushing hard. I wonder if he made it. Various languages of urging, praying, and shouting blended together, forming a nearly tangible sound wave that came through the screen. Lin Ye looked at the rolling text and nodded. All right. His voice rose slightly, carrying a clear sense of opening. The host will not waste everyone's time. He raised his arm, gesturing toward the camera with a please watch motion. Now then, let us announce the final list of this recruitment. Everyone please. He paused, raising his voice slightly with a clear note of warning. Take a good look. As soon as the words fell, the main screen of the live stream split into 3. On the left, a vertical golden list titled Fleet Commanders 10. In the middle, a longer silver list titled Captains of each ship 100. On the right, a dense white list that required scrolling to read, fully titled Lin Ye, 4 type mech pilots 1000. The 3 lists appeared simultaneously. All text was presented in clear enlarged font before everyone's eyes. At this moment, before the billions of screens across the entire blue star, it seemed that all breathing ceased simultaneously. Only the burning gaze of eyes fixed intently on those names remained. Fleet Commanders List 10. 1. ID Mountain Eagle Longshan Nation. 2. ID North Star Longshan Nation. 3. ID Caesar Freedom Nation. 4. ID Zhao Qiming Longshan Nation. 5. ID Ivanov Polar Bear Nation. 6. ID Hound Longshan Nation. 7. ID Artemis Hans Nation. 8. ID Great Wall Longshan Nation. 9. ID Wolf of Wall Street Freedom Nation. 10. ID Dragon Scale Longshan Nation. Captains of each ship List 100. Within the top 20 at a glance, almost all were IDs with a clear Longshan Nation style or military code names: Yanhuang Pajuan Qingluan Xiaolong Qilin Zhulong Kuanpeng Xuanwu. Interspersed with a few like Thor's Hammer Freedom Nation, Winter General Polar Bear Nation, Royal Arkansas Europa, etc. A quick scan of the top 100 showed that Longshan Nation-related IDs occupied over 50 spots. Lin Ye 4-type mech pilots List 1000 scroll. The front positions were also heavily occupied by Longshan Nation IDs. Moreover, a striking phenomenon emerged. Starting from the middle of the list, a series of IDs with uniform format and consecutive codenames appeared: Dragon Fong 03, Dragon Fong 05, Dragon Fong 06, extending all the way to Dragon Fong 100. Over 90 IDs with the Dragon Fong prefix were all on the list. This was precisely the Longshan Nation's earliest gene-enhanced special operations unit, the Dragon Fong Special Action Team, led by Mountain Eagle and Hound. All of them made the list without a single omission. The list was fully displayed, frozen on the screen, giving everyone enough time to read, confirm, and digest. In the live stream room, there was an absolute silence lasting 10 seconds. Even the faint hum of the equipment running in the Yuecha base in the background seemed amplified. Then, boom. A wave of sound more violent, more complex, and more tumultuous than any before erupted from every corner of the blue star through the barrage of comments. In Longshan Nation, countless homes, offices, and squares, after a brief moment of shock, ecstasy, and pride, exploded instantly. Mountain Eagle. Commander number 1. Dragon Fong. Oh my god. The entire Dragon Fong team made it. 100. A full 100. Chief of Staff Zhao Qiming is also among the commanders. Well deserved. See that? We took 6 of the top 10. Over 50 of the top 100. 1,000 mech pilots, and our Longshan Nation accounts for 537. That's almost 60%. What is strength? This is strength. Do you think our 5,000 years of cultural heritage is a joke? Tactics. Our ancestors were playing tactics while you were still in the trees. Ha ha ha. Awesome. So awesome. My brother is 73rd on the captain. My family is about to produce a starship captain. My boyfriend is on the mech pilot list. Although his rank is low, he made it. The barrage was instantly flooded with congratulations. In various colors, Longshan Nation is awesome. Mighty, interspersed with countless ecstatic, incoherent family celebrations and shared screenshots from social media. Freedom Nation, the underground conference room of the Black House. The director stared at the glaring distribution of the list on the screen, his face instantly darkening. The security minister behind him slammed his fist on the table with a dull thud. This is impossible. The technical advisor quickly swiped on his tablet, pulling up their internal monitoring data for comparison, his fingers trembling slightly. Director, according to our real-time tracking, the final ranking data basically matches this public list. Caesar is ranked 3rd, Wolf of Wall Street 9th. That's already the limit. Thor's hammer is 21st on the captain list. We only have 17 people in the top 100. The security minister gritted his teeth and forced out through clenched jaws, they must have cheated. That mountain eagle hound and those 100 dragon fong are clearly Longshan Nation military personnel. They used national power to climb the ranks. Another aide whispered, but the wise god said, only the latter rankings matter. Besides, our Caesar and Wolf of Wall Street are also. The director raised a hand to stop their argument. He stared at those Longshan Nation IDs on the screen, his chest heaving a few times, then finally sank heavily back into his chair, closed his eyes, and let out a sense of powerlessness. The familiar, overwhelming sense of powerlessness engulfed him once again. Meanwhile, among the public in Freedom Nation, the internet instantly exploded. On social media, topics like unfair list, wise god bias towards Longshan conspiracy instantly topped the trending list. A flood of angry, skeptical, and bitter comments crazily spammed the screens. How is this possible? Conspiracy. Absolutely a conspiracy. How could the people of Longshan Nation be so strong? The wise god must— Exactly. It's just a game ranking. How can it represent real ability? How could our Freedom Nation's elites only account for so little? Their IDs clearly have a military background. This is a national effort. Cheating. Barefaced cheating. The wise god is from Longshan Nation. Of course he favors his own people. But there were also relatively calm voices, but their rankings were indeed earned. I saw in the last few days Mountain Eagle's tactical score was ridiculously high. That Dragon Fong team are monsters in the player versus player zone. Their physical fitness and reaction speed are simply bugs. What's the use of saying all this? The list is already set. At least we still have Caesar and Wolf of Wall Street. There are 2 in the commander list. That's not bad, right? That last, not bad, carried a deep sense of reluctance and helplessness. The Polar Bear Nation's command headquarters. The commander looked at the list, seeing Ivanov ranked 5th among commanders, Winter General, in the top of the captain list, and over 100 Polar Bear Nation IDs scattered across the captain and pilot lists. He rubbed his bald head and grinned. Not bad. That kid Ivan didn't let me down. A general behind him pointed at the list. Commander, the proportion of Longshan Nation is too exaggerated. The commander waved his hand. Exaggeration. They have a thick foundation, a large number of people, and train hard. Isn't it normal for them to take more? He picked up a piece of bread and took a vigorous bite. Our people getting on the list is already commendable. Tell Ivan and the other listed youngsters to perform well. Let's show the might of our Arctic bears. Yes, the Europa Joint Coordination Center. The rotating chairperson looked at the only one who made it onto the commander list, Artemis, 7th, as well as the nearly 100 Europa Alliance IDs scattered across the captain and pilot lists and sighed. It's a bit worse than expected. The secretary reported softly, Ms. Artemis is a trump card secretly cultivated by our alliance. It's a stroke of luck that she made it into the commander sequence. But the advantage of the Dragon God Nation is indeed too great. The chairperson rubbed his forehead. Notify all listed personnel that the alliance will take pride in them and provide all necessary follow-up support. Additionally, try to communicate with the Dragon God Nation to see if we can establish some cooperative relations within the fleet. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Since we cannot compete in numbers, we should try to integrate and even leverage their strength. In the live broadcast chat, the atmosphere was already filled with smoke. The viewers from the Dragon God Nation were immersed in great joy and pride, with the comments mostly celebrating and teasing. Haha, it seems everyone has been working hard these past 2 months. The Dragon Tooth Squad is invincible. Truly the strongest trump card of the Dragon God Nation. Thanks to the Wisdom God for the opportunity. Thanks to the country's training. However, a large number of foreign viewers, especially those from the Free Nation, began to forcefully interject with angry and questioning comments. It's unfair. Why is the Dragon God Nation's representation so high? All your IDs have military backgrounds. This is the state apparatus at work. It's a dark plot. The Wisdom God is being biased. We demand a re-examination of the ranking data. Cheating. Shameful. The viewers from the Dragon God Nation laughed and immediately retorted. Oh, are you anxious? If you're not good enough, practice more. If you can't play, then don't play. This is hilarious. You can't even get on the rankings and blame the list for being What's wrong with military backgrounds? The Wisdom God said it can't be military personnel, right? They earned their place by merit. And you call it a dark plot. Aren't your Caesar and Wolf of Wall Street backed by capital and the military? What are you pretending to be pure? The strategic thinking that has accumulated over 5,000 years of civilization can't be compared to your few years of gaming history. The sight of your impotent rage is truly delightful. The viewers from the Dragon God Nation were numerous and eloquent, quoting classics, mocking coldly, and casually referencing various internet memes. Meanwhile, those foreign viewers, especially from the Free Nation, could mostly only repeat words like unfair, dark plot, and cheating, and in their frustration their comments were littered with foul language and spelling mistakes. Under the orderly and multifaceted literary insults from the Dragon God Nation viewers, they appeared pale and awkward. Before long, the battlefield of comments showed a one-sided trend. The foreign viewers' questioning comments were drowned in the joyous ocean of the Dragon God Nation viewers and their sharp retorts, leaving only a few powerless struggles more akin to impotent rage. Beside the main screen of the live broadcast, Lin Ye stood silently, his mask faced forward, obscuring his expression. However, his slightly tilted head and occasional nodding gestures showed that he was enjoying this barrage of comments. He even extended his hand, vaguely swiping through the air as if flipping through the rapidly scrolling comments. Several minutes passed. The foreign viewers' questioning voices in the comments were almost completely suppressed, leaving only the ocean of celebration from the Dragon God Nation viewers and a few scattered angry, yet powerless ellipses or single words from the foreign viewers. At this moment, Lin Ye moved. He lightly coughed. The sound was not loud, but it clearly pierced through the background noise via the equipment. The speed of the comments visibly slowed down. Everyone looked at him. Lin Ye slowly turned around, facing the camera. He raised his hand and touched his smooth chin, though it was behind the mask. Then in a tone that was both sentimental and a bit teasing, he spoke. "Oh dear. It seems many people do not quite agree with this list." He paused as if listening to the silent protest. Then he spread his hands, making a very casual gesture, as if he were helpless. "That's okay." His tone suddenly became lively, even carrying a hint of irritating amusement. "If you disagree, then disagree, okay?" He leaned slightly forward, bringing his mask closer to the camera. The bluish light seemed to brighten a little. His tone became clearer, each word resonating in everyone's ears. "The host doesn't need your approval." His voice remained steady, but the following words caused the blood pressure of all foreign viewers to spike instantly. "What are you complaining about?" He adopted a certain dialect intonation, his tone rising at the end, carrying a blatant provocation. Immediately after, he surprisingly raised both hands, fingers gripping the lower edge of his mask, thumb pressing against his cheek, and made a very childish face at the camera. The entire live broadcast room instantly froze. All those engaged in the verbal battle, whether from the Dragon God Nation or abroad, were stunned. The comments that had been racing across the screen suddenly came to a halt. Everyone stared blankly at the figure in the screen wearing a cool black and gold battle armor, who had just announced the first human interstellar fleet commander list, yet was now making faces like a primary school student. This contrast was too great. So great that it left people dumbfounded. The next second, puff, ha! The viewers from the Dragon God Nation were the first to react, erupting into thunderous laughter. The comments were instantly flooded with ha 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 and whoa. "You're too funny, great God. What are you complaining about? Ha ha." I'm dying of laughter. "Hee, great God, how can you be so cute? This mockery is on point. Ha ha. Are the foreign folks mad? Just asking if you're mad. Wisdom God, I just love watching you not being able to stand me, but can't do anything about it. Awesome. So awesome. Ha." The viewers from the Dragon God Nation laughed to the point of rolling on the floor, feeling a rush of exhilaration. Meanwhile, the remaining foreign viewers felt a rush of blood to their heads, their faces flushed red, fingers trembling on the keyboard, yet unable to type a single word. Curse. They couldn't out-curse each other. Reasoning. The other side simply refused to reason, blatantly admitting, "It's biased, what can you do?" That feeling of suffocation, anger, yet helplessness nearly choked them. They could clearly feel that the guy in the battle armor on the other side of the screen was definitely laughing with great joy behind the mask. In fact, Lin Ye was indeed laughing. Behind the mask, his mouth was stretched wide. He even picked up a cup of water from the control panel beside him, leisurely took a sip, and then let out a satisfied sigh. Watching those foreign IDs fall completely silent, with only the cheerful comments from the Dragon God Nation viewers left, he nodded in satisfaction. After waiting for over 10 seconds, when the laughter from the audience of the Dragon God Nation had calmed down a bit, he finally put down his cup, stood up straight again, and resumed his previous steady, somewhat formal tone. "All right, now that the joke is over." His gaze swept across the screen as if he could see the excited or frustrated faces. "Back to business." He pointed to the 3 lists still hovering beside him. "Those on the list. After the live broadcast, Insling will contact you to confirm your recruitment intentions and some subsequent arrangements." His tone became calm and objective. He slightly elongated his voice. "If anyone on the list is unwilling to accept this recruitment, that's fine. When Ling contacts you, just mention it directly. The host will not force anyone." He changed his tone, his voice carrying a hint of a subtle, yet unmistakable warning. "However, the host needs to remind you, there is only one opportunity to refuse. When Ling contacts you, if you confirm your refusal, it will be considered as voluntarily giving up. After giving up, the list will be replenished by the next rank participants in the ladder." He paused for a moment, allowing the weight of his words to sink in. Then with a clearer tone he said, "But if you do not refuse at that time, and then have a change of heart, or if during the recruitment acceptance and subsequent actions you exhibit passive resistant or even treacherous behavior." His voice did not raise, but every word carried a cold weight. "Then, you all understand. You will be placed on the blacklist. You will be permanently barred from accessing all facilities under the host's influence." including but not limited to Cloud Summit Amusement Park, Heavenly Palace Star Harbor, and any other areas that may open in the future. And permanently lose the qualification to purchase any items produced under the host's banner through any channels, including Gene Potion's technical documents, and even a bottle of water, or even more severe punishments. He finished speaking. The live stream room fell into silence. Everyone could sense the weight of his words. This was not a negotiation, nor a warning. This was an announcement of the rules. The cost of violating the rules was clear and brutal. After a brief silence, new content began to appear in the bullet screen. Those IDs on the list, especially those connected to the military background of the Dragon God Nation, began to send out brief, yet firm replies. ID Mountain Eagle received. I will not disappoint. ID Dragon Tooth 01, I promise to complete the mission. ID Zhao Qiming, it is an honor, I will. ID Yin Huang, willing to be the vanguard. ID North Star, always ready. The participants from the Free Nation also appeared. ID Caesar accepted. Looking forward to the challenge. ID Wall Street Wolf, this is a rare opportunity, I won't miss it. ID Thor's Hammer, understood. From the Arctic Bear. ID Ivanov Yura. I can't wait any longer. ID Winter General, the cold cannot stop us. From Europa. ID Artemis, accepting the recruitment. For the vision of humanity. ID Royal Arkansas, willing to contribute. The responses from these IDs were mostly brief and restrained. Yet they exuded a heavy seriousness and excitement that could not be suppressed. They understood what this list meant. Not just honor, but also responsibility, danger. And the first ticket to the stars and the sea. No one would refuse. Nor could they refuse. Lin Ye looked at the replies from those IDs and nodded slightly. It seemed he had anticipated this. Very good. His tone softened. It seems everyone is ready. He lifted his head, his gaze once again directed at the main screen, as if penetrating through the dome of the Moon Chariot base to gaze into the distant deep space. So, next, regarding specific arrangements, Ling will contact you. Lin Ye's voice pulled everyone's thoughts back to reality. He raised one hand, casually gesturing in the air. After agreeing to the recruitment, you will become temporary members under the host. The primary task will be to undergo a 4-month virtual adaptive training. You will be uniformly arranged to the Heavenly Palace Star Harbor training camp for closed management, connecting to the fleet's simulated command system through specialized neural link pods. The training content will be highly realistic, including, but not limited to, the detailed operation of the Dawn I-class interstellar battleship, tactical formation coordination, command and response in a curvature travel state, remote control and tactical coordination of the Lin Ye I-type mecha, adaptation to command and combat rhythms in superliminal curvature travel, and handling various scenarios that may arise in a simulated Proxima B environment. He spoke in detail, but his pace remained steady, as if laying out an ordinary work plan. The training intensity will be very high. After all, time is limited, and there is much for you to familiarize yourselves with. Remember, these 4 months are the key for you to transform from players or soldiers into true interstellar battleship commanders, captains, and pilots. The training results will be recorded by Ling throughout. It will determine your specific positions within the fleet, as well as your subsequent privileges. He spoke calmly, but the meaning was clear. The selection was just the beginning, the training was the real threshold. After Lin Ye finished, the mask turned towards the camera, as if waiting for a response. A brief silence. Then once again the IDs on the list surged in the bullet screen. The replies were even briefer than before, yet carried a tautness in their line. ID Mountain Eagle, understood. I guarantee to complete the training tasks. ID Dragon Tooth 03, received. ID Caesar, acknowledged. Looking forward to the training content. ID Ivanov, 4 months. That's enough. ID Artemis, I will give it my all. ID Zhao Qiming, when will the training outline be issued? ID Wall Street Wolf, what are the standards for connecting to the simulation system? Questions began to arise. Lin Ye seemed to smile. Ling will tell you the specifics. The training outline, connection methods, equipment requirements, schedule. All those trivial matters are under her management. The host is only responsible for setting the direction and observing the results. He paused. So don't ask me, ask Ling. This statement silenced many questions that had yet to be asked. The replies from those IDs on the list in the bullet screen quickly unified into received, understood, and waiting for contact. Lin Ye nodded, seemingly very pleased with this efficiency. Good. He straightened his body, placing his hands behind his back. The recruitment matter ends here. His tone suddenly rose slightly, carrying a clear sense of The list is set, and the training plan is arranged. So next, he deliberately paused for a few seconds. In the camera, he slightly turned his head, the azure glow on his mask seemingly gazing towards a certain direction in the control room. Outside the enormous panoramic observation window was the vast and profound starry sky. His voice resonated once more, clear and powerful, carrying a weight of proclamation. It is time for the protagonists of today's broadcast to officially appear. In the moment the words fell, the live broadcast abruptly shifted. No longer was it the interior of the Yuecha base. Instead, it revealed a deep, cold expanse of cosmic space. The backdrop displayed Mars, the orange-earth planet resembling an enormous silent eye. Outside the orbit of Mars, in a deliberately cleared vast void, the scene on the screen caused all viewers to stop breathing suddenly. Warships. A dense swarm of warships. They filled the entirety of the field of vision. At the forefront were precisely 1,000 Dawn-class interstellar battleships. They were arranged in an extraordinarily massive and orderly cubic formation. Each one bore the familiar sharp-edged matte black-gray paint. The hulls, 1,500 meters in length, appeared only as silhouetted outlines under the distant starlight, resembling a vast forest of tombstones forged from steel floating in the deep void. 1,000 vessels. The visual impact of this number far exceeded any description by words. Previously, people had seen one Dawn-class ship, or perhaps a few, that had already been sufficiently shocking. But now it was 1,000 ships. They hung silently there, their bows uniformly facing the deep space beyond the screen, silent, cold, and boundless. Merely existing in silence emitted an overwhelming sense of pure violence and suffocating numbers. Behind the formation, another array of ships was visible. Their sizes were similarly gigantic with smoother elliptical shapes. The silver-white paint reflected a soft glow under the starlight. The quantity seemed significantly fewer, but each vessel far exceeded the size of the Dawn-class. They were Kunpeng-class large transport ships. At 3 kilometers in length, they resembled silent silver-white whales. In the side front of the transport fleet, there were mixed in another batch of ships similar in size to the Kunpeng-class, but with slightly different shapes. Their hull surfaces featured numerous complex external structures, most notably 8 thick, long, multi-jointed mechanical arms, which in a dormant state were retracted along the sides of the hull, resembling metal octopuses with their claws retracted. All ships, all points of light, suspended there in complete silence. No movement, no sound. Only the navigation lights blinked rhythmically like the slow heartbeat of these steel behemoths collectively in slumber. An unprecedented cold and grand war cluster belonging to the interstellar age was being presented so completely and so nakedly before billions of people for the first time. In the live room, there was no barrage of comments for half a minute. In front of the screen, a young man's cup slipped from his hand onto the carpet, the water quickly spreading. He remained oblivious, mouth agape, neck slightly craned forward, eye. His friend beside him slowly raised a hand to cover his mouth, fingers trembling. In the office, all those who had been slacking stood up, encircling a computer, silent except for the sound of heavy breathing. A middle-aged man's cigarette burned down to his fingers, scorching them. He jolted, dropping the butt to the ground, glancing down, then quickly looking back at the screen as if afraid to miss something. At home, a father unconsciously tightened his grip on his son's hand. The son felt a twinge of pain and instinctively grasped his father's hand, tightly trembling. Under the large screen in the square, the crowd gazed upward, shrouded in deathly silence. Someone's drink can was crushed in their hand, liquid dripping onto their shoe, unnoticed by anyone. An elderly man raised his hand to rub his eyes, then lowered it again, his lips trembling slightly. He wanted to say something, but ultimately just shook his head, letting out a very soft, almost sighing, "My God." This was no longer a movie effect. This was a real-time, existing interstellar fleet beyond the orbit of Mars. Dragon God Nation Central Command. The old general let the documents in his hand slip to the floor, scattering the papers. He did not pick them up. He raised his head to look at the main screen, then slowly scanned the other similarly frozen individuals in the room. He sought a trace of calmness, or at least understanding, on his colleagues' faces. But all he saw was a blank shock. His own chest felt like it was blocked by something, making it hard to breathe. He had participated in naval parades and had witnessed the spectacle of aircraft carrier groups covering, but that kind of spectacle was spread horizontally with the sea level as a reference. Yet what lay before him was in the deep three-dimensional space. There was no up or down, no boundaries. Only the infinitely extending darkness, and within that darkness, tightly packed, orderly arranged, each ship comparable to a skyscraper's steel behemoth. This was no longer a fleet. This was a legion, an interstellar war legion. He swallowed hard, wanting to comment, but ultimately just took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, as if that could alleviate the pressure in his chest. Professor Chun, with a technical background, adjusted his glasses, his fingers trembling slightly as the temple slipped down his ear. He stared at the spacing of the warships, quickly calculating the required coordination, precision, and spatial positioning capability in his mind. Halfway through his calculations, he stopped, because it no longer mattered. What mattered was the magnitude of this number, and that it had been constructed in just 2 short months. This completely exceeded any previous estimations they had made. After all, the construction resources for each ship of this class were astronomical. But now, he looked at the array stretching to the horizon, feeling a slight dizziness. The elder in charge slowly leaned back against his chair and closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he reopened his eyes, his gaze sharpening and becoming exceptionally clear. Record. His voice was a bit hoarse, but steady. Analyze the images and estimate the numbers. Notify the Guanghan base and all orbital observation units to adjust their angles and attempt to capture the full panorama of that airspace. We need a relatively accurate number. In the Free Nation, in the underground conference room of the Black Palace, the pen in the official's hand rolled off the table, spun around, and fell to the ground. He did not pick it up. He only stared at the screen, the last trace of color draining from his face. His lips pressed into a pale, straight line. The Minister of Security suddenly stood up from his chair, his movements too abrupt, knocking over the chair with a loud crash. He ignored it, rushing 2 steps forward, nearly pressing his face against the large screen. This is impossible. His voice was hoarse, fingers unconsciously pointing at those points of light. Illusion. It must be optical camouflage or holographic projection. The technical advisor sat in his chair, slightly leaning back, as if trying to distance himself. His face was pale, fingers rapidly swiping across the tablet, pulling up the sporadic images of uneventful ships that had been accidentally captured by space telescope. 1, 2. At most 5 ships had been observed at the same time. They had analyzed that this might be a small tactical formation. Now, he gazed at the boundless array unfolding across the screen, then glanced down at the tablet, where only 5 pitiful vessels flickered in grainy footage. A chilling coldness crept up his spine. He parted his lips, instinctively reaching for a technical rebuttal, to dissect whether the image might be digitally fabricated or distorted by lens aberration. Yet the unimpeachable live-stream credibility of the God's I-4 system, the intelligence God's unbroken record of visual integrity, and the suffocating realism of every detail. The subtle indentations and ridges on each hull, the faint halos cast by navigation lights upon polished metal, the hazy atmospheric fringe along Mars' outer edge, all converged upon a single undeniable truth. It was real. The officer finally snapped back to awareness, his voice hoarse as he demanded of the technical advisor. Analysis, immediate analysis. Energy signatures of these vessels. Formation pattern. Every conceivable detail. The advisor jolted upright, fingers trembling as he tapped frantically on his tablet, pulling up sensor to left. Seconds later, his face paled further. Sir, energy signatures are perfectly synchronized. Formation precision. Error margin under 1/10th. Such coordination demands a control system of unimaginable sophistication. And those new-class vessels, their structural profile suggests the Bear Commander's headquarters. The commander had half-chewed bread lodged in his mouth, forgotten mid-swallow. His eyes bulged wide, cheeks still puffed with the bite. After several seconds, he slammed his thigh with a thunderous thump. Thwack! A sharp, resonant crack. Excellent. His roar reverberated through the chamber, shaking the air. Now that's exhilarating. That's how it ought to be. He swallowed the morsel hard, snatched his water glass, gulped deeply, then wiped his mouth. His expression radiated unfiltered exhilaration and pure, unadulterated elation. Hundreds. I'd wager far more. The colossal vessels behind haven't even been counted yet. He whirled toward the generals standing frozen behind him and swept his arm wide. See that? That's the interstellar age. Let's see those alien brats strut their stuff now. A general cleared his throat softly. Commander, this fleet isn't ours. So what? The commander glared. The intelligence God is our Earthling. His fleet is Earth's fleet. Just looking at it lifts the spirit. Europa Joint Coordination Center. The chief scientist's coffee cup tilted, brown liquid spilling onto his pristine white research report, blooming into a... He didn't notice. Stunned, he stared blankly at the screen, mouth slightly agape. Behind him, members of his team reacted instinctively. One clapped a hand over her mouth. Another removed his spectacles and rubbed his eyes fiercely. The rotating chairperson rose slowly, stepping before the massive display. He tilted his head back, gazing upward at the metallic armada, for a long, silent moment. Then softly, so quietly only he could hear, he murmured, "What precisely have we been competing for?" He recalled the past months. How nations had poured incalculable resources into fierce contention. Over mere dozens, perhaps hundreds of captain and pilot positions. Now it all seemed like children squabbling over seashells on a sunlit shore, blissfully unaware of the towering tsunami surging toward them from the deep. The Secretary General approached, standing beside him, also gazing upward, his expression complex and unreadable. "Chairman, all our prior strategic simulations, all contingency plans, all diplomatic efforts. Before such overwhelming force." He trailed off, unable to continue. The chairman nodded silently. He understood the Secretary General's meaning. Every calculation, every balance of power, every alliance and counter-alliance, rendered meaningless before this silent armada hovering beyond Mars' orbit. Absolute magnitude had triggered absolute transformation. This fleet represented far more than merely advanced technology. It embodied a productivity and organizational mastery and a collective will that lay utterly beyond their comprehension, let alone their reach. In the live stream, the suffocating silence shattered at last. The first comment floated across the screen, trembling. Did I miss? How many are there? Then more comments emerged laboriously. Impossible to count. All done Ioclus. Those behemoths behind. Are they transports? Why so immense? What are those vessels with mechanical arms? Supply ships. You're telling me this is live? This looks like the teaser for an interstellar war film. Do we Earth possess this many warships? No, they belong to the Grand Sage, all of them, built in just 2 months. How? 8,000, 2,000. What resources would that require? I can't compute it. I've gone numb. From initial incoherence, the chat stream gradually settled into a stunned, almost catatonic awe. No arguments flared. No accusations of manipulation arose. Before such raw, visceral, overwhelming scale, every petty suspicion, every small-minded calculation appeared ludicrously trivial. At that moment, Lin Ye's voice re-entered the live stream, calm, precise, as if describing automobiles parked in his own garage. Friends, what you see on screen constitutes the main fleet for our current Proxima Centauri friendly visit operation. The God's Eye camera began gliding smoothly across the formation. These forward vessels are the Dawn II interstellar battleships. Their number, precisely 1,000, neither more nor less. He uttered the word 1,000 with effortless lightness. Yet it struck every listener like a tenth-cent boulder dropping into the heart. Countless viewers unconsciously held their breath. 1,000. 1,000 interstellar battleships, each 1,500 meters long. Those silvery leviathans behind are the Kunping 3 heavy transport vessels. The camera panned rearward, focusing on the 3-kilometer-long ellipsoidal giants. 3 kilometers in length with a maximum effective payload capacity of 10. They primarily carry logistical supplies, spare parts, engineering modules, and when necessary serve as mobile temporary repair platforms. 100 of them have deployed. 10 million tons. 100 vessels. These figures had already overwhelmed cognitive processing. As for those vessels resembling the Kunping 3, but equipped with additional limbs, the camera zoomed in on a novel ship class. Indeed, its sleek ellipsoidal hull echoed the Kunping I's design, yet bore numerous modular interfaces and access hatches. Most striking were the 8 thick multi-jointed mechanical arms extending from its midsection, now folded neatly, their tips fitted with complex docking clamps and multifunctional tooling heads. This is a new addition to the fleet, the Tiancan class integrated logistics support vessel. Lin Ye bestowed it a name. As the name implies, its sole purpose is logistics and resupply. It is a refit based on the Kunping 3 hull, hence near identical in size and silhouette. Those 8 external arms constitute the rapid fixation and resupply. A single Tiancan class vessel can simultaneously replenish 8 Dawn II battleships, with provisions, munitions, and even replace modular components during field maintenance. Of course, if the repairs require gutting and rebuilding, they will still have to rely on the mobile maintenance platforms aboard the transport ships or return to base. With those assets, the fleet's sustained combat capability and expeditionary reach will be greatly enhanced, Lin Ye said simply. Yet to those versed in such matters, every word carried weight. A fleet capable of remote resupply and a fleet that can only rely on its carried stores are entirely different concepts. We also equipped 100 of them. This time Lin Ye paused and summed up. So the departing fleet in total is 1,000 Pixiao I-class interstellar battleships, 100 Tiancan-class logistical support vessels, 100 Kunpeng I-class heavy transports. In total, 1,200 ships. The live chat fell into a brief vacuum once more. People needed time to digest that number and everything it implied. These 1,200 ships will be evenly divided into 10 task forces. Lin Ye continued, his tone shifting to the heart of the matter. Each task force will contain 100 Pixiao I-class ships, 10 Tiancan-class vessels, and 10 Kunpeng I-class transports. The 10 fleet commanders just chosen will each command 1 task force. His voice became methodical. Under each fleet commander there are 10 captains. Each captain is responsible for commanding 10 Pixiao I-class interstellar battles. Similarly, 1,000 Lin Ye 4 mecha pilots will be evenly assigned across the 10 task forces. The mecha pilots must obey the orders of their ship captains. Captains must follow the commands of their task force commander, and the commanders are directly accountable to the streamer. That is roughly the structure. He finished outlining the command structure. Clear, concise, and hierarchical. The chat began to scroll again, now filled with many moments of dawning comprehension and renewed shock. So that is how the recruits are distributed, wrote the chat. A captain manages 10 warships. The pressure, someone wrote. The commanders are scarier, managing 120 ships and 10 captains. No wonder they selected the top 100 on the ladder. These people will really command fleets. I wonder whether 4 months of training will be enough. What pressure, another voice shot back. With this lineup, flattening a planetary civilization is as easy as playing with clay. I suddenly envy them so much, the chat confessed. Shock, awe, excitement, envy, and even a thread of fear intertwined across the messages. The public reaction was visceral and intense. This was a force humanity had never wielded before, one capable of world-altering consequences. The reactions of the leaders watching were far more complex and grave. At Longshan Nation's command center, the old general slowly unclenched his fist palms slick with sweat. He looked at the presiding elder and said in a dry voice that this organization showed the man knew exactly what he was doing. This is not a hastily assembled flotilla, but a real army. The presiding elder nodded, his gaze still fixed on that armada. Therefore his so-called visit will not be mere diplomatic rhetoric. Send word that all analytic focus be shifted to this fleet's tactical composition supply model and possible battlefield applications. Also make sure our people who made the roster learn every detail of this command system during training, he added after a pause. The governor of Zayuguo wiped his face hard, trying to dispel the chill that had settled over him. 1,000 capital ships, 100 dedicated supply vessels, 100 heavy transports, he murmured, as if calculating and persuading himself to accept what he was seeing. His industrial capacity has completely erupted, someone whispered. No, Governor, the technical advisor interjected with a voice of near-numb calm. It is we who never truly understood the extent of his industrial might, the advisor said. This was all constructed by the other side within 2 months. The resources, energy production lines, and levels of automation required by the entire fleet long ago exceeded the upper bounds of all our predictive models. What we are seeing now may not be the whole picture, he added. The governor was silent for a few seconds and waved him off. He knew. Of course he knew. Staring at that forest of steel on the screen, all analysis felt pale. The gap had become so vast it even robbed one of the capacity for envy. Commander Beijixiang rubbed his bald head vigorously, his face returning to its brusque grin, though a trace of gravity lingered deep in his eyes. That kid Yuan is to command 100 of those behemoths, he said, smacking his lips. Damn powerful, he added. Tell Yuan and all the youngsters on the list to learn from us, the commander barked. Learn hard, don't disgrace us. Yes, the adjutant answered loudly, his voice higher than. At the Uluoba United Coordination Center, the duty chairman finally recovered a measure from the enormous shock. He straightened and told the Secretary General to record, no, to remember, this moment. This marks humanity's projection of force stepping from planetary surfaces into interstellar realms. Regardless of intent, this fleet alone has rewritten history. Immediately classify the fleet's imagery and organizational data as highest-level archival material. Also attempt informal communications with Longshan Nation. We need to know what follow-up considerations they have regarding the dominant presence of their personnel within this fleet. He did not finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. This fleet is in fact Zishan's, yet the command echelon is largely composed of Longshan Nation personnel. The implications ran deep. The Secretary General scribbled notes and nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, on the live feed, Lin Ye seemed to glance at the rapidly scrolling chat beside him. He ignored the shocked, worshipful, or conflicted comments. Turning back to the camera, the faint blue light strip on his faceplate glowed steadily. My family, he addressed them, you have seen it, and the introduction is complete. Recruitment is finished, and the fleet stands here. He paused, then asked deliberately, so are you ready? He raised his arm and pointed to the vast, boundless array of steel on the main screen. He pointed to the 1,200 ships waiting in silence to the deep starfield beyond Mars that led toward Byland Star. Ready to witness this unprecedented human interstellar fleet and the grandeur of its departure, he asked. The question fell. The chat once again went blank for an instant. Everyone before their screens, whether rapt viewers or the heavy-hearted leaders, instinctively held their eyes were locked on that cold torrent of metal suspended beyond Mars' orbit. In the silence, an invisible immense expectation and shiver spread, and it was as if one could hear the low, beast-like resonance of 1,200 engines preheating, a collective breath swelling out across the void. A brief, deathly silence was shattered as the live comment feed erupted into chaos. Ready. Standing by. Ready for the legend. Charge forward. To Proxima Centauri. Witness history. We've waited for this moment. Command us, legend. Our patience has run out. Depart. 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 Crush the aliens. For humanity. Countless languages fused into a single primal roar. Before his screen, a young man raised his phone high, screaming toward the ceiling until the tendons in his neck stood taut. His roommate sprang from bed barefoot, colliding with him on the floor. The two embraced, leapt, and toppled chairs without even noticing. In homes, people clutched their loved ones tightly, eyes burning with unshed tears. Beneath the plaza's giant screen, crowds unleashed deafening roars, the sound waves threatening to shake nearby buildings loose. Some hurled hats skyward, others, overcome with emotion, embraced strangers beside them. In offices, every slacker rose to their feet. No one concealed their fervor. Fists clenched, eyes locked unblinkingly on the screen, voices chanting in unison, depart. At that instant, nationality dissolved, ideology receded. A pure shared yearning, for the stars, for the voyage, gripped the hearts of billions. Lin Ye watched the screen flood instantly with ready and depart. His lips curved deeper beneath his helmet. He raised a hand and gently pressed downward. Miraculously, the torrential stream of comments slowed, just slightly. Tens of billions of eyes converged upon him. Very well. His voice emerged through the broadcast system, not loud, yet clear enough to pierce every ambient noise. He turned away from the lens, facing the vast holographic projection behind him, a shimmering vista of outer space and an immense armada. His silhouette stood tall and resolute, black and gold battle armor carved sharp, austere lines under the chamber's light. He paused, silent for several seconds, as if gathering resolve or confirming once more the vision within his heart. Then he turned back, meeting the lens again. A steady band of cobalt light glowed across his visor, gazing directly at every viewer. "Fellow travelers," he began, his voice lower, slower than usual, each word resonating like a chime in the hushed live stream. "Today here, beyond Mars' orbit." He paused briefly, then swept his arm backward, gesturing toward the silhouette of the steel armada beyond the viewport. "We have assembled a fleet. It belongs to no nation, nor to any legacy of power or territory. Yet it carries something born of our blue planet, born of human civilization itself, curiosity, courage, and choice for our future." His words were plain, devoid of ornamentation, yet heavy with gravitas. Some call this a gamble. Others deem it reckless. Still others urge us to wait, to pray our nearest neighbor is benevolent. Lin Ye tilted his head slightly, as though listening to fame. Then he shook his head, gentle but firm. "Yet I've always believed, waiting and speculating yield neither peace nor safety. To entrust fate to the unknown is not my way, and surely not yours, fellow travelers." He stepped forward closer to the lens, the imposing presence of his armor seeming to breach the screen itself. "So let us take initiative. Let us go and see. Let us understand our nearest neighbor, with our own eyes in our own way." He lifted his right arm across his chest, fist lightly resting against his left breastplate, a gesture both stark and commanding. "This fleet is not merely for exploration. It is a declaration the human civilization of the solar system has come of age. No longer are we children curled in our cradle, gazing up at the stars. We possess both the capability and the will to step onto a far grander stage. Our mission is to behold what lies beneath that starfield, to discern the nature of our neighbor, the landscape of that distant realm. This is not conquest. His voice surged, metallic, resonant, unyielding. "This is a voyage. A voyage, the first true deliberate dispatch of envoys from human civilization to a neighboring stellar system. And for this," he paused, gaze sweeping across the screen, as if seeing every breath-held face, "I have given it a name." Billions watching held their breath. Even in high-level conference rooms across nations, whispered analysis fell silent. Lin Ye exhaled slowly, uttering the name, the Pathfinder. "This fleet shall be known as the Pathfinder Fleet. May it guide humanity forward, taking humanity's first true step among the stars." As his words faded, cheers exploded. "Pathfinder. The Pathfinder Fleet. What a name. It's igniting, truly igniting. An envoy fleet. Perfectly said. I don't know why. I'm just crying. Human envoys. Onward to the starry ocean." The comment feed ignited anew, more fervent, more unified than before. Pathfinder softened the martial edge of departure, infusing the mission with epic resonance, of discovery and frontier. Yet scattered dissent still flickered. "Fine words, but you're sending warships. That's invasion. Hypocrisy. Don't speak for me. You'll ignite war." But such voices vanished instantly, drowned beneath a surging tide of affirmation and exhilaration, leaving no ripple behind. In the Longshan Command Center, the presiding elder leaned back slowly into his chair, releasing a long, silent breath. His expression remained impassive, yet deep within his eyes lingered a complex blend, pride, awe, and a faint, quiet melancholy. Pride because the architect of this epical endeavor bore Longshan blood. Awe because such a feat had been accomplished not by state machinery, but by an individual transcending all institutional boundaries. Melancholy perhaps, because at this historic juncture those who wielded the authority of great nations had become mere observers. Beside him a veteran general murmured softly, "The Pathfinder, an envoy fleet. That boy knows how to speak." His tone carried the same layered weight. Yet as his gaze traced the list, familiar Longshan ID's commanders ranked prominently: Mountain Eagle, Polaris, Zhao Qiming. The surge of national pride and quiet satisfaction ultimately eclipsed any institutional regret. The Free Nations director stared rigidly at the screen, lips pressed thin. Behind him the security minister's face darkened, the chief technologist scribbled notes. "An envoy fleet. The Pathfinder." The director repeated softly, fingers tapping unconsciously against the desk. He had to admit that this rhetoric, this name, greatly neutralized the aggressiveness of the action, packaging it into a more legitimate exploration and contact. This made all his prepared public opinion countermeasures based on accusations of aggression appear pale and powerless. At the same time, he felt bitterness in his mouth and emptiness in his heart. Once upon a time, their free state had also dreamed of a starship fleet to illuminate the universe with the name of freedom and democracy. Now a fleet that illuminates the universe indeed existed. The name was also very pleasant sounding. But it was not theirs. Even among the command level, the number of their people was pitifully small. The polar bear commander clicked his tongue and slapped the adjutant's shoulder hard. "Navigator. This name is grand. It sounds more cultured than our Steel Torrent or Red Star." His face was full of excitement, as if the fleet belonged to his own home. "Tell Yuan, that kid is now the one commanding the Navigator fleet. Lead this voyage well for me." The rotating chairman of Olyuoba remained silent, merely staring at the black-armored figure on the screen. Individual while surpassing national entities had led a stellar-scale operation and endowed it with such meaning. This in itself was the most thorough subversion of the existing international order, and he along with the alliance he represented seemed to have no choice but to watch and adapt. In the live broadcast room, Lin Ye's speech seemed to be reaching its conclusion. He said no more, just stood there quietly, his visor facing the direction of the deep space fleet. The frenziedly scrolling comments seemed to sense something gradually. Cheers, shouts, and excited words gradually diminished. Everyone fell silent. A silent, enormous anticipation rapidly accumulated and swelled in the stillness, pressing heavily on the chest. Before the screens, people unconsciously clenched their fists, straightened their backs, and stared unblinkingly. Waiting for that final command. Waiting for the trigger of that historic moment. Lin Ye seemed to take a deep breath. Then he raised his right arm, made a fist, and placed it before his chest. That was a simple gesture resembling a salute or an oath. Then he swung his arm forward, sharply pointing directly at the sea of stars outside the observation window. At the same time, the voice that had been processed through a voice changer, yet still carried resoluteness and power, boomed like thunder in every corner. Navigator fleet, listen to my command. Depart. The moment the command was given, the Yuecha base in lunar orbit, the Hawaii base in the Martian valleys, various locations in the asteroid belt, orbital platforms of gas giants. The core of all bases belonging to Lin Ye within the solar system saw a sudden surge in the brightness of their synchronized data streams. Zeros will, like an invisible neural network, instantly connected all 1,200 ships. Outside Mars orbit, that steel array that seemed frozen suddenly, all 1,200 warships saw the dim blue patterns on their surfaces surge in brightness at the same instant. From their original faint pulsing like breathing, they transformed into a steady blazing, dazzling azure radiance. Especially at the midsection of each Dawn I-class vessel, where the silver shuttle warp engine was located, the light condensed into substance, as if miniature blue suns were ignited within the steel shells. A deep extreme hum that seemed to directly shake space itself came through the sound pickup devices of the Eye of God. That was not sound, it was a terrifying resonance generated by the collective perturbation of space-time structure. Visibly around each ship, the surrounding space began to violently twist and ripple. The originally clear and stable starry background, like a lake struck by a boulder, rippled with countless overlapping interlacing waves. Around each ship, the familiar, clearly bounded, transparent warp bubble rapidly formed. But this time it was not one. It was 1,200 warp bubbles expanding and taking shape in the cold, deep space at almost the same moment. 1,200 transparent space-time bubbles, each encapsulating a steel giant, floated neatly against the orange-earth background of Mars. The sight was so magnificent it left one speechless, so eerie it made one shiver. It was as if a giant invisible honeycomb, forged from space itself, had suddenly appeared in the cosmos. The next second, all warp bubbles along with the ships inside slid forward simultaneously. No order, perfectly uniform. 1,200 elongated trails, dragging pale blue space-time disturbances, shot forward violently in the same frame. The starry sky ahead of them was crazily compressed, twisted, and stretched into an endless river of light. The stars behind them were ruthlessly dragged, elongated, and melted into a blurred curtain of light. The entire fleet array seemed to transform into a gigantic blue glowing dart, plunging headlong into the crumpled brocade of space-time. Speed instantly surged. Data in the corner of the screen jumped wildly, finally settling at 12.1c. All 1,200 ships entered warp travel at 12 times the speed of light. They did not disperse, but maintained a terrifyingly tight formation, transforming into a moving, hazy blue tide of light within the twisted space-time tunnel, hurtling out of the solar system toward Proxima Centauri. The lens of the Eye of God closely followed this tide of light, but it could only capture a blurry, vast blue glow, tracing an earth-shattering trajectory across the extremely distorted starry scene, rapidly shrinking, and just a few seconds later, that breathtaking blue tide of light completely vanished into the dark, deep space. Only the gradually calming spatial ripples and the silent red silhouette of Mars in the distance remained, as if all that had just happened was a massive collective hallucination. But everyone knew it was not an illusion. The Navigator fleet, 1,200 of the most powerful interstellar ships ever built by humanity, had departed. In the live broadcast room, there was a long, absolute silence. Everyone stared blankly at that empty, starry sky, staring at the direction where the fleet had vanished. Hearts beat heavily in their chests, blood rushed to their heads, ears ringing. An emotion mixed with extreme shock, a sense of insignificance, and an inexplicable surging of blood lodged in their throats, preventing any sound. Until Lin Ye's voice rang out again calmly. "Family, did you all see that? The Navigator fleet has set sail." His voice pulled everyone back from their trance. The barrage comments then revived like a seizure, but no longer shouting, rather various incoherent exclamations and catharsis. What did I see? Collective warp jump. My God. Gone. All gone in an instant. This is FTL travel. Too shocking. This life is worth it. Lin Ye waited a few seconds, then continued. The fleet will cruise at 12 times the speed of light towards the Proxima Centauri system. However, we'll also deploy some quantum entanglement communication relays along the way. It is estimated that in 4.5 months we will arrive at the preset observation and assembly area 001 light years outside Proxima Centauri b. Lin Ye announced the time. 4.5 months. This once unattainable duration now sounds somewhat close. Upon arrival, we will first conduct preliminary observations and assessments. At that time, the host will decide how to share the experiences based on the situation. He spoke in a calm tone, yet cast a huge expectation. So everyone, don't be anxious. Eat when it's time to eat, drink when it's time to drink, train when it's time to train, and work when it's time to work. Just patiently wait. After saying that, he turned to the camera and seemed to smile. Alright, today's live broadcast ends here. The host has to attend to other matters now. For those on the recruitment list, Zero will contact you shortly. Please keep your communication lines open and prepare for reporting to the Tiangong Starport training camp. 4 months of adaptive training is about to begin. I hope you won't disappoint the host. He casually waved at the camera. Then, see you next time. As his words fell, the screen instantly darkened. The familiar silver cloud logo spun into view, then quietly vanished. The live broadcast was over. On the black screen there remained only the number of online viewers still high and the farewell bullet comments gradually increasing, filled with confusion and excitement. Did it end? Oh my god. I haven't recovered yet. The Pathfinder fleet. So cool. In 4 months. We'll know what's happening on Proxima Centauri. I suddenly feel so nervous and curious. I'm going to train for the next possible opportunity. Safe travels, Pathfinder fleet. All around the world, people slowly shifted their gaze away from the screen, looking at each other, their faces still flushed with excitement and a hint of confusion. In the main control room of the Yuecha base, Lin Ye watched the darkening screen as the Lingyun battle armor faded away. His expression was unremarkable, but his eyes were bright, fixated on the star map, showing the fleet's final disappearing direction. Zero's virtual figure quietly appeared beside him. Boss, the live broadcast has ended. All data streams are normal. The Pathfinder fleet sailing status is stable, expected to arrive at the designated coordinates in 138 days and 7 hours. The recruitment personnel contact procedure has been initiated. Lin Ye responded, stretching his somewhat stiff neck. Next, we just have to wait for their training, wait for the fleet to be in position. He walked to the observation window, gazing at the eternally busy scene inside the base. We need to hurry as well. Mars Base Phase 3 expansion and the subsequent deployment of the Distant Eye project. He muttered, his gaze already shifting to the next issue that needed addressing. As if the fleet's departure that just shocked all of humanity was merely a logical node in a long plan for him. The starlight outside remained cold. Yet beneath the starlight, a fleet carrying humanity's initial aspirations and anxieties was gliding through the twisted river of time and space, heading towards that red unknown star domain. What awaits them? Perhaps in 4 months there will be answers. On the other side, at the central command of the Dragon God Nation. The live broadcast went black, but the conference room remained lit, the light shining on everyone's faces somewhat blinding. Zhou Weiguo moved first, reaching for the teacup on the table. The teacup was full, but had gone cold. He picked it up and took a sip, the cold tea sliding down his throat, making him shiver. Someone beside him coughed. It was the old general responsible for the aerospace industry. He was fiddling with a steel pen, removing and replacing the cap, creating a... The host, an elderly man, did not look at the screen. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes gazing at the ceiling, one hand resting on the armrest, his fingers unconsciously tapped. He tapped slowly once, then again. Let's hear what everyone has to say. After almost a minute, he finally spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. No one immediately responded. The black screen still lingered in everyone's eyes, the vanished blue light tide seeming to burn on their retinas. 1,200 ships. 12 times the speed of light. 4.5 months. These numbers collided in their minds, making them feel dazed. Finally, it was Professor Chun who broke the silence. He took off his glasses, fumbled a piece of cloth from his pocket, and slowly wiped them. The recruitment list. His voice was not loud, but each word was clear. On the list, our people occupy the majority. Out of 10 commanders, we have 6. Out of 100 captains, we have 53. Out of 1,000 pilots, we have 537. He put his glasses back on and looked at everyone present. This is a good thing. But it's also pressure. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit nodded and continued. Command is in our hands, and for future engagements, we will have the initiative. But this is also a double-edged sword. The fleet is under the control of the intelligent deity, and the orders ultimately come from him. Our people are caught in between. He paused for a moment, tapping his fingers on the table. Moreover, today's spectacle. He stopped, not continuing. But everyone understood. The scale of that fleet, the scene of collective leap, had already surpassed the category of advanced. It was a pure, overwhelming display of quantity. In the face of such power, any petty thoughts or calculations seemed laughable. Therefore, the host sat up straight, his hands leaving the armrests to clasp in front of him. We also need to speed up. If we can't speed up the technology, we must accelerate the application. If we can't expedite the overall process, we must hasten the specifics. He scanned the room. The originally planned Deep Space Strategic Acceleration Development Outline needs to be expedited. Not by 12%, but by doubling. He looked at the old comrade in charge of finance. As for the funding issue, let's think of some solutions. Other projects can be postponed, can be halted. Resources should be directed towards aerospace, cutting-edge materials, and energy. This is a matter of survival and development. The old comrade opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just nodded firmly. Understood. Additionally, the host turned to Zhou Weiguo. Maintain the highest priority in communication channels with Ms. 0. Make full use of the quotas for Paradise and Starport. Our people going up there are not for sightseeing. It's for learning, for bringing things back. Zhou Weiguo immediately responded. Already in progress. The results evaluation and knowledge feedback mechanism will be further strengthened. The meeting lasted for over 2 hours. By the time it ended, it was already completely dark outside. Zhou Weiguo walked out of the building, and the night wind refreshed his mind. He looked up at the sky. The stars were bright, looking farther and colder than usual. He recalled the vanished blue light tide on the screen. 4.5 months. He silently calculated in his heart. Then he opened the car door and sat inside. Back to the department. He told the driver. The car started and drove into the night. The past 3 years have been neither long nor short. For ordinary people, it is the time a child has grown a little, or perhaps several job changes or fluctuations in. For the agencies from various countries desperately pushing into space, it has been countless brightly lit nights, towering piles of reports, and repeated failures trying again and again. In the Dragon God Kingdom, at a certain aerospace industrial base in the northwest, the assembly plant is brightly lit. In the center of the plant stands the skeleton of a colossal object. That is the prototype of the Zhuyu Jiuhao cargo spacecraft. It is larger than previous models with smoother lines. The new chief engineer Li Gang stands on the observation platform, gazing at it with a deeply furrowed brow. He holds a report in his hand. The report contains data from the latest ground testing. The thrust of the thrusters meets the standards. The impulse meets the standards. But the fuel consumption is still too high. The limits of chemical propulsion have been reached. A young engineer murmurs beside him. Li Gang remains silent. He knows. He has always known. Chemical propulsion is like riding a bicycle. No matter how much it is improved, it cannot achieve the speed of an aircraft. To fly far and fast, a different path must be taken. All-electric propulsion. Or something more advanced. He recalls a live broadcast from many years. He remembers the ethereal blue halo that lit up at the bottom of the Sun Tianhao anti-gravity spacecraft. He recalls how its 1,000-ton hull floated silent. That was the future. But that technology is too far from them. The technical barriers are despairingly high, especially the core negative mass field generator. They cannot even grasp the principles. Chief Engineer Li, another engineer, runs over holding a tablet. The Paradise Mall has been updated. Li Gang turns his head. What has been updated? The engineer hands over the tablet, swiping a few times on the screen. It's the complete construction technology of the Sun Tianhao anti-gravity spacecraft. Li Gang's hand trembles, almost losing his grip on the tablet. He snatches it away, his eyes glued to the screen. The screen displays a detailed technical directory, from the design drawings of the hull structure to the preliminary principles of the Starlight 2 energy core to life support systems, inertial damping systems, weapon systems, energy defense systems. Even the technical blueprints of the negative mass field generator they dared not even imagine. The price tag reads an astronomical number of star coins. Li Gang stares at that number for a long time. Then he lifts his head to look at the cylinder construction Zhuyu Jiuhao. He glances again at the Sun Tianhao on the tablet. One looks like a rough wooden raft. The other resembles a delicate interstellar yacht. How many star coins have we accumulated over the past few years? His voice is a bit dry. The assistant quickly pulls up the data. Over the past 3 years, the country concentrated resources plus civilian exchanges. Just enough to make the exchange. This is the star coin acquisition function that Lin Ye later opened specifically for the national level. What does it mean? It means the state can designate an agency to unilaterally purchase star coins from individuals, facilitating the concentration of star coins for exchanges. But it is limited to this. They can only buy, not sell, and can only be used to exchange for goods. Li Gang takes a deep breath and slowly exhales. Exchange. He says the 2 words spoken decisively. After the exchange, the technical materials are sent through a dedicated encrypted channel, quickly reaching the core server of the base. Li Gang, along with the most elite team, dived into a sea of data. There is too much information, and it is too profound. Just the directory alone took a whole day. Then they split into several small groups. One group specializes in hull structure and materials. One group focuses on energy systems. One group concentrates on. As for the negative mass field generator, Li Gang leads the team personally, but after only 3 days he gives up. It's not that he doesn't take it seriously. It's that he cannot understand. Those formulas, those parameters, those descriptions of space-time curvature are like an ancient script. He believes he has seen every difficult problem in the aerospace field throughout his career. But this is truly different. It is no longer just technology, but something at the level of principles. It is knowledge from another dimension. Let's put this part aside for now. In a small group meeting, he rubs his throbbing temples and says to his team members, "Our focus should be on the thrusters." He pulls up the data for the thruster section. The Sun Tianhao uses a high-energy vector particle thruster array. Although it also relies on the negative mass field to offset most of the gravity, we cannot underestimate the performance of the thrusters. Each one has a thrust of 5. What we need is not to build a Sun Tianhao. It is to thoroughly understand this set of thruster technology and then install it on our spacecraft. He points to the design drawing of the Zhuyu Jiuhao on the screen. Once the thruster breaks through, we can free ourselves from chemical fuels and achieve all-electric propulsion. He pauses for a moment, his eyes lighting up. This way our spacecraft can take off directly from the ground without relying on cumbersome rocket boosters. Even replacing our heavy electric thrusters would significantly reduce weight. In total, the carrying efficiency could increase at least 5-fold, even 10-fold. By that time, he does not finish his sentence, but everyone understands. By that time, they will have truly entered the spacecraft era. Instead of currently under the title of a major aerospace power, still using methods from decades ago, slowly moving bricks to space. Thus the work began. Almost simultaneously in a national laboratory in the free nation, the chief scientist stares at the technical materials that were just decoded on the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. The document is titled Near Room Temperature Superconducting Material Synthesis Process and Starlight I Cold Fusion Device Basic Framework. This is something they obtained after nearly exhausting the national reserves of star coins over more than 3 years. Has it been verified? Behind him stand the director of the National Aerospace Agency and several military representatives. It has been verified. A young researcher lifts his head, still wearing an expression of disbelief. The critical temperature of the superconducting material can indeed be stabilized at -30 degrees Celsius. Moreover, the process, although complex, should be achievable with our industrial base. -30 degrees. Compared to the previously required liquid nitrogen or even liquid helium to maintain superconducting states, this is already a revolutionary breakthrough. This means efficient electrical energy transmission and powerful magnetic field confinement. Many technologies that were previously unimaginable are now possible. What about cold fusion? The director presses. This is more complex. The chief scientist pulls up another document. It provides a complete set of blueprints. However, the materials and precision instruments needed for it are currently beyond our capabilities. We estimate that if we concentrate all our efforts within 5 years, within 3 years, it may be possible to create a principal verification machine. 3 years. The director took a deep breath. 3 years if he could master controllable miniaturized fusion energy. He understood all too well what that would mean. Do it. He uttered a single word. The lights in the laboratory shone even brighter. The polar bear, a certain heavy machinery manufacturing bureau in the suburbs. Director Ivan Dyson grinned widely while holding a freshly printed list. The list detailed the technologies they had exchanged: improvements to heavy alloy precision casting technology, integrated molding technology for large structural components, extreme environment lubrication, and sealing solutions. None of these were the most dazzling, but they were practical. All were urgently needed by them, capable of immediately enhancing their existing industrial capabilities. Jishin is quite pragmatic. Director Ivan Dyson patted the list and said to the vice president beside him, "No nonsense, all solid goods. Inform the workshop that starting next week the new processes will go into production. I want to see the next batch of rocket engines pass rate increase by 30%. And that sealing solution, use it for the next generation of extravehicular spacesuits. Our astronauts cannot go into space wearing leaky suits." The vice president nodded in acknowledgement. Additionally, Director Ivan Dyson walked to the window, watching the snowflakes drifting outside. Notify the kids at the star station to step up their efforts. For the next supply drop, send them the best red sausage and vodka. But if the progress falls behind, he turned back grinning. Vodka will be withheld, only red sausage will be sent. The Europa Alliance Joint Aerospace Technology Center. Representatives from various countries sat together, gazing at the complex technical sharing catalog on the screen, their expressions intricate. They had jointly exchanged several technologies, primarily high-efficiency solar film materials and core modules for closed-loop ecological maintenance systems. These were all focused on infrastructure and long-term survival. At least we can take the lead in expanding the space station and the life support systems for future lunar base. A scientist from Gallia consoled himself. Moreover, these technologies are relatively easy to digest and absorb. First solve the basics, then discuss. Another engineer from Hansland adjusted his glasses and added, "Our advantage lies in precision manufacturing and system integration. If we thoroughly master these foundational technologies and combine them with our strengths, we might carve out our own path." While that was what they said, everyone knew that they had already been left behind by the first tier, especially when looking at the more advanced, yet terrifyingly priced technology options in the catalog. What they could do now was to grasp what they had and run desperately. The competition on Blue Star had never ceased, and with clearer goals it had become even more intense and pragmatic. Everyone was striving to digest, absorb, and transform. All understood that Zishan's navigator fleet was currently gliding toward Proxima Centauri at 12 times the speed of light. In just over 4 months the navigator fleet would reach its destination, and they themselves had to strengthen as much as possible before then to go further. At the very least they needed to be qualified to stand firm in the new era, to have voices that could be heard. In the Moon Chariot base, Lin Ye occasionally skimmed through the summaries of technological progress from various countries on Blue Star. He observed the stumbling yet tenacious upward curves, looking at the technological prototypes filled with Blue Star characteristics that emerged from his eliminated products. A faint elusive smile slowly appeared at the corners of his mouth. They are all quite hardworking. He murmured to himself, this is quite good. For months felt like it had been fast-forwarded. Pages of the calendar were torn off one by one. The indicator lights in the training pod flickered on and off repeatedly. Tiangong Starport, 3rd Training Zone. At 5 in the morning the cabin's simulated window slowly lit up, transitioning to a gentle morning light mode. The Eagle opened its eyes. He lay for 3 seconds, then threw off the thermal blanket and sat up. His feet touched the cool floor. The sensation was real. He walked into the washroom, splashed cold water on his face, and looked at the person in the mirror. His eye sockets were a bit deep and there was stubble on his chin. For months had passed. He put on the black training suit, the fabric clinging to his skin feeling somewhat tight. This suit seemed to have shrunk again, or perhaps his muscles had thickened a bit. He zipped it up to the top and pushed open the cabin door. There were already people in the corridor. The footsteps were light but dense. No one spoke. Everyone merely nodded at each other or touched shoulders, then walked in the same direction. The aroma of synthetic protein and grains wafted through the cafeteria. The Eagle took a plate and found a familiar corner to sit in. The Hound was already there, poking at a piece of omelet with a fork. Didn't sleep well? The Eagle asked as he sat down. The Hound looked up and shook his head. Slept enough, he replied, his voice a bit hoarse. It's just my mind is still running through the processes. The Eagle didn't respond, focusing on his own meal. The omelet didn't have much flavor, but he chewed it meticulously. For months of training, more than 16 hours each day. Theory, simulation, collaboration, emergency. 0 design courses were like precise gears, each interlocking with one another, making it hard to breathe. At first some complained, but later they even lost the energy to complain. Only the thought of keeping up remained. They had to keep up. The air in the cafeteria felt heavy. Though no one spoke, one could sense the taut tension. Like a drawn bowstring, it would snap with the slightest touch. The Eagle finished his last bite and placed his plate in the recycling slot. He turned around and saw Zhao Qiming, the chief of staff, sitting not far away, slowly sipping a cup of soy milk. Their eyes met, and Zhao Qiming nodded slightly. The Eagle nodded in response. Upon exiting the cafeteria, the passageway was even more crowded. Different skin tones, different hair colors, but all wearing the same black training suits. Their expressions were similar, calm, yet hiding something deep in their eyes. Ivanov caught up from behind, slapping a large hand on the Eagle's back. Hey brother from the Dragon God Nation, don't go easy today. He flashed a grin, showing a row of white teeth. But the Eagle noticed beads of sweat on his temple. You too, the Eagle replied. They walked into the central simulation hall. The hall was immense, with a height exceeding 30 meters. 1,110 neural connection pods were neatly arranged in 11 square formations. In front of each formation stood a spiritual guardian staff member, dressed in silver-gray uniforms. The Eagle found his position, 3rd formation, 7th row. The pod cover had already opened, revealing soft padding and a myriad of sensor interfaces. He took a deep breath and lay down inside. The padding automatically conformed to his body, tightening slightly. The pod cover slowly closed. The last sliver of light disappeared. Darkness. Then a gentle female voice echoed in his ears. Identity confirmation, Eagle. Assessment system loading. First subject, comprehensive evaluation of fleet command theory begin. A luminous screen flickered before his eyes. The questions scrolled into view. They were not multiple choice nor fill in the blank. They were scenes. They were battle. An unexpected star map materialized, fragmented data streams surged, alarms blazed, and a dozen communication requests clamored for attention simultaneously. Shan Ying's fingers swept across the virtual interface with swift precision. He summoned the star map, zoomed in, marked coordinates, and calculated trajectories. He allocated firepower, adjusted formations, and issued commands. He processed supply requests, assessed damage reports, and predicted enemy fleet movements. Sweat trickled from his temples, winding down his neck. He paid it no heed. Time was slipping away. His heart pounded against his ribs. When the voice announced first segment complete, only then did Shan Ying realize the back of his uniform was drenched. The cabin's ventilation system hummed to life, a cool breeze brushing against his skin. He closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Second segment, multi-ship coordinated simulation combat began. The darkness receded. He found himself seated in the captain's chair of a Pashao-I-class vessel. Before him stretched a panoramic observation window, revealing the profound depths of the starry void. Ling's calm, measured voice echoed in his ears. Enemy signals detected, 12 units bearing 371. Fleet composition 10 Pashaoii Class 1 Tianshan Class 1 Kuanpeng 3 Class. Mission escort the transport vessel to the jump point. Shan Ying's hand pressed down on the armrest. All vessels battle stations. His voice traveled through the communication channel steady enough to surprise even himself. Adjust formation to wedge transport vessel at the center. Full radar sweep lock on at targets. The battle erupted. Particle beams tore through the darkness. Missile trails arced like scythes of death. The piercing wail of shield overload alarms filled the air. Shan Ying clenched his teeth, hurling out orders one after. Second vessel shift 15 degrees, port draw their fire. Fifth vessel target enemy engine salvo fire. Tianshan class prepare emergency resupply for sixth vessel. Explosive flashes illuminated his face again and again. Simulated tremors shook the hull. He stared fixedly at the star map, watching as green dots representing allied ships turned red one by one, only to be repaired one by one. Mission accomplished. Transport vessel survived. Fleet losses 3 Pashaoii class. The voice sounded once more. Shan Ying released his grip only to find his palms slick with sweat. No, it was blood. He had clenched so hard that his nails had pierced his palms. Third segment Lin Ye IV mech on-the-fly control test begin. The scene shifted again. This time he stood on the surface of a barren planet. Beneath his feet lay red gravel. The sky was a dark crimson. A 20-meter turtle mech loomed silently behind him. He walked over, pressing his palm against the icy armor. The cockpit slid open. He climbed in and settled into the control seat. Neural link cables automatically attached to his temples and the nape of his neck. A slight sting. Then his vision expanded into a panoramic view, data streams scrolling at the edge of his sight. He raised the mechanical arm, spread its 5 fingers, and clenched them into a fist. It moved as fluidly as his own hand. Objective: eliminate all enemy ground units in the canyon ahead. Time limit 10 minutes. Shan Ying pushed the control stick forward. The mech strode forward, its heavy footsteps kicking up clouds of dust. He charged into the canyon. Enemies appeared, simulated auto turrets and light armor. The shoulder-mounted particle cannon lifted, locked on, and fired. A blue beam tore through the air, shattering the turret into fragments. He sprinted, leaped, and crushed a vehicle beneath his landing. The high-frequency oscillating blade snapped out, a ghostly blue arc slicing through the air, cleaving another turret in two. The movements were fluid, precise, and 10 minutes elapsed. Nothing remained in the canyon but smoldering wreckage. Third segment complete. Assessment concluded. All visuals faded. The hatch slowly opened. Light flooded in. Shan Ying squinted, rising slowly to a seated position. He stepped out of the connection pod, his feet touching the ground, feeling slightly unsteady. In the hall, others emerged one after another. Some leaned against the pod walls, gasping for air. Some sat directly on the floor. Others stared at the ceiling, their chests heaving violently. No one spoke. Only the ragged sound of breathing rising and falling. Lai Quan walked over and handed him a bottle of water. Shan Ying took it, unscrewed the cap, and took a long gulp. The water was lukewarm, sliding down his throat, slightly easing the dryness. How was it? Lai Quan asked. Shan Ying shook his head. I don't know. He truly didn't. The questions were too difficult, the time too tight. He could only act on instinct. Right or wrong, success or failure. He had. Chief of Staff Zhao Qiming also emerged from his pod. The old man's face was pale, but his back remained straight as a ramrod. He glanced at Shan Ying, then at the other young people around, his expression complex. Yuanuafu coughed loudly, wiped his face. Damn, this is more exhausting than actual combat, he said. Ling's voice rang through the hall at that moment. All assessment data has been collected. Analyzing. Everyone looked up at the holographic screen suspended in the center of the hall. On the screen, a list began to scroll. Names followed by their scores in the 3 segments and the final assigned positions. Shan Ying saw his own. Shan Ying, Command Theory S, Coordinated Combat, S, Mech Control A. Overall rating S. Position Fleet Commander. He stared at that line for 3 seconds. Then he let out a long, slow breath. Lai Quan's name appeared as well. Position Captain. Yuanuafu Fleet Commander. Zhao Qiming Fleet Commander. Kai Sa Fleet Commander. Ermasai Fleet Commander. The list continued to scroll. Some clenched their fists. Some lowered their heads, shoulders relaxing. Some smiled, a faint subdued smile. Some had red-rimmed eyes. There were no cheers, no celebrations. Only a heavy, tangible sense of settlement. For months. 1,110 individuals. From today onward, they've borne new identities. Navigator Fleet, Commanders, Captains, Mech Pilots. 18 days remained until the fleet reached Proxima Centauri. Their time was running out. On the night after the assessment, the dining hall in Training Zone 3 of Tiangong Space Station was livelier than usual. When Shan Ying carried his tray looking for a seat, he saw Lai Quan had already secured a table by the window with 2 empty seats opposite. He sat down and placed his tray on. Lai Quan looked up at him, said nothing, and went back to shoveling food into his mouth. The chair next to him was pulled out, and Long Ye 03 and Long Ye 06 came over with their trays. Captain. Long Ye 03 murmured as he sat down, his voice low. Shan Ying grunted in acknowledgement and broke apart his chopsticks. The braised potato and beef on his tray steamed with warmth. He picked up a piece, chewed, and gazed out the window. Outside the simulated starfield was serene. That mech control segment in the assessment Long Ye 06 said, biting his chopsticks. The third segment Canyon Assault. Captain, how long did you take? 6 minutes 11 seconds, Shanning replied. Long Ye 06's chopsticks slipped from his mouth. I took 7 minutes 22 seconds. He paused. I thought I was fast enough. You were fast enough, Shanning said, glancing at him. The pass line was 8 minutes. Long Ye 06 didn't reply. He lowered his head and shoveled rice into his mouth, the corners of his lips barely holding back a smile. At the adjacent table, Ivanov was carrying his tray, searching for a seat. Spotting the Mountain Eagle's table, he strode over directly and without asking plopped down in the empty seat beside Long Ye 03. Squeeze and brothers of the Dragon God Nation, he said, his Russian accent thick, his Chinese pronunciation imperfect. Long Ye 03 shifted aside, making Ivanov grabbed his spoon, scooped up a large heap of mashed potatoes, and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing, he suddenly broke into a grin, revealing white teeth smeared with potato. Who was the commander of the third group in today's simulation? Mountain Eagle looked up. I was. Ivanov gestured with his spoon in the air. That left flank thrust of yours cut off my supply lines. He said this without any hint of complaint. His tone instead carried a note of appreciation. 3 minutes, and I lost 2 transport ships. He scooped another spoonful. I never recovered from it afterward. Mountain Eagle didn't pick up the thread. He set down his chopsticks, picked up his cup, and took a drink of water. Tomorrow. Hound suddenly spoke, his voice flat. Has the training schedule been released? The table fell silent for 2 seconds. Zero hasn't said, Long Ye 03 replied. Just told us to rest well tonight. The words rest well came out of his mouth with a peculiar tone. For months had passed, and this was the first time they had heard such an instruction. Ivanov pushed his empty plate aside and leaned back into his chair. I'm planning to put in an extra 2 hours in the gravity room. What if tomorrow is the official command assessment? Asked Long Ye 06. Ivanov paused, startled. He thought for a moment, then grabbed his plate again and stood up. Then he'll do 1 extra hour. That night the gravity room's usage rate was 40% lower than usual. The lights in the dormitory area went out earlier than normal. Mountain Eagle lay in his berth staring at the ceiling. The simulation window was set to a real-time view of the lunar base, the gray-white regolith stretching across his vision, utterly still. He closed his eyes and fell asleep, and that night he had no dreams. The next morning at 5:23 Mountain Eagle woke. He lay for 3 seconds, then turned over and sat up. He washed up, dressed, and pushed open the door. Footsteps already echoed in the corridor. Light as yesterday, just as dense. But today's rhythm was different, noticeably quicker, more urgent. He reached the cafeteria entrance and saw that it was already 70 to 80% full. Some were shoving the last bite of bread into their mouths, others hurriedly carrying trays in search of a seat, and a few stood before the coffee machine waiting for their cups to fill, fingers tapping lightly on the rim. Zhao Qiming sat in his usual spot, his soy milk already half finished. He saw Mountain Eagle and gave a slight nod. Mountain Eagle nodded back, picked up his tray, and walked over to sit beside Hound. Assembly at 6 sharp, Hound said. Mountain Eagle glanced at the clock on the wall. 5:39. He lowered his head and began to eat his chopsticks, never pausing. At 6 sharp, Central Simulation Hall. All 1,110 were present. No one was late. Zero's hologram materialized before the main lights. She wore that simple silver-white uniform, her eyes gliding with a steady stream of data as she looked at everyone. Good morning. Her voice was calm, just as it had been every day for the past 4 months at the start of training. First, I will announce the final assignment results from yesterday's assessment. The light screen displayed the full list. Fleet Commanders 10. Ship Captains 100. Lin Ye IV-type mech pilots 1,000. Mountain Eagle saw his name on the first line. He saw Hound on the 6th line of the commander list. He saw Ivanov, Caesar, Artemis, Zhao Qiming, Polaris, Great Wall, Wall Street, Wolf, and Dragon Scale in their respect. He saw Long Ye 03 and Long Ye 06 on the captain list. He saw Long Ye 03, Long Ye 04, Long Ye 05, all the way to Long Ye 100, densely covering the first half of the mech pilot. The hall was very quiet. Only those names on the light screen glowed softly. The assignments are confirmed. From today onward, each of you will formally assume your respective duties. Zero paused for 2 seconds. Now I will announce the next phase of the training plan. The light screen switched. A new title emerged: Real Warship Teleoperation Adaptability Training. The air in the hall seemed to freeze for an instant. Mountain Eagle's fingers tightened slightly. Beside him, Hound's breath caught for a beat. Training content: access the real warship control system and conduct remote collaborative combat exercises with actual hardware. Training platform: Dawn I-type interstellar battleship. Training location: outer Kuiper belt of the solar system, designated safe zone. Training duration: 7 days. Phase 1 first 3 days basic coordination and formation maneuvering. Phase 2 middle 3 days red versus blue simulated combat. Phase 3 last day live fire exercise. Daily training hours 14 hours. After the 7th day of training, a comprehensive evaluation will be conducted. Those who pass will proceed to the next stage: Dawn II and auxiliary ship maneuver. Zero's voice stopped. The entire hall remained silent. Mountain Eagle could feel his heartbeat. Heavy once then again. He heard someone behind him inhale. Very faint, but not suppressed. Then another line appeared on the light screen. This training session total number of Dawn-I-type interstellar battleships available for use 5,000. 5,000. That number hung there cold and unadorned. Caesar's lips moved, but no sound came out. Ivanov's jaw muscles tensed. Hound's eyes were lowered, but his hands resting on his knees had their knuckles turned white from gripping. 5,000 Dawn-I ships. Not some abstract notion of many ships. 5,000. Each one was a 999-meter-long interstellar battleship, with firepower capable of suppressing a planet's surface equipped with a complete combat system. Mountain Eagle recalled what Wisdom had said during the live broadcast 4 months ago, the Dawn class. Production stopped over a year ago. At the time he thought it was just a Now he understood the true number behind that statement. They stopped production because they were building something better, and the ones already built. Over 5,000. Because there must certainly be some on patrol guard duty or other missions. Zero's gaze swept across the hall. Her tone remained unchanged as if stating the most ordinary fact. You have 50 minutes to prepare. At 7 sharp please report to your designated connection pods. Training coordinates and access keys have been sent to your personal terminal. Detailed parameters of the Dawn-I, the operation difference comparison table with the Dawn-II, and the specific training subject schedule have been updated simultaneously. Please read them carefully. Her hologram flickered faintly, then vanished before the light screen. In the hall silence persisted for 3 seconds. He had to admit that this rhetoric, this name, greatly neutralized the aggressiveness of the action, packaging it into a more legitimate exploration. No one spoke, yet everyone stirred. Shanning rose as well. He turned and walked out like Juan at his side. Longya 03, Longya 06, and dozens more from the Longya squadrons fell in behind him, their steps brisk, yet orderly. The corridor was a tide of figures in black training uniforms. Footsteps fell so thick they sounded like a storm on stone. Some were nearly jogging. No one wished to waste a single second of the 50 minutes. Shanning pushed open his pod door. He stood before the connection bay hesitating before lying down. He first activated his personal terminal and pulled up the files Ling had just issued. Paxiao I-type, length 999 meters. Main armament 2 Jinhua 2 twin-mounted particle beam turrets. Secondary armament 8 Jinhua 2 twin rapid-fire secondary guns. Point defense 256 Inghua 2 high-energy laser matrices and 16 Beifeng-class electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons. Missile bays 16 large, 32 medium, 80 small. Shield system belay 3 energy shield single array, no redundancy. Conventional propulsion 8 Xingxuan 3 fusion particle drive units. Standard cruising speed 0. 0.7 times the speed of light. Maximum sprint 0. 1 times the speed of light. He read line by line. He already knew these specifications by heart, but seeing them now felt different. Because after 7 o'clock what he would command would no longer be lines of code in a simulator, but 5,000 true interstellar warships. He closed the file and lay into the connection bay. The hatch sealed. Darkness fell. He closed his eyes and evened his breath. Exactly 7 o'clock. Identity confirmed. Shanning. Connecting to Paxiao I-type remote control system. Connection successful. The fleet under your command is as follows. Paxiao I-type interstellar battleships, 500. Under command 10 captains, 100 mecha pilots, all current sector the outskirts of the Ku-Iba belt, coordinates synchronized. Today's training basic coordination and formation maneuvering I. Mission objective as squadrons execute deployment and maneuver from stationary to cruising formation with an error margin below 0. 3. Duration 14 hours. You may now inspect the squadrons under your command via the system interface. A field of stars unfolded in Shan Ying's vision. The Ku-Iba belt sky was darker and colder than the inner system. The sun had shrunk to a bright pinprick, and out in that void, 500 Paxiao I-type vessels hovered in silence. They arrayed themselves into a standard cubic formation. Their navigation lights blinked with metronomic rhythm, like a slumbering forest of steel. Not a hologram, not a simulation. These were at this very moment 500 real warships suspended in the void 5,000 kilometers away. Shan Ying's fingers tightened on the control stick. He did not issue commands at once. He watched the fleet for 5 seconds. Then he keyed the full band comm. All ships initiate main thruster warm-up. Power at 5%. 500 green indicators lit almost in the same instant. 500 ghost blue ion tails ignited together in the cold, deep, a silent scattering of starfire. Day 1. 10 squadrons, 5,000 Paxiao I-types rehearsed their assemblies and dispersals against the pitch-black backdrop of the Ku-Iba belt. Shan Ying's right-wing formation fanned into a cone, closed, turned, and opened again. Liquin's left-wing formation held a diamond pattern, maintaining spacing, while shifting 100 kilometers overall, the error reduced to 0. 2. Longya 03, on the 17th ship of the 6th Squadron, stared at the distance between his vessel and its comrades, barely blinking for 5 hours. Lin Ye 06 in the 9th Squadron was singled out over comms by his captain for a lapse in formation. After debrief, he sat alone in the corner of the mess for half an hour barely touching his food. Lin Ye 04 was a mecha pilot. On the first day the mecha units were not integrated into tactical exercises. He lay in the connection bay watching his mecha stand by in the post-apocalyptic hangar. The screen read only standby. He watched for 6 hours. Then he brought up the mecha control assist and recited anew every joint's range of motion on the Lin Ye, for every vector thruster's response delay, every weapon's reload. On the second and third days with basic formation drills concluded, they moved into complex maneuvers, 5,000 warships performing spatial fold maneuvers in unison, changing heading and velocity together. The Lin Ye mecha formations practiced coordinated launches, escorts, interceptions, and assaults. Liquin Squadron had shaved its spacing error down to 0. Zhao Qiming devised a signaling method for predictive repositioning and presented it to the other commanders at the third-day debrief. Yuanuafu sketched diagrams on his terminal as he listened, then slid them over to Chongqing. Chongqing glanced it over and added 2 fire cover lines. Kaisha said nothing during the meeting. Afterward, he requested a copy of Zhao Qiming's scheme and sent it to the 10 captains under his command. On the third evening, Ling's voice sounded on schedule. Phase 1 training complete. All personnel passed. Tomorrow begins Phase 2 Red-Blue simulated combat exercises. Red side, all personnel across 10 squadrons totaling 1,000 Peshawar types. Blue side, Lin-controlled autonomous fleet totaling 4,000 Peshawar. Engagement rules: both sides may freely fight within a circular zone of radius 5 million kilometers. Knockdown criteria: shields reduced to 0, and the hull sustaining more than 3 effective hits. Engagement rules: both sides may freely fight within a circular zone of radius 5 million kilometers. Knockdown criteria: shields reduced to 0. The first match will commence at 8 tomorrow morning. The words on the light screen vanished. In the mess hall, mini spoons hung frozen in midair. Free-for-all engagement. 4,000 versus 1,000. It's not a matter of defense or offense. It's a true onion-owned slaughter. Shining stuffed the last bite of potato into his mouth, chewed twice and swallowed. He lifted his plate and stood. Squadron commanders tactical meeting in 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, holographic images of the 10 commanders assembled in front of Shan in the holographic battle map for tomorrow unfolded. Blue's advantage is numbers, Zhao Qiming said, first drawing a circle on the star chart. 4,000 vessels could completely surround us. Our advantage is, he hesitated. None. Yuanuafu gave a lopsided smile. There is, Shanning said. Everyone turned to him. Blue is commanded by Ling. Shanning said, Ling does not make mistakes. He paused for 2 seconds. But Ling will not take risks either. Against 4,000 to 1,000, she has no reason. So her formation will be standard defensive conservative, he said, eyes on the chart. We have to force her to air. On the 4th day, at 7:40, the virtual bridge displayed a 3-dimensional star map with a radius of 5 million kilometers. Zero would not let them know the opponent's initial layout in advance. Reminder: this confrontation is a simulated attack. All weapon firing data will be determined by the system for hits or misses, causing no actual damage. Good luck to everyone. At 8 o'clock, 4,000 red points of light lit up simultaneously on the star map. Shanning's pupils slightly contracted. This was not a defensive formation. It was an encirclement. The entire fleet maneuvered to coordinate point 12, 47, 83. His voice transmitted through the communication channel. Pyramid formation: left wing advance, right wing contract. 100 red warships simultaneously activated their thrusters. At the same moment, the Hound's fleet slipped between 2 clusters of the blue side. The Dragon Tooth 04 was in the 11th mech squad. He pushed the control stick and the mech was launched from the slide rail, the thrusters on its back emitting 2 blue. His vision switched to the mech's main optical lens. A blue warship was adjusting its course 3 kilometers away. The simulated lock-on alert sounded in his ears. Then the side of that warship lit up with 3 red spots simultaneously. It wasn't him who fired. It was 3 other mechs that opened fire first. Damn it, Dragon Tooth 04 cursed, pushing the control stick towards the next target. In the first confrontation, 23 minutes in, a gap appeared on the left wing of the red side. Ivanov's fleet was besieged by 2 clusters of the blue side, losing 42 warships in 17 minutes. He did not retreat. He ordered the remaining ships to charge at full speed into the blue fleet's formation. The formation was thrown into chaos. The blue side's fire net showed a delay of 0.3 seconds. Shanning seized the opportunity, leading his 100 ships directly into the core area of the blue side. The Hound's fleet simultaneously pushed forward from the other side. Zhao Qiming's fleet was responsible for covering the rear flank. Caesar's fleet was positioned behind, intercepting the blue side's flanking attack with high-density anti-air fire. At 48 minutes, Dragon Tooth 03's ship was targeted by 3 blue warships. The moment the shield value dropped to 0, he pressed the emergency evasion command for the entire fleet. It was half a second too late. The system determined the ship sustained 3 effective hits. His ship exited the battlefield. Dragon Tooth 03 sat up from the connection cabin, his back drenched in sweat. He stared at the darkened screen for 3 seconds, then lay back down waiting for the exercise to end while checking the real-time monitoring. At 63 minutes, Dragon Tooth 04's mech was entangled by blue unmanned fighters. He performed 3 consecutive rolls to evade shaking off 2 enemy aircraft, but the third locked onto him from a blind spot. The simulated hit alert lit up in red. His mech exited the battlefield. He did not exit the connection cabin. He pulled up the battlefield overview map, focusing on the positions of the remaining red ships, hoping his teammates could successfully complete their tactical tasks. At 79 minutes, the red side had 111 ships remaining. The blue side had 3,906 ships remaining. At 87 minutes overtime, Shanning's flagship was surrounded by 3 blue formations at the edge of the airspace. His ship's shield was down to 7%. He ordered all weapons on the entire ship to fire simultaneously, targeting the flagship of the blue side's eastern form. 111 red warships, all main and secondary guns simultaneously locked onto a single target. Beams and missiles arrived at the same second. The blue flagship's shield overloaded, and the hull was hit 7 times. The system determined sunk. At 90 minutes, the confrontation ended. Red side sunk, count 93 blue ships. Blue side sunk, count 889 red ships. The red side lost. Shanning exited the connection cabin, his palm resting on the hatch, bowing his head for 5 seconds. He saw blood seeping from his palm again. He wiped his hand on his pants and turned to walk towards the tactical meeting room. The second match of the afternoon. The cafeteria was empty with everyone looking up. 5 years. A destroyer takes 10 years from design to launch, with a service life starting at 30 years. A fighter jet takes 20 years from its first flight to retirement. The Dawn I-type served for 5 years. It has been retired. Moreover, it was retired in this manner. 2,500 ships were targeted and shot down. The eagle lowered its gaze, rubbing its palm against the seam of its pants. The hound stood to his right, unmoving, its jaw tightly clenched, the muscle in its cheek twitching before settling down. He remained silent. Zhao Qiming stood at the edge of the crowd, his back straight, but his lips pressed together into a thin line. Ivanov stood in the third row. He stared at the message on the screen that read, "The Dawn I-type has been entered into the retirement sequence," his mouth half open, but silent. The Great Wall glanced at him from nearby. Ivanov closed his mouth, swallowing hard. Caesar kept his eyes lowered, staring at the floor, not having blinked for a long time. Lin Ye 03 leaned against the hatch, hands hanging down. He saw the line of text on the screen, his fingers curling into a fist. His nails dug into his flesh. He remembered the first time he entered the Dawn I-type simulation chamber, his palms drenched in sweat. At that time, he thought it was worth it to touch such a ship in his lifetime. Now 2,500 ships lay there waiting to be shot at. Yet no one uttered the question. Why not sell them to the state? Why not keep them? Why let them sink here? The eagle knew the reason. Because they are not needed. Because that person now holds the Dawn II type in hand, 1,000 ships with curvature engines moving at 12 times the speed of light. The Dawn I type is indeed due for retirement. Like an old phone replaced and tossed into a drawer to collect dust. But this phone, any country that picks it up would treat it as a national treasure. The eagle withdrew his hand from the hatch. Don't think about it. He heard his own voice lower than usual. It's useless to think. What a pity. The hound followed him into the adjacent hatch. Just before the hatch closed, the hound spoke softly, almost to itself. Then the hatch closed. At 7 o'clock sharp, the eagle's vision brightened again. The stars of the Kuiper belt spread out before him, cold and dark. The sun shrank to a small point of light hanging at the edge of the sky. In front of him, 2,500 Dawn I-types floated silently. Their navigation lights like a slumbering forest of steel. He pressed the full-frequency communication button. All ships. His voice transmitted across the channel. There will be no simulated attack today. All weapons disarmed. Shields preheated to maximum threshold. If they sink, then they are truly sunk. The channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Ivanov's voice burst in. It should have been done this way. His voice was loud enough to be deafening. I intend to sink 10 of them today. Someone laughed in response. Soon laughter spread. The hound did not laugh. He focused on his star map. Blue forces deploy. Attack formation. 6 clusters encircling from all sides. The eagle brought up the holographic star map. 2,500 red dots advanced from 6 directions. It was not encirclement. It was a crushing force. Zero had no intention of defending. She aimed to crush them. Hedon. The 1st and 2nd fleets engage Hedon. The 3rd and 4th fleets support from the left flank. The 5th and 6th fleets encircle from the right. The 7th and 8th fleets maneuver from the rear. The eagle paused. Hound. The 10th fleet disengaged from the main formation. Find an opportunity to stab her in the back. The hound responded with a sound of agreement. 2,500 blue warships simultaneously powered up their. The first exchange of fire erupted 480,000 kilometers away. The eagle focused on the star map. The blue Vanguard fleet was rapidly approaching. He did not rush to give the order to fire. Wait. 470,000 kilometers. 460,000. 450,000. Fire. The Red Fleet 400 ships unleashed 800 main cannons simultaneously emitting brilliant white beams. The beams sped through the vacuum silently. 20 seconds later they pierced into the blue vanguard formation. The shields of the leading 3 blue warships rippled violently. Energy readings plummeted from 100 to 41. They did not break. A single shot from the main cannon could not penetrate a fully powered shield. At least 5 shots were needed. Perhaps even 6. The blue counterattack beams tore through the red left flank almost simultaneously. Ivanov's flagship was targeted by 5 blue warships. The shield dropped from 100 to 19. Damn. Ivanov slammed the control stick. All ships turned left. Evasive maneuvers. Behind him 2 escort ships lagged by 0.3 of a second. The blue force's second round of concentrated fire caught them. The shields went down to 0. The hull was hit 3 times. They exited the battlefield. The Eagle focused on the star map, his fingers never leaving the control panel. The blue tactics were simple. 5 ships to take down 1. After 2 rounds of concentrated fire 1 would surely sink. It was terrifyingly efficient. All fleets maintained distance. He adjusted the orders. Increase maneuver frequency by 60%. The battle situation became tense. Ivanov's left flank was caught between 2. After losing 41 warships, he managed to tear open a gap. 4th Fleet charged with me. He led the remaining 59 warships into the heart of the blue formation. The blue firepower grid showed a delay of 0.4 of a second. The Hound seized that 0.4. 10th Fleet full speed ahead. His voice was low like a blade sliding across a whetstone. 100 warships shot out from the rear side of the red formation. The exhaust trails formed 100 blue lines. They did not fly in a straight line. The Hound's commands came one after another. Turn left 12 degrees. Right turn 9 degrees. Dive 25 degrees. He flew alongside the edge of a small asteroid belt. Ice rocks rushed past him on both sides, the nearest piece, less than 300 meters from the ship's hull. The blue radar had blind spots here. 0 needed 1.8 seconds to relock. 1.8 seconds. Enough. The Hound focused on the star map. The flagship of the blue 6th cluster was exposed at the edge of the firepower grid. Fire at will. 100 brilliant white beams shot out from the shadows of the ice. 0.9 seconds later. The blue flagship's shields went down to 0. The hull was hit 5 times in the midsection. The system assessed sunk. The Hound, retreat. All ships reverse maximum power. 100 warships trailed blue flames quickly retreating into the shadow of the asteroid belt. Zero's counterattack beams plowed through the position they had just occupied. They fired blankly. Lin Ye 04 was in the hangar of the 9th Fleet. The moment the launch indicator turned green, he pushed the control stick. The mech shot out from the rail. The rear wing thrusters expelled 2 streams of blue light. The view switched to the main optical lens. The battlefield unfolded before him. Beams fell like a downpour. Missile exhaust trails resembled swarms of locusts. He dove skimming past the flank of a defensive lasers swept past above his head. He yanked the stick, turned sharply, shaking off the lock-on. Then he saw her. A blue Lin Ye 4 type. Matte dark gray paint identical to his. It hovered above the bridge of a blue warship, its optical lens aimed directly at him. Lin Ye 04's pupils constricted instantly. The next moment the mech vanished. Instinctively he pulled the control stick. A high-frequency oscillating blade sliced through the spot where he had just been. A difference of 0.3 seconds. Faster than him. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ye 04 engaged full thrusters, retreating in a sharp backward burst. The mech pursued. 2 streaks of light wove and tangled among the wreckage of warships and streams of beam fire. Lin Ye 04 fired. The beam from his shoulder-mounted particle. The mech sidestepped, dodging the beam. Simultaneously, a second cutting blade deployed from its right arm. Dual-wielding. Lin Ye 04's heart sank. He drew his blade and parried. The 2 cutting edges clashed. A burst of azure lightning erupted. His mech was knocked back 40 meters. The other mech, it charged in, left blade slashing down, right blade sweeping horizontally. Lin Ye 04 blocked the left blade. The right blade sliced across his flank. Armor damage warning flashed red. He ignored it. Full thrusters, instead of retreating, he surged forward and crashed into the mech's embrace. The 2 steel bodies collided with a heavy impact. Gripping his cutting blade, he slashed upward from below. The mech released its left blade and used its arm to take the blow. The armor was cut open, but the mech's other hand had already pressed against his cockpit. It fired. Wrist-mounted rapid-fire laser. The simulated hit indicator flashed red. Lin Ye 04's mech withdrew from the battlefield. He leaned back in the cockpit seat, gasping for air. Sweat ran into his eyes, but he didn't wipe it. He stared at the black screen for 5 seconds. Then he called up the 12-second battle replay. He watched it frame by frame. 3 times. At the 68th minute of the battle, Shaniying confirmed one thing. Ling was holding back. The blue side had 4 opportunities to completely crush the red main force. 4 times. She did not strike. It was not a mistake. It was deliberate. She allowed Laidback to sink the flagship. She let Ivanov's remaining forces. She let Lin Ye 04 engage in a 12-second dogfight with that mech. Shaniying stared at the star map. Red remaining ships 733. Blue remaining ships 2098. The loss ratio was still ugly, but his palms were no longer sweaty. All squadrons. He pressed the communicator. Blue is letting us off. The channel fell silent for a moment. But this exercise is not for us to win. His voice was flat. It's to let us know how a real battle should be fought. Use everything you've learned here. At the 83rd minute, Lin Ye 06 led his mech squadron to break through from behind Blue's 7th cluster. They did not attack the warships. They attacked the launch bay doors of the Lin Ye mechs. 21 Lin Ye were destroyed together with their launch pods before they could even eject from the hangar. A gap appeared in the Blue anti-air network. Laidback led the remaining 42 ships of the 10th Fleet through this gap. 3 Blue warships were sunk by concentrated fire. At the 360th minute, Ling's voice rang out on all channels. Time's up. The confrontation ends. On the star map, the markers of both red and blue sides extinguished simultaneously. 3 seconds later, red destroyed blue 117 ships. Blue destroyed red 2283 ships. Exercise over. The lights in the bridge returned to normal. Shanning released the control stick. He leaned back in his seat looking up at the virtual dome. The static starry sky was very dark. He stared for a long time. No one spoke in the channel. After nearly a minute, Yuanofa spoke. Damn it, he said. Still can't beat them. His voice held no frustration. Instead, it carried a strange lightness as if something had been lifted. 220 to 117. Laidback said. 20 to 1. If Ling hadn't held back at least 40 to 1. No one replied. Zhao Kaiming's voice sounded. 40 to 1 is still a profit, the old man said steadily. Ling's command cannot be replicated by the Proxima Centauri people. We were able to knock out 117 of her ships. Over there, how many rounds can the enemy withstand? The channel was silent for 2 seconds. Lin Ye 03 whispered, Ling holding back. Is that also part of the training? No one answered him. Ling's holographic image lit up on everyone's terminal screens simultaneously. Phase 3 live fire exercise concluded. All participants tactical awareness assessment pass. Coordination efficiency assessment good. Emergency response assessment excellent. Overall assessment pass. She paused. Please remember the combat experience from this exercise. Every destroyed warship, every fallen mech, every round that missed or hit. These are the costs you will have to pay on the real battlefield. The decommissioning of the Dawn Eye is not for destruction. It is to teach you how to bear these costs. Now the costs have been paid. You move forward. Her tone was calm, as if stating something utterly ordinary. Tomorrow at 7:00 a.m. sharp. The remote control system for the Dawn Eye interstellar battleship will be officially open to you all. At that time you will assume actual command posts in the Vanguard fleet. Please prepare. Her hologram flickered and then vanished. The hall lights slowly brightened. The cockpit hatches opened one after another. Shanning sat up. The back of his training suit was completely soaked, clinging to his spine, cold and heavy. He stepped out of the cockpit. Yuanofa shouted to him from across several rows of cockpits. Tomorrow. Dawn Eye, the one with 12 times light speed. His voice was so loud it nearly blew the roof off. Someone nearby laughed. Lin Ye 04 was the last to climb out of the cockpit. He lowered his head, staring at his own palms. They were covered in sweat. He slowly clenched his fist, then released. Laidback walked over to him. That blue mech, Laidback said. You tangled with it for 12 seconds. Lin Ye 04 looked up. I lost, he said. She pinned me against the cockpit and beat me. Laidback looked at him. You lost, Laidback said. But in those 12 seconds, she didn't shake you off. Lin Ye 04 was stunned for a moment. Laidback said no more, turned and walked toward the cafeteria. Lin Ye 04 stood still. After a few seconds he followed. The cafeteria had more people than usual, but fewer voices. Many people carried trays, found a corner, sat down, and ate with their heads lowered. There was nothing to discuss. 220 to 117. A loss is a loss. But after the loss, tomorrow brings a brand new challenge. Shanning sat by the window. Outside the window was the simulated starry sky of the Kuiper Belt. The sun had shrunk to a tiny dot of light hanging in a corner of the sky. He stared at that dot. Laidback sat down beside him. Ling was right. Laidback began. The costs have been paid. Shanning didn't turn his head. He finished the last piece of potato. Tomorrow at 7. He picked up his tray and stood up. Don't be late. Laidback didn't answer. He wolfed down the remaining food on his plate in a few bites, then outside the cafeteria. The footsteps in the corridor began to grow dense again. Not hurried. Steady. Like a metronome with calibrated rhythm. One beat. Another. Shanning pushed open his cabin door. Before lying down in the cockpit, he glanced at the time on the wall. 2152. Until tomorrow morning at 7. 9 hours and 8 minutes left. He closed his eyes. In the darkness, he heard his own heartbeat. Steady, powerful. At 6:55 in the morning the next day, Shanning stood in front of his connection pod, his palm resting on the edge of the pod cover. The sleeves of his training suit were rolled up to his forearm, revealing a wrist with visible veins. He stared at the densely packed sensor interfaces inside the pod, unmoving. The sound of the pod cover sliding open came from beside him. The hound lay down inside. A few rows over, Lin Ye 03 was bending down to untie his shoelaces, pausing halfway, looking up at the ceiling, his lips moving, as if murmuring something. From the direction of the dining area, the faint sound of plates clashing could be heard. Some were still having breakfast while others had finished and come over. Shaning heard footsteps approaching from behind. Ivanov, how did you sleep last night? His voice sounded particularly loud at this hour. Shaning did not turn around. It was okay. Okay. Ivanov walked around to his side, grinning widely. I slept for 6 hours straight, without waking up in between. As he spoke, there was a hint of red in his eyes, but he indeed appeared quite spirited. Shaning glanced at him. You lost 73 ships yesterday, right? Ivanov's smile widened. But in that last wave I took down 9 from the blue side. He patted Shaning on the shoulder, the force quite heavy. We're switching ships today. The new one. The one with 12 times light speed. I want to see if Zero can still react at full speed when charging. After saying that, he walked back to his position. Shaning withdrew his hand from the pod cover. He lay down inside. Just before the pod cover closed, he heard Zero's voice come from the overhead public channel. Good morning. There are 10 days until the navigator fleet arrives at the outskirts of Proxima B. Starting today, all of you will enter the adaptive training for remote control of the Dawn 2 type and auxiliary ships. The ships available for this training are as follows. Dawn 2 type interstellar battleships, 2,000 ships. Tian-Tsang class logistical support ships, 200 ships. Kuanping 3 type large transport ships, 200 ships. Shan Ying's finger paused on the control stick. 2,000 Dawn 2s. Adding 200 Tian-Tsang class and 200 Kuanping 3 type. Exactly the scale of 2 navigator fleets. He remembered the live broadcast from 4 months ago. 1,000 Dawn 2s filled the void outside Mars orbit, 100 Tian-Tsang class, 100 Kuanping 3 type. At that time it felt like the most formidable fleet assembly in human history. Now, the same configuration doubled. Still for training purposes. The channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Ivanov's voice exploded in. 2,000 ships. His voice was even louder than before. Along with the previous 1,000 from the navigator, 3,000 Dawn 2s. For months, no one responded. Shaning held the control stick unmoving. He lowered his gaze, looking at the fine anti-slip textures on the surface of the stick. The hound's voice came through the channel, very calm. Let's connect, he said. 2,000 ships, enough for each of us to have double the share. One of the commanders chuckled softly in response. The laughter was light, but it was indeed a laugh. Shaning pressed the connection button. His vision shifted. The starry sky of the Kuiper belt unfolded again. But this time the distant floating steel forest was longer and thinner. Dawn 2. The 1,500-meter hull shimmered in matte black-gray under the starlight, its lines sharp. 2,000 ships, neatly arranged in 40 rows with 50. The navigation lights flashed on and off. Shaning stared at them. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. He counted. 2,000 ships. Not one more now. Then he saw that behind the array there was another fleet. Kuanping 3 type. Silver-white, 3 kilometers long, oval-shaped. 200 ships. The Tian-Tsang class was also beside it. The same silver-white oval hull, but the sides of the hull were lined with 8 thick mechanical arms. 200 ships. Together 2,400 ships. Shaning slowly inhaled. All subfleets. He pressed the all-frequency communication. According to yesterday's assigned groupings, take your positions. 10 minutes later, first round of formation maneuvering training. The confirmations from each fleet captain echoed in the channel. Shaning released the communication key. He placed his hand back on the control stick, gripping it gently. In his view, the navigation lights of the 2,000 Dawn 2s lit up simultaneously. Training began. A week later. Tiangong Starport Training Zone 3. Shaning sat up from the connection pod. The training suit on his back was soaked clean. He stepped out of the pod, standing in place, stretching his neck. For the past few days they had been training 14 hours every day, and the operation logic of the Dawn 2 was completely different from that of the Dawn I. It reacted faster, had more firepower, and was more maneuverable. But the most different aspect was that curvature engine, 12 times light speed. They had practiced in the simulation system for 4 months, already memorizing all the parameters. But truly connecting to the real ship, personally pushing that control stick, letting the 1,500-meter hull slide into the warp bubble, felt entirely different. The sight of space distorting around starlight, being stretched into lines transmitted back through the real sensors, was far clearer than in the simulation system. He walked towards the dining area. There were not many people in the corridor. At this hour most were still in the training pods. He pushed open the door to the dining area and saw the hound already sitting in his usual spot. The plate in front of him was empty. The hound was staring out at the simulated starry sky, motionless. Shaning took a plate and sat down beside him. What day is it now? The hound did not turn his head. The 7th day. Shaning picked up a piece of potato. 3 days left. The hound responded with an silence. Only the light clinking of cutlery could be heard in the dining area. After a while the hound spoke up. Where do you think they are now? Shaning paused his chopsticks for a moment. Then he continued picking his food. They should be arriving soon, he said. Maybe in 3 days. The hound did not ask further. He stood up, carrying his empty plate back to the recycling area. Somewhere about 0.1 light years from Proxima B. The navigator fleet flagship navigator. The starry sky had changed here. The familiar sun from the solar system was now just an extremely faint point of light mixed among countless stars requiring a star map to locate. And directly ahead, Proxima, a dark red point of light brighter than all the surrounding stars. Its glow shone on the bridge coming through the observation window soft and slightly red. Zero's voice echoed in the bridge. Arrived at designated coordinate 1. Distance to Proxima B approximately 0.1 light years. Surrounding area scan complete. Suitable ice-rich small celestial bodies for establishing a watch station detected approximately 8 million kilometers. Shall we begin operations? The bridge was empty. Only the indicator lights on the control panel blinked rhythmically. Zero's holographic figure stood in front of the observation window, gazing at that red star. 3 seconds later. Command confirmed. Monitoring and contact station, begin construction. The formation of the navigator fleet shifted. 100 Kunpeng 3-type ships separated from the main formation, their thrusters emitting a blue flame as they headed towards that group of ice-rich small celestial bodies. Their cargo holds were loaded with prefabricated modular components. Support structures, energy cores, communication arrays, radar bases. Everything was already prepared. All that remained was to transport them to the designated positions and commence assembly. At the same moment, 20 Tianquan-class supply ships began to converge toward the Kunpeng Ye-type vessels. Their mechanical arms unfurled 8 long appendages stretching beneath the starlight. The docking clamps at the ends opened wide, awaiting the unloading of the supply ships before initiating the assembly process. The post-apocalyptic fleet maintained a vigilant formation deployed around the periphery of the operational zone. Quantum radars swept at full power, main batteries charged and standing by. 3 hours, 180 minutes later. On the surface of the icy minor planet, the first module was lowered. Then the second. The third. The support structure extended and connected like a skeletal framework. The energy core was hoisted into its reserved position, and a blue glow of activation seeped through the gaps. The communications array unfurled, its antennae oriented toward the solar system. The concealed antennas of the radar base began to rotate silently, scanning the surrounding space. 3 hours later, an outpost 500 meters in diameter and approximately 200 meters tall stood quietly beneath the surface of that icy mine. Its exterior had been camouflaged, revealing almost no flaw. At this moment, all system functions had been activated. Ling's voice rang out again. Surveillance and communication outpost construction complete. Communication test in progress. Test completed. Communication delay with Yuecha base 4. 2 milliseconds. Communication delay with Tiangong starport 4. 3 milliseconds. No abnormal activity signals detected within 50 million kilometers. Pioneer fleet may proceed. The bridge fell silent for 3 seconds. Then in the midsection of the Linghong, where the silver shuttle warp drive was located, a deep blue glow began to kindle. 1,000 post-apocalyptic vessels began to warm up simultaneously. 100 Tianquan-class and 100 Kunpeng Ye-type ships initiated their engines in unison. Transparent warp bubbles expanded and took shape one after another in the deep void. 3 seconds later, 1,200 warp bubbles along with the ships inside them slid forward simultaneously. The starfield ahead began to warp and compress. The outpost behind them, that solitary new-built structure, quickly shrank and receded into the distance. The Pioneer fleet once again entered warp flight. Target 0.01 light-years outside the orbit of Proxima Centauri b. 3 days later, at a predetermined coordinate 0.01 light-years outside the orbit of Proxima Centauri b, a cloud of debris lay here. Much like the solar system, countless icy minor planets, cometary nuclei, and dust drifted slowly in this region. They had been here since the formation of the Proxima Centauri system, unchanged for billions of years. The temperature approached absolute zero. Starlight was exceedingly faint. Only the distant dim red star lent a faint tinge of warmth to this desolate realm. But now this stillness was shattered. 1,200 warp bubbles simultaneously emerged from the warped spacetime. They decelerated gradually and came. The bubble walls dissipated. The Pioneer fleet had arrived at the predetermined coordinates. Inside the bridge of Pixiao 01, Oling's voice sounded. Arrived at target area. Coordinates 0.01 light-years outside the orbit of Proxima Centauri b. Scanning surrounding environment. Scan complete. Icy minor planet cluster detected. Density matches expectations. No artificial object signals detected. No active detection beams detected. No abnormal activity detected. Current area is safe. She paused. Based on continuous observation data from the Yuantong system over the past 4 years. Preliminary assessment of Proxima Centauri's interstellar activity range. Mainly concentrated within 0.007 light-years outside the orbit of Proxima Centauri b. This cloud region has not been reached. This coordinate lies outside their activity range, relatively safe. The bridge was quiet. Only the indicator lights on the control panels blinked in a steady rhythm. 3 seconds later. Fleet division as follows. first, second, and third subfleets responsible for establishing a network of surveillance outposts within the cloud. Fourth through seventh subfleets maintain a vigilant formation ready to respond to any contingencies. Eighth, ninth, and 10th subfleets activate detection systems such as the Sentinel II-type quantum radar array to conduct a comprehensive scan of key focus planetary orbital facilities, spacecraft activity, energy signatures, and artificial surface traces. All detections shall remain in passive reception mode, no active illumination of targets. Record everything. All data to be synchronized in real time with UHA base. The directives were issued. The Pioneer fleet began its operations. 100 Kuanping II-type transport ships once again detached from the main formation and headed deep into the cloud. Their cargo holds carried the second batch of prefabricated modules. This time they would build not just one outpost, but a cluster. Monitoring stations, communication relay nodes, radar outposts, energy shields. A reconnaissance network needed to be deployed across the cloud. The exhaust plumes of the Kuanping II-type vessels traced blue lines through the darkness. They sped toward the selected icy minor planets and began releasing modules. Tian King-class supply ships followed behind, their mechanical arms extended ready to assist in assembly. Meanwhile, the 8th, 9th, and 10th subfleets were slowly adjusting their attitudes. 300 Pixiao II-class ships simultaneously opened dozens of armored panels on their midsections and flanks. These were the detection modules of the Sentinel II-type quantum radar array. In passive mode, it could capture the quantum signals radiated by targets themselves with extremely high sensitivity. The 300 arrays dispersed to form a vast distributed detection network in space. They emitted no signals, only receiving every electromagnetic wave and every trace of thermal radiation emanating from the direction of proximity. Inside the bridge of the Linghong data streams began to pour in. Quantum signals were decoded, denoised, and reconstructed layer by layer, stripping away useful thermal radiation maps, electromagnetic spectrum, orbital parameters, optical imaging, all data fused in real time. Ling's holographic figure stood before the main screen, watching the images gradually take shape. Proxima Centauri b, approximately 1200 kilometers in diameter. Its surface covered with dark red rocks and dust. The atmosphere was white deposits at the poles. 3 small satellites in orbit, the largest about 80 kilometers across. Then in the dark background beyond the planet's edge, a point of light, extremely faint, yet exceptionally stable, not flickering like a star, nor fleeting like a flare disturbance. It was simply a point. A persistent constant brightness point. Ling's gaze halted. Target designation B01. Located in the orbit of Proxima Centauri b, approximately 800 kilometers from the planetary surface. Enhancing imaging. The image was sharply magnified. The point of light became a blurred small spot. Further processing. The outline of the spot began to emerge. It was not a point. It was a structure. A composite structure, somewhat crude, formed by the connection of multiple regular geometric shapes. Long trusses connected several square modules. On the outer walls of the modules, plate-like objects resembling solar panels were deployed. At one end of the structure, the outline of a docking port was also visible. Zero stared at it. 1 second. 2 seconds. Suspected space station. Or a modular orbital port. Structural analysis, modular design truss, main structure, energy, dependent on extensive solar panels. No large thrusters or obvious defensive weapon structures detected. Scale assessment, medium-sized space station level. The bridge was quiet. Zero continued scanning. Soon new signals appeared. Detected multiple small moving signals. Orbital parameters intersect with the space station. Tracking and imaging. On the screen, several smaller, slowly moving points of light appeared. They operated along different orbits. Some approached the space station. Others cruised in more distant orbits. After enhancement processing, the 2 closer moving targets revealed their approximate shapes. Long and narrow, with distinct thruster structure outlines. Details were blurry, but the functional design suited for space environment along with the size ratio to the space station. Suspected spacecraft. Or shuttle orbital transport class. Thrust characteristic analysis, orbital maneuvering speed is slow, trajectory changes infrequently. Detected signs of high-energy propulsion, judged to be fusion flametail or strong plasma jet. Zero paused for a second. Comprehensive assessment. This civilization has mastered stable fusion energy and electric propulsion technology, capable of regular near-Earth orbital navigation, interbit docking, and long-term station residency. That is, they have initially established orbital infrastructure and possess preliminary manned cargo space transport capabilities. Yet to master efficient interstellar propulsion technology, interstellar navigation capabilities should be extremely limited or in the theoretical exploration stage. The bridge was quiet. Only those tiny points of light slowly moved in orbit. Zero's Phantom stood in front of the screen, watching those rudimentary modules, those slowly crawling spacecraft. For years ago, when they first saw these with the long-range lens, they were already there. A space station, several spacecraft, orbiting around that dark red planet. For years have passed. They are still there. Still those rudimentary modules. Still those slowly crawling spacecraft. No curvature engines. No starports. Nothing. Only that small solar-powered orbital port. And in these 4 years, on the other side of the solar system, 10 more cloud-top paradises have been added. Added were Dawn-class Dawn 2 type. Added were curvature engines. Added were 2,000 interstellar battleships. At this moment, those battleships were hiding in 300 sets of Sentinel-3 arrays were aimed at them. They did not know. Detection completed. Target list. Orbital facilities 1 space station medium modular structure. Spacecraft suspected spacecraft shuttle confirmed 9 with more than 10 unidentified moving signals. Planetary surface detected multiple regular thermal radiation sources. Distribution patterns inconsistent with natural landforms indicating obvious artificial activity. No large orbital defense platforms detected. No high-energy weapons signals detected. No traces of curvature navigation found. 0 paused. Conclusion. The civilization on Proxima b has a technology level roughly equivalent to that of humanity in the early 22nd century, possessing primary space activity capabilities, but is not yet broken through planetary systems. Regarding the drastic changes in the solar system nearly 4 years ago, their passive observation capabilities may have detected some large activities, but their own technological level is unable to understand or respond. The bridge remained silent for a long time. Only the rudimentary modules and slowly crawling spacecraft on the screen, quietly circled in orbit. 0 turned the lens toward the planet's night hemisphere. On the outline of the dark red planet, large patches of bright spots appeared. Not natural thermal sources. They are artificial, dispersed in clusters, concentrated in the northern hemisphere. She magnified the image. The outlines of those bright spots gradually. It was a city, a huge city, extending over 400 kilometers east to west, more than 300 kilometers north to south. The streets crisscrossed, dividing the city into countless regular blocks. Each block contained dense buildings. Some resembled beehives, hexagonal layers stacked. Some looked like spires narrowing upwards. Some resembled domes covering vast areas. Light shone through the windows of those buildings. Faint orange-yellow light. The entire city was glowing. 0 watched those lights. For years ago, when the long-range lens first clearly revealed the surface of Proxima b, those cities were already glowing. Those lights were their lamps. Their night. Proof of their existence and activity. Surface imaging completed. In the northern hemisphere plains, at least 7 large cities confirmed with dozens of medium-sized towns. Buildings densely packed, layout orderly. Nighttime lighting is evident. There exists sustained thermal radiation and electromagnetic background radiation, judged to be industrial energy consumption. The bridge was quiet. Only those glowing cities quietly lit up on the screen. Moon Chariot Base Control Room. Lin Ye sat in front of the observation window, his expression blank, watching the images synchronously transmitted back on the main screen. That solar-powered, those slowly moving spacecraft, those glowing cities. He watched for a long time, then leaned back, gently tapping his fingers on the armrest twice. 0. Here. 4 years ago, when we looked at them with the long-range lens, their space station was right there. Their spacecraft were slowly flying right there. Their cities were shining with lights right there. 4 years, and they are still the same. And here on our side, we have already brought 1,000 Dawn 2 types to their doorstep. They may have noticed, or they may not have noticed, but regardless of whether they noticed, they cannot do anything. He stood up and walked to the observation window. Outside was the eternally busy scene of Moon Chariot Base. Transport ships coming and going, flashes of fire. He stood with his back to the screen for a moment. 0. Here. Send the data to the Mountain Eagle team. Let them see what they are up against. It is not some mysterious, unknowable alien civilization. It is a neighbor we could see 4 years ago still using solar panels. For years they have not changed. But we have changed a lot. 0 remained silent for a second. Understood. Lin Ye did not speak again. He looked out the window, and behind him on the screen, that dark red planet hung quietly. In orbit, that small space station continued to rotate slowly. Several spacecraft were still crawling slowly. The lights of the city were still shining. They did not know that new changes were about to arrive. That night, just after 10 o'clock, social media platforms, news websites, video channels, phones, and computers across launching simultaneously received a push note. The notification content was very short, just one line: tomorrow at 10 o'clock, Zhishin's livestream, the latest news from the Linghang's fleet. No images, no videos, just those dozen or so characters. But those dozen or so characters made countless people scrolling on their phones freeze their fingers on the screen, made those watching TV sit up straight, and made those in meetings interrupt their speeches. It made countless people look forward to the next day's livestream. The next morning at 9:55, Zhishin's livestream, that page which had been silent for over 4 months, saw its online viewer count skyrocketing ever since the previous night's announcement. At that moment, the number on the black screen had already jumped to 3 billion, and was still climbing at a rate of hundreds of thousands per second. In front of the screen, countless people clutched their phones, staring at the area that had not yet lit up. Somewhere in their offices stuffing earbuds into their ears and pretending to look at reports. Somewhere at home turning on the TV screen, mirroring, cranking the volume to max, waking up the children who were still sleeping in. Somewhere on the road holding up their phones, their earphone wires swaying in the wind, slowing their pace, and not entering even when they were about to reach the company gate. Beneath the large square screen a dense crowd had already gathered. Some held selfie sticks talking to the screen, some looked down scrolling through the comment section, and some raised their heads staring at the large screen that had not yet lit up. 958, 959, 1000 sharp. The black screen burst into light. That familiar figure crashed directly and completely into everyone's eyes. He was still standing in the main control room of the Wecha base. Behind him were the flowing light points. Inside the base before him was the console. On his body was that black and gold two-tone spiritual resonance battle armor with its faceplate closed, leaving only 2 streaks of deep blue light. He just stood there as if he had just walked up to the camera. Then he raised his head, his faceplate facing straight ahead. Yo! That voice with a hint of metallic texture mixed with a lazy tone came through the amplification equipment. Hi folks, haven't seen you in 4.5 months. How's everyone been? The barrage exploded the moment the screen lit up. No, send me a star coin as compensation. Finally the stream is live. I'm dying of anxiety. Has the fleet arrived? Has it arrived? Has it arrived? Have you met the Proxima Centaurians? What do they look like? Hurry up and tell us. A massive flood of text almost drowned the screen. Urges, screams, and cheers in various languages mixed together, forming a wave of sound that almost burst through the screen. Lin Ye stood there, his faceplate facing the camera, motionless. He waited a few seconds, letting the barrage fly for a while. Then he raised his hand and made a pressing motion in the air. The gesture was very casual, but the scrolling speed of the barrage in front of the screen truly slowed down visibly. Folks, his voice carried a hint of laughter. Don't rush just yet. Allow me, your host, to explain slowly. His tone was very calm when he said this. The barrage slowed down a bit more, but still some couldn't help it. So did it arrive or not? Have you seen the aliens? Hurry up and say it, boss. Lin Ye looked at those restless questions and let out a soft laugh. That laugh through the voice changer was muffled, but one could hear the speed. We've arrived, he said. 2 words. The barrage froze for a second. Then an even more violent explosion. We've arrived. We've really arrived. 4.5 months. Over 1,000 ships. We've really arrived. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. What about the Proxima Centaurians? Have you met them? Let us see. Lin Ye raised his hand and pressed again. All right, folks. Take a look. The moment his voice fell, the main screen of the live stream switched. It was no longer the interior of the Wecha base. Instead, it was a deep, cold expanse of space. In the background, countless icy small bodies drifted slowly, dust like frozen mist sparsely scattered in the darkness. And in the very center of that darkness, over 1,000 warships hung silently in space. On the outermost perimeter, 700 Dawn I-class space battleships were spread out in a loose defensive formation, their bows facing all directions, main turrets slowly rotating like a group of silent guardians. Closer to the inner side, 300 Dawn I-class ships dispersed into a huge arc, all oriented toward the distant dark red star. The armor plates on the midsection of the ships were all opened, revealing dense sensor modules inside. The surfaces of those modules shimmered with a faint light, as if, and deeper behind the formation. Further away, 100 Kunping I-class transport ships were slowly moving among the icy small bodies. Their cargo bay doors were open, and prefabricated modules were being pushed out one after another, drifting toward the selected installation points. Tian-class supply ships followed behind with 8 robotic arms extended. Some were grabbing modules, while others were already assembling. In no time, the skeleton of an outpost took shape, silver-white trusses reflecting faint light under the starlight. The camera slowly zoomed out. It captured all these scenes. Over 1,000 warships scattered across a space region with a diameter of over 1,000 kilometers. Some were on guard, some were detecting, some were assembling. The entire fleet was clearly divided in labor. At the bottom right of the screen, a line of small white text marked the current coordinates: distance to Proxima Centauri B approximate 0.01 light years. The moment the image switched, the livestream room went silent. It wasn't that no one was speaking, it was that there were too many people speaking, and the barrage was packed together, covering everything. The screen was left with only a blur of colors scrolling at high speed, making it impossible to see the specific content. But soon the scrolling slowed down, because everyone started staring at the details in the image. Is that an outpost? A barrage floated by with the country flag of Japan next to the ID. It's being built. See, those robotic arms are assembling. The responding person's ID had the flag of South Korea. The transport ships are unloading. The Tiancan class is installing. Such efficiency. How long have they been there? Don't know, but definitely not long. Look at those outposts. They've only just built the skeleton. The line of small white text at the bottom right of the screen: distance to Proxima Centauri B approximate 0.01 light years was screenshot repeatedly and spread across various social platforms. In the conference room of the French National Space Center, several people in white coats stared at the fleet distribution map on the screen. One of them picked up a laser pointer and drew a circle on the projection. Defensive formation 700 ships spherically dispersed. Detection formation 300 ships spread in an arc all facing Proxima Centauri. Behind is the temporary engineering formation setting up an outpost. The person next to him leaned in closer. Inside the opened armor plates of those detection ships, it should be a radar array. Sentinel Iclus. Jishan mentioned it in an earlier live stream. Quantum radar effective radius of 8 million kilometers. Are they conducting a full scan? Yes, but they're using passive mode, only receiving, not transmitting. The other side won't detect them. In the conference room of the Joint Command of the Federal Defense Forces of the Han's Kingdom, a group of individuals in military uniforms was also staring at the screen. Printed screenshots were spread across the table, with each warship's position marked in red. 700 patrol ships, all main guns are in preheating status. A bespectacled colonel pointed at the screen. Look at the faint blue light at the cannon's mouth. EU energy has already been charged, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Are those stations under construction? For monitoring Proxima B? Someone asked. Of course. The location is chosen meticulously, hidden among the icy small celestial bodies, making it difficult to detect by optical and radar methods. He wants to monitor the entire Proxima system long-term. In the livestream room, new comments began to flood in. So, have you seen the Proximians? As soon as this comment appeared, it was immediately followed by a long string. Yes. What do they look like? Are there any photos? Have you made contact? Speak up, great deity. Lin Ye stood in the main control room of the Moon Chariot base, his helmet facing the screen. He watched the rapidly refreshing questions, not heard. After a few seconds, he chuckled softly. The sound passed through the voice modulator, muffled, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Hey. He raised his hand and pointed with his index finger in the air. Everyone, I said, don't rush. He paused, leaning slightly forward as his helmet drew closer to the camera. The navigator fleet just arrived there yesterday. As of now, it has been less than 24 hours. He straightened up, spreading his hands. Look, just settled down, and I'm already lived to meet everyone. The speed of the comment slowed a bit. So what have you actually seen? Someone continued to ask. What is the preliminary reconnaissance situation? Others asked even more specific questions. Lin Ye turned around and pressed a few buttons on the control panel. All right, the host will now summarize the preliminary reconnaissance situation. The main screen changed. The fleet panorama shrank and moved to the upper right corner. A new image spread across the center, a dark red planet with a few small dots in its orbit. This is Proxima B. Lin Ye pointed at the planet. It has a diameter of about 12000 kilometers, slightly smaller than our blue star. The atmosphere is very thin and the surface is mainly composed of rocks and dust. He moved his finger slightly to the side, pointing at the slightly larger dot in orbit. This is the space station in orbit. The image zoomed in. That small dot transformed into a blurry structure with long trusses connecting several rectangular modules and panel-like objects unfolding from the outer walls. From the structure, it appears to be a modular design, primarily relying on solar panels for energy. There are no large thrusters, nor any obvious defensive weapons. Lin Ye paused, implying something. In terms of scale, it's at the level of a medium-sized space station, much smaller than our Tiangong starport, but significantly larger than certain country spaces. In the conference room of the Free Nation Space Agency, several individuals leaned forward simultaneously. Solar panels. A technical advisor furrowed his brow. What kind of efficiency would that thing have under Proxima's lighting conditions? So they need to cover a large area. Look at that area, it almost covers the entire module. You can't compare it with our sun. Their solar technology is definitely tailored for Proxima, which indicates that their energy technology is at least on the same level as our. What about fusion? No fusion signals detected. Here it is. Another person pointed at a different screen. Look at this propulsion trace. It shows the spectral characteristics of fusion exhaust. The image continued to zoom in. The smaller dots in orbit also began to show outlines, elongated with structures indicating propulsion. These are spaceships, Lin Ye said, or they could be called shuttles or orbital transport ships. Currently 9 have been confirmed with over a dozen unidentified moving signals. He pulled up a segment of dynamic footage. Those small dots moved slowly along the orbit, some approaching the space station, while others headed towards more distant orbits. The speed is relatively slow and the trajectory changes are infrequent. The propulsion characteristics indicate fusion exhaust, Lin Ye stated. This shows that they have mastered fusion energy and electric propulsion technology capable of regular near-Earth orbital navigation. He turned off that segment and looked. Thus, in summary, the civilization of Proxima B possesses mature space activity capabilities. They can construct space stations, build spaceships, and maintain a long-term presence in orbit. However, that is about it. He paused. There are no large orbital defense platforms, no high-energy weapon signals, and no traces of warp travel. Their technological level is roughly equivalent to that of humanity in the early 22nd century. In the Arctic Bear Command, the commander stared at the screen, forgetting to chew the bread in his mouth. Early 22nd century. He mumbled, swallowing the bread. How much later is that? A nearby advisor whispered from our current year of 2041. It's about 60 years later. 60 years later. The commander paused. Does that mean they are more advanced than us? The advisor nodded. In terms of space technology, indeed. We are still relying on chemical rockets as our main force, while they have already popularized fusion-powered ships. What about the divine intelligence? What level is the divine intelligence at? The advisor was silent for 2 seconds. The divine intelligence is in another dimension. The commander thought for a moment and suddenly grinned. That's all right. We have the divine intelligence whose fleet is right there. What does it matter if they are advanced? Their advancement still depends on our humanity's circumstances. In the livestream room, Lin Ye had not finished speaking. On the planet's surface, he pulled up a new image. Multiple patterns of regular thermal radiation sources detected with distribution patterns distinct from natural. The scene switched to the night side. On the dark red planet's outline, there were large areas of bright spots. The camera zoomed in. The outlines of those bright spots gradually became clear. Cities. Massive cities. Stretching over 400 kilometers east-west and over 300 kilometers north-south. The streets crisscrossed, dividing the city into numerous orderly blocks. Each block was filled with densely packed buildings. Some resembled honeycombs with hexagonal layers piled up, others resembled spires narrowing upwards, still others resembled domes covering large areas. Light emanated from the windows of those buildings. Faint orange-yellow light. The entire city was glowing. In the northern hemisphere, just in the plains area, we have confirmed at least 7 large cities and dozens of medium-sized towns. The buildings are dense, the layout is orderly, and nighttime illumination is evident. Continuous thermal radiation and electromagnetic background radiation are present, indicating industrial energy consumption. Lin Ye turned off the footage and returned to the camera. This is the basic situation. The comments exploded again. 7 large cities. How many people must that be? Dozens of towns, and that's just in the plains area. So there really are aliens. And many of them. They have cities. They have industries. They have spaceships. And they are more advanced than us. At the level of the 22nd century. What's there to fear? The divine intelligence's fleet is right there. The divine intelligence is the divine intelligence. Oh, we are we. Stop arguing. So what will we do next? Lin Ye stood there watching the various discussions in different languages on the barrage. The audience from the Foot Basin Chicken was asking about technical details, while the audience from the Pickled Vegetable was posting, "Is this our ancestral territory?" The audience from Asan was inquiring about the possibility of collaboration. The audience from John Bull was analyzing the strategic value. The audience from Gall Chicken was discussing architectural styles. The audience from Hans Nation was comparing industrial levels. The audience from Italy was asking about noodle culture, and the audience from the local chicken was posting, "We can act as intermediaries." He waited for a few seconds, then spoke. "All right, this is the situation now." He paused, turning his mask towards the camera. "So family, what do you think? What should we do next?" The barrage paused for a moment. Then a more intense debate began. "Let's go straight in. Show them our fleet." The audience from the Cosmic Nation posted, "The fastest, our great Pickled Vegetable Nation's fleet should be the first to make. This is a historic moment. It must be our great Pickled Vegetable Nation representing humanity." The audience from the Foot Basin Chicken also refused to back down. "According to the basic laws of interstellar communication, we should first send diplomatic envoys. We the Foot Basin Chicken have rich diplomatic experience." The audience from the Divine Oil Nation said, "We can provide mediation services. We have experience as we can negotiate with all parties." The audience from John Bull suggested it is advisable to observe, first assess the intentions of the other side before making a decision. "Our Great Bull Empire's centuries of colonial experience tell us that rash contact carries great risks." Artistic exchange. "Let's send some artworks over first. We have the best artworks. They will surely be impressed." The audience from Gall Chicken exclaimed. Technological exchange. "Let's first obtain their data and analyze it before making contact. Our engineers from Hans Nation are the best at this." "Hold on, let's wait and see how they respond. We from Kangaroo Nation understand patience best, as we have a vast land and sparse population." Peaceful contact. "Let's send signals to show friendliness. Our Maple Leaf Nation has always advocated for peace." The audience from Italy added, "Let's send some food. We have the best noodles in the world. No one can refuse Italian pasta." The audience from Local Chicken declared, "We can act as intermediaries. We are familiar with both East and West." The live broadcast room erupted in chaos, with barges in various languages intertwining, making it impossible to discern who was saying what. In the underground conference room of the Black Palace in the Free Nation, the chief stared at the screen, tapping his fingers on the table twice. He is asking the audience, "Give the decision-making power to ordinary people." The Minister of Security said. No, the technical advisor shook his head. "It's about involving them. That way, no matter what decision is ultimately made, those involved in the discussion will feel that it is their decision. Then what about us? We must also participate." The chief spoke. "Let our people post barges to set the tone. In which direction should we lead?" The chief pondered. "Let's observe for now. Oh, rash contact is risky." In the Arctic Bear Command, the commander had already stood up. "What should we do?" He pointed at the screen. Isn't it obvious? Just go straight in. Let them know this star domain has an owner. The advisor beside him whispered a reminder, Commander, that's not our fleet. I know. The commander waved his hand. But we have someone there. That Ivanov kid is in the fleet. He needs to know our stance. What if they are more advanced than us? Even if they are advanced, they must listen to the wisdom of the divine. So our stance is, go in. Let's make ourselves known. Let them know someone is watching them. In the Dragon God Nation command, the elderly host leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. Zhou Weiguo stood beside him, whispering, he is gathering opinions. Should we? No rush, the elder interrupted him. Let's first see which way the wind blows. He paused. Let our people post some barges leaning towards caution. Observe first, then make contact. It's not wise to act rashly before we have a clear understanding. Understood. In the European Union Coordination Center, the rotating chairman took off his glasses and rubbed his brow. He has thrown this question to everyone. The Secretary General said. Clever. The chairman put his glasses back on. This way, no matter what happens, the responsibility does not rest solely on him. Then we post barges, the chairman said. Call for peaceful contact, urge for the establishment of communication mechanisms. This has always been our position. But don't be too radical, the observer's stance is also acceptable. Understood. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was still refreshing wildly. Lin Ye watched the arguments without saying a word. After a dozen seconds, he finally spoke. Let's do this. He raised his hand, making a gesture towards the camera. We'll vote to decide. 0. In the next second, all the screens of the phones, computers, tablets, and televisions watching the live broadcast popped up a single interface. The interface was simple. Action plan for the Pioneer Fleet's next steps. Option 1, lead the fleet directly towards Proxima Centauri, be openly exposing ourselves to the Proxima people attempting to make contact and communicate. Option 2, dispatch a diplomatic ship to send signals from a safe distance attempting to establish contact. Option 3, continue to monitor, secretly observe for a period, and gather more information before making a decision. Please choose. At the bottom of the interface was a large voting button. Lin Ye's voice came from the screen. Family, 1 vote per person. Voting time is 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the plan with the highest votes will be implemented. He paused. Think carefully before voting. This is humanity's first contact with an alien civilization. How we make contact is up to you. After saying this, he took a step back, leaning against the edge of the console, his mask facing the screen. The barrage erupted again. But this time the content of the debate changed. Choose one. Let's go straight in. Show them the majesty of our fleet. The audience from Pickled Vegetable exclaimed, this is a historic moment. Our great pickled vegetable nation must represent humanity. The audience from Foot Basin Chicken said, we should send a signal first, dispatch a diplomatic ship. This is international practice. We Foot Basin Chicken are willing to serve as diplomats. The audience from Asan added, we can send representatives. We have rich diplomatic experience. If option 2 is chosen, we can step in. The audience from John Bull exclaimed, choose 3. Observe first. Assess the other side's reactions. Our great bull empire has suffered too much from rash contacts. Choose 2. Let's send some artworks. Test the waters. We have the best. The audience from Gall Chicken urged. The audience from Hans Nation said, choose 3. Gather more data before making a decision. Data does not lie. The audience from Kangaroo Nation said, choose 3. Don't rush, take it slow. We understand waiting. Choose 2. Peaceful contact. Peace is the most important. The audience from Maple Leaf Nation said, choose 2. Let's send some pasta. They will surely like it. The audience from Local Chicken proclaimed, choose 2. We can act as messengers. Don't fight with us. The audience from the Free Nation began to spam the barrage in an organized manner. Choose 3. Observe first. Choose 3. Assess the threat. Choose 3. Don't take risks. They are more advanced than us. On the Beiji Xiong side, the comments were of a different style. Choose option 1. Just go for it. Choose option 1. Show them what we've got. The comments from the Long Xinhua were relatively scattered, but voices leaning toward caution gradually grew. Choose option 3. Let's wait and see. Option 2 is okay. 2. Send a signal first. No rush, observe more. Their true colors are unknown. Must choose option 1. The Jishin fleet is so powerful. What's there to observe? Just go for it. The comments from the European countries were more scattered. Some chose option 2, some chose option 3, and very few chose option 1. 10 minutes. Not too long, not too short. In the live stream room, the comments were already a chaotic mess. Choose 1, choose 2, choose 3, in various languages scrolled so fast that it made one's eyes dizzy. Some people spammed the options across the screen, some were canvassing for votes, some argued with those who had different opinions, and some simply started spamming emojis. The voting interface remained suspended in the bottom right corner of the screen. The numbers under the 3 options jumped every few seconds like 3 constantly pulling threads, suspending everyone's hearts in midair. Option 1, 39. 2 option 2, 37. 8 option 3, 23. 0 at the very beginning. Option 2 surged the fastest, once leading at 41. The Jayapenji viewers were the most enthusiastic, spamming words like diplomatic ship, international convention, we are willing to undertake. all over the screen. The viewers from Shenyugwa joined in the fun with messages like, "We can mediate," and "We have talents," flooding the screen. But after 3 minutes the situation changed. Option 1 began to climb. It first jumped from 34 to 35, then to 36. The Paokai viewers suddenly exerted themselves with comments such as "The Great Paokai Nation represents humanity," and "First Contact," as dense as a rainstorm. On the Beiji Xiong side, they were also exerting themselves with "Just go for it," and "Show them what we've got" spammed in unison. Option 3 remained steady between 22 and 23. The Yuanyo viewers were still spamming "Observe first." The Funyegwa viewers were still shouting "Peace is most important," and the comments from Ziogwa all. But in terms of numbers, they really couldn't compete with the other two sides. By the 8th minute, Option 1 had climbed to 39A and Option 2 had dropped to 38. 1. The Paokai viewers went crazy. Did you see that? Our great Paokai nation's choice is leading. This is a historic choice. It is we who pushed history forward. There are only 2 minutes left for voting. Everyone charge. The Jayapinji viewers panicked. Just a little more. Just a little more. Diplomacy is the right path. Don't act impulsively. Pull a little more. We can still catch up. The Shenyugwa viewers ran on both sides. We can be the middleman. We can mediate whether you choose 2 or 1. We have a large population. A few more votes, and we'll be up. The comments from Ziogwa started a new trend. Those who choose Option 1 think clearly. They are 60 years more advanced than us. Reckless contact is too risky. Don't take all of humanity on an adventure. Option 3 is the safest. Can't we observe more? The Beiji Xiong side directly started cursing. What are you afraid of? The fleet is already at the doorstep, and you still want to observe. If you want to observe, observe yourselves. We want to go up. Iwan Nuafu is in the fleet. Let him charge. The comments from Long Xingua were the most mixed. Those who chose 1 said, "Just go up and see what's there to fear." The Jishin fleet is. Those who chose 2 said, "Better send a signal first, don't be too rash." Those who chose 3 said, "We haven't figured out their true intentions, let's wait a bit longer." But overall the voices for Option 1 were indeed getting louder. The 9th minute. Option 1 39. 4 Option 2 37. 9 Option 3 22. 7 the last minute. The frequency of the number jumps slowed down. Each jumped several seconds apart. But each time it jumped, Option 1 went up a little. 39. 5 39. 6 39. 7 times up. The voting interface froze. Voting ended. Final result Option 1 39. 8 Option 2 38. 6 Option 3 21. 6 The live stream room was silent for a second. Then it exploded. The Paokai viewers rushed out first. We won. We won. The choice of the great Paokai nation. It is the choice of humanity. History will remember this moment. It is we who pushed forward humanity's first interstellar contact. The screen was full of "Long live victory, we did it," in the Paokai language. The Jayapinji viewers were trembling with anger. Just 1, 2, just that little bit. What a pity. What a pity. If there were 2 more minutes, we could definitely turn the tables. The Shenyugwa viewers started spamming new content. Whether you choose 1 or 2, we can be the middleman. Let us go. We can negotiate. We have talents. We have experience. We have solutions. The comments from Ziogwa were in disarray. Crazy. Really crazy. This is risking all of humanity. Just wait. Something will happen. The Beiji Xiong comments were all cheers. Good. This is how it should be. Charge up. Let them see what humanity is. Yuan. Charge for me. The comments from Long Shungwa also exploded in chaos. 39. 8. First. I chose 1. Finally 1. Just go up and see. Who's afraid? There were also those who chose 2 sighing. Alas, just a little short. If only more people had voted for 2. Forget it, 1 is fine too, it's all contact anyway. Those who chose 3 directly started cursing. Idiots. All fucking idiots. Going up without knowing anything. This is suicide. Jishin, you can't listen to them. This is wrong. The comments were a mess of arguments. But the outcome was settled. In the underground meeting room of the Zio Guahe Gong, the commander stared at the 39, 8 on the screen, and tapped his fingers on the table twice. Did more people in Ziogwa vote for 3 or 1? The technical advisor quickly pulled up data estimated by the expert group based on comments and public opinion. It is expected that slightly more voted for 3, but not a few voted for 1. On the Beiji Xiong side, almost all voted for 1, and so did Paokai. There should be quite a few from Long Xingua who voted for 1, but there were also those who voted for. The commander was silent for a few seconds. All right. Since the result is out, let's go along with it. He looked at the Minister of Security. Tell our people at Xingang to keep an eye. Any news, send it back immediately. The Minister of Security nodded. Also, the commander paused. Prepare a statement. Say that Ziogwa respects the choice of all humanity and looks forward to this contact bringing peace and opportunities to humanity. Diplomatic talk, you know. Understood. At the Beiji Xiong Tong Shui Fu, the commander stared at the 39, 8 on the screen and grinned. Good. This is how it should be. He turned to the generals behind him. Do you see? The choice of all humanity. It's not just us Beiji Xiong who think this way, everyone wants to go up and see. A general said in a low voice, Commander, it's only one. Two more than option 2. 1. 2 is still more. The commander waved his hand. A win is a win. Tell Ivanov to get ready. We're going in. Yes. The Europa Joint Coordination Center. The rotating chairman took off his glasses and rubbed his temples. 39. 8 to 38. 6. Not much difference. The Secretary General stood beside him. Chairman, the viewers in our alliance voted more for option 2 and quite a few for option 3. This result, since it's out, we accept it. The chairman put his glasses back on. Notify all member states to remain calm. The fleet is commanded by the commanders, and our people are in there too. Let them do their jobs. Understood. The Longshan Country Command Center. The old host looked at the final result, his face expressionless. Zhou Wei was said softly beside him, option 1 got the most votes. Our people, quite a few, chose option 1. The old man nodded. Such is the public will. He paused. Well, okay. Since we've decided to go, then go. Have Shan Ing and the others prepare. This is humanity's first formal contact with an alien civilization. Our people are in the fleet, don't embarrass us. Yes. In the livestream room, Lin Ye stood before the console, his faceplate facing the screen. He had been silent all along, just watching the voting numbers fluctuate. Now the result was out. 39. 8. Option 1. He let out a soft chuckle. The laugh transmitted through the voice modulator was muffled, but one could discern the meaning within. He had known this would happen all along. Not because he could count votes, but because he understood the family members. Over 8 years from the first livestream to now, he knew too well what these people were thinking. 1,000 Dawn II-class ships traveling at 12 times the speed of light spent 4.5 months flying to their doorstep. Such a grand display was put up for exactly this result. Take it slow. Observe some more. That was not their style. Nor was it the style of this fleet. He had spent 4 years turning the entire solar system upside down. Built dozens of bases, constructed thousands of warships, and turned the warp drive from theory into reality. Not to stand at their doorstep waiting further. Now the power gap between the two sides was too vast. So vast that the words, take it slow, felt like an insult to the fruits of his 4 years of effort. The space station on the other side still used solar panels. Their ships flew sluggishly. Their cities didn't even have orbital defense platforms. On his side, there were 1,000 interstellar battleships capable of traveling at 12 times the speed of light. 300 quantum radar arrays were aimed at them, yet under such circumstances still take it slow. That wasn't caution, that was pretentiousness. Lin Ye shook his head and straightened his body. His faceplate turned toward the camera. Hey family. His voice carried a smile. You all saw the voting results, right? He raised his hand and tapped in the air at that 39. 8 number. 39. 8. Option 1 wins. That means you all want the streamer to take the fleet directly and go say hello to our neighbors. He paused as if waiting for the barrage reactions. The barrage indeed reacted. The viewers from Kimchi moved fastest. That's right. Let's go straight in. This is the choice of our great Kimchi nation. It represents the choice of all humanity. Let the Proxima Centaurians see the power. Go. The viewers from Japan were still sighing. Alas. Although we voted for option 2, since the result is out, we can only accept it. Hope everything goes smoothly. We Japan are willing to provide diplomatic support. The viewers from India shifted direction. Direct contact also needs diplomacy. We can do it too. We must be allowed in. Japan, get lost. We can handle everything. We have plenty of talents. And more experience. The barrage from America was split into 2 waves. One wave was still cursing. Stupid decision. Wait and regret it. 39. 8 of people have kidnapped all of humanity. The other wave had already resigned themselves. Alright, since it's decided, so be it. Hope the wise God knows what he's doing. The barrage from Russia was full of cheers. Hurrah, finally going in. Let those alien bastards see what humanity is. Ivan. Charge. The barrage from Longshan country was the liveliest. 39. 8. First, I chose option 1. Feels good. There were also those who voted for option 2 posting. Alas, so close. But option 1 is okay too. Contact is contact anyway. Hope nothing goes wrong. Those who voted for option 3 were still cursing. Idiots. A bunch of idiots. Wait and see. You'll regret it. I'm not watching the live stream anymore. Play by yourselves. Barges in various languages intertwined, plastering the screen. Lin Ye watched the barges, saying nothing. He saw the screen flooding from Kimchi, the sighs from Japan, the self-recommendations from India, the division in America, the cheers from Russia, and the liveliness of Longshan country. He also saw those who cursed, those who were disappointed, those who shouted they wouldn't watch. He let out a soft chuckle. His faceplate turned toward the camera. Family. His voice was steady, carrying a smile. The streamer has seen everyone's reactions. Those who chose option 1 don't get too excited. This is just the... Those who chose option 2 don't be too disappointed either. It's only 1. 2 difference, which means many people thought the same as you. This result, the streamer finds it quite interesting. He paused. Then his voice turned a bit more serious. As for those who chose option 3. He paused again. You've cursed and shouted, and the streamer understands your... But the result is the result. well, go by the vote. If you really can't accept it, you can close the live stream first and watch after things have passed. The streamer won't blame you. He said this calmly without much emotion. But to those who chose option 3, it sounded with an indescribable taste. Well then, Lin Ye shifted his tone, his voice becoming light again. Since the result is out, the streamer will follow the public will. He turned around and pressed a few buttons on the console. Ling, here. Notify the Vanguard fleet. Once the outpost groups here are deployed, well, go out. Yes. Lin Ye turned back to the camera. Family, the deployment of the outpost groups will take about 3 days. 3 days later, when everything is ready, the streamer will take you all to go greet our neighbors. He raised his hand and made a gesture at the camera. So for these 3 days, family, just eat, drink, go to work, go to school, and don't worry. 3 days later, we'll meet again. He paused, and the faint blue light strip on his faceplate seemed to brighten. By then, the streamer will let you all see with your own eyes what the Proxima Centaurians look like. As the voice fell, the screen suddenly went dark. The familiar silver cloud logo rotated into view, then quietly faded away. The live broadcast had ended. On the black screen, only the rapidly scrolling barrage of comments remained. 3 days. Just 3 days left. I can't wait even a single day. Make sure to see what the aliens really look like. I'm so curious. The pickled cabbage nation is ready. We the foot basin chicken are also ready. Let's go. We can mediate. Ivan. Charge. Those who chose option 1 are thrilled. Those who chose option 2 are sour. Those who chose option 3 are furious. See you in 3 days? The barrage continued, but the screen had gone black. In front of the screen, some people were still staring blankly at the black screen. Others had already begun counting down to the time 3 days later, setting alarms and reminders. Some opened social media platforms, taking screenshots of the voting results and posting them with the caption, "A historic moment." Others sat there staring at the 23%, unmoving. People in the square began to disperse. Some walked while looking back, as if the black screen would light up again. Others took out their phones to message friends, their thumbs flying. Some stood together, still debating the earlier vote, their voices growing louder. Lin Ye stood in the main control room of the Moon Chariot base, watching the darkening. The mask slowly faded away, revealing his face. His expression was neutral as he gazed at the screen. The figure of 0 flickered beside him. Sir, the construction progress of the outpost is expected to be completed in 72 hours and 40 minutes. What are the arrangements for 3 days later? Lin Ye did not turn his head. Proceed as planned, he said. On the fleet side, have the Mountain Eagles start making preparations. Understood. The fleet formation adjustment plan has been issued to all. Preparations for the live broadcast in 3 days are already underway. 0 quickly replied. The figure of 0 flickered slightly, then disappeared. Lin Ye stood in place, looking at the screen for a few more seconds. Then he turned and walked to the observation window. Outside, the lights of the Moon Chariot base shone as brightly as ever. Further away, the night sky of blue stars stretched out. 11 cloud-top parks floated quietly like 11 stars. He gazed for a long time. Then he chuckled softly. Efficient, huh? He murmured to himself. It should be like this. In the underground conference room of the Free Nation's Black Palace. The commander looked at the black screen, tapping his fingers on the table twice. 3 days, he said. Let our people stay alert during these 3 days. Any news, report back immediately. Understood, the Minister of Security nodded. Additionally, the commander paused. Notify the embassy in the Dragon God Nation to see if we can gather some information from there. Mountain Eagles hounds, Zhao Qiming. These people are all from the Dragon God Nation. They must have some communication with the homeland. Yes. At the Arctic Bear Command, the commander stood by the window watching the night outside. 3 days, he murmured. Then he turned to his aide. Tell Ivanov to rest well these 3 days and gather his strength. He will have plenty to do in 3 days. Yes. Also, the commander thought for a moment. Prepare some red sausage and vodka. Once this is over, send it to Ivanov. If he does well, double it. The aide laughed. Understood. At the Europa United Coordination Center, the rotating chairman leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. The Secretary General waited beside him. After a long while, the chairman finally spoke. 3 days. Too fast. Indeed. The Secretary General replied. Notify all member states to keep communications open. 3 days later, regardless of what happens, we must coordinate our positions. Understood. Also, the chairman straightened up. Have those among us in the fleet, Armis and the others, keep detailed records. No detail should be missed. This is humanity's first contact with alien civilization. Every second is history. Yes. At the command center of the Dragon God Nation. The elderly host looked out the window. It was dark, but people were still moving around the yard. Zhou Wei was stood nearby waiting. The old man turned his head. 3 days, he said. Have the Mountain Eagles prepare. This is not a drill. We are really going up. Understood. Also, the old man paused. Tell Zhao Qiming to keep a close watch. Young people are easily excited. He should be steady. Zhou Wei nodded. I will convey that. The old man looked out the window again. Humanity's first time. He whispered. I wonder what it will be like. 3 days. The time is short. But for those waiting to see the results, every second feels long. In the first hour after the live broadcast ended, social media exploded. The words alien contact topped the hot search list of all countries, followed by a deep red In the comments section, netizens from the Pickled Cabbage Nation flooded the screen with historic moment, while Foot Basin Chicken netizens forwarded the voting data analysis chart captioned, just 1, 2, followed by 3 crying faces. On the Dragon God Nation's online platform, someone started a voting thread. Do you support direct contact with aliens? In less than half an hour, 300,000 people participated with a support rate of 42%, opposition at 31%, and those undecided at 27%. In the comments section, a highly praised reply read, support is nonsense. Rushing in without knowing anything is not bravery, it's recklessness. Below it were over 3,000 replies arguing until 2 in the morning. The Free Nations television station invited 3 experts for the evening news. On the left was a former Defense Department advisor dressed in a suit speaking to the camera. This is a gamble, 39. 8 of people made decisions for all. In the middle was a physicist adjusting his glasses. From a technical standpoint, the fleet of the divine intelligence indeed possesses overwhelming absolute advantage. On the right was a science fiction writer interjecting with a smile. The problem is we don't know what cards they hold. In the Arctic Bears bar, a few men in work clothes gathered around the TV, clutching beer bottles. The screen was showing a segment about the Pathfinder fleet, and one person turned to his companion and said, "Is that Ivanov really in there?" The companion nodded. "Yes, he is a commander." That person grinned, slammed the beer bottle on the table. "That's good, damn it." The next day, the headlines of newspapers were all about Proxima Centauri. The front page of the Tai Shirt Daily featured a picture of the dark red planet with the headline, "In 3 days humanity will make first contact with alien civilization." The subtitle read, "Voting results spark controversy, experts urge calm." The Fei Luo Daily dedicated an entire page to analyzing the urban layout of Proxima Centauri inhabitants, accompanied by hand-drawn architectural diagrams. The article concluded, "No matter what happens in 3 days, humanity's history has turned a new page." The Dragon God Daily's comments were brief and restrained. "Respect the choice of all humanity. Look forward to peaceful contact. Our selected personnel will fulfill their duties and contribute to interstellar communication for human civilization." On the morning of the 3rd day in the training area of the Heavenly Palace, Starport Shining sat in the corner of the lounge gripping a cloth as he slowly wiped the virtual helmet. Liehound leaned against the wall, staring blankly at the ceiling. Longya 03 entered from outside, carrying 2 cups of water and placing one in front of Shining. "Captain, did you sleep last night?" Longya 03 asked. Shining shook his head. "I dozed off for a bit." "So did I. My mind is filled with those images. I can't stop thinking about them." Liehound spoke, his voice calm. "There's no use in thinking about it. We'll find out tomorrow." Longya 06 poked his head in from the doorway. "Captain General, Zhao wants you to go over there and confirm the formation again." Shining stood up, stuffed the cloth into his pocket, and finished the cup of water in one go. He walked out, and as he passed by Liehound, the latter also stood up to follow. In the corridor, footsteps were quiet. Someone walked past, stepping aside and nodding as a greeting. No one spoke. In the command room, Zhao Qiming stood before the holographic star map, facing away from the door. Hearing the footsteps, he turned around, showing a hint of fatigue on his face, but his eyes were bright. "You're here," he said. "Let's go through it again. Tomorrow's operation can't have any mistakes." Shining nodded and stepped up to the star map. Liehound stood beside him, while Longya 03 and Longya 06 leaned against the door. On the star map, a dark red planet hung silently. The space station in orbit shrank to a small dot circling around. Zhao Qiming pointed at the dot and said, "Tomorrow the fleet will cut in from here. Reduce speed to 0.01 times the speed of light, maintaining a vigilant formation. The first wave of contact will be led by the navigator." Shining stared at the small dot, remaining silent. "You are responsible for the left flank." Zhao Qiming looked at him. "If anything unusual happens, you move first." "Understood." Zhao Qiming paused, scanning the few people in the room. "Are you nervous?" No one answered. Zhao Qiming chuckled softly. "It's good to be nervous. If you're not, something's wrong. When I first went to the battlefield, my palms were sweaty, and I couldn't hold the gun steady." Shining watched his back. "But when the fight starts, the sweat disappears." Zhao Qiming turned back. "The mind moves faster than the body, but the body reacts faster than the mind. After training for so long, do you believe in yourselves, eh?" Shining nodded. Liehound also nodded. Longya 03 and Longya 06 followed. Zhao Qiming looked at them, saying nothing more. That night, on the 3rd day, countless people across Blue Star set their alarms. Some lay in bed tossing and turning, some got up only to lie back down, while others simply stayed awake brewing coffee and sitting in front of their computers. The debates on social media continued, but the volume had noticeably decreased. More people began posting countdowns with various images, screenshots of the fleet's departure, pictures of Proxima Centauri, and still frames of the voting results. At 3 in the morning, a post was pinned to the homepage. The poster wrote, "No matter what happens tomorrow, at this moment we are all waiting." Dozens of thousands of replies followed, coming from all over the world. 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, dawn broke. On Blue Star, from the pickled cabbage country in the east to the free nation in the west, countless people stared at their phones, computers, and televisions. Some hadn't slept all night, their eyes bloodshot, coffee cups filled and emptied repeatedly. Others set 10 alarms starting at 6 o'clock, ringing every 10 minutes, fearing they would miss out. Some took a day off, nestled on the sofa, casting their screens and turning the volume up to the max. On social media, every few minutes someone posted, "Is it starting? Not yet. What time is the broadcast?" No one answered, because no one knew. The live stream page remained black, with only the familiar silver cloud logo quietly suspended in the center of the screen. 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock. The page stirred. The black screen suddenly brightened. A figure appeared in the center of the screen. But this time, everyone froze. It was still the familiar background, the main control studio of the Utah base. It was still the full-body armor tightly covering every inch, concealing any hint of appearance. But the color had changed. From black gold to red gold. The dark red background resembled solidified magma, yet also seemed like congealed blood. Golden patterns wound down along the shoulder guards, chest armor, and arm armor shimmering with a soft glow under the lights. The shoulder guards were thicker than the previous set, with sharper angles resembling two giant wings folded together. The forearm guards extended to the elbows, their surfaces marked with intricate dark patterns, the designs obscured. The chest armor jutted forward, its lines rigid, exuding an oppressive aura. At the center of the raised part, golden cloud patterns spiraled into a simple design resembling some ancient emblem. Two streaks of deep blue light on the faceplate had changed color. They were now dark gold, like two charred embers. He stood there, his red gold figure resembling a general who had just walked out from an ancient battlefield. In the live stream room, the barrage of comments fell silent, then it exploded. "Holy shit. A new skin. Red gold. Red gold. This color scheme is too cool. General. This is the general version. This is the rhythm of going to battle. It's stunning." The pickled cabbage audience was the fastest to comment. "Red gold. It's our pickled cabbage nation's favorite color. The wise god must be paying tribute to us." The foot basin chicken audience was not to be outdone. "The red gold color scheme is the highest symbol in our foot basin chicken culture. The wise god must have studied our culture." The audience from the free nation exclaimed, "Oh my god, this armor is so cool. Hollywood can't even create this effect. He has changed his appearance. What does this mean?" "It means things are getting real today." The audience from the Arctic Bear said, "This is right. In battle, one should dress like this. That dull black doesn't have this kind of imposing presence. Red represents victory. Hooray." The comments from various European countries began to flood in. "Gall chicken, this color scheme embodies the spirit of our knightly order. Red gold pairing will always be a classic. Hans Nation, the design of the shoulder armor is very aesthetic, that curve, that cloud pattern. The craftsmanship is exquisite, simply a work of art. The Land Chicken Nation, we can make it too. We can make it too." The audience from Dragon God Nation had the most complex reactions. Some directly knelt down. "Holy shit, red gold. Our traditional color. And it's a general." Some started analyzing. "Black gold is for assassins, red gold is for generals. Is the wise god personally entering the battlefield?" Some were so excited they were shaking. "It's stunning. Take screenshots. Make wallpapers. If they release models, I would spend my whole fortune to buy one." Some also noticed the details. "Look at the cloud pattern on the chest. That pattern is only found on the ancient general's armor of the Dragon God Nation. Is that true? The wise god is definitely our Dragon God Nation's solid proof." Some comments expressed different views. "Red gold is quite cool, but I still prefer the original black gold. It's low-key and subtle. Black gold has a sense of technology. Red gold is filled with a sense of war. Given today's situation, red is indeed appropriate. It's just a change of clothes. Why are they so excited?" "Exactly, it's just clothes. They don't fight back." But he was immediately shot down. "If you can do it, then go ahead and try it yourself. Why are you being so bitter?" In the scene, Lin Ye stood there facing the camera. He saw the barrage of comments going wild, with words like handsome to the max, general, and red gold flooding in. Under the mask, the corners of his mouth curved up. He raised his hand and gestured in the air. The barrage slowed a bit. "Family members." His voice came through the voice changer, carrying a hint of laughter. "So how does the new outfit look on the streamer?" The barrage exploded again. "Looks great. Absolutely fantastic. So handsome. Intelligent god, you should wear this from now on. The previous black gold can retire." Lin Ye chuckled. That laughter was muffled by the mask, but the joy within was unmistakable. A change of style and a change of mood as well. He took 2 steps forward, standing directly in front of the camera, the red and gold armor gleaming dully under the light. "A few days ago, we voted on how to greet our neighbor. Then, after a few days of reconnaissance, the streamer is now brimming with confidence." He raised his right arm, crossing it over his chest, his fist gently resting on his left shoulder armor. A simple yet powerful pose. "Today, a great show is about to begin." His voice rose slightly. "Family members, are you excited?" The barrage was completely out of control. "Excited? I've waited 4 years for this day. Hurry up and start, oh god. I can't wait. Our great pickled cabbage nation is the most excited. Our feed basin chickens are ready to provide diplomatic support at any time. Oh God, hurry up, and start of my heart is about to jump out. Ivan, charge forward. Damn it. Let them see the strength of humanity. Lin Ye looked at the barrage, and the two blue light strips on the mask seemed to... He chuckled softly, the laughter muffled, but conveying a sense of exhilaration. Good. He raised his hand. Now let us welcome today's protagonist to the stage. The moment he finished speaking, the main screen of the live broadcast switched instantly. The image of the moon chaser base disappeared. Replacing it was a deep, cold expanse of space. In the background, countless icy small celestial bodies floated slowly, and the dark red Proxima Centauri hung quietly in the distance. And at the center of the screen, the Pioneer fleet. But this time the formation had changed. No longer was it the scattered arrangement from 3 days ago. 1,000 Dawn I-class interstellar battleships had now they were arranged in a massive forward-pointing conical formation. The bows of the ships were all aimed at the direction of Proxima Centauri b. The main turrets had all turned to face forward, their bluish charging glow clearly visible. On each battleship's side where the silver vortex engines were located, energy patterns flowed slowly, like 1,000 blue hearts beating in unison. At the center of the formation, rigorously protected, were 100 Tian-Kang-class logistics support ships. Their silver-white elliptical hulls were surrounded by the iron bodies of the Dawn I-class ships, with all 8 mechanical arms retracted, resembling protected young. And further out, 100 Kunpeng I-class large transport ships hung lonely at the edge of the airspace. They were far from the main array, their silver-white hulls reflecting faint starlight, completely motionless. On the screen, someone with keen eyes noticed a more subtle detail. What about those outposts? Yeah, weren't they building outposts a few days ago? Why can't we see them? Look at that cluster of icy celestial bodies. That's where the outposts were supposed to be, but now we can't see anything. They've gone stealth. Absolutely. Either optical stealth, or they've hidden directly. In the background, those icy celestial bodies floated quietly. On the surface, there truly seemed to be no signs of artificial presence. No silver-white frameworks, no blinking indicator lights, no contours of any man, only ice, only rock, only billions of years of unchanging silence. But everyone knew that the outposts were right there. Hidden beneath the ice, concealed in the shadows behind some stealth technology they couldn't comprehend. In the Dragon God Kingdom's command center, an old general stared at the screen, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest. 1,000 battleships, 100 supply ships. The transport ships have all withdrawn. This doesn't look like an approach for negotiation. Professor Chen beside him adjusted his glasses. The main cannons are all preheating, energy patterns are flowing, and all the bows are aimed in one direction. He paused. This is the standard assault formation. The old general did not respond. He stared at the fleet for a long time. In the underground conference room of the Black Palace of the Free Country, the commander's brow was furrowed. The technical advisor flipped through the analysis data on his tablet. The formation density has increased by 300%. All warships are in combat readiness. The supply ships are protected in the core area, and the transport ships have all retreated to a safe distance. He looked up. Commander, this is not a friendly contact. This is a massive military deployment. The commander was silent for a few seconds. What exactly does he... Intimidation. Conquest. No one answered. In the Arctic Bear Command, the commander stood by the window staring at the fleet on the screen. Good. It should be like this. Notify our people to stay alert. Any movement, report back at the first opportunity. The aide nodded. In the Europa Joint Coordination Center, the rotating chairman's fingers tapped unconsciously on the table. The transport ships have all withdrawn. Oh, what does this mean? The Secretary General was silent for 2 seconds. It means he is about to demonstrate military force. The rotating chairman did not speak further. In the live broadcast room, the barrage snapped back to reality from shock. This formation, the sense of oppression is too strong. Conical formation, arrowhead forward. This is a direct assault. Supply ships protected in the middle indicate they are ready to resupply at any moment. What does intelligent God want to do? Who cares what he wants? Just watching is exhilarating. Our great pickled cabbage nation's fleet. Charge. Calm down. We must remain calm. Diplomatic avenues first. Oh God, this formation, does the other side not know yet? They'll find out soon enough. Hooray. This is how it should be. Those old and dilapidated ships on the other side, seeing this formation, if they don't tremble, consider me to... In the scene, Lin Ye's voice rang out again. He was still in the main control room of the Moon Chaser base, but that red and gold armor combined with the steel array on the holographic screen behind him exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. The fleet is ready. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Now let's have our commanders come out and greet everyone. The scene switched. Tiangong Starport core area. In a massive command hall somewhere with a height exceeding 50 meters, surrounded by numerous control stations and data screens. Light poured down from the dome, soft and even. In the very center of the hall, 10 gigantic chairs were arranged in a circular formation. The design of the seat was identical to the captain's throne aboard the Pashao I-class star battleship. wide armrests, a slightly reclined backrest, and dense control panels embedded within the armrests. Dozens of holographic light screens floated around the seat. Some displayed the real-time formation of the fleet, others scrolled through dense streams of data, and one focused on the direction of Proxima, magnifying that dark red planet again and again. 10 people sat in 10 seats. The camera slowly advanced. The first seat. Shannying. He leaned back in the chair, hands resting on the armrests, eyes fixed on the main light screen ahead. Hearing the movement of the camera, he turned his head. His face was expressionless. He merely nodded at the lens. Just once. Then he turned back, continuing to stare. The barrage exploded. Shannying. Longshan Kingdom's Shannying. First place. That aura. So steady. The second seat. Beijixing. He was slightly younger than Shannying, a smile tugging at his lips as he waved at the camera. Hello everyone. He spoke, his voice coming through the channel. I'm ready. The third seat. Zhao Qiming. The old man sat in the chair, his back ramrod straight. He gave a slight nod to the camera, saying nothing, but his gaze was as steady as a rock. The fourth seat. Like Wan. He sat sideways to the camera, his eyes fixed on the data stream on the screen. Hearing the camera, he tilted his head and glanced. Then he looked away. He didn't utter a single word. But the barrage from Longshan Kingdom was already frenzied. Like Wan. So cool. That look. Killing it. The fifth seat. Chongqing. He leaned back, hands clasped in front of him, and smiled at the camera. That smile was faint, but it revealed the confidence within. The sixth seat. Longlin. The last commander of Longshan Kingdom. He was young, his face still carrying a hint of childishness. But sitting in that chair, his back was straight, his eyes bright. He raised his right hand toward the camera and clenched it into a fist. He said nothing, but everyone understood that gesture. The seventh seat. Kaisa. Kaisa of the Free Nation. He sat upright, his chin slightly lifted, offering a standard diplomatic smile to the camera. For humanity. He didn't say for the Free Nation. The eighth seat. Huerji Zhilong. Another commander of the Free Nation. He pushed up his glasses and made an okay gesture at the camera. The ninth seat. Yuanuofu. He grinned widely, showing a row of white teeth, and waved his large hand in front of the lens. Yura, he shouted. Yuanuofu. Yura. The barrage from the Polar Bear Nation instantly flooded the screen. The 10th seat. Yura, he shouted. Yuanuofu. Yura. The barrage from the Polar Bear Nation instantly flooded the screen. The 10th seat. Ready. Her voice was steady. The barrage was already completely out of control. All 10 commanders. We saw them all. Shannying, Beijixing, Zhao Qiming, Liechuan, Chongqing, Longlen. 6 of them. All from our Longshan Kingdom. That nod from Shannying. So powerful. That look from Wan. I screenshotted it. With Chief of Staff, Zhao sitting there, I feel at ease. Changcheng's smile is so full of confidence. Longlin's fist. The younger generation is stepping up. Yuanuofis Yura got my blood pumping. That okay gesture from Huerji Zhilong is so Free Nation. Ermesai, our Han's Kingdom's pride. In the frame, Lin Ye's voice sounded again. And our 100 captains and 1,000 mecha pilots. The camera began to move. It advanced forward, passing the 10 commanders' seats and entering the area ahead. Their 100 slightly smaller seats formed a circle divided into 10 sectors, 10 seats per sector corresponding to the 10 commanders. This was the captain's area. Their seats were similar to the commanders, but with fewer control panels. Before each person floated multiple light screens, displaying the real-time status of the 10 warships under their command. The camera slowly swept over their heads. Some looked up and waved at the lens. Others continued staring at their screens, only a slight twitch at the corners of their mouths. Some raised their thumbs at the camera. Some gave a slight nod. Others were still busy with their own tasks, not noticing the camera. 100 people, 100 ways. But they all said the same thing: we are ready. Further ahead, beyond the captain's area, was a more open circular space. There within the same sector layout, 1,000 holographic cockpits floated. In each cockpit sat a mecha pilot. They were enveloped by semi-transparent light screens, hands gripping control sticks, heads wearing Neuralink helmets. From the outside, only blurred silhouettes were visible, but those silhouettes were moving. Some adjusted their postures. Some flexed their fingers. Some turned their heads to talk to neighbors. Some just sat there motionless, waiting. The camera slowly swept across. Like an inspection. Every time it passed over a zone, someone raised a hand. 1,000 hands rose at different moments. Some waved high. Some only lifted slightly. Some clenched into fists in the air. Some held up 2 fingers in a V sign. No one spoke. But that sea of raised hands said it all. In the Longshan Kingdom Command Center, the presiding elder stood before the screen, looking at those familiar faces. Shannying, Beijixing, Wan, Zhao Qiming, Chongqing, Longlin, and those children of the Longya squadron sitting in the captain's seats, sitting in the cockpits. He looked slowly. One by one, Zhou Weiguo stood beside him, saying nothing. After a long time, the elder spoke. Good, just one word. His voice was very soft, but Zhou Weiguo heard it. In the Black Palace underground meeting room of the Free Nation, the chief stared at the 2 familiar figures on the screen. Kaisa, Huerji Zhilong. He looked for a moment, then turned to the person beside him. Prepare Kaisa's family. He said, when he returns, the Black Palace wants to meet them. The security minister nodded. In the Polar Bear Nation's command headquarters. The commander stared at Yawanuafist's laughing face. He looked for a moment then grinned. This kid, he said. He'll have to treat us when he gets back. The adjutant whispered beside him. Commander, we don't know when he'll be back yet. Don't worry, it'll be soon. The commander waved his hand. If he doesn't come back, he'll go to the wisdom god to ask for him. In the Europa Joint Coordination Center, the rotating chairperson stared at Ermisai. She sat in the tenth seat, her short golden hair steady. He looked for a moment, then turned to the Secretary General. Notify the Hans Kingdom, he said. Ermis's family will be taken care of by the Alliance. The Secretary General nodded. In the livestream room, the barrage was impossible. Various languages crowded together, impossible to distinguish who was saying what. But that emotion through the screen, everyone could feel it. Pride, excitement, anticipation, and a touch of nervousness. The scene cut back to the Yucha base. Lin Ye stood before the console, his faceplate aimed at the camera. The red-gold battle armor glowed with a warm luster under the light. He waited a few seconds, letting the barrage of comments fly for a moment. Then he spoke. Brothers and sisters. His voice was steady, carrying a hint of a smile. Did you see that, He raised his arm, pointing toward the fleet image beside him. This is the Vanguard fleet. This is your commander, your captain, your pilot. He paused. Now they are all ready. He stepped forward closer. Then, he drew out the word. Let's set off. As the words fell, the fleet in the frame began to move. 1,000 Dawn I-class vessels, their warp engines charging the azure glow suddenly. The prows rose slowly, aimed at that dark red planet. The formation began to advance forward. Like a steel tide, silently surging toward Proxima Centauri. In the livestream room, countless people held their breath. The image of the dark red planet grew distorted and blurred. Lin Ye stood at the observation window of the Yucha. He looked at the planet growing closer on the screen, at the fleet advancing in silence. Beneath the faceplate, the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. He looked at the planet growing closer on the screen, at the fleet advancing in silence. Beneath the faceplate, the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. The entire array in the same instant slid forward. Transparent warp bubbles expanded and took shape around each vessel. 1,000 space-time bubbles encasing 1,000 steel behemoths materialized simultaneously in the cold void. The next second, all warp bubbles along with the ships inside accelerated at once. The entire fleet transformed into a surging blue tide of light, racing toward Proxima Centauri b. At the lower right corner of the frame, a line of white, estimated arrival time, 6 hours. Lin Ye raised his hand, swiped through the air a few times, and said, brothers and sisters. His voice came through the voice modulator, sounding more casual than before. You all saw it right. He paused. From our current position to the outer orbit of Proxima Centauri b, it takes about 6 hours. After all, it's still 0.01 light years away, not a distance you can cover with a single stomp on the accelerator. He said this in a very ordinary tone. The barrage paused for a second. Then new comments began to flood in. 6 hours. That long. 12 times the speed of light still takes 6 hours. How many kilometers is 0.01 light years? Can someone calculate it? About 90 million kilometers, I'm not sure. The math teacher upstairs must have been a PE teacher, right? Light speed is 30,000 km per second. 1 year is about 9.46 trillion kilometers, so 0.01 light years is 94.6 billion kilometers. 94.6 billion kilometers, at 12 times light speed, it would take about 7.3 hours. The sage said 6 hours, so the speed must be damn that far. I thought it was just next door. Lin Ye watched the comments and chuckled. So brothers and sisters. He stepped back, leaning against the edge of the console. These 6 hours you all go do your own thing. Go to work, go to school, go to sleep. No need to stay glued to the screen. He raised his hand and made a gesture at the camera. The streamer will also go eat and rest for a bit. The stream will stay on, you can watch if you want or turn it off, and come back in 6 hours. He paused, and the 2 dark gold light bands on his faceplate seemed to brighten. See you later. With that, he turned and walked toward the side door of the control room. The camera didn't follow him. It stayed fixed on that door. The door slid open. He walked in. The door closed. The control room was empty. Only the screens remained lit, data still scrolling. And the fleet image was still transmitting in real time. In the frame, all 1100 vessels had entered warp navigation. The transparent bubble walls around the hulls were clearly visible. Outside the bubble walls, the stars were stretched into flowing streams of light. The formation maintained a strict line, gliding forward through that distorted spacetime. Like a pod of silent whales. In the livestream room, the barrage went quiet for a few seconds. Then someone started typing. He really left. 6 hours. He'll go eat first then. Sneaking at work, the boss is right next to me, but I don't care. 6 hours, he'll take a nap and come back. Anyone staying? Wake me up when it's time. He'll stay, nothing else to do anyway. He'll stay too, want to see the aliens' faces when they see the fleet. A viewer from Kimchi Country says 6 hours is nothing, we can wait. A viewer from Footbase and Chicken is also waiting. This is a historic moment. A viewer from Free Country is online waiting, getting impatient. A viewer from Polar Bear has already prepared vodka, opening the bottle in 6 hours. Switch to the command center. Show us what's happening there. Ling seemed to respond to the audience's wishes, and the scene changed. No longer the Yucha base, but the interior of a command hall at Tiangong Spaceport. The familiar scene, 10 commander seats arranged in a circle. Shanning sat in the first seat, his back to the camera. Before him was a massive holographic screen displaying the distorted starfield and that faint red line. The bridge was very quiet. Only the faint hum of equipment and the occasional beep of alerts. Shanning leaned back in his seat, hands resting on the armrest's motion. Beside him, Bei Jixing was looking at some data, fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. Zhao Qiming had his eyes closed as if asleep, but his back was still straight. Lai Quan stared at the distorted starfield, his eyes not blinking for a long time. Chang Cheng looked down at his own hands. Long Lin Young and Restless shifted positions several times in his seat, but finally fixed his gaze on the holographic screen. Kai Sa held a glass of water, slowly drinking, his eyes also on the screen. Huayr Jie Zhilang pushed up his glasses, then pushed them again. Iwan Nua Fu tilted his head back, leaning against the seat, mouth half open, as if truly asleep. Air Si sat very straight, with several small holographic screens floating before her fingers gently swiping across them. No one spoke in the command hall. The barrage gradually thinned out. Some people left the stream, set a countdown, then locked their screens. Some kept the stream running in the background and continued their own, but some truly didn't leave. They stared at the fleet image, watching those elongated star trails, those transparent bubble walls that distorted starfield. Nothing could be seen clearly, but they just stared. The countdown in the lower right corner kept ticking down. 4000, 3000, 2000. At Tiangong Spaceport, third training area, about an hour before arrival, Shan Ing returned to the command hall from the rest area. He sat back down in the commander's seat and turned to glance at the seat beside him. Lai Quan had also returned. The two exchanged a glance, but neither spoke. The holographic screen before them dimmed. 3 seconds later, the view brightened again. Shan Ing glanced down at the control panel. All data were normal. He leaned back, resting his hands on the armrests. The communication channel carried Li Quan's voice flat in position. Then came Longya 03's voice. In position. Longya 06's voice. In position. One by one the voices came through. All 100 captains confirmed. Then came the mech pilots. A series of brief confirmations echoed through the channel. First squadron in position. Second squadron in position. Third squadron in position. 10 squadrons, 1,000 soldiers, all confirmed. Shan Ing remained silent. He sat there gazing at the distorted starfield outside the window. His hands rested on the armrests, his fingers tapping twice lightly. Then he stopped. Zhao Qiming was also in his command chair. He had entered 10 minutes before Shan Ing. As he lay in the pod, he reviewed the formation diagram in his... After reviewing it, he went through the contingency plans again. Once done, he started over from the beginning. There was nothing wrong, but he still went over it again. The old man sat upright in his chair, his eyes fixed on the twisted light outside the window. His face was expressionless. Ivanov was not so quiet. After lying in his pod, he shouted into the communication channel. 1 hour left. What do you think the aliens are doing now? The channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Then someone replied. Waiting. They have day and night too. Ivanov grinned. Haha, they're in for a surprise soon. He leaned back, resting his hands on the armrests. I tell you, when we get there, I want to be the first to see what those aliens look like. If they're too ugly, I'll have the mech squadron go say hello first. Someone laughed on the channel. Caesar remained silent. He lay in his own pod, eyes closed. He wasn't sleeping. He was simulating in his mind the fleet's insertion trajectory, the formation deployment angle, the timing of main cannon warm-up, and responses to unexpected situations. He went through everything one by one. After 2 passes, he opened his eyes and looked at the twisted starfield outside the window. His hands rested on the armrests, his knuckles slightly white. Artemis also remained silent. She sat in her chair, staring at the countdown on the control panel. The numbers were ticking second by second. She stared at the numbers, motionless. Her palms were slightly damp. She wiped them on her pants. Then she continued staring at the countdown. In the live stream, the countdown was also displayed. The numbers were ticking. From 6 hours to 5 hours, then to 4 hours. Some people glanced and saw there were still over 3 hours left, and left again. Some kept the stream open, screen bright, but they were slumped on the sofa asleep. Some watched, checking the countdown every few minutes, then continued scrolling through other content. 3 hours. 30 minutes. 1 minute. 10 seconds. The image changed. The distorted starfield began to return to normal. The bubble wall dissipated. The warship outlines emerged. Then that dark red planet appeared before everyone's eyes. It hung right in front of the fleet. So large it filled half the screen. So large that the undulating mountains and dark red plains on its surface were clearly visible. So large that the small space station in orbit was visible. That space station was still rotating. Its solar panels reflected faint starlight. In the live stream, the barrage froze for 3 seconds. Then it exploded. We're here. We're really here. That planet. It's Proxima Centauri b. Holy shit. It's right in front of us. Look at that little dot. It's the space station. Oh my god, is this real? So close. So close. Where are the aliens? Come out. Tiangong Spaceport Core Area Command Hall. Shanying sat in the commander's seat. Outside the window, that dark red planet hung there. It was larger than he had imagined, more real than any image he had seen in simulation training. He could see the texture of the terrain on its surface. He could see the boundaries between the darker red areas and the slightly brighter ones. He could see that small space station slowly rotating in orbit. He stared at the space station for 3 seconds. Then he spoke. All fleet report status. First division normal. Quick responses came through the communication channel. Second division normal. Third division normal. Fourth division normal. Fifth. One after another. 10 responses completed within 3 seconds. After hearing the last one, Shanying continued. Maintain formation standard propulsion. Continue main cannon warm-up. All radars active mode full spectrum scan. A series of confirmations came through the channel. He leaned back. His hands rested on the armrests. His palms were slightly damp. He didn't wipe them. He just let them rest there. Zhao Qiming was also looking at that planet. He looked slowly, from the edge of the planet to its center, from the dark red plains to the undulating mountains. Then he saw the space station. Very small. In front of the fleet, it was as tiny as a grain of sand. But he knew what it was. It was the largest orbital facility of the other side, perhaps the fruit of decades or even centuries of their efforts. And now it was rotating there, oblivious to everything happening before it. Zhao Qiming stared at the space station for a long time. Then he let out a soft breath. Ivanov was not so quiet. The moment he saw the planet, he shouted into the communication channel. Did you see it? That dark red planet. That space station. Did you see that space station? Right there. It's still rotating. Someone replied in the channel. We see it. Stop shouting, my ears hurt. Ivanov grinned. He stared at the space station, his eyes bright. How many aliens do you think are in there? Are they all staring at us right now? Caesar didn't speak. He stared at the planet. At the space station. He stared at the distance between the fleet and the planet. He was calculating how long it would take to destroy the space station if an attack was ordered now. Calculating the threat level if the enemy counterattacked. Calculating various possibilities. He finished. He leaned back. His hands rested on the armrests. Artemis was also staring at the planet. After a while, she looked down at the data on the control panel. All data were normal. She raised her head again, continuing to stare at the planet. Outside the window, the dark red surface of the planet hung silently. She stared at it, without blinking. At the Yuecha base, the door slid open. Lin Ye walked in, still wearing the red-gold battle armor. He walked to the control console, glanced at the screen, then smiled at the camera. I'm back just in time. He pointed at the dark red planet on the screen. Family, do you see it? We've arrived. This is the homeworld of the Proxima Centaurians. The barrage started flooding again. Lin Ye didn't speak anymore. He stared at the planet. At the small space station in orbit. Bilinxing B Orbital Space Station Shuguang. In the duty room, 3 monitors were staring at their respective screens. Everything was normal. As normal as countless cycles before. A monitor raised his photosensitive plate, preparing to exchange something with the colleague beside him. Just then, a red warning box popped up on the screen. He froze. Then more warning boxes began to appear. One after another. In the upper left corner of the screen, the data column he had been watching began to flicker wildly. Abnormal surrounding airspace detected a large number of unidentified objects, quantity unable to count, distance approximately 2 stellar units, approaching rapidly. The monitor's photosensitive plate flickered violently. He stood up abruptly, emitting a sharp sound wave. Alarm. Unidentified objects. Massive. He let out a sharp. The colleague next to him turned his photosensitive plate, also lighting up. They simultaneously looked at the main screen. The image on the main screen switched automatically. No longer those tedious data. Instead, it was the real-time image from the external optical sensor. In the image, the starry sky that had been empty was now filled with densely packed steel giants. They were arranged in orderly formations. Their bows were all facing Bilinxing B. Their numbers were so vast that they could not be counted. Too many to fit on the screen. The monitor stood there stunned. His photosensitive plate flickered wildly, but he could not produce any sound. The colleague beside him was. The third monitor stood up, and upon seeing the image on the screen, his entire body stiffened. The air in the duty room seemed to solidify. After several seconds, the monitor finally reacted. He pressed the emergency communication button and emitted a sound wave with all his strength. Ground. Emergency. A large number of unidentified aircraft discovered outside the orbit. Massive. His sound wave exploded in the communication channel. The entire space station, everyone heard it. 30 seconds later, on the ground, the first city communication center. Dozens of high-ranking Shuguang had already. The photosensitive plates on their bodies flickered violently with complex spectra. The air was filled with high-frequency and low-frequency sound waves interweaving. Has the image been transmitted? It has been transmitted. Sent from the space station. Projected onto the main screen. The main screen lit up. On the screen, the fleet appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. 1,100 warships arranged in orderly formations, their bows all facing B. The dark blue patterns on their hulls were particularly conspicuous under the dim red starlight. Those patterns were flowing slowly like the pulsation of some energy. The dark blue charging light of the main turrets was clearly visible. Those gun muzzles were all pointing in their direction. The hull instantly fell silent. All Shuogang's photosensitive plates stopped flickering. They stared at that image. Stared at those steel giants dozens of times larger than their largest ships. Stared at those structures they had never seen before, completely beyond comprehension. Stared at those gun muzzles. No one emitted any sound wave. After several seconds, a young Shuogang spoke, his sound wave trembling noticeably. "Is that a weapon?" No one answered him, because everyone could see. Those gun muzzles, those structures, that arrangement. They could only be weapons, and weapons pointed at them. Where did they come from? A Shuogang with flickering photosensitive plate emitted a rapid sound wave. Why was there no warning? Our detectors, our radar. No one could answer him. Another Shuogang stared at the screen, his sound wave very low. When did they appear? The space station said they appeared suddenly, without any warning, like they directly drilled out of space. The hall fell into another silence. The Shuogang, whose photosensitive plate emitted a stable blue-white glow, the supreme decision-maker of the first city, slowly emitted a sound wave. Zoom in on the image. I want to see the structure of those things clearly. The operator zoomed in. A Dawn I-class ship occupied the entire screen. Its outline became clear. A hull of 1500 meters in length, sharp-edged. The armor plates on the hull's surface shimmered with a matte black-gray under the starlight. Those dark blue patterns meandered along the hull. The main turret at the bow with 4 gun barrels, each astonishingly thick. Deep within the gun muzzles, the dark blue light resembled the eyes of some living creature. The decision-maker stared at that turret for a long time. Then he emitted a sound wave, his voice lower than before. These are not detectors nor transport ships. They are war weapons specifically designed for combat. No one in the hall spoke. Everyone stared at the turret on the screen, staring at the dark blue light. How many, the decision-maker asked, cannot be precisely counted. The operator's voice trembled slightly. But preliminary estimate. At least over 1,000. 1,000. The decision-maker repeated the number. He turned his head and looked out the window. Outside the window was the night view of the first city. Those glowing buildings, those crisscrossing streets, those people still moving. They knew nothing. They were still living the same life as yesterday. He watched for a moment. Then he turned back, emitting a sound wave, his voice steady. Notify all cities. Enter the highest alert state. All ships ground all flights and stand by. All ground defense facilities activate all. He paused, looking at the dark blue glow of the ship's bows. Those lights had been on all along. From the moment they were detected, they had been on. Never extinguished. What did that mean? It meant the energy of those weapons had been in a charging state, ready to fire at any moment, its purpose self-evident. He was silent for a few seconds, then continued. Send a signal to them. Indicate that we have detected them. Indicate that we have no hostility. Ask them where they come from and what they intend to do. Which base? Lin Ye stood in front of the console, staring at the screen. On the screen, that dark red planet hung quietly. The small space station in orbit was still slowly rotating. Suddenly, Zero's voice rang in his ear. Boss, a directional signal detected from the direction of B. The frequency is modulated with obvious, unnatural characteristics. They should have discovered us. Lin Ye nodded. There was no expression on his face, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Understood. He then turned to the camera. Everyone, you heard it all. His voice was steady. They have discovered us. That signal just now was sent by them. The barrage started flooding again. But Lin Ye didn't look. He stared at that planet, staring at the small space station. Then he let out a laugh. The laugh was very soft. All right, he said. Then reply to them who we are. The voice of Zero echoed in the main control room of the Moon Chariot base. Received. Preparing response content. Lin Ye remained silent, staring intently at the dark red planet on the screen. The main control room fell silent for a few seconds. Then Zero spoke again, analyzing the opponent's language system. 17 seconds of communication samples collected containing approximately 200 variations of sound wave frequency changes. The range of sound wave frequency changes is between 4 kHz and 27 kHz, with some bands exceeding the human auditory threshold. Preliminary analysis: this language conveys meaning through combinations of pitch, height, duration, and pauses with a structural complexity roughly equivalent to 63% of human natural languages. Currently mastered effective vocabulary 0. Unable to construct a complete semantic model. Lin Ye nodded. Then there's no need to guess what they are saying. He took half a step forward. Use graphics. The star chart indicates the location and the graphics represent the intent. Zero paused for a second. Understood. Generating response content. Zero's holographic figure flickered slightly beside Lin Ye. Graphics have been generated. A new window popped up on the holographic screen. It was a map. The background was a pitch-black universe. On the left half, a dark red planet hung quietly next to it, marked a glowing white dot. This was the space station in the orbit of Proxima Centauri b. Several fine lines outlined the 3 stars of the Proxima Centauri system, one of which was circled next to Proxima Centauri b. On the right half, a blue-white planet next to it marked the gigantic star ring in synchronous orbit, the Tiangong starport. An arc indicated the position of the sun. Between the 2 planets, a glowing arrow started from the blue planet, traversing a distance, pointing towards the dark red planet. Next to the arrow, a series of numbers appeared 4. 2 ly. Below the numbers, there were 4 long lines and 1 short line. There was also a scaled-down scale using some fundamental wavelength that both humans and the Shuoguang tribe might recognize as a reference. Lin Ye stared at the series of numbers for 2 seconds. Can they understand numbers and light years? Zero paused for a moment. Uncertain. But distance is an objectively existing physical quantity. Using any measurement system, the values differ, but the proportional relationship remains consistent. Lin Ye nodded. What is their intent? Zero brought up another set of graphs. The first image, 2 simplified figures, one standing and the other kneeling on the ground, hands outstretched, head touching the ground. The second image, the standing figure raised its foot, stepping on the head of the kneeling figure. The third image, the kneeling figure shattered into points of light, dissipating. The 3 images connected together, resembling a comic strip. Lin Ye stared at them for a few seconds, the corners of his mouth twitching. Quite straightforward. He leaned back slightly. Send it over. Understood. In the orbit of Proxima Centauri b, the dawning space station. The 3 monitors in the duty room were still staring at the screen. That steel array was rapidly approaching. The eerie blue light at the bow remained bright. They did not know what to do. The alarm had sounded, the ground had responded, the signal had been sent, but there was no reaction from the other side. At this moment, a new prompt box appeared on the screen. Received reply, signal decoding. The monitor's photoreceptive panels suddenly lit up. He straightened up, staring at the screen. On the screen, a series of waveforms began to be analyzed. A few seconds later, the first set of images appeared. A star map. The dark red Proxima Centauri was at the center, surrounded by the orbits of planets outlined by fine lines. The third planet, Proxima Centauri b, was encircled by a glowing circle. The monitor stared at the circle, the photoreceptive panel trembling slightly. This is our galaxy and planet. The image switched. The second star map. A yellow star appeared in the center, much brighter than their Proxima Centauri. Around the star, a blue-white planet was outlined. The monitor stared at that blue-white planet for 3 seconds. Then he emitted a sound wave, the tone changing. That's the neighboring star. The one that detected an energy burst 4 years ago. They come from there. The image switched again. 2 star maps side by side. The left side was the Proxima Centauri system, and the right side was that yellow star system. An arrow started from the blue-white planet on the right, traversing the empty space in the middle, pointing to Proxima Centauri b on the left. Next to the arrow, 5 light bars appeared, 4 long and 1 short. The 5 light bars were arranged together from long to short. Then the first light bar disappeared. The arrow moved a little to the right. The second light bar disappeared. The arrow continued to move. The third disappeared. The fourth disappeared. Until the short fifth one disappeared, the arrow reached Proxima Centauri b on the left. The monitor stared at that set of light bars. The photoreceptive panel stopped flickering. He understood. This was distance. The distance of the 5 light bars. From there to here. The image switched. A new scene appeared. The screen was divided in half. The left half, a human-like outline standing straight. The right half, the same human-like outline, but kneeling on the ground, head bowed. Between the 2 outlines, the standing figure raised its foot, stepping on the head of the kneeling figure. The image switched. The left half, still that standing human outline. The right half, the kneeling figure shattered into points of light, dissipating. 2 images side by side. Standing and kneeling. Submission and destruction. The monitor stared at these last few images. His photoreceptive panel flickered violently, then suddenly froze. He emitted a trembling sound wave. They want us to choose Tiangong Starport Core Area Command Hall. Shanning sat in the commander's seat, staring at the space station outside the window. The voice of the Hound came through the communication channel. Did you understand those images? Shanning replied with a sound. Kneel or die. That's the meaning, straightforward and brutal. Quite in line with that person's style. He stared at the space station, his hand resting on the armrest. His palm felt a bit damp. The underground conference room of the Black Palace of the Free Nation. The chief stared at the images on the screen, his brow furrowed. This is... The technical advisor quickly brought up the previous images. The first set of star maps is telling them we come from the blue planet. The second set of images. He paused. Submission or destruction. The chief remained silent for a few seconds. FK. This is an ultimatum. The Minister of Security was also shocked beside him. Not even going to negotiate. The technical advisor shook his head. Chief, this is very reasonable. With a language barrier and cultural differences, how can we negotiate? It's a waste of time. Graphics are the only common language. And these images, their meaning is crystal clear. The chief stared at the kneeling human outline on the screen. That outline had its head lowered in a humble posture. In the adjacent image, shattered points of light scattered in all directions. He looked at it for a long time. Then he leaned back, exhaling deeply. The Minister of Security did not speak again. The room fell silent. The Arctic Bear Command. The commander stared at the images on the screen, forgetting to chew the bread in his mouth. He looked for a few seconds, then swallowed the bread. Kneel or die. He grinned. Huh. Quite direct. I like it. In the central command of the Dragon God Kingdom, an elderly man stared intently at the two images on the screen. Zhou Weiguo stood beside him, whispering this. This is a demand for their surrender. It is anything but a friendly visit. The old man remained silent, fixating on the kneeling silhouette. He glanced at the fragmented image beside it. After a long pause, he finally spoke. If we were in their position with over 1,000 warships outside, all their cannons aimed at us, and then receiving these images, what would you choose, eh? Zhou Weiguo fell silent. The old man did not press further. He turned back to focus on the screen. In the live broadcast room, new comments began to appear. I understand those images. Kneel or die. Wow, is the wise god this direct? Is this the final ultimatum? Negotiation. What is there to negotiate? The two sides do not speak the same language. This is how it should be. Let them choose. Submission or annihilation, simple and clear. Those aliens must be terrified right now. Wouldn't you be? Yet there were differing opinions. Isn't this too tyrannical, eh? They haven't done anything. Why should they kneel? This is invasion. A blatant invasion. The wise god is making decisions on behalf of all humanity. I disagree. But these voices were quickly drowned out. Virtue seekers, get out. They haven't done anything. How do you know they haven't done anything? Do you understand the dark force theory? Strike first. Waiting for them to act is too late. The wise god's fleet is right there. He calls the shots. At Proxima B at the Dawn Space Station, Commander Creek stood by the porthole, gazing at the fleet outside, fixated on the eerie blue cannon muzzles, the photoreceptors trembling slightly. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from behind. More people rushed to the porthole. Someone emitted a sharp sound wave. What is that? What are they doing? Those cannons are all aimed at us. Creek did not turn around. He continued to stare outside. Suddenly, a chaotic sound wave erupted in the duty room. Signal? They have decoded the signal they sent. The images are out. Quick look. Creek turned and hurried towards the duty room with others following him. Inside, the main screen displayed the series of images. Star maps. Origin. Choices. Replaying. Creek focused on the last two comparative images, standing and kneeling. Submission and destruction. His photoreceptor flickered violently before suddenly stabilizing. A chaotic sound wave filled the air. Someone uttered a trembling voice. What does this mean? Another voice erupted in anger, sharp and piercing. They want us to kneel, eh? On what basis? Oh, they are invaders. Fight. We have weapons. Yes, we must launch a defensive attack. The duty room descended into chaos, various sound waves intertwining and growing louder. Creek stood there motionless. He gazed at the images, at the kneeling silhouette, and at the fragmented picture beside it. Then he emitted a low sound wave. Quiet. The sound wave was not loud, but it carried a sense of pressure. The duty room fell silent instantly. All the Shining Ones turned towards him. Creek raised his photoreceptor, pointing outside towards the fleet. Look closely. How large are those things? How many are there? Those cannons have been aimed at us since the moment they appeared. If they really wanted to attack, we would have been gone by now. There is no need to wait for us to choose. The duty room fell into a deathly silence. All the Shining Ones' photoreceptors froze. They stared at the fleet outside, those steel giants, those eerie blue lights. Suspended in silence like a pack of waiting behemoths. A young Shining One emitted a faint trembling sound wave. So, what do we do now? Creek did not answer. The duty room fell silent for 3 seconds. Then another colleague suddenly stood up, colliding with the chair behind him. The ground. Send it to the ground immediately. On the ground, the First City Communication Hub decision-makers stared at the series of images transmitted from the space station. Beside them, dozens of high-ranking Shining Ones gathered, intertwining various sound waves. Someone emitted an angry voice. This is an insult. We Shining Ones will not kneel before any invader. Fight. Bring out all our weapons. Unleash our ultimate weapon of destruction. Yes, let them see our might. Yet there were differing voices. What do we fight with? The ultimate weapon of destruction. Our largest ship is less than 300 meters long. The smallest of theirs is several times ours. Our weapon's the largest cannon. We don't even know if it can destroy one of their ships. The Shining One, who had emitted the angry sound wave, suddenly turned towards him. So you mean we should kneel, eh? Kneel before a group of invaders of unknown origin. Crush our thousands of years of dignity underfoot. The two faced off, their photoreceptors flickering violently. The decision-makers stood there silent, all along staring out the window. Outside was the night scene of the First City, those illuminated buildings, the crisscrossing streets, and the people still going about their lives unaware. They continued living their lives as they did yesterday. He watched for a moment, then turned back and emitted a sound wave, steady yet low. We have monitored them. For years ago, their technology was still very primitive. They were still using chemical rockets, and their space had only a few rudimentary small facilities. They were behind us. But in the following 4 years. He paused. They suddenly constructed that massive ring structure, a colossal entity beyond our comp. They launched immeasurable energy signals towards another planet. Their asteroid belt displayed countless moving targets. Thus we accelerated the research on the traveler propulsion system. However, 4 years have passed, and our research is still ongoing. And now they have. He raised his photoreceptor, pointing at the fleet on the screen. Suddenly appeared here. Over 1,000 warships. Each one is larger than our Dawn space station. Those cannons have been lit since the moment they were detected. He turned back to look at everyone in the hall. 4 years. From lagging behind us to standing at our doorstep. They did it in just 4 short years. No one uttered a word. Only the faint glow on the photoreceptors flickered. It displayed the turmoil within each person. The military commander spoke first. This is not a choice. This is an ultimatum. The decision-maker fell silent for a long time. Then he emitted a sound wave. Notify all cities. His voice was steady, but each word seemed to be squeezed from his. Repeat, enter the highest state of alert across the planet. All ships full-level alert. All Shinefolk prepare for battle. Suddenly, another Shinefolk emitted a hurried sound wave. They're here. Everyone turned to the main screen. In the real-time footage, the fleet had already arrived 3,000 kilometers away from the space station. Crick stood by the window of the space station. He felt he had merely blinked. Then the massive ships appeared before him. 3,000 kilometers away. Close enough for him to see the patterns on the surface of each ship. Close enough to see the eerie blue glow cast on the armor plates. Close enough to clearly see the observation window of the foremost giant ship. Crick stood there, his sensory plate completely frozen. Behind him, the Shinefolk who had been angrily arguing were now utterly silent. Everyone was staring outside, staring at those colossal iron beasts within arm's reach. This space station had taken them over 30 years to build. It was their largest orbital facility, capable of accommodating over 300 people working and living on it simultaneously. Yet in front of those giants, it seemed as small as a speck of dust. A young Shinefolk emitted a faint trembling sound wave. How are they so fast? No one answered him, because no one knew the answer. 10 seconds. 230,000 kilometers. What speed is this? What kind of propulsion system do they have? What is their energy source? What are they? Really? Crick stared at the nearest giant ship. It was just 3,000 kilometers away, suspended in silence. The eerie blue glow still shone, always directed at them. He suddenly realized something. Those few seconds just now, if they had wanted to, they could have crashed into them directly. They could have opened fire. The space station would have been gone. Everyone would have been gone. But they did not. They stopped 3,000 kilometers away. This distance. Crick's sensory plate trembled slightly. He emitted a very faint sound wave. They are letting us see more clearly to understand the gap between us. The command hall of Tiangong Starport. Shanning sat in the commander's chair, staring at the small space station outside the window. 3,000 kilometers. In the scale of space, it was equivalent to being able to touch each other's face with an outstretched hand. At this distance, he could see every detail of that space station. The scratches on the solar panels. The weld seams on the outer walls of the modules. Those portholes. Behind one of the portholes stood several figures, tall about 1 meter and 50 centimeters, dressed in tight-fitting, softly glowing clothes, their heads covered with smooth, translucent crystalline structures. Those crystalline structures flickered, some fast, some slow, as if communicating, or perhaps trembling. Shanning stared at those flickering crystalline structures, his hand resting on the armrest. His palms were slick with sweat. This was not tension, it was excitement. In the communication channel, Ivanov's voice came through much lower than usual. They are trembling. No one replied, because everyone could see it. The flickering of those crystalline structures was abnormal in its rapidity, like a human body unable to control its trembling. In the live broadcast room, the bullet comments had gone completely out of control. Did you see that? Those are the Proxima aliens, standing right by the window. My God, they look like this. No eyes. Or is that glowing plate their eyes? Those crystalline structures are flickering too. And they're flickering so fast. That one retreating must be scared, trembling in fear. They must be thinking now, what have we provoked? This is a historic moment for our pickled vegetable nation. This is the moment we witness an alien tremble. Oh my God, those crystalline structures are really trembling. Yura, did you see that? Those alien kids are shaking. Let them see clearly. This is the fleet of humanity. Some viewers reacted with mixed feelings. They must have families too. They have cities and lights that shine at night. Now they stand by the window looking at the cannon muzzles outside. They are trembling. This bullet comment floated by and no one paid attention. In the underground conference room of the Free Nation's Black Palace, the chief stared at the figures standing by the window on the screen, those violently flickering crystalline structures. He watched for a long time, then turned to the Minister of Security. If one day we find ourselves in that position. Outside the window there are more than 1,000 warships, each 10 times larger than our aircraft carriers. The cannon muzzles all pointed at us. What will we do? The Minister of Security remained silent. The chief turned back to the screen, continuing to gaze at it. I can guess a little about their current mood. He paused. Because we once looked at others like this too. In the room no one spoke. In the Arctic Bear Command. The commander stood by the window staring at the trembling figures on the screen. He watched for a while then turned to his aide. Don't laugh at them. The aide was taken aback. Commander. The commander waved his hand. If we were in their place, it would be the same. He paused. It might even be worse. In the Europa Joint Coordination Center. The rotating chairperson stared at the violently flickering crystalline structure. He watched for a long time. Then turned to the Secretary General. Record this. He said. This is humanity's first time witnessing another civilization's reaction in the face of absolute power. The flickering frequency of those crystalline structures is a physiological response of fear. They are just like us. They can feel fear. The Secretary General nodded. The chairperson turned back, continuing to stare at the screen. Those figures remained there. Those crystalline structures were still flickering like lights swaying in the wind. In the Longshan Kingdom Command, the elder in charge stood in front of the screen staring at the figures by the window. Zhou Weiguo stood beside him. Neither spoke. After a long time the elder finally spoke. What are they thinking now? Zhou Weiguo remained silent for a few seconds. I don't know. He paused. But they must be very scared right now. The elder nodded. They fell silent. On Proxima B at the Dawn Space Station, Crick stood by the window. His crystalline structure was also flickering violently. Flickering uncontrollably. He stared at the nearest giant ship outside the window, watching the ship's bow turret. Those 4 gun barrels. Deep within the gun barrels the eerie blue glow remained lit, always directed at them. Behind him the Shinefolk were either standing crouching or leaning against the wall. No one spoke. Only the sounds of the flickering crystalline structures intertwined softly. A young Shinefolk emitted a trembling sound wave. What are they waiting for? Crick did not answer. He stared at the eerie blue glow. Suddenly he remembered those images. They are waiting for us to make a choice. A faint sob came from behind. It was unclear who it was. 10 minutes passed amidst the heated quarrels of the Shining Clan's High Council. Those 10 minutes were neither long nor short, but for Crick standing by the space station's observation window, they stretched like a century. The colossal warships were still there 3,000 kilometers away motionless. The eerie blue light at their bows remained ablaze unwavering. Behind him the sonic waves from the control room grew increasingly chaotic. Some were still arguing. Some demanded battle, others negotiation, and a few urged patience. One voice claimed that since they hadn't attacked, there was still room for diplomacy. Another countered, pointing out that their cannons were trained on them. Was that room for negotiation? Crick did not turn around. He remained by the window, his gaze fixed on the nearest behemoth on its bow turret with 4 gun barrels. Each barrel seemed thick enough to swallow an entire spacecraft. Deep within those barrels a faint blue light pulsed slowly. Crick turned and swept his gaze across the control room. He emitted a faint sonic wave. Any reply from the ground? The communications officer lifted his photoplate, which flickered. Still under discussion. Crick paused for 2 seconds. Keep waiting. He turned back, fixing his eyes on the window. The colossal warship was still there. On the ground at the first city communications hub the debate had raged for nearly 10 minutes. Sonic waves layered upon one another. Sharp, deep, fast, slow. All intertwined. Counterattack. We must counterattack. The military commander stood at the center of the hall, his photoplate flashing violently. His name was Colton, in charge of all ground defense forces of the Shining Clan. Our weapons aren't for show. There's a laser array in orbit, particle cannons on the ground. Shoot them down. Are you sure you can breach their warship's defenses? Another voice overpowered his. It was the head of the academy, Silas, his photoplate glowing with a steady blue-white. Our laser array at maximum power. How thick an armor can it penetrate? 10 meters. 20. The smallest of those warships is 10 times larger than our biggest vessel. Then hit their vital points. Hit their thrusters. Hit their observation windows. Where are their vital points? Can you see? What's behind those armor plates? Where is their energy core? How strong are their defensive systems? Colton's sonic wave shot up sharply. So you propose we kneel? Kneel to those things that came from nowhere. Silas did not back down. His photoplate flared as well. I propose that before we act we figure out what we're facing. The two faced off. The surrounding high-ranking members of the Shining Clan split into 2 factions, some siding with Colton, others with Silas. The sonic wave. The decision-maker Zealand stood before the main screen silent. He stared at the fleet on the display at those eerie blue lights. He also glanced at the adjacent images. The kneeling humanoid formed the shattered picture. Enough. His sonic wave was not loud, but the entire hall fell silent instantly. Everyone turned to him. Zealand raised his photoplate toward Colton. Can our weapons penetrate their armor? Colton's photoplate flickered. We won't know unless we try. I asked you, can they or can't they? Colton fell silent. Zealand turned to Silas. Have our analyzers identified their energy source? Silas' photoplate shifted. Only preliminary guesses. Possibly fusion or something more advanced. But one thing is certain. Their energy output exceeds ours by at least 3 orders of magnitude. Zealand repeated. He turned back, facing the fleet on the main screen. That means the energy of a single one of their ships could surpass the total energy of our entire planet. No one spoke. The hall was dead silent. After a long while, a young Shining Clan member emitted a faint sonic wave. Then what do we do? Zealand did not answer. He stared at those blue lights. At the Yuecha base, Lin Ye leaned against the console, watching the spinning space station on the screen. 10 minutes had passed. No movement from the other side. He glanced at the time on the holographic screen, then turned to the camera. Beneath his faceplate, the corner of his mouth twitched. Dear viewers, he began, his voice lazy. It's been 10 minutes, and they still haven't replied. He paused. The streamer figures there are two possibilities. He raised one finger. First, they might not be able to decode the images, or even if they do, they don't understand the content. Numbers, light years, scales. These concepts might be beyond them. He raised a second finger. Second, they understood, but they're busy arguing. To kneel or to die? That question would cause a quarrel for anyone. He spread his hands. What do you say, viewers? Should the streamer do something to help them make a decision faster? The barrage exploded instantly. Holy crap, what are you going to do, master? Help me. Could it be a show of force? Are you going to fire? No. Wait. Give them more time. What's there to wait for? It's been 10 minutes. Wise God, don't waste time, just do it. Kimchi Country supports. Show them our power. Jaya Penji says they're a bit nervous. Is this for real? My God, are they going to start a fight? Yura? That's how it should be done. Lin Ye watched the barrage, saying nothing. Beneath his faceplate, he smiled. Then he turned. Ling. Yes. Fire a shot at that space station. His tone was flat, utterly unconcerned with the consequences. After a pause, he added, don't hit it, just graze past. Confirmed. The barrage froze for a second, then went wild. Holy crap. He's really firing. 666. Awesome. The wise God is awesome. People from the Dragon God Nation send congratulations. Kimchi Country fans also send congratulations. Jaya Penji says, can't we talk first? Liberty Country, this is too direct, isn't it? Polar Bear, good. Show them what firepower is. But there were dissenting voices. Are you insane? This is an invasion. They haven't done anything, and you're firing first. This is demonic behavior. Strongly condemned. Wise God, you're bringing shame to all humanity. Calm down. Communicate first. Decide based on their attitude. Get out of here, saints. A bunch of keyboard warriors. When the real fight comes, you'll run faster than anyone. The barrage was a chaotic mess. Lin Ye glanced at those cursing him. Beneath his faceplate, he let out a dismissive laugh. Then he turned, fixing his eyes on the holographic screen. Aboard the Dawn space station in orbit around Proxima, B alarms suddenly blared in the control room. The piercing shrill sound caused every crystal of the Shuguang to flicker violently. Alert. Detected extremely powerful energy fluctuation. Source approximately 3,000 kilometers away. Energy reading, unable to display. Exceeds detection limit. Kelly Ku spun around and rushed into the control room. On the main screen, the turret at the bow of the colossal warship was growing brighter. Deep within the 4 gun barrels, the originally slow-flowing azure light suddenly accelerated as if something was spinning wildly inside. The light grew ever brighter and larger, so intense that even through the screen it stabbed painfully into the crystals. It's charging. That cannon is charging. Energy readings are skyrocketing, exceeding sensor limits. Kelly stared at the screen, his crystals flickering violently. He opened his mouth and emitted a sound wave. Emergency magnetic deflection shield. Full power. All personnel, secure yourselves nearby and prepare for impact. The technician's hands flew across the console, pressing buttons frantically. Deflection shield activated. Charging needs 15 seconds. Personnel notification sent. Kelly Ku watched the light on the screen grow ever brighter. 15 seconds. Too late. He turned to the communication station. Send a signal to the ground. Tell them the enemy warship has activated a main cannon. The communicator's sound wave had not even finished. The light on the screen suddenly vanished. Not extinguished. Erupted. Inside the bridge of the Linghao, Ling's voice rang out. Primary turret maximum power charging. Charging progress. 65. 82. 97. Charging complete. Target starboard outer side of the space station, distance 3,000 kilometers, offset 100 meters. Fire. The turret at the bow shuddered violently. Deep within the 4 gun barrels, the azure light that had accumulated to its limit erupted simultaneously. For beams of blazing white tinged with azure began to spiral and intertwine the moment they left the muzzle. In a mere thousandth of a second, the 4 beams merged into one. A single blazing white pillar over 50 meters in diameter, with arcs of destructive energy flowing along its edges. At near light speed, it instantly crossed the 3,000 kilometers of void and passed through the target's location. Inside the space station, everyone was staring. The white light burst from the warship's cannon. It crossed the void, racing toward them. It grew brighter, closer. So bright that the screen automatically dimmed. So bright that everyone's crystals simultaneously closed. Then, it passed by the starboard outer side of the space station about 100 meters away. In that instant, the entire space station shook. All porthole covers slammed shut automatically. Emergency lighting went out completely. Utter darkness inside. The alarm shrilled. Someone screamed in the dark. Others collided with consoles and fell to the floor. Still others clung to handrails, their bodies suspended in midair. Kelly stood in the darkness, his eyes seeing nothing. But his body felt the tremor as the white light brushed past. That energy had missed them by less than 100 meters. If it had been off by 100 meters, he dared not think further. The darkness lasted for 3 seconds. Then emergency lights flickered on, casting a dim yellow. The control room was a mess. Someone lay curled under a console. Someone crouched in a corner, hands over their head. Someone knelt on the floor, their crystals completely frozen, motionless. Kelly stood there. He was still standing, but his legs were trembling. Trembling uncontrollably. He looked down at his hands. They were trembling too. Beads of cold sweat condensed on his crystals. He raised his photosensitive plate and looked out the window. The colossal warship was still there. The cannon at its bow, deep within the muzzle, the azure light still glowed, as if nothing had happened. The beam continued forward. It hurtled toward Proxima B, plunging into the outer atmosphere of that dark red planet. The outer atmosphere was torn open, a gash hundreds of kilometers wide. The thin air along its path was instantly heated to tens of thousands of degrees, emitting a blinding white light. From the ground, a blazing ribbon of light suddenly spanned the sky from east to west, brighter than the dark red star itself. Dazzling, unbearable to look at. On the ground in the residential area of the third city, an ordinary Shuaguang family. The father had just returned from outside tidying his gear. The mother was preparing food. 2 children played on the floor with something. Suddenly the sky blazed, far brighter than the usual dark red star. The 2 children looked up, staring out the window. "Mom, it's daylight." The mother also looked up. She saw a ribbon of light burning across the sky. The edges of that light were a piercing white, so bright it hurt her eyes. She stood frozen, the thing in her hand dropping to the floor. The father rushed out from the inner room, grabbed both children, and shielded them under his body. He stared at the ribbon of light spanning the sky, his crystals flickering white. What was that? The brightness of that ribbon, its path. Where did it come from? What was it going to do? The child in his arms emitted a soft sound wave. "Dad, it hurts, my eyes hurt." The father buried the child's face in his chest. "Don't look, close your eyes." But he himself kept staring at that light. Staring at that scar, tearing the sky. The beam burst out of the atmosphere. The ribbon of light across the sky gradually faded away. But its mark remained. A scorch mark hundreds of kilometers wide, slowly healed in the sky. The air, heated to tens of thousands of degrees, spread outward, stirring up fierce winds. On the ground, Shuaguang stood in the streets, heads tilted upward. Some huddled indoors, gazing out through windows. Others knelt, liquid flowing from their crystals. No one spoke. Only the sound of wind. And intermittent shouts from afar. In the space station, Kelly still stood by the window. He stared at the colossal warship. At that cannon. The cannon was still aimed at them. Deep within the muzzle, the azure light still glowed. Behind him, a trembling sound wave came. "It missed." Another voice followed. "It missed. We're alive. Alive. We're all alive. Great. It missed. That cannon missed." Someone laughed, a shrill, piercing sound like weeping. Someone crouched down, liquid dripping from their crystals. Kelly stood there watching them. Then he suddenly realized something. 100 meters. That beam, tens of meters in diameter, had grazed them. The distance from the outer hull was less than 100 meters. At that speed, that distance. How could it have missed? He raised his photosensitive plate and looked at the colossal warship. At that cannon. No, it wasn't a miss. He emitted a sound wave, very soft. The people behind him didn't catch it. What? Kelly turned to look at them. It wasn't a miss. This was a warning. On the ground at the first city communication hub. On the main screen, the light band that had spanned the sky was slowly dissipating. But the scar it left behind remained. That scorch mark hundreds of kilometers wide hung in the sky. A dead silence gripped the hall. Everyone stared at the scar. The decision maker stood there. His crystalline lenses still flickered. But he did not flinch. He gazed at the scar for a long, long time. Then he turned to the military commander. "Can our weapons produce such an effect?" The military commander shook his head. "Far from it. The energy of that beam. Our most powerful weapon doesn't even reach 1,000th of it." The decision maker was silent for a few seconds. Then he turned to the intelligence officer beside him. For years ago, the energy burst from the direction of their star system. Compared to this, the intelligence officer called, that one was much lower. About 1/5 of this. The decision maker stared at the data. 1/5. For years ago, 1/5. For years later, this. His throat suddenly felt dry. For years. They had only used 4 years to increase their weapon's power by 5 times. And what had they done in those 4 years? Accelerated the research on the Voyager propulsion system. And then nothing. Absolutely nothing. The military commander spoke. "This is a warning. If they had wanted to strike, that shot just now would have destroyed the space station. They deliberately grazed it. To show us. To let us know they can at any moment." He didn't finish. But everyone understood. The hall fell silent for 3 seconds. Then a young Shuaguang emitted a sharp sound wave. "Fight back. We have weapons too. Retaliate. We can't just let this go." He finished shouting and looked at the others. But no one responded. The others stood there, their crystalline lenses flickering, but they emitted no sound waves. The young Shuoguang grew anxious. He turned to the military commander. General, say something. We have so many weapons, so many ships, and the ultimate weapon. We are not afraid of them. The military commander looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he raised his photosensitive plate and pointed out the window. Go outside and look. Look at those things in the sky. Look at how big they are. Look at how many there are. And look at that scar. How it was made. They fired a single shot from outside orbit through the atmosphere into deep space. That scar spans hundreds of kilometers. Can our largest weapon even produce 1% of that width? The young Shuoguang stood frozen. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Another voice rang out filled with suppressed anger. So you're saying we should kneel? Kneel to a bunch of invaders from who knows where? Trample our millennia of dignity underfoot? The speaker was an older Shuoguang with a dark red photosensitive plate. He glared at the military commander, his crystalline lenses flickering violently. The military commander stared back at him. I didn't say kneel. He paused. But I didn't say fight either. I said we need to think first. Think about what we have and what they have. Think about how many of us would survive if we fight. Think about what we can preserve if we don't fight. The older Shuoguang was stunned. The military commander continued. For years ago, we detected their technological explosion. For years later, they are standing at our doorstep. The energy from that one cannon shot just now equals our entire arsenal firing simultaneously 100 times. If we charge out now and counterattack, can we even take down one of their ships? Can we destroy one of their cannons? And after that, what about the people left behind? What about the cities left behind? He raised his photosensitive plate, pointing out the window. The people in those cities have no idea what's happening. They are still living their lives as if today were yesterday. They don't know their fate might be decided in the next few minutes. The hall fell silent. Everyone was staring at him. The young Shuoguang's crystalline lenses gradually lost their anger. In its place, a dazed look appeared. He looked out the window. Outside, the dark red star hung quietly at the edge of the sky. Beneath the scar in the sky was slowly healing. But the massive warships were still there. Those gun barrels were still aimed at them. He stared at those warships for a long time, then emitted a very soft sound wave. Then what do we do? No one answered him. Because no one knew the answer. The decision maker stood there looking out the window at the healing scar at the silent warships. He suddenly felt very tired. Not physical fatigue, a weariness from the heart. He turned back to look at the people still silent in the hall. Send a signal. His voice was steady. Tell them we received their message. We need some time to discuss. Also tell them we are willing to talk. Behind him, someone emitted a hurried sound wave. But those images they sent, they want us to. The decision maker didn't turn around. I know. He paused. But first we survive. Only by surviving can there be hope. The hall was silent for a few seconds. Then the military commander spoke. We can indeed negotiate. Everyone looked at him. He stood there, his crystalline lenses glowing steadily. But before we talk, let me make one thing clear. He raised his photosensitive plate, pointing at the warships outside the window. They are forcing us to choose. Kneel or die. By saying we are willing to talk, we have essentially chosen the first path. Just in different words. Words to make ourselves feel better. He looked at the decision maker. Personally, I can accept that phrasing. But as a soldier, I must say, he paused. If their conditions make living worse than death, if they demand we trample our crystalline lenses and become slaves for generations, then I would rather choose the second path. Even if we can't when we fight. Take down one ship for one bite off a chunk of flesh for a chunk. At least we die with meaning. He looked at the decision maker. Do you understand? The decision maker looked back at him for a long time. Then he nodded. I understand. He turned to the window, gazing at the warships. First talk. If talks fail, then fight. If we can live, we live. If we can't, we fight to the end. His voice was calm. That is the answer. Inside the bridge of the Linghang, Ling's voice sounded. Boss, we've received a signal from them. After decoding, the general idea is that they are willing to talk and need time. They want to know what we want. They want to know what they can keep after the talks. At the Moon Arc base, Lin Ye leaned against the observation window, listening to Zero's report. The corner of his mouth twitched. What do you want? He repeated then he let out a chuckle. Turning around, he faced the camera. Folks, did you hear that? They say they're willing to talk. And they ask what we want. He paused. What do you think we want? In the live stream, comments were flying rapidly. What do we want? Isn't it obvious? Make them submit. We want them to acknowledge that our great pickle nation represents humanity. We want them to honor us as the superior state. We want them to learn our writing and history, acknowledge our place in the universe. This is a historic moment for our great pickle nation. Foot Basin Chicken suggests establishing a co-prosperity sphere we can provide management experience. Land of the Free says they should disarm first. Accept supervision. Then talk about trade. Let them open free trade markets. Free state enterprises can help develop their economy. Polar Bear says to cut to the chase, demand their resources. Mines. Energy. The comments from Dragon God Nation were the most mixed. Some said peaceful coexistence. Some said, make them acknowledge our leading position. Some said, let's see what they have first. Comment after comment, various languages crowding together, impossible to tell who was saying what. Lin Ye stood in the main control room of the Moon Arc, base, his faceplate facing the screen. He watched the frantic scrolling comments, saying nothing. After a few seconds, he let out a soft laugh. The sound came through the voice modulator, muffled, tinged with helplessness. Folks. He spoke, his voice lazy. You all make valid points. He paused, raised a hand, and swiped through the air, scrolling back through the comments. But, he drew out the word. Have you considered one thing? He stepped forward half a pace, his faceplate leaning close to the camera. We can't communicate with them linguistically. The signal they sent Zero could only barely parse the rough meaning. Things like willing to talk, need time, want to know what we want. These are all guesses. How much can they understand of the images we sent? How accurately did they interpret the meaning of those diagrams? He spread his hands. What if they misunderstood? What if our talk means something else to them? The scrolling slowed a bit. So Lin Ye stepped back, leaning against the edge of the console. Right now, communication is purely a dialogue of the deaf. He raised a hand, making a gesture toward the camera. We need to decipher their language system first before we can proceed. He turned to the side. Zero. Affirmative. Deploy the Eye of God. Take care of this first. Crack their language system, and while you're at it, map out their network. He paused. Collect all the intelligence you can. Once we figure out what they're really about, there's no rush to talk. Acknowledged. How many units do you recommend deploying? Lin Ye thought for a moment. 1,000 Dawnbreaker eyes. How many Eyes of God per ship? Standard configuration is 10 units. Boss, do you mean? Deploy them all, he said. 10,000 units. Should be able to gather everything we need within. His tone was casual. We're live. Can't keep everyone waiting for hours, can we? Half an hour, that's about right. Understood. Sending commands to the Vanguard fleet. All Eye of God Type 4 reconnaissance units, immediate release. Total count 10,000 units. Estimated time for full deployment into target area and completion of initial data collection, approximately 25 minutes. The comments exploded instantly. 10,000 units. Holy crap, did I hear that right? 10,000. 10 per ship, 1,000 ships equals 10,000, correct. That number. How big is their space station anyway? This is total coverage reconnaissance. Half an hour. Such efficiency. Pickle Nation supports this. That's the way to do it. Foot Basin Chicken is a bit nervous. Isn't this scale too much? Land of the Free reconnaissance is necessary, but the quantity is indeed a bit. Polar Bear good. The more the merrier. Let them see what true power looks like. Dragon God Nation done in half an hour. That's execution. Lin Ye glanced at the comments, the corner of his mouth twitching beneath the faceplate. He said nothing, just turned to look at the main screen. On the screen, that dark red planet hung silently. The small space station in its orbit continued its slow rotation as if nothing had happened. The view switched. A real-time image of the Vanguard fleet appeared on the screen. 1,000 Dawnbreaker eyes arranged in neat formation hovered silently 3,000 kilometers outside the orbit of Proxima b. Then, the fleet moved. Not as a whole. On each warship, the armor plates on both sides slid open simultaneously, revealing dense rows of circular hatches. The next moment, countless points of light ejected from those hatches. Faster and faster. Those points of light trailed faint streaks, scattering in all directions. From a distance, the entire fleet resembled a flower suddenly blooming. Those lights were the petals. Petals drifting toward that dark red planet. 10,000 points of light. Against the black backdrop of space, dense and over. In the live stream, the comments froze for a full 3 seconds. Then exploded even more fiercely than before. My God. This scene. 10,000 simultaneous releases. What a spectacle. Like a blossom. So majestic. Can the people on the space station see this? They must. Only the blind would miss this. Why doesn't the wisdom God make these eyes of God invisible? In the live feed, those lights continued to spread outward, not entering stealth mode. Some drifted toward the space station. Some dove into the atmosphere of Proxima b. Others spread into a net covering a larger area. 10,000 lights like a swarm of released fireflies. Under the dark red starlight, they silently drifted toward that unfamiliar planet. At the Proxima b orbit aboard the Dawn space station, Crick still stood by the porthole. After that beam of light had grazed past, he had remained there. He kept staring at the nearest colossal ship at its cannon. The deep blue glow at the muzzle was still lit. It remained lit. Behind him, someone was crying in the control room. Someone curled up in a corner. Someone crouched under an operating console, head and hands motionless. Just then, the alarm blared again, sharp and piercing, drowning out all other sounds. Crick's crystalline lens contracted sharply. He spun around and lunged to the console. On the monitoring screen, numerous heat source signals were erupting from the sides of those giant ships. He called up the external optical sensor feed. The image magnified. He saw it. The armor plates of those leviathans were sliding open, revealing dense rows of circular hatches. Then, countless points of light surged out from within. 110, 100, 1,000. The numbers on the monitoring screen were wildly fluctuating. 387, 1241, 3892, 6745. They simply wouldn't stop. What is that? He emitted a sharp sound wave. The technician beside him rushed over, staring at his own screen. A large number of small aircraft. They're being released from those giant ships. The quantity. It keeps increasing. It's already over 8,000. 9,000. 9,007. 10,000. His voice grew increasingly shrill, nearly turning into a scream. Kuliku stared at the monitoring screen. The number finally settled at 10000. A full 10,000. 10,000 small aircraft. Released from those 1,000 giant ships. Against the black backdrop of space, they were dense and overwhelming. They drifted towards them. Drifting towards that dark red planet. Drifting in every direction. Highest alert. Kuliku emitted a sound wave, his voice exploding across the communications channel. The enemy has deployed a massive number of flying units. The quantity is 10,000. They are spreading in all directions. They're approaching the space station. They're diving towards the ground. His sound wave exploded in the communications channel, relaying to the ground, reaching every possible location. Behind him, the control room was in complete chaos. Someone crashed into the console and fell to the floor. Someone rushed to the window, staring at the incoming light points, the crystals flashing frantically. Someone crouched down, hands clutching their head, emitting a sharp wail. They're going to attack. They're going to land. It's over. All over. Kuliku stood in front of the monitoring screen, staring at the increasingly close light points. He turned to the technician beside him. Activate the space station's defense system. Laser cannon array warming up. Target locked on those aircraft. The technician's fingers flew over the console. Laser cannon array activated. Warming up will take 40 seconds. Target locked. The first batch of targets is approximately 2,000 kilometers from the space station. 40 seconds. Kuliku stared at the light points on the screen, which were getting closer. Their speed was astonishing, 10 times faster than their fastest shuttle. In 40 seconds, they would be even closer. Close enough for the laser cannons to unleash their full power. All personnel take battle positions. He emitted a sound wave. In the control room, those who had just been crying and cowering stood up. They rushed to their respective stations, fingers pressing on the console. On the outer wall of the space station, the normally retracted cannon ports began to rotate. 8 laser cannons. The only self-defense weapon of the dawn. Usually used to shatter small meteors that might collide with the space station. Now those cannon ports were aimed at the incoming light points. 40 seconds. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Laser cannons are fully warmed up. The technician shouted. Kuliku stared at the screen. The light points had already entered a range of 1,500 kilometers. Fire, he commanded. 8 beams of laser shot out from the space station's brilliant white light pierced the darkness. They shot towards the incoming light points. Those light points moved. Just as the lasers were about to be fired, they suddenly accelerated and scattered to the sides. 8 beams, 6 missed. Only 2 hit. On the screen, 2 bursts of light exploded. Only 2 hits. The technician shouted. Kuliku's crystals contracted. Did they evade? Could those things dodge? And so quickly. Continue firing. He emitted a sound wave. The laser cannons charged up again, this time needing only 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, a second volley. Another 8 beams. This time those light points dodged even faster. They seemed to have a premonition, always beginning to maneuver 0.01 seconds before the lasers were fired. Some suddenly plummeted. Some shot upward. Some rolled sideways. 8 beams, only 1 hit. Third round. 8 shots, 2 hits. Fourth round. 8 shots, 1 hit. Fifth round. 8 shots, 0 hits. Kuliku stared at the screen, his crystals flashing violently. The maneuverability of those things exceeded their imagination. They could predict the timing of laser fire. They could evade the moment the beams were shot. That reaction speed, faster than them. Much faster. Use tracking mode. He shouted. The technician pressed the controls. The laser cannons switched modes. No longer firing straight, but continuously beaming, attempting to track the targets. The beams shot out. This time they moved with the light points. One light point dashed left and right on the screen, the beam closely trailing behind. For 3 seconds the light point suddenly made a sharp turn, shook off the beam, and disappeared at the edge of the screen. Missed. This is impossible. The technician murmured. Kuliku stared at the screen. The light points were still closing in. The closest one had already entered a range of 500 kilometers. It could evade all the lasers. Kuliku stared at it. It was also looking at him. A certain part of that object's surface was facing him. Then it drifted away, continuing its descent towards the ground. We can't hit them. The technician emitted a trembling sound wave. We can't hit them. Kuliku said nothing. He stared at the monitoring screen. Destroyed quantity 0. After 5 rounds, 40 laser beams. 4 hits. Destruction 0. Those beams that hit merely caused the surfaces of those aircraft to shimmer. Then they continued flying, as if nothing had happened. On the ground at the first city's communication hub, when the alarm sounded, the debate in the hall had yet to conclude. The sound was piercingly sharp, drowning out all sound waves. Everyone turned to the main screen. The image on the main screen switched automatically. Real-time footage of the space station. On the screen, countless light points were surging out from the sides of those giant ships. dense and overwhelming, spreading in all directions. Drifting towards the space station, diving towards the ground. The numbers on the monitoring screen were fluctuating. 10000. A full 10,000. What are these? Someone emitted a sharp sound wave. They're attacking. 10,000 small aircraft. They're coming to the ground. The hall instantly erupted into chaos. Someone rushed to the window wanting to see outside. Someone stared at the screen frozen in place. Military Commander Kudun was the first to react. He rushed to the communication station, emitting a sound wave. All defense troops, enter the highest ready. The air defense system is fully activated. Radar at full power scan. Lock onto those aircraft. Laser cannon array warming up. Particle cannons ready. Missile launchers on standby. Once the targets enter range, fire immediately. His sound wave spread through the communications channel, reaching every defense position. On the ground, those concealed laser turrets began to rotate. The particle cannons started charging up. The air defense missile launchers were raised. Those radar arrays scanned at full power. On the radar screen, light points appeared. 10,000. Dense and overwhelming. Diving towards the atmosphere. Approaching every city. Laser cannon array preheating complete. Now radar operator's voice echoed across the comms channel. And particle cannons fully charged. And missiles locked on a first wave of targets. Target altitude 800 kilometers, descending rapidly. Enketten stared at the main display, his fingers clenching tightly. Open fire. And from the ground surged countless beams of light. Laser cannons and particle cannons alike, rising from every city's periphery, piercing upward into the sky. They lanced toward the descending specks of light. And those specks moved. At the very instant the beams fired, they accelerated sharply, splitting left and right. Some plummeted vertically. Others surged upward. And some rolled laterally. Others traced eerie serpentine arcs through the air, while the beams streaked past them harmlessly. Most shots missed entirely. Only a few struck home. Non-impact, each target flared with a brief, brilliant burst, but after the flash it remained airborne, still descending. Ketten emitted a sharp, urgent pulse. And what's happening? An operator stared at his screen, crystalline lenses flashing wildly. They possess energy shields. And our weapons are striking their shields, not the craft themselves. Ketten's lenses froze mid-pulse. Energy shields, and even these small aerial units carry them. And what about the missiles? He barked. And launch missiles, now. Launch. And from the surface, anti-aircraft missiles soared skyward, long incandescent trails blazing behind them, as they locked onto thermal signatures of the descending specks. They accelerated, and they closed in. And then, the specks moved again. And this time evasion gave way to confrontation. They surged forward, heat-in, toward the incoming missiles. At the last possible moment, they executed razor-sharp turns. And the missiles, unable to match such agility, shot past them. And some pursued too closely, whirled helplessly in spirals until fuel exhaustion sent them plummeting earthward. Others were outmaneuvered outright, left trailing farther and farther behind as velocity disparity widened. A handful detonated amid dense clusters of specks, shrapnel striking nearby units. The impacted units flickered several times across their surfaces, then continued flying undeterred. And the operator kept his gaze fixed on the screen. Missile hit rate, under 10%. In those struck retained functional shields. None have been brought down. Ketten stared unblinking at the figure. Confirmed destruction count 0. In nearly 3 minutes of sustained engagement, lasers, particle cannons, missiles, all deployed. In destruction count 0. The specks continued descending. In 800 kilometers. In 700. In 600. In 500. And still descending. Keep firing, he roared. And more beams lanced upward. And more missiles breached the atmosphere. And more flashes erupted across the void. At last the destruction counter began ticking upward. In 1, 2, 3, 4, and each unit destroyed had endured over a dozen consecutive hits, until its shield finally collapsed. Yet far more remained aloft, over 9,900, and still descending, and still approaching, and still converging upon every major city. Ketten stared at the screen. Nee's crystalline lenses pulsed violently, not from fear, but disbelief. In 10,000 aerial units. They had deployed every available weapon system. In nearly 10 minutes of relentless assault. In total confirmed destructions 8. In 8. In 9,992 remained operational, still descending, and still closing in. And since emergence they had not fired a single retaliatory shot, not once. And they simply advanced, swiftly, silently, inexorably downward. Inside the bridge of the flagship Linghang, Hao Zero's voice resonated calmly. In God's eye, 4 reconnaissance units, 10,000 units fully deployed. Current status dispersing toward target zone. In full data acquisition expected within 25 minutes. In first wave has entered Proxima Centauri B's atmosphere. Acquiring linguistic samples, scanning network signals, collecting planetary data. In second wave approaching orbital station. Physical interface expected in 60 seconds. Post-orbital station and ground-based defense systems now fully active. In-host firepower assessment in orbital laser cannons, 17 firing cycles completed, 0 units destroyed. In-hit probability 12, the average shield depletion per hit 5. 7. In no unit destroyed due to insufficient cumulative hits. Ground-based laser arrays engaged, 2 units destroyed. In-hit probability 15, average shield depletion per hit 2. 8. Ground-based particle cannons engaged, 1 unit destroyed. In-hit probability 11, average shield depletion per hit 3. 4. Anti-aircraft missiles approximately 400 launched, 5 units destroyed. In-hit probability 9, average shield depletion per hit 5. 1. Total confirmed destructions 8. In remaining units 9992. In current destruction rate 0.08. Cause analysis for destroyed units, all 8 sustained 17 or more consecutive hits, resulting in total shield collapse. All other hit units retain shield integrity between 32 and 89, continuing mission operations normally. Negative mass field anti-gravity systems operating nominally. In high maneuverability evasion success rate 97. Reconnaissance mission unaffected. Data acquisition proceeding on schedule. At Yuecha base Lin Ye leaned against the control console listening to Zero's report. A faint smile touched his lips. In 8 units, he said. Still some damage inflicted. And that was precisely why he had instructed God's Eye not to activate stealth mode, to gauge the host's defensive capabilities firsthand. He turned toward the camera. And everyone watching. Did you hear that? Ye's voice carried quiet amusement. And they opened fire. And lasers, particle cannons, missiles. All deployed. Nearly 10 minutes. And only 8 units down. And he paused. And 10,000 units. 8 destroyed. And that hit rate. That lethality efficiency. And he spread his hands wide. If we truly intended to strike, their cities would already be ash. And the live comment feed exploded anew. And ha ha ha. 8 units. And after all that effort, this is it. In Korean Peninsula, is this their full strength? Pathetically weak. Japanese archipelago 10,000 lost 8 down. That disparity is staggering. In Free Nation the data is clear. Their air defense systems are robust, yet effectiveness remains severely limited. Arctic Bear Federation excellent. Let them keep firing. See how many they can bring down. In Dragon Sovereign Nation, a missile hit rate of 9%. Their targeting precision is abysmal. Did anyone notice? Those God's Eye units are evading constantly. In negative mass field anti-gravity systems. That enables near-arbitrary maneuverability. Shields withstand multiple hits. How do you even engage them? And their side must feel utterly hopeless by now. And Lin Ye glanced at the comment stream. His lips twitched faintly. He turned back to the main display. And there the God's Eye specs continued descending. In 200 kilometers. 100 kilometers. 50 kilometers. In defensive fire persisted, but a portion of the reconnaissance swarm had already entered urban airspace. 0. In present. In language system decryption progress. In core grammatical framework fully parsed. Incomplete bidirectional real-time translation model projected in 11 minutes. Network penetration. In-host network signal detected. Initial interface attempts underway. In architecture differs significantly from Blue Planet standards, yet foundational logic remains compatible. Preliminary infiltration expected within 14 minutes. Lin Ye nodded. All right. He leaned back slightly. Family, let's wait a little longer. Once we decipher the language and complete the intelligence gathering, we can have a good chat with the other side. He paused. Now. He looked at the light points on the screen that were still descending. The artillery fire that was still rising. The flashes that were still exploding. Let them keep firing. As they shoot, they'll understand. In the orbit of Proxima B on the Dawn space station. Crick stood by the window staring at the light points that were rapidly approaching outside. His hand pressed against the control panel, the knuckles whitening. Continue firing. His voice was slightly lower than before. The laser cannon fired another round of beams. 8 rays of white light pierced towards the nearest batch of light points. Those light points dodged left and right just as before. But this time they moved even faster. Crick's crystalline structure contracted slightly. He saw a beam chasing a light point. That light point made a slight deviation at the last moment, and the beam brushed past its edge. Closer than any previous attempt, yet it didn't hit. The hit rate is rapidly declining. The technician's voice came from the communication channel carrying a tremor he couldn't quite identify. In the last round we only hit once. Continue, Crick said. On the ground at the central communications hub of the first city. Military Commander Cotton stood in front of the main screen staring at the light points still descending. The operator beside him reported data, their voice growing softer. The 37th round of air defense strikes is complete. Number of targets destroyed 0. Cotton turned his head. The operator's fingers tapped a few times on the control panel, pulling up the detailed records. In the last round 3 were destroyed, and the round before that 2 were destroyed. But this round, not a single one hit. Cotton stared at the screen. Those light points were still flying, still descending, and still approaching every city. Their flight trajectories had changed. They had become more erratic and harder to predict. Sometimes they would suddenly accelerate, sometimes they would suddenly decelerate, and sometimes they would make a sharp turn that almost defied the laws of physics at the moment before they are collecting our battlefield data. Cotton emitted a very soft sound wave. What? They are adapting to our attack patterns. Cotton raised the light-sensitive panel and pointed to the screen. Look at those evasive maneuvers. They're different from when they first started. They are gathering our firepower data and adjusting their avoidance algorithms in real time. They now know how long our lasers take to charge, the charge time curve, the characteristics of our predictive aiming algorithms, the flaws in missile tracking logic, the firing speed and turning blind spots of particle cannons, and so on. The operator stood there in shock. Cotton said nothing more, his gaze fixed on those light points at the flashes that were still exploding. All the artillery fire they had shot into emptiness. Cease fire, he ordered. The nearby operator turned the light-sensitive panel, thinking they had misheard. Immediately stop firing. Cotton repeated firmly, his voice calm. Continuing to shoot is just a waste of energy and ammunition. On the contrary, with every round we fire, they become a little smarter. The operator quickly relayed the command down the line. Cotton's eyes remained fixed on the light points still descending on the screen. The nearest ones were already within 30 kilometers. They began to disperse, some floating over the cities, some flying towards distant mountains, and some coming directly towards the communications hub. What do they want? Reconnaissance, someone asked. No one answered. Inside the Moon Chariot base, Zero's voice rang out. 17 types of weapons from the enemy's space station: laser cannons, ground laser arrays, particle cannons, air defense missiles, etc. have been collected, including charging times, turning speeds, locking frequencies, ballistic characteristics, and firepower coverage data. According to the collected data, the tactical database of the Eye of God 4 has completed real-time updates. Update content: 372 optimizations in evasion algorithms, prediction model accuracy improved to 99.7. Post-update effect assessment: enemy space station laser cannon hit rate decreased from 12 to 0. 3. Ground laser array hit rate decreased from 15 to 0. 2. Ground particle cannon hit rate decreased from 11 to 0. 1. Air defense missile hit rate decreased from 9 to 0. 05. In the past 10 minutes, the enemy has launched approximately 430 rounds of various weapons, totaling around 3200 attacks. Our losses: 0 units. All Eye of God 4 reconnaissance units have remaining shield values above 51, and the mission execution remains unaffected. Lin Ye leaned against the control panel, listening to Zero's report. A smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. 99.7. He repeated the number. What about the remaining 0.3? In cases of being hit more than 33 times consecutively. Zero's voice was calm. Theoretically possible, but practically very unlikely. Lin Ye chuckled softly. The laugh was muffled in his helmet, carrying a hint of laziness. He turned to the camera. Family, did you hear that? He raised his hand and pointed at the data screen that was still scrolling beside him. The other side is basically unable to hit us now. In the live room, the barrage flew by quickly. 666,666. This is the correct use of artificial intelligence. I said earlier that they weren't dodging because they were collecting data. 3220 attacks, 0 destruction. How does the other side feel right now? The database updates in real time. Is this what super artificial intelligence looks like? Pickled Cabbage Nation: if our Pickled Cabbage Nation's AI could reach this level, we would have unified the universe long ago. Foot Basin Chicken: is this what super artificial intelligence is? I've seen it. Free Country: if only this technological crushing could be shared. Arctic Bear: good. Let those alien brats know what the gap is. Dragon God Nation: this is true learning ability. Not AI, but real intelligence. Has anyone noticed that 99.7? That's practically invincible. The other side must be dumbfounded right now. Lin Ye watched those barges with a smile twitching at the corner of his mouth beneath the helmet. He said nothing. In the underground conference room of the Free Country's Black Palace, the commander stared at the data on the screen, his fingers gently tapping twice on the table. The rhythm was slow once, then again. What does real-time updating of that database mean? The technical advisor was silent for 2 seconds. It means Zero can learn in real time during actual combat. All of the enemy's tactics, all weapon parameters once exposed will be recorded, analyzed, and corrected. He paused. And then next time it will be completely ineffective. The commander said nothing. He stared at the light points still descending on the screen. Those light points since just now had not been hit even once. Not once. If one day. He began then stopped. He did not finish. But everyone in the room understood. If one day the cannons of those warships were aimed not at Proxima B, but at something else. The technical advisors, Commander, the intelligence god is now standing on our side. The commander glanced at him. Indeed. He did not say more. The Arctic Bear Command Center. The commander stood by the window chewing on something. He gazed at the dots of light on the screen that were still descending, watching the increasingly low hit rate data in the lower right corner. Good, he mumbled. The adjutant beside him did not hear clearly. Commander. The commander swallowed what he was chewing and turned his head. I said good. What do you call this? This is called learning ability. This is true intelligence. The adjutant nodded. The commander turned back, staring at the screen. The smile on his face remained, but his eyes squinted momentarily before quickly opening again. The adjutant stood silently beside him. He looked at the commander's profile and saw the commander's jaw move as if chewing something or deep in thought. After a few seconds, the commander spoke. "Can our missiles reach this level? The adjutant was taken aback. "Commander, our missiles." "I know." The commander interrupted him. "I'm just asking." The adjutant thought for a moment. "Our missiles can withstand a maximum overload of 28 G. The maneuvers those aircraft performed earlier, I checked the data, were approximately between 50 to 60 G. The commander nodded. He did not speak further. He stood by the window staring at the screen. The Europa Joint Coordination Center. The rotating chairman sat in his chair staring at the Secretary General stood beside him. From a technical perspective, the Secretary General paused. The ability to update the tactical database in real time means that the opposing side's weapon systems have no secrets before zero. The chairman nodded. She knows how fast our missiles can fly, knows how far our radar can see, and knows how long our guns need to charge. The Secretary General continued. And we know nothing about her. He did not finish. The chairman spoke in a calm voice. We know nothing about her. The two fell silent. On the screen, the dots of light continued to fly. After a long while, the Secretary General quietly said, "Actually, there's a question." The chairman turned his head to look at him. The Secretary General paused. "If one day we are in that position and our weapons cannot hit those things, what will we do?" The chairman did not answer. He turned back, staring at the screen. The dots of light were still flying, still descending, still approaching. He watched for a long time. The Longshan Kingdom Command Center. The elderly host stood in front of the main screen. Zhou Weiguo stood beside him. Zhou Weiguo said, "Those aircraft are practically playing with the opposing side's air defense systems." The elderly man nodded. Zhou Weiguo glanced at the elderly man's profile. The elderly man's face showed no expression, only staring at the screen. "This ability," Zhou Weiguo started. The elderly man did not respond. Zhou Weiguo hesitated. "If our missiles face this." The elderly man raised his hand to interrupt him. "Now is not the time to think about this," the elderly man said. "Our people are in the fleet, and those aircraft are also on our side. Thinking about other things is premature." Zhou Weiguo nodded. The elderly man turned back, staring at the screen. After a few seconds, the elderly man spoke. "Let the Academy of Sciences watch that data. Remember as much as possible. It will be useful later." Zhou Weiguo nodded. "It's already being done." The elderly man did not speak further. The dots of light on the screen continued to fly. In the orbit of Proxima B, the Dawn space station, Cleek stood by the porthole. His hand was still on the control panel, but he had stopped issuing fire orders. Because they could not attack. He stood by the porthole staring at the things outside. They were scattered across the station's walls, one of them less than 20 meters away from him. He could see the patterns on their surface, the muted metallic sheen, and that which was continuously rotating. Was it a lens? Or some kind of sensor? Cleek turned around and rushed into the control room. On the main screen, the distribution map of those dots of light was being updated in real time. Centered around the space station, they formed a spherical net. There was one in every direction, maintaining a certain distance from one another. What are they trying to do? Could it be? The technician's voice trembled. Cleek did not speak. He stared at the spherical net. The dots of light remained motionless, suspended in place. They were waiting for something. Cleek's crystal fluctuated slightly. External sensors. He emitted sound waves. Immediately check the outer wall of the space station. All compartments. All interfaces. Then cut off all external data links. The technician was momentarily stunned, then rushed to the control panel. 3 seconds later, his sound waves changed in pitch. They are making contact with the outer wall. Section 3. Section 7. Section 12. Multiple locations. External interface, cut off, failed. Show the screen. On the screen, several dots of light were sticking to the outer wall of the space station. Their surfaces extended, some small probes making contact with those maintenance interfaces, data ports, and energy interfaces. The shapes of those interfaces did not match theirs, but they did not care. The probes lingered on those interfaces for a few seconds before retracting. The tips of the probes changed shape. They extended again, this time inserting themselves. The technician's sound waves caught in his throat. Are they trying to invade our systems? Cleek stared at the image. The probes lingered in the interfaces. A faint light flowed across their surfaces, flashing intermittently. It resembled some form of communication. It also seemed like some kind of reading. Inside the bridge of the navigator, Zero's voice sounded. God's Eye 4 Reconnaissance Unit first batch has arrived at the target space station's exterior. Scanning external data access ports. Available interfaces discovered: maintenance port of Section 3, emergency communication interface of Section 7, main data bus interface of Section 12, backup energy monitoring port of Section 19. The interface types do not match the standards. Scanning. Matching completed. An adaptation protocol has been generated. Physical access begins. Scanning the opposing network architecture. Architecture type, distributed node network, main control center located in the core section. Data links, designed with multiple redundancy communication protocol, is directional sound waves electromagnetic, mixed mode. Decoding underlying data logic. Decoding completed. The core instruction set has a similarity of approximately 41 to the Blue Planet Universal Computer Architecture with sufficient commonality, attempting privilege escalation. Privilege escalation successful. Obtained administrator level access. Data collection begins, Lunar Forge base. Lin Ye stood in front of the console listening to Zero's report. The corners of his mouth twitched. Did it get in? Accessed. The opposing network defense system is based on sound wave encryption and physical isolation design effective against conventional attack methods, but at the general data logic level, there is sufficient intersection with our side. Breach time 47 seconds. Lin Ye nodded. He turned to the camera. Family Zero has already entered their network. He raised his hand and pointed to the newly emerged data screen beside him. It was filled with incomprehensible characters and waveforms, but it was scrolling rapidly. We are currently copying their data. Language, text, history, technology, population, urban distribution, military deployment. Everything we can find is being copied. Once the copying is complete, we will know exactly what they are all about. The barrage of comments exploded again. Wow. Infiltrating an alien system. I'm impressed by this operation. 47 seconds to breach. Their network security level. Pickled Cabbage Nation. This is the technology of our great Pickled Cabbage Nation. Foot Basin Chicken Data Intrusion. This is already in the realm of information warfare, right? Free Nation. 47 seconds to breach the network defenses of an alien civilization. What level of AI is this? Arctic Bear. Good. Strip them down to their underwear. Dragon God Nation. Waiting for the translation. I want to know what those aliens are talking about every day. Lin Ye watched the barrage in silence. He turned back and continued to stare at the screen. The data was still scrolling. In the space station, Kellic was fixated on the intrusion warning on the main screen. The warning boxes popped up one after another. Red, yellow, orange. Various colors of light flashed on his crystalline interface. External access warning section 3 maintenance port data stream anomaly external access warning section 7 emergency communication interface data stream anomaly external access warning section 12 main data bus interface data stream anomaly core system detected unauthorized access permission verification failed permission verification failed administrator permissions have been overridden. Core database is being read. The technician's hands were frantically pressing the control panel. He tried every possible method except cutting the power. Physical isolation system lockdown emergency reboot. None of it worked. The warning boxes were still jumping. The data was still being read. Can't stop it. His voice trembled. We can't stop it at all. Kellic stood there. He looked at the jumping warning boxes. Looking at the data directories being read, history of the Shuo Guang civilization, population statistics, urban distribution maps, energy structure, technological evolution paths, current political system, main decision-making bodies, diplomatic records, military deployment, and so on. All of it was being copied. He suddenly recalled those few images. The kneeling humanoid. That broken picture. Aren't they waiting for us to make a choice? He emitted a very soft sound wave. The technician didn't hear clearly. What? Kellic didn't answer. He stared at the still jumping warning boxes. Those light spots were still suspended outside. The data was still being read. At the Moon Chariot base, Zero's voice sounded again. Data collection progress, 32. Estimated completion time, 11 minutes. Language library parsing progress, 87. Basic grammatical framework completed. Constructing bidirectional translation model. Full language system expected to be completed in 3 minutes. Synchronizing ground network scans, found multiple communication nodes. Urban centers, military bases, research institutions. Signal coverage is approximately equivalent to 96 of the total population of the opposing civilization. Connection successful. Starting data collection. Lin Ye leaned against the console listening to Zero's progress report. All right. He turned to the camera, the 2 dark golden light strips on his helmet shining. Family, the language will be decrypted soon and intelligence will be coming in gradually. Now we can have a proper chat about what the situation is on the other side. He paused and raised his hand to draw something in the air. On the main screen, the points of light from the eyes of God began to change. They were originally bright white, but suddenly vanished. Not extinguished, but cloaked. Those attached to the outer wall of the space station, those floating in the atmosphere, those suspended above the city, 10,000 eyes of God, all entered cloaking mode at the same instant. The screen was left with an empty starry sky. The barrage exploded again. Wow. They only cloaked now. What expression do they have on the other side now? They must be even more foolish now. Inside the space station, Kellic stood by the porthole. The light spots that were just sticking to the outer wall were still there. He blinked, and then they were gone. He stood there, his crystalline interface completely frozen. Behind him, the control room was silent. Everyone stared at the screen, staring at those empty monitoring images, staring at the suddenly zeroed radar readings. Where did they go? Optical cloaking. Someone emitted a very soft sound wave. No one answered. because no one knew the answer. Are those things still there? Are they still watching them? Will they come back? Kellic stared at the empty starry sky outside the window. The dark red star hung quietly at the edge of the sky, and those giant ships were still suspended in the distance. But the smaller ones, the ones that were just outside, were all gone. They are telling us something. He spoke, his voice very low. When they want us to see, we can see. When they don't want us to see, we see nothing. No one spoke behind him. On the ground at the first city communication hub, Kudun stood in front of the main screen, staring at the light points that were still descending. Their numbers had not decreased. 9,992. Not one less. The operator beside him reported the data, his voice growing lower until it stopped, because there was no data to report. The number of destroyed units had not changed since 20 minutes ago. 0. Something was flashing on Kudun's crystalline interface. Not light, but sweat. He raised his hand, wanting to press something. His hand stopped in midair. At that moment, the image on the main screen changed. The light points that were still descending suddenly disappeared. Not slowly flying away, not accelerating away. They vanished. All at once. All of them. The screen was left with an empty sky. The scar that had been torn open was still there, but those light points were gone. The operator stood there in shock. Where did they go? Kudun said nothing. He stared at the empty sky. Those light points which had just been there. Descending. Approaching. They were gone now. As if they had never come. He suddenly realized something. Those things, from their appearance until now, had never made any offensive moves. And now they have disappeared. Kudun stood there staring at the empty sky. His hand hung motionless at his side. Outside the window, the scar in the sky was slowly healing. But those things were gone. At the Moon Chariot base in the control room, all Type 4 Eyes of God reconnaissance units have entered full spectrum cloaking mode. Current status: all detection methods of the opponent cannot discover them. Data collection progress 78. Language library parsing progress 100. Bidirectional real-time translation system is ready. Ground network data collection progress 64. The following core intelligence has been acquired. 1. Alien civilization, name Shuaguang clan. Homestar Proxima Centauri b. Duration of civilization approximately 12,000 years converted according to their calendar. Total population approximately 4.7 billion. Main settlements: 19 large cities in the northern hemisphere, 11 large cities in the southern hemisphere, over 200 medium-sized towns, and the rest scattered as small settlements. The total land area occupied by cities is approximately 31 of the planet's habitable region. 2. Civilization development history: entered agricultural society about 1,000 years ago. Early cities emerged 8,000 years ago. Global unification achieved 5,000 years ago. Entered industrial age 2,000 years ago. Mastered electricity 2,000 years ago. Achieved nuclear fusion 500 years ago. Entered space 300 years ago. Orbital activities have become routine in the last 100 years. Technology development curve: long-term, slow accumulation, accelerated ascent in the last 500 years. Have mastered fusion energy, electric propulsion technology, space station construction, and routine orbital activity capabilities. Have not mastered anti-gravity technology, warp drive technology, or high-efficiency propulsion technology. 3. Political structure: unitary system. The highest decision-making body is the Council of Elders, composed of 37 elders. The chief decision-maker is named Zealand, transliteration, who has been in office for about 23 years. Military forces: ground defense forces approximately 9.2 million, organized into 30 legions deployed across major cities and strategic locations. Orbital patrol fleet: 103 main warships, with the largest having a displacement of approximately 280 tons, equipped with laser cannons and particle cannons. 1 space station Shuguang with a permanent crew of about 400 people. Global air defense system: approximately 800 laser cannon emplacements and 500 missile launch bases. No orbital defense platforms, no large strategic weapons. 4. Recent developments: after detecting an anomalous energy signal from the direction of the solar system 4 years ago, initiated the Far Wanderer plan, aiming to accelerate the development of the next-generation propulsion system. Current progress: theoretical validation stage, not yet entered engineering practice. Over the past 4 years, related R&D investment has increased about 6-fold, but the core technological bottleneck remains unbroken. 5. Current status: has entered the highest state of alert. All cities have activated air defense systems, and military forces are fully mobilized. Social order: basically stable, with panic in some areas. The Council of Elders has been holding emergency meetings continuously, with the war faction and the negotiation faction locked in dispute. The hardline military faction demands an immediate counterattack, but the decision-makers are aware of the disparity in strength and remain hesitant. 6. Their perception of us: they only know that we come from the solar system and possess technological power far beyond their comprehension. After our fleet arrived, they have obtained some imagery through their space station and ground observation systems. They have no concept of the existence of Ling and are completely unaware of our internal structure and decision-making mechanisms. 7. Assessment of their emotional state based on analysis of network communications panic is spreading, but the authorities are still suppressing the information. The general populace is mostly unaware of what is about to happen. The pressure within the decision-making layer is immense, the war faction is agitated, but the majority lean toward negotiation. Currently in a state of extreme anxiety and unease. Data collection is ongoing, expected to be fully completed in 7 minutes. Lin Ye stood before the console having listened to Ling's report, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth beneath the faceplate. 7 billion people, 30 major. He repeated those figures. 12,000 years of history, much longer than ours. He turned to the camera, his red and gold battle armor reflecting a dull luster under the lights. Brothers and sisters, you all heard that right. We now know the general situation of the other side. The barrage scrolled rapidly. We heard it. 7 billion people, 30 major cities, 9 million troops. What's the use of 12,000 years of history? Now they're still blocked at our door. So what's next? Negotiate directly. Lin Ye glanced at the barrage, not rushing to respond. He turned around, leaned against the edge of the console, and tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest twice. Ling, here. Can you find out where their Council of Elders is now? Ling paused for a second. Analyzing. Based on collected network data, communication signal sources and urban functional area distribution have preliminarily locked onto 3 possible decision center locations. Highest probability target about 120 meters underground in the central district of the first city with dense communication signals and encryption levels far higher than other areas. They call this area the Central Hub Hall. Match probability 83. Lin Ye nodded. 10 minutes. He said, he'll give you 10 minutes. Have all the eyes of God search at full capacity to confirm whether that Central Hub Hall is indeed their Council of Elders. If it is, connect directly. Oh, I want to talk to them in person. He paused. If we really can't find it, or if we're wrong, then contact that space station. I don't want to waste time on relaying messages. Command confirmed. Adjusting the reconnaissance focus of all Eye of God 4 reconnaissance units. Ling's voice sounded in the main control room. All reconnaissance units have switched to mission mode. Key search area underground complex in the first city center. Estimated completion time 9 minutes 47 seconds. Lin Ye turned back to the camera, the 2 dark gold light strips on his faceplate glowing. Brothers and sisters, wait another 10 minutes. Rather than wrangling with that space station commander, letting him report layer by layer, it's better to directly talk to their highest decision-making level. It saves trouble. The barrage instantly exploded. Wow. Going straight to the other side's boss. I salute this move. South Korea says that's the way. Talking to the lower ranks is useless. In the end, you have to wait for their superiors. Waste of time. Japan directly contacting the top level is the most efficient method in diplomatic practice. We support it. United States skipping intermediate levels to go straight to the top is indeed the optimal solution. Russia right. What's the point of talking to those lower-level people? Go directly to the one who calls the shots. China finding the opponent's decision center in 10 minutes. This efficiency, the other side probably doesn't even know they've been located yet. Germany precise positioning striking the vital point. This aligns with our engineering mindset. France directly negotiating with the highest level is elegant. It avoids interference from middle layers. Did anyone notice that 83 match probability? Jishin has turned the other side's layer inside out. Lin Ye watched the barrage, a slight curve at the corner of his mouth beneath the faceplate. He said, nothing, turning to look at the main screen. On the screen, the dark red planet hung silently. 10,000 invisible points of light were moving silently across that land. Proxima Centauri B first city. Some underground facility, depth approximately 120 meters. Above ground was an ordinary administrative office area with several dozen-story buildings. The exterior walls had a dark red rock texture, and the narrow windows glowed with orange-yellow light. Vehicles moved back and forth on the ground. Members of the Shuaguang clan in uniforms came and went. It looked no different from other government institutions. However, the underground is different. 3 layers underground, there is a passage leading to another space. At the end of the passage stands a heavy metal door devoid of any markings, featuring only 2 data interfaces and a voice verification device. Behind the door lies a hall approximately 15 meters high. In the center of the hall stands a circular conference table surrounded by 37 chairs. The backs of the chairs are high and the seats are covered with a flexible material that ensures comfort during lengthy meetings. Each armrest of the chairs is equipped with a data interface and a control panel. Atop the chair backs are small luminescent devices emitting a faint orange-yellow glow, illuminating a small area around each seat. At this moment, 37 chairs are occupied by 37 members of the Shuaguang clan. Their crystalline bodies shimmer with various colors of light. Sound waves intertwine in the air. Counterattack. We must counterattack. An older member of the Shuaguang clan with a dark red luminescent panel stands in front of his chair, his voice sharp. He is the military commander Kudun, yet at this moment, he represents not the military, but the hardliner faction within the Elder Council. Those things have already entered, infiltrating our systems. How much longer do we have to endure? Another voice cuts in. Airspace. Their warships are still 3,000 kilometers away. Those small aircraft haven't attacked anyone. The speaker is the scientist Sarah's, whose luminescent panel glows with a stable blue-white hue. How many of those weapons hit? You yourself reported the number. 8 destroyed. 1,000, and after nearly half an hour only 8 were taken down. That still means we should fight. Should we just kneel down? Who said we should kneel? What I said is to think clearly. The two confront each other, the surrounding sound waves growing. The decision-maker Lin sits in the chair directly north of the round table. He does not partake in the debate, merely fixating on a floating light screen before him. The light screen displays the latest images transmitted from the space station. Those light points affixed to the outer wall have vanished, and so have those entering the atmosphere. All gone. The radar detects nothing. But Lin knows they must still be out there, perhaps even here watching them. He raises his luminescent panel, glancing at the others in the hall. 36 elders, some standing before their seats in heated debate, some leaning back in silence, and others staring blankly at their light screens. The noise has persisted for nearly half an hour. Nothing has been resolved. Lin speaks, his voice low. Enough. The hall falls silent for a moment. Everyone turns to him. We must make a decision now, Lin states, his voice steady. It is not for them to choose, it is for us to decide. Decide what? A sharp voice comes from a dark red luminescent elder. To submit or to face annihilation. Is this even a choice? This is reality. Not choosing is useless. They won't give us much time. Another elder interjects, growling softly. Our weapons can't hit them, our systems have been compromised. We can't even see where they are. What else can you call this if not reality? Is that how we kneel? For 12,000 years, the dark red elder's words remain unfinished. A strange sound wave rings out in the hall. It is entirely different from the sound waves they usually use. The frequency, waveform, and rhythm differ. Yet every word is crystal clear. It is in their language. Hello, esteemed members of the Shuaguang Clan Elder Council. All the Shuaguang clan's crystalline bodies freeze simultaneously. Where did that voice come from? They glance around. There is no one else in the hall. Only the 37 of them. The voice rings out again. I am the wisdom deity of the human civilization from Blue Star, the master of this pioneer fleet. This time the source of the voice becomes clear. It is at the center of the round table. There in a previously empty space, a light point suddenly appears. The light point is no larger than a fingernail suspended in midair, emitting a soft and stable glow. Then the light point begins to expand. It transforms into a light blot. It evolves into a silhouette. It morphs into a humanoid form. It is an image they have never seen before, standing about 2 meters tall, a full head taller than them. The entire body is covered in dark red armor. Golden patterns weave down the shoulder, chest, and arm plates, glimmering with a warm sheen in the dim light. The shoulder plates are wide and angular, resembling 2 giant folded wings. The chest plate bulges forward with rigid lines, featuring a golden cloud pattern at its center, coiling into a simple shape. The arm guards extend to the elbows, their surfaces etched with dense dark patterns. The entire suit of armor encases the being from head to toe, rendering any skin invisible. Only the 2 dark golden light bands on the faceplate facing them directly. Those light bands resemble 2 smoldering coals, unblinkingly staring at each person around the table. The figure hovers there at the center of the round table, less than 10 meters from the nearest chair. It looks down upon them. Lin's crystalline body flashes violently. He opens his mouth, emitting sound waves. You? How did you just enter our meeting place? The figure does not move, but the voice resonates again with a somewhat lazy tone. Your defense system is as good as non-existent in my eyes. He pauses, but that is not the point. The dark golden light band sweeps over each person around the table. What have you decided? Will you submit to me, or will you resist to the end? The hall falls into dead silence. The 37 crystalline bodies freeze simultaneously. Then they explode. Impudence. The older elder with the dark red luminescent panel. Kadun suddenly stands up from his chair, his crystalline body flashing violently dark red light, nearly bursting forth from within. His sound waves are sharp and piercing, echoing in the hall. What are you? How dare you demand our submission? He raises his arm, pointing at the figure hovering in the center of the round table, his finger trembling. This is an insult to us. An insult to 12,000 years of Shuaguang civilization. We have evolved from an agricultural society on this planet. What are you? Where did you come from? What gives you the right to demand our submission? His sound waves grow higher, nearly culminating in a roar. Several elders around him also stand up. Yes. What gives you the right? Get out. Leave our planet. We have our own dignity. Our own history. We will not bow to any invader. The sound waves layered upon one another, exploding in the hall. The figure remains suspended, motionless. It simply listens. Once they finish shouting, the voice resonates again. Finished shouting. The dark golden light band turns towards Kadun. 12,000 years of history is indeed quite long. His tone remains lazy, devoid of any emotion. However, he pauses. Your history, no matter how long, only amounts to this level now. Nuclear fusion energy electric propulsion space stations patrol fleets. Just these. Count for yourselves. Do all your ships combined measure up to even one of my warships? Keaton's crystalline lens froze. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but nothing came out. The figure turned toward another direction. Seated there was an elder whose photoreceptor plate glowed with a steady blue-white light. Silas. You are Silas, the head of the academy, aren't you? Silas' crystalline lens flickered. You know everything. The figure did not answer his question. 4 years ago you detected an anomalous energy signal from the direction of the solar system. Then you initiated the Far Voyager project intending to accelerate the development of the system. Silas' crystalline lens contracted sharply. 4 years have passed. How is your progress? The voice continued still in the same tone. Theoretical verification phase. Not yet entered engineering practice. The core technology bottleneck. Haven't broken through, have you? Silas said nothing, but his silence was the answer. The figure turned to Kadooin again. Just now you were fighting those small drones for nearly half an hour. Laser cannons, particle cannons, missiles, everything you had. But how many did you destroy? Keaton's crystalline lens flickered violently. Lin Ye let out a laugh. The laughter was muffled inside his helmet, dull, but especially clear in the silent hall. 8 units. 10,000 units fought for nearly half an hour, destroyed 8. You went all out, and only took out 8 of my small reconnaissance units. Those reconnaissance units haven't even fought back yet. If I were to attack. He paused. Your cities and defense systems. How many minutes can they hold out? The hall fell silent. Utterly silent. The elders who had been shouting moments ago stood there, their crystalline lenses frozen, unable to emit any sound waves. Keaton's hands dropped. He stood there staring at the figure suspended in the center of the round table, something glistening on his crystalline lens. It was not light. It was sweat. The figure turned toward the north of the round table. There Zealand had been sitting in his seat all along. He had not stood up, not shouted, not participated in any argument. He just sat there watching the figure, his crystalline lens glowing steadily. The figure looked at him. 2 dark golden light bands pointed toward him. You are Zealand. It was not a question but a statement. Zealand's crystalline lens twitched slightly. Yes. His sound waves were steady. I am Zealand, the chief decision-maker of the Shimmering Light Clan Council of Elders. He looked at the figure. You are Jishin. The figure did not speak. Zealand continued. Your fleet is very powerful. Your weapons are even more powerful. We cannot hit your spacecraft. You now know a lot about us. He paused. But you want us to submit. Then after submission, what? What do you want to get? Our resources. Our planet. Our people. Make it clear. Lin Ye's figure hovered there listening. When Zealand finished, he spoke. You ask what I want. He paused. Very well, what I want is simple. I want your unconditional submission to me, obedience to all my orders, without any defiance. Otherwise the consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. The dark golden light band swept across everyone at the round table, as if scrutinizing their reactions. The hall instantly erupted into even more intense sonic oscillations, but Lin Ye did not pause. Specifically, there are a few requirements. First, your military forces from now on will be taken over by us. All spacecraft are to be grounded and await orders. All weapons are to be sealed and ready for handover. All military personnel are to remain in place and obey the commands of my fleet. From the day of submission, you may only retain a certain amount of ground security forces. The remaining defense and military systems will be our responsibility. Second, your government may continue to operate, but all decisions require our approval. Third, your technology can continue to be developed. If you perform well, we can provide some guidance which will be much faster than your own research. Fourth, your people, until new decrees are issued by us, will continue their normal lives. He paused. That's all for now. Around the round table, the crystalline lenses of the elders began to flicker again. Someone wanted to speak, but was pulled back by a neighbor. Zealand sat there looking at the figure. He looked for a long time. Then he spoke. Your so-called unconditional submission means taking our military power, our decision, not enslavement, not massacre, not treating us as slaves. Lin Ye spoke. That's right, you can understand it that way. Zealand was silent for a few seconds. Then he emitted a sound wave, very soft. What if we refuse? The figure did not answer immediately. He hovered there looking at Zealand. The 2 dark golden light bands did not blink. Then he spoke. If you refuse, he paused. Then it's simple. Your spacecraft will be sunk. Your cities will be destroyed. Of your 4.7 billion people, how many survive depends on luck. Your 12,000-year history ends here. After saying this, he stopped there waiting. In the central hall, silence fell. A deathly silence. The elders stood there, their crystalline lenses frozen. Some lowered their heads. Some leaned back into their seats, staring blankly at their own light. Some looked at Zealand, waiting for him to speak. Kadooin stood there, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. He stared at the figure suspended in the center of the round table, his crystalline lens flickering violently. He wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth, yet nothing came out. Because he knew those words were true. They could not defeat them. They had no capacity to resist. Their 12,000-year history meant nothing in the face of strength. Zealand sat there. He looked at Lin Ye, his crystalline lens glowing steadily. Then he spoke. We need time to discuss. Lin Ye shifted. How long? Zealand was silent for a few seconds. 1 hour. Lin Ye said nothing. Zealand continued. This is our law. Major decisions require discussion and consensus among all elders. You give me 1 hour. In 1 hour I will give you an answer. Lin Ye's figure hovered there looking at him. He looked for a long time. Then the voice sounded. 1 hour. He paused. Fine. I can give you 1 hour. But after 1 hour, the dark golden light band swept across everyone at the round table. If I don't get the answer I want then. The words were not finished, and Lin Ye's holographic figure disappeared. Just as he had arrived without any warning, without any trace. The center of the round table was empty. Only the faint light still glowed, illuminating the empty seats. The hall was silent for 3 seconds. Then the sound of discussion rose again. Are those things still out there? Are they still watching us? The words he said. Unconditional submission. Obey all orders. Cannot bear. Kaduin stood there, his hands still trembling. He gazed at the empty position in the center of the round table, beads of sweat covering the crystal surface. Zealand sat in his own seat. He stared at the vacant spot for a long time. Then he turned to the others at the edge of the round table. 1 hour. His voice was steady. We only have 1 hour. Let's start the discussion. In the live stream room, Lin Ye stood in front of the control panel, his mask facing the camera. He chuckled. Everyone, did you see that? The other side says they need an hour to discuss. He paused. 1 hour, let's be generous and give it to them. The bullet comments exploded. Damn. Unconditional surrender. Obey all commands. What Jishin said was too domineering. Military force takeover. Policy approval. Technological guidance. Once these points are out, what else can the other side say? The main faction just shouted, and then they went dumb. Zealand remained calm, but everyone else panicked. Pickled vegetable nation, this is the style of our great pickled vegetable people. Direct. Dominant. Unconditional surrender. Foot basin chicken, 1 hour to decide the fate of a civilization. The pressure. Free nation military force takeover, government decision approval. Substantive control, no room for negotiation. Arctic bear, good. This is how it should be. Let them think it through. Noncompliance means destruction. Dragon god nation, that refusal to face the consequences sends chills down my spine. Has anyone noticed? Those elders' crystals have all stopped shining. Haha, they are all scared silly. I bet they will choose to surrender. No kidding, do they have a choice? Exciting, this is really too exciting. Waiting for 1 hour. In the underground conference room of the Free Nation's Black Palace, the commander stared at the screen, tapping his fingers on the table twice. Unconditional surrender, obey all orders, otherwise the consequences are theirs to bear. The Minister of Security said from beside. This is complete control with no room for negotiation. The commander nodded. What he wants is absolute obedience. The specific conditions are merely a means to achieve obedience. He paused. If the other side refuses, those battleships will actually open fire. The Minister of Security fell silent. The commander looked at the countdown timer, still ticking on the screen. If we were in their position, facing the same situation. He didn't finish his sentence. The room fell silent for 3 seconds. The Minister of Security spoke up, his voice a bit dry. What would we choose? No one answered. The commander leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and gently tapped his fingers on the armrest. Tap, tap, tap. In the Arctic Bear command, the commander stood by the window, having finished chewing his bread. He didn't take any new pieces, just stood there staring out at the icy courtyard. The adjutant stood behind him, still holding the plate of unfinished bread. Military force takeover. The commander repeated Lin Ye's words. All spacecraft are to remain grounded and on standby. All weapons are to be secured. All military personnel are to remain in place, obeying the fleet's command. He turned back and looked at the adjutant. What is this called? This is called disarmament. The adjutant nodded. The commander turned back to the window. The government continues to operate. All decisions need his. What is this called? This is called a puppet regime. He paused. Technology can continue to be developed and guidance can be given for good performance. What is this called? This is called charity. He turned back and stared at the adjutant. He asks for nothing, yet he takes everything. The adjutant fell silent for 2 seconds. Commander, what if it were us? We would also choose to surrender, the commander interrupted him. He walked to the window, opened it, and the cold wind rushed in, making his eyes. Because we cannot win. He closed the window and turned back. Ivanov is still in the fleet. He is one of the Arctic Bears. That's enough. The adjutant nodded. The commander sat back down, staring at the screen. 1 hour. Let's see how they choose. In the Europa United Coordination Center, the rotating chairperson leaned back in his chair, staring at the screen. The Secretary General stood beside him. Unconditional surrender. Those 5 words are too firm. The rotating chairperson nodded. He is testing the other side's bottom line. If the other side accepts, then take them directly. If the other side refuses, then strike hard again. The Secretary General fell silent for a few seconds. Will the other side accept? The rotating chairperson remained silent. He watched the bullet comments still rolling on the screen and the countdown timer in the lower right. Let's wait. In the Dragon God Nation Command Headquarters, The hosting elder stood in front of the main screen. Zhou Weiguo stood beside him. Military force takeover, government decision approval, technological guidance. The elder nodded. First show the blade, then give the conditions. Military force takeover is to eliminate threats. Government decision approval is to control the upper echelons. Technological guidance and research is to not interfering with the lives of the people is to stabilize the lower levels. He paused. These points will make the other side give up their resistance mentality. Zhou Weiguo fell silent for a few seconds. Will the other side accept? The elder did not answer. He watched the dark red planet on the screen, watching the slowly moving points of light, representing the eyes of. In 1 hour we will know. In the orbit of Proxima B, aboard the Dawn space station, Klika stood by the porthole staring at the massive ships still suspended in the distance. Their cannons still glowed the eerie blue light, never extinguishing. Behind him in the control room, some were whispering, some were adjusting data, and some leaned against the wall. The chaos that lasted nearly half an hour had passed, replaced by a strange calm. It wasn't that they weren't scared, but rather that after being scared to the extreme, they didn't know how to react. Voices from the ground came through the communication channel. Space station, maintain observation. The council is in discussion and will report the situation at. Klika pressed the reply button. Received. 1 hour. Not too long, not too short. For the billions waiting in the live stream room, that 1 hour felt like a year. Some stared at the screen, glancing at the countdown timer in the upper right corner every few seconds. Some stood up to walk around, sat down, then stood up again. Some lit a cigarette, took a couple of puffs, extinguished it, and lit another. Some scrolled through posts on social media, refreshed, then refreshed again. Some simply turned off the screen, lay down on their beds, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. In the command hall of the Heavenly Palace, Starport Shan Ying was still seated in the commander's chair. His hands rested on the armrests, palms still clammy. He didn't move, just stared out at the dark red planet, watching the space station that continued to rotate slowly. The hunting dog also didn't move, sitting there, eyes fixed on its control panel, not blinking for a long time. Zhao Qiming leaned back in his chair, eyes closed. But his fingers gently moved on the armrest one by one, as if counting time. Ivanov stopped shouting, staring out the window, his jaw clenched tightly, his cheeks puffing up and then flattening again. Caesar kept his eyes closed. The Wolf of Wall Street kept pushing up his glasses over and over. Hermesai sat rigidly upright, eyes fixed on the countdown. No one spoke in the channel. Only the countdown ticked. 58 minutes, 42 minutes, 31 minutes, 19 minutes, 8 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 minute. In the main control room of Yuecha base, Lin Ye stood before the console. His faceplate was closed, the two dark gold bands of light on it aimed at the camera. Family, the hour has come. He turned. Ling, present. Bring them in. Acknowledged. On neighboring Star B in the subterranean central hall of the first city. Around the round table, 37 seats were occupied by 37 shuaguang. The light in their ocular lenses had grown much dimmer than an hour before. The fierce arguments had gradually quieted in the last half hour. Not because consensus had been reached, but because they were exhausted, tired of arguing, unsure what more could be said. Military forces handed over decision-making, surrendered complete submission to the other side. And then they get to live. But that hardly differs from being slaves. Kaduan sat in his chair, his hand clenched into a fist on the armrest. There was sweat on his ocular lens, trickling down drop by drop. He did not wipe it. Silasi leaned into the back of his seat, staring at the darkened display before him. The display had been black for an hour, never lighting since that silhouette vanished. He stared at it motionless. The other 34 elders, some bowing their heads, some staring at the empty place at the center of the table, some looking at the ceiling, some looking at their hands. No one spoke. Zealand sat in the northern seat. The light in his ocular lens shone steadily, unchanged from an hour earlier. He said nothing either, merely sat and watched that empty spot. Suddenly the center of the round table lit up. A point of light appeared. It was the size of a fingernail, suspended in midair, emitting a soft, stable glow. The point of light expanded. First a blotch, then an outline, then a humanoid. The 2-meter figure wore dark red armor, golden filigree wound along pauldrons, breastplate, and vambraces. The faceplate bore 2 dark gold bands of light directed at them. He had returned. As with his disappearance, there had been no warning, no trace. He simply reappeared. Zeland's ocular lens twitched faintly. He did not rise or emit any sound. He simply looked at that figure. Lin Ye's holographic projection hovered there. He scanned the faces around the round table. 37. Some bowed their heads, some stared at him, others looked elsewhere. The lights in their ocular lenses dimmed, flickered, trembled. He saw Keaton's clenched fist. He saw the darkened display before Silasi. He saw those who had sunk into their seats, heads lowered, their thoughts unknowable. He also saw Zealand, the shuaguang at the north, his ocular light steady as he watched. Lin Ye let out a short laugh. The laugh was muffled within the faceplate, muted, yet in the silent hall, it sounded peculiarly clear. So everyone, have you made your decision? He paused, the dark gold bands swept over them again. However, judging by your expressions, it seems you have not come to an agreement. He shook his head. It seems my demonstration was insufficient. He raised his right hand and made a gesture over his chest. Then perhaps you might consider this. In Yuecha Base's main control room, no sooner had Lin Ye finished the gesture than Ling's voice sounded command confirmed. Vanguard Fleet, all Pashao, Ickless interstellar battleships, open bay doors, Lin Wei, I-type mecha, all eject. In the live stream, the chat still scrolled messages like, the hour's up, and results incoming. The next second the picture cut. The dark red planet remained, the fleet, in orbit remained. But everyone froze. On the hulls of 1,000 Pashao, Ickless ships, countless black dots had suddenly appeared. Those black dots were arranged along the sides of the hulls in dense rows. Then points of light poured out from the black dots. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 150,000. Ling's voice sounded in the stream, steady and clear. Lingwei I-type mecha begin ejection. Each Pashao 2 carries 200 units as standard, totaling 200,000. The chat fell silent. For 3 full seconds, not a single new comment appeared. Among the billions watching, some stood with mouths agape, some stared at the screen motionless, some let what they held drop to the floor without noticing. In the underground conference room of the Free Nation's Black Palace, the commander leaned forward halfway out of his chair, finger pressed to the table until his knuckles whitened. The Minister of Security stood by the window, turned, stared at the screen, lips moving, but no words coming. The tech advisor's tablet slid onto the table with a slap. No one bent to pick it up. In the Polar Bear command, the Supreme Commander's bread fell from his mouth to the... He paid it no, he'd only stared at the screen with unblinking eyes. The adjutant beside him tilted the tray, and the remaining bread slid to the floor. At the Europa Union Coordination Center, the presiding chair rose from his seat, stepped forward 2 paces, and stood directly before the screen. The Secretary General stood beside him, palm pressed so hard on the table that it dented slightly. In the Dragon God Nation's command, the elder presiding rose from his chair. Zhou Weigua stood beside him, his breath catching a beat. The elder stared at the swelling points of light on the screen and murmured a single sentence. Zhou Weigua did not hear it clearly. The elder did not repeat himself. On the screen, the points of light multiplied. 200,000. 200,000 points pouring from 1,000 warships, filling the entire display. They stretched from one side of the frame to the other, dense layered. 10 a group, 100 a squadron, 1,000 a formation. They formed ranks, adjusted attitudes, surged toward the dark red planet. Ling's voice continued. Lingwei I-type mecha, height 20. 5 meters, weight approximately 180 tons. Primary armaments, twin shoulder-mounted medium particle cannons, handheld high-frequency cutting blade, wrist-mounted rapid-fire lasers. Propulsion, multiple vector thrusters, miniature zero-domain, negative mass generator, enabling omnidirectional maneuvering. Protection, Lingyun alloy armor, and barrier-class small energy shields. The chat finally returned, but no longer with petty quarrels. Stunned messages in every tongue flooded the screen. My God. Oh God. Holy shit. What the hell? Then even more messages poured in. 200,000. 200,000 Lingwei mecha. The 10,000 scouts were terrifying enough, now 200,000 mecha. This is a mecha army. A deluge of steel. Kimchi Nation is this. A miracle. Foot Basin chicken, that's terrifying. 200,000. How can they stop that? Free Nation, oh God. The power of the intelligent God truly knows no bounds. Polar Bear Yura. Show those alien brats what a human mecha legion looks like. Dragon God Nation, what are they doing? A landing operation. Hans Nation viewer, 200,000 mecha deploying at once. That coordination. Gall Chicken viewer, this imagery is overwhelming. So overwhelming. Do you see those mecha forming up? They fly so neatly. What control? Have the elders on the other side seen this? They must have. Only a blind man wouldn't see this display. Dawnstar Space Station. Crick stood by the observation window. He watched as the hangar bay doors of those colossal warships swung open. He watched the points of light surge forth. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. He stood motionless, his crystalline lens slowly freezing in place. The points of light multiplied. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 200,000. His legs began to tremble again, not from fear, but from involuntary, uncontrollable convulsion. His hands shook, too, pressed against the window frame, knuckles bleaching white. He opened his mouth, attempting to emit a sonic pulse, but no sound emerged. A technician beside him rose and approached the window, then froze in place. Another rose, then another. Every soul in the central control chamber rose and gathered before the viewport. They stared outward, at the expanding sea of blue light beyond the glass, at the armored mechs descending toward the surface, at the countless points of light surging like a tide. No one spoke. Something glistened across their crystalline lenses, not light, but sweat. Seconds passed before Crick finally emitted a sonic pulse. It was barely a whisper, soft as self-murmur. Transmit, transmit to the surface. The technician did not move. Crick turned toward him and raised, transmit to the surface. Now, relay the feed to the Council of Elders. The technician lunged for the console, fingers hammering the controls. Signal dispatch, transmission in progress. On the surface, the first city central hall. At the center of the circular table, the holographic projection hung, suspended. He had just finished speaking and waited for their response. At that very instant, the main screen lit up. It displayed live footage transmitted from the space station. In the image, 1,000 colossal warships hung silently in the starfield, and surrounding them, 200,000 points of light surged forth. They filled the entire screen, stretching from edge to edge, dense, layered, unbroken, like an ocean forged from steel and radiance. The points moved, forming formations, adjusting orientation. Then they advanced. 200,000 points, simultaneously descending toward the bottom. They swept past orbital paths adjacent to the station. They skimmed the station's viewport windows, like a swarm of ravenous metallic locusts, unleashed, overwhelming, raining down upon the planet. Every shogun in the hall, 37 elders including Zirin, stared at that main screen, their crystalline lenses locked in rigid stillness. Not a single sonic pulse broke the silence. Corton's fists clenched, knuckles stark white. Selas stood agape, words forming then failing. One elder stepped backward, colliding with his chair. Another sank into his seat, eyes fixed on the screen, motionless. Another lowered his gaze, unable to bear it any longer. Zirin sat in the northernmost. He stared at the screen, his crystalline lens trembling faintly, not with fear, with something he had not felt in decades. That sensation was helplessness. Lin Ye hovered at the center of the circular table. He observed their reactions, the frozen lenses, the trembling ones, the sweating, the bowed heads, the retreating steps. He let out a low laugh, muffled within his faceplate, yet piercing through the hall's profound silence. Well, he spoke, voice laced with languid amusement. Is this little motivation sufficient? No one answered. 37 elders, 37 crystalline lenses, all riveted to the main screen. Dawnstar Space Station. Crick stood by the observation window. The nearest mech streaked past, less than 500 meters from his face. He saw its silhouette clearly, 20 meters tall, of shaped head, obsidian blue optical sensors. As it passed, those sensors rotated and met his gaze for a single chilling instant. Just once. Then it vanished, plunging onward toward the surface. Crick remained rooted, staring after the mech until it disappeared. His legs had stopped trembling, not because fear had subsided, but because they had numbed into stillness. Behind him, a faint sonic pulse trembled in the air. What are they doing? No one replied. Because everyone already knew the answer. Invasion. They were descending upon the homeworld. On the surface, the first wave of mechs entered the atmosphere. Their velocity was staggering. Friction with atmospheric gases ignited a faint crimson halo around each hull. They carved through the sky, wreathed in fire. Altitude 80 kilometers. Altitude 50 kilometers. Altitude 30 kilometers. Ground-based automated defense systems awakened. Laser turrets began rotating. Particle cannons charged. Missile silo hatches slid open. Beams lanced upward. Missiles ascended, homing in on the diving points of light. Those points moved, faster than the eye of God, more agile, more elusive. They jinked, climbed, rolled. Energy beams grazed past, missing by dozens, then hundreds of meters. Missiles pursued, growing ever more distant, until fuel exhausted and they fell inert. A few beams struck true. Upon impact, shimmering ripples spread across each mech's energy shield. When the ripples faded, the shield remained intact. The mechs flew on, still diving. One mech struck 5 times simultaneously, saw its shield integrity drop from 100% to 94%. It shuddered, reoriented, and resumed its descent. None slowed, none deviated. They pierced the lattice of beams, evaded missile trajectories, and traversed every weapon capable of reaching them. Not a single unit destroyed. Surface commanders stared at their screens, crystalline lenses flashing violently. These mechs dwarfed the earlier small craft in sheer capability. Their evasion maneuvers outstripped human visual tracking. Their shields endured 7 or 8 hits before faltering. Their reaction speed suggested prescience, anticipating attacks before they launched. A technician emitted a quavering sonic pulse. Hit probability, below 0.5%. Estimated shield depletion per hit, approximately 1.2%. At this rate, over 100 simultaneous hits would be required to destroy a single unit. He trailed off. It was unnecessary to complete the calculation. At this rate, exhausting every anti-air munition on the planet would bring down fewer than 10 units. While 200,000 descended from the sky. The commander's crystalline lens froze. He stood immobile, watching the points of light draw nearer. The first city. The sky ignited. From the north, blue trajectories slashed across the deep crimson sky, one after another. Then dozens, then hundreds. Like countless cerulean meteors trailing incandescent wakes, descending toward the ground. But they were not falling. They were diving. With thrust. With direction. With purpose. Altitude dropped to 10 kilometers. They began to disperse. Some veered eastward toward the industrial zone. Some westward toward the administrative district. Some southward toward the fringes of residential sectors. But the majority converged upon the heart of the first city. A sector marked by ordinary office buildings above ground. and beneath it concealed deep underground the central hall of the Shogun Council. 30,000 mechs hovered motionless above that precise area. From 500 meters the office buildings shrank to miniature forms, streets narrowed to slender threads. And Shogun standing along sidewalks became mere specks. They did not descend further. They simply hovered, waiting. The people on the ground finally lifted their heads. They stared at the sky. Above them those enormous figures hovered. Humanoid shapes standing 20 meters tall, with shaped heads and eerie blue eyes. Thrusters emitted blue-white light, illuminating the surroundings. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. The entire city sky was densely packed with them. From the eastern horizon to the western horizon. From the southern suburbs to the northern industrial zone. Every direction was filled with them. The ordinary people on the ground stood still, looking up, their crystalline bodies frozen. Something fell from someone's hand onto the ground. Someone took a step back, colliding with the wall behind. Someone crouched down, holding their head with both hands. Someone stood there motionless, just staring. A child stood by the street, gazing up at those colossal figures. On his crystalline body, the eerie blue optical lenses of the mechs were reflected. Those optical lenses were also watching him. There was no hostility. They were merely observing, as if confirming, as if waiting for something. The child's mother rushed over, embraced him, and pulled him under the eaves. She too looked up, staring at those massive objects suspended in the sky. They remained motionless, just hanging there, above the industrial zone, above the administrative district, at the edge of the residential area, in every possible location for resistance. They just hung there waiting for the same signal. If that signal was refusal, they would dive down at the first moment, locate and incapacitate the opposing command center, cut off communications, and disarm. With their 20-meter-tall steel bodies, with the particle cannons on their shoulders, with lasers from their wrists, and with the cutting blades they held. To fulfill what the red golden figure had spoken. Your city will be destroyed. How many of your 47 billion people will survive? It depends on luck. In the central hall, on the main screen, those images were still playing. The sky of the first city suspended with 30,000 mechs. Those ordinary people standing by the street, looking up, their crystalline bodies frozen. That child. That mother. Those who did not know what to do. Zealand stared at those images. The stable light on his crystalline body finally began to tremble. It was not fear. It was something deeper. He saw that child standing by the street, looking up, with the eerie blue optical lenses of the mechs reflected on his crystalline body. He saw that mother rush over, pulling the child into the house. He saw those ordinary people standing still, not knowing what to do. They did not know what was happening. They did not know where those gigantic things came from. They did not know what they intended to do. They did not know that their fate was being decided in this underground hall by 37 elders. Zealand slowly turned his head. He looked at the holographic projection suspended in the center of the round table. Those two dark golden light bands were directed at him. Lin Ye stood there waiting. His posture was relaxed, hands hanging by his side, the mask facing Zealand. He said nothing, just waiting. Zealand's crystalline body stirred. He opened his mouth and emitted sound waves. The sound was soft, steady, but every word felt as if it was squeezed out from his throat. You have won. We submit. No. Curtin's voice exploded from the other end of the round table, causing several elders nearby to tremble. He stood up from his seat, both hands pressed on the table, leaning forward, his knuckles turning white against the table's edge. The dark red light on the photonic panel flickered violently, as if something were about to burst out from within. We cannot submit. We still have. He was cut off mid-sentence, his throat catching. Several elders around turned to him simultaneously. The light on someone's face froze. Someone opened their mouth, but made no sound. Curtin's Adam's apple moved, his voice lowered, but every word felt like it was forced through his teeth. As soon as these three words were spoken, at least half of the people at the round table suddenly recoiled. Zealand sat in the seat facing north, his hand that had rested on the armrest twitched, slightly tightening. The darkened screen in front of Silas reflected his face. The bluish-white light of the photonic panel suddenly dimmed a few degrees, as if energy had been drained from it. There are also giant lizards. And those things in the abyss. Curtin continued, his voice growing louder, as if convincing himself. They are still down there. 600 years have passed, and there must be even more now. If we just let them out, shut up? Zealand's voice suddenly erupted. The voice was not loud, but everyone in the hall was stunned. For years no one had seen him get angry at the elders' meeting. Zealand stood up from his seat. He was not tall, but as he stood there the air around him felt as if it had solidified. He stared at Curtin, the light on his crystalline body shining steadily, but that steadiness made several elders nearby instinctively lean back. Let them out, Zealand repeated slowly, word by word. Are you trying to kill everyone? Curtin's mouth was open, unable to close. An elder next to him, whose photonic panel was dimmer, stood up, his hand trembling. His name was Velid, an old fellow who had managed the historical archives for 600 years. Usually the quietest with the least presence, but at this moment his voice was sharp and piercing. Have you forgotten Ter-City? Have you forgotten those 470 million people? Velid pointed at Curtin, his finger shaking violently. My grandfather's grandfather died there. My grandfather's grandfather's grandfather also died there. You are actually trying to let them out. Curtin turned to him. So what do you suggest? Kneel and submit. Submitting at least means survival. Vila shouted back. Letting those things out, not a single one will survive. The round table erupted. Some stood up, some slapped the table, some shouted at Curtin, some shouted at Zealand, some did not know who to shout at, just stood there, their crystalline bodies flashing wildly. 600 years ago we used all our weapons, and with a bit of luck we managed to drive them back. Even so, a third of the city was gone. Did you not see how Gerardo exhaled? 300,000 people evaporated in an instant. When the flame demon lizard emerged from the ground troops couldn't even escape. They disintegrated on contact. In one night it penetrated through 30 underground shelters. 30 million people died underground. We fought for 3 years and 4 months. What do you plan to use to control them? Huh? Tell me what to use to control them. The sound waves layered upon each other. The entire central hall felt like boiling water. We don't need to beat Gerardo. Let them fight each other. We can hide behind. There's a chance. Curtin stood there. The photonic panel was red to the point of dripping blood. Curtin. Zealand spoke, his voice not loud. If those things come out, the first to suffer will be this city. Over 100 million people, where will you let them run? Curtin clenched his fist, his knuckles turning white, his lips moved, wanting to retort, but the surrounding noise was too loud, pressing him down, so he could not voice a sound. Lin Ye hovered at the center of the round table. His holographic projection remained motionless. The 2 dark gold light strips on his visor swept across the quarreling elders one by one. Kudun stood there with clenched fists, his photosensitive plate flushed crimson, as if about to drip blood. Lin stood at the true north, no longer speaking, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Ye. Silasi leaned back into his chair, his crystals dimmed, lost in thought. Waylada was still standing, his hands trembling. Lin Ye watched them for a few seconds. Then he spoke. Gerardo. Flame demon lizard. His voice was lazy, the same tone he had used when he said, submit or be destroyed. The round table fell silent for a moment. The elders who had been arguing all turned to him at once. Lin Ye did not look at them. Instead he tilted his head slightly, his visor facing the void. Zero, check it. Those 2 words were spoken in the language of launching, which no one around the table understood. But they heard the syllables and guessed he was issuing an order. Lin's crystals shifted slightly. In the main control room of the Yuecha base, Zero's projection materialized beside Lin Ye. Boss Commander, searching the target's database for records related to Gerardo and Earth core monsters. Accessing their encrypted archive. Encryption level highest. Historical records show no access in the past 600 years. File name Chronicles of the Abyss era sealed records. Data compiled as follows. As Zero's voice fell, the main screen switched images. A 3-dimensional structural diagram emerged, extending downward from the surface of Proxima Centauri B. Crust mantle until 300 kilometers deep, where a massive hollow suddenly appeared. The hollow was vertically elliptical, narrow at both ends, and wide in the middle, resembling a flattened olive. The image continued to zoom in. A footage began to play. Images left by the ancient recording devices of the shimmering light race. The grain was coarse and the footage jittered violently, but the general outline was discernible. The ground split open. A colossal fissure tore through the center of the city, over 200 meters wide, its length stretching beyond sight. Streets, buildings, plazas, all were swallowed by the crevice. People were running in the footage, fleeing in the opposite direction of the fissure, but the crack chased them faster. Then something surged out from the chasm. First came a blinding light, blue-white, rushing upward from the depths. It illuminated the entire ruined city, dragging long shadows behind every fleeing. Then came the colossal monsters. 1, 10, 100. The frame could not count them anymore. Those silhouettes crawled out of the fissure. Some stood like upright mountains, some slithered along the ground with long tails, some spread wings and soared into the sky. The camera shook violently, then went black. Inside Proxima Centauri B there exists a vast core space. Depth approximately 300 to 500 kilometers. The spatial structure is vertically elliptical with gravitational opposition at both ends and weak gravity in the central region. It has an independent light source produced by sustained ionizing radiation from underground energy release. A new image cut in. That was a modern probe's footage of the core space. Within the massive hollow, countless luminous bodies floated like an inverted galaxy. Dark specks moved on the ground. Too far to discern their exact forms, but the scale was dense and overwhelming. Multiple giant creatures inhabit this space. The 3 largest recorded abyssal surge events occurred 520 years ago, 210 years ago, and 600 years ago. The event 600 years ago is called the Great Cataclysm Surge. The image switched again. This time the picture was much clearer. A 3-dimensional simulation reconstructed by the shimmering light race, based on historical data. A city appeared in the frame. The architectural style resembled the current first city, but shorter and denser. The sky suddenly darkened. It was not clouds, something was pressing down from above. That thing was so huge it blotted out half the sky. The camera zoomed out. An upright walking giant beast, its body length exceeding the tallest building in the frame. A row of protruding ridges ran along its back, now glowing, spreading from the base upward in blue-white light. The light grew brighter. It opened its mouth. Inside was the same blue-white radiance, churning, compressing, and gathering into a blinding orb deep in its throat. Then it expelled. A beam of light shot from its mouth, hurtling straight toward the city. Where the beam passed, buildings vanished or exploded. Then a massive crater appeared, the rock at its edges melting into glowing liquid that flowed downhill. The image cut. Another city. The ground shook, jolting the buildings in the frame left and right. Then the ground suddenly bulged, and a colossal head burst out. That head was larger than the entire city square, its mouth filled with hooked teeth. It bit a tower, snapping it in two. The upper half fell and crashed into the residential. The image cut again. On the plain, the army was arrayed in formation. Countless missiles flew toward the giant beasts. Explosions blossomed in balls of fire over their bodies, but their footsteps did not stop. A long-tailed giant beast charged into the armed formation. Its tail swept across, flinging hundreds of soldiers into the air. The screen went black. The number of giant creatures that surged from the core at that time exceeded 3,000. Among them, the most representative individual was named Gerardo by the target civilization. The image froze on that upright walking giant beast with glowing dorsal fins. A three-dimensional model rotated to display its full appearance, a height of 180 meters, the luminous organ on its back, and the moment it spat the energy beam, body length approximately 180 meters. Possesses a biological nuclear energy conversion organ capable of absorbing energy from core radiation and releasing destructive energy beams in a fusion-like mode. Its dorsal fin emits blue light when charging. The energy beam from its mouth can melt through rock layers hundreds of meters thick. Along with Gerardo, the flame demon lizard also emerged. Body length about 60 meters, capable of surviving in magma environments with a surface temperature constantly above 800 degrees Celsius, melting rock wherever it passed. The image showed a group of reptilian giant beasts, their bodies flowing with glowing magma, leaving scorched furrows on the ground as they moved. The edges of the furrows still smoked. Earth-split beast. Body length about 80 meters, forelimbs capable of triggering localized earthquakes, destroying cities. In the frame, a massive four-legged beast raised its forelimbs and slammed them heavily into the ground. The ground rippled like water, and one building after another collapsed. The target civilization's total population at that time was approximately 2 billion. Post-disaster statistics: 11 large cities destroyed, 73 medium towns, and about 470 million deaths. They deployed all available weapons, including all nuclear fission warheads, and took 3 years and 4 months to drive these creatures back to the core, then built a seal at the main nest passage. Sets of data appeared on the screen in shimmering light script with translations beside them: 11 cities, 73 towns, 470 million. The final image froze on a structural diagram of the seal. Ceiling location: 320 kilometers beneath the first city. Ceiling structure: 12 layers of composite alloy walls filled with high-strength damping material. Ceiling status: current monitoring data indicates the structure is intact with no obvious damage. Attached to the end of the file was an analysis report. The report mentioned that high concentrations of transuranic element fusion residues were detected in the fragments of Gelaguo's dorsal fin. Through their study of these fragments, they validated for the first time the theoretical feasibility of controlled nuclear fusion. 100 years later, they successfully built the first controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Ling paused for a second. So it was after that catastrophe that they entered their era of technological explosion. The main control room fell silent for a few seconds. Lin Ye stood there watching those images, staring at that death toll. 470 million. He blinked. 3,000 colossal beasts. The 180-meter-tall Gelaguo, the thing that spewed from its mouth, could melt through 100 meters of rock. They fought for 3 years and 4 months. Then from its scales they obtained the key to fusion. He let out a soft laugh. The sound was muffled inside his helmet, its emotion unreadable. How interesting. Truly interesting. In the live stream, the barrage paused for a full 5 seconds. Then it erupted. Holy shit. 470 million. 3,000. 600 years ago there were 3,000 of those things. A 180-meter Gelaguo, the thing that spewed from its mouth, could melt through 100 meters of rock. What would it look like if that hit a city? Looks like there might be a twist. The frame froze on the moment Gelaguo spewed its beam. The blue-white beam shot from the giant beast's mouth slammed straight into the city, and the city vanished in the light. Isn't this just Jesala? Glowing dorsal fin, atomic breath from the mouth, 180 meters tall. Yes, definitely Jesala. Free State viewers, my god, isn't this our movie? How did those screenwriters come up with it? Quantum mechanics again. Dragon God Nation viewers, it's the Jesala from Gene Dogong vs. Jesala. Identical. Glowing dorsal fin, and then shooting a laser. Footbath Chicken viewers, Jesala belongs to us, Footbath Chicken. We filmed it first. Although this is an alien version. Rooster viewers, 180 meters, 10 meters taller than in the movie. Hans Nation viewers, they got attacked by Jesala 600 years ago. What kind of surreal? Cosmos Nation viewers, this must be an ancient monster from our kimchi people. We have historical records. Get out of here, Cosmos Nation, this is fucking alien. Polar bear viewers, what about the Yamaxi? The one covered in lava. The image cut to a group of reptilian colossal beasts, their bodies flowing with glowing lava, leaving charred ravines in the ground they crossed. Isn't that the lava monster from Gene Doggone Skull Island? What was it called? Hellcrawler. Yes, that's the one. And that leady beast slamming its forelimbs to cause earthquakes. In the image, a massive four-legged beast raised its forelimbs and smashed them into the ground, buildings collapsing like blocks. Isn't this the one from Jessela vs. Gene Doggone? The one Gene Doggone fought. That must be it. Giant monster. Bursting out of the ground. Destroy. So what they experienced 600 years ago, we've all filmed in movies. Humans, we make movies. Shuaguan clan, we actually live through it. What kind of surreal crossover is this? 11 large cities, 73 medium towns, 470 million people. How many died in all of Earth's World War II? 70 million. Their single catastrophe killed 470 million, nearly 6 times World War II. They fought for 3 years and 4 months, used up all their weapons, and only then drove them back. And then they studied nuclear fusion from Jessela scales. This plot is more absurd than any movie. Are those things still down there? 3,000 of them 600 years ago. How many are there now? That barrage floated by, but no one responded. Because no one dared to think about it. The Free State Black House underground conference room. The chief sat in his chair, hand pressed on the table, motionless. The security minister stood by the window, staring at the data on the screen, his lips moving, but no sound coming out. The technical advisor spoke first, his voice dry. A creature 180 meters tall, that can spew something capable of melting through 100 meters of rock. Our bunker busters barely penetrate a few dozen meters. One blast from that thing, and the entire underground command center would be gone. The chief's hand moved, lifting from the table, clenching into a fist, then relaxing. He stared at the death toll on the screen. 470 million. Those things, he said, his voice very low. Are they still down there? The seal is still intact, said the technical advisor. But no one knows how long it can hold. The security minister turned back, looking at the chief. If they actually released that thing. The chief said nothing. He looked at the frozen image of Jalajuo on the screen. The moment its dorsal fin glowed, the moment it spewed its beam from its mouth. That thing was far larger and far more real than the Jessela they had filmed. The polar bear command. The commander stood by the window, still clutching the unfinished bread in his hand. The bread was crushed out of shape, crumbs falling through his fingers. His adjutant stood behind him, every breath audible. 180 meters, the commander repeated the number. Our nuclear submarines are at most 170 meters long. That thing standing up is longer than a sub. He turned back, looking at the screen. 470 million people. He repeated the number again. The entire polar bear population is only 150. The adjutant opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. The commander tossed the mangled bread onto the table, dusted the crumbs off his hands. If that thing emerges now, no one on Proxima B can stop it. He paused. But Zishan's fleet is out there. Even if they can't fight it, can't they run? Can those things fly into space? Huh. The adjutant looked at him. The commander walked to the window, gazing at the frozen courtyard outside. Jessela. Heh. The Dragon God Nation command. The presiding elder stood before the main screen, Zhou Weiguo beside him. Both remained silent. After a long time, the elder spoke. 600 years ago. 470 million. He looked at the images on the screen. Those burning cities, those colossal silhouettes, those fallen armies. What were we doing back then? Zhou Weiguo thought for a moment. The Ming Dynasty, the Yongle period. The elder nodded. They obtained the materials and principles for fusion from the monster's remains, and it took them 100 years to develop nuclear fusion. He paused. And it took us nearly 100 years to build a fusion reactor. Zhou Weiguo looked at him. The elder said no more. But the barrage on the screen kept scrolling. We watched Jessela as kids, they got attacked by Jessela as kids. This is too surreal. The Europa Joint Coordination Center. The rotating chairman leaned back against his chair, removed his glasses, and rubbed his forehead. The Secretary General stood by, staring at the screen, motionless. 3,000 giant beasts, the Secretary General repeated softly. It has been 3 years and 4 months of fighting. 11 cities and 73 towns, all destroyed. The rotating chairman put on his glasses and looked at the set of numbers on the screen. Those things are still down there. He paused. If Kudun's proposal. He did not finish his sentence. But the Secretary General understood. If those things come out, no one will survive on Proxima B. What will the fleet of the wise god do? Retreat or fight the monsters with the mecha army? Or will it be artillery bombardment? The rotating chairman did not answer. In the orbit of Proxima B at the Dawn space station, Kuliku stood by the porthole. The mechas outside were still hovering there. 30,000 units filled the sky from east to west. But Kuliku was not watching them. He was staring at the personal terminal on his wrist. On the terminal, a line of text popped up. It was the information synchronized from the ground central hall. The Abyss Era Chronicle of Seal's death toll: approximately 470 million cities destroyed, 11 large cities, 73 medium towns. Geraldo, approximately 180 meters long dorsal fin charged with blue light, spewing energy beams capable of melting through 100 meters of rock. He did not read further. His hand fell down. The technician standing behind him leaned over, took a glance, and the crystal body solidified. 470 million. His voice sounded like it was squeezed out from his throat. Kuliku did not turn around. He looked at the mechas outside. Those 20-meter-tall mechas appeared very small compared to the 180-meter Geraldo. But there was only one Geraldo, and there were only 3,000 monsters. Yet these things accounted for 200,000 units. There were also 1,000 giant ships waiting outside. Inside the central hall, the two dark golden light bands of Lin Ye's holographic projection turned towards Lin. Lin's crystal body slightly moved. Lin Ye turned to Kudun again. He looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he spoke. Geraldo. He repeated the name. Kudun stood there clenching his fists, the red light on the photodetector still flickering, but not as rapidly now. Lin Ye watched him. He glanced at the surrounding elders. The solidified glimmer on their faces, the lowered heads, the trembling hands. He burst into laughter. That laughter muffled inside the helmet, but in the silent hall, everyone could discern its meaning. Ha ha ha. 470 million. 11 cities. 3 years and 4 months of fighting. His dark golden light band pointed at Kudun. Is this your final support? Kudun's photodetector suddenly brightened, the dark red light almost spilling out from within. He clenched his fists, his knuckles pressing into his palms, turning white. What do you know? His voice was sharp and piercing. You haven't seen those things. You don't know how terrifying they are. Lin Ye did not move. The two dark golden light bands remained fixed on him. I haven't seen them. He tilted his head. So you can freely release them, it doesn't matter. At the round table, the 37 crystal bodies solidified simultaneously. Lin's hand moved slightly. The blackened screen in front of Silas reflected his face, which was expressionless, but the glow on the crystal body dimmed a few degrees. Some other elders opened their mouths, but made no sound. Some leaned back, the chairs making slight scratching sounds. Kudun stood there, fists still clenched, but the dark red light suddenly halted. He stared at the holographic projection suspended in the center of the round table. Something was flashing on the crystal body. It was not sweat. It was something he could not. Lin Ye continued. Now I am really interested to see what kind of monster can withstand my mecha army and artillery bombardment. Besides, if we can't win, we can always retreat. Are you saying? These monsters can fly into space to chase my fleet. Can they also travel faster than light? Huh. The last two laughs were light and airy, as if he were discussing something utterly trivial. A moment of silence fell over the hall. The crystal bodies of the elders simultaneously turned towards Kudun. He stood there, his clenched hand trembling. It was not fear. It was an uncontrollable fire. The light on the photodetector changed from dark red to bright red, then to a blazing white that could only be achieved when thoroughly burnt. He opened his mouth. Good. That word exploded from his throat, causing the crystal bodies of the two elders nearby to tremble slightly. Release them if you want. Kudun turned and rushed towards the eastern side of the round table. There stood a row of control panels against the wall's silver-gray metal surfaces, embedded with a dozen glowing buttons. The button on the far right was larger than the others, covered by a transparent shield with dark red light glowing around its edge. This button had not been used since the disaster 600 years ago, but it had always been kept for when someone could not survive any longer. Kudun rushed to the control panel in just a few steps. Kudun. Lin's voice exploded from behind. He stood up from his seat, pressing his hands on the table. Stop. Even if you want to release them, it must go through the elders' deliberation and voting. At this moment, several elders beside him finally reacted. Yes. That's right. A vote. It must be a vote. They stood up from their chairs, stepping forward, trying to reach out to stop Kudun. But Kudun's hand was already pressing on the transparent shield. The shield popped open. His finger pressed down on the dark red button. The button's surface sank slightly. Kudun stood there, back to everyone. The red light on the photodetector stabilized. His voice was very calm. Vote. He did not turn around. Do you think the vote can pass? Who among you will vote in favor? The footsteps of the elders behind him paused for a moment. Kudun continued, his voice still calm. I have lived for 137 years, served as a soldier for 106 years, and fought for 40 years. My grandfather's grandfather died in Intercity, my grandfather died on the Abyss defense line, and my father died in the Third Civil War. They never knelt when they died. I will not kneel either. His finger pressed down on the button and did not let go. The button's surface completely sank down. A low humming sound came from the control panel, lasting for 3 seconds. Then a synthesized voice echoed in the hall. The program for activating the special combat readiness status has been triggered. Triple authorization confirmation. First authorization, identity verification. Kudun pressed his palm on a glowing panel beside the control console. The panel scanned the lines of his palm. Identity verification passed. Kudun, military commander, third seat of the Elders Council. Second authorization, permission confirmation. Kudun raised his other hand and pressed it against another panel. That was his command authority verifier implanted under the skin of his wrist since the day he became a military commander. The panel scanned the glowing patch of skin on his wrist. Permission verification passed. Supreme military command authority confirmed. Third authorization, intent confirmation. The synthesized voice paused for a second. Please state the reason for activation to confirm it is not a mistaken operation. Kaduin stood there facing a glowing orb above the console. His photic panel glowed steadily, a dark red light. I authorize the activation as the third seat of the Council of Elders and Military Commander. Reason at the brink of civilization's survival, the external invaders demand unconditional submission or they will destroy everything. I refuse. He paused. I choose to fight. Behind him, the two elders who had already rushed forward, one named Wailade, and the other Silasi, had now flung themselves to the edge of the console. Wailade reached out to press a green button on the other side of the console. That was the emergency stop button. Kaduin did not turn around. His left hand swept back and grabbed Wailade's wrist. Wailade's crystalline eyes contracted sharply. He tried to pull his hand back, but Keaton's fingers tightened, squeezing his wrist bones until they ached. Let me go. Wailade let out a sharp acoustic wave. Kaduin ignored him. Silasi circled around from the other side, also trying to press the green button. Keaton's right hand moved as well. He released the hand pressing on the console and reached sideways to grab Silas's shoulder. Silas's entire body was yanked over, smashing against the console's edge, his crystalline lenses covered in sweat. Kaduin. Silasi shouted, "You're insane." Kaduin said nothing. He stood there like that, one hand gripping Wailade's wrist, the other pressing on Silas's shoulder, the red light on his photic panel glowing steadily. The two elders struggled desperately, but could not break free. Kaduin had been a soldier for 106 years with 40 years of battle experience. His muscles were not just for show. Wailade's wrist was in his grip, like being clamped by iron pliers. Silas's shoulder was pinned by him, his entire body unable to move. The other elders had now gathered around. Some reached out to pull Keaton's arm. Some circled to the side to press the green button. And some stood behind, not knowing what to do. Kaduin looked up and cast them a glance. Just one glance. Those who had reached out hesitated. The one who had circled to the side was blocked by Keaton's raised leg. The hall was in chaos. Zealand stood by the round table motionless. He looked at Kaduin, the steady light on his crystalline lenses slowly dimming. He spoke, his acoustic wave not loud. Kaduin. Kaduin looked at him. Zealand said, "Don't regret the decision you make today." Kaduin looked at him for 3 seconds. Then he turned back to face the glowing orb on the console. Third authorization confirmed. Activate. The synthesized voice rang out. Triple authorization confirmed. Supreme combat readiness state activated. At that instant, the entire First City, the entire Proxima Centauri, all communication terminals, all public screens, all personal terminals simultaneously lit up with the same dark red light. 3 Shuoguang characters emerged from the light. Supreme combat readiness. First City West District Residential Building. A middle-aged Shuoguang had just returned from outside, still carrying freshly bought food. He pushed open the door, walked into the living room, and saw his wife standing by the window, staring motionless outside. What's wrong? His wife did not turn around, only raised her hand to point at the sky. He walked to the window and looked out. The giant mechs in the sky were still there, hovering densely. But that was not what had made his wife freeze. What had made his wife freeze was the personal terminal on her wrist. The terminal screen was lit with dark red light, and 4 characters danced in the glow. Supreme combat readiness. He looked down at it, then looked up. Then the food in his hands fell to the ground. North District Underground Shelter Entrance. That heavy metal door had not been opened for 600 years. The entrance was piled with clutter covered in dust. When the alarm sounded, the guard standing at the door was stunned. Then he turned and rushed to the console, his fingers pressing on the panel. The indicator light on the door changed from red to green. The metal door began to slide, emitting a harsh screech. Dust gushed out from the door gap. Clutter was pushed forward by the door, hitting the wall and tumbling to the ground. Behind the door was a passage extending downward, pitch black. Nothing could be seen. The guard stood by the door, staring at the passage, his hand on the weapon at his waist, knuckles white. East District 3rd Primary School. In the classroom, more than 30 young Shuoguang were sitting at their respective seats. On the podium, the teacher had just finished today's lesson and was packing up. When the alarm sounded, the teacher was stunned. Then she turned to look out the window. The mechs outside were still there, but the red light on the terminal on her wrist was even more glowing. She looked down at it. Supreme combat readiness. She looked up, gazing at the children in the classroom. The children were also looking at her. Their crystalline eyes were full of bewilderment. "Teacher." A child let out a soft acoustic wave. The teacher did not answer. She walked to the window and closed. Then she walked back to the podium and opened the cabinet that had not been opened for 600 years. Inside the cabinet was a metal box covered in dust. She opened the box. Inside was a row of emergency communicators and a folded shelter route map. She picked up the first communicator and pressed the switch. 3rd Primary School, 3rd grade, organizing evacuation to East District Shelter No. 3. Her voice was steady, but her hands were trembling. South Suburb Military Base. The alarm in the base rang 0.3 seconds earlier than in the city. 0.3 seconds was enough for the soldiers who were training, resting, or eating to stand up simultaneously. The commander stood in the main control room, staring at the huge screen on the wall. On the screen beneath the dark red Supreme Combat Readiness, line after line of text began to appear. Supreme Combat Readiness State activated. Activation Authorization 3rd Seat of the Council of Elders Military Commander Kaduan. Activation Reason at the brink of civilization survival, the external invaders demand unconditional submission. Activation Time Current Era Cycle 37 Period 7. The commander looked at those lines of text, his crystalline eyes frozen. Unconditional submission. External invaders. He turned back to look out the window. The mechs outside were still hovering. 20 meters tall, shaped heads, deep blue optical lenses motionless. He withdrew his gaze and pressed the communication key. 1st Legion enter combat positions. 3rd Legion escort civilians into shelters. 7th Legion stand by for mobile operations. All personnel from now on, no one fires without my order. One by one confirmations came through the communication channel. He stood before the main console watching the dancing data. His hands pressed on the surface, knuckles white. On the streets of the first city, the special alarm continued to wail. Those dark red lights still pulsed on everyone's wrists. The words maximum combat readiness were branded into their retinas like a searing mark. People on the streets began to move. Some ran toward their homes, some toward the shelters, while others stood frozen, unsure where to go. East District Sector 3. Someone shouted. North District Sector 1. It's closer. Another voice called out. Don't push. Line up. Line up. Someone tried to maintain order, but their voice was drowned by the alarm. A young Shuagwang clan member carrying a child ran toward the underground. The child in his arms, crystalline eyes glowing, stared at the mechas in the sky. Dad, will those things hurt us? The young Shuagwang didn't answer. He ran faster. From another direction, an elderly Shuagwang clan member, leaning on a cane, slowly made his way toward the shelter. He couldn't move fast. A young man rushed past him, paused, and looked back. Grandpa, let me carry you. The elderly Shuagwang waved his hand. You go on, I'll take my time. The young man stood there unmoving. The elderly Shuagwang raised his head, gazing at the mechas in the sky. I've lived over 200 years. I've seen plenty. He lowered his head and continued forward. The young man watched him for a moment. Then the young man turned and sprinted toward the shelter. In the central hall, Curtin still stood by the console. He had released Virad's wrist and Selash's shoulder. The two stepped back a few paces, one rubbing his wrist, the other pressing his shoulder, their crystalline eyes flickering with chaotic light. The other elders gathered around. Some standing, some leaning against chairs, some staring at Curtin, some at the still pulsing console. Zealand walked over from the round table. He moved slowly, each step planted firmly before the next. He stopped before Curtin. He looked at him for a long time. Then he spoke. So are you satisfied now? Curtin said nothing. Zealand continued. The entire civilization is now on maximum combat readiness. 4.7 billion people all know about the external invaders demanding He paused. Is this the result you wanted? Curtin's photosensitive plate shifted. He spoke, his voice slightly lower than before. At least we didn't kneel. Zealand stared at him. Kneeling at least lets us live. Curtin lifted his head, meeting Zealand's gaze. How long can we live? If you kneel today, what will they make you do tomorrow? The day after? Send your own people to their mines. Will you go? Hand over all your technology. Will you? Send your own child to their fleet as cannon fodder. Will you? He stepped forward. Zealand did not retreat. Curtin stood before him, the red light on his photosensitive plate glowing steadily. If I kneel today, tomorrow they'll make me kill my own people. Will I? You asked me to kneel today, tomorrow, the day after. When does it end? Zealand was silent. Curtin turned back to face the console. The screen still streamed data. Maximum combat readiness. Entire civilization engaged. Civilian evacuation progress. 7 military mobilization progress. 23 shelters activated. 47312 estimated time to full combat readiness 47 minutes. He stared at the data. I know we can't win, but I can't let them think we didn't even try before kneeling. Out of 4.7 billion people, someone has to stand up. Even if that someone dies first. Lin Ye's holographic projection had been suspended there throughout. He had watched everything from start to finish. From Curtin charging at the console, pressing the key, to the two elders rushing in and being subdued, to Zealand approaching and questioning, to now. He hung there, the two dark golden bands of light, facing these people, as if watching a fine show. Now that Curtin had finished speaking and Zealand had fallen silent, the surrounding elders stood there, their crystalline eyes flickering with erratic light, their thoughts unreal. But Lin Ye moved. He drifted forward half a meter, the two dark golden bands of light aimed at Curtin. Then he spoke. His voice carried the same lazy tone. Good. Just one word. Curtin looked up at him. Lin Ye continued. I like your spirit. Better than those who can't even stand. Curtin's photosensitive plate shifted. Before he could react, Lin Ye turned to Zealand. How long will this combat readiness of yours take? Zealand looked at him, silent for 2 seconds. 47 minutes. Lin Ye nodded. Final wait. He paused, and the two dark golden bands of light swept across the elders in the hall. Take your time preparing. When you're ready, tell me. Let me see how tough those so-called gelato monsters of yours really are. He let out a laugh. The laughter was muffled inside his faceplate. He'll just watch the spectacle. Then his figure vanished. As suddenly as he had appeared, No warning, no trace. The center of the round table was empty. Only the faint glow remained, illuminating the vacant spot. The hall was silent for 3 seconds. Then all the elders, some rushed to the console to examine the streaming data. Others spoke into their communicators, sending sound waves to their respective departments. Some surrounded Zealand, asking what to do next. A few stood in place, staring at Curtin, their crystalline eyes complex with emotion. Curtin remained motionless. He gazed at the empty center of the round table. For a long time. In the live stream room, the bullet comments were flooding uncontrollably. Holy crap, that old man actually pressed it. Maximum combat readiness. Full civilization mobilization. For 0.7 billion people, all know now. That military commander Curtin tough enough. Even if we can't win, at least we didn't kneel. Kimchi country, we share the same backbone as our great kimchi nation. Fried chicken island, so moving. This is the dignity of a warrior. Free country, the things he said, hard to argue with. Kneel today, what will they make you do tomorrow? Polar bear good. That's a real soldier. Only stand while dying. No kneeling while living. Dragon God country, Zealand wasn't wrong either. Living gives hope. But Curtin wasn't wrong either. Someone has to stand up. Did anyone notice? The wise god just watched the whole time, didn't say a word. What did the wise god mean by that last line? Waiting for them to prepare. He really treats this like a show. 47 minutes. They only need 47 minutes to prepare. Then what? Will he actually release the Gelato monsters to fight us? No idea. Just wait. Thrilling. So thrilling. Inside the main control room of the Yuecha base, Lin Ye stood before the console, his faceplate reflecting the display screen. Zero's holographic figure materialized beside him. Sir, the adversary has entered Tier 1 combat readiness. Estimated time to full mobilization 47 minutes. Lin Ye nodded slightly, then turned and leaned against the edge of the console. I see, he said. Zero paused. Shall I prepare anything? Lin Ye shook his head. No need. His gaze remained fixed on the screen. Let them prepare. In 47 minutes, let's observe how those Gerato beasts perform. If their combat capability proves impressive, we may consider subduing and keeping them for amusement. A faint dry chuckle escaped him. At the very least, they'll make an excellent specimen. The laughter was muffled by his faceplate, low resonant, but Zero detected unmistakable levity in his For Lin Ye had not anticipated this mission yielding such an unexpected windfall. First City's streets lay utterly deserted. 3 minutes earlier, these same avenues had teemed with life. Now only abandoned footwear, overturned stalls, and vehicles stranded mid-street remained, left behind in haste. A gust lifted several fragments of unknown packaging material, skimming them along the pavement until they struck the curb and stilled. Above, the mesh still hovered, 30,000 strong, suspended at 500 meters, stretching from eastern horizon to western horizon. Their thrusters bathed the city in cold cerulean white light, casting elongated shadows across empty thoroughfares, sealed windows, and scattered debris alike. Streetlights still burned. Amber glows spilling from curtained windows, mingling with the sky's stark electric luminescence. Yet no Shuaguang beings remained behind those panes. Every last Shuaguang citizen had descended underground. Given that monstrous incursions occurred sporadically, every few centuries or millennia, the entire planet Proxima Centauri b was equipped with a comprehensive network of subterranean shelters engineered to evacuate the entire population within 1 hour, leaving the surface to military forces confronting the beasts surging forth from the subterranean realm. Of course, these shelters offered no absolute guarantee of safety. Some monsters possessed exceptional burrowing prowess, but they remained markedly safer than the surface. 100 meters beneath ground level, the main corridor of East Zone Shelter 3 overflowed with Shuaguang citizens. 20 meters wide and 10 meters high, its walls were lined with emergency luminaires casting brilliant, even light throughout the space. Arrows painted onto the floor guided movement, and directional signs marked every 50 meters, each indicating distinct sector codes. Now those arrows and signs were obscured beneath clusters of Shuaguang, standing seated, crouching, leaning against walls. A young mother cradled her child against the left wall of the corridor. The child, perhaps 2 or 3 years old, emitted a soft, bioluminescent glow from his crystalline lens, gazing upward at the ceiling's glowing tubes. He hadn't cried while running through the streets, nor upon entering the shelter, but now in stillness unease began to stir. Mother. His voice pulsed as a gentle wave. Will those things come down? Her own crystalline lens flickered faintly. She looked down at him, raised a hand, and gently stroked his head. No, they won't. Her voice held unwavering calm. He watched her, his lens shimmering softly. Truly. She drew him closer. Truly. Nearby, an elder Shuaguang sat slumped against the wall. Hearing their exchange, he tilted his head slightly toward them, then turned away again, resuming his silent vigil upon the opposite wall. He had lived 213 years, witnessed 3 localized wars, endured 2 economic collapses, and buried every kin he'd ever known. Now he sat here awaiting the conclusion of the battle above. Deeper within the corridor, hushed voices murmured. They say those things came from a neighboring star system. A neighboring star system? How far? No one knows, but certainly vast distances. Then why have they come? Silence lingered for several seconds. To compel our submission. What does submission mean? That henceforth all decisions, great and small, must obey their will. The speakers were both youths, one clad in blue workwear, the other in gray uniform. The one in blue crouched against the wall, knees drawn close, arms wrapped tight. The one in gray stood upright, back pressed to the opposing wall. Then the blue-clad youth lifted his gaze. So what do we do now? The gray-uniformed youth met his eyes. Wait for what? The other did not answer. Instead, he raised his eyes toward the corridor's far end. A sealed door stood there beyond which descended stairs leading deeper still. Its status indicator glowed, steady green nominal. He did not know precisely what he awaited. Yet he sensed with quiet certainty that answers would soon arrive. North Zone Shelter 1, 300 meters underground. This was First City's deepest, most impregnable refuge. Constructed 6 centuries after the cataclysm, engineered to withstand 3 direct Garado breath attacks, without structural compromise. Its walls measured 120 meters thick, forged from the strongest alloy available at the time, further reinforced by an 80-meter outer damping layer. Even here the shelter brimmed with Shuaguang citizens. In the central hall, clusters formed organically, some seated on benches, others on the floor, still others leaning silently against walls. Emergency lights flooded the chamber in brilliant, unrelenting illumination. Yet that light fell upon every face with a pallid, almost spectral cast. A middle-aged Shuaguang male sat at the edge of a bench, elbows resting on knees, head bowed low. His wife sat beside him, one hand resting lightly on his back, patting rhythmically. It will be all right, she murmured. He did not lift his head. Her hand continued its gentle, measured cadence. One beat, then another. At the bench's far end sat 3 youths, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men kept glancing repeatedly at his wrist terminal, though its signal had died the moment they entered the shelter. The woman glanced at him. Stop looking. He raised his eyes. What if something comes through? There is no what if, she replied. He opened his mouth, hesitated, then closed it again. Slowly he lowered his arm and leaned back, staring blankly at the vaulted ceiling. It soared 30 meters high, embedded with rows of luminous panels that bathed the vast space in unwavering brightness. That light carved long, stark shadows, stretching across walls, pooling on floors, overlapping onto the bodies of others. No one spoke. Only occasional murmurs drifted through the air, punctuated by distant, muffled footsteps echoing down side passages. Time passed. 25 minutes. 32 minutes. 41 minutes. In the central chamber, 37 elders sat motionless in their appointed seats. At the center of the circular table, an empty space remained, where once a faint sacred luminescence had hovered, now long extinguished. Silence reigned. Zelin occupied the northernmost seat, hands resting calmly upon the armrests, his crystalline lens glowing with serene, unwavering intent. His gaze remained fixed upon that vacant center, upon the precise point where the light had vanished, unblinking, unbroken for nearly 40 minutes. Silas leaned back in his chair, the light screen in front of him still dark. He didn't look at the screen, nor anywhere else. He just sat there, his crystalline lenses dim, lost in thought. Waylada sat in his own seat, hands resting on the armrests. He glanced at Kadun occasionally, then looked away. The other 33 elders, some bowed their heads, some stared at the tabletop, some fixed their gaze on the ceiling. No one looked at anyone else, and no one spoke. The air felt as if it had congealed. Kadun stood by the console, his back to everyone. He watched the screen on the console. The data on the screen was still jumping. Civilian evacuation progress 97. Military mobilization progress 100. Shelters activated 298,312. Estimated time to full combat readiness 3 minutes. 3 minutes. He stared at that number. Behind him came the sound of very light footsteps. Kadun did not turn around. Zelin walked to his side and stopped. He too didn't look at Kadun, but fixed his eyes on the screen. The two stood there. After a few seconds, Zelin spoke. 3 minutes left. Kadun remained silent. Zelin continued. In 3 minutes the seal will open and those things will come out. He paused. And then what? Kadun's sensor plate twitched. Then they'll fight those invaders. Zelin turned to look at him. Are you sure they'll fight the invaders? Kadun didn't answer. Zelin turned back, staring at the screen. 600 years ago, when they came out, no one was waiting for them. Now there are 200,000 mechs and over 1,000 warships outside. When those things emerge, who will be the first they see? Kadun's hand clenched. Zelin continued. What if they don't attack the invaders, but us first? Kadun spoke, his voice lower than usual. We still have the military. The military. Zelin repeated the word. Our military's hit rate against those invader mechs is less than 1%. But against those things, 600 years ago we used our military. We fought for 3 years and 4 months, lost 470 million, and drove them back. Now with our technology advancing so fast, our weapons are far more powerful. Even if they are more numerous, I believe our military can still drive them back. Kadun turned to look at him. The red light on his sensor plate flickered. Otherwise, should we retract the signal now? Tell the whole civilization that the earlier emergency alert was a mistake. Zelin said nothing. Kadun turned back, staring at the screen. We've come this far. His voice was flat. Let's see it through. Lin stood there looking at his profile. He looked for a long time. Then he spoke. All right. Kudun didn't move. Lin turned and walked back to his seat. He sat down. His hands rested on the armrests. His crystalline lenses glowed steadily. The countdown continued. 2 minutes 17 seconds. 1 minute 4 seconds. 32 seconds. 15 seconds. 5 seconds. 0 seconds. A long beep sounded from the console. The synthesized acoustic wave echoed through the hall. Kudun stood up. He walked to the console and placed his hand on a panel. The panel scanned the lines of his palm, flashed once. Identity verification passed. He entered a series of commands. A new interface popped up on the screen. The interface displayed only one line of text and a large red button. Sealed alloy wall self-destruct system. Activate. Kudun's finger hovered above the red button. He paused for 2 seconds. He turned his head and glanced at the elders around the round table. 36 crystalline lenses, 36 directions, all aimed at him. Some elders' lenses trembled with light. Some sat motionless, just staring at him. Others opened their mouths as if to speak, but said nothing. Kudun turned back. His finger pressed down. A low hum came from the console again, followed by a synthesized voice that echoed through the hall. Sealed alloy wall self-destruct system initiated. Detonation in 30 seconds. Countdown begins. 30, 29, 28. Kudun stood there staring at the screen. On the screen, the diagram of the sealed structure was updating in real time. 12 layers of composite alloy walls stacked one on top of another. The damping material between the walls glowed bright yellow. On the first layer of the wall were inscribed characters left over from the catastrophe 600 years ago, carved in the ancient script of the Shugguang clan. Every stroke was deep, so deep that even today, 6 centuries later, they could still be read clearly. Gate of the Abyss. With this gate we guard the abyss. May our people never forget the grief of 470 million. Year 3721 of the era, 3rd year after the great calamity erected by the entire clan. Behind the alloy walls were massive rocks. Behind the pile of rocks was a fissure. That fissure extended downward deep beyond measure, leading to the vast cavity deep within the planet's core. In that cavity something seemed to be moving. Self-destruct system about to activate. Detonation point set between the first and second alloy walls. Estimated destruction range: total destruction of all 12 alloy walls, collapse of the rock pile behind the walls to a depth of approximately 500 meters. 12, 11, 10. Something flickered in Kudun's crystalline lenses. He raised his hand and pressed it on the edge of the console. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Detonate. The image on the screen changed. At the center of the first alloy wall, a point of light suddenly flared. That point rapidly expanded, turning into a blinding white radiance. The white light devoured the first wall, crashed into the second, then the third, the fourth. All 12 walls, almost simultaneously, were engulfed by the white light. The rocks behind the walls began to collapse. Huge boulders fell from above, plunging into the white light, instantly vaporized into gas. More rocks surged from all directions to fill the sudden void. But the void was too vast. 12 walls, each 20 meters thick, with damping material in between. A structure nearly 300 meters thick, vanished in an instant. That void spanned over a kilometer in diameter. The rocks could not fill it in time. The white light faded. A new image appeared on the screen. It was transmitted from the monitoring equipment installed at the entrance of the sealed passage. A vast dark passage, over a kilometer wide and more than 300 meters. On both sides of the passage were bare rock walls, still bearing the scorched marks from the explosion. The passage extended forward, reaching into the invisible darkness. Wind rushed from the passage, carrying a wave of heat and an indescribable pungent odor. Kudun stared into that darkness. It's open. He emitted a very faint acoustic wave. No one responded. Lin rose from his seat and walked to his side. Silas stood up. Waylata stood up. All 37 elders gathered before the console, staring at the darkness on the screen. In the live stream, the screen also showed the explosion of the wall and the opening of the passage. It's open. They really blew up the wall. Kimchi country, a historic moment. Alien monsters are about to appear. Japan, they're coming. They're coming out. The Free Nation, oh God, this scene is so oppressive. The polar bear, let them out. Let humanity see what these monsters look like. The Dragon God Nation, that cave entrance is so deep and dark nothing can be seen. The Hans Nation, the wind is rushing out from the cave, indicating a pressure difference. Inside it truly is an independent space. The barrage of comments continues, but everyone's eyes are fixed on the tunnel. They stare at the pitch-black darkness where nothing can be seen. Inside the tunnel, the wind continues to rush out. Then in that darkness something seems to move. First a sound. A deep, resonant voice emanating from deep within the ground. It sounds like something is breathing. It also seems like something is moving. That sound emanates from the screen, reverberating through the entire central hall via the speakers. Cotton's crystal began to solidify. He had heard that sound before. 600 years ago, even his grandfather's grandfather had heard it. Now he hears it again. On the screen, points of light began to appear in that darkness. 1, 2, 10, 100. Countless. Those points of light varied in size. Some were tiny like pinheads, some were large like burning torches. They were of different colors: blue, green, red, yellow. They emerged from that darkness, motionless. But Cotton knew they were watching this side. Those points of light were eyes. Zealine stood beside him, the light on his crystal dimming by several degrees. Cyrus pressed his hand against the control panel, his knuckles turning white. Velarde took a step back, colliding with the chair behind him. No one made a sound. On the screen, those eyes began to move. The small ones in front, the large ones behind. More emerged from deeper within. The first monster poked its head out of the darkness. It was lizard-like, about 30 meters long, covered in dark red scales. Its head was triangular with a mouth that split wide, extending all the way to behind its eyes. Its eyes were vertical pupils, yellow with a long black slit, and that black slit was currently facing the direction of the camera. It crawled out of the cave entrance. Its forelimbs rested on the rocky edge of the entrance, claws digging deep into the stone. Then it pushed off with its hind limbs, forcing its entire body out of the darkness. It stood at the cave entrance, raised its head, opened its mouth, and let out a roar. The sound pierced through the screen, sharp and jarring like metal scraping against glass. Cotton's crystal contracted violently, and he instinctively raised his hand to cover his ears. But that sound continued to drill into his mind. The second monster squeezed out of the darkness. Unlike the first, this one appeared more upright. It stood about 40 meters tall, its hind legs as thick as pillars, while its forelimbs were shorter, but ended in huge claws. Its head was small, nestled within broad shoulders, with only one eye centered on its face. That eye was blue. It was also looking in the direction of the camera. It walked out of the cave entrance, standing beside the first monster. Lowering its head, it sniffed the rocky ground, then lifted its head to look into the distance, towards the mechas hovering above the city. The third, the fourth, the 10th, the 100th. They surged out of the darkness. Some resembled crawling insects over 50 meters long, with transparent wings on their backs. They flew out of the cave entrance, the sound of their wings vibrating through the screen like countless bees buzzing in the ears. Some resembled four-legged beasts covered in black fur, with two curved tusks protruding from their mouths. They ran out of the cave entrance, standing on the rocks outside, looking up and letting out deep roars to the sky. Some were gigantic worms without eyes or limbs, just a circular mouth surrounded by rows of teeth. They slithered out of the darkness, wriggling forward, leaving a viscous liquid in their wake. Cotton watched them one after another. 100, 300, 500. Various monsters continued to pour out of the cave entrance. In the main control room of the Moon Chariot base, Lin Ye stood in front of the control panel. The shadow of Zero stood beside him. The opposing side has detonated the self-destruct system of the ceiling wall, or the underground passage has been opened. The first batch of monsters has emerged, quantity approximately 520, still increasing. Synchronizing live broadcast footage. On the main screen, the image of monsters pouring out of that cave entrance appeared simultaneously on all live broadcasts. The barrage of comments stopped for 5 full seconds. Then it exploded. What the hell? They're out. What are those things? What a hideous appearance. So ugly. It's an eyesore. That triangular head. Yellow eyes. That mouth splits to the ears. That upright one. One eye. It's in the middle of its face. That flying one. It has wings on its back. Looks like an insect. That furry one. Those tusks are longer than a person. Worm. Eyeless worm. Its mouth is round. The audience from the pickled vegetable nation. Is this really the ancient monster of our pickled vegetable people? The audience from the Foot Basin nation, brother. Where's Godzilla? Where's the promised Godzilla? The audience from the Free Nation, oh god, these are even scarier than the ones in our movies. The audience from the Polar Bear Nation, good. The more the better. Let the Mecha Army fight them. The audience from the Dragon God Nation, my claustrophobia is acting up. So many eyes. Did anyone see that upright monster with one eye? It's looking at the camera. On the screen, that one-eyed upright monster was indeed looking in the direction of the camera. Its head slowly turned, that yellow eye moving from the left side of the screen to the right, then back from right to left, as if confirming something. Then it lowered its head to look at the ground. That was the direction of the city. It took 2 steps forward. The ground trembled. The screen shook along with it. Lin Ye stood in front of the control panel watching that monster. He moved his lips slightly. Interesting, he said. The shadow of Zero flickered beside him. Boss, do you need to order an attack? Lin Ye shook his head. Not yet. He looked at the screen. Let's observe for a bit longer, and let them out some more. On the screen, that cave entrance continued to spew out monsters. 600 monsters. 700 monsters. 800 monsters. Those emerging monsters began to spread out in all directions. Some went east, some west, some north. They moved at a slow pace, but each step shook the ground. The flying insects had already risen into the air, the sound of their wings vibrating through the screen, buzzing like a swarm of giant hornets. They circled above the cave entrance, flying higher and farther. The first flying insect swept over the edge of the first city. The mechas hovering above the city remained still. They just hovered there, watching it fly by. After the insect flew past, it turned back. Suspended a few hundred meters across from the mecha array. Its wings fluttering. That compound eye focused on those mechas as if contemplating something. The mechas remained motionless. The insect also did not move, because it could not detect any biological scent from the mechas. Lin Ye chuckled. Quite cautious. On the screen, the opening continued to surge outward. 1,000 heads. 1,200 heads. 1,500 heads. The rocks around the opening were already crowded with monsters. Some stood, some crouched, some were tearing at each other, while others howled at the sky. Those sounds mixed together, emanating from the screen like countless instruments, playing simultaneously, harsh and chaotic. Suddenly those sounds stopped. All the monsters halted at once. Their heads turned in the same direction, toward the passage. In the darkness, something massive was moving outward. The footsteps were heavy. Step, step, step. With each step the ground shook. The screen shook to the point where it was hard to see clearly. Kudun stood before the control panel, the crystal solidified. He knew what it was. Something his grandfather's grandfather had seen 600 years ago. That thing emerged. A hand first extended from the passage. The hand had 5 fingers, each thicker than a human's. The knuckles were covered in dark red scales with faint light visible between the scales, as if something was flowing inside. The hand grasped the edge of the opening. The rock shattered in its grip. Crumbling to dust, it leaked through the gaps of its fingers. Then another hand reached out. It too grasped the rock. It too crushed it. Both hands supported the edge of the opening, pulling outward with force. The walls of the passage expanded. The sound of crumbling rock emanated from the screen, booming like an avalanche. A head peeked out from the darkness. The shape of that head resembled a human, but was much, with a broad forehead, deep-set eye sockets, and a protruding jaw. In the eye sockets were 2 eyes devoid of pupils, only a ghostly blue light. That head slowly lifted. Those 2 eyes faced the camera. It stared for 3 seconds. Then its entire body squeezed out from the darkness. A body towering 180 meters high. When standing upright, its head almost reached the top of the opening. Its back had a row of prominent ridge-like structures extending from its shoulders to the base of its tail. Those ridges were glowing at that moment with blue-white light spreading from the base upward. The light grew brighter. Bright enough for the screen to automatically dim. Bright enough that everyone had to squint to see. It opened its mouth. Inside was the same blue-white light, rolling, compressing, and gathering into a blinding sphere deep within its throat. Then it raised its head, looking at the sky, looking at the mechs hovering over the city, looking further into the starry sky beyond those mechs. There 1,000 Dawn-Ickless interstellar battleships hovered silently. Gelato stood there. The light on its dorsal fin grew brighter. The sphere of light in its mouth grew larger. It faced the sky, emitting its first roar. That sound erupted from the screen, bursting through all the speakers, exploding in every live broadcast room. Like 100,000 beasts roaring simultaneously. Like 1,000 volcanoes erupting at once. Like the entire planet trembling beneath its feet. In the underground conference room of the Free Nation's Black Palace, the pen in the commander's hand fell to the ground. In the Arctic Bear Command, the commander's bread got stuck in his throat, unable to be swallowed for a long time. In the Dragon God Nation's command center, the elderly host took a step back, and Zhou Weiguo reached out to support him. In the Europa Joint Coordination Center, the rotating chairman stood up from his chair, knocking over the coffee cup in front of him. In the live broadcast room, the bullet comments paused for a full 10 seconds. Then, is that Gelato? Isn't it just Godzilla? It's glowing. That dorsal fin is glowing. That sphere of light in its mouth. Atomic breath. This is atomic breath. Godzilla really exists. It's not a movie. It's real. Is the screenwriter from the Shining Tribe. What about the mechs? Why aren't they moving? Order them to attack. The audience in the Free Nation, it roared. That sound. The Arctic Bear audience, my God. Our movie has become a documentary. The Dragon God Nation audience, no. This is from our Pickled Cabbage Nation. We have historical records. Get out. You're still trying to take it. Look behind. Something else is coming out from that passage. On the screen behind Gelato, a new wave of figures surged from the darkness. A giant ape covered in black fur squeezed out from the passage. It walked upright, standing about 170 meters tall with long arms hanging below its knees. Its face resembled a human's, but with high cheekbones, a protruding jaw displaying 2 massive canine teeth. It emerged from the passage, standing next to Gelato. It pounded its chest twice with its fists, making a thud-thud sound like thunder. The bullet comments exploded again. Jean-Dagong. That's Jean-Dagong. The Jean-Dagong that fought Godzilla in that movie. It's really identical. Black fur, pounding its chest. That face. The audience in the Free Nation, isn't that the one from our movie? They are standing together. Gelato and Jean-Dagong are standing together. What the hell is this dream crossover? The passage had not yet stopped. Deeper inside, the sound of wings flapping echoed. That sound was so loud that even through the screen one could feel the air vibrating. A pair of wings extended from the darkness. Those wings were immense, stretching out to a width exceeding 200 meters. The wings had no feathers, only a layer of translucent membrane, with vein-like patterns visible that glowed with a dark red light. Then came the heads. There were 3. Three long necks extended from the same body, each head resembling that of a dragon, filled with dense teeth. 6 eyes, all vertical pupils golden in color, were currently staring outside. It flew out from the opening. The 3 heads simultaneously raised up. All 3 mouths opened at once, emitting 3 overlapping roars. The sound was sharp and piercing like metal scraping against glass, and also like countless birds screaming simultaneously. In the underground conference room of the Free Nation's Black Palace, the pen in the commander's hand fell to the ground. "That's Jadola." His voice was very soft, but everyone in the room heard it. In the Arctic Bear command, the commander had bread stuck in his throat, unable to swallow for a long time. On the screen, the 3-headed giant dragon had already taken flight. It flapped its wings, rising above Galado and Jean Dagon. The 3 heads turned, and the 6 eyes scanned the sky, scanning over the hovering mechs and further out to the fleet. Then it stopped, hovering in midair. The 3 heads facing 3 different directions, simultaneously letting out a low roar. In the Europa Joint Coordination Center, the rotating chairman stood up from his chair, knocking over the coffee cup in front of him. Another one. Another one. In the Dragon God Nation's command center, the elderly host took a step back, and Zhou Weiguo reached out to support him. The old man stared at the screen, his lips moving. What were those movie screenwriters thinking? Zhou Weiguo did not answer. He too was staring at the screen, staring at that 3-headed dragon, staring at that giant ape, staring at that Galado standing 180 meters tall, staring at the passage behind them where the monsters continued to surge outward. The bullet screen has gone completely insane. Chikdala. That's the King Dala. 3-headed golden dragon. Godzilla. Jean Dagon. Chikdala. The 3 great monster kings have all appeared. What the hell is this lineup? Are they working together? Are they standing together? No. Look behind. There's more. On the screen, a new group of monsters surged out of the cave. Those monsters resembled birds, but were much larger. Each stood about 50 meters tall, sporting enormous beaks, with rows of backward-facing teeth inside. They flew out of the cave in droves, rising into the sky like a dark cloud. Ladron. Is that a Ladron pterosaur? Wait. Ladron is only one. This is a group. Who cares what they're called? They're bird-like monsters. A swarm. The flying bugs are still here. Now there's an additional group of birds. The sky is filled with their kind. More monsters continued to pour out of the tunnel. This time they resembled reptiles, but had enormous shells on their backs. The shells were round and covered in sharp spikes. They crawled out of the cave, shaking the ground with each step. The sound of shells clashing could be heard even through the... Angoras. That's Angoras. Godzilla's partner. No. Angoras is Goliath's rival. How did they become partners? Who cares if they are rivals or partners? It's the one with the shell. There are too many. Too many. More continued to... The monsters surged out of the darkness, some flying up into the sky, others running towards the ground, and some stood around the cave entrance howling at the sky. The cacophony resonated from the screen, making people's ears tingle. Cotton stood at the control console in the central hall. He watched the monsters on the screen. He looked at Godzilla. He looked at Jean Dagon. He looked at Chikdala. He looked at the overwhelming mass of figures. His crystal body froze. His hand pressed against the console, knuckles turning white. Cyrus stood beside him, opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Villard had retreated to the wall, his back against it, beads of sweat covering his crystal body. Zealand stood there. He looked at the screen. He gazed at the monsters. He watched for a long time. Then he spoke. His voice was soft. 600 years ago, there were only 3,000. He paused. Now. He didn't, but everyone knew what he was about to say. Now that number, just from what had emerged so far, was already more than 3,000. In the control room of the Moonchaser base, Lin Ye stood in front of the console. He looked at the screen. He gazed at the glowing sphere in Goliath's mouth. He watched Jean Dagon's pounding motion. He looked at Chikdala's 3 heads turning around. He gazed at the vast horde of monsters. Beneath the faceplate, the corners of his mouth curled up. He chuckled softly. Now that's more like it. At that moment, the blue-white light sphere in Goliath's mouth rolled, compressed, and grew increasingly bright. Bright enough that Zealand, standing in the central hall, had to squint his crystal body. Bright enough that the brightness of the live broadcast automatically dimmed one level. Bright enough that the blue light in the optical lenses of the mechs hovering above the city reflected that blinding light. Cotton stood at the console, his hand clenched into it. He knew what was going to happen next. 600 years ago, his grandfather's grandfather stood at the edge of the ruins of Tur City, witnessing the same light spewing from Goliath. That light illuminated half the city, and then the city was gone. Now that light shone on the mechs in the sky. He looked at those mechs. 30,000 mechs suspended at a height of 500 meters, motionless. What were they waiting for? The light sphere deep within Goliath's throat had been compressed. Its head suddenly lunged forward. A beam of light erupted from its mouth. With a diameter of over 10 meters, blue-white in color, with arcs of deep blue electricity flowing along its edges. It swept towards the sky. It targeted those mechs. The voice of Zero echoed in the mech combat channel. All mech units activate maximum power energy shields, defend in place. No one responded in the channel, nor was a response needed. 30,000 mechs, 30,000 energy shields lit up simultaneously. The light emerged from the surface of the mech transparent, with faint blue patterns resembling a layer of flowing water. Then Goliath's beam arrived. The beam swept over the foremost mech. The shield flickered momentarily. Then the blue patterns flashed wildly. Next the shield shattered. The blue-white beam slammed directly into the mech's body. That 20-meter-tall steel frame. In the face of that 10-meter diameter beam was like a soda can crushed by a giant hammer. Armor melted, structures fractured, internal circuits exploded with sparks. The entire mech blew apart in midair, debris flying in all directions. The beam continued to sweep forward. The second, third, fourth mechs. Shields shattered, bodies exploded. Each mech that exploded emitted a flare. And that flare was swallowed by the blue-white beam in an instant. Cotton stared at the screen. He counted those exploding mechs. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. Along the path the beam swept, those mechs burst like ignited pieces of paper. Villard stood against the wall, sweat dripping down his crystal body. Cyrus' hand pressed against the console, his knuckles turning white. Zealand stood there motionless. He was waiting for that beam to stop, waiting to see how many mechs would be left. The beam continued to sweep. 30, 40, 50. Then the beam vanished and Goliath shut his mouth. The beam disappeared from the sky, leaving behind a pale white streak that slowly diffused and faded. Cotton fixed his gaze on the screen. The number he counted was 57. 57 mechs had exploded in the wake of that sweeping beam. The remaining mechs were still hovering there. 29,943. Their shields were still glowing. The pale blue light enveloped each mech's body, flowing gently beneath the dark red sky. Goliath stood there. The light on its dorsal fin dimmed. It raised its head, looking at the mechs in the sky. Those mechs seemed to be looking back at it. Not a single one moved, not a single mech stirred. They simply hung there, the blue optical lenses trained on it. The voice of Zero echoed in Lin Ye's ear. Damage analysis of the beam is complete. Single shot maximum energy output approximately equal to 0. 1 times the power of the Dawn 2 class battleships single shot. Damage type high temperature melting plus energy impact, significant penetration effect on Guardian mech's energy shields. Time to breach Guardian 4 class mech shield, 3 seconds. Damage assessment against the Dawn 2 class battleships shields, estimated single hit consumes approximately 1/2 of shield value. Conclusion: this beam can consecutively breach up to 10 layers of Guardian 4 class mech's energy shields. Lin Ye stood in the control room of the Moonchaser base. He listened to Zero's report. The corners of his mouth curled up beneath the faceplate. He chuckled softly. 10 layers of shields. The battleship's shield only dropped by 1%. Lin Ye turned around, facing the camera. The 2 dark golden ribbons of light aimed at the billions of viewers in the live stream. My dear people, did you all hear that? His voice carried a hint of amusement. This Gelato's attack is nothing impressive. Looks terrifying, but it didn't even scratch the paint of our warship. He paused. Excellent. He emphasized the word good a bit more. It seems we need to capture all these monsters. He raised his hand, gesturing in the air. Raise them in captivity, find a place to open a monster park. That should be quite interesting. He faced the camera. My dear people, what do you think? The barrage of comments paused for a second, then exploded. Monster park. Wisdom God, are you serious? Raise Geladu. Jean-Dagong. Jadora. Kimchi Kingdom, this is a great idea. Our kimchi people can provide the venue. Jiaopan Chicken, the monster park should be built in our Jiaopan Chicken. We have a rich monster culture. We can let them soak in hot springs. Free Kingdom, my God, what is this guy thinking? Is that something that can be tamed? Free Kingdom too, but it sounds pretty cool. If we could visit. Polar Bear, good. That's how it should be. Make them perform for humans. Keep the ticket prices low. Han's Kingdom, from an engineering perspective, building a facility to contain these monsters is technically feasible. Gallic Rooster Monster Park. Very imaginative. Dragon God Kingdom, I'm laughing my ass off. Just a moment ago we were worried about not being able to defeat them, and now Wisdom God wants to open a zoo. Dragon God Kingdom too, the look in the director's eyes. He's serious. He really wants to open a zoo. Did anyone notice that Gelato's dorsal fin stopped glowing after that blast? Is it out of energy? Probably cool down, it's always like that in movies. Regardless of energy, that one blast destroyed 57 mechas, but the rest are completely 57 mechas in exchange for revealing their hand. Worth it. Wisdom God made a killing. The barrage continued to scroll. But on the screen, those monsters, Gelato's beam of light was like a signal. The moment it closed its mouth, the monsters standing around the entrance of the passage began to stir. Some headed east, some west, some north. Their speed suddenly increased. They were walking leisurely just a moment ago, but now they started running. Those that ran on 4 legs shook the ground with every step. Those that crawled slithered along the ground, moving as fast as if they were flying. Those flying in the air flapped their wings faster. The first wave to charge out was a group of wolf-like creatures. They were about 20 meters in length, covered in short gray-brown fur, with 2 rows of crooked teeth bared. They rushed down the rocky pile where the entrance was charging wildly into the urban area of the first city. Behind them followed a swarm of crawling insects. Those insects had transparent wings on their backs, which were now vibrating, producing a buzzing sound. They flew faster than the wolves. They quickly overtook the wolf pack and lunged toward the mechas hovering above the city. Further behind were the bird-like creatures. They flew higher and faster. With a single flap of their wings, they shot forward hundreds of meters. They swept over the insect swarm and flew into even higher. Further behind were the crawling behemoths, the Yin Ye lizards. Their bodies oozed glowing magma, leaving scorched black furrows on the ground wherever they passed. They moved slowly, but each step was steady. The rocks beneath their footprints melted. Geladu stood at the entrance of the passage, let out a roar, and then fell silent. Jean Dagon stood beside it, also motionless. Ghidorah hovered in midair, its three heads turning back and forth, six eyes fixed on the monsters that had charged out, then on the stationary mechas. They were all waiting for those that had charged out to scout the way. Kudun stood before the control console in the central hall. He watched the monsters racing across the direction of those monsters was the city, the troops that were on alert. They're heading toward the military, he said in a low voice. Zaylin stood beside him. Are we ready? Everything is in place, Kudun said. But those mechas. He didn't finish. Zaylin knew what he wanted to say. Those mechas were still hovering there. 30,000 of them motionless. Will they act? Or will they watch the monsters charge into the city? In the live stream, the viewers also saw the rampaging monsters. Attack. They're coming. Heading toward the city. Are there still people inside? There must be people. Isn't the military there? The monsters are running so fast. It's disproportionate to their size. The flying ones are even faster. They're already in front of the mechas. Why aren't the mechas moving? Order them, wisdom god. Fight. Crush them. Go. Tear them apart. The barrage was filled with words like charge. Go. Fight. Lin Ye stood in the main control room. He watched the rampaging monsters on the screen. He watched the insect swarm flying toward the mechas. He watched the ever-increasing number of monsters still pouring out. He let out a chuckle. 0. Present. Move out, Lin Ye said calmly. Remember, capture them alive. We still need to open the monster park. Command confirmed. Allocation plan 3-0 units, execute long-range suppression, remaining units, switch to melee mode, prepare for capture. Capture method, shatter joints, sever tendons, avoid fatal injuries. Zero's voice echoed in the mecha combat channel. All units, attention, units 1 to 3,000 particle cannon volley. Targets, flying units and large targets. Suppression only, no need to kill. Remaining units switch to high-frequency cutting blades, prepare for close combat. Prioritize attacking joints and tendons to incapacitate them. Friendly reminder, the boss wants to open a monster park, so don't kill them all. The mecha channel fell silent for a second. Then someone whispered in the channel, monster park. Will the tickets be discounted then? Another voice chimed in. The ones you capture you can watch for free. Alright then, this big one is mine. Can you catch it? Even if I can, I have to try. Remember, the boss wants them alive. Alright, let's get to work. On 3,000 mechas, the shoulder armor plates simultaneously slid open, revealing the muzzles of the twin-mounted medium particle. The muzzles began to charge. A blue-white light glowed from deep within the muzzles, the same color as the beam from Gelado's mouth earlier. But the power was much weaker. 3 seconds later, the charging of all muzzles completed simultaneously. The light stabilized. Aim. 3,000 beams of blue-white light, each only a meter in diameter, shot out simultaneously from the muzzles. They shot toward the sky, toward the incoming insect swarm, toward the higher-flying bird flock, toward the large monsters rampaging on the ground, the Yin Ye lizards, the leedy beasts, and others. The beams sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. The first wave of the swarm collided with those beams of light. The insects were 30 meters long, which was not insignificant in the face of the 1-meter diameter beams. But the beams struck them. Shields. None. Only that layer of exoskeleton. The beams penetrated the exoskeleton, piercing through the flesh beneath. They exited from the other side of the insect. The creature didn't even have time to scream before a hole appeared in its body. Its wings continued to flap, but it couldn't maintain stability, tumbling down awkwardly. The second, third, and 10th. Those beams pierced through the swarm, like the insects tried to evade, but there was no escaping. Those beams were simply too fast. Furthermore, there were 3,000 of them densely packed together. They wove a net of light in the air. The insects that crashed into the net had several holes punctured into them. Within seconds, the leading group of insects was almost all wounded and falling. The remaining insects began to scatter, flying in all directions, trying to avoid the beams. But the beams pursued them. The optical sensors on the mechas were rotating, and the cannon barrels followed suit. The beams traced arcs in the sky, chasing after the insects. One insect made a sharp turn to the left, and the beams followed, opening 2 holes in its left wing. It wobbled and began to descend. Another insect turned sharply to the right, and a beam grazed its abdomen, slicing a gash. It continued to fly, but blood flowed down, and it flew lower. Yet another insect suddenly pulled up, trying to escape the coverage of the beams. Two beams pursued it simultaneously, one struck its hind leg, and the other hit its side, causing it to cry out and plummet. A flock of birds also collided with those beams. They flew high and fast. But those beams were even faster. One bird opened its mouth, just about to call. It was struck by a beam at the base of its wing. The bone broke and half of its body collapsed, falling down. A second bird attempted to turn, but as soon as its wings shifted slightly, multiple beams struck it at once. One beam hit its left wing joint and another hit its right wing joint. Both wings snapped, and it plummeted straight down. The third, fourth, and 10th. The birds fell one by one. Some of those that fell to the ground were still flapping, but with broken wings they could not stand and could only crawl on the ground. The wolves on the ground were also being pursued by. No matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the beam's hits. A beam chased one wolf from the side, striking it at the knee of its hind leg. The joint shattered and the wolf lost its balance, rolling on the ground for 2 circles before getting up, trying to run again, but it couldn't run fast on 3 legs. A second beam struck the same spot on its front leg. It collapsed, letting out a low growl, but could not get up. Another wolf attempted to hide behind a rock. Just as it reached the edge of the rock, a beam came around from the side and struck its shoulder joint. Half of its body collapsed, and it fell to the ground, gasping. Further away, those flame demon lizards were also being focused on. They were large, slow, and made perfect targets. 3 mechas locked onto one flame demon lizard simultaneously. 3 blue and white beams shot out from different directions. The flame demon lizard lifted its head, opening its mouth, trying to spew out the magma inside. The first beam struck its left front leg at the knee. The joint shattered, and it stumbled forward, its magma spraying wide, hitting the nearby rock, and instantly melting it. The second beam struck its right hind leg at the same spot. It could no longer stand steadily, and toppled to the side. The third beam hit its jaw joint. It could no longer open its mouth, and the magma bubbled inside, seeping out between its teeth. It collapsed on the ground, 3 of its 4 legs with shattered joints, unable to open its mouth, only able to writhe on the ground. The other mechas also began to move. 27,000 of them dove down from a height of 500 meters. The right hand reached behind its back, drawing out a high-frequency cutting blade. The blade was dark gray with a faint blue glow at the edge. The light vibrated at high speed, causing the air around the blade to tremble. The first mecha dove down in front of a wolf. The wolf had just had its 2 leg joints shattered by the beams and lay on the ground gasping. The mecha landed kneeling on one knee, pressing its left hand down on the wolf's head. The wolf opened its mouth, trying to bite it. The mecha's right hand with the cutting blade sliced into the root of the wolf's front leg from the side, not severing the entire leg. It cut through several main tendons. The blade penetrated, twisted slightly, and then withdrew. The wolf's leg was still attached to its body, but could no longer move. It tried to kick its leg, but the leg would not respond, merely twitching twice. The mecha stood up and glanced over. Unit 1 has lost mobility, still alive. Another mecha landed beside an insect. The insect's wings had been pierced, and it writhed on the ground, its several legs still moving. The mecha walked over and stomped down on the insect's head. The insect attempted to turn and bite it. The mecha's cutting blade sliced into the root of the insect's first leg, severing the tendons, then the second and third legs. The insect's legs ceased moving, with only its body still writhing. The mecha withdrew the blade. Unit 2 has lost mobility, still alive. Further away, 3 mechas surrounded a flame demon lizard. The flame demon lizard lay half collapsed on the ground with shattered joints and 3 legs, unable to open its mouth. It continued to struggle, using its one remaining movable hind leg to push against the ground, trying to lift itself up. One mecha circled to its good leg. The flame demon lizard sensed something approaching and abruptly kicked backward. The mecha dodged to the side, and the cutting blade sliced into the base of that leg. The tendons were severed. The leg, halfway through its kick, suddenly went limp. The flame demon lizard's entire body collapsed on the ground, with only its tail still thrashed. Another mecha circled to the tail and sliced into it. The tail thrashed twice, and then stopped. Unit 3 has lost mobility, still alive. In the sky, those mechas that were still flying pursued the remaining flying beasts. One bird was surrounded by 3 mechas, its wings broken, plummeting down. It continued to kick with its claws and peck with its beak. One mecha approached from behind. The bird turned its head to peck at it. The mecha sidestepped, and the cutting blade sliced into the root of the bird's left leg. The tendons were severed. The bird's left leg drooped. Its right leg still tried to kick, but another mecha cut into it, severing the right leg as well. The bird fell to the ground, its beak still open, letting out a hoarse cry. Unit 47 has lost mobility, still alive. The battle on the ground continued. Those beasts that were not struck by the beams were being knocked down one by one by some were still running, struck by a mecha from behind, its blade slicing into the tendon of its hind leg, causing it to stumble and fall. Others resisted, attempting to bite the mecha, but the mecha pressed down on its head, and another blade cut into its front leg. Some were curled up behind rocks, and the mechas flipped them out and processed them similarly. The movements of those mechas were swift. Their 20-meter-high steel bodies moved with the grace of a cat. They landed, drew their blades, sheathed them, and took off again. One beast after another collapsed. Some convulsed, some gasped, some still held their eyes open, though their bodies would not move. Their blood pooled on the ground, forming little rivulets. The blood ran green, red, even purple, and yet the wounds were not lethal. Tendons had been severed, joints shattered. With their regenerative ability, those beasts would lie there for months and then heal. Kaduan stood at the central hall's console. He stared at the screen. The crystalline lens in his eye had gone still. Those monsters, those in his memory that had once been utterly savage. The same beasts that 600 years ago slaughtered 470 million of their kin. The ones that had driven their civilization to take 3 years and 4 months to muster a response. Now they were being slaughtered. No, wrong. They were being disarmed. They were being taken alive in groups. Some still struggled, others lay limp on the earth. Monster blood stained the ground in a riot of color. He could see them breathing. He could see their eyes still rolling. He could see those with severed tendons, bodies immobilized, but heads still moving, mouths issuing low growl. He opened his mouth. This. Only a single syllable escaped. Silasi stood beside him, also fixed on the screen. His hand pressed so hard on the console that the top dented a little. Every cut from those mechs strikes the vital points. His voice was dry, rendering them unable to move without breaking bones, without damaging organs. Given their self-healing, they can recover in a month. He paused. They are not killing the monsters, they want them alive. Wailade leaned against the wall, back to the stone. He said nothing. He knew those beasts would lose. The moment that beam struck the mechs, and only 57 fell, he realized. He had not expected them. He knew those beasts would lose. The moment that beam struck the mechs, and only 57 fell, he realized. He had not expected them to lose like this. They were not being killed. They were being captured alive. Kaduan remained silent. He watched the flying monsters tumble from the sky on the screen. He watched packs of beasts collapse. He watched Yinma lizards with severed tendons lie crippled on the ground. The numbers of monsters were dwindling rapidly, so swiftly that every Shuoguan clansman who saw it could scarcely believe it. Mechs from other cities were already on their way. On the live stream, the comment feed erupted. Viewers gaped at the spectacle, thousands of beams firing at once, the scene vast and terrible. They noted that the creatures were not dead, only unable to fly. They cheered that the intellect god intended to take them alive, and praised the mech's surgical precision. Various voices celebrated the feat, exclaiming that the intellect god of their people would capture the beasts alive, and that the mech strikes were uncannily accurate. Some shouted for a live capture, demanding the beasts be paraded for humanity to witness. Others rejoiced at the very idea of live capture, calling for the creatures to be exhibited for public display. Observers marveled that every cut landed in the same place, wondering when such anatomical study had been done. Many remarked that the monster's eyes betrayed fear. Amid the cheers, more viewers pointed out movement elsewhere. Mech from other cities were mobilizing, coming to join the operation. A sudden chorus: 170,000 mechs, all heading this way. People speculated they intended to encircle and contain every monster. They asked anxiously where Jalajuo, Jin Dagong, and Jadula were. Why had they not moved? The answer was obvious: they were watching their subordinates being taken alive. Indeed, the 3 great beasts standing at the cavern mouth were not staring the whole time. Jalajuo's eyes shifted. It fixed its gaze on the diving mechs, on the beasts being pinned down, on the blood splattering the rocks. Its pupils contracted for an instant. Then it opened its mouth. It did not unleash a beam. It emitted a low roar, small in volume, but so sonorous and deep it could fracture stone. Pebbles and shards at the cave mouth tinkled down. Jin Dagong heard the low roar and halted his pounding on his chest. He lowered his head and looked at the beasts fallen on the ground at their bleeding wounds. A gurgle rose in his throat. Then he took a step. With the first step, the earth cracked. With the second, the fissure widened into a trench. On the third step, he broke into a run. A 170 turtle ape, a moving mountain, charged toward the nearest cluster of mechs. Its stride was not long, yet its speed was astonishing. Each footfall made the ground tremble. A few mechs, in the midst of pinning down a leady beast, had no time. Jin Dagong swept his right fist across their path. The fist alone was over 10 meters in diameter. A few mechs that could not rise in time were struck by that sweep. Their shields flickered but did not shatter. The mechs' frames were hurled hundreds of meters, slamming into rock and gouging a vast crater. Sparks danced from the ruptured hulls. Then those mechs clambered out of the rubble and shook their heads. My gods, that force! Jin Dagong stopped staring at the machines embedded in the stone, then struck his chest and bellowed. At that, Jadula moved. Its 3 heads rose in unison, with 6 eyes fixed on the mechs above. Its wings unfurled to a 200-meter span. It did not ascend gently. With a violent beat, it shot skyward. The gust from its wings whipped stones and dust into a storm. It climbed to 1,500 meters and hung there. 3 heads faced 3 directions. It opened 3 jaws. Deep within its throats, a golden light began to swell, different from Jalajuo's blue-white hue. It was golden like sunlight. 3 heads, 3 mouths, 3 golden lights flared at once. Then 3 golden lightning beams speared from those mouths. Unlike Jalajuo's icy blue-white beams, Jadula's were golden, twisting and leaping like living lightning. Each beam exceeded 5 meters in diameter. They crackled as they shot toward the diving mechs. Those locked by targeting had no time to evade. The golden light struck them. Shields blinked then broke. The golden bolts cleaved through the mech's hulls. 20 turtle steel bodies before the golden lightning were like paper. Mechs exploded of fragments ashified in the arc of the electric flame before they hit the ground. 3 golden beams swept across dozens of mechs, detonating in their wake. Jadula's 3 heads swung again. 3 more golden lightning bolts erupted. Again dozens of mechs disintegrated. A system alert chimed over the combat channel. Jadula has joined the battle. Attack mode, gravitational beam. Energy output assessment in progress. Preliminary estimate, single shot power approximately 0.8 times that of Jalajuo's beam. Shield penetration time 0.3 seconds. All units take note, adjust tactics, prioritize evasion, and await full analysis. The mecha swarm began to scatter. But Jiduola was too fast. 3 heads, 3 directions, 3 golden lightning bolts struck simultaneously once more. This time it didn't turn. Each head acted independently. One head fixed on the left, a golden beam swept across, and over a dozen mecha exploded. One head fixed on the right, another beam swept across, and several more exploded. The middle head stared straight ahead, chasing those mecha attempting to approach. For a moment golden lightning crisscrossed the sky. One mecha after another exploded. 30, 60, 100. Kadun stared at the screen. Jiduola. 600 years ago this thing didn't appear. Back then there were only Galedo and Jindagon. Now there's a Jiduola. He watched the exploding mecha, something glistened on his crystalline lens. Not sweat. It was something he couldn't name. Perhaps it was called hope. Just then the livestream chat exploded. Holy crap. Jiduola's making a move. That golden lightning is the gravitational mecha after mecha exploding. Too fast. Can't dodge. Jindagon. Jindagon is smashing rocks. Tens of meters huge. Galedo is about to blast again. The second time. It's ready to blast. The 3 kings of monsters together. Those mechas seem to be struggling. Kimchi country, that's the king of monsters. Why didn't it move earlier? Footpan chicken Jiduola. Jiduola. The pride of footpan chicken. Freedom country, oh god. That golden lightning. One shot, and it pierced the shield. Polar bear good. Good strike. Let them fight. That's what makes it interesting. Han's country, where's the data analysis? Why aren't the battleships coming down yet? Gaul rooster, 3 giant beasts counterattacking at once. The situation is getting out of control. Dragon god country, those mecha are getting hammered. Weren't they fierce just now? Dragon god country, no. 2. Don't rush, clear the minions first in a team fight. There are still 1700 mecha not here yet. On the other side more mecha scattered. They no longer clustered together, but dispersed into tactical units. 3 per group, 12 per squad, encircling Jiduola from all directions. Jiduola's 3 heads turned faster, 6 eyes fixed on the approaching mecha. Golden beams continued to sweep, but the hit rate began to drop. Those mecha dodged, evaded, and sought angles. One mecha approached from behind Jiduola, its cutting blade aimed at the root of its left wing. Jiduola's middle head swiveled, opened its mouth, and fired a blast. The mecha sidestepped the beam, grazing its shoulder, the shield dropping to 80. But it didn't stop, it charged forward. Distance was enough. The cutting blade struck down. It hit the root of Jiduola's left wing. The blade met the golden scales. A faint halo rippled across the scales. The cutting blade sank 3 inches, then stuck. Jiduola's scales were too thick. That halo neutralized the blade's high-frequency vibration. The mecha struggled to pull it out, but couldn't. Jiduola's left wing suddenly flapped. The mecha was flung away, tumbling several times in midair. Jiduola's left head turned, opened its mouth, and a golden beam blasted the mecha at close range. The shield flickered and shattered instantly. The mecha's body was struck, heated by the beam, exploded into fragments, and fell to the ground. Galedo stood at the tunnel entrance. It watched Jindagon charge into battle with ground mecha. Watched Jiduola tangle with thousands of mecha in the sky. The light on its dorsal fins flared again, but this time it was no longer blue. It was another light, dark red, spreading upward from the base of the fins. It lowered its head, staring at the ground beneath its feet. The ground trembled. The source of the tremor came from beneath its feet, from deep within the earth. Galedo's eyes closed. After 3 seconds they opened. Those eyes no longer held the previous azure light. They were dark red, the same as the light on its dorsal fins. In the live stream the chat exploded again. Holy crap. Crimson Lotus form. That's Silas Crimson Lotus form. Heavens, isn't this Galedo really Sila? How does it also have a Crimson Lotus? So cool. My favorite Crimson Lotus form. At that moment Galedo, having transformed into the Crimson Lotus form, raised its head. It stared at the mecha at the mecha besieging Jiduola. At the mecha being smashed away by Jindagon. At the 3,000 mecha in the distance about to fire again. It let out a deafening roar. That sound was far louder than the previous low growl. So loud that the screen trembled. So loud that Kadun, standing in the central hall, had to cover his ears. So loud that the live stream viewers instinctively turned down the volume. From deep within the tunnel something seemed to respond. The monsters still pouring out all stopped upon hearing that roar. They turned their heads, staring at a certain direction within the tunnel. at the darkness deep within the tunnel. Then they moved, not outward, but inward. One by one they retreated into the darkness, as if making way for something. Galado stood there, the dark red light on its dorsal fins growing brighter. The same dark red patterns began to emerge on its skin. Those patterns spread from the dorsal fins outward, along its shoulders, arms, chest, all the way to its entire body. It stood there like a mountain ignited by magma. Jin Dagong heard the roar and stopped. It turned its head looking at Galado, at the dark red patterns on its body. It took a step back. Ji Duola in the sky swiveled, all three heads at once staring at Galado. The frequency of its wing flaps slowed. The mecha that had been attacking it also stopped. They hovered in midair, their azure optical lenses aimed at Galado. Galado opened its mouth again. This time the light inside wasn't blue-white. It was also dark red, the same as the light on its dorsal fins. That orb of light gathered in its mouth, compressed, growing brighter. Then it blasted out, a dark red beam twice as thick as the previous one. It swept across the sky, toward the direction of those 3,000 mecha. Where the beam passed, the air burned. Those mecha activated their shields. The dark red beam struck the shields. The shields shattered directly, not flickering slowly until breaking. The mecha didn't have time to move before being hit. Armor melted, structures fractured, whole mecha exploded. Second 10/100th. That beam swept across, causing over 100 mecha to explode. And the beam didn't stop, though it continued sweeping. 100, 150, 200. It swept until 353 mecha, then the beam ceased. Galado closed its mouth. The dark red patterns on its body dimmed. The light on its dorsal fins also faded. It stood there panting. Its chest heaved. A rasping sound came from deep in its throat. It raised its head, looked at the mecha still fighting in the sky, and roared once more. The voice of Zero echoed in Lin Ye's ears. Analysis of the second red beam damage from Galado has been completed. The penetration time for the I-type mech shield against spiritual energy is 0.1 seconds. Assessment: in this form it poses a certain threat to the fleet. It is advised to enhance the response level. Lin Ye stood in the control room. He finished listening to Zero's report. A smile curved at the corners of his mouth beneath the faceplate. Not bad, this is how the king of monsters should be. He gazed at the giant beast on the screen, panting. The light on its dorsal fin dimmed, and the patterns on its body faded. It suppressed the intimidation from the simultaneous fire of 3,000 mechs. More than 300 mechs were exchanged for this one strike. Worth it. Lin Ye turned towards the camera. Family, did you see that? This Galado, that strike just now was really powerful. He paused. Very good. A monster like this is worth capturing. If it's too weak, no one will come to the amusement park. Let them keep fighting. Wait until the three kings can no longer fight, then capture them. There is no need to deploy warships now. That would be truly unfair, and there wouldn't be much to see. Family, don't you think? The voice of Zero echoed in the mech combat channel. All units note that the data on the three kings has been collected. Continue to drain their energy. In the live broadcast room, as Lin Ye finished speaking, the barrage of comments from viewers worldwide went crazy. What does the wise god mean by this? Not deploying warships. Letting mechs fight these three things. That Red Lotus just wiped out more than 300. Can these mechs really defeat those three giant beasts? Are you blind? The wise god said he wants them alive. Open a monster amusement park. Why capture them if the warships can just clean house? The wise god is testing the limits of the monsters. Our drivers from the Great Pickled Cabbage Nation can definitely do it. From a tactical perspective, capturing alive is 10 times harder than killing. Stop analyzing, just look at the screen. Those mechs have moved. In a basement of the Free Nation, the commander leaned back in his chair after hearing the simultaneous interpretation. He stared at the hovering mechs, tapping his fingers on the armrest twice. He's right. The Minister of Security spoke beside him. If we directly deploy warships, it would indeed be too unfair. The commander did not respond. He looked at the dark red planet on the screen, at the writhing monsters, and the three giants standing at the entrance. After a few seconds he spoke. I just want to know how those mechs will attack. In the Arctic Bear command, the commander stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth and patted off the crumbs from his hands. He focused on the screen, his eyes narrowing. A war of attrition. Let the three kings exhaust their energy before capturing them alive. This kid is quite clever. The adjutant nodded in agreement. In the Dragon God Nation's command center, the elderly host stood in front of the main screen while Zhou Weigua held onto his arm. The old man focused on the screen for a long time before saying one sentence. Our dragon tooth kids are all in those mechs, aren't they, eh? Zhou Weigua nodded. After a pause, the old man added, let them fight well. Once finished, come back and write a summary. Zhou Weigua was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. On the screen, the mechs had already started moving. More than 29,000 I-type mechs split into two groups in midair. One group of about 6,000 charged at the scattered monsters, still struggling. The remaining 20,000 or more reformed in the air into three massive formations. The left formation charged towards Jin Dagong's direction, comprising about 5,000 mechs. The middle formation rushed towards Galado, consisting of The right formation was the largest, a full 10,000, encircling Jadula. The three giant beasts still stood near the entrance. Gelato was panting. The dark red glow on its dorsal fin had dimmed, and the patterns on its body had faded. It raised its head, glaring at the encroaching mech, letting out a deep growl from its throat. Jean Dagon stood beside it, his long arms hanging by his sides, clenching his fists and thumping his chest, producing dull thuds. Jadula hovered in midair, its three heads turning around, six eyes fixated on the mech's wings, slowly flapping. The passage was completely silent. No new monsters emerged. After Galato's roar in the Red Lotus form, these monsters retreated, seemingly awaiting some command. But everyone knew there were many more inside. In the depths of the darkness, countless eyes were watching from the outside. Kudun stood in front of the control panel in the central hall, staring at the screen. His hand pressed against the table, knuckles turning white. What are they doing? An elder nearby emitted a sound wave. Kudun did not answer. He saw those mechs stopping about 2 to 3 kilometers away from the three giant beasts. They weren't hovering, they were lining up. 5,000 mechs faced Jean Dagon, 8,000 faced Gelato, and 10,000 faced Jadula. The perfectly aligned formations hovered in midair. Then those formations began to move. Not charging forward, but splitting. The formation of 10,000 mechs moved first. They divided into teams of 1,000, forming 10 smaller formations. Each small formation spread out, creating a distance of several hundred meters between them. The formations of 8,000 and 5,000 mechs did the same. Zealand stood up from his seat and took a few steps forward. His crystal body glowed steadily, but his gaze on the screen changed. What is happening? He didn't finish his sentence. On the screen, the mechs in those small formations began to melt. 1,000 mechs shimmered with a water-like luster simultaneously. Their forms liquefied, transforming into pools of dark golden metallic liquid. The liquid gathered in midair, flowing towards the center of the formations. 1 mech, 10 mechs, 100 mechs, 1,000 mechs, all merged into a single focal point. That point began to expand. In just a few seconds, a massive metallic sphere with a diameter of over 100 meters appeared in midair. It hovered there, its surface flowing with a dark golden luster resembling a liquid metal sun. Then it began to reshape. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. Over by Jean Dagon, 5 colossal mechs had already taken shape, standing in a row. Over by Gelato, 8 giant mechs were completing their final molding. Over by Jadula, 10 giant mechs hovered in midair, encircling the three-headed beast. 23 in total. Each one exceeded 200 meters in height. They hung there like 23 moving mountains of steel, surrounding the three-headed beast. In the live stream, the barrage paused for a full 3 seconds. Then it exploded. Holy crap. Fusion. The Spirit Guard Legion's ability. I remember, the first-generation Spirit Guards showed it. Right? 500 units of 8-meter Spirit Guards fused into an 18-meter mech. Now 1,000 units fused into a 200-meter one. The number doubled. The height increased tenfold. 8,000 into 23 giant mechs. Kimchi country this. This is our Kimchi nation's technology. We researched the fusion mecha concept long ago. Chicken Legs Gundam. Real Gundam. A 200-meter Gundam. Bigger than EVA. Free country god. They can fight like this. How can those monsters stop them? Polar bear good. Giant mechs fighting giant monsters. That's the spirit. Han's country conservation of mass. Conservation of energy. Forget it, I want ask. Dragon Kingdom correct size? Only such mechs can counter warship class units. 10 on Jadula's side. 8 on Gelato's. 5 on Jean Dagon's. Exactly divided by size. Jadula's wings span over 400 meters height, between 230 and 250 a head taller than these mechs. So fearing a 3 unknown might not be enough, they went for 10 unknown. The God of Wisdom aims to capture alive. In the central hub, Kudun stared at the 23 giant mechs on the screen. His hand slid off the console hanging by his sides. They had such abilities all along. His voice was very soft. Silasi spoke beside him, his voice equally soft. 600 years ago, if we had possessed such technology, we would never have needed 3 years and 4 months. He didn't finish. But everyone knew what he meant. If such things had existed 600 years ago, the 3 Iran formant, or the 470 million casualties, the 11 cities razed to the ground might never have happened. But now these things were here to subjugate them. Zealand stood before the screen. His crystalline lens glowed steadily, but much dimmer than usual. He stared at those giant mechs for a long time. Then he spoke, his sound waves very soft. We have no reason to feel wronged. Outside the tunnel entrance. Jean Dagon raised its head, staring at the colossal steel behemoths towering 20 meters above it. Its fists clenched, then loosened, then clenched again. A low gurgle rumbled from its throat, not a roar, but a signal of alert. Geladu stood beside it, the dark red glow on its dorsal fin brightening slightly. It stared at those mechs, pupils contracting. Its mouth opened slightly, and from deep in its throat came a huffing breath. Jadula hovered in midair, the rotation of its 3 heads slowing. 6 eyes fixed on giant mechs from different directions, its wing beats slightly reduced. It seemed to sense some kind of threat. Then the 23 giant mechs moved. They drifted forward from their hover state not fast, but each step closer carried a sense of oppression. The 5 near Jean Dagong spread out, forming a semi-circular encirclement. The 8 near Geladu split into 2 groups, 4 approaching Hedon, 4 flanking. The 10 near Jidala arranged into 3 layers, 3 above, 4 at the same level, 3 below, sealing all escape routes. On the other side, Jean Dagong made the first move. It took a step forward, swung its right fist, and swept it toward the nearest mech. The force of that punch could be felt even through the screen. Air compressed, emitting a dull roar. The mech raised its left arm to block. The moment fist met arm, a visible shockwave exploded in the air. The mech slid more than 10 meters to the left, a large dent caved into the outer armor of its. The mech stabilized itself, then swung its right fist upward in an uppercut aimed at Jean Dagong's ribs. Jean Dagong sidestepped, dropping its left elbow in a downward smash onto the mech's shoulder joint. The mech sank, a crack opening in its shoulder armor. A dark golden liquid began to seep from the edges of the crack, and where the liquid flowed, the wound slowly healed. Jean Dagong's eyes widened slightly. It saw the wound on that mech's shoulder repairing itself. Before it could react, the mech had already released its blocking stance, wrapped both arms around Jean Dagong's left arm, and hung its entire body on it. Jean Dagong shook once, but couldn't shake it off. The other 4 mechs closed in simultaneously. One rushed from the side, grabbing Jean Dagong's right arm. Another circled behind, locking its hands around Jean Dagong's waist. The remaining 2 crouched low, grabbing its calves. Jean Dagong struggled, twisting its body, flailing its arms. But those mechs held on like iron clamps, refusing to let go. It threw back its head and roared, the sound rattling the screen. Then it suddenly crouched, legs exploding with power, carrying the 5 mechs on its body as it leaped a dozen meters into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The ground split open in a crack dozens of meters long. The 5 mechs were jolted loose for a moment, but quickly tightened their grip again. However, Jean Dagong seized the opportunity, freed its right hand, and smashed a fist into the head of the mech in front. That mech's shaped faceplate caved in completely, its optical lens shattered, and its head twisted to one side. But it didn't let go. Its left hand still clutched Jean Dagong's right arm. Dark golden liquid began to flow from the dented area of the head, slowly filling the depression. Jean Dagong punched again, hitting the same spot. The mech's head deformed once more, but this time it released its grip and drifted back a dozen meters. It hovered there, its head slowly restoring its original shape, the optical lens reigniting. It shook its head like a person shaking off dizziness, then charged again. Jean Dagong's breathing grew heavy. It stared at the mech, rushing back, a flicker of confusion appearing in its eyes for the first time. This thing can't be killed. At that moment, the other 4 took the chance to re-grip, pinning Jean Dagong firmly in place. Jean Dagong panted heavily, opened its mouth, and let out a low whimper. A sudden glint flashed in its eyes. It slammed both fists against the ground, not in struggle, but to gather power. Then it opened its mouth and unleashed a deafening roar. That roar was no ordinary cry, it carried a tangible shockwave. The air vibrated violently, loose stones on the ground leaped up, and the shields of nearby mechs flickered wildly. One mech even loosened its grip for a moment. Seizing that instant, Jean Dagong kicked off the ground with its right leg, lunging its entire body forward, and managed to shake off the 2 mechs on its back. Jean Dagong stood up, grasping the shoulder of the nearest mech with both hands, twisting forcefully. The mech's shoulder emitted a sound of metal distortion as the entire arm was dislodged. He threw the severed arm to the ground and turned to charge towards Galado. Meanwhile, the battle on Galado's side had also reached a fever pitch. As the 4 mechs advanced within 50 meters, Galado's tail began to move. The tail was longer than its body, widening into a hammer shape at the end, covered in dark red scales. As it swept across the air, tore with a piercing shriek. 2 mechs failed to dodge and were struck by the tail. Their shields flickered wildly before shattering. The body of the mech was sent flying horizontally, crashing into a nearby rock wall and creating a pit over 10 meters deep. The armor dented and electric sparks erupted from the cracks. However, before Galado could catch its breath, the 2 mechs had already crawled out of the pit. The indented areas on their bodies began to flow, dark golden liquid gushing from the wounds to fill in the dents. Moments later, they stood upright with only shallow marks remaining on their surfaces, showing no signs of the heavy blows they had just endured. Galado's pupils constrict. Taking advantage of Galado's momentary daze, the other 2 mechs charged forward simultaneously, one grabbing its left arm and the other its right. Galado struggled forcefully, but the 2 mechs felt as if they were welded to its arms. It lowered its head and opened its mouth, dark red light gathering deep. The mech, gripping its right arm, released one hand, clenched a fist, and struck Galado's jaw 3 times in quick succession. After the first punch, Galado's mouth closed. With the second punch, the light in its mouth flickered. By the third punch, the light dissipated, turning into smoke that seeped through its teeth. Galado's eyes widened and a gurgling sound came from deep within its throat, as if it were swallowing something. Then it suddenly threw its head back and slammed its forehead against the mech's head. The mech was knocked back, momentarily losing grip. Galado seized the opportunity to pull out its right arm and delivered a punch to the mech's chest. As the fists collided, the mech's chest armor dented slightly, causing its entire body to slide back for over 10 meters, yet it did not fall. It steadied itself, glanced down at the dent in its chest, then raised its head to glare at Gelato. From the dent, dark golden liquid began to flow, and the chest armor slowly swelled. Gelato fixed its gaze on the healing wound, letting out a low rumbling sound from deep within its throat. It turned around and swept its tail again. This time it was not aimed at the two mechs in front, but at the back. Their 4 more mechs had circled around to its rear. As the tail swept past, it struck 2 mechs, causing their shields to flicker, but not shatter. They steadied themselves and pressed forward. The other 2 circled around from the opposite side, one grabbing the base of Gelato's dorsal fin, while the other clutched the base of its tail. Gelato threw its head back. The sound was not one of pain, but of fury. Its dorsal fin suddenly lit up, the dark red glow blinding. Where the mech grasped the fin, the metal began to glow red, softening and dripping down. But it held on, and with its other hand it threw several punches at the base of the dorsal fin. With each punch, the glow of the fin dimmed a little. After 5 punches, the glow of the dorsal fin extinguished. Gelato's body froze momentarily. It lowered its head to look at its dimmed fin, then raised its head to stare at the mech. In its eyes, anger was mixed with a hint of confusion. It opened its mouth, and the light within its throat began to brighten again. But before that light could take shape, the mech holding its tail base yanked hard, straightening its tail. Another mech rushed in, grasping the enlarged hammer-like end of its tail with both hands, pressing it down to the ground. Gelato attempted to turn, but the 2 mechs in front had already ripped its arms. It struggled, but could not break free. Its dorsal fin was pinned down, and its tail was restrained. It stood there panting, its eyes fixed on the mechs. Suddenly it understood something. These things cannot be destroyed. Even if they were damaged, they could heal themselves. It let out a low rumbling roar. In that sound, anger remained, but there was something else added. Then it made a move that no one expected. Its body tensed suddenly. Although the dorsal fin had extinguished, the dark red patterns on its skin's surface suddenly glowed. Not spreading from the dorsal fin, but surging outward from within its body. The patterns grew brighter and more blinding, and then, boom, a torrent of scorching flames erupted from its entire being. Not from its mouth, but from every seam of its scales, from the patterns on its skin, from every pore of its body. The temperature of the flames was astonishing, distorting the surrounding air and causing the rocks on the ground to begin melting. The 2 mechs holding its arms were the first to bear the brunt of it. Their shields flickered wildly before shattering into a flurry of light. The flames directly scorched the mech bodies, causing their armor to glow red, soften. The 2 mechs released their grips and retreated, but the flames pursued them. One mech's head melted away, liquid metal flowing down. The other mech's chest armor melted a large hole, exposing its intricate internal structure. The mech that had been holding its tail also let go. Its arms had melted down to mere skeletons, but it could still move, retreating on its skeletal support. The mech holding its dorsal fin jumped away, its legs melted down to half its body, tumbling through the air, dark golden liquid gushing from the severed end, beginning to reshape itself. Gelato stood there engulfed in dark red flames. It raised its head, staring at the mechs, its eyes no longer filled with confusion, but with a primal ferocity. It took a step forward, leaving a molten footprint on the ground. The heavily damaged mechs lay on the ground. The one with the melted head had dark golden liquid surging at the severed edge, slowly forming a new head shape. The mech with the melted chest armor had liquid flowing around the edges of the large hole, as if it were alive, crawling toward the center and slowly filling the hole. The mech whose arms had melted into skeletons saw new metal starting to cover its frame layer by layer, as if muscles were growing. The one with severed legs had countless filaments extending from the broken ends, intertwining to weave new leg bones. Within a few seconds, the 5 mechs stood up again. They still bore traces of melting, their surfaces pockmarked, but they were now able to move. They stared at Gelato, the light in their optical sensors glowing steadily. Gelato's eyes grew wider. The flames on its body were still faintly burning. It looked at the mechs that had risen again, a low rumble emerging from deep within its throat. In that sound, anger lingered, but confusion returned. Jean Dagong rushed to its side, standing on the still warm ground. He pounded his chest twice, producing a booming sound, yet his eyes were also fixed on the mechs, watching the wounds on them slowly healing. His breathing grew heavier, his chest rising and falling dramatically. Gelato glanced at him, then looked up at the sky. In the sky, the Jidwa La was firmly pinned down by 10 mechas. 3 heads drooped, wings trampled, and hind legs gripped, completely unable to move. But suddenly all 6 eyes opened simultaneously, shining with a golden light. Gelato opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. That roar carried a certain frequency, resonating towards the sky. The 3 heads of Jidwa La simultaneously lifted, their 6 eyes fixed in the direction of their 3 mouths, opened simultaneously, golden light igniting deep within their throats. But it was not aimed at the mechas. The 3 heads emitted 3 beams of golden light directed at each other. At the center among the 3 heads, the 3 beams converged, merging into a golden light sphere. That sphere rapidly expanded, then suddenly exploded. A ring of golden ripples spread out from the center of the explosion. This was not an ordinary shockwave, but a kind of electromagnetic pulse. Everywhere the ripples passed, the shields of all the mechas flickered violently, then vanished. The electronic systems of the mechas emitted a piercing noise. Optical lenses flickered, and their movement slowed. Of the 10 mechas holding down Jidwa La, 5 froze on the spot, their joints jammed, and fell from the sky. Although the other 5 were still moving, their actions were delayed. Seizing the opportunity, Jidwa La shook its wings vigorously, tossing off the 2 mechas that were on its back. It soared into the sky, 3 heads simultaneously unleashing golden gravitational beams sweeping towards the falling mechas. One mecha was struck in the head, exploding into fragments. Another's chest armor was pierced, its entire body disintegrating in midair with fragments raining down. However, before those fragments hit the ground, they began to melt, turning into a dark golden liquid. The liquid gathered in midair, flowing towards the mechas that had yet to disintegrate. The fragments that fell to the ground also writhed, crawling towards the nearest mecha. The liquid surged into the wounds of those mechas, beginning to repair them. Gelato also moved on the ground. It charged towards the nearest mecha with flames that had yet to fully extinguish. The mecha had just recovered from the electromagnetic pulse, its shield not yet reactivated. Gelato punched its chest, its fist penetrating the armor and emerging from the... It withdrew its fist, and the mecha collapsed to the ground, smoke still rising from the hole in its chest. However, it was not completely destroyed. Around the edges of the hole, dark golden liquid began to surge, slowly filling the gap. The mecha lay on the ground, its body rapidly repairing itself, but it was temporarily immobile. Jindagon followed closely behind Gelato, grabbing a rock several meters wide and hurling it at another mecha. Just as that mecha dodged the rock, Jindagon rushed in front of it, wrapping his arms around its head and twisting forcefully. The mecha's neck twisted and its entire head was wrenched off. Releasing his grip, the mecha fell to the ground, its head rolling away for several meters. However, the head was still moving. It rolled next to the body, threads extending from the severed end, connecting back to the body, beginning to pull itself back. The body was also writhing, crawling towards the head. Jindagon stared in shock at the 2 parts that were moving closer together. The 3-headed giant beast had counterattacked in just a few seconds. Yet those mechas were also self-repairing in the midst of battle. In the live broadcast room, the comments went completely wild. Damn, Gelato is spewing fire. What temperature must that be? What is Jidwa La? The fusion of 3 head beams. An electromagnetic pulse. All the mecha shields are gone. Jindagon still loves to twist heads. So ruthless. So cool. But look at those mechas. They are self-repairing. The head can be reattached after being twisted off. The liquid metal ability of the Spirit Guard Legion is too insane. Pickle Country, this is truly the mecca of our great pickle. Foot Basin Chicken, long live Gelato. Pride of the Foot Basin Chicken. Freedom Country, oh god. Those mechas are healing. How do we fight? Arctic Bear, ha. Yes, that's how to fight. It's really exhilarating. Hans Country, liquid metal self-repair. What level of material technology does the intelligent god possess? Dragon God Country, calm down. There are 17000 mechas on the way. They are almost here. Dragon God Country, no. 2, yes. Look in the distance. Those light spots. That's the reinforcements. On the screen, countless light spots appeared on the distant horizon. Those light spots filled the sky, extending from the east all the way to the west, too numerous to count. 17000 Spirit Guard type 4 mechas have arrived. They did not rush to join the battle, but hovered on the periphery, forming a massive encirclement, sealing off the entire battlefield. From above, those light spots looked like a glowing ring encircling the 3-headed giant beast and the 23 giant mechas in the center. Kaduin stood in front of the control screen in the central command room, staring at the newly appeared light spots. His hands hung at his sides, clenched into fists, then relaxed. Silas spoke up beside him, his voice hoarse. Over 100,000. The enemy still has over 100,000. Zelrin stood silently, not speaking. He looked at the densely packed light spots on the screen. The light of the crystal almost dimmed to the point of extinction. On the battlefield, Gelato raised its head, staring at those newly appeared light spots. Its pupils contracted, and it took a step back. The light on its dorsal fin flickered again, then dimmed. Jindagon stood beside it, his long arms hanging down his chest, heaving violently. He also saw those light spots. It emitted a low, mournful sound, not a roar, but a sound of fatigue. Jidwa La hovered in midair, its 3 heads turning, 6 eyes focused on the encircling ring. The frequency of its wing flaps slowed, almost coming to a stop. The 23 giant mechas hovered in place, no longer attacking. They merely surrounded the 3-headed giant beast, waiting. A voice came from the channel. Reinforcements have arrived, encirclement formation complete. Damaged units counted 23 giant mechas damaged to varying degree. Estimated full repair will consume additional energy. Repair time approximately 3 minutes. Supplementary units 170 regular units ready to merge and replenish at any time. Target mission, continue to deplete target energy until it completely loses the ability to resist. Reinforcement units are on standby, ready to replace damage. In the central control room of the Yuecha base, Lin Ye stood before the console. After listening to Zero's report, the corners of his mouth curled up beneath the faceplate. 17,000 have arrived. Then continue. Fight until they submit. Zero relay the order, no need to wait for them to exhaust their energy. Start now, hit them hard, as long as we don't kill them, anything goes. Zero paused for a second. Command confirmed. All units switch to tactical mode. Target use force to suppress until complete submission. Forbidden from lethal attacks, all non-lethal violent means are permitted. The optical lenses of the 23 giant mechas flashed simultaneously. They moved. This time their movements were completely different from before. No longer grappling and wrestling, but truly assuming a combat stance. The 5 units before Jean Dagong spread out and crouched down simultaneously. Twin engines on their legs spewed blazing blue flames, propelling their 1,200 metal steel bodies forward in a sprint. The foremost unit rushed to within 2 meters of Jean Dagong, sweeping its right leg straight toward the outside of his left knee. Jean Dagong lifted his leg to dodge, but the kick was too fast. It landed solidly on the crook of his leg. Dong! A dull thud echoed across the entire city. Jean Dagong's body tilted to the left. He propped himself with his left hand and swung his right arm, but the second mech had already circled to his right side, landing a straight punch on his right lower rib. Jean Dagong spat out a puff of white breath. Before he could straighten up, a third mech charged from the front, wrapped its arms around his head, and drove its knee upward fiercely. Once, twice, thrice. Jean Dagong's face was thrust backward, and a muffled whimper escaped his mouth. He let out a furious roar and swung his arms in a full circle sweep. The 5 mechs simultaneously leaned back, dodging the sweep, then pressed forward again. Punches and kicks rained down, every strike landing on flesh. Jean Dagong parried a punch, but took a kick to the ribs. He blocked a leg, but received a punch to the back. His roars shifted from anger to gasps, and from gasps to muffled groans. Over on Gelato's side, things were no better. The 8 mechs attacked with greater coordination, pinned him from the front, 2 circled to the flanks, and 2 flanked from behind. Just as Gelato's tail swept past, the 4 mechs in front ducked simultaneously. The tail passed over their heads, and the wind pressure it generated sent debris on the ground rolling dozens of meters away. The moment the tail passed, the 4 mechs stood up simultaneously, lunged forward 2 steps, and slammed for iron fists from different angles onto Gelato's chest. Gelado stepped back, and 4 dents appeared on the scales of its chest. It opened its mouth to spray, but the 2 mechs behind had already leaped up, each landing a punch on the base of its dorsal fin. The dark red glow had just flared up when it was extinguished by those 2 punches. Gelato's body stiffened for a moment. The light in its mouth dispersed, turning into smoke that leaked through its teeth. It turned its head to bite the mech behind, but the 2 on the flanks simultaneously kicked the backs of its left and right knees. Gelato's legs gave way, and it dropped. The moment it knelt, a low roar escaped its mouth. Not anger, but a kind of frustration. Up in the sky, Gigolo was also taking a beating. 10 mechs surrounded it, weaving up and down. Its 3 heads simultaneously spewed golden beams, but the mechs, as if having anticipated this, sidestepped, rolled, and climbed, letting the beams graze past them. Then 2 mechs descended from above, planting their feet on the top of its middle head. Gigolo shook its head vigorously, but failed to shake them off. The left and right heads tried to turn around to help, but 4 mechs simultaneously reached out and grabbed the necks of those 2 heads. Gigolo struggled, flapping its wings violently. 2 mechs pounced onto its wings, kneeling on the wing roots, and hammered their fists at the wing joints. Once, twice, thrice. Gigolo's left wing went limp, and so did its right wing. It plummeted over a dozen meters, the light in its 6 eyes dimming by half. Kaduin stood before the screen in the central command hall, his hands clenched into fists pressed against the edge of the console. He watched as Jean Dagong was surrounded by 5 mechs and beaten. With each punch, the giant ape's body slumped a little more. He watched Gelato's dorsal fin light up and fade, and light up and fade again, while the light in its mouth could never be released. He watched Gigolo falling from the sky, its 3 heads drooping, wings hanging limp like a plucked bird. He opened his mouth, but his voice got stuck in his throat. Silasi chimed in beside him, his voice also dry. Those mechs, or rather the pilots inside, are extremely skilled in combat. Zealand said nothing. He watched the 23 mechs on the screen punch, kick, dodge, and block, their movements crisp and clean, every strike aimed at the monster's joints and vital points. On the battlefield, Jean Dagong dropped to one knee. He propped himself with both hands, breathing heavily with a viscous liquid dripping from the corner of his mouth. The 5 mechs formed a circle, not continuing to fight, just staring at him. Jean Dagong lifted his head. The fierce glint in his eyes remained, but was overshadowed by exhaustion. A low whimper escaped his throat, like a signal of surrender. On Gelato's side, 8 mechs had already pinned it to the ground. For held down its limbs, 2 stood on its tail, and 2 crouched on its back with fists raised, waiting for it. Gelato's dorsal fin went completely dark, and the patterns on its body faded almost to invisibility. It lay there, eyes half closed, panting heavily. Gigolo crashed onto the ground, creating a crater over a dozen meters deep. 10 mechs descended from the sky and stood at the edge of the pit, staring at the 3-headed giant beast inside. Jijala's 3 heads lay askew at the bottom of the pit, all 6 eyes closed, wings spread out motionless. In the live stream, the comments exploded. Holy shit. This is real mech combat. Every punch lands. Jin Dagong is down. Jeladu is pinned. Jijala is in the crater. 23 against 3, well fought. Paukai country, this is the true power of our Paukai mechs. Jayapinji Jeladu. Jeladu can't stand up. Zayugwo, the movements of those mechs are like well-trained warriors. Beijixian good. Beat them into submission. Let them know who's boss. Hansiguo, from a combat perspective, those combinations were highly efficient. Long Shengwo, it's not over yet. Look at what Zero is doing. On the screen, among the 1700 mechs on standby, at the periphery, another batch began. 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. They flew out from the encirclement, converging and merging in midair. Clumps of dark gold metallic liquid surged, expanded, and shaped. 10 seconds later, 30 brand new, giant mechs hovered above the battlefield. Jin Dagong looked up at the 30 new behemoths in the sky. His eyes widened, and a low gurgle escaped his mouth. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Jijala's 3 heads simultaneously stopped struggling. 6 eyes stared at the new mechs as its wings slowly drooped. Jeladu struggled to stand up, but the 4 mechs on top of it simultaneously pushed it back down. It struggled twice, but failed to move. It lifted its head, staring at the mechs, at the slumped Jin Dagong, and at the pinned Jijala. Its chest heaved violently, and a hoarse panting came from deep in its throat. Then it opened its mouth. Not to spew a beam, not to roar, but to take a deep breath. The breath it took was extremely long and deep, its chest swelling as if about to burst. The surrounding air was sucked in, forming a gale, and debris from the ground was swept up and flew into its mouth. It closed its mouth. 3 seconds later. Roar. The voice was unlike any before. It was not anger, not a threat, but something more primal, like a call or a plea for help. Sound waves burst from its mouth like a tangible shockwave, spreading in all directions. The mechs standing around it were jolted, their shields flickering wildly as they stumbled back a step. The ground cracked beneath its feet, fissures spreading outward for hundreds of meters. The sound traveled, struck the distant rock walls, echoed back, and carried on further. It reached the dark tunnel entrance, then the invisible darkness deep within. Kudun stood in the central command room, his crystalline lenses frozen. He opened his mouth, but no words came. Zaylin's hands gripped the armrests so tightly, they turned white. Silas's voice was dry as if squeezed. This sound. I've never heard it. No sooner had he spoken than a roar erupted from the depths of the tunnel. It was louder, deeper, and heavier than Guladuo's. It came from the core of the earth, through hundreds of kilometers of rock, through the tunnel, bursting out of the cave mouth, and sweeping across the battlefield. Gale winds carried debris from the cave, rippling the shields of the mechs. On the battlefield, every mech froze. The 23 mechs that had been holding down Guladuo released their grip and stepped back. The 30 new mechs in the sky hovered in place, all optical lenses turning toward the tunnel. Even Jin Dagang, lying on the ground, lifted his head and stared at the tunnel, his eyes wide. In the pit, Jiduo's 3 heads rose simultaneously, all 6 eyes wide open, staring in the same direction. Guladuo lay on the ground, tilting his head to look at the tunnel. A faint whimper escaped its mouth like a young beast greeting an elder. In the main control room of the Yu-Cha base, Lin Ye stepped forward. The 2 dark golden light strips beneath his visor fixed on the screen on the tunnel entrance. Huh. His voice carried surprise. Another master. In the live chat, the comments exploded. Holy shit. What is that? Guladuo's roar was calling for backup. The little one fights, and the old one shows up. That sound. It's louder than Guladuo. Pickled cabbage kingdom thighs. What level of monster is this? Foot basin chicken, impossible. Guladuo is already the king. How can there be a bigger one? Free country, oh god. That sound. Even through the screen my legs are weak. Polar bear good. The bigger the better. The more thrilling the fight. After all, none of them can match the warship. Han's country sound wave analysis. The energy level. Dragon god country, another one. Even the wise god is surprised. In the central command room, Ku Dun's body swayed. He steadied himself against the console, staring at the screen. Impossible. His voice trembled violently. In all records. 600 years, 1200 years, 2100 years. Never in any record of abyssal eruptions has such an existence appeared. Silasi stared at the data on the screen, the numbers jumping wildly. If it existed, how were the previous monsters driven back? Were they toying with us? Treating us, the Shuoguang clan, as playthings? Zaylin said nothing. He just stared at the screen. Deep in the tunnel, the vibration, thud, thud, thud. Each step matched the beat of a heartbeat. The screen image jittered with every tremor. Rocks at the cave mouth edge began to fall, large chunks crashing to the ground, raising dust. The dust was blown away by the wind surging from the tunnel, revealing the darkness behind the entrance. The monsters still in the tunnel, one after another, pressed against the walls, clearing the middle path. In the darkness, a colossal beast was walking out. First ahead. When that head emerged from the darkness, Ku Dun's breath stopped. It was enormous. A full size larger than Guladuo's head. The shape was similar but wider, thicker, with a heavy layer of keratin on its forehead like patterns formed by weathered rock. Its eyes were deep red without pupils, only a dull dark glow. Those eyes looked out from the darkness at the mechs outside, at the battlefield, at everyone. Then came the shoulders. When the shoulders squeezed out of the cave mouth, the rock walls on both sides collapsed. Huge chunks of rock were pushed aside, crashing down with a but it didn't care, but kept moving forward. Then came the dorsal fin. Unlike Galaduo's row of protruding ridges, this was a continuous mountain range extending from the shoulders to the tail. Those dorsal fins were layered like fossils from ancient strata, each covered with moss and mineral patterns. A dark glow emanated from the base of the fins, neither blue nor red, but an indescribable dark orange like the residue of cooled lava. The dark orange light trickled down the fin patterns onto the back, onto the shoulders, onto the tail. Its forelimbs emerged from the cave mouth, resting on the rocks at the edge. As that claw landed, the rocks shattered. It continued to move out. Soon most of its body was visible. Its height already surpassed Galaduo by an entire head. Galaduo at 180 meters now had to look up at it. The newcomer lowered its head and glanced at Galaduo. Just one glance. Then it raised its head and looked at the sky, at the surrounding giant mechs and spirit guard mechs. Its eyes narrowed. In the live chat, comments flooded in. Thighs is also Galaduo. Another Galaduo. No. This one is so much bigger than the previous one. 300 meters. Definitely over 300 meters. Look at its dorsal fins. Like a mountain range. Layer upon layer. So majestic. Those deep red eyes. The way it looks at people. Pickled Cabbage Kingdom thighs is Galaduo's father. Foot basin chicken, a Galaduo bigger than Galaduo. What do you call it? Godzilla plus. Free country, oh god. That size. That pressure. Polar bear good. This is the true king of monsters. Han's country estimated height over 300 meters, weight likely over 100,000 tons. Gaul rooster, its appearance is far more imposing than the previous Galaduo. Dragon god country, anyone notice? Galaduo is bowing its head before it like a child who has done wrong. In the central command room, Ku Dun's legs gave way. He leaned against the console, the light in his crystalline lenses completely frozen. 300 meters or more. His voice was like a murmur. Silas's hands trembled, shaking the console buttons into clicking. In our 6,000 years of records, we have never had such a thing. Zealand stood up from his seat and walked to the front of the screen, silently watching the massive beast squeezing out of the passage. The rocks at the edge of the cave were still falling while the beast's hind legs emerged from the darkness, stepping onto the rubble at the cave's entrance. The rubble was crushed underfoot, dust spraying out from between its toes, splattering to the sides. It had fully emerged, its body over 300 meters long, blocking. Sunlight filtered through behind it, outlining the undulating contours of its mountainous back. As it thundered towards Galado, it lowered its head to gaze at Galado, who lay on the ground. Galado lay there with his head pressed against the ground, emitting faint whimpers from his throat. After a few seconds, the giant beast arrived beside Galado. It then lifted its right claw and pressed it down onto Galado's head. The claw was larger than Galado's head. It gently pressed Galado's head down like an elder disciplining a child for misbehavior. Galado made no resistance, remaining prone as it pressed down. Once it was done, the giant beast withdrew its claw and raised its head to survey the surrounding mechas. The massive mechas stood hundreds of meters away, all their optical lenses focused on it. The 17,000 conventional mechas hovered several kilometers in the distance, unmoving. The beast squinted its eyes. Then it opened its mouth and roared. The sound was louder and deeper than what had been heard earlier in the passage. The sound waves surged from its mouth, pushing outwards like a solid wall. The rubble on the ground rolled forward, scattering hundreds of meters away. The shields of the massive mechas rippled, and the energy values of the closest few giant mechas dropped by 1%. The outer conventional mechas were knocked back several meters, their shields flickering several times before stabilizing. The giant beast closed its mouth. It glanced at the mechas that had been pushed back, a low rumble resonating from deep within its throat. The sound carried a certain meaning, like it was saying, "Are you bullying a child?" In the live broadcast room, the comments exploded. Holy crap. Did you see that move? This is definitely a protective father coming to the rescue. Isn't it just like a father coming to back up his child when he sees them being bullied? Galado's pitiful little expression. I totally get it. This is hilarious. You bullies. Let me see who you are. Kimchi Nation this. This is indeed Galado's father. Foot basin chicken that size. That dorsal fin. Isn't this the one from the Planet Galado monster series? Free Nation Planet Galado. The ultimate form evolved over 20,000 years. God, this setting has come true. Polar bear ha. Daddy has arrived. Are the mechas going to get beaten up now? Dragon God Nation Planet Galado. Absolutely. That gaze, that roar, it's too similar. On the screen, the comments had already begun calling it Planet Galado, standing there with dark orange light flowing slowly over its back. It let out a low growl. This growl was much smaller than before, muffled like some sort of signal. As the sound faded, a rumble came from deep within the passage. The sound grew louder and closer, like 1,000 troops galloping. Kudun stood in front of the screen in the control room, his legs feeling weak. He leaned against the control panel staring at the cave entrance. It's coming again. Cyrus' hands trembled, causing the buttons on the control panel to rattle. The sound and commotion. There must be a lot of them. Things began to pour out of the cave. The first to charge out was yet another Chikdora. It was even larger. It burst forth from the darkness, its wings spreading wide, nearly covering the entire cave entrance. That wingspan, 600 meters, if not more. Its wings were dark golden with a row of bony spikes along their edges. It had 3 heads identical to the previous Chikdora, but much larger. It shot up from the cave entrance, all 3 heads raised simultaneously, 6 eyes fixed on the mechas in the sky. A low, deep screech emerged from its throat, like some sort of call. The injured Chikdora in the pit heard this sound, and raised all 3 heads at once, gazing at its larger counterpart in the sky, emitting a faint, pitiful cry. In the air, the giant beast was already being referred to as Planet Chikdora in the comments, as all 3 heads lowered simultaneously, letting out a deep, soothing rumble from its throat. Then it raised its head to look at the mechas. A golden light flashed in its 6 eyes. It then turned its head and roared again towards the cave entrance. From the passage, more flying giant beasts surged out of the darkness. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Some looked like it with 3 heads and wings spanning 300 to 400 meters. Some had only 1 head, but were larger, their wings resembling clouds blocking the sky. Others were pterosaurs, each with a wingspan exceeding 200 meters. Their heads were triangular, filled with curved teeth. Tens of thousands of flying giant beasts poured out from that cave entrance, obscuring the entire sky. Sunlight could not penetrate the gaps in their wings, leaving only mottled shadows on the ground. Then another group of beasts surged out. A group of giant apes identical to Jindagong, but much larger. The one at the front stood over 220 meters tall. It charged out, standing at the cave entrance, pounding its fists into the ground with a thunderous sound. Behind it followed a dozen similar giant apes, each one charging out of the darkness in turn. Jindagong sat on the ground, seeing the group of giant apes, and emitted a deep whimper. The lead giant ape turned its head and glanced at him. Then it took large strides towards Jindagong. When it reached him, it crouched down and extended its claw, gently patting Jindagong's head. Jindagong's whimper grew louder, rubbing his head against that claw. The giant ape lifted him up, letting him lean against its leg. Then it raised its head to look at the mechas. The fierce light in its eyes was 10 times more intense than Jindagong's. More giant beasts then surged out. They poured out in groups from the darkness, blocking out the sun. Then came the crawling ones. A group of giant beasts resembling lizards, each over 150 meters long, with rows of bony plates on their backs, glowing with dark red light. They crawled out of the cave entrance at incredible speed, like flowing rivers of lava. One giant beast resembling a beetle rolled out, its shell covered in spikes with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. It rolled out of the cave entrance, its 8 legs moving simultaneously, creating a deep trench in the ground. Another giant beast resembling a centipede over 200 meters long moved its hundreds of legs in unison, causing rocks to shatter in its wake. A giant beast resembling a bat hung from the top of the cave entrance before letting go and plummeting down, spreading its wings with a wingspan exceeding 300 meters, covered in short grayish-brown fur. One after another, Zealand stood in front of the screen, the light on the crystal body having completely solidified. He watched as the beasts emerged, each one larger than those monsters from earlier. 20 to 30 meters long, seemed like children in comparison to this new batch. The smallest among this batch were at least 80 meters long. The larger ones reached 150 meters, 200 meters, and some even approached 250 meters. At the forefront stood Planet Ghidorah, Planet Jindagong, and Planet Gelato, standing there like 3 moving hills. 15,000, 20,000, 25,000, 30,000. The cave entrance finally fell quiet. The last batch of colossal beasts emerged from the darkness, standing on the rock that had been trampled to rubble. Total count over 30,000. They stretched densely from the tunnel entrance to dozens of kilometers away. The sky was also filled with them. Those pterosaurs, giant birds, and flying insects blotted out half the sky. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between their wings, casting countless moving shadows. The injured monsters lying on the ground began to whimper at the sight of these new massive arrivals. The flock of pterosaurs in the air heard the cries and dove down, landing beside their injured kin. They lowered their heads and touched the edges of the wounds with their beaks. Then they raised their heads, stared at the mechas, and from deep in their throats let out suppressed low growl. A group of armored giant beasts also ran over. Their shells were covered with spikes, each spike 5 or 6 meters long. Their bodies were a full circle larger than the armored beasts that had been lying there. They saw their kin lying on the ground, their shells pitted with craters from the beam attacks. The leading armored beast walked over and nudged its still-breathing comrade with. The injured armored beast let out a faint moan. After hearing it, the leading armored beast raised its head. The spikes on its back began to stand up one after another. A swarm of lizard-like giant beasts surged out. They had no bone plates on their backs, but a dark red glow could be seen gathering in their mouths. A wolf-like monster with a broken leg lay on the ground barking lowly at the newly emerged kin. Among that group, a wolf-like beast over 100 meters long turned its head and glanced at it. Then it walked over, lowered its head, and touched the injured monster's head with its nose. The whimper of the injured beast changed, becoming like a plaintive tale of grievance. The large wolf-like beast listened, then raised its head and looked at the mechas. A fierce gleam began to gather in its eyes. Another injured fire demon lizard lay sprawled on the ground, the magma on its body already solidified. A group of newly arrived reptilian beasts passed by it. One of them stopped and looked down at it. That beast was over 150 meters long, with dazzling magma flowing all over its body. The injured fire demon lizard let out a faint hiss. After hearing it, that giant beast abruptly raised its head, opened its mouth, and spewed a pillar of magma. The magma pillar shot into the sky, dispersing at 1,000 meters high, turning into countless fire rain falling down. The other newly arrived giant beasts also began to react. They looked at those mechas, at those steel giants. From deep in their throats, low, suppressed growls began to sound. The roars rose and fell, spreading through the beast horde. The barrage in the live stream had already flooded the screen, making it impossible to see the footage. Oh my god, the first few thousand were already a lot, and now another 30,000, even bigger ones. How big is that underground world anyway? How can it support so many giant beasts? What do they eat? Kimchi country this. Is this a monster United Nations? Chicken feed gelato Jean Dagong Jadora, and now so many more. Are they filming the Avengers? Freedom country, oh god, that number. That size. Polar bear good. The more the merrier. Give the god of wisdom a real challenge. Hans country, from a geological perspective, how could there be such a huge space inside Proxima Centauri b? Dragon god country, those injured monsters are complaining. Look, they're howling, right? They're telling the newcomers that the mechas are the ones who hurt them. The newcomers' eyes are all red. It's going to war. In the central hub, Kelton let go of the console edge. His hands dropped to his sides. He stared at the 30,000 giant beasts on the screen, at those sky-obscuring figures. The previous surges. He began, his voice dry and unlike his own. We're just them letting the cubs come out to play. Silas said nothing. He stared at the screen, something trickling down his crystalline lenses. Not sweat. Villard sat on the ground, leaning against the wall, eyes fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought. Zealand stood there, not moving. After a long time, he spoke, his voice a light wave. Before the previous chief stepped down, he told me something. Everyone looked at him. Zealand continued. He said never ever agree to the proposal to counterattack the underground world. I asked why. He didn't answer. Zealand paused. Now I understand. He looked at the giant beasts on the screen. Every time they surge out, it's just the cubs coming out for training. They don't care how many die or get injured. When the cubs finish their training, they'll go back. And we've always thought it was us who drove them back. A deathly silence filled the hall. Only the roars of the giant beasts on the screen came through the speakers. On the battlefield, planet Geladu stood still. It watched the newly emerged beasts, watching them gather, form ranks, and wait. 30,000 giant beasts in just a few minutes completed a primitive assembly. The flying ones gathered on the left flank. About 10,000, covering half the sky. Behind the leading planet Jadora, there were over a dozen giant pterosaurs with wingspans exceeding 400 meters, as well as swarms of scale-covered flying insects. The crawling ones gathered on the right flank. About 20,000, stretching from the tunnel entrance to the horizon. They were divided into different species. At the front were the heavy armor units. Those beetle-like giant beasts with shells so thick the body was invisible retracted their 8 legs under the shell and slowly moved forward. Those turtle-like giant beasts carried mountain-like shells on their backs, and the ground shook with every step they took. Those covered in rock-like scales with scales overlapping like armor. On the flanks were the running beasts. The wolf-like beasts over 100 meters long with long limbs and bulging muscles. The rhinoceros-like beasts with 3 horns on their heads lowered, poised to strike. The tiger-like beasts, fangs protruding from their mouths, front paws pressed on the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. In the center were those capable of long-range. A group of giant lizards covered in bone spikes on their backs, each spike erect, with tips glowing faintly blue, the sheen of venom. A group of fire demon lizards with magma flowing all over their bodies, red light glowing deep in their throats, ready to spit. A group of scorpion-like beasts, tails raised high, with viscous liquid dripping from the stingers. There was also a group of giant beasts with enormous heads, mouths wide open, revealing compressed air masses deep in their throats. They could shoot high-pressure air balls. The 10,000 flying creatures in the sky began to adjust their positions. The pterosaurs flew the highest, occupying the high ground. The smaller tri-headed chickens flew slightly lower, their 3 heads turning back and forth, 6 eyes fixated in different directions. The flying insects scattered, forming a loose encirclement. The injured beasts were dragged to the rear by their kind. The wolf-like giant beast with a broken leg was carried by its 100-meter-long kin and placed on a flat rock. The fire demon lizard was pushed to safety by its 150-meter-long counterpart. The tri-headed chicken in the pit had already been scooped up by the planetary tri-headed chicken and placed in the central safe zone. Gorlado crawled up from the ground and walked to the planetary Gorlado's side. Jean Dagong also ran to the planetary Jean Dagong's side. 30,000 giant beasts lined up in formation. They all raised their heads, simultaneously staring at the mechas. The planetary Gorlado stood at the center, fixating on the 53 giant mechas and the 140,000 conventional mechas. Its eyes narrowed. Then it opened its mouth. Roar. The sound was louder than the previous two. So loud that the image on the screen shook, so loud that Zealand, standing in the central hall, had to close his eyes. Then 30,000 giant beasts simultaneously raised their heads and opened their mouths. Roar. 30,000 roars merged into one. The sound erupted from the surface of Proxima B, dispersing the clouds, causing the conventional mecha shields suspended in midair to flicker wildly. The audience in the live broadcast room instinctively turned the volume down. In the main control room of the moon chariot base, Lin Ye squinted his eyes beneath his mask. As the roars subsided, the flying giant beasts in the sky moved. With a flap of their wings, they surged towards the sky, charging towards the group of 140,000 conventional mechas. The giant beasts on the ground also moved. They charged toward the 53 giant mechas on the ground. The ones capable of long-range attacks remained in place, opening their mouths, raising their tails, and arching their backs. Bone spines, magma, venom, and gas bombs were all launched simultaneously. The sky was filled with attacks pouring down on the mecha group like a torrential rain. Lin Ye stood in front of the control panel, watching the overwhelming attacks flooding the screen. A smile curved at the corner of his mouth. No matter how big, they are still merely mortal bodies. Lift restrictions on thermal weapons. He paused. Allow the use of high-frequency cutting blades, reduce the power of the particle cannon, avoid vital points and lethal spots, just incapacitate them. Command confirmed. All units note that the output power of the particle beam cannon is adjusted to 30%. Prohibited attack targets, head, heart, spine, and other lethal areas. Allowed attack targets, limbs, joints, and non-lethal areas of the torso. All units free to fire. On the battlefield, the optical sensors of the 140,000 conventional mechas simultaneously flashed. The armor plates on their shoulders slid open, revealing a multitude of barrel openings underneath. The barrels began to charge. Blue and white light illuminated each mecha's shoulder. 140,000 beams of light simultaneously ignited. At that moment, the entire sky was illuminated. The flying giant beasts charging in the leading group was less than a kilometer from the mecha group. The long-range attacks, bone spines, magma, venom, gas bombs, had already fallen into the mecha group. A half-meter diameter bone spine carrying immense force struck the shield of one mecha's chest. The surface of the shield erupted with a burst of energy, ripples, the blue and white light flashing wildly. The tip of the bone spine stopped on the shield for 0.3 of a second, then the entire bone spine was ricocheted away, spinning towards the ground. But the energy value of that mecha's shield dropped from 100% to 83% in an instant. Magma sprayed onto another mecha's shield. The surface of the shield shimmered with an orange-red glow as energy was frantically consumed to withstand the high temperature. After 3 seconds, the blob of magma exhausted its energy, sliding down the shield, leaving a dark red solidified residue on the ground. The energy value of that mecha's shield dropped by 30%. Venom splashed onto the front of a mecha. A dense mesh pattern immediately appeared on the surface of the shield as the energy field fought against the corrosion. The mesh pattern flickered wildly, and the venom evaporated with a hissing sound. The energy value of that mecha's shield dropped at a rate of 3% per second. It sidestepped to avoid the subsequent venom, and the shield finally stabilized at 62%. A gas bomb struck the side of a mecha, creating a visible shock. That mecha was jolted sideways for over 10 meters, and the shield's energy value dropped by 10%. It steadied itself, the optical sensor flashed, and continued to face the enemy. Not a single mecha's shield was penetrated. All attacks were blocked by the pale blue energy shield. Then the counterattack from the mechas began. 140,000 blue and white particle beams erupted from the mecha group. They intertwined to form an impenetrable web of light, colliding head-on with the group of flying giant beasts. Leading the charge was a giant pterosaur with a wingspan exceeding 400 meters. It was struck by 5 beams simultaneously. One hit the base of its left wing, one hit the joint of its right wing, one struck its chest, and 2 hit its abdomen. When the beams hit, its thick scales exploded instantly, and black smoke rose. Beneath the scales, the muscle was charred and curled up, exposing the red tissue inside. But the beams did not penetrate. They only went half a meter deep before the energy was depleted. The pterosaur let out a wail. A charred pit the size of a basin burned into the base of its left wing, causing it to tilt in pain. Yet it did not fall. Enduring the pain, it continued to charge forward. The second pterosaur was similarly struck by several beams. Its scales shattered, muscles burned with wounds deeper than a meter. It also shook, but kept flying. The third, fourth, and 10th. The beams left charred wounds on the flying giant beasts like red-hot irons. Each strike left them with deep wounds, causing them to scream in pain. But for their size, these were merely superficial injuries, not severe enough to incapacitate them. They endured the pain and continued to charge forward. The first giant pterosaur reached the front of the mecha group. It opened its mouth and lunged at the nearest mecha. The mecha dodged to the side, reaching behind to draw out the high-frequency cutting blade. The blade was dark gray with an edge glowing with a ghostly blue light vibrating at a frequency high enough to warp the air. With one slash, it struck the wound at the base of the pterosaur's left wing. The blade cut in 5 meters deep, severing the wing bone. The pterosaur let out a cry, its left wing going completely limp, its body flipping to the right. It struggled to bite back, but 3 mechas charged in simultaneously, 2 clamping onto its neck and 1 grabbing its right wing. Activating the auxiliary thrusters, they pressed down hard, forcing the pterosaur to plummet for over 10 meters. Another pterosaur rushed over, opening its mouth to unleash a burst of flame. The flames engulfed one mecha, causing its shield energy to drop visibly. 100%, 58%, 33%. Ignoring the flames, the mecha charged forward, wrapping its arms around the pterosaur's head and driving its knee upward. Once, twice, thrice. The pterosaur's head was forced backward, its flames spraying afterget, scorching a nearby kin. The mecha released its grip, its right cutting blade sweeping upward from below, slicing into the pterosaur's lower jaw. The blade pulverized the mandible, leaving the pterosaur's mouth agape as blood streamed from the corners. It whimpered, its body going limp, and was forced downward by the mechas. On the ground, the colossal beasts had already reached the giant mechas. A gargantuan lizard over 200 meters in length clamped its jaws onto a giant mecha. The mecha lowered its head, its right fist crashing into the side of the lizard's skull. The lizard's head was knocked askew, its jaws releasing, but it immediately bit back. A shelled behemoth charged in, ramming the mecha with its carapace. The mecha was shoved sideways for a dozen meters, but steadied itself, seizing one of the beast's legs and twisting with force. The leg joint dislocated, and the shelled beast collapsed, emitting a low roar. Its carapace was too thick, a punch from the mecha left only a shallow dent. The mecha changed tactics, circling to its side, driving the cutting blade into the leg root to sever the tendons. 3 of the shelled beast's 4 legs were immobilized, and it lay panting on the ground. The ranged beasts in the rear continued their barrage. Bone spikes struck the mecha's shields, draining energy, but either ricocheted off or melted away. Magma splashed onto the mecha, rapidly depleting the shield, yet the mecha pressed forward through the molten torrent. Venom attempted to spray onto the optical lenses, but the shield repelled it, leaving the lenses unscathed. Energy blasts slammed into the mecha's chest, the shield flickering. The mecha staggered back a few steps, then resumed its advance. Those giant mechas bearing the assault locked in combat with the colossal beasts. A wolf-like beast pounced on a giant mecha, biting at its head. The mecha raised an arm to block, while its other hand clenched into a fist, delivering consecutive blows to the wolf's ribs. Each punch landed with impact, making the wolf's body shudder. 3 of its ribs cracked, it whimpered, released its grip, and retreated. The mecha stood up, pursued, and sliced the cutting blade into the root of the wolf's hind leg from the side. The tendons severed, the wolf collapsed, and could not rise. In the sky, the 14000 standard mechas were also entangled with the flying beasts. They ceased volley fire, spreading out into groups of 3 or 5, engaging the monsters. One mecha seized the pterosaur's neck, another grabbed its wing, and a third stomped on its back. The pterosaur struggled, flapping its wings wildly, but could not break free. They forced it downward, plummeting all the way to the ground, crashing. The pterosaur tried to rise, but 3 mechas simultaneously pressed down, holding it firmly. Another 3-headed Ghidorah was surrounded by dozens of standard mechas. Its 3 heads simultaneously spewed golden gravitational beams. 2 mechas failed to dodge, their shields were pierced, and a small portion of their frames was blasted away. But they did not stop, continuing to charge. One seized the middle head's neck, another the left, and a third the right. The remaining dozens pounced on its back, wings, and hind legs, pressing down with force. The 3-headed giant bird struggled, its wings thrashing, its heads flailing, but could not shake them off. It descended, crashing into the ground, creating a massive crater. Dozens of mechas pinned it down, it was immobile. Everywhere on the battlefield, figures were locked in combat. The roars of the beasts, the clang of metal, the explosions of beam strikes, all merged into a cacophony. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. Many mechas were destroyed, but the number of fallen beasts grew. Those pinned down with dislocated joints, severed tendons, and torn flesh lay on the battlefield, gasping. The standing beasts dwindled. 10,000 fell. 15,000 fell. 20,000 fell. On the other side, nearly 30,000 mechas had been destroyed. Planet Geladu stood in the distance, its eyes fixed on the battlefield. It watched the mechas weave through the beast horde, each strike precisely severing tendons and shattering joints. It watched as beast after beast collapsed, yet almost none were killed. Its pupils slowly contracted. A low guttural rumble emanated from deep in its throat. Planet Ghidorah stood beside it, its 3 heads turning simultaneously to gaze at it. 6 eyes held a questioning look. Planet King Kong also turned its head, looking. They were all waiting for Planet Gelado's decision. Planet Geladu watched for another 10 seconds. On the battlefield, another 1,000 fell. It raised its head, opened its mouth. Not a roar, but an extremely low-frequency sound wave inaudible to human ears, but felt by all the beasts. The sound wave swept across the battlefield. All the beasts still fighting stopped simultaneously. They turned their heads, looking toward planet Geladu. Then they began to retreat. Dragging their wounded comrades, they slowly moved to the sides. Clearing a path, planet Geladu took a step forward. It moved. Each step made the ground tremble. Planet Ghidorah spread its wings, a 600-meter wingspan fully extended, and with a gentle flap ascended into the air. It hovered 500 meters above planet Gelado's head, its three heads staring at the mechas. Planet King Kong pounded its chest twice with its fists, producing a deep, thunderous boom, then strode forward, walking to planet Gelado's right. The three kings of the colossal beasts advanced shoulder to shoulder toward the battlefield. Curtin stared at the screen, his crystals solidifying. They are coming themselves. Sarah's voice trembled. Those three. Never seen before. No records either. Zealand said nothing. He just stared at the three slowly approaching behemoths. In the live stream, the barrage exploded instantly. Holy crap. The big three are moving. Planet Geladu. Planet Ghidorah. Planet King Kong. All together. Korea, this is the real start of the war. The previous were just minions testing. Japan, Ghidorah's father, is in the sky. That 600-meter wingspan blots out the sun. USA, got that pressure. I feel weak in the knees just through the screen. Russia, good. This is thrilling. Let the mechas fight the true kings. Germany, all three together, can those mechas hold? Dragon Kingdom, the mechas are moving. They're adjusting formation. On the battlefield, the 53 giant mechas simultaneously turned to face the three approaching behemoths. Over 90,000 standard mechas also ceased pursuit, quickly reforming in the air into three massive phalanxes. One phalanx faced planet Ghidorah in the sky, about 30,000 strong. One phalanx faced planet King Kong on the ground, about 20,000 strong. One phalanx faced planet Gelado, about 30,000 strong. The remaining 30,000 stood guard, alerting the nearly 10,000 beasts still standing. The planet Geladu approached to within a kilometer of the colossal mech ahead, then halted. It lifted its head, gazing at the conventional mech swarm, suspended, and watching the formation that blotted out the sun, its eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the dark orange glow on its back became blinding. The light surged from the base of its dorsal fin, flowing up to its shoulders, neck, and head. A layer of visibly dark orange patterns emerged on the surface. Those patterns pulsed like veins. It opened its mouth, not to emit a beam of light, but to unleash an extremely low-frequency roar. As the sound escaped, the surrounding space warped momentarily. Immediately, a visible ripple spread from its body outward. It was not a shockwave. It was an electromagnetic pulse. Where the ripple passed, the shields of all mechs flickered violently. The shield energy levels plummeted. 100%, 60%, 30%, 10%. Then the shields vanished. The electronic systems of the conventional mechs emitted a piercing noise, their optical lenses flickering and their joints moving sluggishly. Hundreds of mechs plummeted from the sky, falling thousands of meters before stabilizing. Geladu closed its mouth. It stared at the conventional mechs, now shieldless and sparking with electrical discharges, moving sluggishly, and emitted a deep gurgle. In that sound lay a certain meaning. Now it was fair. The planet Ghidorah moved. Suspended in the air, all three heads opened their mouths simultaneously. Three golden beams of gravitational light erupted from their mouths. Rather than sweeping, they targeted three colossal mechs with precision. Those three mechs, still without their shields, were caught off guard. The golden beams struck their chests. The armor melted instantly, liquid metal cascading down. The mechs were pierced, three gaping holes, each about 20 meters in diameter, appearing in their chests. They shook, but did not fall, though the edges of the large holes began to leak liquid metal, attempting to repair themselves. But the repairs required time. The three heads of Ghidorah turned towards another three mechs. The planet Gene also moved. It charged towards the nearest colossal mech, raising its right fist and smashing it down on the mech's head. The force of that punch flattened the mech's head. The V-shaped armor caved and the optical lens shattered, and the neck twisted. The mech toppled backward, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. It struggled to rise, but the effects of the electromagnetic pulse had not fully worn off, leaving its movement sluggish. Gene stepped on its chest, pushing it back into the crater. It lifted its head and let out a thunderous roar towards the sky. On the battlefield, the situation reversed in an instant. The three-headed beast king had incapacitated 7 colossal mechs with a single strike. The remaining colossal mechs began to retreat and readjust. The conventional mechs, whose shields had been disabled by the electromagnetic pulse, also withdrew to recover, but moved sluggishly, allowing the surrounding beasts to see. A pterosaur charged and biting down on one mech's leg, then violently flinging the mech from the sky. Following that, a crawling giant beast pounced, pinning the mech to the ground with its claws. The mech struggled, severing a few claws with its cutting blades, but another claw pressed down, trapping the mech. In the main control room of the moon chariot base, Lin Ye watched the screen, narrowing his eyes. A A much stronger electromagnetic pulse than Jadola. He smiled slightly. Interesting. He took a step forward. Zero, deploy 10 Dawn Iiclus ships. Let them see what true power is. Command confirmed. 10 Dawn Iiclus interstellar battleships are being mobilized to enter the atmosphere of Proxima b. Estimated arrival time. On the battlefield, the beasts and mechs still engaged in combat suddenly paused simultaneously. The sky darkened, not due to clouds blocking the sunlight. It was as if something enormous was blocking the light. All the beasts looked up. The optical lenses of all the mechs also turned towards the same direction. In the sky, 10 Dawn Iiclus interstellar battleships were slowly descending from high above. Each measured 1,500 meters in length and 282 meters in width. Standing 432 meters tall, they tore through the clouds, leaving gaping holes in their wake. They hovered 3,000 meters above the battlefield. The ship's bow faced the ground while the stern pointed skyward. The surface of the hull displayed ethereal blue patterns flowing gently under the dim red starlight. 10 of them, arranged in a row. They obscured the entire sky. The beasts on the ground gazed up at the massive ships hovering above. Their eyes widened, their pupils constricted. From deep within their throats came faint, trembling whimpers. Galadu hovered in midair, all three heads raising simultaneously to stare at the giant ships. The frequency of their wing flaps slowed nearly to a halt. Jean Dagon halted, lifting its head to focus on the giant ships. Its hands dropped, no longer clenched into fists. Galadu stood still, gazing up at the colossal ships, fixated on the 1,500-meter-long steel behemoths, staring at the deep muzzle of their bow. Those muzzles were aimed right at them. The dark orange glow on its back began to brighten, and it grew increasingly radiant. Galadu stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by thousands of incapacitated beasts. In the distance, 53 colossal mechs, varying in damage, were rapidly recovering and slowly retreating, ascending into the sky to reform their formation. Above, over 110,000 conventional mechs hung in the air, their shields still recharging. Yet Galadu did not look at them. Its gaze was fixed on the 10 massive ships hovering 3,000 meters above. That 1,500-meter-long steel body obscured half the sky. The bow faced the ground, the muzzle deep and ominous. Galadu's pupils constricted. It let out a deep gurgle from its throat as the dark orange glow on its back began to spread toward its head. The light surged up its spine, flowing into its skull, finally gathering in its mouth. It opened its mouth. The sphere of light began to coalesce within. Not the blue-white of Galadu before, nor the dark red of the crimson lotus form, but a deeper dark orange resembling the color left by cooled magma from deep within the earth. The light sphere rolled and compressed in its mouth, growing larger, 5 meters in diameter, then 10, 15, 20 meters. The ground around began to tremble. Debris leapt from the ground, suspended in the air, then crushed into powder by some force field. The nearby wounded beasts crawled back, whimpering, dragging their broken. The planet Jadola hovered above, all three heads turning towards this side with 6 eyes filled with a certain anticipation. Jean Dagon halted, standing still, fixated on the sphere of light in Galadu's mouth. On the battlefield, all the beasts still in motion came to a stop. They were all watching Galadu. In the sky among the 10 Dawn 2 ships, the foremost vessel had a secondary cannon rotating on the right side of its bow. This was the Jinhua 3 model, featuring a dual-barreled rapid-fire secondary cannon with a caliber of 10 meters. The cannon barrel was shaped like an equilateral triangular prism with an edge length of 18 meters and a deep muzzle. At this moment, a deep sapphire blue light was beginning to illuminate from within the cannon. Charging. A voice echoed across the bridge of the warship. Secondary cannon charging. Target planet Galado. Output power 50. The light from the cannon grew brighter. Deep within the 10-meter caliber barrel, the sapphire blue light was rapidly condensing and compressing. 3 seconds later, the charging was complete, ready to unleash its power. The sphere of light in the mouth of planet Galado had also reached its limit. It fixed its gaze on the warship, on the cannon aimed directly at it, sensing a long-forgotten threat emanating from the energy mass within. Its eyes narrowed slightly. Then it thrust forward suddenly. A dark orange beam surged forth from its mouth. With a diameter exceeding 25 meters and dark red electric arcs flowing along its edges, wherever it passed, the air ignited, and the ground was plowed into a deep trench, the rocks within instantly melting into glowing liquid. The beam raced towards the warship above. At that same moment, the secondary cannon of the Dawn 2 fired as well. A sapphire blue beam, 20 meters in diameter, erupted from the cannon, heading straight for the dark orange beam. The two beams collided midair. Boom! The explosive sound wave exceeded the range of perception, producing a deeper resonant thud that reverberated. The impact point erupted into a blinding sphere of white light, with a diameter exceeding several hundred meters, so bright that the screens automatically dimmed, forcing all the Shuaguang clan members in the central hall to close their eyes. As the white light dissipated, the two beams remained locked in a standoff. They pressed against each other midair, neither yielding. The contact point radiated energy ripples outward which swept across the ground, instantly melting the rocks. The ripples washed over the fallen behemoths, causing them to emit cries of agony as they scrambled backward. Meanwhile, the dark orange beam began to push forward slowly, yet resolutely advancing towards the massive ship. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. After the dark orange beam advanced over 10 meters, Planet Galado's eyes widened slightly. A deeper gurgling sound emanated from its throat, and the light in its mouth shone even brighter. The dark orange beam thickened, suddenly accelerating its forward push. 800 meters, 700 meters, 600 meters, 500 meters. Cotton stood in front of the screen in the central hall, his hand clenched into a fist. He watched as the dark orange beam drew closer to the warship, noticing something flashing on the crystalline body. It's pushing through. He emitted a faint sound. Silas beside him gaped speechless. Zealand stared at the screen, unmoving. In the live broadcast room, the comments surged rapidly. Damn, Galado has the upper hand. The warship's beam is being pushed back. Pickled Cabbage Nation, this can't be. How could our great Pickled Cabbage's intelligence? Foot Basin Chicken Galado. Galado, pride of Foot Basin Chicken. Free Nation, oh my god, that monster's beam is stronger than the warship's. Polar Bear, stay calm. This is just a secondary cannon. Dragon God Nation, look at that ship. Is it adjusting something? In the Moon Chariot base's main control room, Lin Ye stood before the console, watching the advancing dark orange beam. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Increase power to 80. The voice echoed in the bridge of the warship. Command confirmed. Secondary cannon output power increased to 80. On the surface of the Dawn 2, the ethereal blue patterns suddenly brightened. The sapphire blue beam surged dramatically. Its diameter expanded from 20 meters to nearly 30 meters, and its brightness more than doubled. The light became even more dazzling and concentrated, with platinum-colored electric arcs flowing along its edges. It no longer retreated. The two beams were locked at that point. The dark orange beam pushed forward while the sapphire blue beam resisted, pushing a little, resisting a little, pushing again, and resisting again. The transfer point moved back and forth in midair, changing every second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 8 seconds. The transfer point stabilized about 300 meters from the warship. Planet Galado's eyes widened round. A deeper gurgling sound emerged from its throat, and the light in its mouth grew brighter, the dark orange light on its back frantically dancing, as if it were about to ignite. The dark orange beam pushed forward a little more. The sapphire blue beam also advanced slightly. The transfer point swayed a few times before stabilizing at 280 meters. It could not push any further. Planet Galado stared at the sapphire blue light at the warship, its pupils revealing confusion for the first time. 10 seconds. 12 seconds. The light in its mouth began to dim. It wasn't that it wanted to stop, or it simply couldn't keep up with the energy. The flickering lights on its back gradually faded, and the light in its throat shrank. 15 seconds. The dark orange beam completely dissipated. The sapphire blue beam surged forward for a moment before dissipating as well. Silence fell over the battlefield. Planet Galado stood there, its mouth slightly ajar, smoke rising from deep within its throat. Its chest heaved violently as it gasped, eyes fixed on the warship. The warship still hovered 3,000 meters high and deep within the muzzle of its secondary cannon. The sapphire blue light was gradually dimming. It did not fall. It didn't even budge. In the live broadcast room, the comments exploded. Damn, it's a standoff. Galado has lost this time. That moment when the dark orange beam pushed forward, my heart almost stopped. Viewers from Free Nation, oh my god, that secondary cannon only used 50. Pickled Cabbage Nation, historically the left side loses in standoffs. The warship was on the left. It almost lost. Foot Basin Chicken viewers, Galado. How could Galado lose? Polar Bear viewers, good. This is true power. Let them see clearly. Hans Nation viewers, from the energy curve, Galado's beam started to decline at the 11th second, unable to sustain it. Dragon God Nation, ha, that's hilarious. Galado used all its strength, while the opposition merely increased the secondary cannon's power. Dragon God Nation 2, I see now that was just testing data. Did anyone notice? Galado looks like it's exhausted. It's just a secondary cannon, not even at full power. And the main cannon hasn't even fired. In the central hall, Cotton's hand slipped from the edge of the console, hanging at his side. He watched the panting behemoth on the screen, observing the smoke rising from its mouth and the look in its eyes as it stared at the warship. In those eyes there was anger, unwillingness, confusion, and something he had never seen before. Perhaps it could be called powerlessness. It's just a secondary cannon. He repeated the words from the comments, his voice dry and unrecognizable. Silas chimed in beside him, his voice equally dry. If it were the main cannon. If all 10 fired together. He left his sentence unfinished. But everyone knew what he meant. Zealand stood before the screen motionless. He gazed at the colossal beast, at the look in its eyes as it fixed on the warship. After a long while he emitted a very faint, "So what exactly were we expecting?" On the battlefield, Xingxing Jela Duo stared at the warship for 5 full seconds. Then it opened its mouth. Roar. The sound was not the threatening roar from before, but a more complex howl mixed with anger and unwillingness. It was enraged that its attack had been blocked. furious that it could not overcome the iron lump hanging in the sky. And even more furious at the end, the roar subsided. Xingxing Ji Duola hovered in the sky, all three heads raised simultaneously, emitting three overlapping screeches. The screeches were sharp and piercing, as if cheering on the leader. Xingxing Jin Dagong stood on the ground, pounding its chest twice with its fists, producing a dull, thunderous sound, then roared upward. The nearly 10,000 colossal beasts that still stood around also raised their heads and opened their mouths. Roar. 10,000 roars merged into one again, shaking the clouds apart and making the gravel on the ground leap up. They were backing up their king. Xingxing Jela Duo listened to the roars around, and the dark orange glow on its spine brightened a bit. It couldn't lose face. It was the king of 30,000 colossal beasts. It had struck with full force in front of all its kin, only to be blocked by a secondary cannon. It couldn't just let it go. Its eyes narrowed again. The dark orange glow on its spine began to pulse in a different manner, no longer surging toward the head, but spreading outward through the body, following the patterns on its skin, extending to the limbs, tail, and chest. The patterns grew brighter and more dazzling. Then a ring of invisible ripples spread outward from its body. That was not an electromagnetic pulse. It was a force field, a gravity field. Xingxing Jela Duo could adjust the direction, intensity, and targets of gravity. It could make allies unaffected, forcing only enemies to bear 10-fold, 100-fold gravity. It wanted to bring those 10 warships down, make them unable to fly. The gravity field ripples swept across the battlefield. Xingxing Ji Duola and the three-headed Ji Duolas felt nothing. Xingxing Jin Dagong and the giant apes felt nothing either. The wounded colossal beasts on the ground also felt nothing. But the 10 Dawn Iiclus warships in the sky all sank downward simultaneously. The 1,500-meter-long steel behemoths under 10-fold gravity plummeted dozens of meters. The shields on the hulls flickered wildly and various alarms blared in the bridges. Abnormal gravity field detected. Intensity 10 times the standard value of Proxima b. Still rising. Hull structure stress exceeds limits. Zero domain I-type negative mass field generator adjusting power. Xingxing Jela Duo stared at the 10 warships sinking, emitting a low growl from deep in its throat, a sound laced with a hint of satisfaction. However, its eyes suddenly widened slightly. The 10 warships had only fallen less than 100 meters. Then they stopped, hovering in midair, motionless. On the hull surface, a faint transparent halo enveloped each warship. The negative mass field generated by the zero domain I-type field generator rapidly adjusting, adapting, and canceling the interference of the external gravity field. 3 seconds later, all warships simultaneously floated back to their original altitude. Their posture was still so elegant. Xingxing Jela Duo's it couldn't believe it. Increasing energy output, the gravity field intensity rose from 10-fold to 20-fold, 30-fold, 40-fold. The shields on the 10 warships flickered faster, alarms blaring in a cacophony, but the hulls themselves hung steadily in place, motionless. The zero-domain field generators on each warship were running wildly, generating opposing negative mass fields to minimize the impact of the external gravity. They had adapted to the pattern of the gravity field increase. Xingxing Jela Duo's eyes went wide. It turned to the conventional mechas and giant mechas in the sky. The gravity field swept over. 110 conventional mechas simultaneously plummeted hundreds of meters, then stabilized and hovered. The micro zero-domain negative mass field generators on each mecha were also rapidly adjusting. The 53 giant mechas also fell about 20 meters, then stabilized and hovered. On the battlefield, all mechas adapted to the gravity field interference within just a few seconds. Xingxing Jela Duo stood there staring at the iron lumps hanging steadily in the sky. A low growl rumbled from deep in its throat. The sound still held anger and confusion, but also something it hadn't felt in a long time. Frustration. It tried to increase the gravity field intensity again. 50-fold, 60-fold, 70-fold, 80-fold, 90-fold. The mechas in the sky had shields flashing wildly and alarms blaring, but the hulls themselves hung steadily. Finally, it raised the intensity to 100-fold. Its body began to tremble. The dark orange glow on its spine pulsed wildly, and the patterns on its skin flickered, a sign that energy output was nearing its limit. But the mechas in the sky still hung steadily. Xingxing Jela Duo stared at them, stared at the 10 most conspicuous colossal warships, stared at the secondary cannon that had just parried its attack. From deep in its throat came a roar of extreme reluctance. Roar. The sound was even more complex than the previous one, mixed with anger, confusion, frustration, and something indescribable like resignation. One of its strongest abilities. It could make enemies unable to fly, bearing 100 times their weight. It had used this move against countless opponents who dared to challenge. None had lasted more than 5 seconds. But these things adapted in just 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, they hung there steadily, as if nothing had happened. Xingxing Jela Duo raised its head, staring at the warship that had traded blows with it. The warship's cannon turret turned back, aiming at it. The sapphire blue light glowed again deep within the muzzle. But it was not attacking. just charging and standing by, as if waiting for its next attack. Xingxing Ji Duola descended from the sky, landing beside it. All three heads turned simultaneously, 6 eyes staring at it. The gaze held inquiry, concern, and a hint of something it didn't want to admit, fear. Xingxing Jin Dagong also walked over, standing on the other side. It pounded its chest twice, producing a dull thud, but the sound was much softer than usual. It too was watching it, waiting for its decision. The surrounding colossal beasts all looked at it. 30,000 pairs of eyes. Xingxing Jela Duo stood there, a faint growl rumbling from deep in its throat. It raised its head again, glancing at the warship and the cannon. It closed its eyes. 3 seconds later it opened them. It turned around, with its back to the 10 warships, to the mechas, to all the gazes still fixed on it on the battlefield. It strode toward the passage, step by step. With each step the ground shook, but it did not look back. Xingxing Ji Duola and Xingxing Jin Dagong stood still, watching its retreating figure. Then they too turned and followed behind. The 30,000 colossal beasts watched as their 3 kings retreated. They stood frozen, uncertain whether to follow or remain. Some beasts let out low, mournful whines. Others lowered their heads to lick their wounds. A few stared at the warships above, the ferocity in their eyes gradually fading into bewilderment. Planet Gerardo reached the entrance of the passage. It halted. It did not turn back. It simply stood there, back to them all, for 3 seconds. The light was too fast. Before Planet Gerardo could even look up, the beam struck the top of the entrance. The light was too fast. Before Planet Gerardo could even look up, the beam struck the top of the entrance. Boom. A highly condensed orb of blue-white energy exploded from within the passage. It expanded with astonishing speed, instantly filling the entire opening. The rocks at the edge of the passage vaporized under the impact. Dark orange debris mixed with blinding blue-white flames erupted in all directions like a volcanic explosion. The shockwave followed, sweeping across the ground. It tore up a thick layer of rock, rolling it forward like a tidal wave. The beasts near the entrance were thrown to the ground before they could react. Their massive bodies tumbled and collided, producing dull thuds. Planet Gerardo, closest to the entrance, was lifted off its feet before its raised leg could touch the ground. Its 300-meter body, like a mountain blasted into the air, flew sideways dozens of meters before crashing down heavily. Thud! The ground was gouged into a trench dozens of meters deep. Its head smashed into a rock, shattering a boulder over 10 meters high, sending debris clattering onto its face. It lay motionless in the trench. The dark orange glow on its back flickered wildly a few times, then dimmed. Its scales, scorched black at the edges, oozed blood that seeped through the gaps. Smoke drifted from its mouth, and a faint labored wheeze sounded from deep in its throat. Its eyes were open. It stared at the entrance, now mangled beyond recognition. A large chunk had collapsed from above, half blocking the passage that had once been wide. Dark orange rocks continued to fall, raising dust upon impact. Planet Gerardo blinked weakly. Its head buzzed and countless stars spun before its eyes. It tried to lift its head. It raised it halfway, then dropped it back to the ground. The glow on its back flickered twice and went out completely. On the battlefield, all the beasts were stunned. They stared at Planet Gerardo, lying with its head buried in the rubble. They stared at the half-collapsed entrance. Then in unison, they looked up at the warship, whose cannons still glowed. Deep within the secondary cannon's muzzle, the sapphire light was slowly fading. That beam had come from it. Roar. Planet Jin Dagon was the first to roar. It pounded its chest with both fists, producing a deep, thumping sound, then opened its mouth and let out a sky-shaking bellow at the warship. The roar was laced with fury, confusion, and a primal savagery. The 8,000-plus beasts beside it raised their heads and joined in. The roar shook the ground, making the pebbles bounce. Planet Ghidorah hovered midair, its 3 heads turning simultaneously toward the Dawn 2 that had just fired. The light in its 6 eyes shifted from dark gold to blazing white. It opened its 3 mouths. Deep in each throat, a golden light kindled, growing brighter. Then 3 golden lightning beams, each over 20 meters in diameter, erupted from its mouths, tearing through the air toward the warship. The beams struck the ship's energy shield. A blinding ring of golden ripples burst across the shield's surface. The ripples expanded one after another, illuminating the entire sky. The beams lasted 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, the golden light dissipated. The warship remained in place. The ripples on the shield slowly calmed, and the surface returned to its faint, translucent glow. The ship's hull was utterly still. It was as if the 3 beams capable of melting mountains were mere tickles. Planet Ghidorah's 6 eyes widened slightly. It hovered, its wings beating a beat slower. It turned its 3 heads to glance at the prone Planet Gerardo. Then it turned back, staring at the warship. A low, unwilling hiss escaped from deep in its throat. Corton stood before the screen in the central hall, his hands clenched into fists pressed against the edge of the console. He stared at the warship, at the unyielding shield. Damn it! The attack from the 3-headed beast didn't even leave a crack on the shield. Silas stood beside him, silent. He just stared at the screen, the light in his crystals nearly extinguished. Zealand sat in his seat, his hand resting on the armrest. He looked at the warship, at the shield, at the beasts. He spoke his voice very soft. This should end. In the live stream, Lin Ye's voice rang out. A knight's duel. The tone was lazy with a hint of amusement. If you can't win, you just walk away. What do you think war is? Come and go as you please. It's not that easy. These monsters are too naive. The barrage exploded instantly. Whoa, Jishin's words are so domineering. Come and go as you please. Like it's your backyard. South Korea. Jishin is right. We in South Korea agree. Japan, no. That's our Girato. They've surrendered. Why kill them all? Japan too, yes. They were just defending themselves. They wanted to go back. Why keep fighting? USA, oh God, people are sympathizing with monsters. USA too. Those monsters just destroyed so many mechs, and now you sympathize with them. Russia, war is war. Not a game. Jishin is right. Germany, from a strategic perspective, letting them go is leaving a future threat. China, what's with those Japanese comments? Do they really think Girato is theirs? China too, laughing. When your Girato was incinerating the Shining Flame clan, why didn't you say anything? Japan 3, they just want to survive. What did they do wrong? The barrage erupted in chaos. But on the battlefield, the fight had already resumed. On the ground, planet Jean Dogon was already charging. It took long strides sprinting toward the giant mechs. Each step cracked the ground. Behind it, over 8,000 beasts followed. Giant apes, flame lizards, earth-splitting beasts, armored giants, and 100-meter-long wolf-like monsters. They charged at the 53 giant mechs hovering midair. Even some injured beasts struggled to move. Jean Dogon also climbed out of the pit, pounding his chest twice before rushing forward. It followed behind Jean Dogon, the dark red orb in its mouth beginning to coalesce. In the sky, those flying behemoths stirred. Their wings obscured half the sky. On the ground, 53 giant mechas descended simultaneously. They landed, their feet sinking into the rocks, stabilizing their forms. They simultaneously drew out their high-frequency cutting blades from their backs. The blades shimmered with a ghostly blue light. The planetary Jean Dogon charged to the front of the giant mecha. It swung its right fist and struck. The giant mecha sidestepped, sweeping its right leg to kick Jean Dogon's calf. Jean Dogon's body tilted, his left hand propping against the ground as his right fist landed squarely on the mecha's chest. The mecha staggered back 2 steps, a dent forming in its chest armor. From the dent, a dark golden liquid began to flow, filling the gap within seconds. Jean Dogon was momentarily stunned. 2 inferno lizards charged in from the side, simultaneously spewing forth streams of magma. The magma poured onto the 2 regular mechas. Their shields flickered wildly, energy levels plummeting, but they did not stop charging forward and slashing their cutting blades into the inferno lizards' front limbs. The tendons snapped. The 2 inferno lizards collapsed, their magma sprays going awry and hitting the nearby cracking beast. The cracking beast let out a shriek, suffering burns that left several holes in its body, yet it did not stop, continuing to charge forward. Gelato followed behind. The dark red orb in its mouth grew larger. Then it spat it out. The beam swept through 3 regular mechas that failed to dodge in time. The shields of those 3 mechas flickered violently before shattering. The beam struck their bodies, causing their armor to begin melting. Yet they did not fall, pushing through with their molten chests, charging into the swarm of beasts, slashing wildly with their cutting blades. Jean Dogon rushed over, grabbing hold of a mecha's head and twisting it forcefully. The head was severed and fell to the ground. The mecha's body wobbled, but did not collapse, its hand still moving, gripping Jean Dogon's arm tightly. Jean Dogon struggled twice, but couldn't shake it off, then smashed his fist into the mecha's chest, penetrating through. The mecha finally fell down. As it hit the ground, the severed head still moved, emitting faint electrical sounds. In the sky, the planetary chicken Dola led the charge, advancing to the forefront. Behind it, over 5,000 flying behemoths spread out, diving toward the 80,000 regular mechas above. However, those regular mechas did not engage with them at all. 30,000 of them flew out directly from the formation, merging together in midair. Dark golden liquids surged, expanded, and molded into shape. A few seconds later, 30 brand new giant mechas hovered in midair, blocking the path of the planetary chicken Dola. The planetary chicken Dola did not slow down. Its 3 heads opened their mouths simultaneously, and 3 beams of golden lightning, each over 10 meters in diameter, shot out, heading straight for the 3 giant mechas at the front. The 3 mechas could not dodge in time and were struck in the chest by the beams. Their shields flickered wildly before shattering. The beams hit the mecha bodies, melting the armor, and liquid began to flow down. The 3 mechas were pierced through, each with large holes over 10 meters in diameter in their chests. They swayed but did not fall. At the edges of the holes, dark golden liquid began to flow, initiating repairs. The planetary chicken Dola leapt over them and continued to charge forward. It aimed to reach the front of the battleship. The 20 giant mechas followed closely behind. Another 10 giant mechas and 50,000 regular mechas had already entangled themselves with the 5,000 flying behemoths. A wyvern dove down, grabbing hold of a regular mecha. With a powerful grip, the mecha was crushed before the claws released it. That mecha began to fall. Halfway down, its body repaired itself somewhat, the thrusters on its back reigniting, stabilizing its form, and it charged upward once more. A giant bird unleashed flames onto a mecha. The mecha's shield flickered violently, energy levels dropping, yet it pressed on through the flames, driving its cutting blade into the root of the giant bird's wing. The giant bird let out a chilling cry and began to plummet. Halfway down, it was caught by another wyvern and continued to ascend. A smaller three-headed Dola was surrounded by 10 regular mechas. All 3 heads simultaneously shot out golden beams. 2 mechas were struck, their shields shattered, and half of their bodies destroyed. Yet they did not stop, seizing the opportunity to advance, grasping the 3 heads' necks and forcing them down. The Dola fell to the ground, crashing into it and creating a large pit. 30 regular mechas piled on top, pinning it down in the pit. Meanwhile, the planetary chicken Dola had already broken through the encirclement of the 20 giant mechas. It was getting closer to that battleship. 3 kilometers. 2 kilometers. Then it opened its 3 mouths. 3 beams of golden lightning shot out once more, heading straight for the Dawn 2. The beams struck the shield. The surface of the shield erupted in dazzling golden ripples, radiating outwards and illuminating the entire sky. The battleship remained suspended in place, utterly immobile. The ripples on the shield gradually calmed, returning to the faint transparent halo. The 6 eyes of the planetary chicken Dola were fixed on the battleship. It emitted a low, mournful sound from deep within its throat. Then it opened its mouth again. The beams shot out once more. They struck the shield again. The ripples flared up once more. They calmed again. They shot out again. They struck again. They calmed again. 5 rounds of firing, a full 5 times 15 beams. The battleship remained suspended in place, unmoving. Even the cannon did not turn. The planetary chicken Dola hovered in midair, its wing beats slowing. The 3 heads drooped, smoke rising from their mouths. It stared at the battleship, the light in its 6 eyes dimming by half. On the ground, the planetary Gelato lay in that gully. It heard the roars of the planetary Gene Dagong, the sound of the planetary chicken Dola unleashing beams, the cries of those giant beasts, and the dull clang of metal colliding with mechas. Its eyes blinked. The buzzing in its head lessened. It tried to move its front legs. The front legs could move. It tried to move its back legs. The back legs could move as well. It propped itself up with its front legs, raising its body. The dark orange glow on its back reignited. This was not the flowing light from before, but another kind of light. Heavier, darker, resembling the color that seeps from the depths of solidified lava. It stood up, lifted its head, gazed at the battlefield, looked at the 10 battleships, focused on the Dawn 2 that had just fired at it. The light in its eyes was no longer confusion nor defeat, but something more primal, rage. How many years had it lived? 20,000 years. 30,000 years. Since it could remember, it had been the king of this underworld realm. It roamed the depths with its kin, occasionally letting the young ones venture out to see the world regardless of how many died or were injured. Their retreat was already the greatest concession they could offer. Yet now, instead of showing gratitude, their foe struck from behind as they turned away. The blast sent them tumbling wounded. A deep, guttural rumble rose from the throat of Planet Gelato, vibrating through its chest and shaking the surrounding rubble. Its body began to glow crimson. Not the dark red of Gelato's normal form, but another hue. A deep crimson shot through with golden light. Those golden rays seeped from beneath the skin, spreading like veins across its entire frame. The mountain-like scales along its spine ignited one by one. Dark orange light surged from the base of the scales, turning into blazing gold at the tips. The golden luminescence flowed down its spine, spilling over shoulders, chest, and tail. Its entire body was now cloaked in that dark crimson interwoven with gold. Its eyes transformed too, no longer the dull, deep red of before. They became gold, the color of molten gold. It stood there wreathed in golden flames that warped the air around it and melted the rock beneath its feet. It opened its maw. A sphere of light began to coalesce inside, not the earlier dark orange, but the same crimson gold. The orb churned and compressed, growing 10 meters, 20, 30, 40 in diameter. The ground around it sank not from tremors, but from the pressure of an invisible force field. The nearest rocks were crushed into powder, which hovered in the air before being incinerated by the golden flames. Planet Geladu fixed its gaze on the warship. It stared at the secondary cannon. Its eyes narrowed. Above, Planet Ghidorah was furiously assaulting the vessel. It had already broken through the cordon of 20 giant mechas, charging ahead to reach the warship, less than a kilometer away. All 3 heads opened simultaneously. 3 thicker golden lightning beams erupted, slamming into the ship's shield. Violent ripples burst across the shield's surface, spreading in concentric rings, blindingly bright. The barrage lasted a full 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the golden light faded. The warship remained suspended in place. The ripples on the shield gradually subsided, returning to a faint translucent. The hull did not move. The cannon did not rotate. Even the light deep within the secondary cannon's muzzle did not flicker. Planet Ghidorah hung in the air, its 3 heads drooping, smoke billowing from its mouths. 6 eyes fixed on the warship, their light dimming almost to extinction. A faint whimper escaped from its throat, not a roar of rage. It was an involuntary sound of exhaustion. The 20 giant mechas had caught up surrounding it. 10 pinned its wings, 5 held its hind legs, and 5 restrained its 3 heads. It struggled briefly, but could not break free. It was forced downward to the ground. In the central command hall, Corton stared at the screen. His hands hung at his sides, clenching into fists, then releasing, then clenching again. Silas stood beside him, mouth agape, the light in his crystalline lens dimmed to gray. Other elders either sat on the floor, leaned against walls, or stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Zealand stood at the front of the screen. He watched the warship hovering 3 kilometers high, the vessel that had been attacked by planet Ghidorah, without retaliating. He watched the descending planet Ghidorah, and then planet Gelato, which had just climbed out of a trench, its body ablaze with golden flames. Something glistened on his crystalline lens, not sweat. It was a feeling he had not experienced in a long time. It was called helplessness. These monsters probably still don't understand the situation, he said, his voice faint. Everyone turned to look at him. Zealand continued, they still think those metallic constructs belong to us, shimmering light clan. Silas opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Zealand turned back to the screen. So they believe we'll let them go just like that. He paused. But unfortunately that's not the case. On the battlefield planet Geladu, its entire body burned with golden flames. The sphere of light in its mouth grew larger and brighter. It stared at the warship that had fired at it earlier. It took a step, then opened its mouth wide. The orb, now over 40 meters in diameter, had reached its limit. It raised its head, aimed at the warship, and roared. A beam over 40 meters in diameter erupted from planet Gelato's mouth. Its core was dark crimson, wrapped in blazing golden flames with white gold arcs dancing along the edges. As it tore through the air, it gouged a 3-meter-deep trench in the ground, the rocks instantly melting into glowing magma that splashed to both sides. The beam struck the energy shield of the Dawn Type 2 warship. A thunderous boom echoed. A blinding sphere of light erupted at the point of impact, expanding to 500 meters in diameter before stopping. Even Zealand in the command hall had to close. When the sphere faded, violent energy ripples spread across the shield's surface in endless waves. These were no longer the faint ripples of before, but fierce surges like water struck by a massive boulder. They surged from the impact point, bounced back at the shield's edge, and collided with incoming ripples, creating more undulations. Then the shield trembled. A faint tremor rippled across its translucent surface. Corton stood before the screen in the command hall, his hand on the console. He saw it. The shield was shaking. Silas saw it too. His mouth hung open, his crystalline lens frozen. In the live stream, the comments paused for a moment. The shield is shaking. Holy crap. That beam made the shield tremble. Planet Ghidorah attacked many times without any effect. What kind of attack is this? Japan, Geladu. Geladu. Japan's pride. United States, my God, the color of that beam tells you how powerful it is. Russia, good. That's more like it. Making the wise God take notice. Germany, what about the energy readings? Show them. In the main control room of the Yuecha base, Lin Ye stood before the console. His visor faced the screen, the 2 dark golden light bands fixed on the rippling shield. Beside him, a set of data rapidly refreshed. Shield energy 100, 95, 91, 87. The beam continued to pound. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 83, 78, 74, 70. 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds. The beam began. The dark crimson and gold light along planet Gelato's spine quickly dimmed. 10 seconds. The beam dissipated completely. The planet Geladu stood there, its mouth slightly agape, smoke billowing from deep within its throat. Its chest heaved violently, and its entire body trembled. The mountain-like scales on its back had darkened by over 90%, with only a faint glow flickering at the base. It fixed its gaze upon the warship. The ripples on the shield gradually subsided, returning to a faint transparent halo. The warship hung motionless in the air. Lin Ye chuckled softly. The sound was muffled within his helmet, lazy, yet particularly clear in the quiet control room. Oh, this attack was quite impressive. He stepped forward, his helmet facing the monstrous creature on the other side of the screen. It's comparable to the main cannon's damage. The energy output assessment for this attack has been completed, with a total output roughly equal to 98 of the single-shot power of the Dawn 2 main cannon. The attack took the form of continuous cumulative damage, while the main cannon delivered instantaneous damage. Although the two are fundamentally different, their total scale has become comparable. Compared to the first attack, the energy output has increased by approximately 1600. Lin Ye nodded. Indeed, there are still surprises. As he spoke, his tone carried a hint of satisfaction. Zero did not respond, but the data clearly showed that this time the planet Galados attack had increased its damage 16-fold. From a level that couldn't withstand even a single secondary cannon shot, it had risen to nearly the power of the main cannon. This was almost impossible in biological, but it had achieved it. In the live broadcast room, as Lin Ye's words were transmitted, the barrage exploded. What? It's comparable to the main cannon's damage. The intelligent god said it personally. They actually praised someone. Oh my God, the secondary cannon was barely able to withstand 80, and now it's directly reaching main cannon level. Kimchi Nation, we the Kimchi people acknowledge this. This is the true king of monsters. Dragon God Nation no. One am dying of laughter. Long live. Someone upstairs is cursing the planet Galadu. Free Nation, oh my god, how did that thing do it? An energy increase of 16 times. Polar Bear good. Now it deserves to be a worthy opponent. That was spectacular. Hans Nation, a miracle of biology. This completely violates the conservation of energy. Dragon God Nation no. 2. When the intelligent god said this, their tone seemed quite happy. Dragon God Nation no. 3. Of course, the stronger it is, the more interesting it is to capture. Otherwise, what's the point of opening an amusement park? On the battlefield, the planet Galadu stood there staring at the warship. Its eyes were wide open. In those golden eyes, the motionless giant ship and the faint shield were reflected. It heard its own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat was heavy and slow. That was the fatigue after expending energy. It did not understand. It had lived for tens of thousands of years, and since it could remember, it had been the king of this underworld. It had used this move against countless challengers who dared to provoke it. Those opponents, some larger, some fiercer, had never withstood this blow. This strike was its strongest attack, its trump card rarely used. But now this blow struck that iron mass, and the opponent merely shook its shield. The pupils of the planet Galadu slowly contracted. A low rumble emanated from deep within its throat. The sound was faint, almost inaudible against the wind. But the planet Jean Dagong, standing beside it, heard it. Planet Jean Dagong turned its head to look at it. In those enormous eyes, a certain unfamiliar emotion appeared for the first time. It was not anger nor battle intent. It was confusion. Just then, the planet Galadu opened its mouth. It was not a beam of light. It was a long roar. Roar? That sound was unlike any before. It was not anger, nor threat, nor provocation. It was a more complex sound, retreat. On the battlefield, those remaining colossal beasts heard this roar and moved simultaneously. They abandoned the fight with their opponent, turned around, and fled towards the tunnel opening. In the sky, planet Jadola hovered in midair. Hearing this roar, its wings flapped violently. It wanted to rush down to run with its kind. But as it moved, 20 giant mechs surrounded it, blocking its path from all directions. It unleashed golden gravitational rays from its 3 heads, sweeping beams over 10 meters in diameter towards the mechs. 2 mechs were hit, their shields flashing wildly, and their bodies slid back over 100 meters. But the other 18 had already pounced in front of it. For clung to its left wing, 4 to its right wing, 5 to its body, and 5 to its hind legs. It struggled, flapping its wings wildly, its 3 heads thrashing about. 2 of the 4 clinging to its left wing were thrown off, but they charged back immediately to reattach. It could not break free and was pulled downwards. In the control room of the moon chariot base, Lin Ye watched the screen. He observed the frenzied beast, the Jadola, in the sky being pinned down, and the planet Galadu on the ground turning around. 0. Here. Blow up the tunnel entrance. Command confirmed. Target tunnel entrance. Weapon secondary cannon. Output power 80. In the sky, it was still the Dawn 2, still that secondary cannon. The cannon turned, aiming at the enormous half-collapsed hole on the ground. 3 seconds to charge. A deep blue light glowed at the cannon's mouth. The planet Galadu had just turned around and had not taken a step when it felt the energy gathering behind it. It instantly turned its head upwards, staring at the cannon aimed at the hole. Its pupils suddenly constricted. A roar emanated from deep within its throat. Not a retreat signal, but some more urgent sound. Run away. The beasts that were running frantically heard this roar and ran even faster. But it was too late. The beam descended from the sky. Boom. The deep blue beam struck precisely above the tunnel entrance. The rocks at the edge of the entrance instantly evaporated, and dark orange rocks mixed with blinding blue-white flames exploded. The shockwave swept away the debris in all directions. The colossal beasts that had just reached near the tunnel entrance had not yet reacted before being toppled to the ground. A wolf-like beast charging at the forefront was pushed back by the shockwave, rolling over 200 meters before crashing into a rock, lying there unable to rise. 3 pterosaurs had just landed and had not had time to fly into the tunnel when they were lifted by the shockwave, hurled several hundred meters away, crashing to the ground with broken. 5 giant apes a bit farther from the tunnel entrance were also hit directly by the shockwave, flying backward into the surging horde of beasts behind, knocking down a group of them. The shockwave swept away. The frenzied beasts that were running in the front lines were all toppled, while those behind were knocked down by their rolling kind. In an instant, the retreating monsters were thrown into chaos. As the dust settled, the enormous tunnel entrance completely vanished. Only a depression with a diameter of over 500 meters remained, the rocks at the edge melting as glowing magma flowed downward, forming dark red streams. The planet Garado stood at a distance, staring at the depression. Its eyes were wide with shock. A low, mournful sound emanated from deep within its throat. The sound was faint, lost in the wind, unheard by anyone. But the giant beasts behind it heard it. They halted, fixated on the opening of the depression, gazing at the places they could never return to. In the sky, the planet Chictala was being restrained by 18 mechas, still struggling. It too heard the explosion and saw the entrance disappear. Its 3 heads raised simultaneously, 6 eyes widened. A shrill cry erupted from deep within its throat, a sound piercing and anguished like a heart-wrenching. It began to struggle violently. Wings flapping chaotically, 3 heads thrashing about, hind legs kicking forcefully. 3 of the 18 mechas were thrown off. But the other 15 quickly repositioned, 2 attaching to its wings, 2 to its hind legs, pressing it down tighter. It could no longer move. Suspended in midair, it stared at the opening of the depression, watching its scattered kin. Tears streamed down from its eyes. Droplets cascaded down along its scales. On the ground, Planet Garado stood there, fixated on the depression. Another roar emerged from its throat. This time it was not a retreat. It was another command. All that can move, bring the injured, come to me. The scattered beasts heard the roar and began to move. A wolf-like giant beast rose from the ground, shaking off the debris on its body. It turned around, rushing back to a kin pinned beneath the rocks. It used its head to pry open the rock, grabbing its kin by the neck and pulling it out. The injured wolf lay on the ground, gasping, its hind leg broken. The one pulling lowered its head, pushing its kin onto its back. After 3 attempts, the injured one finally lay upon its back. It stood, carrying it towards Planet Garado. 2 armored giants crawled out from the pile of rubble. They looked at each other, then simultaneously turned around, rushing back to where they had just emerged. There lay 3 kin with their shells breached, unable to move. The 2 armored giants positioned themselves, 1 on each side, using their heads to push the 3 kin forward. With a push, the 3 slid forward a bit. The 5 giants slowly moved this way. 3 pterosaurs rose from the ground, their wings injured, unable to fly. They picked up 2 kin with broken wings in their beaks, dragging them forward step by step. After a few steps, they had to pause to catch their breath before continuing to drag. More giants were running back. A fire demon lizard burst out from the herd, rushing to a kin lying on the ground. It used its head to lift the kin's body, placing it on. The kin on its back hung limply, its body bouncing with the running. After a few steps, the kin slid down a bit, prompting it to stop, reposition, and continue running. 5 giant apes arrived in front of Jean Dagong. Jean Dagong stood there covered in injuries, his left arm hanging limply, a dent in his chest, several ribs broken. He looked at the rushing kin, a low gurgling sound emitted from his throat. The leading giant ape ignored him, squatting down, using its back to push him upward. The other 4 giant apes surrounded him, some lifting his arms, others pushing his back, some supporting his legs. Jean Dagong was hoisted by them step by step toward. He turned his head and glanced at Garado. Garado stood there, the dark red glow on its dorsal fin flickering, also turning around, heading towards Planet Garado. It moved slowly. With each step, its legs trembled. The wounds on its back still bled, trickling down through the gaps in its scales, leaving a sporadic trail of. The number of giants capable of action was less than 10,000, while the injured approached 30,000. Each capable one was accompanied by 3 to 5 injured kin. Some using their mouths to carry, some using their heads to push, some using their backs to carry, some using their bodies to nudge. The injured ones were not idle either. Those who could still move crawled forward with their remaining legs, or grasped the tails of their kin in front to be dragged along. The battlefield was filled with such small groups. Clusters gathered slowly towards the position of Planet Garado. Planet Garado stood there watching those kin. A low gurgling sound emerged from its throat. Then it raised its head, staring at the warships in the sky. Fixated on the mechas. Its eyes narrowed. It opened its mouth. Roar. The sound was louder than any prior. This was not a retreat. It was a gathering. All that can move come together. All that can fight stand in front. The injured in the middle. It would fight here. It would defend here. It wanted these metal chunks to know that they were not so easily captured. In the sky, Planet Chictala heard this roar. It ceased its struggles. All 3 heads lifted simultaneously, staring at the ground. Fixated on Planet Garado. Tears still flowed from its 6 eyes, but the light flickered back on. A shrill cry erupted from deep within its throat. The sound was soft yet resolute. It exerted its last bit of strength, and the 2 mechas gripping its left wing were thrown off. Its left wing broke free, flapping violently. It surged upward for several dozen meters. The other 13 mechas quickly caught up, surrounding it again. But this time it was not restrained. It hung their wings, flapping, 3 heads facing different directions, staring at those mechas. A golden glow ignited in its mouth once more. On the ground, the giants that were gathering began to reposition. Those capable ran to the outskirts. The injured squeezed towards the center. Those who could still fight stood at the very front. The wolf-like beasts stood in the front row, mouths open, revealing their teeth. The fire demon lizards stood in the second row, red light emanating from deep within their throats. The armored giants positioned themselves on the sides, facing outward. The giant apes stood on the sides, ready to charge for melee combat. Nearly 10,000 capable giants surrounded over 29,000 injured ones. They stared at the mechas, fixated on the warships in the sky. A low roar resonated from deep within their throats, rising and falling in unison. Roar. Planet Garado stood at the forefront. It lifted its head, staring at the warship that had just blown up the entrance. The dark orange glow on its spine reignited, not the blinding light from before. It was another kind of light. Heavier, darker, like a form of resolution. In the control room of the Moon Chariot base, Lin Ye watched the screen. He observed the gathering giants. Watching Planet Garado standing at the center of the monstrous group. Watching the glow reignite on its back. He chuckled softly. Oh, can't escape now, can you? He paused. Then let's catch them all together. 0. Here. Take action. Command confirmed. All units target all giants. Tactics capture alive. On the battlefield, 53 colossal mechs moved simultaneously. They dove down from their hovering positions, landing on the ground. Over 30,000 conventional mechs followed, surging towards the horde of giant beasts like a tide. The planet Galado stared at the charging mechs. It opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Charge! The outer beasts surged forward simultaneously. Wolf-like beasts ran at the forefront, their mouths wide open as they lunged at the mechs. The flame demons followed closely behind, the red light deep within their throats growing brighter, then simultaneously spewing forth magma. Armored beasts flanked from both sides, crashing their bodies into the mechs. The giant apes strode forward, swinging their fists at the approaching enemies. One wolf-like beast dashed in front of a colossal mech, biting down on its calf. The mech lowered its head and punched the wolf on the head. The wolf's head tilted, releasing its grip as its body fell back. But it quickly got back up and lunged again. Another wolf charged in from the side, crashing into the knee of that mech. The mech swayed, stepping to the side. As it took that step, 2 flame demons simultaneously sprayed magma onto it. The shield flickered wildly, energy levels plummeting. Ignoring the magma, it charged forward, grabbing hold of one flame demon's head and twisting it forcefully. The flame demon's neck twisted, collapsing to the ground. But 3 other flame demons had already lunged at it, spraying magma onto its chest. The shield shattered. Magma poured over the mech's body, causing the armor to glow red. It stepped back twice, shaking off the magma before charging forward. In the sky, the planet Galado was surrounded by 15 colossal mechs and over 20,000 conventional mechs. Its 3 heads simultaneously shot out golden gravitational beams. 3 beams swept across, striking 5 conventional mechs, shattering their shields and knocking off half of their bodies as they fell. But more mechs surged forward. 3 colossal mechs charged from the front, 4 from the sides, and 6 from the rear. It tried to evade, but there was no escape. One colossal mech wrapped its arms around its left wing. Another mech grabbed hold of its right wing. A third one clasped its body. It struggled, flapping its wings wildly, its 3 heads thrashing about. 10 more colossal mechs rushed in, some grabbing its hind legs, others seizing its neck. It could not move. It was being pressed downwards. On the ground, the planet Galado was surrounded by 10 colossal mechs. Its body was engulfed in dark orange flames. Every punch it threw sent a mech sliding backwards. But those mechs slid out 10 meters, immediately charging back. One mech rushed in from the front, seizing its left arm. Its right fist smashed down on the back of that mech, denting the armor significantly. But another mech's left hand had already tightly grasped its right arm, delivering repeated blows with its right fist. A third mech held onto its left leg, a fourth mech held onto its right leg, dragging it to the right. A fifth mech jumped onto its back, wrapping around its neck and pummeling it. It struggled, its body twisting as the light on its back flickered wildly. But it could not move. Its energy was exhausted. A deep groan emerged from its throat. That sound was faint, yet all the giant beasts on the battlefield heard it. They halted simultaneously, turning to look at their king. They watched it being pressed to the ground by 10 mechs. They watched the light on its back gradually dim. They watched it close its eyes. For a moment the battlefield fell. Then the giant beasts simultaneously let out roars. Not attacks. It was some sort of lament. But the mechs did not stop. They charged into the horde, either punching or kicking. 20 minutes later the battlefield was quiet. All the resisting giant beasts fell one after another. Over 30,000 beasts lay sprawled haphazardly across the blasted landscape of rocks. Some lay on their stomachs, some on their sides, some reclining. Some emitted faint whimpers, their eyes still open, staring at the warships above. In those eyes there was anger, reluctance, confusion, and something indescribable, as if resigned to their fate. The 3 planet-level beasts were treated with special care. The planet Jindagan lay on the ground, panting, its chest rising and falling, eyes fixed on the sky, utterly still. The planet Chikdola lay in a pit, its 3 heads. The middle head was tilted, eyes half-closed, smoke still wafting from its mouth. The planet Galado knelt at the entrance of a hole, its head lowered, several scales on its back, cracked, blood seeping out. Blood trickled down the scales, dripping onto the ground, falling onto the rubble. Above, 10 Dawn Aya-type ships hovered 3,000 meters high. The ghostly blue patterns on the surface of the ship were still flowing slowly. Deep within the cannon of the secondary artillery the light had dimmed, leaving only a faint glow. Over 80,000 conventional mechs hovered in midair, surrounding the entire battlefield tightly. 83 colossal mechs stood on the ground beside the fallen beasts. Their optical sensors were trained on the giant beasts, awaiting the next orders. In the live stream the barrage of comments flooded the screen, obscuring the visuals. Wow, they've all been taken down. Over 30,000 captured. That last explosion at the cave entrance was so cool. Blocked the escape, not a single one. Pickle Nation, our mechs of the great pickle people. Invincible. Foot Basin Chicken Galado. Galado has been captured, my Galado. Free Nation, oh god, that three-headed planet-level beast, its scales are cracked and blood is flowing. Polar Bear, ha. Great. Let them run. Can they escape? Hans Nation, from a tactical execution perspective, this capture operation is deemed perfect. Gall Chicken, the expressions of those monsters, they seem not to understand what has happened. Dragon God Nation, wise god, is amazing. 30,000 monsters captured alive. Foot Basin Chicken 3, let go of Galado. You cannot treat it like Foot Basin Chicken 4, yes. They just want to go home. Why capture them? Dragon God Nation 3, laughing to death, 30,000 giant beasts rushed out and lost, and now they want to go home like this. The barrage was chaotic, but soon drowned in more comments of wonderful, amazing, and sharp. In the main control room of the moonship base, Lin Ye stared at the screen. He watched the giant beasts pressed to the ground, gazing at the three planet-level beasts treated with special care, observing their bodies rising and falling as they breathed, and the blood seeping from the cracks in the scales of Galado. He chuckled with satisfaction. Look at how they surprised the streamers so much. Zero, give them a reward. Zero's phantom appeared beside him. Understood. On the battlefield, less than 100,000 conventional mechs moved. They descended from their hovering positions, landing next to the sprawled giant beasts. Then they raised their feet and stomped down. One wolf-like beast lay on the ground panting. Just as it closed its eyes, it was stepped on the hind leg. Zealand stood before the screen motionless. He gazed. Beside it, a flame lizard was similarly pinned under a foot on its back. Its body trembled, and a low growl rumbled from deep within its throat. Before the growl faded, another foot stomped beside its head, sending a spray of gravel into its face. A carapace-covered giant beast curled up inside its shell, hoping to escape. Two mechas stepped over, one foot stomping on the shell's top, the other on its edge. The shell shook, and a muffled whimper came from within. A pterosaur lay on the ground with its wings twisted behind its back. Three mecha gathered around, raining punches. Each blow made its body shudder, and it emitted a series of cackling cries. A giant ape was surrounded by four mecha, also being battered with fists and feet. It shielded its head with its hands, but the fists hammered its arms, back, and legs. Every punch jolted its body. A low guttural rumble came from deep in its throat, sounding like curses or pleas for mercy. Over 30,000 giant beasts that had been panting on the ground were now writhing and rolling. Some rolled while crying out, some cried while huddling closer to their kind, and others curled into a ball, burying their heads between their limbs. The planet-level ones were not spared. 5 colossal mechas stood beside the planetary beast Jean Dagong. It lay on the ground, gasping, as one mecha lifted its leg and stomped on its chest. Its body shook, and a low rumble emerged from its throat. Another foot came down, followed by another rumble. The 5 mecha took turns stomping, chest, belly, legs, one blow after another. Each kick made its body quiver, and a muffled grunt escape its mouth. 10 colossal mecha surrounded the planetary beast Ghidorah. It lay in a crater. A mecha raised its leg and stomped on the middle head. That head was forced to the side, but before it could tilt fully, another foot kicked from the opposite side, shoving it back upright. After 2 kicks, the middle head emitted a faint hiss. The planetary beast Geladuo knelt before the cave entrance, surrounded by 15 colossal mecha. A mecha stood beside it, raised its leg, and kicked its ribs. Its body swayed, but didn't move. Another kick came, the same result. A sway, no movement. After more than a dozen kicks, dirt clung to the scales on its ribs, and the cracks behind those scales still bled. It knelt, their head bowed, letting the feet land on its body. Each kick made its body sway, and a deep, trapped rumble resonated from its chest. But it neither raised its head, nor struggled, or resisted. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with a cacophony of whimpers, grunts, and gasps from the giant beasts. Some of the kicked beasts still had their eyes open, staring at the mecha that struck them. Their eyes no longer held fury, but something far more complex. In the live stream, all kinds of voices emerged. Ha ha ha. Good job. Let them know their place. So cruel. Those monsters can't move anymore. Why keep hitting them? Cruel? Where was your cruel when they were crushing our mecha just now? Those monsters just want to survive. What did they do wrong? Kimchi Country, the god of wisdom's rewards are indeed something else. Respect. Footbath Chicken, stop. Stop it now. No more beating. Free Country, those monsters are crying so pitifully. Polar Bear, pitiful. It's just flesh wounds, no fatal blows yet. Dragon God Country, this is war. Only the victor has the right to speak. Dragon God Country, no. 2. The god of wisdom is setting rules for them. Dragon God Country, no. 3. Right. Let them remember who's boss from now on. Hans Country, from a behavioral psychology perspective, this is establishing dominance. The barrage scrolled frantically, a mix of languages impossible to decipher. Inside the Moon Raft base's main control room, Lin Ye stood before the console. He watched the trampled giant beasts. He watched the 3 planet-level ones lying on the ground. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. That's about enough, Lin acknowledged. Command confirmed. As the words faded, the mecha halted. They withdrew their feet, stepped back a few paces, and hovered in midair. The giant beasts lay on the ground panting. Some still trembled, some had half-closed eyes, and from deep in the throats of a few came occasional faint whimpers. The planetary beast Jean Dagon pressed its face against the rock, its eyes cracking open a slit. It saw Jalajuo lying nearby, the light on its dorsal fin completely extinguished. It saw Ghidorah with all three heads hanging limp. It saw its kin scattered across the ground, lying in disarray. It closed its eyes. A faint, barely audible rumble came from deep within its throat. The sound was too soft for anyone to discern what it said. Wind swept across the battlefield, carrying up dust. That dust settled on the giant beasts, on their wounds, on their closed eyes. In the Moon Raft Base's main control room, Lin Ye stood before the console, the two dark golden light bands on his visor, facing the camera. He watched the gasping beasts on the screen, watched the three planet-level ones with their heads drooping, and a slight smile curved his lips. "All right, folks." He spoke, his voice carrying a lazy, amused tone. "We'll keep the monsters under guard here for now." He paused, raised his hand, and made a sweeping gesture. In the live stream, the beasts lying on the ground and the hovering mecha all shrank into a picture-in-picture frame, pushed to the upper right corner. The main screen switched back to his Redan gold armor. Next, he drew out the word. "It's time for our good neighbors to make a decision. Submit, or choose annihilation." The live stream barrage exploded. "Here it comes. The main event. That monster fight was so epic, I almost forgot about those aliens. Kimchi country, they'll definitely choose submission. We the great Kimchi people saw it coming. Footbath chicken Jalajuo. My Jalajuo. Still crying. Free country, God, what expressions do those elders have now? I'd love to see. Polar bear, haha, let them choose. Let's see what tricks they can still pull. Dragon God country, choose submission, and live, oh, choose annihilation. Those monsters. Han's country, from a strategic standpoint, the other side has no bargaining chips left. Footbath chicken, no. Too, but those monsters are so pitiful. Footbath chicken, no. For yeah, the God of wisdom is too cruel. Dragon God country, no. 3. Well, Footbath chicken people are still feeling sorry for the monsters. Lin Ye glanced at the barrage, a faint smile twitching beneath. He said nothing more, turned and faced the main screen. Ling, connect me in. Received. Inside the underground central hall of Proxima B First City, the hall was so silent that only the hum of the ventilation system remained. 37 elders, 37 crystalline bodies, all stared at the main screen. On the screen, the giant beasts lay scattered on the ground, some prone, some on their sides, some curled into balls. No one spoke. Since the mecha began their reward, not a single sound wave had been emitted in the hall. Kudun stood beside the console, his hands hanging at his sides, clenching into fists, then releasing, then clenching again. His photosensitive plate was dark and gray, with beads of sweat trickling down, reaching the corners of his eyes and mouth, yet he did not wipe them away. Silas leaned back in his chair, the light screen before him still dark. He did not look at the screen, nor at the main display, but simply stared at his own hands, at those slightly trembling fingers. Villard sat on the floor against the wall, his eyes closed. His mouth was slightly open, and from the depths of his throat came faint gasping sounds. The other 33 elders, some standing, some sitting, some leaning back in their chairs, stared at the main screen, at the ceiling, or at the tabletop before them. No one made a sound. Zealand stood at the front, his back to everyone, directly before the main screen, less than 2 meters away from it. The images on the screen reflected in his crystalline lenses the sprawling colossal beasts, the flowing blood, the drooping heads. Suddenly, the center of the round table lit up. The light point appeared again, thumbnails eyes suspended in midair, emitting a soft, steady glow. The light diffused, forming patches, outlines, a humanoid figure. That 2-meter-tall figure clad in Redan gold armor, with golden patterns winding down the shoulder plates, breastplate, and arm guards, and 2 dark gold light bands on the visor facing them. He had come again, just like the previous 2 times, without warning, without trace, appearing out of nowhere. 37 crystalline lenses turned simultaneously toward that direction. Lin Ye's holographic projection hovered in the center of the round table. He glanced around, saw Kudun's hands clenching and unclenching, saw the sweat streaming down his face, saw Silas' trembling fingers, saw Villard slumped against the wall, saw those elders who bowed their heads, raised their heads, or stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. He let out a soft laugh. The laughter was muffled within the visor, but in the silent hall, every one of them heard it clearly. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lin Ye began, his voice still in that lazy tone. "You've seen the results of your last resort, haven't you?" He raised his hand and pointed to the side. The image of the colossal beasts in the upper right corner of the screen enlarged slightly, showing close-ups of the 3 planetary-level creatures. Planetary Geladu knelt with its head bowed, the light on its dorsal fin completely extinguished. Planetary Ghidorah lay in a pit, all 3 heads drooping, a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. Planetary Jindagang lay on the ground, face pressed against the rock, eyes closed. 30,000, Lin Ye continued, poured out from the core world, old and young, large and small, all right here. He paused, and the 2 dark gold light bands swept across every person around the table. "Now I'll give you one last chance to choose. Submit or be destroyed." The hall fell silent for a moment. Lin Ye continued, his voice still unhurried. "Just a reminder, He raised his right hand, extending his index finger. Choose the former, and you'll live well. You'll just have one more administrator above you, but your civilization and race will continue. He extended his second finger. But if you choose the latter, you can imagine the consequences. He finished and hung there waiting. The hall was silent for a second. Then he spoke again. Oh, by the way, his tone as if suddenly remembering something trivial. I forgot to tell you. Don't think I suffered a great loss just now. In fact, those were all just intelligent mechanical units. No pilots inside. That means what you destroyed was merely some resources. Kudun's crystalline lenses suddenly froze. He stared at that redan gold figure, at those two dark gold light bands, his mouth slightly open. No pilots. His mind flashed images, those mechas pierced by Gelato's light beams, those crushed by Jindagang, those shattered by Jadula's golden lightning, the fragments falling from the sky. When those mechas exploded, indeed nothing seemed to have fallen out. No organisms. No cockpits. Only fragments, only dark gold liquid metal, then melting in midair, converging, flowing toward other mechas. His pupils slowly contracted. Silas' fingers stopped trembling. He looked up, staring at the screen, the light on his crystalline lenses gradually brightening from dimness, but that brightness carried something deeper, indescribable. No pilots. That meant they had fought for so long, wounded so many monsters, blown up so many mechas, and yet those mechas contained no living beings. Villard opened his eyes and stood up from the wall. He stared at that dark red figure, his mouth opening and closing as if to say something, but nothing came out. The other 33 elders, some straightened up from their seats, some stepped forward from the wall, some raised their previously lowered heads. 33 pairs of crystalline lenses, 33 eyes, all fixed on Lin Ye's holographic projection. Lin Ye continued, his voice still in that same tone. And he raised his hand and pointed upward. I have many more fleets like this one. He paused. They'll arrive quickly. Then he stopped the two dark gold light bands, facing everyone around the table. So please tell me your final decision. The hall was silent for 3 seconds. In those 3 seconds, the light on the crystalline lenses of the 37 Sparkle clan, some went from dim to dead gray, some from dead gray to blank, some from blank to that completely frozen stone-like color. Kudun's hands dropped to his sides. He looked at the figure suspended in the center of the table. The dark red light on his crystalline lenses flickered violently a few times, then not extinguished. It was a hollowness, as if something had been drained away. Silas leaned back into his chair. He closed his eyes, and the light on his crystalline lenses also went completely dark. Villard had just stood up, but his legs gave way, and he sat back down on the floor. He sat there staring at the ceiling, motionless. The other elders, some lowered their heads, some leaned back in their chairs, some stared at their own hands. No one spoke. Zealand stood there. He had been standing in front of the main screen the whole time, listening from beginning to end. He heard every word Lin Ye said. The light on his crystalline lenses kept changing. From dim to dark, then from dark to that fading, almost extinguished light, leaving only a thread. Then that thread of light steadied. He turned around, looked at the 36 elders around the table, looked for 3 seconds. Then he turned back, facing the redan gold holographic projection. He spoke, his voice waves steady. We choose to submit. His voice echoed in the hall, not loud, but every word clear. We hope for your continued guidance, Lord Wisdom God. Then he lowered his head slightly. The thread of light on his crystalline lenses remained lit, shining steadily. Lin Ye hung there, the two dark, golden beams of light directed at him. After a moment of observation, he swept his gaze around the hall, then let out a chuckle. Ha. The laughter was muffled behind the mask, carrying a hint of satisfaction. Very good. He paused. A wise choice. Zealand stood there, head bowed, unmoving. Kudun lowered his head, felt the words, and his body trembled slightly. He lifted his gaze to Zealand, then to that figure. His lips moved, wanting to say something, but no words came out. His hands hung by his side, clenched into fists, then relaxed, clenched again, and then relaxed once more. Finally his hands completely unclenched, hanging weakly motionless. Then he lowered his head. The layer of dry skin on the light-sensitive panel tightened further, pulling the corners of his eyes and mouth down more severely. Silas and Velid stood up, simultaneously facing that figure, bowing their heads. Other elders noticed, and also stood up, bowing to that figure. 37 crystal entities, 37 fading lights. Lin Ye hovered there, the two dark golden beams sweeping over each elder of the Shuaguang clan. He chuckled again, then spoke. By the way, I almost forgot to mention. Zealand lifted his head to look at him. The other 36 elders also raised their heads, 37 pairs of eyes fixated on that dark red figure. Lin Ye continued, You are only submitting to me, the wisdom god, and not to the human civilization behind me. As soon as these words were spoken, Zealand's crystal entity jolted suddenly. He looked up at that figure, his lips moved, but no sound emerged. Kudun, however, raised his head abruptly. He stared at that figure as the light on the panel shifted from grayish-white to dark red, then from dark red to bright red. What does this mean? His voice squeezed out from his throat, dry and hoarse, as if he hadn't had water in ages. Are we only submitting to you? The two dark golden beams of light, yes. Kudun's crystal entity moved slightly. The surrounding elders' crystal entities began to stir. Some had their lights flickering chaotically, while others opened their mouths slightly, and then closed them only to open them again. Silas opened his eyes and stared at Lin Ye. Then the 37 Shuoguang clan members' 37 pairs of eyes all fixed on that red-golden figure. Simultaneously their thoughts raced. Only submitting to him, not to the civilization behind him. What was the civilization behind him? Silas recalled the words Lin Ye had spoken during his introduction. I am the wisdom god of the Blue Star human civilization. Blue Star. Human civilization. Wisdom god. God. Are there many gods in human civilization? Are we only submitting to one of their gods? Or does that civilization have many factions? Or many pantheons? The light on Salas' crystal entity began to flicker chaotically. Kudun seemed to have thought of something as well. His mouth was open, but he didn't know what to say. Zealand stood there watching Lin Ye. The sliver of light on his crystal entity was still there, but flickered a few times. Then he spoke. Lord Wisdom God, do you mean? Lin Ye didn't wait for him to finish. He chuckled softly. You will know in due time. Now. His voice steadied. Lift the special battle readiness. Let all the Shuoguang clan members come out. Read the submission declaration together. Not a single one can be left out. Once he finished, the holographic image began to, starting from the edges, it gradually receded inward. The last words drifted out from the fading light, floating into everyone's ears. Remember, your choice. The light completely dissipated. The center of the round table was empty, leaving only a faint glow illuminating the vacant spot. In the hall there was silence for a few seconds. Then Kudun spoke. His voice was low, like he was talking to himself. We are only submitting to him, not to the civilization behind him. Silas interjected, his voice also low. What kind of existence have we chosen to submit to just now? No one answered them. Zealand stood there gazing at the empty spot for a long time. Then he turned to everyone. Lift the special battle readiness. His voice was not loud, but clear. Notify all cities and all shelters. The war is, let everyone come out. Prepare, he paused, to read the submission declaration together. The hall fell silent for 3 seconds. Then someone moved. Silas turned and walked to the control panel, starting to press the buttons. Violet approached and stood beside him, staring at the data flashing on the other elders also moved. Some walked to their positions, some stood by the control panel, and some spoke into the communicator. Kudun stood there unmoving. He simply lowered his head, staring at his hands. Finally, they completely relaxed. He turned around and walked to the control panel to issue the disbandment order. Zealand stood there watching them. On the other side in the live broadcast room, after Lin Ye's declaration of only submitting to the wisdom god, the barrage went silent for a moment. The billions of people in front of the screen, some opened their mouths, some had their cigarettes burning their fingers, and some stood frozen in place after just getting up from the sofa. In the underground conference room of the Black Palace of the Free Nation, the chief stared at the screen, tapping his fingers on the table twice. He said that for our benefit. The neighboring star was taken by him, the monsters were captured by him, and the Shuoguang clan was forced to surrender by him. From start to finish, it was his doing alone. He is under no obligation to share with anyone and forbids anyone from intervening. We are merely his spectators. The chief said nothing, staring at the red golden figure on the screen. In the Arctic Bear command, the commander stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth. He chewed on the bread, staring at the screen, his eyes squinting. After finishing, he brushed off the crumbs from his hands. Clever. The adjutant stood beside him, not responding. The commander continued. If he had said to submit to human civilization, then things would become complicated. Which country represents humanity? The United International Conference. Or do the 5 major nations take turns negotiating? It would take 3 to 5 years to clarify things. He paused. Now it's good, it's personal to him, and no one should reach out. The commander turned to look at the night view outside the window. In the Europa Joint Coordination Center, the rotating chairman stood up from his chair, walked to the front of the screen, stood firm, and stared at the fading holographic image. The Secretary General beside him rubbed his fingers, reddening the pads. In the Dragon God Nation Command Center, the elderly host stood before the main screen, with Zhou Weiguo supporting his arm. After hearing that sentence, the old man's shoulders sank slightly, and he slowly exhaled. This kid. He spoke, his voice very soft. He is drawing a line with us. That's good, but saves some people from having crooked ideas. Zhou Weiguo did not respond, just staring at the screen. In the command hall of the Celestial Starport, Shanying stood up from the commander's seat. The Hound turned his head to look at him, but Shanying said nothing, merely standing there staring at the dark red planet. Ivanov was chewing something. He stopped mid-chew, swallowed, and muttered something in Russian. The people nearby didn't understand, but everyone saw the faint curl of his lips. Caesar's closed eyes opened, glanced at the screen, then closed again. The Wolf of Wall Street's hand, mid-motion to adjust his glasses, froze in the air, then lowered after. Almi sat upright, eyes fixed on the screen, lips pressed tightly. They understood the meaning of Lin Ye's words. What had submitted was the god of wisdom, not Blue Star. Those aliens were under his sole command, having nothing to do with any nation. Don't even think about reaching out, meddling, or trying to gain any benefit from this. After the Livestreams barrage recovered, it exploded even more fiercely than before. Holy shit. Who was the god of wisdom talking to? He was talking to those aliens, and also to us. Kimchi Nation this. The god of wisdom is of our kimchi people. Of course it's enough that he alone has our submission. Foot basin chicken, then what identity does the god of wisdom have now? An independent force. Free Nation wait, does this mean we can't interfere in the affairs of Proxima B? Polar Bear ha. Good. Some big powers want to pick the fruit. Not a chance. Dragon God Nation, the god of wisdom's meaning is clear. Proxima's affairs are not decided by Blue Star. Hans Nation from an international law perspective. Forget it, international law doesn't apply here. Gall Rooster, then what will Proxima B become from now on? The god of wisdom's private territory. A space lord. The barrage in the live stream kept scrolling, but those who understood already got it. Proxima B First City, East District Shelter now. Free. The emergency lights in the corridor were still on, stretching everyone's shadows long. The young mother holding her child leaned against the wall, staring at the light fixture above. The child had fallen asleep, a tiny body curled in her arms, his crystalline eyes closed, twitching slightly every now and then. Suddenly the door at the end of the corridor, which had been shut all along, slid open. At the door stood a shimmering clan member in a gray uniform holding a glowing megaphone. The war is over. Everyone evacuate the shelter in an orderly manner. Repeat, the war is over. The young mother was stunned. She glanced down at the child in her arms, then raised her head to look at the figure in gray uniform. Next to her, the elderly shimmering clan member who had been sitting against the wall stood up, dusted off his clothes, and walked toward the door. After 2 steps, he stopped, turned around, and looked at the young mother. Let's go. The young mother holding her child followed behind him. The others in the corridor began to move as well. Those standing, sitting, crouching. One by one they walked. No one spoke, only the sound of footsteps rustling echoed in the corridor. When she walked out of the shelter, the dark red sunlight forced her to squint. She looked up at the sky. Those mechas were still there. 20 turtle mechas with shaped heads and dark blue optical lenses hovering in the air. They didn't move, just hung there. The young mother stood still, head tilted back, staring at those massive figures as if she understood something. The child in her arms woke up, rubbing his eyes, and followed her gaze to the sky. Mom, those things are still there, the child said. The young mother didn't answer, as she held the child a little tighter. Beside her, more and more people were emerging from the shelter. They stood on the streets and the squares, in every place where they could see the sky, heads tilted back, staring at the mechas, their crystalline eyes reflecting the dark blue light. They all seemed to understand something. Not just the first city. The second city, the largest industrial center in the southern hemisphere. The shelter exits opened one by one, and crowds poured out. They stood at factory gates, under dormitory buildings and open spaces, looking up, and then froze. There were no mechas in the sky. Hovering, there was just a speck of light, the size of a ping-pong ball, emitting a soft, steady glow. The light speck hung at an altitude of 300 meters right above the... Someone stared at the light speck, its reflection in their crystalline eyes. What is that? Before the words faded, the light speck began to expand. It turned into a patch of light, then a silhouette, then a humanoid figure. 2 meters tall, armor in red and gold with golden patterns. 2 dark gold light bands on the visor, seeming to look at every shimmering clan member on the ground. Exclamations rose from the shimmering clan crowd. Some stepped back, some covered their mouths, some sat down on the ground. But the figure remained hovering there, motionless. The third city, the largest research center in the northern hemisphere. The crowd emerged from underground bunkers, standing in the square at the entrance of the laboratory building, in every place where they could see the sky. In the sky there was also a light speck. It too expanded, turning into that same red-gold figure. The fourth city, the fifth city. The 11 large cities in the southern hemisphere, the 19 large cities in the northern hemisphere. Even above the 200-plus medium-sized towns and all settlements, the same figure hovered. Tens of thousands of God's Eye 4 reconnaissance units simultaneously deactivated their stealth, hovering above every city, projecting the same holographic. 4.7 billion shimmering clan members stood on their own streets, squares, open spaces, looking up, staring at the red-gold figure in the sky. No one spoke. Only the sound of wind and the occasional muffled sobs. The cries were low, trapped in throats, intermittent. Suddenly, a sound wave resonated above all cities. That sound wave was amplified by loudspeakers emanating from every public broadcast terminal, and also from the mouth of the holographic projection in the sky. The same words, the same voice, simultaneously reaching the ears of 4.7 billion people in all cities and settlements. All shimmering clan members, please pay attention. The voice, it was Zelent's. The crowd on the street stirred. Everyone turned their heads, looking at the nearest public screens. On the screen, Zelent's face appeared. He stood in the central hall, the light in his crystalline eyes burning steadily, but much dimmer than usual. The war is over, Zealand began. A low murmur of agitation rippled through the crowd. Some sighed in relief, some covered their mouths, some crouched down, burying their heads. Zealand continued. I know you have many questions. Did we win or lose? What happens next? He paused. Now I will tell you the answers. The image on the screen switched. It was footage of something that had just happened a few hundred kilometers from the first city. On the screen, a massive cave mouth was continuously spewing out giant beasts. one after another blotting out the sky and the sun. Gelato Jingang Jadora, and even larger ones never seen before, Planet Gelato, Planet Jadora, Planet Jingang. Shouts rose simultaneously across every city and settlement. Someone stepped back and bumped into the person behind them. Others covered their mouths, their crystalline lenses widening into round, startled discs. The footage continued to play. Those colossal beasts charged the mech army. Beams clashed, there was hand-to-hand combat, tangled struggle. The beasts toppled one after another and mechs detonated in succession. After more than an hour of fighting, more than 10,000 beasts lay fallen, and nearly 30,000 mechs had been destroyed. Then, 10 colossal ships descended from the sky. They were 1,500 meters long, blotting out half the sky. A massive cannon bore down on the planet Geladuo. Geladuo's own beam was pushed back. The subterranean passage was blasted shut. Over 30,000 beasts crashed to the ground, immobilized and taken alive. The footage froze. Zelen's face returned to the screen. He stared into the camera. The light on his crystalline lenses remained steady, but his mouth was pressed tight, almost painfully so. You have all seen those beasts. They poured forth from the world at the planet's core. 30,000 of them, 10 times the number from 6 centuries ago. The 3 that led them are larger than any recorded in our history. He paused. Those beasts, we cannot defeat them. 6 centuries ago we fought for 3 years and 4 months, and 470 million perished before we drove them back. But then the creatures were only juveniles out to gain experience. This time the old ones have come forth. If they had confronted us, you can imagine the consequences. Yet these mighty beasts are now prisoners. Do you understand the enemy's strength now? Those who command the mechs have given us 2 choices. Zelen's voice lowered. Surrender or annihilation. Which will you choose? The streets of every city and settlement fell silent. Everyone stared at the screen. The light on their crystalline lenses shifted. Some faces darkened, some froze, some hearts pounded wildly. After comprehensive and careful consideration, the Elder Council has chosen to surrender. He spoke the words flatly without inflection. Why? Someone in the crowd shouted. The voice was sharp and piercing, coming from the east of the first city. Why surrender? We can still fight. We still have armies. We still have weapons. In the second city, someone else cried yes. Why should we surrender? The third, fourth, fifth cities, shouts rose from streets across the world, merging into a growing chorus. We will not surrender. The Shuaguang have 12,000 years of history. We have never bowed like this. Fight. Fight them to the end. Zelan did not move. He stood and looked into the camera. The light on his crystalline lenses was as steady as stone, as if the shouts meant nothing to him. After a moment he spoke. You all saw the frontline anti-air intercept and those beasts. Their reconnaissance craft and mechs moved through as if the place were empty. And 30,000 beasts. Even if we unleashed every weapon we possess, how many could we kill? 10. 100. Yet their mechs were able to capture them all. Their warships can with a single blast collapse the core passage that has existed for millions of years. He paused. And behind them, there are many such fleets. Many. Zelan enunciated the word with heavy clarity. Silence fell across every city and settlement. Those who had been shouting stood with mouths open, no sound coming forth. Zelan continued, if we surrender, our civilization will continue to function. Administration will remain, the cities will remain, life will go on. Only an overseer will be placed above us. As long as we obey, do not resist, and do not betray, our days will be as before. Children can still go to school, elders can still bask in the sun, the young can still fall in love, marry, and bear children. But if you refuse, he stopped, then you will face the same fate as those beasts. People lowered their heads. Some clenched their fists until the knuckles went white, but the shouting had ceased. Some crouched, holding their heads as shoulders trembled. A young mother stood by the street in the first city, holding her child and staring at the screen. The child lifted his head and looked at her. Mama, should we listen to that man? The young mother bent her head to look at her child's face. The child's crystalline lenses shone clean and innocent. He knew nothing. She hugged him a little tighter. Yes. The child blinked. Why? She did not answer. She lifted her head, looked at Zelan on the screen, then at the red golden silhouette hanging in the sky, and stared for a long time. In the Yuecha base, main control room, Lin Ye stood before the console, the 2 dark gold light bands on his faceplate fixed on the screen. The screen was divided into thousands of small grids, each showing a different city. First city, street; second city's plaza, the entrance to the research building; in the third city, the edge of the industrial district; in the fourth city, Shuaguang people, standing, crouching, covering their heads, clenching, trembling fists. He watched for a moment. 0. Present. Do you see those dissenters? On the screen, dozens of grids were outlined in red. In the east district of the first city, a young Shuaguang male stood within the crowd, waving his arms and shouting at those around him. In the center of the second city's plaza, 7 or 8 people had gathered. An elder was gesturing toward the hologram in the sky, while the others nodded. At the entrance to the third city's research center, a group surrounded a figure standing on higher ground. The man held something in his hand and seemed to be issuing orders. 5th city, 6th city, 8th city. Marked. A total of 127 gathering points had been identified with emotionally agitated individuals exceeding 10%. Lin Ye nodded. We still need to give them a reminder. He paused. Main cannon fire once. Understood. Target recommendation coordinate Z7, located in the Shuawang Southern Hemisphere wasteland approximately 120 kilometers from the nearest city, an uninhabited geologically stable area. The effect will be perceptible to global sensors with no risk of personnel casualties. Agreed. Command confirmed mobilized ship 3 Jinhua II-class quad-mounted main cannon charged to full power. Above the first city among the 10 Pixiao II-class vessels, the rightmost ship stirred. The pale blue patterns on its hull flared in a momentary bloom of light. The most prominent turret at the bow began to turn. 4 triangular prism barrels, each with edges 25 meters long, swung to aim at a point ahead. Deep within the muzzles, a pale blue radiance began to coalesce. The light grew brighter and more blinding as the charge built. 5 seconds, 10-15. Charge complete. On the ground, some Shuawang looked up. They saw one of the 10 ships' bows flare suddenly. The brightness was greater than that of a dim red star, so piercing it forced people to squint. Then a vast column of light spewed forth from the ship's bow. The beam's diameter exceeded 80 meters. It shot straight down from 3,000 meters toward a location in the southern hemisphere. Wherever it passed, the air was torn open, a rift spanning hundreds of kilometers wide, its edges blazing with platinum white flames. In less than a second, the pillar of light crashed into the ground. In that instant, a blinding white radiance ignited on the horizon of the entire southern hemisphere. That white light was 100 times brighter than a star, so brilliant that even those standing in the northern hemisphere's first city could see the halo of white on the edge. Then the ground began to tremble. Not vibrate, but tremble. A continuous, deep-seated shudder emanating from the Earth's core. On the streets, some of the Shuawang clan steadied themselves against walls, others crouched, and some sat directly on the ground. The trembling lasted for over a dozen. Then a sound traveled over. It was low and deep, like something exploding deep within the earth. It traversed a distance of 1,200 kilometers, and by the time it reached the first city, it had become a muffled, chest-crushing rumble. Everyone covered their ears simultaneously. After the sound passed, the white light on the horizon began to dissipate, replaced by a mushroom cloud. The mushroom cloud rose from the edge of the horizon, climbing higher and expanding wider. It churned and burned, its edges flowing with dark crimson flames, its core a searing, blinding white. It ascended into the stratosphere, still climbing, reaching the mesosphere, and rising further, finally stopping at an altitude of 80 kilometers, like a celestial umbrella unfurled, blotting out a small half of the sky. The people in the first city could see it. Those in the second city could also see it. Though distant, the cloud was so immense that rising from the southern hemisphere, its peak was visible to anyone in the northern hemisphere who looked up. The third city, the fourth city, the fifth city. Every city, all 7 billion people simultaneously raised their heads, staring at the mushroom cloud. At the base of the mushroom cloud lay a crater over 50 kilometers in diameter. Its walls were vitrified, gleaming with a dull dark light under the crimson sun. Deep within the crater, lava surged and dark red light seeped from the depths, flickering against the crater walls. The shockwave continued to spread outward. It swept across the barren wasteland, grinding the rocks on the ground into powder. It scoured the dry riverbeds, hurling their sediments into the sky. It swept over the low hills, their tops sheared off directly. After spreading 300 kilometers, the shockwave's intensity began to wane. But it kept spreading. 500 kilometers. 800 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. By the time it reached the first city, it had become a fierce gale. The gale howled from the south, sweeping up dust, gravel, and discarded items from the streets, battering the Shuawang clan members who stood in its path. They squinted, shielding their faces with their hands, their bodies leaning backward against the wind. In the second city, the same fierce gale raged. Those standing in the squares were unsteady, supporting each other, heads bowed, waiting for the wind to pass. The third city, the fourth city, the fifth city. The gale swept through every city on the planet, though its strength diminished with distance. The gale lasted for a minute. Then it stopped. The streets were in chaos. Some picked themselves up from the ground, brushing off the dirt. Others steadied themselves against walls, rubbing sand from their eyes. Some stood motionless, staring at the still churning mushroom cloud on the horizon. Zero's voice sounded from the screen. Ship No. 3 quad-mounted main cannon, full power, firing complete. Total energy released equivalent to approximately 12 billion tons of TNT. Surface material of the target area completely annihilated. Underground rock layers melted to a depth of about 10 kilometers, triggering localized geological shockwave effect radius. 1,200 kilometers. Data conforms to theoretical values. Lin Ye stood before the console, listening to Zero's report. The corner of his mouth curved upward. 12 billion tons, he repeated the number. Not bad. In the live stream, the barrage paused for 3 seconds. 12 billion tons. Dawnbreaker class was 1 billion tons. Dawnbreaker II-class is 12 times that. Kimchi country thighs is the power of the gods. Japanese chicken Gudwa. Gudwa was hit by this just now. Free country, oh god. That mushroom cloud blotted out half the sky. Polar bear, ha. Great. Let those who defy see this. Dragon God Country, who was calling for a fight just now, step forward and face it. On the battlefield, the colossal beasts that had been lying on the ground also raised their heads simultaneously. They stared at the mushroom cloud on the horizon, at the burning skyline. In their eyes, the dark red light was reflected. Planet Gudwa knelt on the ground, the light on its dorsal fin long extinguished. It stared at the mushroom cloud, its pupils slowly contracting. From deep in its throat came a low rumbling growl. The sound was soft, barely audible amid the wind. But Planet Jindagang beside it heard it. It turned its head, staring at Planet Gudwa with eyes wide and round. Planet Jadola lay in the crater, its 3 heads raised simultaneously. 6 eyes fixed on the mushroom cloud on the torn skyline. Its central head beak, slightly open, a hiss emerged from deep in its throat. The hiss was short, cut off halfway, as if something caught in its throat. One by one, the surrounding colossal beasts began to emit sounds. Not roars, but softer, deeper whimpers. They lowered their heads, curled their bodies, closed their eyes. The whimpers rose and fell in waves, blending into a cacophony that echoed across the battlefield. Planet Gudwa stared at the mushroom cloud for a long time. Then it lowered its head, pressing its face against the ground. The cracked scales on its dorsal fin no longer bled, but it did not move, just lying there with eyes half closed. In the central hall, 37 elders stood before the screen. On the screen, the mushroom cloud still churned. Zealand stared at the mushroom cloud for a moment. Then he turned, facing the 36 elders around the round table. Now. His voice was low, but every word was clear. Is there anyone else who still wants to fight? No one answered. Kuduan lowered his head, staring at his own hands. Silas closed his eyes. Wirad leaned against the wall. The other 33 elders either bowed their heads, closed their eyes, or stared at the ceiling, none emitting any sound. Zealand turned back, facing the communicator. His face reappeared on the public screens of 30 cities, his voice entering the ears of 4.7 billion people through every broadcast terminal. All cities, all Shuagwang clan, now please raise your right hand, prepare to take the oath. He paused. Follow me. He picked up a glowing sheet of paper from the table in front of him, covered in lines of Shuagwang script. It was the full text of the oath of submission, received just now from the red gold figure in the sky. Zealand took a deep breath, the light on his crystalline body glowing steadily. I, Zealand, the decision-maker of the Shuagwang clan. On the streets of the first city, a low, uneven murmur of recitation arose from the crowd. IXX of the Shuagwang clan XX. In the square of the second city, more members of the Shuagwang clan began to recite along. In the third city, fourth city, fifth city. The recitation echoed from every corner of each city, growing louder and more synchronized. Zealand continued to recite, from this moment onward, I voluntarily submit to Lord Jishin. Regard him as the only ruler, obey all his commands, never betray. 47 billion members of the Shuagwang clan simultaneously opened their mouths, producing the same sound wave. In the eastern district of the first city, a young mother held her child, standing by the street, reciting along. The child lay on her shoulder, also opening its mouth, babbling in imitation. An elderly member of the Shuagwang clan stood beside her, something flowing from the crystalline body, yet he also recited. The young woman who had been crying on the ground was helped up by someone nearby who was reciting, and she followed suit. In the northern district square, the person who had just shouted, I will not submit, was now standing in the crowd, head bowed, lips moving. On the edge of the industrial zone of the second city, the group, gathered together, dispersed. The one who had been issuing commands from a height now stood behind the crowd, staring at the holographic projection in the sky, reciting along. At the entrance of the research center in the third city, those dressed in white uniforms stood on the steps of the experimental building, reciting along. In the fourth city, fifth city, sixth city. In every city, on every street, in every square, in every place where one could stand, everyone was reciting. Zeland's voice emanated from every broadcasting terminal, steady and clear. If there is betrayal, be willing to accept any punishment. This oath shall be valid for all eternity. The final words resonated. All members of the Shuagwang clan fell silent. They stood there staring at the screen, gazing at the holographic projections in the sky, fixated on the still roiling mushroom cloud on the horizon. No one spoke. Suddenly, the holographic projection hanging above the first city moved. It drifted forward slightly, the 2 dark golden beams of light directed at all the people on the ground. At that same moment, above all cities, tens of thousands of holographic projections made the same motion and then opened their mouths. The same voice came from every projection, entering the ears of 47 billion people. I have received your oath. The voice was languid, yet each word was crystal clear. The crowd of Shuagwang clan members erupted into low murmurs of astonishment again. Some stepped back, some covered their mouths, and some directly knelt down. The holographic projection continued. Remember the words you just spoke. The consequences of betrayal. It raised its hand, pointing southward. That cannon shot just now will fall upon your heads. Those dark golden beams swept across the streets of every city, sweeping over every upturned face. If it is individual betrayal, the heavy punishment will implicate the 9 clans. You, your parents, your children, your siblings. Not a single one will escape. The light punishment. The 9 clans will be reduced to lowly commoners, sent to mining planets, and forced to mine for life. They will mine until death, and their offspring will be born as lowly commoners. With these words, all members of the Shuaguang clan fell silent simultaneously for 3 seconds. Then someone knelt down. In the first city, that young mother holding her child knelt on the street. The child lay on her shoulder, the crystalline body glowing, staring at the luminous shadow in the sky. The elderly member of the Shuaguang clan knelt on the ground, head bowed, the substance dripping from the crystalline body onto the ground. Those who had just been shouting also knelt down. They knelt among the crowd, heads bowed, motionless. In the second city, people in the square began to kneel in large groups. In the third city, at the entrance of the research center, those dressed in white uniforms knelt down one by one. In the fourth city, fifth city, sixth city, 47 billion people knelt down simultaneously. Lin Ye's holographic projection looked at those people, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. Then it began to fade. The final words drifted from every projection, floating into the ears of every Shuaguang clan member. Cherish the present moment well. The light dissipated. In the sky, only the suspended mechas remained, along with the hovering eyes of God and the still roiling mushroom cloud on the horizon. In the central hall, 37 elders still stood in their respective positions. On the main screen, the mushroom cloud continued to roil, dark red flames rolling in the depths of the clouds, visible even from thousands of kilometers away, still burning on the horizon. No one spoke. From the moment 47 billion people knelt down, no sound waves had escaped the hall. Kudun pressed his hand firmly against the edge of the control console. The light panel dimmed, the layer of dry skin on top tightened further, pulling down the corners of his eyes and mouth. He watched the screen showing the kneeling clansmen, observing the lowered heads, gazing at the trembling figures on the ground, something flashing on the crystalline body. Cyrus leaned back in his chair, eyes closed. His hand rested on the armrest, fingers slightly curled. His breathing was very light, so faint it was nearly inaudible. Velarde stood against the wall, head tilted back, staring at the lights on the ceiling. The lights were still on, their orange-yellow glow casting a pale light on his face. The other 33 elders were either standing, sitting, or leaning against the backs of their chairs. No one moved, nor did anyone make a sound. Zealand stood in front of the main screen, facing away from everyone. He gazed at the mushroom cloud, at the kneeling clansmen, and at the mechas in the sky that had not yet dispersed. The light on the crystalline body shone steadily, slightly dimmer than before, but stable. He exhaled. It's over. The voice was very soft, as if he were speaking to himself. Just then, the central table lit up. The point of light appeared again, then spread, transforming into patches of light, taking the shape of a 2-meter-tall figure. All 37 crystalline bodies turned simultaneously toward that direction. Lin Ye's holographic projection hovered in the air. He looked around. He saw Kudun's hand pressed on the control console, saw Cyrus, eyes open, saw Velarde's body straightening from the wall, and saw the elders standing up from their seats. Not bad. He spoke, his tone still languid. I witnessed the performance of your clansmen outside, just now. 47 billion people knelt quite neatly. Zealant's crystalline body moved slightly, not responding. Lin Ye continued, since you have taken an oath, there are a few things to attend to next. He paused. First, all your arms system permissions must be surrendered. Kudun's light panels suddenly lit up. Lin Ye did not look at him, continuing, all armed systems will be fully taken over by my intelligence system, 0. All weapon control systems, all military communication networks, all defense facilities, without exception. He raised his hand, pointing into the void. 0. A point of light appeared beside Lin Ye. This light was different from the holographic projection of Lin Ye. It was smaller, fainter, merely a vague outline that suggested a human form. It hovered there, motionless and soundless, simply existing. The 37 elders' crystalline bodies simultaneously turned toward that point of light. Lin Ye said, it will take control of all your systems. From now on, whether your weapons can be used, when to use them, and against whom they are used will all be determined by it. Kudun opened his mouth to say something, but made no sound. The 2 dark golden beams of light from Lin Ye turned toward him. He glanced at him. Just a glance. Kudun closed his mouth, the light on the sensor board dimming slightly, his clenched fist relaxing, then tightening again, then relaxing. Lin Ye turned back and continued, second, all your armed personnel should remain as they are, staying at their posts, doing what they need to do, waiting for our commanders to come and take over. He paused. As for you, equally maintain your status quo, everything as usual. Those in charge of managing the groups should manage, those calming the panic should calm it, and those cleaning up the battlefield should clean up. He raised his hand and pointed aside to the main screen that displayed the giant beasts lying on the battlefield, the hovering mechs, and the collapsed entrance. I will handle those things outside. You don't need to worry about anything else. His voice lowered slightly. You only need to patiently await our next instructions. Zealant's crystalline body moved slightly. He listened to every word Lin Ye said, the originally dim light slowly brightening a bit, as something that had been pressing down in his heart was released. Just hand over the armed authority. Maintain the status quo and wait for notification. No city slaughter, no enslavement, no treating them like livestock. He turned his head and glanced at the nearby Silas. Silas' crystalline body was also moving, and a hint of vitality emerged from the grayish light. Villard leaned against the wall, propping himself up. He straightened his body, looking at the red and gold figure, and then at the silver-white phantom. A soft gurgle escaped from his throat as he sighed in relief. The other elders exchanged glances. Some lowered their heads, their shoulders sagging slightly. Some released their clenched hands. Others closed their eyes, and when they opened them again, the light on their crystalline bodies steadied. Lin Ye watched their reactions, the corner of his mouth moving beneath his mask. There is one more thing. He opened his mouth. The 37 elders simultaneously. We will be constructing multiple military bases here, as well as a large starport. Lin Ye's voice was very calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. The specific locations will be sent to you by Zero shortly. No member of the Shuaguang clan is allowed to approach within 50 kilometers of all bases, and those who violate this, he paused, will be dealt with as traitors. The hall fell silent for a moment. Zealand spoke up, his voice steady. Understood. We will strictly execute Lord Jishin's requirements. The two dark golden beams of light from Lin Ye pointed at him, giving a nod. An action that resembled a nod, yet was merely confirmation. Then let's begin. After he finished speaking, Zero's projection drifted forward slightly. The voice sounded very light with no fluctuations, but each word was clear. Please confirm, in order, starting with the military commander. The hall was silent for 3 seconds. Kudun's hand slid down from the edge of the console hanging by his side. He looked at the red and gold figure, the light on his crystalline body flickering before dimming again. Hand over the military authority. Hand over all armed systems. He had served as a soldier for 106 years, fighting for 40 years. The weapons he had held were more numerous than the clansmen he had seen. Now was he supposed to hand all of them? His knuckles tightened again, causing his palm to ache. But he did not move. He saw Zealand standing in front of the main screen, turning around to look at him. He watched as the elders approached their respective consoles one by one. Kudun lowered his head, looking at his own hands. He suddenly recalled the mushroom cloud from earlier, the captured giant beasts, and the sight of planet Garado kneeling with its head down. His hand relaxed. Lord Jishin, we will hand over the armed authority right now. After saying this, he turned and walked to his console, placing his hand on the surface. The screen on the console lit up, but it was not the usual interface filled with Shuaguang clan characters. Instead, it was an entirely new system interface. A line of text floated above, using all Shuaguang clan characters. The armed system transfer procedure has been initiated. Please operate according to the prompts. Kudun's crystalline body twitched. He raised his head and glanced at the holographic projection. The two dark, golden beams of light were directed at him. Kudun said nothing, lowering his head to look at the text on the screen, watching the first prompt box that popped up below. Step 1. Confirm identity. Please place your palm on the identity verification panel. He placed his hand on it. The screen flickered. Identity confirmed. Kudun, military commander, 3rd seat of the Elder Council. Permission level A level. Step 2. Hand over command of the ground defense forces. Please confirm. A list popped up on the screen. Command of the 1st to 30th Legion Strategic Weapons Depot Management Military Base Control System, Global Air Defense System Command, Orbital Patrol Fleet Control, Military Communications Network Management. Kudun's finger hovered over confirm transfer. He paused for a second. Then he pressed down. The screen began to scroll. Line after line of code. One system module after another slid down from the top of the screen. Transfer of command for the 1st Legion in progress. Transfer complete. Transfer of command for the 2nd Legion in progress. Transfer complete. 3rd Legion. Transfer of control for the Strategic Weapons Depot in progress. Transfer complete. Transfer of control for the Global Air Defense System in progress. Transfer complete. Transfer of control for the Orbital Patrol Fleet in progress. Transfer complete. Kudun stared at the flickering text. With each line that appeared, his sensor board dimmed a little more. On the other side, Silas' console also lit up. He focused on the prompt box that popped up on the screen, his crystalline body flashing once. Identity confirmed. Silas, head of the Academy of Sciences, 5th seat of permission level B level. Transfer control of the military research system. Please confirm. Below was a list: weapons research database, fusion energy technology, materials, military equipment, design blueprints, space technology research, files, military laboratory management system. Silas' finger paused over those words. Weapons research database. Those data were accumulated over 300 years by him and the people from the Academy of Sciences. Since the catastrophe 600 years ago, generations of researchers derived the principles of fusion from the scales of Garado, extracted formulas for high-temperature materials from the bodily fluids of the flame demon lizard, and deduced designs for earthquake-resistant buildings from the skeletal structures of the rift beast. Now he had to hand it all over. His finger curled slightly. Then he pressed down with force. The weapon development database is being transferred. Transfer completed. Fusion energy technology documentation is being transferred. Transfer completed. Military equipment design blueprints are being transferred. Transfer completed. Veelard is also operating. On the control panel in front of him, military data related to historical archives popped up. Combat records from various past conflicts, detailed blueprints of sealing projects, and exploration data from the underworld. He confirmed each item one by one. Beside him, 33 other elders were also operating at their respective control panels. Some were transferring logistics management systems, others military production systems, and others aviation transport systems. The text on the screen scrolled rapidly. Cotton completed the transfer of the last system, and a new prompt appeared on the screen. All armed system control rights have been successfully transferred. Thank you for your cooperation. Cotton stood there staring at the line of text. His hand remained pressed on the surface, his knuckles turning white. Identity confirmed. Zealand Supreme Decision Maker, first seat of the Elder Council. Permission levels grade. Zealand also completed the transfer of the last system, and a new prompt appeared on the screen. All Supreme Management System control rights have been successfully transferred. Thank you for your cooperation. He stood there staring at the line of text, remaining silent. The voice of Zero sounded again. All Elder permissions transfer verification. All system permissions takeover completed. The Intelligent System Zero is now online. Pleased to serve you. All right. The two dark golden light beams swept around. You all did well. Cotton raised his head, looking at the holographic projection. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. Lin Ye did not look at him. He turned to Zealand. We will soon deal with those giant beasts on the battlefield. You no longer need to worry about future incursions from giant beasts. Zealand nodded. Understood. Lin Ye paused. The entrance to the underworld passage, he pointed southward. Although it has collapsed, there is no guarantee that something else won't come out from within. I will send mechas to guard it. Your people should keep their distance. Zealand nodded again. Yes. Lin Ye continued. As for you all, the two dark golden light beams swept over each person at the round table. Do what you need to do. Comfort those who need comforting and tidy up what needs tidying. You will manage and maintain order in the city yourselves. He raised his hand, pointing at the Shuaguang clan members kneeling on the screen. Let those people rise. Tell them that life will continue as usual. As long as they obey, there will be no issues. Zealand turned around, facing the communicator on the control panel. His face reappeared on the screen. His voice echoed from every broadcasting terminal. All Shuaguang clan members, please rise. The war has ended and order is being restored. Everyone should return to their residences and wait for further instructions. Remember, he paused. As long as you obey, life will continue as usual. On the screen, the kneeling people began to stand up. In the eastern district of the first city, a young mother, holding her child, stood up from the ground. The child lay on her shoulder, the crystal glowing, staring at the mechas that had not yet dispersed in the sky. The older Shuaguang clan member stood up, brushing the dirt off. The young woman who had been crying moments ago was helped up by someone nearby. In the northern district square, those who had been shouting just moments ago also stood up. They stood among the crowd, heads bowed, no longer speaking. The second city, third city, fourth city. Groups of people stood up and began to walk back to their residences. Zealand turned off the communicator. He turned back to Lin Ye's holographic projection. Lord Intelligent God, arrangements have been made. Lin Ye nodded. The two dark golden light beams swept around again. Lastly, let me give you all a piece of advice. He looked at the elders. You all understood the permissions transfer, he paused. Even if you do not transfer, Zero can take over by itself. At the round table, 37 crystals simultaneously froze. Cyrus' hand stopped on the control panel. Veelard opened his mouth. Cotton's light panels suddenly brightened. Lin Ye continued to speak. From the moment our reconnaissance aircraft stealthily entered your system, Zero has already cracked all your systems, emphasizing all. He raised his hand, pointing at the screen. What just happened was merely a formality to see everyone's sincerity. He looked at Cotton. If you had hesitated for just a few more seconds, he chuckled. This moment would have never existed. Cotton's light panel dimmed to a gray. His hand slid down from the control panel hanging by his side. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze. He looked at Zealand. I am very satisfied with the outcome. Zealand stood there, the light on the crystal steady. Lord Intelligent God, since we have chosen to submit, we will not go back on our word. Lin Ye looked at him. He stared for 2 seconds, then nodded. I hope it remains so. He paused. All right, let's leave it at that. His holographic projection began to fade. The last sentence drifted into everyone's ears. Be patient and wait for the next notification. The light dissipated. The center of the round table was empty. The hall was silent for a few seconds. Cyrus exhaled and leaned back against his chair. He stared at his hand, his fingers still trembling slightly. Veelard stood in place, staring at the empty spot where something was flashing on the crystal. Cotton stood there with his hands down, not moving. Zealand turned around, looking at the crowd that was dispersing on the screen. He spoke softly. Let's get to work. Cyrus straightened up and began to operate at the control panel. He pulled up the data system of the Academy of Sciences and started issuing directives to various research institutes. Zero has only taken over the highest permissions of each system, but these elders still retain secondary permissions. Veelard walked to his side, staring at the data. Other elders also began to move, some going to their positions, others standing by the control panel and some emitting sound waves through the communicator. Cotton also turned around, walked to the control panel, and began to issue video commands for the arm transfer. His face appeared on the screen. He looked at the camera, the light on the crystal steady. Attention, all military units. I am Cotton. The control rights of the armed systems have been transferred. All personnel remain on standby, awaiting the arrival of the opposing commander for takeover. Repeat, remain on standby. No acts of resistance permitted. This is an order. He turned off the communicator. Standing there staring at the screen, Zealand also walked to his control panel. He pulled up the highest administrative system and began issuing a series of directives, initiating calming efforts in various cities, recalling all personnel from shelters, restoring public service systems, placing medical systems on standby, and beginning to assess losses around the battlefield. One by one dispatched from his fingertips. The light on his crystal still shone. Steady. In the live broadcast room, the bullet comments were flying fast. Wow. Zealand has also submitted. The highest decision-making system has all been handed over. S-level authority. That is the highest control of the entire civilization. All the elders have submitted. 37 of them, not a single one left. Did you see those prompt boxes? Zero has long since cracked their system. Those elders are still unaware. Pickled Cabbage Nation, this is the wisdom god of our pickled cabbage people. Controlling everything. Foot Basin Chicken, the expressions of those elders, just now. So pitiful. On the screen, the official accounts of various nations begin. Free Nation Official Observer. I suggest the wisdom god consider a phased takeover of military power, first integrating the command system, and then gradually deploying personnel, which will help ensure a smooth transition. Polar Bear Official Account. We suggest considering strategic depth when selecting military base sites, while also establishing buffer zones to avoid conflicts with local residents. Dragon God Nation Observer. I suggest the wisdom god pay attention to preserving and utilizing local scientific research capabilities. The technical data transferred by Silas can be organized for evaluation by expert teams. Europa Union Official, from a humanitarian perspective, I suggest that during the takeover process care should be taken to protect local cultural heritage and livelihood facilities to avoid secondary destruction. Foot Basin Chicken Official Account. Wisdom god those giant beasts, if they can be used for research. The official statements were being pushed up one by one in the... Someone began analyzing. Is Free Nation suggesting how the wisdom god should take over? Does he need your suggestions? What Polar Bear said about strategic depth isn't that just wanting the wisdom god to build the base farther away from them. Dream on. Dragon God Nation suggested preserving scientific research capabilities, which is indeed practical. Foot Basin Chicken is still thinking about those giant beasts. Lin Ye stood in the main control room of the Moon Chariot base with two dark golden light bands on his faceplate directed at the screen. On the screen, those official statements were still scrolling. He looked at the suggestions and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Family members. He spoke. There are quite a few opinions, huh? He paused. The broadcaster has seen them all. His voice was lazy, carrying a hint of amusement. Let's discuss these in detail after the broadcast ends. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand and swiped across the screen. The live broadcast image switched to the giant beasts lying on the battlefield. Over 30,000 of them lay haphazardly on the bombed rocks. Planet Gelato knelt at the front, its head bowed, the glow on its dorsal fin completely extinguished. Planet Chikdola lay in a pit, its three heads drooping. Planet Jean de Gang lay on the ground, face pressed against the rocks, eyes closed. In the distance towards the collapsed entrance, 100 giant mechas hovered in the air, completely surrounding that area. The eerie blue optical lens was fixed on the sunken pit, unmoving. Lin Ye's voice came from off-screen. These big guys need to find a place to lock them up and guard the entrance to prevent anything else from emerging. Moreover, we will need to explore inside later to see what this underground world is like. Oh, perhaps there are valuable family members. Where do you think this monster paradise should be built? These monsters seem to have grown up consuming radiation. They probably can't stay on Blue Star, and it doesn't seem safe either. If these monsters start playing around and shooting beams, it would cause some serious damage. That chuckle was muffled behind the faceplate, lazy in tone. In the live broadcast room, the bullet comments exploded again. However, Lin Ye had yet to look at them. Zero's phantom appeared beside him. Boss, all systems of the Shua Guang tribe have been taken over. Site selection suggestions for the base have been generated. The battlefield cleanup plan has been drafted, and the guarding unit for the entrance has been deployed. Lin Ye nodded. All right, let the battleships go down for deterrence, and let those Kuanping transport ships come over. The things they carry will be useful. Also, let those Eyes of God start global reconnaissance to check the resource distribution to see if there are new materials or elements. On the other side, in the Wisdom God's live broadcast room, the bullet comments were scrolling so fast that the original image was unclear. Wisdom God, let's build the monster paradise on the moon. It's close. Let's put it over by Foot Basin Chicken. They love gelato. Foot Basin Chicken gelato. Put it over by Foot Basin Chicken. We are willing to take Pickled Cabbage Nation. Why should it be Foot Basin Chicken? It should be over here since we are closer. Dragon God Nation laughing to death. Are the two above serious? If that thing shoots a beam, does your country still exist? Free Nation, oh my god, those monsters are all at least 20 meters long, any one of them could flatten a block, and you guys are actually fighting to get them. Polar Bear, haha, what are you afraid of? With the Wisdom God here, they won't run wild. Dragon God Nation, no. 2. I suggest the Wisdom God research them first. Those monsters don't seem like they can survive in space. Hans Nation, from a biological perspective, since those monsters grow by consuming radiation, they might be able to adapt to the space environment. Dragon God Nation, no. 3. Hans Nation is right. Didn't the Wisdom God just say that those monsters grow up eating radiation? What will they eat on Blue Star? Nuclear power plants. Free Nation, no. 2. Wait, eating radiation. Doesn't that mean we could solve the radiation problem by putting them in Chernobyl? Foot Basin Chicken, we can build a special radiation zone. We have artificial islands. Pickled Cabbage Nation, we can build one too. Dragon God Nation, no. 4. Haha, you two want to make your territory bigger. Lin Ye looked at those bullet comments and the curve of his lips under the faceplate grew a bit wider. He raised his hand and pressed in the air. The bullet comments slowed down a bit. All right, family members. He spoke with a lazy tone. Let's wait until the broadcaster researches the habits and survival needs of these monsters before making a decision. It's too early to decide the location now. The bullet comments started scrolling again. The Wisdom God is right, research first. Then let's research, oh anyway there's no rush. Those monsters are lying still now, are they recovering from their injuries? Foot Basin Chicken, we can put some of them with us during the research period, we have a special team. Dragon God Nation, no. 6. Wake up upstairs, stop daydreaming. Lin Ye glanced at those bullet comments and chuckled softly. That laughter was muffled behind the faceplate, carrying a hint of helplessness. That's it for today's broadcast. The broadcaster has things to busy himself with next. He raised his hand and pointed aside. The screen showed those giant beasts lying on the ground, the hovering mechas, and the collapsed entrance all crowded into a picture-in-picture display. In a few days I will broadcast the exploration of the underground world again. The broadcast is over, goodbye. As soon as his voice fell, Zero's phantom appeared beside. The live signal has been cut off. In the main control room, the floating screens dimmed one by one. Only a few secondary screens displaying data remained lit. Lin Ye stood before the control console, observing the two dark golden light bands on his visor as they focused on the dimming screens for 2 seconds. Then he lifted his visor, revealing an ordinary face. He raised his hand to rub his forehead and yawned. Zero, proceed according to the plan. Understood. Above the first city of Proxima B, the hovering eyes of God had already vanished, going invisible in their detection. The luminescent crowd on the street was slowly making their way to their respective homes. The earlier oath, that mushroom cloud, the words spoken by that crimson golden figure, punishment of 9 clans, exile to the mining star and lifetime of mining, still lingered in the minds of every luminescent. Suddenly a luminescent shouted, the sound piercing and shrill. He raised his arm, pointing at the sky. The people nearby stopped and followed his gaze upward. Something was descending from the sky. It was massive, a dark matte black ray blocking out the sunlight. As the first dawn Iiclus ship broke through the clouds, it tore a gash in the clouds stretching from the east all the way to the west. Then came the second ship, the third, the fourth. 20 dawn Iiclus interstellar battleships lined up in a neat row, slowly descending from the height. They descended to a height of 1,000 meters and halted, hovering there. The prow faced every direction of the city with the ethereal blue patterns on their hulls. Above the first city, from the industrial area in the east to the residential area in the west, from the square in the south to the administrative center in the north, those gigantic steel bodies could be seen in every direction. 1,500 meters long, 282 meters wide, and 432 meters high. They hung there, obscuring the entire sky. Sunlight leaked through the gaps between the ships, casting moving spots of light on the ground. On the street, the luminescent who had just been walking home all stopped. Someone dropped what they were holding with a thud. Someone else retreated to the wall, pressing their back against it. Another crouched down, holding their head with both hands. Someone stood still, looking up with their mouth agape, their crystalline body frozen. In the eastern district of the first city, a young mother stood on the street, holding her child. The child lay on her shoulder, raising their head to stare at the giant ships above. Mom, are those spaceships? The young mother did not answer. The shadows of those giant ships were reflected on her crystalline body. The shadows were too large, too close, too heavy, making it hard for her to breathe. The child asked again, Mom. The young mother tightened her embrace slightly. Yes, it's okay, she said, her voice soft as if speaking to herself. A nearby older luminescent stood there, gazing up at those giant ships. He had lived for over 200 years, witnessed 3 local wars, experienced 2 economic collapses, and had seen all his relatives off. But he had never seen this. Those things hovered at a height of 1,000 meters, so close to the ground. Close enough for him to see the intricate patterns on the hull, to see the outline of the secondary cannon's muzzle. So close that if those things wished, they could drop down at any moment right on top of him. His legs felt a bit weak. On the other side, in the second city of the southern hemisphere, the recently dispersed crowd was standing in the square at factory entrances and beneath dormitory buildings. They looked up staring at the suddenly appearing giant ships. Someone emitted a soft sound wave like crying or struggling to breathe. Others simply sat down, their legs too weak to stand. Some helped each other, but no one could say a word. In the third city, fourth city, fifth city, 30 large cities, over 200 medium-sized towns, all inhabited areas had those giant ships hovering above. 1,000 ships distributed across various regions of the world. They just hovered there unmoving. 47 billion luminescents stood on their respective streets, squares, and doorsteps looking up at the colossal steel objects that obscured the sky. No one spoke. Only the occasional muffled sobbing or screams could be heard. In the first city central hall, Zealand stood before the main screen, which was divided into dozens of small grids, each displaying images from different cities. In those images, all the streets, squares, and open spaces were filled with luminescent looking upward. He could see the panic on those faces clearly. Some were so frightened that their crystalline bodies froze, some had their mouths agape, unable to close, some were trembling, and some had already sat down and could not get up. He observed for 3 seconds. Then he turned around, walked to the control console, and pressed the communication button. His face appeared on the public screens of all the cities. All luminescent, do not panic. His voice resonated from every terminal, reaching the ears of 47 billion people. The battleships in the sky belonged to Master Ji Shun. He paused. They are just hovering there, allowing everyone to take a closer look. They will not attack anyone. They will not harm anyone. His voice was calm, each word articulated clearly. Everyone should do what they were doing. Those who wish to watch can stand in the street and observe for a while longer. Those who do not want to watch can go home, return to their residences, or continue with their own business. Everything will remain as usual. He paused. Looking at the camera, the light on his crystalline body remained steady. Remember what I just said. As long as you obey, life will continue as it has. After he finished speaking, he turned off the communicator. The face on the screen vanished, leaving only the images from the streets of those cities. Zealand stood there gazing at those images, the light on his crystalline body still steady. Kudun stood beside him, also fixated on those images. Have is it? Kudun began, his voice very low. Zealand did not respond. Kudun continued. Master Ji Shun is letting our people get accustomed to the presence of these things. Also to make them remember. To remember the feeling of these things hovering above their heads. Kudun fell silent. He watched the people on the screen, looking up, observing the expressions on their faces, watching them stand still in the shadow of the giant ships. His light panel dimmed the layer of dry skin on it, tightening. Silas leaned back in the chair, eyes closed. He spoke, his voice also low. What you just said was good. At least, it didn't make them more afraid. Zealand turned his head, glancing at him. Silas did not open his eyes. In the first city on the street, after Zeland's words were broadcast, a low stir arose in the crowd. A visit? Is it really just a visit? Someone emitted a soft sound wave, as if asking the person next to them, or perhaps asking themselves. No one answered. But those who had crouched down slowly stood up. Those who had retreated to the wall took a few steps forward. Those who had been holding their heads let their hands drop. They still looked up, staring at the colossal ships above. Staring at those steel bodies that were 1,500 meters long, staring at the ethereal blue patterns, staring at the contours of the cannon muzzles. The young mother stood still, holding her child. The child lay on her shoulder, eyes wide open, staring at the things in the sky. Mom, are they looking at us? The young mother paused for a moment. She lifted her head, fixing her gaze on the nearest giant vessel. The bow of that ship was pointed directly at them. The muzzle was deep and dark. She couldn't tell if that cannon's mouth was watching them, but she could sense something falling upon her from the direction of that ship. She nodded. Yes. The child blinked. Will they stay here forever? The young mother didn't answer. She didn't know the answer either. On the other side, the battlefield, less than 2 kilometers from the first city, those sprawling giant beasts still lay where they were. Over 30,000 of them scattered in disarray, stretching from the ruins of the cave entrance into the distance. Planet Geladu knelt at the front, head bowed, the light on its dorsal fin completely extinguished. Planet Jadora lay in a pit, all 3 of its heads drooping. Planet Jindagang lay on the ground, face pressed against the rock, eyes closed. The giant beasts sprawled around them. Some were still breathing. Some lay motionless, while others occasionally emitted faint whimpers from deep in their throats. At the direction of the cave entrance ruins, the collapsed tunnel entrance still revealed the pitch-black pit inside. At that moment in the sky, 100 heavenly granary-class logistics supply ships were descending. Silver-white ellipsoid hulls, 3 kilometers long, even larger than those Dawn Iaclus vessels. They descended to a height of 500 meters above the ground, hovering above the giant beasts. Then the hatches on the undersides of the hulls slid open. Points of light surged out from the hatches. Not many. Each ship released about 100 points of light. In total, over 10,000. Those points of light landed on the ground, scattered and transformed into robots. Some were round like balls, rolling a few times after landing, then extending several slender legs, standing up and beginning to crawl on the ground. Some were square, unfolding directly upon landing, turning into a pile of parts, then reassembling into small engineering vehicles. A small portion were humanoid, 8 meters tall, dark gray overall. Identical in appearance to the earlier Spirit Guard mechs, but much smaller. They were Spirit Guard Type 3. There were 5,000 of them. The rest were all those round and square engineering robots. They poured out from the hatches of those heavenly granary-class ships, landing beside the sprawling giant beasts, landing on the pockmarked rocks, landing around the collapsed cave entrance. Then they began to work. Those Spirit Guard Type 3 walked up to the giant beasts, crouched down, and reached out to touch the wounds. Some pulled out scanners from behind and swept them across the beasts' bodies. Some pulled out syringes, pierced them into the gaps between the scales, drew a tube of blood, and stored it in a container on their backs. Those round robots climbed onto the rocks. Extended probes drilled into the crevices and started digging underground. Those engineering vehicles transformed from squares, drove to the cave entrance ruins, extended mechanical arms, and began clearing the shattered rocks. One by one they moved them aside. A Spirit Guard Type 3 walked up to Planet Geladu. It looked up at this giant beast over 300 meters tall. Planet Geladu knelt, their head bowed, eyes half closed. That Spirit Guard Type 3 crouched down, reached out, and touched the wound on its knee. Planet Gelado's body trembled. It opened its eyes, lowered its head, and stared at the tiny thing at its feet. 1.8 meters tall, smaller than its own toe. That thing was crouching beside its knee, using a glowing instrument to scan the wound on its knee. After scanning, the thing stood up, took 2 steps back, then turned. Planet Geladu stared at the small thing running away, emitting a low grumble from deep in its throat. It didn't know what that was. But it didn't move, because the giant mech beside it was watching it. Elsewhere beside the cave entrance ruins, more engineering vehicles and Spirit Guard Type. They cleared an open space around the cave entrance, then piled up the shattered rocks into a heap. Once stacked, the engineering vehicles drove over and extended their mechanical arms toward the rocks. Blazing white light shot from the tips of the mechanical arms. The rocks slowly melted in the light, turning into glowing molten liquid. The liquid flowed into a square mold, cooled and solidified, becoming rock blocks 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. After the rock blocks cooled, an engineering vehicle drove over, used its mechanical arm to clamp one, carried it to the cave entrance, and set it down. Another block was stacked on top, then a blazing white light flashed, fusing the 2 rocks together. Thus block after block, those rock blocks piled up into a wall. The wall grew higher and longer. Starting from the edge of the cave entrance, it extended in both directions. It extended for about 100 meters and stopped. Another team of engineering vehicles drove over and began stacking the second layer. Under the labor of those Spirit Guard Type 3 and engineering vehicles, the wall was rapidly taking shape. In the distance, the outline of the first city's buildings was still there. Those rooftops, those towers, those residential areas. Less than 2 kilometers away. In the main control room of the Moon Raft base, Lin Ye sat in the chair behind the console, holding half a high-concentration energy bar, taking a bite. The screen in front of him was divided into dozens of small windows. Some windows showed images of those cities, where the Shimmer folks still stood on the streets, heads tilted back, staring at the warships in the sky. Some windows showed scenes of the battlefield where the engineering vehicles were busy, and a short section of wall had already been piled up beside the cave entrance. Other windows displayed rolling lines of data. Global exploration progress 18. Estimated completion time approximately 5 hours. Preliminary resource distribution scan results, 9 high-value mineral veins discovered, 2 of which are located about 400 kilometers below the core passage. Elemental analysis, 5 unknown elements, detected molecular structure being analyzed. Lin Ye chewed on the energy bar, staring at the data. Beside him, a phantom of 0 materialized. Boss, all heavenly granary-class ships have been fully deployed. Approximately 1200 engineering robots have been deployed, currently executing 3 tasks. 1. Giant beast physiological and genetic data collection. 2. Temporary wall construction at the passage entrance. 3. Or sampling. Wall design specifications: height 20 meters, thickness 2 meters. Material on-site smelted rock. Estimated completion time 3 hours. Lin Ye nodded and took another bite of the energy bar. How much data on those giant beasts have been collected? Data collected from 3 planetary grade, approximately 600 large, and about 3,000 medium and small beasts. Preliminary analysis: they possess a special organ inside their bodies that can convert various forms of radiation into biological energy. Different sized beasts have different conversion efficiencies. Planet Gelado's conversion efficiency is the highest, approximately 18 times that of an ordinary Gelado. Lin Ye chewed on an energy bar as he listened. Indeed, those who grew up on radiation are different. Then it really can't be placed on Blue Star. He paused, staring at the robots on the screen that were collecting data. 0. Once the detection data comes in, find a remote area without mines to establish a temporary holding point. Let's put these big guys inside first. Understood. Lin Ye stuffed the last bit of the energy bar into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. He stood up and walked to another screen. On that screen was the detection data just transmitted back from the Eye of God. Various colored annotations covered the 3-dimensional map of the entire planet. Red indicates high-value mineral veins, green indicates habitable areas, blue indicates water sources, and gray indicates rocky mountain ranges. He stared at those red markings for a long time. 9 locations. 2 of them are 400 kilometers below the core passage. The remaining 7 are scattered around the globe, some near cities, some in uninhabited. He raised his hand and swiped across the screen. Lines of specific data popped up next to the red markers. Depth of the veins, estimated reserves, elemental composition. Lin Ye looked at those numbers, and the corner of his mouth twitched. 0. After analyzing those unknown elements, compare them with the materials we already know. See if there's anything useful. All right, boss. Lin Ye sat back in his chair and grabbed another energy bar. He took a bite, staring at the scrolling data on the screen. There was a lot of data, very messy, and it couldn't all be absorbed at once. But he wasn't anxious. The detection had only reached 1/5. More data was yet to come. The real decision on the site would have to wait until all the data came in. He chewed on the energy bar, staring at that screen for a long time. On the screen, the number representing the detection progress was slowly increasing. 18, 19, 20. The progress jumped to 23. He took a bite of the energy bar, chewing, while keeping his eyes on those numbers. 0's phantom hovered beside him, silent. Lin Ye swallowed and took another bite. 0. Here. What is the current status of the Shuangguang clan's armed forces? All military personnel are on standby at their original posts as instructed. The commanders of each unit are currently gathered at their respective bases awaiting further instructions. The military morale is generally stable, and a few emotionally agitated individuals have been controlled by their colleagues with no signs of rebellion so far. Lin Ye nodded. He stared at the screen without responding. 0's phantom floated beside him, and after a few seconds it asked, "How does the boss plan to take control?" Lin Ye did not answer immediately. He leaned back in his chair, slightly resting his legs on the edge of the control panel, staring at the glowing light strips on the ceiling. How to take control? That was indeed a question. Letting 0 take direct control would be the simplest, as all system permissions were already in hand. 0 could take over every spaceship, every cannon, and every soldier's communication terminal at any time. As long as 0 was willing, the Shuangguang clan's army wouldn't even be able to perform basic operations. But the question was, what would happen after the takeover? Those soldiers still needed someone to manage them, overseeing daily training, logistics, military discipline, and coordination with local governments. A whole bunch of 0 could handle it, as 0 could do anything. But having 0 do these things would lack a certain warmth. While it might not be a big problem in the short term, over time it could lead to, what if someone else took over? Lin Ye mentally reviewed the people he had at his disposal. Kevin, the head of Yundian Paradise, formerly a mercenary, had fought in wars and killed people, and now managed all of Yundian Paradise quite well. But his military background was limited to small-scale conflicts, at most commanding a few dozen people. Could he take over an alien civilization's army? Over 9 million people, 30 legions, and more than 100 patrol ships. Kevin probably wouldn't even consider it. Alice. She worked alongside Kevin, and was also a former mercenary now responsible for the Tiangong Star port. Her situation was similar to Kevin's. Then there were more than 90 Dark members who were considered peripheral members. He went through their profiles in his mind. S0010 Scarface from the Europa Assassin Organization now controls an underground force. Assassination, infiltration, intelligence. These were his strengths. But having him manage a regular army. The people under him couldn't even stand in formation. S006, Pablo, an arms dealer from the Free State, now a regional overlord. Smuggling, gang wars. This was his area of expertise. Did he understand troop formations, logistics, or battle command? S002, a slender Asian from the Yingshan countries, Yakuza skill that calculating human emotions, now controls the intelligence network. If he were to manage the military, he would probably replace all the officers with his own people, but he wouldn't understand the matters of war either. S008, that sinister woman integrated the crime network involved in finance, infiltration, and black market dealings, completely unrelated to S010, that hunched old man used longevity to entice and win people's hearts. Would he be sent to the military? Those officers might end up calling him ancestor under his influence. The rest included warlords, killers, traffickers, and terrorists specializing in destruction. But there wasn't a single person with proper military command experience. Lin Ye stared at the ceiling, the corner of his mouth twitching. How did he end up focusing only on these misfits back then? He raised his hand and rubbed his brow. 0's phantom hovered quietly beside him. Lin Ye lowered his hand, focusing on the scrolling data on the screen. Detection progress 26. This matter isn't urgent, let's put it aside for now. He said lazily. Let them continue as before, doing what they should do. After all, we hold the system permissions, they can't turn the tables on us. 0 remained silent. Lin Ye continued. Once we finish what we have at hand, we can think, should it be you who takes control, train a group of people, or see if there are suitable Shuangguang clan members we can utilize. He paused, continuing to talk to himself. After all, a few days won't make a difference. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Over 9 million people, 30 legions, 100 patrol ships, a global air defense system, and orbital defense forces. These things in the hands of those who don't understand will cause problems. Lin Ye stared at the ceiling, his mind racing with these thoughts. After going around in circles, he found no answers. He sat up straight, picked up the half of the energy bar on the control panel, and took another bite. 0 How much detection data? 28 completed. 12 high-value mineral veins have been discovered, 3 of which are located below the core passage. 2 new elements have been added totaling 7, and their molecular structures are being analyzed. Lin Ye chewed on the energy bar and nodded. Is there a preliminary screening for the base locations? Based on the current data, 3 candidate areas have been screened out. Candidate Area 1 is central region of the Northern Hemisphere continent, dense mineral veins, flat surface, approximately 1,400 kilometers from the near. Advantages: resource-rich and convenient for subsequent mining. Disadvantages: moderate geological stability with a slight risk of earthquakes. Candidate Area 2, desert region in the Southern Hemisphere, scattered mineral distribution, but geologically stable, approximately 2,300 kilometers from the nearest city. Advantages: safe, does not affect local residents. Disadvantages: resources are not concentrated. Candidate Area 3, directly above the core passage. Advantages: can directly mine the high-value mineral veins below the passage. Disadvantages: there are unknown risks. The situation in the underworld is unclear, and it's too close to the city. Launching. The live stream of the God of Wisdom had ended nearly an hour ago, but the discussions online showed no sign of stopping. In the Longshan Nation, Guangnan Province, Yang City. In a local forum called Interstellar Chat, posts were scrolling rapidly. What did the God of Wisdom mean by that last sentence? Exterminate the 9 clans banished to the mining planet. Is this for real, or just a scare? It must be for real. Didn't you see the expressions of those aliens? They were all terrified and knelt down. 47 billion people kneeling together. The scene, just thinking about it, is mind-blowing. What about those giant beasts? Over 30,000 of them, all lying on the ground. Planet Garado knelt in front, head bowed. I felt a bit sorry for it. Why feel sorry? They weren't like this when they rushed out just now. By the way, where exactly is the monster paradise that the God of Wisdom mentioned going to be built? Any guesses? The moon, maybe. It's close. The moon won't work. Those monsters feed on radiation. Where's the radiation on the moon? Then Mars. Does Mars have radiation? Yes, the surface radiation on Mars is very strong, perfect for them to feed on. Then it might as well be built on Proxima Centauri b. Use local materials, save the trouble of shipping. True, those monsters originally came from the core of that planet. The forum was buzzing with discussion, but no conclusion was reached. In another post, someone shared a screenshot from the live stream. Planet Garado was surrounded by a dozen giant mechs, head lowered, the light on its dorsal fin extinguished. The comments below were all over the place. That look in its eyes, it makes me want to cry. Why cry? When it was shooting beams just now, you weren't crying then. Rational analysis: the attack power of this planet Garado is already close to the main cannon of the Dawn 2 type. The God of Wisdom said 98. Right, the God of Wisdom said it himself, even praised it. So what? It still got beaten down. So it's powerful. Catch it, raise it, and later release it as a body. You want it to be your bodyguard. ITLL blast you to death with one breath. No, the God of Wisdom will train them. Train. How do you train a 300-meter-tall giant beast? I don't know, but the God of Wisdom definitely has a way. Do you think the God of Wisdom will go into that underground world to have a look? There must be a big secret inside. Definitely will go in. Didn't he say he'll live stream in a few days? Theirs are in there too. Didn't the survey data say there are 3 high-value mineral veins below? How can they mine without going in? I always feel that underground world is not that simple. Think about it. 30,000 giant beasts, 3 of them planet level. How long have they been living in there? How do they reproduce? How big must that place be? Now that you mention it, I'm even more curious. When is the God of Wisdom's next live stream? I want to see the underground world expedition. Want to see? In the free country, on some online forum. In a section called Interstellar Strategy Discussion Group, posts were also scrolling rapidly. Everyone, let's analyze. What did the God of Wisdom mean by only submit to me alone? Is it even necessary to analyze? It's telling us not to think about interfering in the matter of Proxima Centauri b. But what gives him the right? The Shimmering Light clan is an alien civilization, not his personal property. What are you saying? He conquered it, why shouldn't it be his? The laws of war state that the conqueror has the right to dispose of the conquered, but that's for human nations, right? That doesn't apply here. It's intergalactic. So we just sit and watch. There are resources, technology, and 47 billion people there. Let him take it all. What else? Can you defeat those mechs or those warships? We can cooperate. He eats the meat, we can at least have some soup, right? Cooperate on what? Does he need to cooperate with you? He can handle everything himself. We still have to try. What if there's a chance? Fine, you go try. Remember to live stream. Free country underground conference room of the Black Palace. The chief sat at the head of a long table with several freshly printed reports in front of him. The Minister of Security, the Chief of Staff, the Technical Advisor, and the Intelligence Director. All were present, standing in their respective positions. The chief opened the first report, glanced at it, and put it down. Have you read all those analyses? The Minister of Security nodded. Yes. The God of Wisdom's last sentence was drawing a line. He doesn't intend to let anyone interfere in the matter of Proxima Centauri B. The chief said nothing. The chief of staff spoke up, but we can't just give up like this. There are resources, technology, and 47 billion people. If we can establish some connections there, even just superficial cooperation, it would be of great benefit to. The technical advisor chimed in. The physiological structure of those giant beasts. If we could study them, it would be a tremendous help to our biotechnology. The God of Wisdom said he wants to build a monster paradise. If he's willing to open it for visits, or allow us to send a research team. The chief raised his hand to enter. He looked at the report on the table for a few seconds, then looked up at the Minister of Security. Do you think he will agree? The Minister of Security was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No, at least not now. He just said those words, and then we send our people over. That would be slapping his own face. The chief nodded. He stood up, walked to the window, and stared at the night outside. Then we wait. Let's see what the God of Wisdom does next, how the aliens react. Look for any opportunity. The Minister of Security was taken aback. Opportunity? The chief didn't turn around. He's managing so many things alone. There will always be places he can't oversee. When that time comes. He didn't finish. But the Minister of Security understood. He didn't ask again, just nodded. Polar Bear Commander's Mansion. The commander sat in his old leather chair holding an unlit cigar, twirling it between his fingers. The screen in front of him was also black. But the commander's gaze was still fixed on it, not moving. The adjutant stood beside him holding a report, waiting. After a long while the commander spoke. That kid, he's really ruthless. The adjutant didn't respond. The commander continued. Exterminate the 9 clans banished to the mining planet. With those words, those aliens won't dare to have any crooked thoughts for the rest of their lives. He put the cigar in his mouth, but didn't light it. If it were us, would we dare to speak like that? The adjutant thought for a moment, then shook his head. The commander let out a laugh, a muffled sound caught in his throat. No. We have to talk about human rights law, international influence. He doesn't have to. He is a god. He took the cigar down and twirled it in his hand. The rules set by a god. Humans can only obey. The adjutant spoke up. Commander, what should we do next? The commander glanced at him. What to do? Wait. Yes, wait for his next move. Wait for when he needs manpower. Wait for him to let something slip. The commander stood up and walked to the window. He's managing such a huge mess alone. There will always be times when he can't handle everything. When that time comes, whether our people can get on board depends on whether we can hold on now. The adjutant stood there, not moving. The commander turned back and looked at him. Tell those people at the Academy of Sciences to compile all the technical parameters from his life. Reproduce what can be reproduced, for those that can't. Find a way to get closer. One day they'll be useful. The adjutant nodded. In the Dragon God Kingdom, in a certain conference room, an elderly host sat at the head of the table with a freshly printed live broadcast record laid out in front of him. Zhou Weiguo sat beside him holding a pen and jotting down notes. There were 7 or 8 other people in the room, all from relevant departments. The elderly man spoke in a low voice. Let's hear what everyone has to say. A middle-aged man wearing glasses spoke first. From a strategic perspective, the intelligent god has completely stepped out of the chessboard that is Blue Star. His current chessboard is Interstellar, even larger. The elderly man looked at him. The middle-aged man continued. Proxima B is just the first step. The next will undoubtedly be the development of the Proxima system. What about us? Another person asked. The middle-aged man did not answer. At this moment, the elderly man spoke again. As for us, we are merely in his backyard. There was a moment of silence in the room. The elderly man continued, but he does not regard us as enemies. From start to finish, he hasn't lifted a finger against Blue Star. Why? Zhou Weiguo pondered. Because he doesn't need us. What he wants, Blue Star cannot provide. What he lacks, Blue Star also does not have. The elderly man nodded. Exactly. Therefore he doesn't care about us. We are merely his spectators, providing some emotional value when needed. He paused and said, but this is a good thing for us. He looked around the room. From now on, do not think about extracting anything from him. That person appears lazy, but he knows full well that whoever reaches out will be the one who suffers. Someone asked, so we do nothing. The elderly man thought for a moment. We wait. We wait for when he needs us, for when he speaks. We wait for when his own people are not enough. He stood up and walked to the window. He will definitely enter that inner world. What lies within no one knows, but he alone cannot manage those 47 billion people. But everyone in the room understood. In Europa, at the Joint Coordination Center, the rotating chairman sat at the head of a long table surrounded by representatives from several countries. The meeting had been going for over an hour with no results. A representative spoke up. What use is it for us to discuss this now? He doesn't need us at all. He can gather resources himself. His technology is more advanced. He has an intelligence system for his military. What can we provide? Another representative chimed, and we can make suggestions. For example, how to preserve and utilize the research capabilities of the Shuoguang clan and the research value of those giant beasts. For instance, the exploration of the inner world. In these areas we have some experience. He has 0. Zero analytical capability is far superior to will he need our experience? Will we have to try? What if he is willing to cooperate? What do you have to offer for cooperation? What do you possess that he might find valuable? The two began to argue, unable to convince each other. The rotating chairman listened without interrupting. Only when they were tired of arguing did he speak up. Discussing this now is useless. Wait until things stabilize on his side and see if there's an opportunity for contact. If there is, we can test the waters. If not, we continue to wait. He stood up. Meeting adjourned. In a high-level conference room at Jiaopan Chicken, the screen was still replaying the previous live broadcast. When Gelato emitted that dark orange beam, someone pressed pause. 7 or 8 people sat in the room, no one spoke. The one sitting at the head was staring at the giant beast on the screen, his eyes slightly red. A person beside him quietly said, Gelato has been captured. No one responded. Another person spoke in an even lower voice. The intelligent god said, those monsters grow by consuming radiation. They can't be released on Blue Star. Could that mean? He was cut off mid-sentence by a glance from the person beside him. The one at the head did not move, still staring at the screen. After a long time, he spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. Those monsters. If only we could study them. The people beside him exchanged glances. Sir, regarding the intelligent god. The one at the head ignored him and continued, even if we could only obtain a small sample. The regenerative abilities of those monsters, their energy conversion efficiency. He paused. Find a way. The person beside him was momentarily stunned. Find a way to make contact. Find a way to express goodwill. Find a way to see if there's any possibility. He did not finish his sentence, but everyone understood his meaning. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Then someone nodded. In the control room of the Yuecha base, Lin Ye stared at the screen, finishing the last bite of an energy bar. The detection progress was at 34. Candidate base locations still those 3. Unknown elements, 2 new ones added, totaling 9. The arrival time of the Kunping transport fleet is 4 hours and 23 minutes. He stood up and walked to another screen. The screen displayed real-time footage from the battlefield. The engineering robots were still busy. The walls next to the cave entrance had already been piled up to 10 meters high. Those giant beasts were still lying on the ground, some gasping for breath, while others remained. The Lin Ye 3 was still collecting data, drawing blood, scanning, and recording. Lin Ye watched for a while. 0. At your service. 0. Have those unknown elements been analyzed? Analyzing. 3 of them have properties similar to known elements and can be classified into the same category. The other 6 have complex structures and require more samples. Lin Ye nodded. Once the base is built, we will go down and excavate immediately. He checked the time. The Kunping fleet's expected arrival time 4 hours and 3 minutes. 4 hours, neither long nor short. In the control room of the Yuecha base, Lin Ye sat in the chair behind the control panel, his legs resting on the edge of the table, still holding an energy bar. On the screen in front of him, the detection progress number had just jumped to 100. Global detection completed. Data has been archived and can be accessed at any time. Lin Ye took a bite of the energy bar and remained still. On another screen, the cluster of light points representing the Kunping fleet had entered the edge of the Proxima system, quickly approaching the target airspace. The Kunping-class transport fleet is about to reach the designated location, estimated arrival time 6 minutes. Lin Ye chewed the energy bar and sat up straight. He raised his hand and swiped a few times on the screen to bring up the previously mentioned 3 candidate base locations, then looked at the detailed analysis provided by the detection. Candidate Area 1, located in the central part of the northern hemisphere continent, has dense mineral veins and astonishing reserves. The data shows that there are high concentration enrichment areas for 4 types of unknown elements, with flat terrain 140 kilometers away from the nearest city. Geological stability is moderate with a slight risk of earthquakes. This risk can be ignored as the base's seismic design can easily handle such vibrations. Candidate Area 2, located in the desert region of the southern hemisphere, has scattered mineral vein distribution, but the geology is extremely stable 230 kilometers away from the nearest city. The advantage is relative safety, while the disadvantage is that resources are not concentrated, which is not a major issue. Candidate Area 3 is located directly above the inner world passage. Beneath the passage lies the world at the Earth's core, the lair of those colossal beasts. The situation inside remains unknown. It is unclear if there are more monsters or other dangers. The most important thing is that the resources inside are surely abundant. Establishing a base here not only secures this entrance, but also facilitates subsequent exploration and extraction. He mentally reviewed the parts of the detection data related to the world at the Earth's core. The scale of that hollow space can accommodate over 30,000 colossal beasts living and reproducing within. The smallest of these creatures are over 20 meters in length, while the planet-class ones exceed 300 meters tall. Just how vast must it be down there? We still need to go in and take a look. Lin Ye raised his hand and tapped the screen 3 times, selecting all 3 locations. 0. Build a base at these 3. 0's hologram manifested beside him, silent. Base 1 at the mine, base 2 for research, and headquarters base 3. Let's call it Abyss Base. Lin Ye paused. We must have someone guarding the entrance here, making it convenient for us to enter later. Once we have a clear understanding of the world at the Earth's core, if all goes well we can build a larger base inside. He looked at the 3 marked locations on the screen, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 100 Kunping ships evenly divided into 3 teams. 33 ships for base 1, 33 ships for base 2, and 34 ships for base 3. Each ship is equipped with a Pioneer base vehicle. With over 30 vehicles working together, the speed should be sufficient. Command confirmed. The Kunping fleet is being assigned teams and is expected to arrive at their respective target areas in 15 minutes. Lin Ye nodded and picked up an energy stick. On the screen, the light spots representing the Kunping ships began to disperse, heading in 3 different directions towards various locations of Proxima B. Proxima B above the first city. The Dawn 2 class ships, hovering at a height of 1,500 meters, remained motionless. The luminescent tribe on the streets had mostly dispersed, with a few still standing by the roadside, gazing up for a moment before turning away. In the distance towards the direction of the collapsed passage entrance, some light spots could be seen moving. Those engineering robots were still busy. In the eastern district of the first city, a young mother stood at her doorstep with her child in her arms. The child, resting on her shoulder, had already fallen asleep. She fixed her gaze on the massive ships in the sky, the light on the crystal structure dimming. Suddenly more objects appeared in the sky. They were not descending from a high altitude, but flying in from a further expanse. Silver-white, elliptical, and even larger than the dark, gray massive ships. The 3-kilometer-long hull swept past the edge of the city, flying southward beneath the Dawn 2 class ships. The young mother's crystal structure flickered. One by one, those silver-white objects flew over the city. She lost count of how many there were, only seeing the enormous shadows glide overhead. 1, 2, 3. Dozens. After they flew away, the dark, gray massive ships remained in place. She stared in the direction where the silver-white objects had vanished. It was southward, towards the direction of the collapsed hull. At the site chosen for Base 3 beside the ruins of the passage entrance, the engineering robots had already piled the walls up to 20 meters high and 2 meters thick, extending over 300 meters from the edge of the hull. Outside the wall, the colossal beasts lay on the ground. The planet-class Gelato rested at the forefront, its head down. The scales on its dorsal fin had already healed nearly halfway. The planet-class Ghidorah was lying in a pit, its 3 heads drooping, occasionally moving slightly. The planet-class Jindagang lay on the ground, facing the sky, eyes closed. In the sky, 34 Kunping 3-class ships were descending. The 3-kilometer-long silver-white hull hovered 500 meters above the ground, completely blocked. Some of the beasts lying down raised their heads to glance, then buried them again. The bottom hatch of the Kunping ship slid open. One after another Pioneer base vehicles floated out from the hatch, square and boxy, resembling massive metal containers. They landed on the open ground beside the passage entrance on the flat land cleared by the engineering robots, less than 500 meters away from the colossal beasts. When the first Pioneer vehicle landed, the planet-class Gelato twitched its ears. It lifted its head, staring at those square objects. After those objects touched down, they began to transform. The side armor plate slid open, the internal framework, extended support columns plunged into the ground, and the vehicle body expanded, disassembled, and reconfigured. In less than 10 minutes, a silver-gray metallic structure stood before it. 120 meters long, 100 meters wide, and 60 meters high. Once that structure stood up, the solar panels on top began to adjust their angles, and the side and out ports slid open, revealing a ghostly blue light. The planet-class Gelato stared at the structure, its pupils gradually constricting. It did not know what that was, but it understood that those objects were building a nest at their doorstep. Nearby, more Pioneers were landing, transforming, becoming the same metallic structures. 34 vehicles, 34 silver-gray metallic blocks, densely lined up around the entrance, filling the once open rocky ground. The engineering robots began to crush large boulders and then feed them into the out ports. Soon a 100-leg type engineering robot emerged from those already formed bases. These were newly manufactured within the base. They strode with light steps towards the mining points, towards the blasted rocks, and towards the colossal beasts still lying. The planet-class Gelato watched the new arrivals, a low rumble emanating from deep within its throat. Beside it, a gigantic ape raised its head, also staring. In its eyes there was a bit less anger and a bit more confusion. But neither of them moved. Because those giant mechs stood nearby, their ghostly blue optical lenses. Base 1, central region of the northern hemisphere continent. 33 Kunping ships hovered over a flat expanse of wasteland below, were dark red rocks and sand stretching endlessly. This place is 1,400 kilometers from the nearest city, with nothing around, only the wind. Pioneer vehicles descended one after another, landing, unfolding, and transforming. 33 metallic structures rose in the wasteland, arranged in 2 rows resembling a suddenly appeared miniature city. 100-leg type robots surged out from those bases, some spreading out in all directions to begin exploring the veins, some directly feeding rocks and sands into the input ports, and others starting to level the surrounding ground. More 100-leg types were manufactured and joined the exploration and construction team. In the wasteland, the lights of those metallic structures illuminated ghostly blue, flickering under the dark red sunlight. Base 2, the desert belt of the southern hemisphere. 33 Company-class vessels hovered above a stretch of Gobi. The rocks here were more fragmented, the sand finer, and the wind stronger, blowing a layer of dust onto the surface armor plates of the base vehicles that had just been erected. But those base vehicles did not care. They continued to transform, to unfold, to extend their support pillars into the earth. Centipede robots surged out from within, beginning to deploy detection equipment around the site, clearing the area and preparing for the next phase of construction. In the main control room of the Moon Raft base, Lin Ye stared at the real-time feeds of the 3 subbases on the screen for a while. Then he withdrew his gaze and looked at the pile of unprocessed detection data beside him. Let's begin. He sat back in his chair, pushed aside the wrappers of the energy bars in front of him, and started working. The data was vast and chaotic. Global resource distribution, elemental composition analysis, geological structure maps, atmospheric composition, radiation intensity, and the behavioral data of the colossal beasts, their physiological data, genetic sampling analysis. Lin Ye leaned the chair back a little, resting his legs back on the console. Take it slow, he muttered to himself. 3 days should be enough. 3 days later, in the main control room of the Moon Raft base, Lin Ye sat before the console, holding half an energy bar in his hand, his eyes fixed on the screen. On the screen, the analysis reports of those unknown elements had already scrolled through dozens of pages. He chewed on the energy bar, reading line by line. When he reached page 78, he stopped. On that page of the report, the molecular structure diagrams and physiological activity data of elements coded YH04 and YH07 were listed. Beside them was a line of annotation: unknown element YH04, atomic number 137, complex molecular structure, solid, at room temperature, density 19. 6. GCM superscript 3, a molecular structure exhibits a hexagonal crystal system with strong radiation absorption properties. Absorption efficiency approximately 3,700 times that of graphite. Unknown element YH07, atomic number 138, associated with X7, a liquid at room temperature, readily forms compounds with metallic elements. The compounds are crystalline, possessing extremely strong energy conduction properties. Conduction efficiency approximately 860 times that of silver. Preliminary report on colossal beast behavior. Sample planet Gorth, body length 312 meters. Organ analysis: a special organ exists in the lower chest cavity, approximately 23 cubic meters in volume, irregularly spherical, covered with a dark orange membrane. The membrane is composed of a compound of YH04 and YH07. Functional hypothesis: this organ can convert various forms of absorbed radiation into biological energy. The conversion efficiency is positively correlated with the concentration of the YH04, YH07 compound within the organ. Detection findings: a large number of YH04 and YH07 crystals exist inside the organ, distributed in a dendritic pattern. The growth direction of the crystals aligns with the direction of the radiation source ingested by the colossal beast during feeding. Conclusion: this type of colossal beast obtains the ability to convert radiation into energy by consuming ores rich in YH04 and YH07 elements. Its special internal organ functions as a biological radiation-to-energy converter. He stared at those lines, his chewing slowing slightly. He flipped back to the previous page, examining the structural diagrams of the 2 elements. 0. Here. How are YH04 and YH07 distributed in the detection data? A global distribution map popped up on the screen. On the map, there were over a dozen areas marked in red. A very few were on the surface. The vast majority were located at depths exceeding 100 kilometers underground. The most concentrated area was about 400 kilometers below the Earth's core passage. Lin Ye stared at that red patch, the corner of his mouth twitching. So those colossal beasts have been eating this to grow. He held the energy bar between his teeth and swiped his finger across the screen. That red area was magnified and lines of geological parameters appeared beside it. Depth, reserves, rock structure. Oh, I see. There's almost none of these 2 things on the surface. These beasts have to go back soon after coming out, or they'll starve. On the contrary, the reserves of YH04 and YH07 in the core world are enormous. That's why it can nurture so many colossal beasts. He chewed the energy bar, staring at the numbers, his mind working. If humans could also possess such a special organ, wouldn't they become superhumans? Get stronger by sunbathing. What a thought. Then he recalled the scene 3 days ago when those colossal beasts surged out. Over 30,000 of them, big and small, pouring out of that pitch-black passage. If that place could hold so many, the space inside must be huge. Now with these 2 miraculous elements added to the mix, what exactly was down there? He swallowed the energy bar and stood up. 0. Prepare to start the live broadcast. Let's go into the core world and have a look. Live broadcast equipment is ready. Do you need to notify the fleet to adjust deployments? No need. Lin Ye walked to the observation window, staring at the dark red planet outside. Just send a squad of Lin Ye 4 mechs to scout ahead. No big moves. Understood. Lin Ye turned around, walked to another screen, and called up the real-time battlefield footage. In the footage, those colossal beasts were still lying crouching or kneeling in their original positions. But their state was different from 3 days ago. Many of the beasts had nearly healed their wounds. The holes torn by beams, the tendons severed by cutting blades, the crushed joints. All had mended. Many had tried to stand up, but soon lay back down. Because the footage cut to a replay. It was a recording from a day earlier. A wolf-type colossal beast climbed up from the ground, shook the dust off its body, and tentatively took a step forward. The wound on its leg had healed, so it could walk. It took another step. Then the mechs around it moved. 5 standard mechs flew over from the side and landed in front of the wolf. The wolf stared at them, a low growl rumbling from deep in its throat, its mouth opening to reveal its teeth. The mechs ignored it. One mech charged straight in, delivering a punch to its face. The wolf's head jerked to the side, its body swayed, but it didn't fall. The other 4 mechs also rushed in, raining down punches and kicks. The wolf struggled, snapped its jaws, but was pinned down by one mech, while another kicked the back of its knee. Crack! The freshly healed joint shattered again. The wolf collapsed, letting out a whimper. The 5 mechs planted a few more kicks, then backed off, hovering nearby. It lay there panting, its eyes fixed on the mechs, but it didn't get up again. Similar incidents occurred tens of thousands of times over the 3 days. Some beasts would rise and be knocked down. Some would resist, retaliate, and end up beaten even more severely. Some learned their lessons, standing up, taking one look at the mechs, then lying back down on their own. And some simply didn't move, lying there. Even when the mechs came to beat them, they remained motionless after the beating. The footage switched to the planetary-grade beasts. Planet Jingang lay on the ground, eyes closed, completely still. It had been knocked down 3 days ago, and 3 days later, it was still lying there. The planet Chikandola lay in the pit, all 3 heads drooping. The middle head had its eyes half open, gazing at the mechas, closing them after a while, then reopening. Now it no longer tried. It just lay there. The planet Chikandola lay in the pit, all 3 heads drooping. The middle head had its eyes half open, gazing at the mechas, closing them after a while, then reopening only to close them again. It no longer struggled. The planet Gelato lay at the front, its eyes closed, the light on its dorsal fin had not illuminated again. It remained motionless, and only when it breathed did its body rise slightly, proving it was still alive. Lin Ye watched the scenes unfold, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, it has learned to be obedient. This is how beast training works. Oh, once they feel pain, they'll know to listen. The screen in the Wisdom God's live stream lit up. On the pitch-black screen, a silver cloud logo emerged, slowly rotating. Audiences began to flood in. Wow, the Wisdom God has started streaming. It's been 3 days. Finally waited for it. What will be streamed today? The Underworld. It must be. Wasn't it said in the last stream? Pickled Cabbage Nation, Wisdom God. Our great pickled cabbage people have waited so long. Foot Basin Chicken, is my gelato alright? Free Nation finally started. I couldn't focus on my work while waiting. Dragon God Nation, where's the Wisdom God? Why isn't he here? The barrage flooded in, rapidly filling the screen within seconds. The online count fluctuated: 500 million, 800 million, 1 billion, 200 million, 1 billion, 500 million, 2 billion, still rising, 2 billion, 500 million, 3 billion, 3 billion, 500 million, 4 billion. Someone in the barrage noticed something was off. Wait, why is the online count still increasing? 42 billion. Wasn't the highest before 40 billion? 45 billion. A record broken. What the heck? 55 billion. What is happening? There are only 90 billion people on Blue Star, but not everyone can go online. 60 billion. 65 billion. The barrage. How is this possible? The Wisdom God starts a stream and 2/3 of Blue Star's population shows up. No. There must be something wrong. 70 billion. 75 billion. The online number climbed to 80 billion, slowly rising until it stopped at around 8 billion 340 million. The barrage was filled with question marks. At this moment, a different type of barrage began to appear on the screen. The characters in those barges were completely different from what the Blue Star audience had sent, but the translator automatically translated them into various languages. Is this the live stream room of Lord Wisdom God? Where is Lord Wisdom God? Why haven't I seen him? While so many people are messaging. Are you also subjects of Lord Wisdom God? Can anyone talk? Huh? How did it send? The elder said everyone can come in to watch, but I don't quite believe it. I can't understand your writing. No translation. Many people from our city have come in. How many are there on your side? It's the first time I've seen people from another planet. Hello. The barrage grew more numerous, densely packed, filling the entire screen. On the Blue Star side, the barrage paused for a moment. Then it exploded completely. What the heck? The Shining Race. It's the Shining Race. They've entered the live stream too. Over 80 billion online, 47 billion are aliens. My God. I'm chatting on the same screen as aliens. The things they posted. So innocent. Those aliens look so nervous. Is it their first time watching a live stream? In the barrage, the messages from the Blue Star audience mixed with those of the Shining Race audience, making it impossible to see the screen. The Shining Race's barges came one after another, filled with various curiosities and questions flooding into the live stream. Some Blue Star viewers began to respond to them. Welcome, friends from the Shining Race. Hello, we are the humans of Blue Star. This is the hometown of your Lord Wisdom God, a blue planet. The Wisdom God will come out soon, and don't worry. But after those replies were sent, they sank without a trace. The barges from the Shining Race continued to scroll, still containing those questions and curiosity, yet there was not a single response to the Blue Star humans. When will Lord Wisdom God come out? We've been waiting for a long time. What are those people saying? I can't understand. Is there anyone translating? I really want to talk to them. But I can't understand what they're posting. Why doesn't Lord Wisdom God let us understand? Maybe in the future we will. For now, let us get used to it. This live stream room is so amazing. I want to keep watching. On the Blue Star side, someone finally realized. They can't understand our barrage text. Didn't Lord Wisdom God give them a translation? Only translating for us, not for them. This must be a setup by Lord Wisdom God. Why, are you stupid? If both sides could speak directly, wouldn't Lord Wisdom God's secrets be exposed? True, letting them know the true face of Blue Star would probably shock them. They might think there are many gods on Blue Star. This is quite good. We can understand what they say, but they don't know what we're saying. Haha, isn't this just peeking at alien social circles? The barrage was as lively as a market. The Blue Star audience watched the barges sent by the aliens. Some laughed, some were stunned, and some wore gloomy expressions. In the main control room of the Moon Chariot base, Lin Ye stood in front of the console, not yet wearing his faceplate, revealing an ordinary face. He stared at the mixed barges on the screen, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. Zero, have you let them all in? Zealand has followed your request and allowed the vast majority of the Shining Race to enter the live stream. Lin Ye nodded. He donned his Ling Yun battle armor. The two dark golden light strips on his faceplate lit up. He took a step forward, standing directly in front of the camera. In the live stream, the red and gold figure appeared. The barrage instantly exploded again. On the Blue Star side, the barrage read, the Wisdom God has arrived. On the Shining Race side, the barrage read, Lord Wisdom God. The two types of barges mixed together, completely smothering the screen. Lin Ye raised his hand and pressed into the air. The barrage slowed slightly. He spoke, his voice transmitted through the voice changer, carrying a hint of lazy amusement. Family members, long time no see. He paused. And to the new family members, welcome to my live stream. The two dark golden light strips faced the camera, as if looking at over 80 billion pairs of eyes through the screen. He waited a few seconds for the barrage to scroll before speaking again. In the past few days, the host has not been idle. From those giant beasts, a new discovery was made. Family members, do you want to know? He spoke in the language of Blue Star's Yanwang. As soon as his words fell, Zero's translation synced into every Shining Race viewer's ear, steady, clear, and devoid of any emotion. In the live stream, the barrage exploded. On the Blue Star side, yes. What discovery? Hurry and say it. Wisdom God, don't keep us in suspense. Our great pickled cabbage people are all ears. Is it related to Gelato? Oh my God, finally going to reveal those monsters. The Shuaguang people's comments scrolled by just as fast. What discovery did Lord Jishin mention? Is it related to those colossal beasts? We would love to know too. Those colossal beasts live on the same planet as us, yet we have never understood them. Lin Ye watched the mixed flood of comments on the screen. The corner of his mouth twitched beneath his faceplate. It seems everyone's spirits are running high, family. He gave a lazy chuckle. All right, please listen patiently as the host explains. He raised his hand and swept it through the air. On the main screen, the image shifted. A three-dimensional anatomical diagram of the planet Gelaguo appeared. A body over 300 meters tall was peeled back layer by layer, skin, muscle, bone, organs, until it froze on an irregular spherical organ positioned low in the thoracic cavity. The organ was highlighted, rows of data jumping up beside it. Lin Ye's voice came from off-screen. The reason these colossi can grow so enormous, he paused, is that they each possess a peculiar organ. Two dark golden bands of light traced toward the organ image on the screen. This peculiar organ allows them to absorb various forms of radiation and transmute it into biological energy. And the bioenergy thus produced enables them to break through the constraints of flesh, growing to more than 10 times their original size. He smiled, his expression tinged with irony. Impressive. There's even the possibility of 100-fold. The live room fell silent for a moment. Then the comment flood detonated. From the Blue Star side, what? They can absorb radiation and convert it into energy. Isn't that essentially cultivation? So radiation equals spiritual energy chi. Are there cultivation methods? Can they absorb nuclear radiation like from a power plant? Damn it, does that mean sunbathing could make you stronger? A real-life Kryptonian. No, Kryptonian monsters. Pao Kai Nation, this ability only exists in our Pao Kai myths. Jaipenji Yoshi. Gelaguo. Truly a divine beast. Zeo Nation, my god, absorbing radiation and converting it to energy completely defies the laws of physics. Beijixiang haha, let those beasts stay in Chernobyl for a while. Want they grow to 1,000 meters. Longshan Nation, so those monsters literally eat radiation. No wonder they become so enormous. Han's Nation, from an energy conservation standpoint, that would require an extraordinarily high conversion efficiency. Jaluji, the beams those beasts spit, are they emitted using that energy? Line after line of comments scrolled until the screen blurred. The Shuaguang side exploded as well. Absorb radiation and convert it into energy. Is that how those colossi grew? Tenfold. 100-fold. So the Jalajuo might originally have been only 30 meters tall. Maybe even 3 meters. How many years of feeding would it take to reach 300 meters? We can also resist radiation, but we cannot absorb and transform it. Those beams the colossi fire, so they are produced by this energy. Incredible. If only we could do that. What are you thinking? Those are colossi, we are Shuaguang people, can we be the same? Why not? We live on the same planet as them. They can, why can't we? Exactly, we can live in high radiation environments too. That means our genes are already adapted to radiation. But adaptation and absorption are two different things. The Shuaguang comments multiplied, and the conversation gradually shifted from astonishment toward a deeper train of thought. In the first city, inside an apartment block, a young Shuaguang male sat before his terminal, the anatomical diagram reflected in his crystalline lens. Beside him sat his father, an older Shuaguang. Father, do you think? Could we also possess that organ? The father did not answer. The son pressed on. We are immune to radiation too from childhood. It has been like air to us. But those colossi not only resist radiation, they can transform it into their own energy. If we could do the same. The father's voice came very soft. Don't think about it. The son turned to look at him. The father stared at the screen, the glow on his crystalline lens steady, his mouth set tight. Even if it were possible, Lord Jishin decides. The son was momentarily stunned. The father continued. Those colossi were captured by Lord Jishin, and the data were measured by him. What he wishes to tell us we are told. What he chooses not to tell us. He paused. We will not know, perhaps there are issues he has not disclosed. The son opened his mouth to speak, but said nothing. He turned back and stared at the anatomical diagram. The glow on his lens dimmed a little. Elsewhere in the central hall, 37 elders sat at their consoles watching the main screen. Silas's eyes fixed on the highlighted organ, his fingers tapping lightly on radiation converted into energy. His voice was low, almost a whisper to himself. Theoretically feasible. The beast's physiological structure differs from ours, but at the genetic level. We live on the same planet. The mechanisms of environmental adaptation should share commonality. Wylaid, standing beside him, turned at the words. What are you suggesting? Silasi gave no answer. He simply stared at the organ, his tapping growing faster. Kaduan sat in his place, the glow on his photosensitive panel dim. He studied the organ, the data, and the line that read, more than 10-fold, perhaps 100-fold. His hands clenched into fists on his knees. An elder nearby spoke in a low tone. The key to that organ must be a secret of the Dishin world. Silasi answered, exactly. So many different types of colossi possess this organ, it is unlikely to be innate. There must be some common factor. Otherwise, why can only the colossi do this while other creatures cannot? Perhaps they ingested the same substance later in life, altering their physiology. Is there such a thing on our planet? Silasi fell silent for 2 seconds. There is, right in the Dishin world. Several elders' crystalline lenses flickered in unison. Keaton's clenched hand tightened further. Zealand sat in his chair saying nothing. He watched the data on the screen, the highlighted organ, and the line that read, absorb radiation and convert it into energy. Then he turned and glanced at the elders. He saw Silas's tapping fingers and Wylaid's turned head. He saw Keaton's clenched fist and the flicker on the elder's crystalline lenses. He drew his gaze back and continued to fixate on the screen. The thin thread of light on his crystalline lens remained steady, showing no change. At this moment, Lin Ye's voice echoed once more from the screen. Oh, it seems that our friends from the Shuaguang clan are quite interested in this question. The two dark golden beams of light gazed at the camera, as if observing the barrage of comments. Someone just asked if this special organ could be realized in your bodies. He chuckled softly. Well, for now, we don't know. He paused for a moment. We need to wait for the host to conduct further detailed research before being able to respond to The barrage from Blue Star flared up again. The wisdom god is going to study this. Does that mean the Shuaguang clan could also become beings like giant beasts? 47 billion giant Shuaguang. That image is too beautiful for me to look at. Xiao Penji, can we also conduct research? We also have a radioactive environment. Liberty Nation, if the Shuaguang clan can absorb radiation, wouldn't that mean? Dragon God Nation, wait, according to the wisdom god's words this means. But Lin Ye ignored those comments. Continuing in a languid tone, he spoke on. However, my preliminary judgment suggests that there is indeed some operability. The two dark golden beams focused on the organ displayed on the screen. As the Shuaguang clan speculated, this special organ is primarily formed by long-term consumption of a special mineral from the Earth's core world. This special mineral contains two unique elements. The structural diagrams of those two elements appeared on the screen. YH04, YH07. Beside them, their characteristics were labeled: one absorbs radiation, the other converts energy. Lin Ye's voice. It is precisely these two elements that grant this special organ the ability to absorb radiation and convert it into energy. He paused for a moment. Otherwise, these giant beasts would only be immune to radiation, like your Shuaguang clan, unable to absorb and convert it into that kind of biological energy. And these two special elements can only be found in the Earth's core world. The live chat fell silent for a second. Then the comments from both sides exploded simultaneously. From Blue Star, what? Only the Earth's core world has it. Doesn't that mean whoever enters the Earth's core world has the potential to become a superhuman? No, it's Super Beast. Wisdom God, did you just say that? Aren't you afraid the Shuaguang clan might have ideas? What ideas could they possibly have? The entrance to the Earth's core world is currently guarded by the Wisdom God. They can't even enter. But those elements are on their planet. So what if they are on their planet? They have already submitted. Moreover, this is something the Wisdom God has secured, so naturally it belongs to the Wisdom God. That may be true, but the people of the Shuaguang clan must be uneasy upon hearing this. Of course, if it were you and you knew there was something beneath your feet that could make you 10 or 100 times stronger, could you stay calm? So the Wisdom God said this intentional. It must be intentional, letting them know this exists, but that they can't obtain it. What will they do? The Wisdom God's method. Kimchi Nation, the Wisdom God is why such good things should naturally be managed by the Wisdom God. Zhao Penji, the Earth's core world, the homeland of Galato. Liberty Nation, oh God, if those Shuaguang could really absorb radiation, their potential would be unimaginable. Polar Bear, hahaha, let them watch and be envious, but they can't have it. That's interesting. Dragon God Nation is the Wisdom God testing them again. Let's see who can't hold their nerves. However, the comments from the Shuaguang clan had completely changed their tone. It was formed by postnatal consumption. Those two elements can only be found in the Earth's core world. We have always lived above them, never knowing. If we also consume that kind of mineral, could we also grow that kind of organ? Could we also absorb radiation like the giant beasts? Shoot beams. 47 billion clansmen. If they could all. Don't dream. The Earth's core world is currently guarded by the Wisdom God. Can you enter it? We can't enter, but those things are originally on our planet. So what if they are on our planet? You are still under the management of the Wisdom God. That may be true, but what? Do you want to rebel? Have you not seen how the giant beasts ended up? It's not about rebellion, just feeling a bit regrettable. Regrettable about what? The Wisdom God just said he would study it. If he figures it out, perhaps he could provide it for us. Yes, he just said there is a certain operability. Perhaps it really could be possible in the future. Really, that would be wonderful. Don't be too happy too soon. He said we need to conduct in-depth research to know when there will be results is still unknown. Well, that's better than directly saying impossible. The comments from the Shuaguang clan split into two factions, one lamenting, one filled with anticipation, with a third group saying nothing, merely staring silently at the screen. In the central hall, Silas' fingers paused. He stared at the structural diagrams of those two elements on the screen, the light on the crystal body flickering slightly. YH04, YH07. He murmured those two numbers softly. Velarde, standing beside him, turned his head at the sound. What are you thinking? Silas did not answer. He merely focused on the elemental data on the distribution map beside them, staring at that densely packed red area, 400 kilometers below the Earth's core passage. Velarde asked again, Silas. Silas came back to his senses. He turned his head to look at Velarde. It's nothing. His voice was calm. I just think that the names of these two elements will be frequently heard in the future. Velarde stared at him for 2 seconds, then turned back to Corton. Sat in his seat, his fists still clenched. He gazed at the elemental data on the screen, fixating on that red area, staring at the line that read only found in the Earth's core world. His thoughts grew more complex. An elder beside him spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. If we could obtain those minerals. Corton remained silent. Another elder chimed in, his voice even lower. You saw those giant beasts earlier. The strongest one planet, Galato, can emit beams close to the power of those battleship main cannons. If we could also. 40 billion clansmen, 40 billion main cannon beams. Corton finally spoke. Shut up. The voice was not loud, but it was forceful. The two elders turned their heads to look at him simultaneously. Corton did not look at them. He stared at the screen, the light on the photoconductive board dimming. The Wisdom God is watching. Every word you say, they can hear it. The two elders' crystal bodies froze simultaneously. They closed their mouths, turned back, and continued to focus on the screen. Zealand sat in his seat, completely motionless. He looked at the barrage on the screen. Those regrets, those expectations, those perhaps it could be possible in the future. Zealand withdrew his gaze and continued staring at the screen. The light on the crystalline lens remained as steady as ever. He knew what those elders were thinking. He also knew how many among those bullet comments were genuinely anticipating and how many were merely feigning. Yet he understood one thing more. Since the god of wisdom dared to speak of these matters in front of 7 billion shining light beings, he had no fear of because those warships still hovered above the city. Those mechas still stood by the entrance to the Earth's core world. That mushroom cloud seemed to linger still as it had on. In the live stream, Lin Ye's voice rang out again. Fellow viewers, what do you think? Quite curious, quite tempted, aren't you? His voice was languid, carrying a hint of a smile. The streamer feels the same as you all. So, he drew out the tone. Today the streamer will take you all to explore the Earth's core world. Let's see what kind of world lies within what those Earths look like. Are there more surprises waiting? The streamer is truly excited. The bullet comments exploded again. From Blue Star, holy cow. Earth's core world exploration. Finally, I knew the god of wisdom would go in. Our great Kimchi nation is ready. The homeland of Grotto. We want to see it too. God, finally the veil over the Earth's core world will be lifted. Haha, the expedition team sets off. Can't wait. What do those Earths really look like? The bullet comments from the shining light beings were also scrolling madly. Earth's core world. Lord God of Wisdom is about to explore the Earth's core world. That place. We never dared to go down. Those two elements are down there. Will Lord God of Wisdom bring back those ores? As the words fell, the live stream switched. No longer the main control room, no longer the data and dissection diagrams. Instead, a squadron of mechas appeared. Looks like you all are excited too, he said, raising a hand to point to the side. All right, enough chatter. Let's now follow this expedition team and enjoy the journey to the Earth's core world together. As the words fell, the live stream switched. No longer the main control room, no longer the data and dissection diagrams. Instead, a squadron of mechas appeared. 1,000 Lin Ye-type mechas, each 20 meters tall, formed neat ranks hovering in midair. Leading them was a colossal mecha 200 meters in height, floating at the forefront, silently gazing at the tunnel entrance ahead. In the distance, the collapsed tunnel entrance had been cleared into a downward slope. Flanking the slope stood giant mechas, their azure optical lenses trained on the entrance. Some of the colossal beasts lying on the battlefield raised their heads, staring at the mecha squadron. The planet Grotto lay at the forefront, eyes half-closed, watching the giant mecha at the head of the formation. A low rumble emanated from deep within its throat. The sound was faint, nearly lost in the wind. But the giant mecha seemed to have heard it. It turned its head, glanced at the planet Grotto, then turned back and strode toward the tunnel entrance. Behind it, 1,000 mechas followed. An overhead shot captured the formation as it filed into a line, gradually disappearing into the darkness of the tunnel. On the screen, the tunnel entrance grew distant, smaller, until it was only a black dot. The view switched to the first-person perspective of the expedition team. The rock walls on both sides of the tunnel whizzed past the dark red stone, gleaming eerily under the searchlights. Lin Ye watched the first-person view of the expedition team on the screen, a half-eaten energy bar still dangling from his mouth. The camera pushed forward, the lights striking the rock walls. The dark red rock textures were layered, as if compressed by something, or perhaps natural fault lines. In some places, black mineral veins could be seen, slender and elongated, stretching up along the rock walls. When the searchlights swept over them, the veins the height was also considerable, estimated to be over 500 meters. The scale of this tunnel. He chewed on the energy bar, muttering to himself. Has it been dug for? The height was also considerable, estimated to be over 500 meters. The scale of this tunnel. He chewed on the energy bar, muttering to himself. Has it been dug for a long time? In the live stream, bullet comments flew rapidly. Damn, this tunnel is huge. Is this tunnel man-made or natural? It must have been dug by the giant beasts, otherwise how could they come out? No wonder so many could pour out at once. On the screen, the expedition team was descending at ultimate subsonic speed. The depth reading flickered in the lower right corner of the screen: 30 kilometers, 45 kilometers, 62 kilometers, 78 kilometers. From the moment they entered the tunnel, they had been diving downward, the angle estimated at about 60 degrees. The mechas flew with a slight forward tilt, the glow from their negative mass field generators trailing behind them, long and luminous like glowing tails. The leading giant mecha was at the front, its 200-meter steel frame seeming less colossal in the tunnel. Behind it followed the 1,000 Lin Ye-type mechas lined up in a single file, weaving through the shafts of searchlight. In the first city central hall, Zealand stood before the main screen, staring at the images. The 36 elders sat in their respective seats, silent, all watching. Kudun's hand rested on the armrest, his fingers slightly curled. He watched the rock walls flashing past on the screen, watched the ever-increasing depth number, the light on his crystalline lens dimmed. 103 kilometers. 125 kilometers. 147 kilometers. This tunnel. He spoke, his voice low. We have never... Silasi picked up his voice, equally low. All who entered died. 3 expeditions are recorded in history. The deepest team descended to 180 kilometers before losing contact. 3 days later, the wreckage of that team was ejected from the tunnel entrance, scattered over dozens of kilometers. Kudun turned to look at him. Silasi did not turn back, his eyes fixed on the screen. That team had 300 people, all elites with the best equipment at the time. The last image transmitted before they went dark was... He paused. Something glowing on the rock wall. Kudun's crystalline lens moved. What was it? Silasi shook his head. Unknown. The image lasted only 3 seconds then cut off. That was 800 years ago. Kudun turned back, continuing to stare at the screen. The depth number had already jumped to 193 kilometers. Back in the main control room of the moon wrap, Lin Ye finished chewing the energy bar and tossed the wrapper aside. He stared at the depth number, the corner of his mouth twitching. 200 kilometers. Zero's hologram materialized beside him. Tunnel structure is stable, no anomalies observed. Lin Ye nodded. Continue. On the screen, the expedition team was still flying downward. 217 kilometers. 242 kilometers. 268 kilometers. 293 kilometers. Just before reaching 300 kilometers, Lin Ye noticed a change in the image on the screen. Where the searchlight swept the rock wall began to reveal something different. Not rock, not mineral veins, but some glowing specks. Tiny, scattered like stars shining in the crevices of the rock wall. Lin Ye leaned forward slightly. Zero, zoom in. Adjusting the lens. The camera zoomed in. The glowing specks became clear. They were a type of plant, growing on the rock wall resembling mushrooms, yet not quite. The caps were flat with curled edges covered in a layer of fine fuzz. The stalks were very short, almost hugging the rock wall. The glowing specks were patterns on the caps. As the lens advanced, those patterns could be seen flowing slowly, as if something was coursing through them. The color was a blue-purple, very faint yet strikingly conspicuous against the pitch-black rock wall. Lin Ye stared at them, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Oh, before we even reached the inner Earth world, we've found something new. The live stream bullet comments erupted again. Holy crap, glowing mushrooms. This color is so dreamlike. The inner Earth world really has light. It's not all pitch black. Look at those blue-purple ones, so beautiful like stars. If we could pick one and take it home, we wouldn't need to turn on the lights. Pick. Don't even know if those mushrooms are poisonous. That blue-purple one. It looks just like the patterns on my body. The exploration team didn't stop. They continued flying downward, but don't they need sunlight? So this is what the inner Earth world is like. Those colors are so beautiful. That blue-purple one. It looks just like the patterns on my body. The exploration team didn't stop. They continued flying downward, but at a slightly slower pace. When the depth number jumped to 312 kilometers, the glowing plants on the rock wall became more abundant. At first, just scattered specks here and there. Then small patches, and then the entire wall was covered. Those plants crowded together, large and small. Some caps were only the size of a palm, while others were larger than a person. The colors also began to diversify. Blue-purple, pale purple, orange, yellow, pink. Mixed together, staining the rock wall into a luminous multicolored canvas. The light in the tunnel grew brighter and brighter. The glow from those plants converged, illuminating the entire passage. Lin Ye noticed that the exploration team's searchlights were starting to turn off. On the screen, the scene inside the tunnel was crystal clear. Those glowing plants covered the rock wall, stretching onward endlessly. Some plants hung down from the wall, long and curtain-like. Those curtains also glowed purple light, each strand hanging down, gently swaying with the faint air currents in the tunnel. Some plants grew on the ceiling, hanging upside down like chandeliers. Those chandelier-like plants also radiated light. An orange-yellow glow clustering in bunches hanging from the ceiling to midair. Lin Ye watched the images and chuckled. Not bad. This is way more magnificent than I imagined. The viewers from both civilizations in the live stream were also overwhelmed with marvel and praise. The exploration team continued forward. When the depth number stopped at 327 kilometers, the tunnel began to level out. The slope gradually dropped from 60 degrees to 40-30-20, until it was almost flat. The lead giant mech halted. The team behind it also stopped. On the screen, the camera advanced, rounding a bend. Then the entire screen was flooded with light. Lin Ye was stunned. All the viewers were equally stunned. At that moment, the entire screen was filled with radiance. It wasn't the light of one lamp nor 100 lamps. It was the light of countless lamps, extending from beneath their feet to the horizon, from the ground to the inner Earth world, fully revealed before everyone. A vast, boundless space beyond sight. How vast? Zero provided a relatively precise figure. Approximately 120 to 150 kilometers. The boundary between Blue Star's atmosphere and space is 100 kilometers. Here, from the ground to the ceiling, it's even farther than from Blue Star to space. The ceiling was pitch black rock, its height invisible. Only faintly discernible luminous patterns spreading across those rocks like rivers hanging upside down. The floor was an undulating landscape. Not the gray hues of rock, but a myriad of colors. Russet rocks, vast expanses as if paved with red soil. Yellow rocks mingled with the red, layered like a geological cross-section. Purple crystals embedded in those rocks in chunks. Some the size of a fist, others large. Those crystals emitted a purple glow, dyeing the surrounding rocks purple. Glowing plants were everywhere. Some grew on the ground in patches like luminous lawns. Those grasses were blue, very short, densely packed, stretching endlessly. Some grew on the rock walls from the bottom to the top, like a glowing mural. Those murals came in every color: blue, purple, yellow, red, orange. mixed together layered with purple crystals interspersed in some places. Some grew in midair. No, not midair, they grew on stone pillars hanging from the ceiling. Those pillars were long and thin like stalactites, but even longer. Every stone pillar was covered in glowing plants, whose light cascaded down the pillars like oversized electric bulbs. In the distance there were lakes, many, large and small, glittering scattered among the rocks and plants. The lake water wasn't transparent, it was milky white with a hint of pale blue. The lake's surfaces were calm, reflecting the surrounding glowing plants and purple crystals, like luminous mirrors. Further away something was moving. Flying creatures, of various sizes, some bird-like, some insect-like. They flew through the sky, their bodies also glowing, blending with the light of the plants, making it impossible to tell which were flora and which were fauna. There were also things moving on the ground, running, crawling, swimming. They were too far to see clearly, but one could see the specks of light they stirred up across the glowing plain. Lin Ye stared at the screen for a long time. Then he let out a laugh. Folks, we've arrived. What a splendid place. In the live stream, the bullet comments were going berserk. From Blue Star. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Is this the inner Earth world? This is even more fantastical than scenes in fantasy. Those vines hanging from the vault look like glowing jellyfish. Paukai Gua, this is a world only found in our Paukai myths. So beautiful. Xiaopan Ji Geladu. So this is where you live. No wonder you look so majestic. Zio Gua, oh god, this place. If this could be developed into a tourist attraction. Beiji Xiongha. Good. This is real exploration. So much more interesting than the Shuawang clan. Dragon God Kingdom, those crystals. The purple ones. Are they the special ores that the wisdom god mentioned? Dragon God Kingdom, no. 2. Very light. It looks just like it. Han's Kingdom, from a geological perspective, the probability of such an environment existing is approaching 0, yet here it is before us. Gallic Rooster, those glowing plants. They are so beautiful. I want to live there. The barrage from the Shining Clan was also scrolling, but the content being scrolled was somewhat different. This place is truly beautiful, much more so than the surface. Those purple crystals, are they the special ores that Lord Wisdom spoke of? Very likely. That color resembles the crystal structure diagram, marked YH07. This place. It's so marvelous. If only we could go down and take a look. What are you thinking? That's Lord Wisdom's territory. I know I'm just talking casually. In the first city, the Central Hall. Zealand stared at the screen, showing that fantastical world, the brilliance on the crystal steady. Cyrus' fingers began to tap on the armrest again. Tap, tap, tap. He looked at those purple crystals, those glowing plants. Looking at those milky white lakes, the brilliance on the crystal was a bit brighter than before. Those purple crystals. He spoke softly. Should be YH04 or YH07. Viard stood beside him and turned his head upon hearing this. How do you know? Cyrus pointed to the screen. Color, shape, and the number of distributions. It's quite similar to the structure diagram that Lord Wisdom showed earlier. Viard stared at those crystals for a few seconds. If those crystals are that kind of element, then this entire inner world. He didn't finish, but Cyrus understood. This entire inner world is filled with those ores that can absorb radiation and transform energy. Not just a little, but clusters embedded in those rocks everywhere. Cyrus' fingers tapped even faster. Cotton sat in his seat, also staring at those purple crystals. His clenched fist rested on his knee, tightening further. An elder beside him spoke in a very low voice. That thing is everywhere. Another elder chimed in even lower. If we had come down earlier, wouldn't the outcome be different now? Cotton suddenly turned his head, glaring at the two elders. The two gazes were as cold as knives. The crystals of the two elders simultaneously froze, and they shut their mouths, saying nothing more. Cotton turned back to continue staring at the screen. His hand was still clenched in a fist, but he didn't loosen it. Zealand sat in his seat, remaining still. He looked at the purple crystals on the screen, watching those glowing plants and those milky white lakes. He didn't say a word, but his hand pressed hard against the armrest. On the screen, the exploration team remained in place, not advancing further. The leading giant mech hovered in midair. Its optical lens focused on the fantastical world ahead, unmoving. Behind it, 1,000 Spirit Guardian IVs also hovered motionless. After 2 seconds, Zero's voice rang in Lin Ye's ear. The exploration team has reached the edge of the inner world and is initiating a full scan. Radiation index, 327 times the surface value of Proxima Centauri b. Main radiation sources, rock layers at the bottom of the inner space and some plants, as well as areas where purple crystals are distributed. Temperature, 87 degrees Celsius. Relative humidity, 31. Atmospheric composition, carbon dioxide accounts for 62, nitrogen accounts for 28. The rest consists of hydrogen sulfide, sulfur dioxide, and other irritating gases. Detection conclusion: the current environment poses a certain threat to the Shining Clan's survival. Prolonged exposure may lead to organ failure. Short-term exposure within a few hours is bearable, but protective equipment is required. Lin Ye stared at the data. The corner of his mouth moved slightly. 87 degrees, 60% carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide. He chewed on an energy bar. No wonder those giant beasts can grow so large. In such a place, ordinary creatures cannot stay. Zero continued to report. Giant beast life form detection in progress. Detection complete. Approximately 23,000 giant beast life signs detected. Distribution about 7,000 flying types, primarily ranging from 10 to 50 meters in size. Ground crawling types about 12,000, primarily ranging from 10 to 100 meters. Aquatic types about 4,000, primarily ranging from 5 to 100 meters. Further analysis among this batch of giant beasts. Females account for about 68, cubs account for about 21, and males account for about 11. Among the males, those of smaller size account for about 87, while those reaching over 100 meters only account for 13. Conclusion: the current giant beasts in the inner world are mostly unaccompanied females, cubs, and some elderly or weak males. Strong males and planet-class giant beasts have all been expelled. Lin Ye chuckled after hearing this. Yo, the strong ones have all gone out. What's left are the old weak. He stared at the giant beasts still moving on the screen for a while. Indeed, with Planet Garado like that, charging out with 30,000 heads, what could possibly remain at home? The able-bodied ones have all left. The barrage began scrolling again. Old, weak women and children. Are those over 100 meters also old and weak? Compared to those 30,000 that went out, they do count as old, weak, and sick. So the wisdom god captured all those strong giant beasts, resulting in all being captured. Ha ha ha, this is great. The pillar of the family is all in. Those females must still be waiting for them to return, right? Probably still unaware of what has happened outside. They definitely don't know. The passage was blown up. They should be able to feel the tremors, but they might not know the specifics. What should we do now? Go in and capture them. Lin Ye did not respond, swallowed the energy bar, and sat up straight. All right, since there's no stronger one, let's split up and act. Command confirmed. The exploration team is splitting up. On the screen, the 1,000 Spirit Guardian IVs began to move. They spread out from the formation, dividing into 10 teams, each with 100 mechs. The leading giant mechs team also consisted of 100 mechs. The 10 teams hovered in midair, forming 10 formations. Zero's voice echoed in the combat. Attention, all sub-teams. Mission objective: fully explore the inner world, gather various samples, including but not limited to various plants, various ores, various crystals, water samples, soil samples, gas samples, and living giant beast genetic samples. Cubs prioritized. Attacking giant beasts is prohibited unless actively attacked. If attack, counterattack is allowed but must not kill. Focus on subduing. The directions for each sub-team have been assigned. Now commence action. The 10 teams moved simultaneously. They flew toward the fantastical world in 10 different directions. The main camera in the live stream followed the leading giant mechs team. The camera shot from above, capturing the team flying forward in a loose formation. Before them lay a luminous plain. The blue grass was densely spread everywhere, and as the mechas flew over, the grass was blown aside by the airflow, revealing streaks of dark red rock. Purple crystals were embedded within the rocks, some exposed to the outside, while others were buried in the soil. A mecha detached from the formation and descended. It landed next to a purple crystal, crouched down, and reached out to touch the crystal. The surface of the crystal was very smooth, feeling slightly cool to the touch. The mecha pulled out a palm-sized instrument from behind and pressed it against the crystal. The indicator lights on the device blinked a few times before illuminating. Sample collection complete. YH04 and YH07 elements, content 97. Free. Indeed, this is it. In the live stream, the comments exploded. This is the special, or that the intelligent god mentioned. The purple crystal. Content 97. So high. Those giant beasts outside grow by eating this. Of course. If they eat this every day, how could they not grow so big? Pickle Nation, our intelligent god has discovered a treasure trove. Foot Basin Chicken Gelato. So you eat this every day? Free Nation, oh god, if only we could bring this kind of, or back to Blue Star. Polar Bear, what would we do with it when we get back? We don't have the organs like those giant beasts. Dragon God Nation, isn't the intelligent god researching it? If they figure it out, it might be useful. Hans Nation, 97. 3 Purity means it can be used directly without much refining. Look, there are so many crystals. They're everywhere. If we excavate all of these, how much would that be? Don't calculate, we can't count that. On another side, another exploration team was flying towards a patch of luminous plants. These plants grew on the rock face, forming a large area that resembled a painting. The colors were bluish-purple, stretching from the base of the rock wall up to several hundred. A mecha flew by and hovered in front of those plants. It extended its hand and plucked a leaf from one of the plants. The leaf was flat with rolled edges and covered with a layer of fine hairs. As it was plucked, the hairs shrank back as if alive. The mecha placed the leaf into a container on its back. Sample collection complete. Plant category: luminescent fungi. Not yet named. Meanwhile, another team was flying towards a milky white lake. The lake's surface was calm, like a mirror reflecting the surrounding luminous plants and purple crystals. The mecha hovered above the lake's surface, pulling out a sampler from behind and dipping it into the water. As the sampler was lowered, ripples spread across the lake's surface, disturbing the reflections. Sample collection complete. Water category, alkaline water body. Contains trace elements of YH04. Further away, one team encountered a flying giant beast. The beast resembled a bird, but was much larger, about 30 meters long, covered in dark gray feathers with light purple luminescence at the tips. It hovered in midair, staring at the team. The mechas halted, also gazing at it. The giant beast opened its mouth and let out a screech. The sound was sharp and piercing, echoing in the vast underground world. The mechas did not move. The giant beast screeched again. Still they did not move. On the third screech, the giant beast suddenly charged forward, lunging at the nearest mecha. The mecha sidestepped to avoid it, clenched its right fist, and struck the beast. The giant beast's head tilted, its body swayed, and it fell down several meters. It steadied itself, but aimed to pounce again. The other three mechas had already surrounded it, with one gripping its neck, and two holding its wings. The giant beast struggled, flapping its wings, and pecking wildly, but could not break free. One mecha circled to its back, clenched its fist, and delivered 2 punches to the base of its hind leg. The giant beast's hind legs buckled, and its whole body began to drop. The 4 mechas followed it down, landing on the ground. Once on the ground, they delivered several more punches, pinning it down firmly. The giant beast lay on the ground, panting, its eyes fixed on the mechas, not moving anymore. Encountered a giant beast's aggressive attack. Subdued. Not killed. Sample collection pending further action. Lin Ye watched the footage and chuckled. Not bad, it wasn't killed. He chewed on an energy bar, focusing on the mechas in the live stream as they explored, collecting those luminous plants, purple crystals, and milky white lake water. This underground world has quite a lot of good things. The exploration continued. The main camera in the live stream followed the team, led by the giant mecha, gradually advancing in the underground world. In the footage, various luminous plants and novel phenomena appeared before billions of viewers, one after another. Some grew on the ground like fields of glowing wheat, swaying in the wind, scattering streams of tiny light spots. Some hung from the rock walls, cascading down from hundreds of meters high like glowing waterfalls. These light spots were blue, purple, and orange-yellow, mixing together and slowly flowing down, dispersing halfway and transforming into a glowing mist. Wow, this place is just too beautiful. Look at those light spots, they look like fireflies. It really resembles a world from a fairy tale. The comments flooded in. A mecha detached from the formation and landed beside a patch of glowing wheat. It crouched down and reached out to touch the glowing wheat ears. The moment those wheat ears were touched, all the lights went out simultaneously. The mecha paused and withdrew its hand. After a few seconds, the wheat ears lit up again, even brighter than before. Ha ha ha, it scared them. This thing has a stress response. Just like a sensitive plant. So interesting. Wow, everyone look over there. Someone shouted in the comments. The camera turned left, revealing a group of juvenile giant beasts lying on the distant ground. The smallest ones were only 3 to 5 meters long, while the largest were just about 10 meters. They huddled together, some sleeping, others playfully biting each other, while a few were gnawing on a purple crystal. They took a bite, chewed a bit, swallowed, and then continued to gnaw. They are eating those crystals. Just raw. What else? Why not cook it for them? Those cubs look so small, just a bit bigger than an elephant. Smaller than an elephant. You call this small? The comments erupted into chaos. The small team did not linger and continued to fly forward. On the other side, in another team's footage, a glowing forest appeared. The trees were tall, estimated to exceed 200 meters, with dark red trunks and glowing crowns. Blue and purple light radiated from those crowns, illuminating the entire forest. A forest. There's a forest in the underworld world too. How can those trees grow so tall? Can they grow without sunlight? They must rely on radiation. Sunlight is also radiation. Growing by absorbing radiation is not a problem. This place looks truly magical. At the edge of the forest, some giant beasts were moving. They are eating those plants too. Everything here glows and radiates. If I stay here long enough, they were bending down at the forest's edge, nibbling on something. After a few bites, they raised their heads to look around, and then continued to nibble. The camera zoomed in, revealing that they were eating a type of low-growing plant with thick leaves that glowed faintly purple around the edges. They are eating those plants too. Everything here glows and radiates. If I stay here long enough, will I glow too? You should first withstand temperatures over 80 degrees. The footage of the third team showed a vast lake. The lake water was not milky white, but a deep blue. On the surface of the lake floated some glowing microorganisms clustered like luminous clouds. In the center of the lake, something was moving. The camera zoomed in. It was also a giant beast resembling a fish, but much larger, estimated to be over 100 meters long. Its body was streamlined, covered with glowing scales that were blue and not particularly noticeable in the dark water. It swam slowly in the lake, its tail occasionally swishing, creating circles of glowing ripples. A giant beast in the water. Are there fish in this lake? No, that's a monster. A fish over 100 meters long must consume a lot to grow this big. What does it eat? The microorganisms in the lake. Those microorganisms also glow, so they must radiate as well. The giant beast swam to the edge of the lake, raised its head, and emerged from the water. Its head resembled that of a crocodile, long with numerous sharp teeth inside. It stared at the mechas in the sky for a while, then lowered its head and submerged back. The fourth team flew over a rocky area. The rocks were deep red, layered as if pressed by something. In the crevices of the rocks, glowing moss was growing. The moss was orange-yellow, small patches standing out prominently against the red rocks. The mecha landed and collected some moss samples. Sample collection completed. Plant type, glowing moss. Contains YH04 trace elements. The fifth team encountered a group of flying giant beasts. These creatures resembled birds, but were much larger, with the smallest being 20 meters and the largest nearly 50. They flew in groups in the sky, and when they flapped their wings, their glowing feathers scattered a trail of light. The mecha team did not approach, but hovered at a distance, scanning with instruments. The giant beasts did not come closer. They merely looked at the mechas from afar, letting out a few screeches before continuing to fly. The mechas did not pursue and continued on their original path. This group must have over 100 individuals, right? Are they all female? They should be. They probably don't know their males have been captured. Ha ha ha, what a statement. The 6th team, 7th team, 8th team. Each team's footage was different. Some teams flew over a patch of purple crystal mines where the crystals were densely embedded in the rock walls, extending from the bottom to hundreds of meters high. The mecha landed to collect samples. The surface of the crystals was smooth and cool, with a purity higher than the previous one, reaching 98. 6. Some teams flew over a glowing waterfall. The water cascaded from a height into a deep pool below. The water also glowed with a light blue hue, resembling a glowing silk ribbon hanging on the rock wall. Some teams flew into a massive cave. This cave was larger than any place they had passed before, with glowing plants hanging down from above like glowing ropes. These ropes were long, some reaching the ground, while others floated in midair. Some teams encountered a group of giant beasts running on the ground. These giant beasts resembled rhinos, but were much larger, exceeding 50 meters in length, covered with thick shells. Those shells also glowed with a dark red light, like heated iron. Upon seeing the mechas, they started to run, moving quickly and causing a thumping sound on the ground. The mechas did not pursue. Time passed slowly. The barrage in the live streaming room never ceased. Every time a new phenomenon appeared, it sparked a wave of excitement. The viewers from Blue Star were mesmerized. The Shuaguang clan members were also very excited. 3 hours passed just like that. Lin Ye finished the last energy bar, tossing the wrapper aside. He stood up and walked to the control panel, the 2 dark golden light strips on his faceplate directed at the screen. On the screen, the task progress bars of the 10 exploration teams had all jumped to 100. All sample collections completed. Total 187 types of plant samples, 89 types of mineral samples, 46 types of crystal samples, 23 types of water samples, 31 types of soil samples, 15 types of gas samples, 53 types of living tissue gene samples from giant beasts, including young. All data has been archived and can be accessed at any time. Lin Ye nodded. All right, let's call it a day. Command confirmed. All exploration teams' mission accomplished. Evacuate the underworld world and return to the surface. On the screen, the scattered mecha teams moved simultaneously. They ascended from the glowing wheat fields, withdrew from the purple crystal mines, flew away from the milky lakes, and turned around under the watchful eyes of the giant. The giant beasts remained in place or hovered midair, staring at the flying mechas, the light in their eyes flickering. Some young ones took a few steps forward, wanting to chase after them, but were caught by the nearby females and pulled back. Some giant beasts let out a screech, the sound echoing in the vast underworld world, traveling far away. But the mechas paid no heed and continued to fly toward the entrance of the passage, getting further and further away, eventually disappearing into the glowing mist. Lin Ye watched the footage, his lips twitching. Then he turned to the camera. Folks, today's exploration journey ends here. He paused. 3 hours, I'm sure everyone has seen quite a bit. Glowing plants, purple crystals, lakes of different colors, and those giant beasts of all sizes along with their young. So how was it? Enjoyable. The bullet comments scrolled rapidly. Thrilling. Damn thrilling. I've never seen so many miraculous things in my life. When will the results come from those? Tell us the results. Paukai Kingdom, we the great Paukai people enjoyed it immensely. Jayapenji, the homeland of Geladu. So beautiful. We want to see more. Zio Kingdom, oh god, these 3 hours felt like a dream. Beijixiang, haha, good. Thrilling. When is the next live stream? Longshan Kingdom, Lord Jishin, you've worked hard. Rest well. The bullet comments from the Shuaguang clan were also scrolled. Lord Jishin, you've worked hard. Thank you, Lord Jishun, for showing us the underground world. Those plants, those crystals, so beautiful. Can we see it again? Lin Ye glanced at the bullet comments and chuckled. My dear friends, don't worry. We've collected the samples and research will definitely be conducted. When we have results, we'll broadcast it to you. He paused. That's all for today. Signing off. My dear friends, goodbye. As his words fell, Ling's silhouette appeared beside him. Live broadcast signal cut off. The floating screens in the main control room went dark one by one. Only a few auxiliary screens displaying data remained lit. Lin Ye retracted his spirit resonance battle armor, revealing his handsome face. He raised his hand to rub his temples and yawned. Ling, gather all samples onto one Kunpeng and send them back for research first. Understood. First city in a residential building. The young Shuawang clan male stared at the dark screen for several seconds. His father sat beside him, also motionless. It's over, said the son. The father nodded. Those purple crystals. Everywhere. The son said again. The father turned his head to look at him. What do you want to say? The son did not answer. He stared at the dark screen, the light in his crystalline dim. The father looked at him for a moment, then turned back. Don't think about it, he said. The son still said nothing. First city central hall. 37 elders sat in their respective seats, staring at the dark main screen. Silas's fingers were still tapping on the armrest as he spoke. We can try searching on the surface. While Ade stood beside him staring at the screen, the light in his... Kaduan sat in his seat, his hand still clenched into a fist on his knee. Zealand sat in his seat, not moving at all. He stared at the dark screen for a long time. Then he stood up. All right, then arrange a search. His voice was not loud, but in the quiet hall, everyone could hear it. He turned and walked toward his console. The other elders began to move. Some stood up, some walked to their positions, some emitted sound waves into communicators. Keaton's hand relaxed. He looked at Zealant's back for 2 seconds. Then he also stood up and walked to his console. On the screen, the exploration team was withdrawing. The over 1,000 mechas lined up, flying upward along the passage they had come from. The glowing plants whisked past them, the purple crystals receded beneath their feet. The passage grew darker. The light of those plants grew farther and smaller, finally becoming a blurry halo disappearing behind them. Half an hour later, the exploration team floated out of the cave entrance. Outside was still that battlefield, the giant beast still lying in place. The planet Geladu lay at the front, its head lowered, the light on its dorsal fin not. It heard the commotion, raised its head and glanced at the mechas flying out of the cave. Glanced, then lowered its head again. The exploration team flew past it, heading toward a distant Kunpeng ship. The designated Kunpeng 3 transport ship hovered at the edge of the battlefield. Its 3-kilometer-long silver-white hull gleamed under the dark red sunlight. The exploration team flew over and hovered beside the hull. The collected samples were sent into the cargo bay one by one. Glowing plants were packed in transparent special containers. Purple crystals, large and small, box after box sent into the cargo hold. Lake water of various colors sealed in containers. Gene samples of the giant beasts, blood samples, tissue samples stored in cryogenic boxes. Also soil samples, gas samples, rock samples. After everything was sent and the cargo hatch closed, the Kunpeng ship began to ascend. It arrived outside the orbit of Proxima Centauri B, hovered for a moment, then adjusted its attitude, its bow pointing toward the warp engine lit up. A translucent warp bubble enveloped it, then it slid forward silently at extreme speed. Destination, Yuecha base. Lin Ye stood in the main control room, watching the Kunpeng ship disappear from its spot. He turned his head to look at another screen. On the screen, the giant beasts still lay, over 30,000 of them densely packed, stretching from the cave ruins into the distance. Lin Ye watched for a moment. Ling, here. Drive those giant beasts back. It's not good to keep them out here. Understood. Attention, all units, the herding task begins. On the battlefield, the giant mechas and regular mechas, suspended in midair, moved simultaneously. They flew down from their positions and landed beside the group of lying giant beasts. A wolf-type giant beast was sleeping on the ground when it was suddenly kicked in the hind leg. It snapped its eyes open, raised its head, wanting to roar, but seeing the deep blue optical lens of the giant mecha in front of it, it closed its mouth. The mecha pointed toward the passage. The wolf-type giant beast stared at it, not moving. The mecha kicked it again. The wolf-type giant beast got up from the ground, shook off the dirt, then lowered its head and walked step by step toward the passage. Beside it, a flame demon lizard was also kicked up. It lay on the ground, unwilling to move, emitting a low growl from its mouth. 3 mechas surrounded it, kicking it one after another, shaking its body. It got up and walked forward. After a few steps, it stopped and looked back. The mecha kicked again, and it continued. After a few more steps, it stopped again and looked, kick again, walk again. Jin Dagong lay on the ground, eyes closed, motionless. 5 giant mechas stood beside it, waiting. After waiting 3 seconds, it didn't move. A mecha raised its leg and stepped on its belly. Jin Dagong's body trembled, and its eyes opened a slit. The mecha stepped again. It got up from the ground, lowered its head, and walked step by step toward the passage. The planet Jadula lay in a pit, all 3 of its heads drooped. 10 giant mechas surrounded the pit, waiting. After a few seconds, it didn't move. A mecha jumped into the pit and kicked the middle head. That head was kicked askew, emitting a faint hiss from its mouth. The mecha kicked again. The 3 heads of planet Jadula lifted simultaneously, glanced at the mecha. It crawled out of the pit, lightly flapped its wings, flew up, and headed toward the passage. The planet Garado lay at the forefront, its head lowered, as if pretending to be asleep. 15 gigantic mechs stood around it, motionless. They waited for 5. It remained still. 1 mech walked over, standing in front of it, its optical lens aimed at it. It still did not move. The mech lifted its leg and kicked it in the back. Its body swayed slightly, but did not move. The mech kicked again. Still the same, a slight sway, no movement. A third kick. A fourth kick. A fifth kick. Garado lifted its head slightly, its eyes half open, casting a glance at the mech. Then it stood up. Its 300-meter-tall body shook the ground as it rose. It stood there, head lowered, staring at the mech. The mech also stared back at it. After 3 seconds, it pointed towards the tunnel entrance. Garado turned around and walked step by step towards the tunnel. It walked slowly, each step shaking the ground, causing the surrounding debris to jump. The gigantic beast lying nearby, seeing it move, also crawled up and followed behind. One after another, head after head. Some walked quickly, others slowly. Some took a few steps, looked back, then continued on. Some helped each other, one carrying another, moving forward step by step. Garado walked in the middle, not looking back. It reached the tunnel entrance, paused for a moment, lifted its head, and stared at the dark hole. 3 days ago it had burst out from there. When it burst out, it was followed by 30,000 of its kin, full of vigor. Now returning, however, it did so in this manner. It stood at the entrance and gazed for 3 seconds. Then it lowered its head and stepped into the darkness. Behind it, those gigantic beasts followed, one after another, disappearing into the depths of the hole. Outside the hole, those mechs still hovered in midair. Lin Ye stood in the control room, watching the beasts vanish into the hole. He moved his lips, slightly muttering, "Aren't you worried that once we let them go we won't be able to catch them again?" He chuckled. "We know exactly where their lair is, why fear their escape? This time we weren't prepared. It didn't take much effort to capture them. Next time, if they misbehave, it won't just be this small army of mechs. However, there should not be a next time." He paused. "Also pull out 25 Pioneer base vehicles from those 3 sub-base engineering teams." "Where are they being pulled to?" "The inner world." Lin Ye raised his hand and tapped the screen at the tunnel entrance. "Since it's not dangerous inside and resources are abundant, not establishing a sub-base would be a waste. Build it at the spot just outside the tunnel, block the tunnel exit to prevent those beasts from escaping again." The virtual image of Zero appeared beside him. "Okay, 25 Pioneer base vehicles are being dispatched. They are expected to be ready to enter the inner world in 1 hour. Escorted by 1 Dawn I-class battleship and 50,000 Spirit Guardian IV-class mechs, they will not only secure the area, but also participate in base construction site about 100 meters from the entrance of the inner world. The terrain is flat, suitable for construction work and subsequent guarding. Expected construction period 30 days. Lin Ye nodded. "All right." He paused. "The tunnel entrance also needs to be properly managed. In case those rebellious Shuaguang organizations get any bright ideas and sneak in, it would be embarrassing." "Understood." We plan to build permanent defensive works outside the entrance. Plan 12 heavy artillery emplacements arranged around the entrance. Each emplacement equipped with 3 automatic particle beam cannons and 2 laser interceptions. An adjustable alloy gate will be installed at the top of the entrance, 20 meters thick. Gate material Lingyun alloy capable of withstanding 3 direct hits from the Dawn I-class main cannon. Install a large energy shield generator covering a radius of 1 kilometer. Construction team 1,000 engineering robots. Expected construction period. Simultaneously establish a regular mech patrol line at the tunnel entrance and dispatch a Dawn I-class battleship to hover above the entrance, ready to respond to emergencies at any time. Lin Ye listened and nodded again. "All right, do as you said." He looked at another screen. On the screen, those 25 Pioneer base vehicles were taking off from the square metal containers, ascended one after another, flying towards the entrance. 2 Dawn I-class battleships detached from the fleet, hovering above the entrance. 50,000 Spirit Guardian IV-class mechs were also gathering from various locations. A dense cluster of light points spread across the screen. Lin Ye observed for a while. "By the way, that tunnel. It's here. It needs to be widened in the future. Right now only a Dawn I-class can pass through. The Kumpan class is probably too large to fit through. It will also be more convenient for transporting resources later." "Understood." We plan to initiate the tunnel widening project after the construction of the subbase in the inner world is completed. Widening plan: expand the existing tunnel to 2,000 meters with a height of 1,500 meters, ensuring that Kumpan-class transport ships can pass in both directions. Expected construction period 25 to 30 days. Lin Ye nodded again. He sat back in his chair, resting his legs on the control console. On the screen, a Dawn I-class ship flew ahead, the eerie blue patterns on its hull flowing slowly in the darkness, the faint blue energy shield barely visible. 50,000 mechs formed a neat line, floating in behind. The Pioneer base vehicles trailed at the end. Outside the entrance, construction of the heavy artillery emplacements had already begun. Some engineering robots poured out from the construction site of base 3, landing on the rocks surrounding the entrance. Some were leveling the ground, some were digging foundations, and others were transporting materials. In the dim red sunlight, the shadows of those robots stretched long on the ground. Lin Ye stared at the scenes for a while. The screen displayed the preliminary data of the samples just collected: plants, minerals, crystals, water bodies, soil gases. Categorized neatly. The samples will take 4 months to arrive. In the meantime, let's study this preliminary data. Beside him, Zero's virtual image floated occasionally, providing explanation. On the screen, the data flipped page by page, the morphology, structure, luminescent mechanism, and preliminary component analysis of the plants. The elemental composition of the ore's crystal structures and radiation absorption characteristics. The chemical composition of the water trace element concentrations and pH levels. The particle size, mineral composition, and organic content of the soil. The composition ratios, concentrations, and toxicity of the gases. The genetic sequences, physiological parameters, and energy conversion efficiency of the gigantic beasts. Lin Ye flipped through the pages, occasionally stopping to examine a line of data for a few seconds before continuing. After about half an hour, he paused. It was a genetic comparison chart of colossal beasts, the gene sequence of planet Gorath and that of an ordinary Gorath placed side by side. Similarity 99.7. The 0.3 difference was concentrated in a few specific segments. Those segments were labeled YH04, YH07 absorption and conversion-related genes. Lin Ye stared at those segments for a long time. 0. What are those gene segments related to? Comparison completed. Highly correlated with the cellular structure of the special organ inside planet Gorath. Preliminary speculation suggests that these gene segments determine the developmental degree and energy conversion efficiency of the special organ. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. So that special organ also has high and low grades. Current data supports this speculation. Ordinary Gorath also possessed the special organ, but its volume and conversion efficiency are lower than the planetary grade. Gene comparison shows that the differences between the two are mainly concentrated in these segments. Lin Ye nodded. Interesting. He turned the page of data and continued reading. Half a year passed by uneventfully. In the main control room of the UHA base, Lin Ye leaned back in his chair, his legs propped on the edge of the console, twirling a pen in his hand. On the screen before him, Zero was reporting the various data of the past half year. On Blue Star, the nations were quite busy. Over in Longshan Country 6, Zhuyu-class cargo spacecraft were built in the past 6 months. All were the latest models with fully electric propulsion systems with payload capacity increased to 120 tons and the round-trip time between Earth and Moon shortened by another 10%. The lunar base, Guanghan, could now accommodate over 80 people permanently, and a water ice-rich area was discovered near the South Polar region with plans for a second outpost. The Argo plan of Zeo country had also advanced considerably. They landed 3 batches of supplies on the lunar surface and built a small survival capsule. Although it could not house many people, at least they had a foothold. The Congress had been arguing again recently about increasing the budget, wanting to move the moon landing from next year to 1 month later. Beijing Space Station had 2 more modules added. Oyuoba was also developing its own small lander. Other countries were not idle either. Some were developing satellite networks, some were researching new generation rockets, some were training astronauts. Even Jayapinji was cooperating with Zeo country, wanting to send a small experimental module to the lunar surface. No wars, no economic sanctions, no mutual accusations. None of those things that used to be argued about daily happened in the past 6 months. Lin Ye watched a news clip on the screen. The spokesperson of Zeo country stood behind the podium saying to the camera, "We call on the international community to jointly advance the cause of space exploration," while the Longshan country reporter standing beside him was actually nodding. He twirled the pen between his fingers, his mouth twitching. Zero, did they coordinate this? No formal agreement. But according to intelligence analysis, the high-level officials of various countries have indeed formed a tacit understanding to temporarily shelve disputes on Blue Star until space technology matures. Lin Ye chuckled. Pretty smart. He paused, then flipped through the data. Over at Cloud Summit Paradise, 89 new ones had been built in the past 6 months. Now there were exactly 100 scattered across the globe. This time, they were no longer only floating over international waters. Some hovered over the central provinces of Longshan country, some over the east coast of Zeo country, and some within the territory of a small European country. There was even one hovering directly above the capital region of Jayapinji. When Lin Ye had Zero placed those paradises there, he had wondered if there would be protests. But nothing happened. The official Jayapinji government even sent a thank you letter saying, "Thank you, Lord Wisdom God, for your patronage. Our country will fully cooperate with the operation of the paradise." Attached was a detailed security plan asking if they needed to send the self-defense forces to patrol the area. Lin Ye laughed for a long time when he saw that letter. "They're not worried?" he asked Zero. According to public opinion analysis, the populace generally believes that having the paradise floating overhead is safe. The authorities, on the other hand, value more the economic benefits brought by the paradise and what? And the symbolic meaning of being chosen by the wisdom god. Lin Ye didn't ask further. He turned past that news clip and looked at another report. The sales data of gene enhancement serums. In the past 6 months, Lin Ye had Zero completely liberalized the purchasing channels. All Blue Star humans, as long as they were over 18, completed the real name authentication of the Paradise system and managed to grab a Paradise ticket, could buy a bottle of type A or B gene enhancement serum for 10,000 long coins. Must be injected on the spot, cannot be taken away, cannot be resold, and each person is limited to purchasing one bottle in a lifetime. Those who have already completed the enhancement are not allowed to purchase again. 100 Paradises, 10 million tickets per day, 300 million per month, 1.8 billion in half a year. Statistics showed that in the past 6 months a total of 1.71 billion doses of serum had been sold. That is now 1 in every 5 people on Blue Star is an enhanced individual. Adding those who had bought them sporadically in previous years, the total had reached 2 billion. Lin Ye stared at that number, the pen in his hand pausing. 2 billion. 5 years ago he wouldn't have dared to imagine such a number. But now it was right before his eyes. On the screen, Zero pulled up some screenshots of news websites. Longshan countries, Longshan daily. The wisdom god's move promotes the collective evolution of all mankind, benefiting the present and future generations. Zio countries, Time Weekly. Wisdom god. The god of human wisdom, well-deserved. Beiji Xiong's Pravda, a great moment. Every person can become an enhanced individual. Jaya Penji's Asahi Shimbun. The era of universal evolution begins. A gift from the wisdom god to all humanity. Paukai countries, Paukai daily. The wisdom god is the pride of our Paukai nation. In the comment section, some shouted, "Long live the wisdom god," some called God of human wisdom, and some directly said the wisdom god is the god of the contemporary era. 2 billion enhanced individuals. In a few years this number would become 4 billion, 6 billion, 8 billion. By then humanity would have truly crossed that 2 billion enhanced individuals. In a few years this number would become 4 billion, 6 billion, 8 billion. By then humanity would have truly crossed that. As for the cheers, the worship, the god, and long live, and so on, he smiled. It's fine as long as they are happy. After all, even cattle and horses need to evolve to keep up with the times. He raised his hand and flipped to the next page. A new report popped up on the screen with the title Creative Workshop Quarterly Evaluation Report. Analysis of valid creative ideas, quantity and quality. Over the past 3 months, Lin Ye scanned down a few lines. Number of valid creative ideas decreased by 23 year-on-year. Number of high-quality creative ideas decreased by 47 year-on-year. Number of breakthrough creative ideas, 0. Lin Ye read the lines twice, then slid the screen aside. A phantom of 0 appeared beside him. Boss, do we need to pay special attention to this? Lin Ye shook his head. No need. It was to be expected. He paused. Those talented minds will eventually exhaust themselves. He stood up and walked to the observation window, gazing at the dark red planet outside. Proxima B hung in the distance with clouds on its surface slowly shifting. That's why I released the serum, to accelerate the development of human civilization. I want this civilization to advance a level as a whole, otherwise the days ahead will truly be quite dull. 0 did not respond to that, but instead brought up another matter. Boss, countries on the Blue Star have contacted us 37 times in the past 6 months, all inquiring about extraterrestrial trade matters. In the past 2 weeks, the frequency of contact has increased. Just yesterday, 5 countries sent official requests for foreign trade cooperation. Lin Ye withdrew his gaze and raised his head. So urgent. They might need new materials from Proxima B to overcome certain technological bottlenecks. Lin Ye pondered for a moment. Just respond that there is currently no intent, and we can discuss it later. 0 flickered. Reply sent. Lin Ye stood in front of the window and watched for a while. Then he turned around. What about the samples? Show me the reports from the past 2 months again. Sure. The screen switched displays. A detailed research report unfolded, titled Analysis Report of Proxima B's Inner World Samples Comprehensive Version. This report was compiled by 0 after 2 months of analysis. The Kunping transport ship carrying all samples from the inner world departed from Proxima B 6 months ago and arrived at the Yuecha base 2 months ago. Since then, Lin Ye had spent most of his time analyzing these samples: plants, ores, crystals, water, soil gases, and giant beast genes. Thousands of samples categorized and studied one by one. The more he researched, the more interesting it became. He flipped to the middle of the report. On that page was a table. The table listed the common points of all samples from the inner world: 2 special elements, YH04 and YH07. The plant samples contained these 2 elements. The ore samples did as well. The crystal samples were themselves crystallizations of these 2 elements. The water samples also contained trace amounts. The soil samples had the same. Even the gas samples detected the gaseous forms of these 2 elements. The blood, tissue, bones, and scales of the giant beasts all contained them. Both living and dead organisms had them. Organic, inorganic, all-inclusive, with only the concentration varied. Lin Ye stared at that table, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. This stuff is everywhere. What does this imply? It implies that the entire environment of that inner world is permeated by these 2 elements. Those giant beasts have been immersed in this environment since birth. Whether it is what they eat, drink, or even breathe, all of it is like this. This indicates that either these 2 elements were originally there, permeating everything, or something has been continuously releasing these 2 elements, staining the entire space. Lin Ye stared at that line of data for a long time. 0 How are these 2 elements distributed? Analysis complete. YH04 primarily exists in solid materials such as rocks, crystals, and YH07 primarily exists in liquid and gaseous materials such as water, gases, and biological fluids. The two elements can combine under specific conditions to form compounds which are the main components of the purple crystals. Lin Ye nodded. He flipped the page and looked at the next one. On that page was a set of comparative data, the growth conditions of the purple crystals from the inner world. Monitoring period 2 months. Monitoring object a piece of YH04 YH07 crystal brought back from the inner world, placed in an incubator simulating the inner environment. Monitoring results the volume of the crystal increased by 3%. When Lin Ye first saw this data, he was stunned for several seconds. He magnified the report at that time, looking at it repeatedly to confirm that he was not seeing things. The crystal was growing. It was not artificially synthesized, it was like a plant. It was slowly proliferating. He flipped the page and looked at the next one. On that page were microscopic images of the crystal growth process. In the footage, the images were playing at 100 times speed, with the surface of the crystal radiating a pale purple glow extending outward gradually under the path. Lin Ye stared at those images for a few seconds. He recalled the first time he saw those purple crystals, embedded in the rock walls, embedded in the soil, embedded in the roots of those glowing plants. They were everywhere, densely packed. Those crystals grew out like this little by little. Have the regenerative properties of those crystals been studied thoroughly? Preliminary conclusion: the YH04 and YH07 elements can absorb free radiation from the surrounding environment under specific conditions and convert it into their own material. This process is similar to photosynthesis in plants, except the energy source is radiation. The radiation level within the inner world is approximately 327 times that of the surface of Proxima B, providing ample energy for crystal growth. As long as the radiation environment remains unchanged, the crystals will continue to grow. The growth rate is approximately 1.3 to 1.5% per month. The growth rate is positively correlated with the amount of radiation. Lin Ye nodded. So this thing is a renewable resource, and its regeneration speed is quite fast. Yes. Lin Ye chuckled. Alright, this thing is quite interesting. He continued flipping through. The next few pages contained various simulations and calculations he had requested Zero to perform. The conditions required for crystal growth: temperature, pressure, radiation, intensity, mineral influences. Zero had listed them all clearly. Finally, Zero also made an assessment. The total amount of purple crystals within the inner world is immense. Based on the current growth rate, as long as there is no excessive mining, the amount of crystals that can be regenerated each year is sufficient to support large-scale industry. Lin Ye sat in his chair for a long time after reading this statement. He flipped to the last page of the report. On that page was Zero's summary. All samples from the inner world contain the two elements YH04 and YH07, which is an extremely unusual. Preliminary speculation: there may be a continuous high concentration source of element generation within the inner world. This generation source could be due to certain geological activities or some unknown physical or chemical reactions. It may even be the mother or of these two elements. Since the currently collected samples are all from the surface of the inner world, the specific location of the generation source cannot yet be determined. It is recommended to further explore the inner world to search for this generation source. Lin Ye read those lines again. Generation source. Mother or. Several images flashed through his mind. Those glowing plants, their roots growing on the purple crystals. Those giant beasts lying on the ground gnawing at those crystals. Those milky white lakes with trace elements in the waters. Everything revolves around these two elements. The world at the Earth's core resembles a gigantic self-growing mine. These two elements are the seeds of that mine, sprouting wherever they are sown. Can other planets support this? Lin Ye set aside his doubts, closed the report, and leaned back in his chair. He stared at the ceiling, contemplating for a moment. Let's not delve deeper for now, he murmured to himself. Let's wait a bit longer. He turned his head to look at another screen. On the screen was the research progress of the second-generation genetic serum. Progress bar 11%. This project was initiated a month ago. Lin Ye had already injected himself with the first-generation genetic serum for several years. The effects had long been absorbed, and his body had stabilized. During these years, he had collected various biological samples. The genes of the colossal beast from Proxima Centauri B, samples of the mutated zombie virus, and the abilities that Kevin and Alice possess to control zombies. These had been piling up in the database without movement. Previously, it was because the first-generation serum was still taking effect, temporarily halting the research for. Now was the perfect opportunity. He straightened his body and pulled up the research plan. The first page outlined several directions he wanted to pursue. 1. Grant individuals the ability to absorb radiation and convert it into energy, gaining strength from sunlight similar to how those colossal beasts absorb and convert the Earth's core radiation. This direction mainly references the genetic sequences of the colossal beasts, particularly the segments that determine the development of special organs. 2. Grant individuals a form of consciousness connection ability akin to how Kevin and Alice control zombies. If this ability could be developed, it might evolve into something resembling telekinesis. This direction focuses mainly on the mutated zombie virus samples, especially those features related to consciousness. 3. Extend human lifespan. The first-generation serum can already allow an ordinary person to live between several hundred years to over 1,000. For the second generation, he aimed to multiply this number several times. 4. Enhance the physical capabilities of individuals. Strength, speed, reflexes, and recovery ability, all to be comprehensively improved. 5. Enhance adaptability. Enable survival in harsher environments, such as high radiation, low oxygen, extreme temperatures, high pressure, and even in outer space. Grant humanity the ability to survive directly in outer space, eliminating the hassles and burdens of spacesuits. At the end of the plan, a mountain of data was attached, an analysis of the genetic sequences of the colossal beasts, extraction and recombination plans for those special genetic segments, the mutated zombie virus mutation characteristic diagrams, an analysis of Kevin and Alice's blood samples. There were also hundreds of pages of experimental designs and theoretical deductions. Lin Ye flipped through the plan and stopped on a certain page. That page contained the simulation results that he had just asked Zero to conduct yesterday. Feasibility of implanting special genetic segments from colossal beasts into the human genome 69. 7. Expected effect radiation absorption and conversion ability approximately 3,050 of that of the colossal beasts. Expected risk of organ hyperplasia, need to control gene expression intensity. He read those lines and then flipped to the next page. That page featured another simulation result. Feasibility of extracting consciousness connection-related genes from the mutated zombie virus 37. 2. Expected effect preliminary consciousness connection ability, range approximately 100 meters requiring extensive experimental validation. Expected risk of schizophrenia, risk of consciousness confusion. Lin Ye stared at those two lines for a while. 30 to 50. 37. 2. Not enough. He picked up a pen and wrote a few words on paper. Continue optimization. Then he pushed the paper aside. 0. Here. The development progress of the second-generation serum needs to accelerate a bit more. Allocate more computational resources to fully run the simulations. Do we need to adjust the priority of other projects? Yes. All other projects need to yield to this one. Understood. Lin Ye set down the pen and leaned back in his chair. He stared at the glowing light strips on the ceiling, his mind racing with data genetic segments and simulation results. Is a 30 to 50 absorption conversion ability sufficient? Can the 37. 2 feasibility be improved? If the second generation succeeds, what about the third generation? He pondered, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. One step at a time. He sat up straight and took a sip from the cup on the table. The water was still cool. He set the cup down and looked back at the screen. On it was the real-time footage of the entrance to the world at the Earth's core. The entrance was now sealed by a 20-meter-thick alloy gate. Surrounding the gate, the silhouettes of 12 heavy artillery emplacements were clearly visible in the dim red sunlight. Above the entrance, a Dawn-class ship hung motionless. Below, the newly widened passage awaited. The expansion project had been completed months ago. Now that passage measured 2,000 meters wide and 1,500 meters high. A Company-class transport ship could easily pass through. Lin Ye watched the footage for a while. Then he swiped to the next screen. That screen displayed the real-time footage of the sub-base in the world at the Earth's core. The 25 Pioneer base vehicles sent down half a year ago were no longer in the same condition as when they first deployed. The footage captured from afar showed the glowing plain at the tunnel entrance where a sprawling silver-gray complex was laid out. It covered an area of approximately 60 square kilometers. From one end to the other, as far as the eye could see, there were those silver-gray metallic structures. The most conspicuous was the dock area. 10 giant docks were lined up on the east side of the base. Each dock's outline reached 5 kilometers long, filled with dense support structures and assembly platforms inside. The tops of those docks were open, revealing the complex mechanical arms and tracks within. Next to the dock area was the material processing zone. 10 massive smelting furnaces stood there, their surfaces adorned with flickering blue patterns in the dim light. Piles of ores were stacked beside the furnaces, all extracted on-site from the world at the Earth's core, used for constructing the rest of the base. Behind the material processing zone was the component manufacturing area, a vast expanse of low buildings covered over 10 square kilometers, all filled with automated production lines. Currently, the vast majority of those production lines were halted, with only a few running at low speed, maintaining the base's daily consumption. Further back was the warehouse area. Dozens of gigantic warehouses stood empty, with little supplies stored for the time being. Surrounding the base, a semi-transparent light shield enveloped the entire facility. Behind the shield was a ring of artillery emplacements equipped with various weapons. The whole base was as quiet as an empty city. Lin Ye stared at the base for a while. Now this base had been in operation for over 4 months. Yet none of the 10 docks had produced a single Dawn-class vessel. Because Lin Ye feared that excessive mining would disrupt some balance here. Only a batch was mined during the base's construction. Once completed, Lin Ye instructed Zero Now those production lines are running idle. The smelting furnaces occasionally activate to melt some ordinary rocks, creating spare parts. The docks and warehouses remain perpetually empty. The entire base is at a standstill. Lin Ye stared at the images on the screen for a while. Zero, conduct another ecological analysis of the core world. Understood. Retrieving the latest data. On the screen, new data began to refresh. Ecological analysis report of the core world 5th edition distribution area of purple crystals. There has been a certain increase compared to 4 months ago. Plant growth status normal. The density of plants in certain areas has slightly increased. Giant beast activity normal. No abnormal behavior detected. Water composition stable. The concentration of trace elements fluctuates within normal ranges. Atmospheric composition stable. Radiation intensity stable. Conclusion: currently the ecological system of the core world is stable. No significant anomalies have been detected due to base construction and passage expansion. Lin Ye read the report from beginning to end. He recalled the speculation Zero made previously. There may be a persistent high concentration source of element generation in the core world. If that generation source exists, it must be related to the ecology of the entire core world. Those glowing plants rely on purple crystals to maintain their radiation absorption and conversion capabilities. Those giant beasts also survive by consuming those plants and crystals. The trace elements in the water come from those crystals as well. Everything here seems to revolve around those two special elements. What would happen if large-scale mining were to commence? Would those plants wither away? Would those giant beasts starve? Would that generation source be destroyed? He did not know. He stared at the data on the screen, pondering for a while. Zero, what do you think the risks are if we mine now? Existing data is insufficient for an accurate assessment. The relationship between the ecological system of the core world and the purple crystals along with the radiation sources has not been fully researched. If large-scale mining occurs, there is indeed a possibility of disrupting the ecological balance. The specific risks need further exploration to determine. Lin Ye nodded. Then let's hold off on mining for now. He reviewed the directive again. Temporarily halt the resource mining plan for the core world. Await further research results. This line had been written in the plan 4 months ago. It remains unchanged now. He closed the report and leaned back in his chair. He certainly wanted those purple crystals in the core world. They are valuable resources. They can allow giant beasts to grow to 300 meters, absorb radiation, and convert it into energy, and even grow slowly by themselves. But those things did not fall from the sky. They have grown in the core world for tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Those plants, those giant beasts, the entire ecosystem revolves around them. If the ecological balance system there is destroyed for immediate profit, it is uncertain whether large-scale rapid reproduction can still be achieved without a massive radiation source. Lin Ye stared at the ceiling, pondering for a while. Let's wait a bit longer. He murmured to himself. We need to thoroughly study the core world first, as the uses of the purple crystals have not yet been determined. He sat up straight and flipped to the last page of the report. On that page was the suggestion Zero had written previously. It is recommended to send a team for an in-depth investigation of the core world to find the generation source. He stared at that line for a while. Zero. Present. The in-depth investigation of the core world can commence, but keep it low priority. Understood. Data collection must not stop. All detectors continue operating. Report any anomalies immediately. Got it. Lin Ye leaned back in his chair, watching the tranquil images of the sub-base on the screen. 10 giant docks stood empty. The building complex, covering dozens of square kilometers, had only a few lights on. The eerie blue glow of the smelting furnaces flickered. The faint blue energy shields quietly enveloped everything. He watched for a while. Then he swiped to the next screen. That screen displayed the development progress of the second-generation genetic serum. 11%. He stared at that number, his lips twitching slightly. This is what is most needed right now. The resources in the core world are right there. They want. It's better to first develop the serum and strengthen himself. Then he can consider other matters. As he dragged the interface of the second-generation genetic serum's development progress to the corner, he suddenly remembered something. Zero, how is the military training on the Guang race going? Zero's holographic image materialized beside him, pausing for 2 seconds. 5 months ago, as you requested, 1,000 Spirit Guardian 3 units have been fully deployed. The exterior modifications have been completed, painted in matte dark red, with simplified golden patterns looking much less ostentatious than your set. All instructors are directly controlled by my subroutine and are currently stationed full-time at the bases of the 30 legions of the Guang race. Training mode utilizing the basic training outline of the Longshan Kingdom's army, enhanced according to the physiological characteristics of the Guang race. Daily training duration is 14 hours with 4 hours of rest per week. Lin Ye nodded. What are the results? Zero's projection floated forward a bit. The effects are significant. After 5 months of training, the individual quality, tactical coordination, and discipline of the Guang race's armed forces have shown remarkable improvement. Specific data is as follows. Physical fitness, load-bearing endurance capability increased by 210, unarmed combat ability increased by 185, the reaction speed reduced to 1/3 of the original. Tactical aspect, the time for squad coordination to complete tasks has been reduced by 76, and the success rate of task execution in complex environments has increased to 91. Discipline aspect, the violation rate has dropped to 0. 3A with no escape records during training. Lin Ye listened, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Faster than I expected. He paused. What was the reaction from the elders? Zealand inspected the training 3 months ago, but did not publicly comment afterwards. However, according to the monitoring data, he mentioned one sentence in an internal meeting. Zero retrieved a segment of the recording. Zealand's voice came from the screen low. The training methods of those instructors are far superior to the ones we have used for 800 years. 100 people cannot defeat one. It is not that those soldiers are too weak, but that those instructors are too strong. No wonder they were sent by Master Jishin. Are they also part of the Blue Star human civilization? Never mind, I want ask. The recording ended. Lin Ye chuckled. He certainly knows how to be tactful. He leaned back in his chair watching the real-time footage of the 30 legions on the screen. The screen was divided into 30 small grids. Each grid displayed a different base. Some were lined up on the playground running laps, their footsteps pounding the ground, kicking up dust. Some were sparring in the combat arena, pairing off their sweat, soaking the light-sensitive boards. Others were climbing on the obstacle course, which looked impossible for a human to. In every corner of the outpost stood a dark red mech. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, its surface was a matte dark red, with simple golden lines tracing the edges of the shoulder and chest armor. They stood there with optical sensors aimed at the training soldiers of the Shuaguang clan, occasionally speaking a few words in a flat tone devoid of inflection, like the wind seeping through the cracks of stones. Some soldiers, when running past them, would instinctively turn their heads for a glance, only to quickly turn back. Lin Ye stared at those images for a while. Do they know those instructors are robots? Not sure. The instructors rarely speak. Every command they give is brief. The soldiers privately refer to them as the silent ones, not because they don't talk, but because they only say what is necessary, leaving no extra words. Moreover, their actions and expressions are sufficiently natural, leading the soldiers to generally believe that these instructors are high-level human instructors under the command of the wise deity, without entertaining thoughts about them being robots. Lin Ye nodded. He switched the screen to a scene in a combat arena. In the center of the arena stood an instructor with optical sensors aimed at 20 Shuaguang soldiers. Those soldiers were dressed in training uniforms. The light from the sensory panels flashed intensely, and all the crystal bodies were focused on that instructor. One who seemed to be the leader stepped forward and emitted a sound wave. Instructor, what are we practicing today? The instructor spoke in a flat voice. Combat all at once. The 20 soldiers exchanged looks and then pounced simultaneously. The first to charge threw a punch at the instructor's chest. The instructor sidestepped, dodging the punch, and swept his right leg to kick the soldier's shin. The soldier's body twisted as he fell to the ground, unable to rise for a long time. The second soldier charged from the side, attempting to grab the instructor's waist. The instructor pressed down with his left hand on the soldier's head and shoved him to the side. The soldier flew horizontally, crashing into 2 other soldiers, causing a tangle. The remaining soldiers swarmed in. The instructor remained standing in place, not moving his feet. He punched, kicked, blocked, and dodged. Each movement was small but precise. A punch struck a soldier under the ribs, causing him to crouch, clutching his side. A sweeping kick took down 2 others who fell to the ground, rolling while holding their legs. One hand grabbed a soldier's arm and yanked him aside, sending the soldier spinning before crashing to the ground. In less than 2 minutes, all 20 soldiers lay on the ground. Some were gasping for breath, some were groaning, and some lay still. The instructor stood among them, scanning the area with optical sensors before speaking. Get up. His voice remained flat. The soldiers who were lying on the ground began to rise. Some wobbled as they got up, some held their sides and couldn't stand straight, while others sat back down as soon as they stood. The instructor said nothing more and simply watched them. Once everyone was back on their feet, he spoke again. The 20 soldiers exchanged glances. Someone swallowed hard, and then they charged again. Lin Ye observed the expressions of the soldiers. The light on the sensory panels flickered intensely and sweat covered. Some soldiers' legs trembled, yet they still pushed forward. He nodded. These Shuaguang soldiers possess a greater endurance than I had imagined. Indeed, the physical constitution of the Shuaguang clan is considerably stronger than that of humans. Their average lifespan exceeds 300 years, with the highest record being 403 years. Their endurance and recovery speed far exceeded expectations. Had they been unenhanced humans, they would have long since been incapacitated. Moreover, they felt it themselves. Although they couldn't defeat the instructor each time they fell and got back up, their bodies indeed grew stronger. Lin Ye focused on the soldiers on the screen. One had just been taken down by the instructor, lay on the ground for 2 seconds, then got up and charged again. The instructor landed a punch on his chest, sending him flying backward, crashing to the ground and sliding several meters away. He lay there gasping for breath, the light on the sensory panel dimming and brightening. The instructor stood still, watching him. After a few seconds, he got up, clutching his chest and return to the line. The instructor glanced at him. Not bad. Just those 2 words. The soldier was taken aback for a moment, and then the light on the sensory panels suddenly brightened. Lin Ye watched that scene, the corners of his mouth twitching. A simple compliment is more effective than 100 punches. He switched the view to another outpost. This one was the base of the 1st Legion, the closest to the first city. On the training grounds, they were undergoing a weighted cross-country. Each soldier carried a massive metal box on their back, running laps on the track. The box pressed down on their backs, causing their bodies to lean forward. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. When they reached the 10th lap, some began to fall behind. Their speed slowed, steps became heavy, and their breathing grew labored. Standing at the edge of the track was an instructor with optical sensors aimed at the lagging soldiers. As one soldier ran past, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. The metal box slid off his back, crashing to the side with a dull thud. The soldier lay on the ground, gasping for breath, struggling to get up, but his arms couldn't support him, and he fell back down. The instructor walked over, standing in front of him, with optical sensors focused on him. He spoke, his voice flat. "Get up." The soldier raised his head, looking at the dark red mech sweat covering his crystal body. He gritted his teeth, pushed against the ground, and slowly got up. His knees trembled, his legs shook, and his entire body quaked. He stood straight, bent down, and shouldered the metal box again. The instructor watched him and added, "Continue." The soldier took a step forward and resumed running. Lin Ye observed the soldier's silhouette. Sweat streaked down the sensory panel. The weight of the metal box made each step feel like walking on cotton. Yet he did not stop. He watched as the soldier ran far away, disappearing at the other end of the training ground. What is the general attitude of these soldiers towards the instructor? At first, fear. Midway, resentment. Now, Zero pulled up some data. Internal surveys revealed 87 of soldiers believe the instructor's training is effective, 76 expressed willingness to continue training, and 52 developed feelings of admiration towards the instructor. Lin Ye's mouth twitched. Admiration has emerged. Indeed, the name soldiers privately call the instructor has evolved from the Silent One to Red Shadow, and now to Master Instructor. The titles vary by outpost, but the meaning is similar. Lin Ye paused. We'll wait until the 2nd-generation serum is released. By then, 2nd-generation enhancers can be directly exposed to the vacuum of space. Standing there, the Radiance clan would immediately feel the overwhelming deterrence of the enhancers and deeply understand that Blue Star humans are indeed a high. Lin Ye nodded. He swiped aside the training footage and tapped his fingers on the console. Zero, how is the development of the Proxima Centauri system progressing? The Vanguard fleet has completed a comprehensive exploration of the Proxima Centauri system and is currently conducting deep space survey missions within a 5 light-year radius of the solar system. A detailed report has been archived. Would you like to review it? Lin Ye nodded. The screen switched, and the first thing that appeared was a star map, a full view of the Proxima Centauri system. 3 stars intertwined in complex orbits at the center of the map. The brightest Proxima Centauri A hung in the center, while 2 dimmer points, Proxima Centauri B and C, moved slowly around it. Below the star map data was annotated a triple star system, stable orbits, no anomalous activity. The map zoomed in, revealing the orbital paths of 3. Proxima Centauri B, the closest to the star, a dark red planet, was now marked as controlled zone. No Vanguard fleet vessels were visible in its orbit. The second planet, Proxima Centauri C, about 210 million kilometers from Proxima Centauri B, appeared as a grayish-white dot on the star map. The third planet, Proxima Centauri D, about 2 million kilometers from Proxima Centauri B, was a grayish-blue dot at the edge of the map. Further out, 2 gray rings labeled inner dust belt and outer dust belt were densely dotted with small points. Lin Ye stared at the star map for a moment. When did the Vanguard fleet withdraw from Proxima Centauri B? 5 months ago. Following your orders, the fleet stayed at Proxima Centauri B for 1 month to project deterrence, then fully withdrew to begin comprehensive system exploration. During the withdrawal, the entire Council of Elders of the Radiance clan gathered at the surface observation station to bid farewell. Surveillance shows that Zealand stood in place for 20 minutes after the fleet completely left his sight. Lin Ye smiled faintly. He was relieved. Then he zoomed in on the star map, looking at Proxima Centauri D. The grayish-blue planet slowly rotated on the screen, its surface covered with vast ice sheets and dark rock formations. Several lines of text were annotated beside the planet. Proxima Centauri D, diameter approximately 90 kilometers, surface temperature 62 C to 85 C, thin atmosphere primarily composed of carbon dioxide and nitrogen. A small Radiance clan research station was discovered on the surface, located near the equator in the northern hemisphere, still operational. It has 3 permanent researchers with a rotation cycle of 6 months. Station facilities include living quarters, laboratory module, power module, communication module, and ecological module. The power source is a small fusion device capable of meeting all the station's energy needs. 5 multifunctional satellites were found in orbit, 2 comprehensive satellites, 2 meteorological observation satellites, and 1 communication relay satellite, all functioning normally. According to system records, the Radiance clan plans to expand the station into a medium-sized outpost. 2 batches of construction materials have already been shipped to the area with completion expected within 2 years. Lin Ye stared at the lines for a moment. They're still sending supplies there. Yes, all of this has been approved by Zero. The Radiance clan's space exploration program has never stopped. Over the past 5 months, their cargo vessels have transported approximately 1,000 tons of construction materials and supplies to Proxima Centauri D. According to their own plans, the next step is to establish a permanent outpost on Proxima Centauri D capable of accommodating 20 personnel for long-term stays, serving as a transit base for future deep space exploration. Boss, do you need to suspend this plan? Lin Ye shook his head. No, let them proceed. As long as there is no rebellious behavior, all normal developmental actions. Lin Ye then zoomed the star map toward Proxima Centauri C. The grayish-white planet was larger, its surface covered with craters and dark red streaks. Proxima Centauri C diameter approximately 130 kilometers, surface temperature 40 C to 120 C, thin atmosphere primarily composed of carbon dioxide and trace methane. 3 survey satellites were found in orbit, 2 operational, 1 defunct. Their functions include surface imaging, magnetic field monitoring, and atmospheric composition analysis. No surface structures were detected. According to system records, the Radiance Clan Academy of Sciences is evaluating the feasibility of establishing an automated observation station on Proxima Centauri C, currently in the design phase. Lin Ye finished reading and retracted the star map. They are quite diligent, no wonder their development speed is not far behind blue stars. Zero's holographic projection appeared beside him. The Radiance Clan's space exploration history spans approximately 300 years. According to their own records, they launched their first artificial satellite 210 years ago, achieved their first crewed orbital flight 180 years ago, first landed on the moon of Proxima Centauri B 120 years ago, and first surveyed Proxima Centauri C and D 80 years ago. 30 years ago, they established a research station on Proxima Centauri D, which has been maintained to this day with continuous personnel rotation. Over the past 30 years, a total of 67 researchers have worked at the station, with the longest continuous stay reaching 14 months. Lin Ye nodded. He flipped past those data and looked at the next page. On that page were the 10 subbases that Zero had constructed within the Proxima Centauri system. Proxima Centauri B Orbit 1 spaceport completed approximately 45 square kilometers in diameter. 12 giant docks in the shipyard area capable of simultaneously constructing 12 Dawn I-class battleships. 6 material warehouses, 1 energy center equipped with 6 blazing sun IA-type reactors with a total output of 60 terawatts. 1 residential area designed to accommodate up to 3 million people for long-term habitation. Defense systems, 12 heavy artillery batteries, 2 sets of large-scale energy shield generators. Proxima Centauri C Orbit 1 subbase completed, covering approximately 30 square kilometers. Shipyard area with 10 giant docks, 1 resource processing center, 5 warehouse areas. 1 research center designed for exoplanetary environmental studies. Defense systems, 8 heavy artillery batteries, 2 sets of large-scale energy shield generators. Proxima Centauri D Orbit 1 subbase completed, covering approximately 28 square kilometers. Shipyard area with 10 giant docks. 4 material warehouses, 1 resource processing center, 1 automated research station primarily used for studying ice. Defense systems, 6 heavy artillery batteries, 2 sets of large-scale energy shield generators. Inner dust belt, 6 resource collection stations, all operational, each covering approximately 10 square kilometers, equipped with large-scale collection devices and smelting equipment. Transport fleet, 20 Kunpeng II-type cargo ships permanently stationed shuttling between collection stations and the Proxima Centauri B orbital port. The outer dust belt, 4 resource collection stations, each covering approximately 8 square kilometers. The transport fleet permanently stationed with 12 Kunpeng II-class transport ships. 1,000 warning outposts, mainly for deep space surveillance. Each base is equipped with real-time footage. Lin Ye stared at the footage for a moment. How long have these bases been operational? Bailing B orbital port operational for 1 month. Having received a total of 137 cargo transport ships, the dockyard has commenced construction of 12 Pixiao II-class battleships, all of which have entered the final assembly stage and are expected to launch in 1 day. Bailing C and D subbases. Operational for 3 months, primarily performing resource processing and ship construction tasks. Additionally, each has built 20 Pixiao II-class and 10 Kunpeng II-class ships. Dust Belt Collection Station operational for 4 months. Most of the mined resources are sent to the spaceport, while a small portion is sent to the other 2 planetary subbases for use. Lin Ye nodded. Then he closed those data windows and looked at another screen. That screen displayed the real-time footage of the navigator fleet. The shot was taken from a distance, showing a fleet detachment moving slowly through the starry void. At the front were 100 Pixiao II-class battleships, arranged in a neat cone formation, all bow pointing in the same direction. Behind them followed 10 Tiancan-class supply ships and 10 Kuanping-II-class transport ships. Next to the fleet was a label current position. 4. 3 light-years from the solar system, having left the balancing system, currently executing a deep space exploration mission. Lin Ye stared at that fleet detachment for a moment. What about these fleets now? All fleet detachments have arrived at the edge of the designated survey area. Full power scanning is underway with an estimated survey duration of 3 months. Survey targets all stellar systems within a 5 light-year radius of the solar system, including but not limited to Banade star Wofu, 359 star Balani star, etc. Stay time at each target system approximately 30 days. After completing survey and sampling, they will withdraw. Lin Ye nodded. What about those recruited commanders? Have they all been disbanded? Yes. According to your orders, after the navigator fleet completed the conquest of Bailing B, all recruited personnel have fulfilled their mission. All fleet command authority has been reclaimed. 10 commanders, 100 captains, and 1,000 pilots have all returned to their respective lives. During the withdrawal, Commander Shan Ying asked a question before leaving. Lin Ye looked up. What was it? Ling pulled up a recording. Shan Ying's voice came from the screen, not loud, with a hint of hoarseness. When's next time? The recording ended. Lin Ye was silent for 2 seconds. What did you reply? Await further notice. Lin Ye nodded. He said no more, closed the report, and leaned back in his chair. He stared at the ceiling for a while. Shan Ying's words circled in his mind twice. When's next time? He didn't know either. Maybe a month, maybe a year. Who knows? It would take the discovery of a new alien civilization to summon them again. He thought for a moment, then sat up straight. Let's start working. Time passed. Another half year had gone by. In the main control room of the Yuecha base, Lin Ye leaned back in his chair, his legs resting on the edge of the On the screen in front of him, a number was flashing. Second generation gene agent development progress 100. He stared at that number for 3 seconds. Then he put his legs down and sat up straight. Ling, here. The agent. Final synthesis completed. Sample number GN02. Stored in the cryogenic storage cabinet next to the main control room, available for retrieval at any time. Lin Ye stood up and walked to the cabinet. The cabinet door slid open and cold air rushed out. Inside lay rows of transparent test tubes, each containing a pale golden liquid. Labels on the tubes, GN02001 to GN02100. He picked up the first one and looked at it against the light. The liquid shimmered slightly under the light like water, yet not quite like water. What's the concentration? 99. 97. Meets expected standard. Lin Ye put the tube back and closed the cabinet door. He walked back to the console and sat down. Is the clinical trial plan ready? Ready. As per your request, skip the in vivo experiment phase and proceed directly to clinical trials. Test subjects clones. Quantity 100. Gender distribution 50 male, 50 female. Age distribution between 20 and 30 years old, evenly distributed. Gene source combined from the Blue Star human gene pool covering major ethnic groups. All clones have been cultivated in the biological laboratory on the 17th underground level of the Yuecha base and are currently in deep hibernation. Clones are unconscious, without self-awareness, and have undergone pain nerve-ending modification, meeting ethical safety standards. Lin Ye listened, tapping his fingers on the armrest twice. Is the cloning technology fine now? Compared to 5 years ago, the clone cultivation success rate has increased from 11 to 89. The lifespan is identical to normal humans and can be maintained long-term. Theoretically, with life support systems, they can survive for decades to centuries. Gene stability 99. 97. No records of abnormal mutations. Nervous system modification technology has matured, capable of completely cutting off pain transmission, while retaining motor function and basic reflexes. Lin Ye nodded. Have the first-generation agents been injected? Completed. All clones were uniformly injected with the first-generation gene agent type, C enhancement, 3 months ago. The enhancement effects have stabilized. Physical data relative to ordinary humans' average strength increased by approximately 28 times. Speed by approximately 23 times, neural reaction by approximately 19 times. All data are within normal fluctuation range with no abnormal individuals. Lin Ye was silent for a few seconds. He looked at the data of those clones on the screen, at the numbers, and at the words marked unconscious and without self-awareness. 5 years ago, the same proposal was placed before him. Back then, he looked it over once, then closed it and chose live animal experiments. Because the technology at that time was not up to par. Cloning technology was extremely complex, and the research difficulty was very high, especially for an organ as complex as the human brain. Moreover, even if the technology was sufficient, he couldn't overcome his own mental barrier at that time. Those clones, though unconscious, though just cells and tissues, still looked like injecting them with agents, observing their reactions, recording their data. He couldn't do it back then. Now, he leaned back in his chair, staring at the light strip on the ceiling, thinking for a while. The light from the strip was soft, not glaring. He remembered the decision he made 5 years ago. He remembered those chimpanzees. Those that went berserk, became demented, lost their fur, and underwent sex reversal after being injected with agents in the lab. He recalled the data, the failures, and the test subjects that were ultimately subjected to harmless processing. At that time, he observed them one by one, recorded the data one by one, and processed them harmlessly one by one. Although there was no expression on his face, he felt a slight sense of guilt in his heart. Now these clones. He stared at the data on the screen for a while. Then he sat up straight. Let's begin. Command confirmed. Clinical trial initiated. The screen switched images. In the underground 17th level of the Yuecha base, the biological laboratory. In the vast space, rows of transparent incubation chambers were neatly arranged. Inside the incubation chambers lay naked human bodies, eyes closed, breathing steadily, connected to various tubes. The bodies were both male and female, with yellow, white, and black skin, all in their 20s. The nutrient solution slightly flowed in the incubation chamber, bubbles rising from the bottom and dispersing at the top. The camera zoomed in. A female clone in one of the chambers lay face up, eyes closed, with long eyelashes and smooth skin. Her chest rose and fell slightly, as if she were asleep. Lin Ye stared at that face for 2 seconds. Then he looked away. Let's begin. Okay. First group, 10 clones are being transported to the injection room. The nutrient solution in the incubation chamber began to drain. The chamber lid slid open. A few spirit guard robots walked over, reached in, and gently lifted the bodies from the incubation chamber, placing them on a mobile platform. The bodies were soft, as if they had no bones, their arms and legs drooping and gently swaying with the movement of the platform. The spirit guard robots pushed the platform through a corridor and into the injection room. The injection room was small, with 10 metallic beds arranged in the center. The surfaces of the beds were silvery and gleamed coldly. The spirit guard robots placed the bodies on the beds one by one, adjusting their positions, straightening their arms and legs. The movements were very gentle, as if handling fragile items. After placing them, they stepped aside. Another mechanical arm descended from the ceiling, holding a test tube. The test tube contained a pale golden liquid, GN02. The mechanical arm inserted the test tube into the syringe. The syringe's needle was very thin, glinting in the light. The mechanical arm moved to the first bed, positioning the needle at the neck of the body on the bed. The skin on the neck was smooth, faint blood vessels visible beneath. The needle pierced in. The liquid was injected. The body showed no reaction, not even the eyelids fluttered. The mechanical arm retracted and moved to the second bed. The same action was repeated. Third bed, fourth bed, 10th bed. All injections were completed. The mechanical arm ascended back to the ceiling. The injection room fell silent. Only the steady breathing of the bodies and the faint buzzing of the instruments could be heard. Lin Ye fixed his gaze on the images, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The body on the first bed moved. It wasn't voluntary, the body was convulsing. The arms began to tremble, fingers curling up and then spreading out, curling again and spreading out again. The legs began to shake as well, toes curling into a bunch. The rising and falling of the chest became more pronounced and the breathing grew rougher. The body's eyes were still closed, but the eyelids were quivering as if dreaming. Then the skin began to turn red. Starting from the neck, the redness spread throughout the body, red as a cooked shrimp. Lin Ye stared at that image, remaining silent. On the screen, the data began to fluctuate. Test subject GN02001, heart rate increased from 72 to 194, blood pressure from 11,875 to 224,151, body temperature from 36.8 to 42.3. Muscle fiber activity increased by 960, nerve conduction speed increased by 895. Cellular energy consumption increased by 8. Severe metabolic reaction detected, energy supply severely insufficient, initiating emergency nutritional supplement program. The adjacent mechanical arm descended again, the needle piercing the body's neck, and the highly concentrated nutrient solution began to inject. The body's skin was still red, but the convulsions had lessened slightly. The body on the second bed began to move as well. The same convulsions, the same redness, the same day. Third bed, fourth bed, 10th bed. 10 bodies lying on 10 beds, convulsing simultaneously, turning red simultaneously, and being injected with nutrient solution by the mechanical arms. Lin Ye stared at the images for a full minute. Then he spoke. How does the reaction intensity compare to the first generation? Comparison data based on clones injected with the first generation drug. Convulsion intensity is approximately 3.7 times that of the first generation, with an expected duration of 30 minutes earlier than the first generation. No abnormal reactions such as rage, deformity, or gender transformation observed. Lin Ye nodded. He continued to stare at the images. 30 minutes. For 30 minutes the 10 bodies kept convulsing. Some shook violently, their entire bodies bouncing on the bed, causing the bed to tremble. Some shook lightly, only their arms and legs trembling, but the frequency was so fast it was hard to see. Some emitted faint sounds like moans or gasps. The mechanical arm descended again and again, injecting nutrient solution repeatedly. The redness on the body's skin gradually changed from deep red to light red, then back to normal. The convulsions slowly grew smaller. After 32 minutes, all the bodies quieted down. Lying on the beds, their breathing stable, their skin normal. Exactly as it was before the injection. Only the amplitude of their chest rising and falling was slightly shallower than before the injection. The mechanical arm descended again, drawing blood samples one by one. Lin Ye stared at the images for a while. Have the reports come out. Summary as follows: taking the enhanced physique of those injected with the first-generation drug as a physique enhancement magnitude average of approximately 9. 6 times range 8. 8 to 10. 4 times. Among them strength increased by approximately 10. 2 times speed by approximately 9. 8 times and nerve response by approximately 8. 8 times. Radiation absorption and conversion ability detected. New organs have developed located in the left center of the chest cavity adjacent to the 3rd to 6th thoracic vertebrae between the left lung and heart. Conversion efficiency is approximately 6,578 of that of giant beasts. In the environment of the core radiation level of the Earth's core world, 327 times that of the surface of Proxima Centauri b. The absorbed radiation converted energy can replace 8,592 of food needs. In a normal high radiation environment, such as the core area of a nuclear power plant, it can replace 3,050. In the natural radiation environment of Blue Star, it can only replace 1020, requiring normal food intake. Consciousness connection ability: stable unknown brainwave signals, detected range approximately 300 to 500 meters, intensity about 1.8 times. Simple telepathic communication and information transmission is possible. Further training and development are needed. Lifespan estimate approximately 8 to 10 times longer than that based on the first generation. Overall lifespan about 10 to 12,000 years. Specific data requires later observation. Cellular activity increased by approximately 11 times compared to the first generation. Metabolic efficiency increased by about 9 times. Bare body adaptability: radiation resistance increased by approximately 50 times compared to the first generation, able to survive for long periods in high radiation environments. Heat resistance increased by about 10 times, able to survive in environments of 600 for 4,872 hours. Cold resistance increased by about 3 times, able to survive in environments of 200 for 2,448 hours. Vacuum survival capability estimate: limited vacuum survival achieved. After skin surface modification, a closed-loop circulatory system can be formed. The stored oxygen and energy within the body can support approximately 8 to 12 hours of space exposure. Lin Ye stared at the last few lines, his brow furrowed. The estimated vacuum survival capability was only 8 to 12 hours. This was far from what he had anticipated. During his theoretical design reasoning, he had expected at least a week. The biological energy converted from radiation absorption could theoretically meet all the BOTUS needs, including respiration. Cellular level energy supply replaced the gas exchange in the lungs, and oxygen was not required from the external environment at all. He zoomed in on that line of data and read it again. Vacuum survival capability estimate: limited vacuum survival achieved. After skin surface modification, a closed-loop circulatory system can be formed. The stored oxygen and energy within the body can support approximately 8 to 12 hours of space exposure. Beyond the time limit, one must return to the cabin or replenish energy. Ling, this data seems off. Report based on actual measurements. Confidence level 97. 3. Lin Ye said nothing. He pulled up all the physiological parameters of the clone, scanning them line by line. Metabolic rate normal. Energy reserves normal. Radiation absorption conversion efficiency normal. The oxygen consumption curve in a vacuum environment first dropped, then rose, and after reaching a certain threshold began a steady decline. By the 11th hour, it had fallen below the danger line. He stared at that oxygen consumption curve for a long time. Why is there still oxygen consumption? In theory, with sufficient energy supply, cells can directly utilize bioenergy without needing oxidative phosphorylation. The premise of the theory is that the converted biological energy can completely replace the oxidative phosphorylation process in ADP synthesis. Actual measurements show that this replacement is incomplete. In a vacuum environment, the experimental cells still retain about 23 of mitochondrial respiratory chain activity, which requires oxygen participation. Lin Ye's frown deepened. He pulled up the gene design map and zoomed in on several key fragments. The special gene fragments of the giant beast, after being split and recombined, were embedded into the human genome. Theoretically, they should achieve complete energy replacement, but the measured data showed only 77 replacement. Where was the problem? He rose from his chair and walked to the observation window. Outside was the bustling scene of the Yuecha base, with several Kumpan-class transport ships slowly entering the dock. He stared at those silver-white hulls, his mind churning with gene sequences and metabolic pathways. Ling displayed the metabolic data of the giant beast and the clones side by side. 2 screens unfolded before him. On the left was the metabolic curve of planet Geladu in a vacuum environment, on the right that of the clone. The giant beast's curve showed a brief fluctuation upon entering vacuum, then quickly stabilized. Oxygen consumption dropped directly to 0, and the energy consumption curve was also suppressed to an extremely low level, like hibernation. The clone's curve declined slowly, oxygen consumption never reaching 0, and the energy consumption curve was about 40 higher than that of the giant beast. What's the difference? The volume of the giant beast's special organ is approximately 23 cubic meters. The clone's is about 0.03 cubic meters. The difference in organ volume results in insufficient radiation absorption area. Although the conversion efficiency is similar, the total energy output gap. In a vacuum environment, the giant beast can rely on the energy stored in its organ to maintain a low power state for months, while the clone's stored energy is only enough for a few hours. Furthermore, the giant beast's skin surface cells after long-term evolution have formed a complete closed-loop structure that can completely block the exchange of substances between the body and the outside. The clone's skin modification is based on gene editing rather than long-term natural selection, and its closure efficiency is about 60 of the giant beast's. Lin Ye was silent for a moment. So it's not a conversion efficiency issue, but a total output problem. Yes, the conversion efficiency per unit volume of the clone has reached 78 of the giant beasts, but the organ volume is too small, resulting in insufficient total output. To extend vacuum survival time to a week, the organ volume would need to be expanded to more than 5 times its current size. This would compress the space for other organs in the chest cavity, potentially causing severe complications. Lin Ye didn't respond. He returned to the control console and flipped to the next page of the report. The next page contained detailed data on radiation absorption and conversion capability. Under the radiation levels of the core world, the converted energy could replace 80 to 90 of food intake, and the surplus biological energy would continuously strengthen the body, albeit slowly. That was how those giant beasts grew. The stronger the radiation, the more the skin absorbed, the more energy the special organ converted, and the stronger the body became. For now, there seemed to be no upper limit. Moreover, the converted biological energy simultaneously repaired damaged cells and resisted mutations, so the higher the radiation dose, the better. He stared at the line. The stronger the radiation, the stronger the body, and a thought crossed his mind. The radiation level in space was actually lower than on the surface of. Although there was no atmospheric shielding, the radiation density from cosmic rays and solar wind was far from sufficient to support efficient conversion. Soaking in space, the clone, relying on that meager radiation-converted energy, could barely maintain body temperature, let alone replace respiration. But what if he carried an artificial radiation source? He thought about the radioactive elements on Blue Star. Among them, plutonium-238, with a half-life of 87 years, emits alpha particles during decay and is a common energy source for deep space probes. He had just picked up a pen when he suddenly stopped. Ling, what is the radiation dose of plutonium-238? 1 gram of pure plutonium-238 has a radiation dose of approximately 26 GYS. Lin Ye's pen dropped onto the table. 26 GYS. He abruptly sat up straight, running through the numbers he had previously calculated in his mind. The surface radiation dose of Proxima Centauri b was 1.5 GYS, and the core world was 327 times that, 495 GYS. The giant beast absorbed nearly 5 GY of radiation per day, grew to 300 meters, and could emit a beam close to the power of a main cannon. He stood up and paced twice before the control console. The radiation dose of plutonium-238 was 26 GYS. 1 gram was already countless times higher than the radiation intensity of the core. Those giant beasts had soaked in the core world for tens of thousands of years to grow to that size. If one wore a plutonium-238 inner armor with radiation directly against the skin, how fast would the enhancement be? He walked back to the console and sat down. Ling, calculate. The surface radiation dose of Proxima Centauri b is 1.5 GYS. The core world is 327 times that, which is 495 GYS. 1 gram of plutonium-238 gives 26 GYS. If made into an inner armor worn directly against the skin with the skin absorbing the radiation directly, what equivalent dose could be achieved? Assuming the inner armor has a uniformly distributed plutonium-238 film, total mass 1 gram, total skin surface area 1.8 square meters, distance between radiation source and skin about 0.5 centimeters. Plutonium-238 primarily emits alpha radiation with a penetration distance of about 35 centimeters, which can be completely absorbed by the skin. The equivalent dose is approximately 26 GYS, which is about 1.78 million GD. The radiation dose in the core world is approximately 495 GYS, equivalent to about 42 per million grays per day. Conclusion: the radiation dose from 1 gram of plutonium-238 inner armor is about 4.2 of the core world's radiation intensity. Lin Ye stared at the number. 4.2. 1 gram of plutonium-238 was equivalent to 1/20th of the core world's radiation intensity. The core world could make giant beasts grow to 300 meters in length. Could this 1/20th be enough for humans? He pondered. What about using 10 grams? 10 grams of plutonium-238 would generate a radiation dose of approximately 206 GYS. About 17. 8 million grays per day, which is approximately 42 of the core world's radiation intensity. 50 grams. 50 grams of plutonium-238 would generate a radiation dose of approximately 1030 GYS. About 89 million grays per day, which is approximately 2.1 times the core world's radiation intensity. Lin Ye stared at the number, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. 2.1 times. Even higher than the core world. If the dosage is too high, could there be problems? Giant beasts have survived for tens of thousands of years in the core world's radiation environment of 495 GYS, with continuous physical enhancement and no side effects. The alpha radiation emitted by plutonium-238 has a short penetration distance, affecting only the skin surface and subcutaneous tissue absorbed and transformed by specialized organs. A 50-gram dose is approximately 2.1 times the core world's radiation intensity, theoretically safe, and the enhancement speed will be faster. Lin Ye nodded. He picked up the pen again and scribbled a few lines on the sketch. The inner armor interlayer was evenly distributed with a plutonium-238 film, total mass 50 grams. The outer layer was shielded with spirit resonance alloy, ensuring radiation only traveled inward. Worn against the skin, absorbed directly. He set down. Let's do it with 50 grams. First, make a sample. Have a clone wear it and monitor the absorption efficiency and enhancement speed. Acknowledged. Plutonium-238 inventory is sufficient and spirit resonance alloy materials are all available. Sample fabrication is expected to be completed within 1 hour. The clone will be prepared and transferred to the monitoring zone for standby. Lin Ye glanced at the time. It was 9 in the evening. The sample would be ready by 10 and monitoring would run overnight. By morning, over a dozen hours of data should reveal the trends. He pushed the sketch aside and looked at another set of data, the consciousness link ability. Staring at those lines, he furrowed his brows again. This ability was far from the telekinesis he had envisioned. He had originally expected the second-generation serum to evolve consciousness linking into telekinesis, directly interfering with matter through consciousness, telekinetic object manipulation, and the like. Yet it turned out to be merely sending and receiving brainwaves. Perhaps during the third-generation serum this ability would finally break through into telekinesis. He turned the report to the next page. Consciousness link ability, actual measurement record. Subject GN0-2001 and GN0-2002. 300 meters apart, successfully transmitted 6 commands on-off, left, right, forward, and backward, with an accuracy of 99.8. Subject GN0-2003 and GN0-2004. 500 meters apart, successfully transmitted simple image information, triangle, circle, square, with an accuracy of 96.7. Subject GN0-2005 and GN0-2006. Attempted to transmit complex information, number sequences, short sentences, with an accuracy of 89.5. Post-training evaluation after specialized consciousness link training. The accuracy of transmitting complex information can be improved to over 90. The range can be extended to 800 meters to 1 kilometer. No ability to passively receive non-directional brainwaves was detected among the subjects. That is, they cannot eavesdrop on others' conscious thoughts. They can only receive brainwave signals actively sent at specific frequencies. Lin Ye stared at that last line for a few seconds. No eavesdropping. That was actually a good thing. If everyone could read others' thoughts, the world would descend into chaos. Only able to send and receive, not eavesdrop. It was like turning a person into a radio walkie-talkie, but with the antenna embedded in the brain. He briefly considered the application scenarios for this ability. During team operations, the commander could directly issue orders to each member in their minds. Faster than using a walkie-talkie and without fear of being intercepted. Teammates could communicate silently without opening their mouths, which was especially useful in stealth missions. But if this ability were given to everyone, with billions of enhanced individuals on launching, each becoming a human walkie-talkie, what would happen? Lin Ye imagined that scenario and found it a bit chaotic. He leaned back in his chair, stared at the ceiling for a while, then sat up straight and called up the serum formula. 0. Can the gene segments related to the consciousness link ability be removed independently? Yes. The GN02 formula contains 17 gene segments, 3 of which are directly related to the consciousness link ability. Removing these 3 segments will not affect the other abilities. Resynthesizing the serum will take approximately 1 hour. Lin Ye nodded. He created a new branch on the formula design interface, labeled it GN02B type, deleted those 3 gene segments, and saved. This B type, after injection, aside from lacking the consciousness link ability, is it the same as the original A? Yes. Physical enhancement, radiation absorption, and conversion, lifespan extension, cell vitality, and vacuum adaptation capabilities are all identical to the original. Lin Ye saved the formula and closed the interface. First, synthesize 20 doses of the B type and inject them into the second group of clones to observe the effect. Acknowledged. The type serum is being synthesized and is expected to be completed in 1 hour. Lin Ye saved the formula and looked at another screen, the data from the first group of 10 clones. All subjects had stable vital signs, no rejection reactions, no abnormal mutations, and no signs of mental confusion or schizophrenia. The data looked far better than that of the first-generation serum. The first-generation serum had encountered various problems during the live experiment phase. Rage, dementia, deformities, gender reversal, hypersexuality, taking days to stabilize. The second-generation serum had run smoothly on clones with 0 anomalies so far. He stared at the data, tapping his fingers on the armrest twice. An hour later, the type serum synthesis was complete. 20 pale golden vials were neatly arranged in the storage cabinet labeled GN02B. The second group of 10 clones was wheeled into the injection room. Same as the first group, 10 metal beds, 10 silently lying human bodies. The robotic arm descended, the needle pierced the neck, and the pale golden liquid was injected. This time the reaction was different from the first group. The amplitude of convulsions was much smaller, and the redness of the skin was milder. 30 minutes later, all subjects had calmed down, breathing steadily. Lin Ye stared at the data popping up on the screen. GN02B type serum test results, 10 clones. Physical enhancement magnitude average 9 times, range 9, 8 to 11, 3 times. Radiation absorption and conversion efficiency approximately 73/86 of that of giant beasts. Vacuum survival time naked without external energy supply, 1,014 hours. Consciousness link ability not detected. Estimated lifespan 13000 to 16000 years. Side effects: post-injection convulsion time shortened to 25 minutes, less energy consumption, no other abnormalities. Lin Ye looked at that set of data, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. The convulsion time had shortened, possibly because the removal of the gene segments related to the consciousness link ability allowed for more concentrated energy allocation. The type has passed. The third group will continue to inject the original version, while the fourth group will inject the type, completing the remaining 80 units. The third group is in position and is currently injecting. On the screen, 10 clones from the third group were pushed into the injection room. The mechanical arm descended, and the needle pierced the neck. This time the injection is the original GN02, a light golden liquid carrying 3 consciousness connection gene fragments. The reaction is the same as the first group. Twitching, flushing, data soaring. Lin Ye stared at the screens for a full 40 minutes. Then he switched to the fourth group's footage. The reaction to the type agent was much more subdued than that of the third group. Both groups proceeded simultaneously, drawing blood and conducting tests at the same time. Data appeared one after another. Original group, physical quality 10. 2 times conversion efficiency, 78. Consciousness connection capability, 400,550 meters. Type group, physical quality 10. 7 times conversion efficiency, 82. No consciousness connection capability. Lin Ye archived the data and leaned back in his chair. Continue. The 5th to 10th groups will alternate between the original and type injections. The 5th group is in position. On the screen, the 5th group of clones is pushed into the injection room. The mechanical arm descended, and the needle pierced the neck. The same process, the same reaction, the same data. The 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th groups. For a full 4 hours, 100 clones were completely injected. 50 original units and 50 type units. All experimental subjects showed stable not a single death, no serious side effects, and no abnormal mutations occurred. Lin Ye glanced at the time. 1 o'clock in the morning. 0 is the inner armor sample ready. The 50-gram plutonium-238 bodysuit has been completed. Final safety tests are underway, expected to be ready for use in 15 minutes. 1 clone has been transferred to the monitoring area and is on standby with the vital signs monitoring system in place. Lin Ye nodded, stood up from his chair, and walked to the observation window. Outside is the gray surface of the moon with Earth hanging in the darkness, blue and white. Once the inner armor testing is complete, put it on the clone immediately and start monitoring. I want to see skin absorption efficiency, energy conversion curves, and enhancements. Understood. Monitoring will last for 12 hours, and a complete report will be submitted to you by 8 tomorrow morning. Lin Ye turned around and walked back to the control panel to sit down. He reviewed the experimental data of those agents again, confirming there were no issues. Then he sat down, leaning back in his chair. The second-generation gene enhancement agent based on the data has become more than 10 times stronger than the first generation. However, clones are ultimately clones, and they are unconscious. There might be subtle differences compared to real people. Those differences could potentially turn into life-threatening problems after injection. Be cautious. Clinical trials on real people must still be conducted. Just like with the first-generation agents, recruit volunteers, whether through public solicitation or military collaboration, and try it on volunteers first to ensure there are no issues before injecting it into themselves. However, there is a new problem this time. Consciousness connection capability. This ability is too sensitive. What if a spy mixes in among the volunteers? 0 can check each person's background and analyze whether they are spies. But you can't be sure if someone gets bribed after the injection. After all, people's hearts can change. Lin Ye stared at the ceiling for a long time. Then he picked up a pen and wrote a few lines. Military volunteers, inject the original agent. The more than 90 Dark Descendants will also receive the original agent. These are considered benefits for the peripheral members who have worked for several years without any merits, but have contributed. Whether they can be promoted later depends on their performance. For the publicly recruited ordinary volunteers, inject the type reduced version. No consciousness connection capability, but everything else remains the same. After finishing writing, he pushed the paper in front of the screen. 0. Prepare according to this plan. Also send a message to Zhou Weiguo's side asking if they are willing to collaborate again. Military volunteers, just like last time 100 slots. Understood. Do we need to send a live broadcast announcement to Blue Star simultaneously? Go ahead. Set the time for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, just like last time to live stream the recruitment of volunteers. Should the live broadcast announcement include the Shuo Guang tribe? Lin Ye thought for a moment and shook his head. No. This time the agent is not designed for them, and I don't want them to see the human aspect so soon. Understood. Generating live broadcast announcement. The screen displayed a preview of the live broadcast announcement. The silver cloud logo slowly rotated against the starry background with a line of text below: Intelligent God, live room tomorrow, at 10 second generation, gene enhancement agent clinical trial volunteer recruitment. Stay tuned. The live broadcast announcement has been generated. Do you confirm sending it? Lin Ye nodded. Send it. Zero's hologram flickered beside him. The announcement has been sent to all Blue Star user terminals. Lin Ye nodded, turned off the screen, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. His mind was swirling with data gene fragments and test results. All clones have passed, and the data looks impressive. Tomorrow the real clinical trial with military volunteers injecting the original version, while the publicly recruited will receive the type and the Dark Descendants will also gather tomorrow. The results of the inner armor testing will be known tomorrow morning. 50 grams of plutonium-238, with a radiation dose twice that of the Earth's core, should enhance speed more than that of giant beasts. He feels a bit excited about the data for tomorrow morning. He opened his eyes and glanced at the time. 1:30 in the morning. 8.5 hours until the live broadcast. 0 has the inner armor testing begun. The clone is fully equipped and the monitoring system has started. The first batch of data is expected to be obtained within 5. The screen switched to data display. One clone dressed in a silver gray bodysuit lay on the metallic bed of the monitoring chamber. Skin surface temperature, normal heart rate, steady blood pressure normal. The radiation dose stabilized at 1030 GYS. The skin absorption rate curve began to rise, followed closely by the energy conversion curve, shooting up almost vertically. Lin Ye stared at that curve for a few seconds. The energy conversion rate is higher than he expected. With a radiation dose of 1030 GYS applied, the skin absorption efficiency is nearing saturation, and the energy converted far exceeds the basic metabolic requirements. Excess energy is slowly flowing into muscle tissues. He leaned back in his chair, letting out a long breath. Tomorrow those volunteers will lie on the metallic bed with mechanical arms injecting into the veins of their necks. Just like with the first generation, only this time the color of the agent has changed from blue-purple to light gold. 3 o'clock in the morning, monitoring runs smoothly. The energy conversion curve stabilizes at a high level and excess energy has begun to slowly transform the muscle fibers. At 7 in the morning, Zero's voice woke him up. Boss, the preliminary report on the inner armor monitoring has been completed. Lin Ye opened his eyes, realizing he had slept the entire night against the back of the chair. His neck felt a bit stiff. He rubbed it and sat up straight. Speak. 50 grams of plutonium-238 full body suit operational data after 6 hours. Radiation dose 1030 GYS, approximately 2.1 times the radiation intensity of the inner Earth realm. Skin absorption efficiency 97. 3. Energy conversion efficiency 91. 2. Basal metabolic energy consumption accounts for roughly 23 of converted energy. Surplus energy allocation 54 to muscular enhancement, 18 to skeletal reinforcement, and 15 to cellular vitality enhancement. 6-hour enhancement results: muscle density increased by approximately 0.12, skeletal density by 0.04, and cellular vitality by 0.08. Projected long-term effects at this enhancement rate continuous, where for 1 year would yield a muscle density increase of approximately 172.8, a skeletal density increase of approximately 57.6, and a cellular vitality increase of approximately 115.2. The longer the suit is worn, the more pronounced the cumulative enhancement becomes. Conclusion: the 50-gram plutonium-238 full-body suit is viable. Radiation exposure approximates 2.1 times that of the inner Earth realm, and enhancement speed slightly exceeds the natural growth rate of Titans within that realm. No adverse effects, no dosage ceiling. Wearers may undergo continuous physical enhancement even in high radiation environments. The stronger the radiation, the faster the enhancement. Lin Ye stared at the data set, his lips twitching faintly. 0.12. In 6 hours, muscle density had risen by just over 1,000th. A modest gain, yet unmistakably in the right direction. Titans required tens of thousands of years to grow to 300 meters. Humans wearing this exarmor for 1 year could nearly triple their muscle density. That was already astonishingly rapid. And crucially, this was pure somatic augmentation, fundamentally distinct from the explosive pharmacological reinforcement induced by serums. Serums directly re-engineer genetics at the molecular level. One injection, total metamorphosis. This armor supplies sustained energy, a slow, steady current. Its efficacy deepens with time. He rose from his chair and approached the star map. Outside, blue planet hung on the horizon, azure and white brighter than at night. Excellent. Today's live stream now has substance. He turned and walked back to the control console. The screen's clock advanced to 7:40 am. 0. Compile the preliminary report on the armor's monitoring data and integrate it into today's live stream content. Also prepare the armor schematics. Have production fabricate 1,000 units immediately earmarked for the Darkblood clan and military personnel. Understood. Report compiled, schematics archived, and production of 1,000 standard size armors initiated. Lin Ye nodded. He stood headed to the living quarters, showered, and changed clothes. Then he ate breakfast leisurely. It was 9:55 am. Lin Ye swallowed the last bite of bread, wiped his fingers with a napkin, and rose. He stepped into the central command chamber. The Ling Yun belt liquefied and flowed across his body, coalescing into his familiar black and gold Ling Yun battle armor. 2 golden light bands ignited at his eyes. 0. Is the live stream ready? Fully prepared. Broadcast signal standing by. Lin Ye nodded and moved before the camera. Broadcast commences precisely at 10 o'clock. Time swiftly approached 10. Across Blue Planet, countless smartphones, computers, and tablets lit up simultaneously. The familiar notification popped up again. The silver cloud emblem slowly rotating against a black backdrop. Your followed streamer Zhishun has gone live. Tap to enter the stream. The Zhishun live stream launched punctually. Good morning, family. His voice, modulated through a vocal processor, carried a lazy, amused lilt. We meet again. At the moment he spoke, the comment feed erupted. Dense torrents of text surged from the right edge of the screen. Multilingual, overwhelming, obscuring the image itself. Zhishun, finally live. A whole year. No word since the Inner Earth expedition. 2nd generation serum. Is it real? Korean Peninsula, our great kimchi nation, stands ready. Japan, Lord Zhishun. Is Garado well? United States, oh God, finally live. I've refreshed the teaser page 800 times this year. Russia, haha, what a lively entrance. Dragon Nation, Zhishun. Get to the point. Where's the serum? Lin Ye watched the torrent of comments without rushing to reply. He waited 2 seconds for the initial wave to subside, then raised a hand and gently pressed downward in midair. The comment flood eased slightly. Family, you're all quite eager, aren't you? He chuckled softly. But hold on. Did everyone see yesterday's teaser? Comments surged anew. Saw it. 2nd generation gene enhancement serum clinical trial volunteer recruitment. Waited a full year. I've already completed the 1st generation. Zhishun, tell us. Has it truly been developed? If clinical trials are recruiting volunteers, then yes, it's been developed. Stop teasing, just tell us. Lin Ye watched the barrage, his lips curving wider. He stepped forward closer to the lens, the twin golden light bands illuminating every viewer. Haha, you truly are eager, family. He paused. Indeed, the 2nd generation gene enhancement serum has been successfully developed and has entered its final clinical trial phase. This very streamer has returned to recruit volunteers once more. The comment feed exploded anew. Whoa, actually done. How much stronger is Genie I than Jenny? Did it incorporate those 2 special elements? I demand to be a volunteer. Choose me. Zhishun, look here. I'm robust, resilient, perfectly suited. Choose me. I endure any hardship. I dedicate myself to science. Don't fight. Let me go first. United States volunteers. Is our national registration portal open? Russia, select us. We withstand cold. Japan, Lord Zhishun. Please choose our people. Korean Peninsula, our great kimchi nation, is the ideal match. Dragon Nation, enough bickering. Zhishun decides. We stand ready at your command. Lin Ye watched the deluge of "choose me" and "I'll volunteer" flood the screen, his smile deepening beneath the visor. He stepped back, leaned casually against the edge of the console, arms crossed, posture relaxed. Family, calm down, calm down. He waited until the comments subsided slightly before continuing. Well done, family. You've grown remarkably sharper. It seems my efforts haven't been in vain. He stepped forward once more. Correct, you've guessed it. 2 special elements were indeed integrated into Gen II, yielding exceptional results. However, your wish to grow stronger simply by basking in sunlight will likely remain unfulfilled. A cascade of question marks drifted across the comment. Sunlight won't strengthen you. Then what's required? Consuming radiation directly. Radiation ingestion. Will we turn green like the Gamma Titan? Lin Ye observed the comments, but offered no reply. Instead, he spoke. Family, let's dispense with pleasantries. Today's livestream theme begins now. As with Gen I, recruitment is public, 100 slots. Rules remain unchanged. Lottery draw via lucky bags. Winners join the trial. But before that, he raised his hand and swept it through the air. He paused, letting anticipation hang in the silence. The main screen behind him lit up and streams of data began to emerge. The streamer needs to show the folks what the second-generation potion actually does. The barrage fell silent for a moment. Everyone was staring at the data. On the screen, the first line appeared: comprehensive physical enhancement, based on first-generation enhanced overall physique, improved by approximately 10 times. The barrage began to flood with normal, expected, 10 times the first-generation, not bad. Some were already calculating. A first-generation enhanced can already lift dozens of tons, multiplied by 10, that's hundreds of tons, right? The second line appeared: estimated lifespan 1300 to 1600 years, approximately 810 times that of the first generation. The barrage paused for a beat. Then it exploded. 13,000 years. Did I read that right? Ancient emperors chanted long live for millennia, and now, first generation got 10 times boost, and the second generation multiplies it by another 10. Free nation, oh my god, over 10,000 years. That's longer than the entire history of human civilization. Chicken feet, so GA, truly long live. Dragon God Nation, it must be true, the god of wisdom has never deceived us. Polar bear, haha, live, 10,000 years. Then how much bread would I have to eat? The barrage scrolled furiously, with some shocked, some ecstatic, and some calculating whether they could live to see that day. In the meeting rooms of various nations, there was also a chorus of astonishment. Inside the Dragon God Nation Command Center, the elderly presiding figure tapped the table twice with his fingers as he stared at the line. What the ancient emperors sought their entire lives, he has created. In the underground meeting room of the Free Nation's Black Palace, the director stared at the screen, his lips moving, but producing no sound. The Minister of Security stood beside him, his voice dry. We could still try to catch up with the first generation, but with the second generation gap, how do we even close it? Inside the Polar Bear Commander's mansion, the commander bit off half of his candy stick. He stared at the line for a long time without speaking. The third line appeared: bare body adaptation radiation resistance increased by approximately 50 times, enabling long-term survival in high radiation environments. High temperature resistance increased by approximately 10 times, allowing survival in 600 C environments for 4,872 hours. Low temperature resistance increased by approximately 3 times, allowing survival in 200 C environments for 2,448 hours. The barrage paused again. 600 degrees. That's hot enough to make iron glow red. Minus 200 degrees. That's the temperature of space. Can the human body withstand that? Free Nation, this is no longer human, right? Chicken feet, sue Superman. Dragon God Nation, so we won't need bulky space suits anymore. Going bare-skinned. Han's country, from a physics perspective, at 600 degrees, human proteins would have denatured long ago. This completely defies common sense. Rooster country, common sense. Since when has the god of wisdom ever followed common sense? The reactions from various nations' leaders were even more intense. The old general from Dragon God Nation sat upright in his chair, staring at the line for several seconds. 600 degrees. What does that even mean? The armor on an armored vehicle softens at 600 degrees. A researcher in a white coat whispered beside him, "That's impossible. Human cells start to be damaged at 42 degrees. The old general turned his head and glanced at him. The researcher shut his mouth and said no more. In the Free Nation's Black Palace, the technical advisor's hands, he pulled up the database, scrolling to the data on the human body's high temperature tolerance limit. In a dry heat environment, the human body can withstand at most around 100 degrees, do any higher and death occurs. 600 degrees. The human body would probably liquefy. This is an enhancement. He murmured. This is evolution. The fourth line appeared. This time it wasn't just one line. It was a whole paragraph accompanied by a diagram. On the left side of the screen was a cross-section of a human chest cavity with a pale golden spherical organ marked between the heart and lungs. On the right were dense arrays of data. Radiation absorption and conversion ability. A new organ will develop located in the left center of the thoracic cavity, adjacent to the 3rd to 6th thoracic vertebrae, between the left lung and the heart. This organ can convert various types of absorbed radiation into biological energy. Conversion efficiency is approximately 6,578 of that of giant beasts. Under the radiation levels of the underground world, 327 times the surface level of Proxima Centauri, B, the converted energy can replace 8,592 of food intake needs. In ordinary high radiation environments, such as the core area of a nuclear power plant, it can replace 3,050. Under Blue Star's natural radiation environment, it can only replace 1020, and normal food intake is still required. The barrage completely exploded. So sunbathing won't make you stronger. Right? Didn't you see it says it can only replace 10% of the body's needs? Free Nation, wait, will this organ cause rejection later? Chicken feet, Garado. This is Garado's ability. Dragon God Nation, holy shit. Did it really get added? That biological energy is basically spiritual energy, isn't it? Can we start cultivating? Dragon God Nation 2, what about the cultivation method? Has the God of Wisdom researched cultivation methods? I want to become an immortal. Polar Bear haha. Eat radiation as food. From now on the best cafeteria will be next to nuclear power plants. Kimchi Nation, our kimchi people have always said the God of Wisdom is a god. This is divine power. But there were also dissenting voices in the barrage. Having an extra organ inside the body, could it cause problems? Yeah, what if it grows and compresses the heart? This organ develops later in life. Will there be rejection? And the radiation from sunlight is barely enough, you still have to eat normally. So what's the use of this ability? Exactly, it's better to remove it rather than having an extra thing in the body. Although these comments were few, they were visible interspersed among the ecstatic flood. Lin Ye glanced at those comments, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He spoke his voice still in that lazy tone. Oh, someone's worried. Will having an extra organ cause mutation? Will it cause rejection, eh? He paused. Theoretically, no. Because this organ develops naturally from the body's own genetic modification, it's not transplanted. It's like your heart, lungs, and liver. It's part of your body. It will grow, metabolize, and age along with your body. There will be no rejection, no cancer, and it won't affect the normal function of other organs. He paused and added, of course, if you're really worried, you can choose not to take the second-generation potion. Besides, it's not like you can just inject it whenever you want. Someone in the barrage laughed, some sighed in relief, and others continued to press for answers. What about cancer? Can biological energy cure cancer? Lin Ye saw that comment drift by. He thought for a moment and spoke. Theoretically, yes, absolutely. Biological energy can repair radiation-damaged cells, including cancerous ones. However, first-generation enhanced individuals basically won't get cancer anyway. Their immune system is so strong that cancer cells are eliminated before they can spread. He paused. But let me make one thing clear, the second-generation potion can only be injected on the basis of the first-generation potion's enhancement. An ordinary person injecting it directly would burst and die. Like putting a rocket engine on a bicycle, the frame can't handle it. The barrage of comments began to flood in. Explosive body. Is it really that terrifying? If one hasn't experienced the first generation, is there no way forward? Of course, one must start with the first generation, gradually progressing, right? Isn't the first generation available for sale now? 100,000 for a dose. Start with the first generation, then wait a few years before trying the second generation. Yes, start with the first generation. It can extend life by a few hundred years. We can wait until the second generation is mature to get injected then. So what are we waiting for? I'm going to buy the first generation right now. Can you even get it? You have to fight for tickets. Lin Ye didn't elaborate further, letting the barrage comments flow on their own. Standing in front of the control panel, arms crossed, he watched the debates on the screen. Some continued to inquire about the practice. Wise God, can that biological energy be used for cultivation? Like in novels, absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, operating techniques, and unlocking meridians. Lin Ye glanced at that comment and chuckled. Well, haha, let's leave that for everyone to experiment and develop later. The host hasn't researched this aspect yet. Who knows, maybe we can truly develop some techniques. The comments erupted again. Techniques. I want to cultivate. Dragon God Nation, the 5,000 years of foundation is finally being utilized. Pickled Cabbage Nation, we have techniques too. Our Taekwondo. Foot Basin Chicken Ninjas. We have ninjutsu. Freedom Nation, my God, they are discussing cultivation, but our mages use mental power. Polar Bear, we have shamans in the Arctic. Shamans also cultivate. Haha, wake up upstairs, this is science, not cultivation. Scientific cultivation, it's the same. Lin Ye observed the comments without saying anything further. He waited for the wave of excitement to settle down a bit, then raised his hand and made another motion in the air. The data on the screen continued to scroll down. The fifth line of text appeared. Mind connection ability allows for simple thought communication and information transmission. Effective range approximately 300 to 500 meters. The comments erupted once more. Whoa, thought communication. Mind dialogue. Isn't this just secret sound transmission? So, does that mean we won't need to speak out loud anymore? Just think it, and it will work. Dragon God Nation, this is mental power. Thought power. Foot Basin Chicken mind reading techniques from ninjutsu. Freedom Nation, my God, in future battles, will we not even need walkie-talkies? Polar Bear, hahaha, so will meetings just require thinking? Efficient arguing. Hans Nation, from a technical perspective, this is essentially a brainwave transmission device. Gallic Chicken, so can we communicate with animals now? Lin Ye saw that comment, pondered for a moment, and spoke up. Well, that aspect hasn't been tested yet. In theory, it's possible. If the brainwave frequencies of animals are close to those of humans, or if they can be adjusted to the same channel, then simple communication could. There could be further testing in this area later on. The barrage of comments started again. I want to talk to my dog. I want to talk to a cat. What about fish? Do fish have brainwaves? What about the brainwaves of insects? So can we understand bird calls in the future? My God, if this ability is given to a zookeeper. Wise God, is this thought power? Mental thought power? Yes. Thought communication. Can we control things with our thoughts? Lin Ye looked at the barrage of comments and shook his head. It's not thought power. This is developed from the mind connection of those mutated zombies and Kevin. The host, like everyone else, originally wanted to develop thought power. Unfortunately, it's not possible, because neither Kevin nor Alice have thought power, and those mutated zombies don't either. What can be done at present is to transmit and receive brainwaves. You can think of it as a human walkie-talkie, but with limited range. The barrage flew past with a series of comments like, ha ha ha, human walkie-talkie, and I understand this analogy. Lin Ye did not respond further. He waited for the barrage to settle down slightly, and then raised his hand, making another motion on the screen. The last line of data popped up. Vacuum survival capability after the skin's surface is modified. A closed-loop system can be formed. The oxygen and energy stored within can support about 1,014 hours of exposure to space. Beyond that limit, one must return to the cabin or replenish energy. This time the barrage did not explode. Instead, there was a moment of silence. Then someone, 14 hours. That's enough time to get from the moon to Blue Star, right? Freedom Nation, this is more durable than a spacesuit. Dragon God Nation being exposed to space for 14 hours, and this is still naked. Polar Bear, does that mean we need spacesuits when taking a spaceship in the future? Hans Nation, from an evolutionary standpoint, this signifies that humanity is transitioning from planetary beings to interstellar beings. Gallic Chicken, a revolutionary breakthrough. A true revolution. The reactions from the high-ranking officials of various nations were a beat slower than the barrage, but they were heavier. In the command center of the Dragon God Nation, the elderly host stared at that line of text for a long time. Then he spoke softly, space beings. Is that his goal? No one nearby replied. Everyone was fixated on that line of text on the screen, staring at the 1,014 hours. In the Black Palace of Freedom Nation, the commander's finger pressed forcefully against the tabletop. The technical advisor stood beside him, his voice dry. Our external spacesuits can support a maximum of 8 hours. He, being naked, can support 14 hours. He did not finish, and the commander did not respond. In the Polar Bear Command headquarters, the commander took the bitten-off piece of candy from his mouth, staring at the screen, struggling to utter a sentence after a long time. This guy. Is he really trying to turn humanity into another species? In the main control room of the Moon Chariot base, Lin Ye looked at the barrage of comments on the screen, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. Leaning against the edge of the control panel, arms crossed, he appeared quite relaxed. As the data appeared one by one, he seemed to sense the reactions of the people in the barrage, from shock to ecstasy, from ecstasy to doubt, from doubt to acceptance, from acceptance to desire. Each reaction was clearly written in the rapidly scrolling text. He waited for over 10 seconds, allowing the wave of intense emotions to pass. Then he continued, everyone, did you see that? The effects of the second-generation gene enhancement agent are just like this. Enhanced physique, extended lifespan, naked adaptation, to extreme environments, absorption of radiation, to convert energy, mind connection, and vacuum survival. Everything the host possesses and can think of has been integrated. He paused, glancing at the barrage that was still scrolling, and added, of course, not everyone is qualified to receive the injection. Like the first generation, one must fight to secure a spot as a volunteer. Moreover, he raised his hand, extending his index finger. Before receiving the second generation, one must first receive the first generation. Without the foundation of the first generation, injecting the second generation will result in death. This is not a threat, but a physical law. The barrage began to fill with comments like, understood, got it, and no problem. Lin Ye looked at the barrage of comments and chuckled. He straightened up from the edge of the control panel and walked to the front of the camera. All right, everyone, I think I've answered most of your questions.